My name is Fang Xian. I just turned 20 this year and live in a high-level martial arts world with professional awakening. Here, every awakener who is 20 years old or above can obtain a profession through a magic circle, and this profession will determine the fate of your life. Those who awaken into professions such as warriors, knights, and mages will all become heroes admired by everyone, while those who awaken into summoners or contract masters will mostly fall to the bottom of society and be laughed at for the rest of their lives. Frankly speaking, I don't have high expectations for awakening a profession. Children from poor families don't have the capital. I just want to awaken a profession that can feed myself and live a peaceful life. But fate played a joke on us. That morning, the school organized an awakening ceremony. The principal stood on the stage and spoke passionately for half an hour, talking about everything from the history of monster invasions to the grading rules of awakening professions. To be honest, I didn't listen at all. Instead of listening to him chattering, I should worry more about my own fate. Once the awakening profession ranks at the bottom, my life is basically ruined. After the awakening ceremony began, the students walked onto the magic circle one by one. The first to awaken was Niu Dazhuang, whose profession was warrior and whose talent was B-level. Although he was not at the top, he was already shouting with joy. After all, being a B-class fighter was enough to save him from the fate of an ordinary person. Next, the gap between some awakened professions and talents gradually widened, and students with C-level, D-level, and even F-level talents were all dejected. When it was Li Xiaoyu's turn to play, I wanted to ignore it, but her awakening instantly set off the whole audience. Not only did she awaken the mage profession, she also had S-level talent. You know, an awakener with S-level talent is enough to become a future pillar of the country. And she has become the focus of today. Li Xiaoyu is the most beautiful girl in our class and a goddess that everyone admires. She comes from a wealthy family and has a top-notch career, so she is very popular for a while. When she passed by me, she even stopped and sneered at me with a victorious attitude. Maybe in her eyes, I was a loser who was about to be abandoned by fate, while she was a proud daughter of heaven who was high above. Finally, it was my turn. When my name was called, everyone's eyes were on me. Some were expecting, some were laughing, and some were gloating. After all, I was the top student in my grade and the recognized school idol, but I came from a poor family. This contrast made many people hate me to the core. I walked up to the magic circle and took a deep breath. I had no hope, but I wasn't desperate either. Fang Xian, occupation, contract master. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Then, the whole audience burst into deafening laughter. Contract master, this profession that is generally recognized as the most rubbish, has become my fate. Some people gloated over my misfortune, some sighed, and some even slapped their thighs and laughed. Even the teacher who presided over the awakening shook his head, as if he felt sorry for me. I stood in the center of the magic circle, clenching my fists, and the laughter in my ears surged like a tide. Li Xiaoyu looked at me coldly in the crowd, not even bothering to hide the sarcasm on the corner of his mouth. Her S-class magician talent was like an insurmountable mountain, and I became the laughing stock of the bottom of the pile. But just when everyone thought my life was about to fall into the abyss, something strange happened. The awakening magic circle emitted a colorful light, illuminating the entire playground. Everyone instantly fell silent, staring at the light of the magic circle in amazement. The teacher who presided over the awakening covered his chest and announced in a trembling voice, "Fang Xian, talent, SP." The whole place was in a dead silence. SP talent. This is a legendary level. Since humans awakened to the profession, it has only appeared a few times in the 1,000 years of history. Every awakener is a legend standing at the top of the world. However, even the SP talent could not cover up the embarrassment of the contract master profession. Soon, everyone recovered from their shock and began to whisper. Some people mocked. No matter how strong the talent is, it can't save the contractor. It's just a waste after all. Others were unwilling to accept. SP talent is simply cheating. Why did it fall into the hands of a contractor? I looked at the magic circle in front of me, and my heart was calm. Whether they laughed at me or questioned me, they would never understand the true meaning of my talent. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! The God-level multiplied return system has been activated. The moment I heard this voice, I knew that the script of fate had been completely rewritten. Chapter 4. On the playground of the second university, I looked at my passive skill panel and couldn't help grinning. Passive skill. Contract enhancement. Enhanced, you can contract one life form every 10 levels. Current contract object, 0/1. As a top student, I know the skill systems of various professions very well. Originally, a contractor could only add one contract position every 30 levels. As for me, I only need to be level 10 to contract 1, which means I have already widened the gap from the beginning. Others can only contract 2 people at level 30, but I can directly contract 4. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Let's take a look at the active skills. Attribute switching LV1. Enhance. The contract master can freely switch the attribute panels of himself and the contract object, sharing 80% of each other's professional characteristics, attributes, and skills. No consumption, cooldown of 10 seconds, duration of 10 minutes. I couldn't help but sigh when I read this. The original skills of the contract master are useless and can only share one attribute and skill, while my enhanced version can share the whole set. In other words, as long as I contract with a suitable object, I can switch professions at any time. I can play as a knight, a mage, or an assassin, and become a full-time awakener. The abnormal degree of SP talent once again makes me sigh. Combined with my system God-level multiplied return, I contracted a high-value and high-figured contract object, and I directly returned 1,000 times the resources she consumed. Let me ask myself, with unlimited resources, what ceiling can I not reach? Looking at the skill panel in front of me, the smile on my face deepened. However, after the smile stayed on my face for a moment, I immediately restrained my emotions and regained my composure. Now is not the time to get carried away. When I stepped off the stage from the magic circle, I was surprised by how quiet the students around me were. Sure enough, the deterrent power brought by the SP talent far exceeded the profession of contract master that they laughed at. In the crowd, Li Xiaoyu's gaze was like a sharp knife nailed into my back, revealing unwillingness and anger. But I was too lazy to pay attention to her and went straight back to the class team, thinking silently about my next plan. After the awakening ceremony, the principal Zhu Debiao sent someone to inform me to go to his office. I stood at the door of his office, knocked gently, and then pushed the door open. "Principal," I said politely. "Oh, it's Xiaofeng. Come in and sit down." Zhu Debiao smiled and pointed at the sofa. "Thank you, Principal." I was a little wary in my heart, but I pretended to be flattered on the surface. To be safe, I immediately cast Eye of Insight on him. Name: Zhu Debiao. Age: 58. Occupation: Summoner. Talent: S level, LV 61. Favorability: 88. Morality: from beginning to end. Seeing his good character and high favorability, I relaxed a little. It seems that the principal has no ill intentions at the moment. "Fang Xian, it's such a great joy that you have awakened your SP talent this time," Zhu Debiao said as he opened the drawer, took out a silver ring, and handed it to me. "This is a storage ring. Only people with a spiritual imprint can use it. After leaving the imprint, you can store items in it anytime and anywhere." He said it lightly, but a huge wave of emotions surged in my heart. I have only seen storage rings in novels, but I didn't expect to get one today. I quickly took the ring and left a spiritual imprint on it. The information panel immediately popped up the details of the ring. Storage ring. Space 1,000 cubic meters, weight limit 100 tons, no air, time stagnation. I was overjoyed in my heart, but I tried to remain calm on the surface. "Thank you, Principal. I will definitely use it carefully." Zhu Debiao smiled slightly and took out a golden card and handed it to me. "This is the VVVIP card of the Professional Awakener Hall. With this card, you can enjoy the highest level of services and benefits in the future." I took the card and my heart skipped a beat. This level of card is a symbol of status, not only meaning that you can get exclusive resources, but also enter many areas that ordinary people cannot get involved in. In addition, the state will allocate you 100,000 yuan in salary every month, and you can collect it with this card. 100,000. I couldn't help but exclaim. My voice was a little out of tune. You know, my parents' combined monthly income is only 3,000, and now I'm getting a salary of 100,000 a month. It's like a dream. Of course, this is just the basics. Zhu Debiao smiled more and more proudly. He took out a black gold card and handed it to me, with an expression on his face as if he was looking at a future legend. "This is your exclusive black gold card, which has a credit limit of 20 million. He said it lightly, but this sentence almost petrified me. 20 million? I took the black gold card in disbelief and felt my hands shaking a little. 20 million. Isn't this a number that most people would never dare to think about in their lifetime? Although it is the credit card limit, it is enough for me to walk around this city." Zhu Debiao saw my shocked expression and raised his lips slightly, his tone full of joking. "Are you shocked already? There will be even greater benefits later." "What else?" I widened my eyes and watched him take out another stack of documents from the drawer. "Of course, this is just the beginning." Chapter 5. "Look at you, you look so ignorant." Principal Zhu smiled smugly, picked up the tablet on the table, scanned my face to unlock it, and handed it to me. "Look, you can choose any villa here, and the property rights are all yours. Oh, I thought I had heard it wrong. Although Yongjiang City is only a third-tier city, a villa costs at least several million. Can it be mine right away? Principal, I won't have to pay for this, right? I asked tentatively, feeling a little nervous. Don't be afraid. Of course you don't have to pay. Principal Zhu said as he pushed the tablet into my hand. Since it doesn't cost money, I won't be polite. I looked through pictures of villas, searching for a suitable one while thinking to myself. Since I have just awakened my SP talent, it is inevitable that someone will target me, so choosing a safe place to live is the most important thing. Finally, I chose Yunjing Villa. Yunjing Villa not only has the most advanced security system in Yongjiang City, but also all the security personnel are Silver Knights and Gold Knights. More importantly, it is opposite the armed police brigade, which gives me a very safe feeling. Let's go with this one. I made a decisive choice. Principal Zhu took the tablet, looked at the house I chose, and couldn't help laughing. You are quite thoughtful, kid. You picked the safest place. I just smiled faintly without further explanation. He then operated on the tablet for a few times and quickly processed the villa's information. Okay, your information has been registered. You can move in now. Thank you, Principal. Just call me Principal. Okay, Principal. Principal Zhu waved his hand and said with a look of disdain, All right, stop talking nonsense. Come and take a look at these things. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a few more props appeared on the table. He introduced them seriously. These are resources for your cultivation, but each one is very scarce, so be careful when using them. I looked at the items on the table, and my eyes lit up instantly. There are 10 primary experience pills in this bottle. He pointed to a small bottle of pills and said, This is a double experience card, which can double the experience bonus within 1 hour. This box is a skill upgrade pill, which can directly improve skill proficiency. And this is an attribute enhancer. After using it, you can gain 1 free attribute point. Listening to these names, I started to calculate quickly in my head. It takes 150 points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 330 points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, and 550 points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. In other words, these 10 pills can directly upgrade me to level 3. Double experience card. Upgrade your weapon and fight monsters with half the effort. Skill upgrade pill. Directly upgrade your skill level to the next level, so you don't need to practice slowly to upgrade your skills. Attribute enhancer. The most direct enhancement item. Every attribute added is the basis of strength. Any one of these items is a top-level resource, but now they are all in front of me. I was so excited that I could hardly hold back my heartbeat. These things might be incredible enough for other people, but for me, they meant twice as much, because I had the God-level multiplied return system. As long as the conditions are met, if the person I contracted uses 1 primary experience pill, I can return 1,000. If there are 2 contracted people, the return is 2,000. This is an endless resource. Level up and kill monsters? Not possible. Wouldn't it be nice to just lie down and eat pills? But the premise is that I need to contract with someone who meets the conditions. The more contracts, the more returns. Think about the future. It's just endless for generations to come. Principal Zhu saw that I was stunned and thought that I was frightened by these resources. He patted my shoulder and said, Don't get too excited. These resources are strategic materials, and the state controls them very strictly. But don't worry, you have a special status, and these are the highest standards that Yongjiang City can give. I nodded, trying to appear calm. Also, this is for you too. Principal Zhu took out a small, exquisite wooden box from his arms and handed it to me. This is the upgrade gift pack. As long as you reach the corresponding level, the most suitable equipment for you will be automatically unlocked. I thanked him sincerely, took the wooden box, and put everything on the table into the storage ring. Okay, that's all for today. Go back and practice well. He waved his hand and let me go. Okay, Principal. By the way, he suddenly added, remember to dress nicely. What do you mean? I looked at him in confusion. Principal Zhu looked mysterious and said, You will know when the time comes. I walked to the school gate, and before I left, I saw from afar a group of reporters carrying cameras blocking the outside, their eyes darting around, obviously looking for someone. So this is what the principal meant. These reporters are such a headache. I turned around and headed for the back door of the school, but it was also blocked off. I had no choice but to climb over the wall. For me, climbing over the wall is a familiar route. After all, I often climbed over the wall to work outside to supplement my family income. Over time, this became my special passage. After leaving school, I did not go home directly, but rushed to Yunjing Villa. After arriving at the place, the staff took me to visit the villa. It was a 3-story single-family villa, decorated magnificently. I checked the surrounding security measures and found that I had made the right choice. After the staff left, I closed the door and went to the master bedroom alone. It was time to try out my SP talent. According to the talent prompt, I can randomly summon a contract object. Please select the race of the contract object: demon, human, beast, elf. Without hesitation, I chose the human race. Please select the gender of the contract partner: male, female, genderless, hermaphrodite. Genderless? What the hell is this? I decisively choose female. Please assign 176 attributes to the contract object. After a quick thought, I put all the points on her appearance and figure. Are you sure you want to generate your contract object? Confirmed. Generating. The next moment, there was a ripple in the air, and a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. When I saw her, my mind went blank for a few seconds. This is too beautiful. Chapter 6. Her silver hair fell on her shoulders like soft silk, and her snow-white skin made her look as delicate as an ice sculpture. She had a high nose bridge, her pink lips were gently pursed, and her bright eyes like stars were looking around curiously. She is tall and slender, and every part of her body is like a carefully crafted work of art. The contract object, Yukino. Looking at the names and attributes displayed on the panel, I was a little amazed. Contract object, Xue no owner, Fang Xian talent. S occupation, mage race, human age, 22 gender, female height, 172 HP, 10 strength, 10 intelligence, 10 appearance, 98 body, 98 agility, 10 defense, 10 favorability, 100 morality, intact level, LV1. Sueno. This name really fits her appearance, as white as ice and snow. Looking at her talent, it is actually S level, and her profession is a mage. Isn't this exactly the same as Li Xiaoyu? Unfortunately, Li Xiaoyu's appearance and figure are only 90 points, while Xue Noi's is a near-perfect 98 points. This contract is a big win. At this moment, Yukino seemed to have just noticed me. A light blush appeared on her cheeks, and she bowed slightly and politely. Master. Master. I raised my hand to stop her from being too humble. You don't have to call me master, just call me by my name. Xuanai was stunned for a moment, then nodded gently. Okay, Fang Xian. Although I was somewhat satisfied with her performance, I had more important things to test. I took out a piece of bread and handed it to her. Eat something first. Sueno looked at the bread, hesitated for a moment before taking it. Thank you. Then she slowly ate it. Her movements were so graceful that I even felt like I was looking at a work of art. The moment she took the first bite of bread, the system's voice rang in her mind. Ding. Sueno consumes 1 piece of bread and returns 1,000 pieces of bread. Seeing this prompt, my heart was shocked and the corners of my mouth could not help but rise. This proved that the system rules were completely valid. Even such an ordinary piece of bread could return 1,000 times the amount. I opened the system warehouse and saw that it was full of bread. The function of this warehouse is similar to that of a storage ring, with no weight limit. Time completely stopped, and nothing would go bad. The return resources go directly here, which is really convenient. Have another slice. I handed Yukino another piece of the same bread. Sueno still did as she was told, but this time the system did not give any prompts. This meant that the same person could only return the same item once. This led me to an important conclusion. If you want to use the return rule to become powerful quickly, you have to keep signing contracts with new objects. Is this system trying to force me to become a scumbag with multiple contracts? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then I'll be a strong man who is different from other contractors. In order to further test the rules, I took out a primary experience pill from my storage ring and handed it to Yukino. Eat it. Sueno took the pill, and although she didn't know what it was, she still swallowed it obediently. Sure enough, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 primary experience pill and returns 1,000 primary experience pills. Seeing this scene, I was so excited that I couldn't express it in words. You know, I just received 10 primary experience pills from the school's reward, and now the system directly gave me 1,000. This leveling speed is unmatched by ordinary awakeners, not to mention geniuses trained by the country. However, I did not let Sueno continue to consume higher-level resources. According to the system rules, the same item can only be returned once, and her double return value has been maximized. When I want to upgrade next, I can directly eat these pills, and after unlocking the second contract position, I can find a new person to return them to. After Sueno took the experience pill, she looked at me with her big watery eyes. Master, why did you give me such a precious thing? I smiled slightly and reached out to gently ruffle her silver hair. My woman, I must pamper her. Her face suddenly turned red like a ripe apple, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. But, but such a precious thing was wasted by me. Waste? As long as you listen, there will be more good things waiting for you in the future. I said with a wicked smile. If you feel unworthy of it, then in the future, just work harder. She didn't understand what I meant at first, but soon realized the implication of my words, and her blush deepened. I understand. She answered softly. Yukino went to take a shower, and I began to eat the elementary experience pill with relish. These small pills are crispy and taste pretty good. Each pill can increase 80 experience points. I ate 25 pills in one go, and my level was directly raised to level 5. The speed of upgrading in just a few minutes is simply amazing. Even if a normal person kills monsters all night, it is impossible for him to be as fast as me. Thinking that I could reach level 11 in a short period of time, unlock new contract positions, and get resource doubling again, I couldn't help but sigh. It feels so good to have a system. Chapter 7. I quickly calculated in my head that it would take 800 experience points to reach level 6, 1,440 to reach level 7, and 14,400 to reach level 17, for a total of 70,220 experience points. As for level 17 to level 18, it would take 17,000 experience points. The 1,000 primary experience pills I had were only enough for me to level 17. Although it's a bit regrettable, but with these 1,000 pills alone, I can reach the maximum speed of 7 days for others in 1 day. However, such a rapid upgrade brings not only achievements, but also dangers. There are spies lurking everywhere in this world, and they will not allow such a monstrous genius to appear in Dragon Country. Once I was targeted, assassinations would inevitably follow. Now, the main place to gain experience was in dungeons, but as long as I didn't level up in dungeons, others would not be able to confirm my level. Using this, I can completely hide my strength and pretend to be an ordinary awakener who has no ambition and is addicted to pleasure. When the time is right, I can contact a most trustworthy senior official and strive for the country's full support. In Yongjiang City, there is only one person I can trust, the mayor. Not only is he a great warrior, he is also a level 85 Knight of Glory, and his loyalty is beyond doubt. I secretly plan to prepare everything first, and then wait for the chance to shock the top leaders of Dragon Country and do something unprecedented, so that my life would not be in vain. After I had sorted out my thoughts, the next step was execution. As I was thinking, the bathroom door opened with a click. I looked up subconsciously and saw Yukino's wet silver hair hanging on her shoulders and a hint of blush on her delicate face. Just then, the doorbell rang. I got up and opened the door. It was a courier who brought a few shopping bags. Hello, here are your goods. Thank you. I took the bag, closed the door, and handed the things to Yukino. These are the clothes I bought for you. Wear them for now, I said. Yukino took the bag, lowered her head slightly, and said softly, thank you. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. She opened the bag and saw the clothes inside, and her face turned red again. I coughed and explained awkwardly. I don't know your size, so I bought the largest ones. Just try them randomly. Thank you. She lowered her head, holding the bag, turned around and ran back to the bathroom. She moved so quickly that she even slammed the door shut with her backhand. I smiled helplessly, came to my senses, took out the primary experience pill from the storage ring, and started my upgrade plan. Ding! Your level has been upgraded to LV7. All attributes +1, free attributes +6. The system's prompt sounded as expected. Every time I upgrade a level, I will gain 1 point of all attributes and 6 points of free attributes. I opened the attribute panel and looked at my data, feeling indescribably happy. Name: Fang Xian talent. SP occupation: contract master race. Human age: 20. Gender: male. Height: 182. Level: LV7, bronze contract master. Life: 16. Strength: 16. Intelligence: 16. Spirit: 16. Appearance: 99. Body: 99. Agility: 16. Defense: 16. Free attribute points: 36. Skills. Attribute switching: LV1. My level has risen, and my strength has also improved. I looked at the time and found that it was already 1900 hours, and it was time to go home. Just as I was about to leave, Yukino came out of the bathroom. She changed into a pure white t-shirt and a thin blue sweater, simple and clean. I walked over and gently held her hand. Let's go. Sueno was a little stunned. Where to? Go home. Hearing the word, go home, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She hesitated for a moment and asked in a low voice, Do I still have a home? Seeing her uneasy look, I gently held her hand and said firmly, Yes, I will take you home. She was stunned, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile with a hint of relief. She nodded. Yeah. I held Yukino's hand, walked out of the villa, hailed a taxi, and went straight to my home. Dodgy Village, Yongjong City. This place is called a village, but it is actually a village in the city, a dilapidated area sandwiched between the steel and concrete of the city. The buildings here are generally no more than 7 stories high. They are very old, with mottled walls, and traces of life can be seen everywhere. But the place is full of human touch and life, especially after get-off work, when it is bustling with people. The taxi drove into the alleys of the village and finally stopped in front of a narrow road. The road ahead was too narrow for the car to pass. I scanned the code, paid the fare, got off the car, and walked into the alley holding Yukino's hand. As soon as Xuan appeared, she instantly attracted the attention of everyone around her. Her temperament was out of tune with this area, like a beacon in the dark night, illuminating everyone. Feeling those gazes, Xuan felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help tugging at the corner of her clothes. Seeing this, I gently held her little hand and smiled to comfort her. Don't be nervous, let's go home. Seeing my bright smile, Yukino seemed to relax a little and whispered, yeah. After passing through several alleys, we arrived in front of a dilapidated residential building. I took out my access card and swiped it lightly. After a beep, the iron gate opened. Pulling the door open, I let Yukino in first, then followed her, continuing to hold her hand, up the dim stairs. The light in the hallway was poor, but we walked all the way to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of number 302. I took out my key and opened the door. What greets you is a familiar feeling of warmth. The house is brightly lit, and the furniture is not gorgeous but well organized. The whole house is small, but can be seen at a glance. Fang Xian is back. A gentle voice came from the kitchen. I looked up and saw my mother, Kai Tsuetsue. She was wrapped in an apron, with her usual kind smile on her face, and she was wiping her hands with a wet towel. When she saw Yukino behind me, she was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled even warmer. Fang Xian, this is your classmate, right? Come in and have dinner together. Xuan seemed to have not expected her to be so enthusiastic, and was a little at a loss. She stood at the door with her head slightly lowered, her hands on her stomach, and bowed respectfully. Hello, Annie, my name is Xuan. I'm not Fang Xian's classmate, I'm his wife, she said softly, a blush on her face. Chapter 8. In the living room, Dad Fang Miao Miao was playing in front of the computer screen. He didn't look up when he heard the door open, until he heard the word, wife. He jumped up from the chair instantly. He walked over quickly, and when he saw Yukino standing next to me, his whole face lit up instantly. He exchanged glances with his mother Kai Tsuetsue, both of whose eyes were filled with unconcealable joy. Boy, that's great. You brought home such a beautiful wife right after graduation, just like your father did. Dad laughed and patted my shoulder. He was so enthusiastic that he wanted to come up and hug Yukino. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Yukino, come in and sit down, he said as he moved Yukino to the sofa. Yukino's cheeks instantly turned red, and she froze there, not knowing where to go. I guess she wanted to explain that we were not in a husband and wife relationship as our parents misunderstood, but after thinking about it, saying the word contract partner would only make things seem weird, so I blurted out the word wife, just now, which was considered as a tacit consent. Mother Kai Tsuetsue smiled brightly, took Xuanai's arm, and enthusiastically led her to the sofa. Don't be shy, come on, sit down, order whatever you want. Xuan was as stiff as a puppet, and was pulled by her mother to sit on the sofa. I smiled helplessly and poured her a glass of water. Drink some water and relax, I whispered. I don't mean that. Yukino took the cup of water. She was so nervous that she stuttered and tried hard to explain. I gently placed my hand on her forehead. Why is it so hot? Then I held her hand and said gently, okay, no need to explain. You are my wife. I am your wife. Yukino raised her head and looked at me blankly, her eyes full of complicated emotions. I nodded, my tone sincere and firm. Well, from today on, we are a family. She stared at me blankly, then suddenly threw herself into my arms and hugged me tightly. Then, as if she had finally let go of all her defenses, she burst into tears. Whoa, thank you, Fang Xian. Thank you for giving me a home. Her tears instantly soaked my clothes. Her crying directly led her father and mother out from the kitchen. Fang Xian, did you bully Xuan? Her mother's voice was the first to explode. Fang Xian, you little bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Dad grabbed my collar and raised his hand to hit me. Dad, Mom, I didn't bully her. I quickly protected my head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. My mother wiped Xuano's tears distressfully and asked, Xuano, don't be afraid. Tell your auntie if Fang Xian bullied you. I will take care of it for you. Xuan shook her head repeatedly and waved her hands hurriedly. No, Fang Xian didn't bully me. It was me. I am so touched. Moved. Mom was stunned. What moved you? Because Fang Xian said, "We are a family." Sueno said, and tears fell again. After hearing this, my mother's expression suddenly softened. She hugged Sueno into her arms and gently stroked her head. Silly child. We are a family. Hearing what her mother said, Yukino's eyes turned red again and tears kept falling. Auntie. She choked up. Silly child, why are you still calling me Auntie? You should call me Mom. Mom said in a scolding tone. Sueno looked up, bewildered. I call you Mom? Yes, didn't we say we were a family? Mom frowned. You're still calling me Auntie, don't you think of us as family? No. Sueno was anxious and waved her hands quickly. That's not what I meant. Then call me Mom. Mom said with a smile. Sueno looked at her mother's kind face, paused, a trace of struggle in her eyes, and finally whispered, Mom. Oh, good boy. Mom was so excited that she almost cried. I looked at this scene and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just got punched twice by my dad, and now no one is going to give me justice? However, my parents' trick was really good, and they completely coaxed Yukino into submission. At dinner, my mother was so enthusiastic that she seemed to be afraid that Yukino would not be full, and she served her a lot of dishes. Yukino politely refused at first, but later she could only nod and thank her. Halfway through the meal, my dad suddenly said, Xiao Xian, how was your awakening today? My mom put down her chopsticks and looked over at me, waiting for my answer. I smiled faintly and said calmly, The awakened profession is a contractor. As soon as I finished speaking, my mother quickly comforted me. It's okay. Your career is not important. What's important is that you brought your daughter-in-law back today. Dad also laughed. Yes, awakening is not important. Just live a good life. The corner of my mouth twitched, and I said helplessly, Okay, then I won't say that I have SP talent. SP talent. My parents widened their eyes at the same time and looked at me blankly. Yes, the school also rewarded me with a villa, a monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, and a credit card with a limit of 20 million yuan. I said while placing the evidence on the table. Dad dropped his chopsticks and opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg in. My son, you have made it. Chapter 9. Are you really not going to invite your parents to live in the villa? Sueno took my arm and looked at me curiously with her big watery eyes, with a hint of tentativeness in her tone. It's too late tonight, and our house is too small to accommodate you. I will pick up my parents tomorrow morning. I explained softly. Okay, I'll listen to you. She nodded obediently. Yunjing Villa. I stood in front of the electronic lock, quickly set up the facial recognition, and recorded Yukino's information. Beep. With a prompt tone, the setting was successful and the door slowly opened. After closing the curtains, I slumped down on the sofa, took out the bottle of primary experience pills, and continued to show off. Ever since I awakened my SP talent, I have never been low-key again, and even started to be arrogant when upgrading. Half an hour later, I burped and put the remaining pills back into my storage ring. To be honest, I couldn't swallow another pill after eating so much. Opening the attribute panel, I took a look at my latest data. Now, I have finally reached level 11 and officially promoted to a silver contractor. According to the profession rules, each profession will unlock a fixed skill at level 1, 11, 31, 61, 81, 91, and 99. The fixed skill unlocked at level 11 is Soul Attack, which is the only attack method in the Contract Master profession, and its strength is directly maxed out. Soul Attack LV1, Enhanced. Consumes 100 mana points, releases 100% of mental power to attack a target, no cooldown. Although it consumes a lot of energy, the effect is definitely worth it. The Soul Attack of ordinary contractors only has a 60% bonus to their mental power, which is not up to par at all. But my version directly increases it to 100%, and whoever you stare at will die. Currently my intelligence attribute is 20 points, and my mana is 200 points, which is enough to release twice. When I use the attribute enhancer to increase my mental strength, no one will be able to withstand it. Looking at my passive skill, the amplification effect of the contractor has also changed. Passive skill, contract amplification, enhanced, contractable objects, 2 current contracts, 1/2. With 1 more contract partner, the resources I can return in the future will also double. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I took out the upgrade gift pack from the storage ring and found that 2 pieces of equipment had been unlocked, corresponding to the level 1 and level 11 contract master weapons. Moreover, they were all king-level equipment. The quality of equipment is divided into 7 levels: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, king, saint, and god. As far as I know, the market price of the cheapest king-level equipment is more than 200,000. King-level equipment above level 61 can even soar to tens of millions. My upgrade gift pack directly gave me 4 pieces of king-level equipment, corresponding to the bronze, silver, gold, and platinum contract master stages. I am simply a walking RMB player template. I took out the staff, looked at its attribute information, and exclaimed that this weapon's attributes and skills are simply amazing. It can attack, defend, and also has team support functions. It can be regarded as an almighty artifact for the contractor. However, it suddenly occurred to me that operations such as strengthening, inlaying, refining, and enchanting can make equipment stronger, but the success rate is pitifully low, which is like a bottomless pit that swallows money. Fortunately, I have the god-level multiplied return system. As long as I get a strengthening stone, an attribute gem, a refining stone, or an enchanted gem, I can get 1,000 times the return and directly pile up the materials to the sky. But my level is still low, so I am not in a hurry to get equipment. Dungeons are not my goal either. I have a better development path. I stood up and stretched my body. Just as I was thinking about my next plan, I saw Sueno hurriedly running back to the room from the living room. Her flustered look made me laugh. Why are you running? You're not a man-eating wolf. I shook my head helplessly and followed him into the room. Chapter 10. The next morning, I opened my eyes slightly and found that the bed next to me was empty. Yukino was not in the room. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and walked slowly to the living room, and a fragrance hit me. Turning around, I saw Yukino busy in the kitchen wearing an apron, and her slender back looked particularly attractive. 2 golden poached eggs, 2 bowls of steaming white porridge, and 2 cups of fragrant milk were already placed on the table. Good morning, Fang Xian. She turned around and put a plate of cheese and ham toast rolls on the dining table, and explained in a low voice, there are not many ingredients in the refrigerator, so I made these first. It's already very good. I couldn't help but admire it, sitting at the dining table and sniffing the aroma. You've worked hard, Yukino. When she heard what I said, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she lowered her head and urged me, go wash up quickly, otherwise the food will get cold soon. Okay. I smiled, stood up, turned and walked into the bathroom. When I finished washing up and returned to the restaurant, Sueno was sitting there obediently, holding the chopsticks in her hand, but she didn't move for a long time. It seemed that she was waiting for me to eat together. Why don't you eat first? I pulled out a chair and sat down, looking at her in confusion. I want to wait for you. She lowered her head and answered, her voice as soft as a mosquito's. What a good wife. I deliberately teased her. I am not. She stopped talking as soon as she opened her mouth. Her face flushed, as if she realized that her answer was distorted again. I smiled and shook my head, not teasing her anymore. Okay, eat quickly, don't waste the breakfast you made early. Yukino nodded, and the two of them finished their breakfast in silence. She took the initiative to clean up the dishes and walked into the kitchen with the bowl. I leaned back in my chair, looking at her slender figure, and suddenly thought, I might have more and more contract partners in the future, so what should I do with the housework? I can't just help one and ignore the others. So, the fairest way is to not help anyone. Just then, the doorbell rang suddenly. I was a little confused. I had just moved here. Who would come to see me so early in the morning? When I opened the door, I saw that the person standing outside was the school's principal, Zhu, and a tall and thin middle-aged man. Principal Zhu, why are you here? I asked tentatively. Call me President. Zhu de Biao glared at me unhappily, then pointed at the person next to him. This is President Liu Qingming of the First University. I glanced at Principal Liu. He had a kind smile on his face and seemed quite polite. Hello, Principal Liu. I greeted him politely and then used the Eye of Insight. Name, Liu Qingming. Age, 59. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, priest. Talent, S. Appearance, 73. Body, 70. Level, LV 61. Favorability, 82. Morality, from beginning to end. Judging from his data, Principal Liu is similar to Principal Zhu. His male morality is very stable, and he has no hostility towards me. Just as I was about to look away, I found a beautiful girl following him. She had a high ponytail, delicate features, and a cold and arrogant look between her eyebrows. Her figure was almost the same as Yukino's, with curves in all the right places, but her face was full of disdain. Are you Fang Xian? She spoke in a cold voice, full of hostility. I am Lin Mengxian. If you know what's good for you, give up the resources. I was stunned for a moment, my mind full of question marks. Haha, don't mind, Fang Xian. Principal Liu quickly tried to smooth things over. Let's go in and sit down and talk. I was unhappy, but I nodded and opened the door to give them some face. As soon as I entered the living room, Yukino was already standing there, greeting them with a gentle smile. Welcome everyone, please take a seat. Principal Zhu glanced at Xuanai and said in a complicated tone, Is this your contract partner? I was slightly stunned. I didn't expect him to be able to see the relationship between Xuan Nai and me at a glance. Principal Lu seemed to see my confusion and explained with a smile. Old Zhu is a level 61 summoner, and he has a strong sense of contractual relationships. How can you be so careless about such an important matter as the contract partner? Principal Zhu said in a reproachful tone. I didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. It was obvious that he was not optimistic about Xuan Nai's fighting ability and thought she was a useless vase. On the other side, Lin Mengqian sneered, crossed her arms, and looked at me with contempt. Lecture. She spat out these 4 words. I couldn't help laughing. Excuse me, did I lecture you? What did you say? Lin Mengqian didn't react for a moment. Literally, have I ever been lewd to you? I raised my eyebrows, with a provocative tone. Lin Mengqian understood my intention and her face was filled with anger. How dare you challenge me? Haha. I chuckled and didn't back down. I just want to try and see if you are my weak spot. Damn it. I want to duel with you. Lin Mengqian slammed the table angrily. Principal Lu quickly stepped forward and pretended to stop them, but in fact he was adding fuel to the fire. Mengqian, don't mess around. You are a warrior and Fang Xian is a contract master. If you hurt him, old Zhu will not let you go. We can duel, I interrupted them, but there has to be a stake. Tell me, what's the stake? Lin Mengqian looked at me provocatively. It's very simple. If I lose, I will give you the country's top resource. Okay, what if you lose? Lin Mengqian smiled proudly. If you lose, you will become my contract object. Chapter 11, Dragon Country, Capital City, Professional Awakener Building. Are you sure this is Fang Xian's daily life? I heard that someone was staring at my ordinary and real life and going crazy. In an office with a somber decoration and solemn atmosphere, a woman in a black uniform frowned slightly and looked over my documents over and over again in her hands. This woman is called Mu Wanyao. She is the youngest level 91 paladin in history. In terms of status, strength, and talent, she is at the top of the pyramid. Her eyebrows were delicate and resolute. Her hair fell like a waterfall, and she exuded a heroic spirit that could not be ignored. At this moment, her face was full of disbelief. Fang Xian has awakened his SP level talent, but he doesn't even have the interest to upgrade. She stared at the report on the table, her tone full of confusion and faint anger. The female secretary present gave a bitter smile, her voice revealing helplessness. Yes, sir. We sent people to monitor his daily life, and the report shows that he has indeed not entered any copies, nor has there been any signs of upgrading. Mu Wanyao's face became even uglier when she heard this. She raised her hand and slammed the document on the table, saying coldly, ridiculous. He has awakened his SP talent, but he is wasting it like this? He really deserves the name Fang Xian. He is hopelessly idle. The secretary looked at her cautiously and handed her another document. However, his contract object, Yukino, has already signed a contract with him, and her ability is also very special. Here is her information and photo. Mu Wanyao took the information and glanced at the photo. She had to admit that Xuan Nai in the photo was indeed stunningly beautiful, with clear and gentle eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She stared at Yukino's photo for a few seconds and suddenly felt that she looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it. After thinking for a while, she shook her head and shifted her attention to another document. Where's Lin Mengqian? The secretary quickly replied. Lin Mengqian entered the dungeon to upgrade immediately after awakening. She was very brave, but she was too proud and looked down on her companions. Hearing this, Mu Wanyao nodded slightly, with a little more appreciation in her eyes. It doesn't matter if she is proud. As long as she has the ability, her pride will become a help to her. She looked at the 2 documents on the table and fell into deep thought. One is a contract master who has SP talent, but is addicted to pleasure and has no ambition to make progress. The other is an awakener who is full of pride and is brave and motivated. Which of these 2 people is worthy of the country's resources to cultivate? Give Fang Xian a chance, Mu Wanyao said slowly. If he can reach level 10 within 3 days, the country's top resources will be distributed to him. If he still doesn't make progress, the resources will be transferred to Lin Mengqian. The secretary took note of it carefully and asked, the news about Fang Xian's awakening of his SP talent has been blocked. Not many people know about it now, but do we need to strengthen our protection? Of course, Mu Wanyao frowned and said in a cold tone, Dragon Country cannot have any mistakes, especially for the awakened ones with SP talent. Immediately strengthen the protection of him, especially Xuan No who is beside him, and ensure her safety. Yes, sir. The secretary nodded and exited. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Be your contract partner? Lin Mingxian looked at me with a sneer on her face, an expression that was both arrogant and disdainful. Okay, if I lose, I, Lin Mingxian, will be your contract partner and at your disposal. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in her eyes, and her tone was full of confidence. But I won't lose. Oh, interesting. This woman is really proud. I like it. Okay, it's a deal. I smiled like a profiteer, but my eyes were fixed on her. Unfortunately, my smile was interpreted differently by others. I object. Principal Zhu suddenly jumped out, looked at me anxiously, pulled me aside, and whispered, Fang Xian, did you not understand my hint? Lin Mingxian is not someone who is easy to deal with. Why did you agree to compete with her? I looked at the principal's old hen protecting her chicks, look, and couldn't help but laugh. I understand. Don't worry, Principal, I won't let you down. Principal Zhu was so angry at my self-confidence that he stamped his feet, but he obviously couldn't stop me. He could only sigh and say, Okay, go ahead. Remember, don't embarrass yourself if you lose. Don't worry. I smiled at him and turned to walk towards Lin Mingxian. It's time to start. Lin Mingxian looked at me and snorted coldly. You really didn't regret it. I think highly of you. Then, she looked at Xuan with a fighting spirit in her eyes. Let's go to the back garden to duel. Sueno was stunned for a moment, then nodded subconsciously. Okay. I could see that Sueno mistakenly thought that she was Lin Mingxian's opponent. She stood up, looking both scared and brave, and I was quite moved. Wait a minute, you misunderstood. I waved my hands. Lin Mingxian, your opponent is not Xuan, but me. You? Lin Mingxian was stunned, then chuckled. You are a contract master, and you want to fight me? Forget it. You can bring Xueno along. I will reluctantly accept a 2-on-1 fight. No. I shook my head. You only need to deal with me. Lin Mingxian's smile completely disappeared, and a hint of impatience appeared on her face. Arrogant. I shrugged, my tone still relaxed. Don't waste time. Let's do it here. Living room. Everyone was stunned. Principal Zhu quickly ran over to persuade me. Fang Xian, this place is too small. What if the soldiers get close to you? Don't worry, I won't give her a chance. I looked at Lin Mingxian with a smile and raised a finger. It only takes a minute. My fist hit Lin Mingxian's abdomen hard, and she flew backwards and hit the wall with a dull thud. You bastard. She stood up with gritted teeth, only to find that I was already standing in front of her. I didn't give her any chance to fight back and punched her again. Bang! Lin Mingxian was knocked away again, and before she could even stand firmly, she was kicked to the ground. Principal Zhu and Lu Qingming stood by, stunned. Is this really a contract master? Is there something wrong? I clapped my hands, smiled and looked back at them. Why you don't accept it? Chapter 12 School Beauty Lin Mingxian. The contract is successful. Lin Mingxian reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete. Lu Qingming is a level 61 priest. With a nervous frown on his face, he cast a healing spell on Lin Mingxian. Lin Mingxian recovered from her injuries in a short while and gradually regained consciousness. She rubbed her temples lightly, looking dazed. When she saw the people around her, she suddenly reacted. I lost. Lu Qingming shook his head helplessly and did not answer. Zhu Debiao had a smile on his face and immediately started to make the final move. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Don't take it too seriously. After all, it's not shameful to lose to a contract master with SP-level talent in terms of strength. Fang Xian was ashamed. Zhu Debiao would rub salt into the wound. As expected, when Lin Mingxian heard this, her eyes widened as if she wanted to eat Fang Xian. How on earth did you do that? Lin Mingxian couldn't figure out how she lost to Fang Xian in physical confrontation. You should know that her points are mainly based on life, supplemented by strength and defense. She is famous for having the highest health and defense among all professions. The points added to the contract master are usually based on spirit, supplemented by intelligence and agility, and there is no strength point added at all. But she didn't know that Fang Xian had a god-level multiplied return system with infinite possibilities, so she didn't need to worry about the problem of adding points. When Fang Xian proposed the bet with Lin Mingxian just now, he had already silently added 40 free attribute points to strength. His current strength is 60. Fang Xian knew that Lin Mingxian was a warrior, so her points allocation must be the most standard for warriors. The awakener can gain 6 free attribute points for each level up. Lin Mingxian's added points must be 4 points added to life, and 1 point each to strength and defense. Adding the 1 point bonus to all attributes provided by each level up, we can guess Lin Mingxian's attribute panel at level 7. Life is 30, strength and defense are both 22. According to his reward as an SP, There are only 5 bottles of attribute enhancers. As Lin Mengqian is an SSS-level talented warrior, her attribute enhancers will definitely not exceed 5 bottles, and it is most likely between 1 to 2 bottles. 1 bottle of attribute enhancer can obtain 1 free attribute point, which means that Lin Mengqian's additional attribute points are between 1 and 2 points. Judging from Lin Mengqian's attire, it is obvious that she is not wearing any equipment, so there is no equipment bonus. From this, we can conclude that 60 points of strength is enough to crush Lin Mengqian. The remaining 20 free attribute points are kept for emergencies. Fang Xian looked at Lin Mengqian proudly and spoke jokingly. If you are not good at it, practice more. Lin Mengqian had never suffered such humiliation before. She stood up angrily and wanted to attack the other party again. Lu Qingming held Lin Mengqian's hand and shook his head at her. Lin Mengqian put down her arms and glared at Fang Xian. Lu Qingming laughed and bowed to Zhu Debiao and Fang Xian. It is really beneficial for us to be able to learn from Fang Xian's strength. Let's not bother Fang Xian anymore. We'll go back first. After Lu Qingming finished speaking, he took Lin Mengqian's hand and walked out. Etc. Fang Xian immediately spoke up to stop them from leaving. Principal Lu, have you forgotten the bet between me and Lin Mengqian? After these words were spoken, Lu Qingming and Lin Mengqian both trembled. Lu Qingming stopped and looked at Zhu Debiao with a wry smile. Old Zhu, do you think this is appropriate? Zhu Debiao secretly cursed Lu Qingming, throwing all the blame on him. Zhu Debiao was naturally happy to see an SSS-level talented warrior become Fang Xian's contract object. But in doing so, the risks he faced were also huge. It would be fine if Fang Xian grew up. If Fang Xian indulges in women and stops making progress, he will be harming Lin Mengqian. He cannot bear this guilt. It's okay for Mr. Lin not to be Fang Xian's contract partner, but you have to provide corresponding resources as compensation. This is the best solution Zhu Debiao can think of, to exchange Lin Mengqian for more resources. Fang Xian naturally understood Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming's little plan, but he was going to disappoint everyone. His voice was loud and decisive. As long as the bet remains unchanged, Lin Mengqian will become my contract object. Lu Qingming, Zhu Debiao, and Lin Mengqian all looked at Fang Xian with frowns. Zhu Debiao came to Fang Xian and whispered, Fang Xian, forget it. Just use Lin Mengqian to exchange for some resources. Fang Xian waved his hand, interrupting Zhu Debiao's dissuasion. Thank you for your concern, Principal Zhu, but I still have to honor our bet. This? Zhu Debiao looked at Fang Xian's determined expression and didn't know what to do for a moment. Lu Qingming hesitated for a moment and decided to show some sincerity. Student Fang Xian, how about this? I'm willing to give you. I'm sorry, I don't want it. Fang Xian interrupted Lu Qingming directly and looked at Lin Mengqian. Lin Mengqian, you are willing to accept defeat. Can't you afford to lose? If you say yes, then I will consider the bet void. I don't mind compensation, and you can leave now. Lin Mengqian was already on the verge of exploding, and she rushed forward angrily. Teacher, let's not beg him humbly anymore. I, Lin Mengqian, keep my word and will never break it. Lu Cheng looked at Lin Mengqian with a frown on his face. Ming wanted to say something but stopped himself and finally just sighed. Very good. Fang Xian was pleased with himself, but Lin Mengqian was easily fooled. Then let's sign the contract. Who's afraid of who? Lin Mengqian walked forward angrily, looking like she was ready to fight. Lu Qingming suddenly thought of the key question and blurted it out. Wait a minute, Fang Xian. Can you contract a second person now? After hearing this, Zhu Debiao suddenly understood and looked at Fang Xian in confusion. Fang Xian showed a confident smile and put the blame on the SP talent. I have a talent for SP, so I can do it. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingshu took a deep breath. It was indeed SP talent, so terrifying. Then we have to sign the only one, an equal contract. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Lu Qingming could only minimize the harm. Okay. Fang Xian did not shirk the responsibility. After all, on the surface he was signing an equal contract, but in the end it would become a master contract. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to the ground under Lin Mengqian's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. When Lu Qingming saw that it was an equal contract, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Zhu Debiao remembered to close the curtains to avoid being seen. Lin Mengqian looked determined and glared at Fang Xian. Fang Xian sneered, looking forward to seeing whether Lin Mengqian would turn into a docile kitten after becoming the object of the contract. Contract. Lin Mengqian spoke lightly. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly, and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Lin Mengqian both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object. 2 halves. At this time, Lin Mengqian lowered her head and slowly walked towards Fang Xian. In 3 steps, he arrived in front of Fang Xian. She suddenly threw herself happily into Fang Xian's arms, looking at him with loving eyes. Master! Master! Chapter 13 Ding. Lin Mengqian consumes 1 primary experience pill and returns 2,000 pills. This sudden change caught Fang Xian off guard. Yukino also has a 100% favorable impression of him, but she behaves very reservedly. But why is Lin Mengqian so proactive? It seems to be related to personality, which he overlooked. This action also stunned Lu Qingming and Zhu Debiao. What was going on? Why is Lin Mengqian, who is always so arrogant and keeps strangers away, acting like a spoiled child in Fang Xian's arms? Today's shock was too much for both of them, and they both thought they were hallucinations. Yukino stood there at a loss, feeling a little lost. Lin Mengqian suddenly came to her senses and abruptly left Fang Xian's arms. A rare shyness appeared on her face, and she was a little afraid to look at Fang Xian. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming saw all the changes in Lin Mengqian. Lin Mengqian was not like this a few seconds ago. Now she is completely different. Does she have a second personality? They would rather suspect that Lin Mengqian has a second personality than suspect that there is something wrong with the equal contract. Lu Qingming looked at Lin Mengqian in surprise, seeming to want to say something, but stopping himself. Mengqian you. Lin Mengqian regained her former arrogance and directly issued an order to evict to Lu Qingming and Zhu Debiao. Principal Lu, you guys should still be busy, otherwise you should go back first. What about you? Lin Mengqian looked at Fang Xian shyly and spoke softly. Since I have become Fang Xian's person and the object of the contract, I naturally have to stay by his side. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming looked at Lin Mengqian with question marks on their faces. What was going on? Change your face? Fang Xian had no choice but to bow to Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming. Please both principals keep this a secret for us. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming looked at each other, understood the pros and cons, and nodded in agreement. After seeing off Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming, Lin Mengqian completely let herself go. Fang Xian took Lin Mengqian and walked into the room. Fang Xian slowly walked out of the room, leaving Lin Mengqian sleeping. As soon as he picked up the cup to drink water, he saw a sumptuous lunch on the table. Yukino, that's awesome. Yukino put down the rag and shyly did not answer. Fang Xian sat on the chair, picked up the chopsticks, and prepared to eat. Shouldn't we wait, Lin Mengqian? No need to wait for her. She won't be able to get up for a while. Fang Xian grinned, picked up a piece of beef, and put it into his mouth. Yukino, come and eat too. Yukino glanced in the direction of the room, as if remembering herself yesterday, and then she sat down to eat. Fang Xian looked at Xuannoi, who seemed a little unnatural, and spoke lightly. Xuannoi, what do you think of Lin Mengqian? Xuannoi was a little panicked by Fang Xian's sudden question. She didn't dare look at Fang Xian. Her eyes were always on the dining table, slowly calming down her emotions. Xuannoi looked serious and looked at Fang Xian with firm eyes. As long as she can help my husband, then I am willing to acknowledge her as my sister. Thank you, sister. Lin Mengqian walked out of the bedroom, and after taking 2 steps, she covered her lower abdomen in pain. Xuannoi quickly stood up and supported Lin Mengqian. It's okay. It will be fine later. Lin Mengqian looked at Xuannoi's fair face and couldn't help but smiled and said, Sister Xuannoi, you are very understanding. I didn't. Xuannoi's pretty face flushed, and she explained hurriedly. I just went through it yesterday. No, that's not what I meant. Lin Mengqian looked at Xuannoi's flustered look and couldn't help but think she was very cute. Stop teasing Yukino and sit down and eat something. Fang Xian took out the primary experience pill from the storage ring and handed it to Lin Mengqian. As soon as Lin Mengqian sat down, she refused. I don't want it. Fang Xian was puzzled. Could it be that Lin Mengqian didn't get the primary experience pill? You don't know what this is? Lin Mengqian drank the soup nonchalantly and said disapprovingly. I know, it's just Jin Yuding. I won't eat it. Upon hearing this, Xuannoi looked at Fang Xian in surprise. Fang Xian was full of questions. What the hell was going on? Who told you this was Jin Yuding? Lin Mengqian muttered while eating. Aren't all you men like this? You always feed your woman after you're done. That's what's written in novels. I don't want to. It will hurt my body. Fang Xian. Who reads this kind of novel? He was really ashamed. Lin Mengqian clearly knew nothing about this matter, but she spoke as if she knew everything. You idiot, This is primary experience pill. Oh. When Lin Mingxian heard the words primary experience pill, her eyes lit up and she almost choked in anxiety. Really? Certainly. Lin Mingxian held the basic experience pill in her hand and looked at it lovingly. I heard from Principal Lu that once the ranking is determined, I can also obtain the primary experience pill. I didn't expect you would have it, Master. Master, are you going to give it to me? Well, eat it quickly. Fang Xian guessed correctly. Lin Mingxian indeed had not yet obtained the primary experience pill. Each primary experience pill was registered and no one was allowed to use it privately. Lu Qingming did not dare to send it to Lin Mingxian privately without instructions. Thank you, Master. Lin Mingxian happily put the basic experience pill into her mouth and swallowed it with water. Ding! Lin Mingxian consumes 1 primary experience pill and returns 2,000 pills. Fang Xian took out another skill upgrade pill and handed it to Xuanno. Yukino, eat it. Yukino took the skill upgrade pill and ate it without hesitation. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 skill upgrade pill and gets back 2,000 pills. Fang Xian was overjoyed. It was exactly as he had guessed. Fortunately, he didn't give all the skill upgrade pills and attribute enhancers to Yukino at once, otherwise there would be 1,000 skill upgrade pills missing. As for the attribute enhancer, this is more critical. He planned to save it for use when he gets his 3rd or 4th contract object. The rules are dead, and we have to maximize our interests. Excluding the 2 primary experience pills given to Xuan Noi and Lin Mingxian, Fang Xian still had 2,008 pills left, which means 160,640 experience points. Levels 1 to 18 require 87,220 experience points. Level 18 to 19 requires 19,800. Level 19 to 20 requires 22,800. And level 20 to 21 requires 24,800. Here, 154,620 experience points are required. And level 21 to 22 requires 26,880. Which exceeds the experience points brought by 2008 primary experience pills. Reaching level 21 in less than 2 days is unprecedented. If people knew that he reached level 21 so quickly, what would their expressions be? What would the top leaders of Longwa think? The whole world will be shocked, right? Chapter 14. Fang Xian advances again and unlocks the 3rd contract object. Mu Wanyao reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Dragon Country, capital city, dedicated awakener building. What? Mu Wanyao flew into a rage and slammed the table. Is there no one to stop Fang Xian from making a contract with Lin Mingxian? The female secretary lowered her head and did not dare to look at Mu Wanyao. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming were both present at the time, and they had no intention of stopping it. What the hell are they doing? Mu Wanyao's delicate face was filled with anger, and she totally didn't understand how things could turn out like this. Play the video. Yes. The female secretary immediately turned on the tablet and played the video for Mu Wanyao to watch. The video was shot by the level 81 assassin who was protecting Fang Xian. In order to avoid being discovered, she shot from a long distance and could only see the scene inside the window, but could not hear the conversation. In the video, Lin Mingxian suddenly attacked Fang Xian. Mu Wanyao couldn't help but frown when she saw this scene. It was really unfair for Lin Mingxian, an SSS level fighter, to attack Fang Xian at such a close distance. Everyone knows that the warrior is the strongest in close combat, so Fang Xian is afraid that he will be in trouble. As a result, in just 1 second, Lin Mingxian was knocked to the ground, and then was beaten up again and again by Fang Xian. Mu Wanyao was completely dumbfounded and couldn't believe what she saw. An SSS class warrior was beaten up by an SP contractor, and it was a real physical fight. Mu Wanyao became more and more frightened the more she watched. Lin Mingxian had high health and strong defense, but she was knocked unconscious by Fang Xian with just a few punches? How is this possible? When the video reached the beginning of the contract, Zhu Debiao drew the curtains so that the scene inside could no longer be seen. Mu Wanyao rubbed her temples. She was a little confused and needed to sort out the clues. A contractor who has never gone out to upgrade can actually knock down an invincible warrior in close combat with just a few punches? It completely overturned Mu Wanyao's cognition. Has this message been blocked? Yes. Mu Wanyao nodded, and she had to re-examine Xia Xian. The SR talented contract master signed a contract with the SSS talented warrior. This was an unprecedented start. Even the strongest contract master in history only contracted a professional awakener with SSS level talent at level 90. Mu Wanyao suddenly realized a problem, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Fang Xian already has Xuan Nai as his contract partner, so how can he now contract Lin Mengqian? Can't a contractor only contract one person every 30 levels? How did Fang Xian contract two? Did he reach level 30? No way. That's absolutely impossible. In less than 2 days, it is impossible to reach level 20, let alone level 30. That means the reason why Fang Xian was able to contract a second person was because of the benefit brought by his SP talent. From this point of view, Fang Xian is indeed different from others. The world is in turmoil now, Western countries are eyeing us covetously, and the monsters are getting out of control. It's time to take a gamble. Distribute all the top-ranked resources to Fang Xian, and then distribute some of my resources to Lin Mengqian. Then announce to the public that the top-ranked person in Yongjiang City is Lin Mengqian. Yes. Mu Wanyao stared at Fang Xian's photo with her beautiful eyes. She slowly stood up, revealing her proud figure. Get the car ready. Let's go meet the chief. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian put down his chopsticks, not daring to eat too much delicious food. You guys eat first. I'm going back to my room to practice. Don't disturb me. Xuanai and Lin Mengqian both nodded obediently. So good. He took a bottle of mineral water, walked into the study, and closed the door. Arriving at the room, Fang Xian took out the primary experience pill from the storage ring and started showing off. Put handfuls of basic experience pills into your mouth and chew them. If you choke, drink mineral water. If you feel too full, take a break and then continue eating. By the way, take 8 skill upgrade pills to upgrade the skills Attribute Switch and Soul Attack from LV1 to LV5. Attribute Switching LV5. Enhance the contract master can freely switch the attribute panels of himself and the contract object, and share 100% of each other's professional characteristics, attributes, and skills. No consumption, no cooldown time, duration, 30 minutes. The full-level attribute switching is 100% shared and has no cooldown time. From now on, he can change however he wants, and he is definitely a full-time master. Soul Attack LV5. Enhanced use 300% of your own spiritual power to attack one person. Consumes 50 mana points, no cooldown. Mental attack increased from 100% to 300%, a direct 3-fold increase, which is extremely powerful. The mana consumption is reduced from 100 points to 50 points, so you can release skills more recklessly in the future. Repeat this process until evening. It's done. I finally did it. Fang Xian excitedly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV21, silver contract master. Life, 30. Strength, 70. Intelligence, 30. Spirit, 30. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Agility, 30. Defense, 30. Free attribute points, 80. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced available contract objects. 3. Current contract, 2/3. To be on the safe side, Fang Xian deliberately left 2 primary experience pills for the other women to take. He can now contract 1 more woman, which means he can get 3,000 more primary experience pills. But you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, you have to choose carefully. Fang Xian opened the door and saw Sueno cleaning the room. Where's Lin Mengqian? When Xuanai heard Fang Xian's question, she immediately turned around happily. She said she couldn't hold you back, so she went to the dungeon to level up. It's quite consistent with her character. Didn't she invite you to go? Upon hearing this, Sueno's pretty face turned slightly red. I have to take care of my husband. Fang Xian walked forward and caressed Sueno's head lovingly. Yukino is so good. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Ding dong. I'll open the door. Yukino took a step subconsciously and prepared to open the door. I'll go. Fang Xian took Xuanai's slender white hand and took the initiative to open the door. Crack. The door opened, and a courier stood at the door. Hello, your package. Fang Xian was a little surprised when he saw the package brought by the courier. He just moved in yesterday. How come someone would send him a package? Fang Xian took the package and took a look at it. There was no address information or sender on it. Just when he was about to ask the courier, he found that the courier had disappeared. He frowned and looked around. Anyone who could move at such a fast speed must be either a mage with spatial abilities or a high-level professional assassin. Who could it be? But no matter who it is, they will not be the enemy. After all, if someone of this level wanted to hurt him, he would be powerless to do anything. Fang Xian closed the door and put the package on the table. He opened the package and saw a few big words written on the box, ranking resources. It turns out that these are resources distributed by the state. No wonder the level of the personnel sent here are so high. But in the morning, he was still competing with Lin Mengxian for the first priority resource in Yongjiang City. And the resource was given to him in the afternoon? Was it decided by the country yesterday? Or was it discussed today? If this is the result obtained today, then there must be someone around him watching him. It is more reasonable to think this way. There is no reason for the country not to pay attention to SP's talent. I don't know what the priority of this resource is, first or second. After all, they are the only two people in Yongjiang City competing for the first place in Yongjiang City. After thinking everything through, Fang Xian opened the box and found only a storage ring inside. He picked up the storage ring, and after verifying his identity, he was able to check the items inside. Fang Xian took a breath of cold air when he saw the items inside. Oh shit. Is it really worthy of being a priority resource issued by the state? That's really too much. Chapter 15-7 Gift Packs. Fang Xian takes off directly. United States. Is this the SP Talent Awakener from Dragon Country? The president looked at Fang Xian's information in his hand and couldn't help but frown slightly. He just stays in the villa all day and doesn't come out. 5-star General Michael Arthur, smoking a pipe, answered in the affirmative. Yes, Mr. President. Fang Xian has never played a dungeon except sleeping with women at home. The president always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Is the information absolutely true? Yes. In order not to attract the attention of the Dragon Nation, we were extremely careful and observed Fang Xian's every move from a very long distance. It turns out that he is just a cowardly lecher. Speaking of this, Michael Arthur became even more contemptuous of Fang Xian. The president put down the information with a serious expression. Although Fang Xian is a useless contract master, as a person with SP talent, it is impossible for him not to be valued by the Dragon Kingdom. What actions are being taken by the Dragon Kingdom? Manhwa has blocked the fact that Fang Xian has SP talent, and just now it was announced that Lin Mengxian is the first awakener in Yongjiang City. Lin Mengxian is the warrior with SSS level talent. Yes, Mr. President. The president doesn't take Lin Mengxian seriously. SSS level talents are undoubtedly the most top-notch talents, but they in the United States have the largest number of SSS level talents in the world and are not afraid of competition at all. The only thing he is wary of is the legendary SP talent. Could it be that the Dragon Nation is using a sleight of hand to deliberately make us relax? Michael Arthur slowly exhaled a white circle and analyzed it carefully. Mr. President, that shouldn't be the case. If it was us who awakened the Awakener with the SP talent, we would definitely want to take him to the dungeon every day to level up so that he can level up quickly, rather than allowing him to indulge himself and become obsessed with women. The president nodded. He admitted that what Michael Arthur said made sense, but he was still worried. We can't take Longwa lightly. We must always observe Fang Xian's every move. Yes. Notify the Sakura country, Kimchi country, India country, British Empire, Germany country, and France country to prepare for a video conference. The topic is Joint Assassination of SP Talent Awakeners. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian was overjoyed when he looked at the resources in the storage ring. The first item is a bottle of Advanced Experience Pills, which contains 10 pills. Advanced Experience Pill can increase the user's experience points by 240 points. One Advanced Experience Pill is equivalent to 3 Primary Experience Pills. If he gives them to Xuan Nai and Lin Mengxian to eat, he can get 4,000 Advanced Experience Pills, which is 960,000 experience points. Level 21 to 22 requires 24,800 experience points. Level 22 to 23 requires 26,880. Level 23 to 24 requires 29,040. 960,000 experience points can be upgraded to level 35. If he didn't give the food to Xuan Noi and Lin Mengxian, and then contracted another woman, he would have 3 women. 3 women will get a return of 3,000 times, which is equivalent to directly obtaining 9,000 Advanced Experience Pills. 9,000 Advanced Experience Pills are equivalent to 2.16 million experience points, which can allow him to upgrade from level 21 to level 39. It can be concluded that only by taking down the 3rd woman first can the benefits be maximized. The second item is 10 5x experience cards. 5x experience card. After use, you can get 5 times the experience bonus within 1 hour. This is an upgrade tool, absolutely a good thing. The third item is 10 skill upgrade pills. He actually still has a lot of these and can never use them all. After all, he only has 1 active skill now. He probably won't be able to use them all in the future, but he can sell the skill upgrade pills or give them back to the country to enhance national strength. After all, the country has given so much to him, and he must serve his motherland. But it is definitely not the time to hand it over to the country now. When we don't have the strength, it will easily cause unnecessary trouble. The fourth item is 3 Experience Dungeon Summoning Tickets. Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket. After using, you can be teleported into a special dungeon and gain a large amount of experience. It is a one-time consumable item. He had heard of this Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket. As long as it was crushed, a teleportation array would appear on the spot and a team could enter. The level of the monsters inside is the same as that of the user, but they give a lot of experience. They are purely experience babies. If Fang Xian uses the Experience Copy Summoning Ticket and adds the 5 times experience card, his experience will soar like a rocket. Then if he returns thousands or tens of thousands of cards, then upgrading will be as easy as drinking water. It can even reach unprecedented heights. The fifth item is a hidden bracelet. Hide bracelet. The wearer can hide or modify his or her displayed name, level, and occupation. With the hidden bracelet, others will not be able to see Fang Xian's real information. He can live peacefully, be the 6th one, and then amaze everyone. Without further ado, just put it on. The 6th item is 3 Teleportation Orders. Teleportation command. Set a fixed coordinate, and you can instantly return to the fixed coordinate in any space or any distance. It is a one-time prop. This item is obviously a life-saving artifact. Ignoring space and distance, it is difficult to die. If we return a few thousand to him, doesn't that mean he can spend them as he pleases? The 7th item is a Bloodlock Necklace. Bloodlock Necklace. Quality, King Grade. Level limit, 0. Professional restrictions, none. Attributes, Strength +10, Intelligence +10. Effect 1. When you receive a critical hit, it will be automatically triggered. You can lock your own health and fix it at 1 HP. The duration is 30 seconds. It can only take effect once. After taking effect, the effect will be permanently invalid. Fang Xian put the red gem-like Bloodlock Necklace around his neck and put it inside his collar so that no one could see it. With the Bloodlock Necklace, his chances of survival are greatly increased. If others cannot kill him in seconds, he can use the teleportation command to escape, which is simply the perfect way to save his life. What a caring motherland. I love it so much. It would be even better if there was another piece of resurrection armor, but unfortunately, there isn't one. The 9th item is a bank card. There is a note on the bank card. The password is your birthday, and there are 10 million in it, which is your asset. It is worthy of the country's generosity that it is a move. They gave 10 million yuan as soon as they said it would. They are really rich. After looking at all the supplies, Fang Xian was very satisfied. It's worthy of being my motherland. It's so awesome. At this moment, his cell phone rang with a message. He opened it and saw that it was from Fang Xian. Master, you and Sister Sueno come quickly. I have someone to lead a team to fight a dungeon. Come and level up together. Fang Xian frowned slightly and slowly typed 2 words on his mobile phone. Chapter 16 Encountering the Class Beauty Li Xiaoyu. No duh. Fang Xian put down his phone. He had so many resources and the god-level multiplied return system. Only a fool would take such a risk. Yukino, let's go out for a while. Sueno put down the work in her hands and looked at Fang Xian curiously. Where are we going? Aren't we going to have dinner first? No more eating. Let's go buy a house. Buy a house. Yukino looked around curiously, but didn't find anything unusual in the house. Fang Xian couldn't help but find it funny and gently pinched Xuan Nai's fair and smooth little face. I bought it for my parents. Aren't we going to invite our parents to live with us? No, our villa is not big enough for us. How could that be? Aren't there so many rooms? At this point, Yukino suddenly thought of something and then realized what was going on. As a contract master, Fang Xian will have more and more contract objects. He only contracts with beautiful women, so it can be seen that there are indeed not enough rooms. So where do you want to buy a house, husband? Just buy the villa next door? It's safe and convenient. Good. Fang Xian thought it was just a matter of 2 steps, so he was too lazy to change clothes and went out in his shorts and slippers. He held Yukino's little hand and walked out of the villa leisurely. The villa next door is called Haitian Villa, and it takes more than 10 minutes to walk to the sales office. Welcome to Haitian Villa. The moment the slim, good-looking female salesperson, who was wearing a professional suit, saw Fang Xian, her mentality exploded. The sales department implemented a system of taking turns to receive customers. It happened to be the female salesperson's turn, but the person who came in was Fang Xian, who was casually dressed. She was really a little disgusted that her opportunity to serve customers was wasted. But out of professionalism, she still welcomed Fang Xian and Xuan Noi with a smile. Fang Xian nodded and prepared to go in with Shuenoi. Yukino's cell phone suddenly rang, and she looked at the phone. It's Fang Xian. Honey, I'll go answer her call first. Fang Xian followed the female salesperson straight in, thinking about finishing his purchase early and not wasting time. Who knew that as soon as I walked in, I saw a familiar figure. That person was the class beauty, Li Xiaoyu. Li Xiaoyu also saw Fang Xian coming in, and a look of contempt appeared on his face. It was true that Fang Xian awakened his SP talent, but the school's later explanation that there was an abnormality in the magic array was not accurate. She naturally didn't believe what the school said, but it was just an attempt to cover up the truth. But after asking around, she found out that Fang Xian did not appear in any copy, and his level had not been updated either. Only then did Li Xiaoyu believe the school's explanation. It seemed that there was indeed a malfunction in the magic circle. That means that Fang Xian is really a useless contract master. Looking at the way Fang Xian was dressing now, she became more certain of her guess. Fang Xian, I didn't expect to meet you here. You look like, are you here to look for a job? Fang Xian glanced at Li Xiaoyu, pointed his finger at Li Xiaoyu, and spoke to the saleswoman indifferently. I don't want this lady to receive me. Li Xiaoyu. Miss? The senior salesperson standing next to Li Xiaoyu was furious and jumped out first to point at Fang Xian and curse. Watch your mouth, kid. This is our Miss Li. Do you understand? Fang Xian shrugged and looked at them jokingly. I understand, so there's nothing wrong with calling her Miss. You. The senior salesperson always felt something was wrong, but at the same time she felt it made so much sense. She was speechless for a moment. Li Xiaoyu looked at the senior salesperson and was extremely angry. The tall, rich and handsome man standing next to Li Xiaoyu frowned. His name was Chun Xiaoshuai, and he was Li Xiaoyu's suitor. He looked at the senior salesperson with a frown on his face. With your brains, how did you become a senior salesperson? Mr. Chun, are you asking me? The senior salesperson's brain was a little hot, and he only heard the second half of Chun Xiaoshuai's sentence. She immediately straightened her proud cleavage, stuck out her hips, and threw a seductive glance at Chun Xiaoshuai. I'm a good speaker, I'm versatile, I sell a lot, so I naturally became a senior salesperson. Are you good at speaking? Are you versatile? Do you sell a lot? Yes. Mr. Chun, I am very eloquent. I will tell you slowly when I have the chance. Yeah, okay. Chun Xiaoshuai already understood what the senior salesperson meant, and quietly put the business card she had just handed over into his pocket for safekeeping. When he came to his senses, he saw Li Xiaoyu's cold eyes. He immediately glared at Fang Xian. Come here and apologize to Xiaoyu right now, or I won't forgive you. Fang Xianli ignored him and just looked at the villa display cabinet. Chun Xiaoshuai's veins popped up, the corners of his mouth twitched, and then he made a sarcastic remark. A poor loser comes to look at the Haitian villa? Don't you even consider how much money you have? You just pretend. Oh, you picked it up in style. Do you know how much that villa costs? Can you afford it? Fang Xian was a little speechless and asked the female salesperson with a look of disgust on his face. You have dogs in your sales office? The saleswoman was a little surprised and answered subconsciously. No. No? Then why is there a dog barking all the time? It really affects my experience of buying a house. No matter how dumb Chun Xiaoshuai was, he could hear Fang Xian's innuendo, but he couldn't admit it and could only mock him. Buying a house for experience? Can you afford it? That's hilarious. Fang Xian pointed at the set in the middle and spoke lightly. That's it. Haha, you're a poor loser and you're pretending to be so. Chun Xiaoshuai laughed wildly and turned to look at Li Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, your classmate is really good at pretending. He said he wanted to buy that villa. It was really hilarious. That villa costs 5 million. 5 million. Does he know what 5 million means? Just as he was about to continue laughing, a voice coming from behind completely froze him. Beep. Card swiped successfully, spending amount, 5 million. Oh. Chun Xiaoshuai stood there in a daze, turned around, and looked at Fang Xian in disbelief. No, you really have. Fang Xian signed on the POS paper and looked at Chun Xiaoshuai casually. Why? You didn't. Chun Xiaoshuai's forehead was covered with sweat, and he felt a little guilty. Of course I have it. I act like everyone else doesn't have it. Hee. Fang Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chun Xiaoshuai and the others, and said to the saleswoman who was still in surprise. I'll come back tomorrow to handle other formalities. I'll go back now. Okay. Okay, sir. The female salesperson was extremely surprised and kept bowing and nodding. The senior salesperson became anxious and quickly trotted over to Fang Xian, flirting with him. Boss, do you want to look at other houses? I'm good at selling them. Fang Xian looked at the senior salesperson with disgust and spat out a word harshly. Roll. Li Xiaoyu looked at Fang Xian coldly, feeling unwilling. Fang Xian, Where did you get so much money from? Me? Fang Xian walked up to a girl with silver hair, beautiful looks, and a curvy figure. He took the girl's slender hand and smiled faintly at Li Xiaoyu. Because I'm being kept by a beautiful woman. Sueno's pretty face blushed slightly. She didn't say anything, but just held Fang Xian's big hand lovingly. Li Xiaoyu looked grim and gritted his teeth. Fang Xian, I'll pay double the price to support you. Fang Xian sneered and said word by word. I hate it. Chapter 17. Yongjiang City's most beautiful teacher, Lu Shishuang. Honey, who was that person just now? Xuanoi held Fang Xian's hand and walked back to Yunjing Villa intimately. Someone who doesn't matter. Fang Xian held Xuanai's hand and strolled on the quiet path. Why did Lin Mengxian look for you just now? Mengxian just asked me if I wanted to go to a dungeon with her, and I said I was helping her buy a house, and she said she would come over and stay with me later. At this time, Fang Xian's cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed that the person was Principal Zhu. Hello, Principal Zhu. Okay, Principal. Tomorrow morning, right? Sure. Okay, see you tomorrow. Fang Xian hung up the phone. Principal Zhu asked me to go to school tomorrow. Well, I'll go with you then. No need. You can pick up your parents and stay at Haitian Villa tomorrow. Good. The next day, when Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes, he felt something soft lying in his arms. He looked curiously and found that it was Lin Mengxian who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Only at this moment did Fang Xian remember that Lin Mengxian came back very late last night, and he couldn't chase Lin Mengxian away, so he had to keep her. Fang Xian thought of the scene last night and shook his head helplessly. He gently pushed Lin Mengxian away and slowly got up. As soon as Fang Xian walked out of the living room, he saw Xuanai already making breakfast. Xuanai heard the noise, turned around, and saw Fang Xian walking out, and smiled slightly. Honey, you can have breakfast after you wash up. Good. After Fang Xian finished washing up, he sat down and savored Xuanai's breakfast. Honey, I'm going to wake Mengxian up for breakfast. It's okay, let her rest for a while. Fang Xian grabbed Xuanai's hand and hugged her. Yukino, you worked so hard last night and got up so early this morning, aren't you tired? When Xuanai thought of the scene last night, her pretty face turned red and she quickly broke free and stood up. I'll go get you another glass of milk. Hee, I really should replenish my energy. After all, I consumed a lot last night. Upon hearing this, Yukino felt even more ashamed and didn't dare to leave the kitchen. Fang Xian chuckled and finished his breakfast. Yukino, I'm going to school first. I'll have to trouble you to bring my parents here later. Okay. Xuanai didn't dare to look at Fang Xian from beginning to end, and her body only slowly cooled down after Fang Xian left. Sister Yukino, where is the master? Lin Mengxian had messy hair and walked out of the room with sleepy eyes. Mengxian, wake up. Fang Xian has gone to school. Oh, so Sister Yukino, are you going to go with me to do a dungeon today? Not today. I need to go pick up Fang Xian's parents to stay with me. What? Lin Mengxian was startled and immediately ran to Xuanai. Sister Yukino, what did you say? I said I won't go. No, next sentence. I'm going to pick up Fang Xian's parents to come and stay with us. Lin Mengxian screamed in surprise and immediately opened her storage ring, and a pile of clothes floated out instantly. Sister Yukino, what do you think of me wearing this to meet my parents? There is also this set. Do you think it will work? Xuanai smiled gently and stopped Lin Mengxian from choosing clothes. Wash up and have breakfast first, then I'll help you choose. Second University, President's Office. Knock knock. Fang Xian knocked on the door twice, and a voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and walked in. Besides Zhu Debiao, there was also a beautiful young woman sitting inside. She wore silver rimless glasses. Time had not left any traces on her face, but instead added a sense of maturity. Fang Xian recognized this beautiful young woman. She was the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City, Lu Shishuang. Lu Shishuang sat upright on the sofa, full of charm. He looked at Lu Shishuang and used the eye of insight. Name, Lu Shishuang. Age, 32. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, pastor. Talent, S. Appearance, 95. Body size, 96. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 41. Quality, intact. Favorability, 78. I didn't expect that teacher Lu Shishuang had a favorability rating of 78 for him. It's really weird. And she is 32 years old and still a virgin? Fang Xian had heard something about Lu Shishuang's deeds. Lu Shishuang is a biology teacher and also a scientific researcher in Yongjiang City, specializing in studying the characteristics of awakened people. At the same time, there were many people pursuing Lu Shishuang, including rich young men, powerful professional awakeners, and wealthy old men, all of whom had pursued Lu Shishuang to varying degrees, but were all rejected by Lu Shishuang. The reasons given for rejection have not changed. Anyone who cannot advance my research cannot arouse the slightest interest in me. That's how it was. She who had strange requests was left behind. Lu Shishuang slowly stood up, smiled kindly, and stretched out her white right hand. Hello, classmate Fang Xian. I'm Lu Shishuang. Hello, teacher Lu. Fang Xian extended his hand in return as a courtesy, and when he held Lu Shishuang's small hand, he could feel that Lu Shishuang's skin was as tender as that of a young girl. Fang Xian, please sit down. Zhu Debiao warmly invited Fang Xian to sit down, then spoke with a smile. Fang Xian, the main reason I asked you to come here this time is because teacher Lu wanted to see you. Fang Xian had guessed it long ago, otherwise Lu Shishuang wouldn't have appeared here so coincidentally. Lu Shishuang pushed the frame of his glasses and looked at Fang Xian with a smile. Yes, this time I want to find Fang Xian to get some information. Okay. Fang Xian did not make too many promises and waited for her to ask the first question. Lu Shishuang smiled knowingly and directly asked a tricky question. Student Fang Xian, what is your SP talent? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhu Debiao could no longer sit still. Teacher Lu, this is not one of the questions you asked before. Every awakener has different talents. During the long process, everyone has an unwritten rule, which is, don't ask about other people's talents and abilities. Once the talents and abilities of others are known to others, they can take advantage of them and target them in battle. Even some people with powerful talents and abilities were assassinated by people from Western countries after the news leaked. This is also the reason why Zhu Debiao and the top leaders of the country did not ask about it. After all, the best way to prevent exposure is to tell no one. Obviously, Lu Shishuang had committed a big taboo by asking this question. But she didn't care at all. Compared with these, she wanted to pursue the truth more. Fang Xian smiled slyly when he heard this. Since Lu Shishuang dared to ask such a taboo question, he didn't mind teaching Lu Shishuang a lesson. Teacher Lu, what price are you prepared to pay for asking this question? I'll pay anything for this. Very good. Zhu Debiao couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted them angrily. Nonsense. Fang Xian, let me tell you, you must not reveal the secret of your talent at any cost. And Mr. Lu, I ask you not to ask about this matter again in the future. Good. Lu Shishuang agreed readily, stood up, and prepared to leave. But when she left, she gave him a meaningful look. Fang Xian understood immediately. After Lu Shishuang left, he listened to Zhu Debiao's instructions for a few minutes before getting up and leaving. As soon as he walked out of the principal's office, he saw Lu Shishuang, who had been waiting for a long time at the corner. Lu Shishuang pushed up his silver frameless glasses and smiled slightly. Student Fang Xian, can we talk for a moment? Chapter 18. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. Lu Shishuang reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. In a classroom. Teacher Lu, are you sure you can do everything for this? Fang Xian sat at the desk, constantly looking at Lu Shishuang. Lu Shishuang habitually stood on the podium, with deep interest revealed in her eyes. As long as you can give me information for research, I will try my best to agree to whatever you want. Are you that interested in me? No, to be more precise, I'm interested in your SP talent. Fang Xian stared at Lu Shishuang on the podium. Her delicate face under the big wavy hair, coupled with her white professional suit and black miniskirt, exuded a mature aura all the time. For Fang Xian, a recent graduate, Lu Shishuang, the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City, is too tempting for him. Since Professor Lu is so interested, I have a way to conduct a more accurate study. When Lu Shishuang heard Fang Xian's words, his eyes lit up and were full of curiosity. Is there any way you can do this? Fang Xian looked at Lu Shishuang with a sly smile. It seemed that she was really crazy about research. This can definitely be used to your advantage. Teacher Lu, in fact, if you want to get the most accurate information, the simplest way is a contract. When Lu Shishuang heard this, he was stunned. Then he lowered his head to think and muttered to himself. This will indeed allow us to get closer to the research subjects, and the intelligence we obtain will be more accurate and timely. Fang Xian watched Lu Shishuang talking to himself, and he knew there was a chance, so he thought he should add some chips. As long as the contract is successful, I will tell you everything I know. Lu Shishuang's delicate body trembled, and she looked at Fang Xian excitedly. Are you serious? Absolutely. Having said that, Fang Xian decided to add fuel to the fire, and the corners of his mouth raised. Besides, the contract I signed with you is an equal one, so you can rest assured. Sure enough, Lu Shishuang felt more at ease when he heard that what was signed was an equal contract. Okay, I promise. Fang Xian was overjoyed, and it worked. He jumped off the table lightly and walked slowly to Lu Shishuang. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet and connected to under Lu Shi's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Contract. Lu Shishuang looked a little crazy and answered in a deep voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Lu Shishuang both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 3/3. Fang Xian glanced at the bloodstains on the podium and couldn't help but ask with concern. Teacher Lu, are you okay? As soon as Lu Shishuang stood up, he almost lost his balance and hurriedly held onto the podium. It hurts. Take a rest first. We will leave later. Fang Xian took a chair, sat down, and began to talk about his SP talent. However, he still had some reservations and only talked about signing the contract will change it to a human master contract and skill enhancement. He still felt that the rest should be hidden. After all, even if Lu Shishuang didn't tell anyone else, it was inevitable that someone would take advantage of Lu Shishuang and find out all his secrets. Lu Shishuang immediately concentrated and no longer felt the pain. As Fang Xian explained, Lu Shishuang gradually understood Fang Xian's abilities. I see. So that means you deliberately tricked me into signing the contract? Fang Xian smiled without comment. Lu Shishuang then realized that she had been tricked by Fang Xian and glared at him with her beautiful eyes. You bad guy. Hey. Fang Xian took out one advanced experience pill and one basic experience pill from the storage ring. Teacher Lu, eat now. Lu Shishuang looked at the pill in Fang Xian's hand curiously. Are these two experience pills? Lu Shishuang took the experience pill, picked up the mineral water given by Fang Xian, and swallowed it. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes one primary experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes one advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. Fang Xian looked at the system prompt happily and nodded with satisfaction. Teacher Lu, does it still hurt? Are all children speaking so directly these days? Cloudview Villa. Fang Xian opened the door and looked around, but did not see Xuan Nai and Lin Mengqian. Lu Shishuang did not come back with Fang Xian. Instead, he went back to finish the things at hand first, and then come back to observe Fang Xian day and night. Fang Xian took a bottle of mineral water and walked into the room. He took out 3,000 primary experience pills from his storage ring and stuffed a handful into his mouth. One primary experience pill adds 80 experience points, and 3,000 pills add 240,000 experience points. He is currently level 21, and it takes 236,320 experience points to upgrade from level 21 to level 28. That is to say, after taking 3,000 primary experience pills, he could only reach level 28. However, being able to reach level 28 in less than 3 days is already far ahead. Fang Xian drank a sip of water and continued chewing. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes one golden yuting and returns 3,000. Fang Xian. Mature women's thoughts are indeed different. They are just a little impulsive. Teacher Lu is really confused. Eating too much of this stuff can be harmful to the body. As a man who loves women, he will never allow it. He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Shishuang. Teacher Lu, you are not allowed to take Jin Yuting in the future. Lu Shishuang replied quickly. How did you know? The secret cannot be revealed. Teacher Lu, be good and be obedient. Well, then don't do that again next time. Fang Xian smiled and did not reply to Lu Shishuang's message. The contracted party will obey the orders of the contractor 100% and will never betray. With this contract, he no longer has to worry about Lu Shishuang eating again. Just then, the sound of a door opening was heard outside, and Lin Mengqian's hurried footsteps were heard coming towards the study. Crack! Lin Mengqian hurriedly opened the study door, and when she saw Fang Xian, her eyes filled with tears. Fang Xian. Whoa. Fang Xian frowned slightly. What happened? Lu Shishuang reference picture. The author has something to say. Chapter 19 Fang Xian. How many do you want to marry? Dragon Country, capital city, dedicated awakener building. This is really embarrassing for Xiao Wu. The Xiao Wu she was talking about was the level 81 assassin who was monitoring and protecting Fang Xian. Tang Xiao Wu. Let Xiao Wu destroy all these photos and don't let anyone else see them. Yes. The secretary nodded and wrote down the instructions. Mu Wanyao looked down at the photo again, and her beautiful eyes suddenly froze. Is this an equal contract? She looked at the contract between Fang Xian and Lu Shishuang in disbelief and was completely stunned. Can Fang Xian make unlimited contracts? There are no restrictions in the contract? Otherwise, how could you contract a beauty every day without upgrading your level? Is SP level talent really that exaggerated? Are you sure Fang Xian has never been to the dungeon? The female secretary was already familiar with Fang Xian's information. Yes, I haven't downloaded a copy in 3 days. After getting the exact answer from the female secretary, Mu Wanyao couldn't help but feel more confused. But it is certain that the contract master with SP level talent is definitely not a useless profession. The top management held a meeting yesterday and also reached a conclusion. Fang Xian always had good grades and a calm personality during his time at school, which was enough to prove that his IQ and EQ were higher than his peers. Now that we can ignore the rules of the contract master and make contracts with others, let them develop freely. It would be appropriate to arrange for some excellent and beautiful professional awakeners to sign a contract with him. As for why he didn't enter the copy to upgrade, it was most likely a means of self-protection. Only if you know how to restrain your edge can you live long. Since he doesn't want to expose himself, then just follow his wishes and avoid interfering too much in his life, and then give him more advanced experience pills, experience copy summoning tickets, and other props. But if after observing for a period of time, Fang Xian's level is still very low, he will not have too much resistance even if the country formally intervenes in his growth. The world is now undercurrent, and there is no need to explain what Fang Xian's awakening of his SP talent means. Helping Fang Xian grow is particularly important. Mu Wanyao thought about the spirit of the meeting and decided to respond to the instructions of her superiors. Notify Tang Xiaowu that when necessary, she should make a contract with Fang Xian and become his contract object. Upon hearing this, the female secretary stopped recording. She looked at Mu Wanyao in surprise and couldn't help asking. Commander Mu, Tang Xiaowu is the genius of the Tang family. If she is contracted by Fang Xian, I'll take care of it myself. Yes. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression and muttered to herself. I hope you won't let the motherland down. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Owner. Lin Mengxian burst into tears. Fang Xian looked at the puzzled Lin Mengxian and was completely bewildered. Mengxian, be good. Don't cry. Who bullied you? Yes, Wu. Who is it? It's our parents. Our parents? You want to meet my parents? Well, our parents said that they want Sister Sueno, me, and you, the three of us to get married quickly. Having said that, Lin Mengxian raised her big watery eyes and looked at Fang Xian shyly. My parents said they want to have a grandchild soon. Fang Xian was stunned. He didn't expect his parents to be so direct. In the millennia since the emergence of the awakened, marriage conditions around the world have changed. A full-time awakener can marry 2 wives, and a high-level full-time awakener can marry 3 wives. Because research has shown that the more powerful the professional awakeners are, the more likely their offspring will have a chance to inherit powerful bloodlines and awaken advanced talents. Male genes account for 99% of the decision-making power, so men can enjoy special treatment in ancient times. Of course, this is limited to people with talents at SSS level and below. As for the legendary SP talents, there are too few of them to be of any reference value. Therefore, Fang Xian's parents not only did not have any opinions about Lin Mengxian, they even encouraged them to get married as soon as possible so that they could have grandchildren as soon as possible. Fang Xian was a little speechless. He gently pushed Lin Mengxian away, took out the teleportation command, and handed it to her. You set the coordinates here. After Lin Mengxian checked the transmission command information, she nodded. She fiddled with it and set it up successfully. Fang Xian urged her to use it quickly, and Lin Mengxian used the teleport command in confusion. Then Lin Mengxian disappeared in an instant, and then appeared again in an instant. Ding! Lin Mengxian consumes 1 transfer command and returns 3,000. He took out 40 transmission instructions and gave them to Lin Mengxian, asking her to give 20 to Xuan Noi in case of emergency. After arranging everything, he sent Lin Mengxian away and locked the door. Fang Xian took out the primary experience pill and continued his hard life. I don't know how long it took me to finish eating. He excitedly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 28, Silver Contract Master. Life, 37. Strength, 77. Intelligence, 37. Spirit, 37. Appearance, 99. Body, 99, agility, 37, defense, 37. Free attribute points, 122. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced available contract objects, 3, current contract, 3/3. Fang Xian let out a long sigh and leaned back in his chair to rest. There are still 3,000 advanced experience pills left, which can increase experience points by 720,000 when used up. Level 28 to 29 requires 43,680 experience points. Level 29 to 30 requires 46,400. Level 30 to 31 requires 72,000. Calculated in this way, it takes 684,217 experience points to upgrade from level 28 to level 38. If Yukino and Lin Mengxian both take the advanced experience pills, they can get 6,000 pills, which is 1.44 million experience points. Levels 38 to 39 require 402,039 experience points. Levels 39 to 40 require 476,726, and levels 40 to 41 require 559,474. The experience points for subsequent upgrades will start at 65,000, and each level will increase by more than 10,000 experience points. 1.44 million experience points are only enough for him to reach level 41. It is not cost-effective to use them in this way, as it will waste the number of returns from Yukino and Lin Mengxian. The best way is to unlock an additional contractable object at level 31. After the contract is successful, the return rate will reach 4,000. This is the best and easiest way to upgrade. Of course, there is another way to quickly upgrade, that is, Chapter 20 LV38, another way to enter the dungeon. Fang Xian looked at the item in the storage ring. Another way to quickly upgrade it is use Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket plus 5 times Experience Card or double Experience Card to upgrade. This way of upgrading is also fast, but the current level is too low and it is not cost-effective to use. The Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket changes according to the user's level. The higher the level, the higher the benefit. Regardless of whether it is Basic Experience Pill or Advanced Experience Pill, the experience points they add are fixed. As the level increases, level 46 to 47 requires 1.1 million experience points. Level 63 to 64 requires 10.5 million experience points. And level 80 to 81 has reached a terrifying 100 million experience points. Therefore, the improvement of experience pills is just a drop in the bucket in the later stages and is not enough to fill the gaps. Unless you can get the super experience pill or top experience pill, there will be no significant effect. However, these two types of experience pills are extremely difficult to obtain. Without certain status and props of equal value, they cannot be exchanged at all. Of course, if he shows his talent later on, someone will naturally help him get it done. But that is all a matter for the future. What we need to do right now is to finish eating these 3,000 advanced experience pills. Having made up his mind, Fang Xian started the long process of taking the pill again. When the level reaches 31, the fixed skill Free Transfer is unlocked. Free Transfer LV1. Enhance the contract master can teleport to the contract object at any time, regardless of distance and space, consuming 200 mana points. Ignoring distance and space is the enhancement brought by the SP talent. Fang Xian took out 4 primary upgrade pills, swallowed them in one gulp, and casually upgraded the Free Transfer to LV5. Free Transfer LV5. Enhance the contract master can teleport to the contract object at any time or swap positions with each other regardless of distance and space. Consumes 100 mana points, no cooldown. After reaching the maximum level, they can even swap positions with each other, which can bring unexpected effects in coordinated operations. Fang Xian continued to take pills, rest, take pills, and rest. After repeating this process over and over again, he finally finished eating 3,000 advanced experience pills in the early morning. Fang Xian weakly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV38, Gold Contract Master. Life, 47. Strength, 87. Intelligence, 47. Spirit, 47. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Agility, 47. Defense, 47. Free attribute points, 182. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, Enhanced available contract objects. 4. Current contract, 3/4. Finally, it was done. Fang Xian fell asleep exhausted. The next day, Fang Xian slept until he woke up naturally, turned on his phone, and saw several messages. Xuan, honey, breakfast is on the table. You can eat it when you get up. Meng Xian and I are going to the dungeon to level up. Lin Meng Xian, Master, I took Sister Xuan to upgrade. Hee, I missed you. Fang Xian replied to them all with an okay, stretched himself, and got out of bed drowsily. He squeezed out some toothpaste and started brushing his teeth with sleepy eyes. It takes 1.438 million experience points, or 6,000 advanced experience pills, to upgrade from level 38 to level 41. Should Xuan and Lin Mengxian both take the advanced experience pills and return 6,000 pills to him? Or is it better to use experience copy summoning ticket plus 5 times experience card? He splashed some cold water on his face, feeling refreshed, and suddenly he had an erection. Now Xuan and Lin Mengxian are leveling up in the dungeon, and his level has reached 38, so he obviously cannot team up with them. But Lu Shishuang is just level 41, so he can enter the level 41 copy with her. After Lu Shishuang entered the copy alone, he used free transfer to enter, and then used teleport command to teleport away, so as not to expose himself. He immediately called Lu Shishuang and told him the whole plan. As Fang Xian's contract partner, Lu Shishuang would definitely agree. However, to be on the safe side, Fang Xian asked Lu Shishuang to team up with an expert to enter the dungeon first, and then he would try again to see if he could enter the dungeon. If possible, Lu Shishuang will enter the dungeon alone next time. Teacher Lu, rest assured, I can clear the level 41 dungeon alone. I'm not a fool. I won't do stupid things. Just do what I say. Well, thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu. I will wait for your good news. After Fang Xian hung up the phone, he took out 10 teleportation instructions and set this place as the coordinates. While eating lunch, he opened the upgrade gift pack in his storage ring. Inside is a level 31 to 60 gold contractor equipment. Fang Xian opened the equipment and checked the information. Thanos gloves. Quality, King grade. Level limit, LV 31. Professional restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Enhancement, 0. Inlay 0. Refinement, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 52, Intelligence plus 52, Defense plus 52. Effect 1. Increase the chance of being immune to control by 15%. Effect 2. When your HP decreases to 60%, 30%, or 10%, your defense will increase by 10%, 20%, or 30%. Active Skill 1. Snap your fingers and randomly inflict 120% of your own mental power attack on enemies within 500 meters. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown time 5 seconds. Active Skill 2. Snap your fingers twice in succession to force enemies within 200 meters to laugh for 2 minutes. Consumes 100 mana points. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Active Skill 3. Designate one person and petrify them for 1 minute. Consumes 300 mana points. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Fang Xian put the red gloves on his hands and could not feel their weight at all. While waiting, he added all his free attribute points to his mental strength. At this moment, the phone rang with a message sound. Fang Xian opened it and saw that it was a message from Lu Shishuang. Student Fang Xian, I will enter the dungeon in 1 minute. Please be ready. If there is a delay, I will send you another message. Fang Xian kept an eye on the time, because the signal would be blocked after entering the copy, so he had to keep an eye on the time. This was his first time entering a dungeon, so he was a little excited. He held the magic devouring wand in his hand and waited for 3 minutes, but saw that no more messages came. Fang Xian immediately used free transfer, and his body disappeared immediately. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xian appeared beside Lu Shishuang. As soon as he appeared, he heard Lu Shishuang's angry voice. If you dare to mess around, my husband will never let you go. Chapter 21, Ordinary Dungeon, Paper Money Dungeon. The Awakening Hall for Professionals. Lu Shishuang tied up her long wavy hair and wore black armor, which tightly wrapped up her devilish figure. She folded her arms across her chest, waiting impatiently for someone. At this time, 4 tall men slowly walked towards her, led by a burly man about 30 years old. He was wearing blood-red armor, carrying a 2-meter-long axe on his shoulder, and had a fierce look in his eyes. This person's name is Duan Liuxing, and he is a level 40 Golden Knight. Duan Liuxing saw the outstanding-looking Lu Shishuang from afar and couldn't help but be amazed. What a fat sheep. Boss, you are blessed. When the younger brothers around Duan Liuxing saw Lu Shishuang, they all smiled and flattered him. He smiled wickedly and looked at Lu Shishuang greedily. If she is willing to be your sister-in-law, she is lucky. If she doesn't want to, Speaking of this, Duan Liuxing's eyes became fierce. I will give you guys a good time before she dies. When the three younger brothers heard Duan Liuxing's words, they had a brain orgasm. Thank you, boss. We will follow you till death. Haha, let's go. Duan Liuxing took a step forward and quickly came behind Lu Shishuang. Hello, Miss Lu. Lu Shishuang turned her head and saw Duan Liuxing and the other three. A hint of displeasure flashed in her beautiful eyes. Duan Liuxing was the team that Lu Shishuang saw in the team formation lobby. All four of them were level 40, and they were short of one, so Lu Shishuang applied to join their team. She thought that as long as she cleared the level once, it didn't matter which team she was on. She had little interest in entering the copy, and thus knew little about the secret information contained therein. You are finally here. Let's go into the dungeon. Duan Liumian smiled and was polite. Okay, Miss Lu. They chose a level 41 normal copy, which was not very dangerous. Copies are divided into normal copies, difficult copies, nightmare copies, and special copies. Normal copy, relatively low difficulty, suitable for entry-level players, relatively weak enemies, simple rules, and a near 100% chance of clearing the level. Difficult dungeon. The enemy's health and combat power have been increased, requiring teamwork and tactical coordination, and the corresponding explosion rate will be higher. Nightmare dungeon. The enemy is extremely powerful, with unimaginable wisdom and combat power. You can obtain extremely rare materials or equipment by clearing the level. Special dungeons. Dungeons created under certain conditions, with uncertain difficulty and rewards. Lu Shishuang, Duan Liuxing, and others came to the registration hall, paid the entrance fee, and then chose to form a 5-person team for the ordinary copy. Let's go. Duan Liuxing acted like a gentleman and invited Lu Shishuang to enter the copy first. Lu Shishuang didn't think much and walked in with his long legs. Duan Liuxing laughed evilly, looked at Lu Shishuang's back greedily, and walked in with 3 younger brothers. Welcome to the Ghost Money copy. Instance level, normal. Level limit, equal to or less than level 41. Limited number of people, equal to or less than 5 people. Clearance requirement, kill all monsters. The copy is a desolate world, without sunshine and filled with gloomy air. The ground was littered with bones and dust, and the air was filled with the smell of death and decay. In the distance there is a huge lush hillside, towering into the clouds and exuding a suffocating pressure. The lush plateau is surrounded by many monsters. They are all yellow and as thin as cicada wings. They are called paper money monsters. Paper money monster. Grade, ordinary. Level, 30. HP, 1230/1230. Mana, 120/120. Strength, 30. Spirit, 30. Agility, 20. Defense, 15. Skills, throwing money morning. Duan Liuxing showed no fear when he saw the paper money monster. He has a standard knight bonus of 4 strength and 2 health. A level 40 knight has 170 strength, 110 health, and 50 points for the rest. 1 point of strength equals 10 points of damage. 170 points of strength equals 1,700 points of damage. The paper money monster has only 1230 HP, plus his 15 points of defense, which is 150 points of double resistance. In total, it can only withstand 1,380 points of damage. Duan Liuxing can deal 1,700 points of damage with 1 axe, so it is easy to kill the paper money monster in 1 second. Ordinary dungeons are usually very simple, and the only ones that need to be taken seriously are the elite monsters and boss in the Lust Plateau. At this moment, Duan Liuxing had no intention of going forward to kill the monster. He looked at Lu Shishuang directly without any hesitation. Lu Shishuang was just wondering why Duan Liuxing and the others didn't go up to fight the monsters, but now seeing the look in his eyes, he finally understood. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back and looked at them warily. What do you want to do? Ms. Lu, I just happen to be in need of a wife. I wonder if you... Impossible. Lu Shishuang interrupted Duan Liuxing before he could finish speaking, glaring at him with disgust in her beautiful eyes. You'd better pass the customs honestly and don't have any unreasonable expectations. Hey, what can you do if you have improper thoughts? This was not the first time that Duan Liuxing and his gang had done this, so they would naturally not be scared by Lu Shishuang's words. Once you enter a dungeon, you can only exit after clearing it. All signals will be blocked in the copy, and the people inside cannot communicate with the outside world in real time, so they cannot convey the real situation. Therefore, Duan Liuxing and his gang often commit murder and robbery in the dungeon, and others cannot do anything to them without evidence. After all, people often die in dungeons, which is a normal thing. Lu Shishuang looked at Duan Liuxing's fearless look and realized that Duan Liuxing would not let her go easily. She pushed up her silver frameless glasses, her red lips slightly raised, looking like a queen. Don't you know that some women are not for a wretch like you? Haha, the tone is quite bold. I like it. Duan Liuxing sneered, saying that Lu Shishuang was just a level 41 priest and had no fighting skills at all. Even if there was, a priest alone couldn't defeat the four of them. Lu Shishuang looked at Duan Liuxing with contempt, his eyes full of arrogance. You think I'm kidding? No, you're bluffing. Haha, if you think your life is too long, just attack me. My husband will definitely cut you into pieces. Lu Shishuang has the priest's shield, and Duan Liuxing is unable to break it in a short period of time. As long as she waits for Fang Xian to arrive, the crisis will be automatically resolved. Your husband. The smile on Duan Liuxing's face became even more ferocious, and he disagreed with Lu Shishuang's words. Ha, turns out she's a married woman. That's great. I like her even more. Oh, really? A discordant voice suddenly came from behind Lu Shishuang. The person who came was a handsome young man. This person is none other than Fang Xian. Fang Xian reached out from behind and hugged Lu Shishuang's slender waist, looking at Duan Liuxing coldly. I don't care if you want to hit on other people, but if you want to touch my woman, that's it. Court Death. Chapter 22 Double Experience Card. Use it, snap your fingers. Duan Liuxing and the other three looked at Fang Xian, who suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but frown. It is clear that no one can come in from the outside after the copy is opened, so how did this person get in? Is he a human or a monster? But judging from Lu Shishuang's loving eyes and the fact that she let him hug her, this boy should not be a monster, but a human. Duan Liuxing gripped the axe tightly and spoke cautiously. Who are you? Fang Xian hugged Lu Shishuang into his arms and looked at Duan Liuxing teasingly. Isn't it obvious? I am naturally her husband. Lu Shishuang hugged Fang Xian with her backhand, and a slight blush appeared on her pretty face. Duan Liuxing looked at Fang Xian's provocative look, and then saw Lu Shishuang throwing herself into his arms, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth. He's just a pretty boy, stop pretending to be stupid. He raised the huge axe and glared at Fang Xian fiercely. Brothers, kill this pretty boy, and you can all have sex with that bitch. After hearing this, the three younger brothers could no longer conceal their desires. They stared at Lu Shishuang with naked eyes. Such a top-notch beauty was something they would never dare to dream of in their entire lives. Now that they have the opportunity to be fragrant, they must work hard. Even if there was a young man who appeared out of nowhere in front of them, they were not afraid at all. After all, Fang Xian looked only about 18 or 19 years old, and must have just awakened not long ago. How high could his level be? She would definitely be pinned to the ground and beaten by those level 40 uncles, and then watch in shame as they abused Lu Shishuang. Such a scene must be very exciting. They could no longer hold back and were ready to kill Fang Xian with their knives in hand. Fang Xian was calm and composed. He hugged Lu Shishuang with one hand, held the magic devouring wand in the other hand, and wore the Thanos gloves on both hands. His current attributes are Life, 47, Strength, 87, Intelligence, 122, Spirit, 244, Agility, 89, Defense, 70. A terrifying mental force flashed from Fang Xian's eyes and shot towards the three younger brothers who were rushing towards him. Soul Attack. Buzz. Bang. The three younger brothers who rushed halfway exploded instantly, forming a cloud of blood mist. The scene before him made Duan Liuxing stunned. He could never have imagined that his three younger brothers would be killed in an instant. You should know that among the three people, there is a meat shield whose main function is to increase life and secondary function is to increase defense. Meat shields have high health and strong defense, and they are specifically responsible for taking damage in front of the team. Coupled with his defensive suit, he can withstand output below 2,000. But now he was defeated in seconds by the young man in front of him? Or will he explode after just one glare? What is going on? Duan Liuxing swallowed unconsciously and stepped back in horror. Lu Shishuang also didn't expect that Fang Xian could kill 3 level 40 professional awakeners in 1 second. She pushed Fang Xian away, hurriedly took out her notebook and started recording. Fang Xian felt a little disgusted when he killed someone for the first time, but fortunately, as a human being in 2 lifetimes, he was able to completely restrain himself. 1 point of spirit equals 10 points of magic output. He now has 244 spirit, which means 2,400 magic output. The soul attack is a magic output of 300% of one's own spirit, which is equivalent to Fang Xian's magic output of 7,200 in one move. The magic output of 7,200 is simply not something that a little karami like them can block. Thump. Duan Liuxing knelt on his knees neatly and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Brother, please let me go. It's all because of my lack of vision. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Fang Xian looked at Duan Liuxing coldly. There was injustice everywhere in the world. He couldn't control it, nor did he want to. But if Duan Liuxing touches his reverse scale, he will have to die. Soul attack. Bang! Duan Liuxing's body, kneeling on the ground, suddenly exploded and turned into a ball of blood mist. Fang Xian stepped forward and took up their storage rings. With the death of Duan Liuxing and others, the storage ring will become ownerless. He checked it out and found 2 intermediate experience pills inside, which was a pleasant surprise. But apart from this, there is nothing else of value. Fang Xian casually threw the 4 storage rings into his storage ring so that he could sell them later. Student Fang Xian, is this what you call a soul attack? Lu Shishuang held the notebook and looked at Fang Xian seriously with her beautiful eyes. Fang Xian had told Lu Shishuang before that SP talent would enhance skills, so Lu Shishuang was able to guess it at the first moment. Fang Xian nodded without denying it. Yes, level 5 soul attack. Is the full level soul attack so powerful? Having said that, Lu Shi stared straight at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes. By the way, how come you were able to level up so quickly? It's only been 3 days since you awakened. Also, even with the enhancement of SP talent, your soul attack won't be that strong. Unless your spirit has exceeded 200, no, it may even have exceeded 300 or 400. Tell me, how did you do it? Fang Xian silently watched Lu Shishuang's series of questions and couldn't help but think she was very cute. He embraced Lu Shishuang in his arms and looked at her with a smirk. Wanna know? Uh-huh. Lu Shishuang stared at Fang Xian with his big eyes and nodded repeatedly. Wanna know? Then you can explore it slowly later. You bad guy. Fang Xian invited Lu Shishuang to join a team, and Lu Shishuang readily agreed. If 2 people team up successfully, they can both gain the same experience. Although the paper money monster did not look high level, Fang Xian still decided to use a double experience card. Double experience card used successfully. You can get double experience bonus within 1 hour. The time starts now. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Fang Xian rubbed his middle finger and thumb and snapped his fingers at the paper money monster in front of him. Half of the paper money monsters in front of the Lust Plateau disappeared and died completely. Experience plus 8,762. Experience plus 8,762. Experience plus 8,762, 72. Fang Xian snapped his fingers at the paper money monster again. Experience plus 8,762, 36. He raised the magic devouring wand and activated active skill 2, absorbing 10% of the magic power of the paper money monster to replenish himself. Then he continued to snap his fingers. Experience plus 8,762, 18. Another snap of fingers. Experience plus 8,762, 9. In the end, Fang Xian launched a series of soul attacks and killed all the paper money monsters. Only now did he realize that the contract master's attack methods were so simple. If it weren't for his Thanos gloves, which had a skill similar to an AoE attack, he would have been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. A total of 144 paper money monsters were killed this time, and 252,288 experience points were obtained with double experience points. Level 38 to 39 requires 402,039 experience points, and there is still a shortfall of 149,751 experience points. With the help of double experience card, efficiency is fast. Fang Xian used the active skill 3 of the magic devouring wand to give both him and Lu Shishuang a shield that increased by 10% of their own magic output. He walked quickly into the Lust Plateau, determined to complete the dungeon while there was still time. As a result, as soon as he walked in, his scalp went numb. Chapter 23, Level 42, Unlocking a New Contract Position Again. The Lust Plateau is eerie, dark, and filled with a thick energy. There is no sunshine here, only endless darkness. There was a faint phosphorescence flickering in the distance, and occasional gusts of cold wind blew by, making people feel creepy. Most of it is made of yellow mud, with strange plants growing everywhere. They emit strange light, adding a sense of mystery to the entire environment. Fang Xian looked around and saw that the surrounding phosphorescent lights were like ghosts, wandering in the air. The traditional Eastern fear is really chilling. He thought Lu Shishuang would be scared when seeing the floating blue flames, but he saw Lu Shishuang's face full of excitement, and he took out his mobile phone to start filming. This is what people call will-o'-the-wisp. It's very appropriate for the occasion. Fang Xian was embarrassed and began to check the phosphorescence. Grave phosphorescence. Grade, Elite. Level, 36. HP, 1520/1520. Mana, 200/200. Strength, 40. Spirit, 50. Agility, 25. Defense, 35. Skills, Fear, Burning. Elite monsters are much stronger than ordinary monsters, especially in attack. The Spirit of Grave Phosphorus reaches 50 points, and its attack method also has control and continuous damage. If a group of Duan-using people come in, they can't just use normal attacks like they did to the paper money monster. And the main difference between elite monsters and ordinary monsters is mobility. Ordinary monsters have no active attack awareness, and they will never attack unless you hit them. Elite monsters are different. They will attack as long as someone approaches within a 10-meter diameter range, or if any movement is within a 5-meter diameter range. Therefore, most professional awakeners will choose to lure the monsters when they encounter elite monsters. Attract monsters. Use long-range output to attract 1 or 2 elite monsters to leave the territory, and then defeat them one by one. This way, the attack will not affect other monsters, and you can avoid being besieged by elite monsters. However, Fang Xian didn't need to lure the monsters, he just needed to snap his fingers. Bang! Experience plus 10,122. Experience plus 10,122/36. After 5 seconds, there was another snap. Experience plus 10,122/18. Those that were not randomly destroyed would float to Fang Xian and spit out blue flames. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed, and the flying grave phosphorus fire was broken one by him using soul attack. This cycle continued until all the grave phosphorus were killed. A total of 72 grave phosphorus fires were killed this time, and 145,728 experience points were obtained with double experience points. Only 4,023 experience points are needed to upgrade to level 39. Fang Xian was surprised. He didn't expect it to be so fast. In fact, the reason why he could level up so quickly was mainly because Fang Xian had powerful equipment and the blessing of the double experience card. Otherwise, he would have to spend most of his time killing monsters like ordinary people. Fang Xian looked around, searching for the boss, and as a result, the ground began to shake, and a huge figure suddenly emerged from the ground in front of him. It is as tall as a 2- or 3-story building, made entirely of mud and shaped like a human. It holds a stick about 20 to 30 meters long, which is wrapped with white paper. Mountain Village, Old Corpse. Level Boss. Level 41. HP 12,000/12,000. Mana 500/500. Strength 250. Spirit 100. Agility 50. Defense 100. Skills: Filial Sun Stick, Morning Curse, Frightened. The old corpse in the mountain village let out a sharp roar. Who is it? Who disturbed my eternal sleep? It was the first time Fang Xian saw such a huge monster, and he couldn't help but take a few more glances out of curiosity. Teacher Lu, it said I disturbed its sleep. How about we do it a favor? What's the matter? Lu Shishuang looked at Fang Xian in surprise. From what he remembered, Fang Xian was not a warm-hearted person. The result was just as she expected. Fang Xian really had nothing good to say. Fang Xian grinned evilly and pointed his finger at the old corpse in the mountain village. Since it likes to sleep forever, I will be a good person and let it sleep forever. The third skill of Thanos' Glove is Petrification. The old corpse in the mountain village, who was still waving the filial piety stick with his claws and teeth, suddenly became petrified and could not move. Fang Xian's eyes focused, and he used 2 consecutive soul attacks to hit the old corpse in the mountain village. 2 red damage numbers popped up on it. -6,200. -6,200. After 2 attacks, the health of the old corpse in the mountain village dropped to the bottom, and he fell into eternal sleep. Experience plus 66,662. After gaining 13,332 experience points, Fang Xian successfully reached level 39. The normal level ghost paper money copy has been cleared. Time to clear the level, 00:09:53. Rating, SSS. Reward, Experience 12100. Fang Xian was not at all surprised by the reward of the copy. It was just an ordinary copy, and he didn't expect it to bring any unexpected surprises. He walked up to the old corpse in the mountain village to see if there was anything good that could be found. Offered chicken. The chicken that took 2.5 years to arrive is the main material for the ball-shaped equipment. Gravegrass. Dancing on the gravegrass can taunt monsters within 10 meters of you. Filial sun stick, specially used to hit unfilial descendants. If hit, they will cry for 1 minute. It is a must-have artifact for mourning. White paper. After using, you can get 10,000 pieces of white paper, the best prop to burn for ancestors. Fang Xian was confused. Which Dogecoin came up with these props? What bad luck. He didn't take it either, and even spat. Fang Xian took out the intermediate experience pill and handed it to Lu Shishuang. Have eaten. Lu Shishuang took it as usual and swallowed it directly. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 3,000. The biggest gain from this trip to the dungeon is these 2 intermediate experience pills, which also increased my level by 1, so it was worth the trip. There are still 49 minutes left for the double experience card, so we can't waste it. Fang Xian stroked Lu Shishuang's head with satisfaction and ordered. Next, let's continue to brush the dungeon according to the previous method. Lu Shishuang pushed up his frameless glasses and nodded silently. Fang Xian used the teleport command to teleport back to the villa. In other words, Fang Xian had a lot of teleporting commands. Otherwise, if people knew that he used teleporting commands in this way, they would probably call him a spendthrift. Seeing Fang Xian disappear, Lu Shishuang clicked Exit Copy and returned to the Hall of Full-Time Awakeners. She chose the ordinary level paper money copy again and followed the same method. Fang Xian used Free Transfer to enter the copy again. This time, he went straight over and snapped his fingers, clearing the level as quickly as possible. Time to clear the level, 00:05:43. Time to clear the level, 00:05:13. Time to clear the level, 00:05:10. This was repeated 4 times, and the number of times Lu Shishuang could enter the dungeon today reached the upper limit. Fang Xian nodded. These basic knowledge were explained in the textbooks. This is exactly the limitation on the rapid upgrade of professional awakeners. Each professional awakener has a fixed number of times to enter the dungeon every day, and the number of times one can enter the dungeon varies with the level. That is to say, the lower the level, the fewer times you can enter per day, and the higher the level, the more times you can enter. After completing 4 copies, Fang Xian gained 1.6 million experience points, just enough to reach level 42. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 5, current contract, 3/5. A new contract position has been unlocked, and we need to plan resource allocation carefully next. Chapter 24 Class Group Discussion about Fang Xian and Li Xiaoyu. Next time if you want to enter the dungeon, Teacher Lu, you must be more cautious. In fact, Lu Shishuang seldom enters dungeons. She doesn't like to waste time on upgrading, so she doesn't know the dangers of many dungeons. Thank you for your hard work this time, Mr. Lu. After you move in, I will study for you every day. Really? Then I'll move there tomorrow. Lu Shishuang looked at Fang Xian happily, his eyes full of anticipation. Well, I'll go back first. Fang Xian used the teleport command to teleport back to the villa. He returned to the villa and saw that Xuan Noi and Lin Mengqian had not returned yet, so he took out the intermediate experience pill, grabbed a handful, and threw it into his mouth as a snack. With nothing to do, he opened a certain message on his mobile phone to check the latest information. I saw that the second university class group was very lively, and the number of messages was already 999 plus. Everyone has graduated and has just awakened to a profession, so naturally there is more to talk about. Fang Xian clicked on it to see what they were talking about recently. Niu Dazhuang, classmates, today I have reached level 10. Li Tsuehua, brother Dazhuang, you are really awesome. Dianwei, you are worthy of being my brother Niu. You reached level 10 on only the 4th day. So awesome. Gao Ho Hot, brother Dazhuang, can you take me with you? I'm a very good kid. Zhuge Qingfu, the best student in our class is Li Xiaoyu, right? I heard she is already level 15. Qianlong, is this true? Reaching level 15 in 4 days. That's the progress of a first-tier genius, right? Zhuge Qingfu. Indeed, when leveling up in a dungeon and wanting to widen the gap with others, it is not only about the item bonus. The key is also the pass score. The higher the score, the richer the pass reward you will get. Zhang Shi. As an S-level talented mage, Li Xiaoyu is naturally a popular figure in the dungeon, and it is natural for him to have such an achievement. Li Tsuehua. Speaking of the genius in our class, shouldn't it be Fang Xian? He has a SP level talent. Gao Ho Hot. Oh yes, at Fang Xian, what level are you now? Li Tsuehua. Fang Xian must be very powerful now. All the resources in Yongjiang City were distributed to him that day. Dianwei. They were indeed given to him. But the first-ranked resource was Lin Mingqian's, while Fang Xian's resources did not have any ranking written on them. Zhuge Qingfu. The first priority resource was given to Lin Mingqian with SSS-level talent, rather than Fang Xian with SP-level talent. This is enough to prove that Fang Xian's strategic significance is not as great as Lin Mingqian's. Li Tsuehua. Of course, if Fang Xian meets Lin Mingqian, he will definitely be beaten by her. When Fang Xian saw this, he couldn't help but want to tell them. Lin Mingqian did often suppress him, but in most cases it was he who suppressed Lin Mingqian. Lin Mingqian was beaten so hard that she cried. Fang Xian grabbed a handful of intermediate experience pills, chewed them quickly, and continued to flip through the pages. Qianlong. If I remember correctly, Lin Mingqian's family is the home of the god of war. Zhuge Qingfu. That's right, thousands of years ago, Lin Mingqian's ancestor was the legendary god of war. Zhang Shi. It's a pity that they consumed the blood of the god of war hundreds of years ago. It is said that there is only one drop left now, so the Lin family has fallen into decline. Dianwei. If the Lin family still had tens of thousands of drops of god of war's blood, they would definitely be the dominant force. Gao Ho Hot. Why are you talking about this? I at Fang Xian, and he didn't even reply. Li Tsuehua. What's going on? Does he have no face? Zhuge Qingfu. I heard that Fang Xian has never been to a dungeon, and his level is probably still 1. Zhang Shi. Damn. There is nothing we can do about it. Even if Fang Xian has SP-level talent, he can't play any role in the dungeon. Who would be willing to team up with him? Dianwei. I have no money and no people. There is nothing I can do. Li Tsuehua. Our sister Xiaoyu is really amazing. Not only is she talented and good-looking, but her current boyfriend is also very awesome. Gao Ho Hot. Who is it? Li Tsuehua. Of course it's the first family in our Yongjiang city, the youngest son of the Chen family, Chen Xiaoshui. Zhuge Qingfu. Chen Xiaoshui and Li Xiaoyu. Their two families are a powerful combination. Zhang Shi. Isn't Chen Xiaoshui's sister Chen Tingxian? She is the city beauty of Yongjiang City. Zhuge Qingfu. Chen Xiaoshui is really a winner in life. His sister is the city beauty and his girlfriend is the class beauty. I am so envious. Dianwei. But I heard that the Chun family and the Lin family have a bad relationship and are about to have a fight. After seeing this, Fang Xian stopped reading further. If Chen Xiaoshui is a winner in life, then what is he? If others knew that he had the school beauty Lin Mingqian, the most beautiful teacher Lu Shishuang, and the absolutely beautiful girl Xuan Noi, would they shed tears of envy? As for the Chen family, it is well known in Yongjiang City and is undoubtedly the #1 family. The people Fang Xian met at Haitian Villa that night were Chen Xiaoshui and Li Xiaoyu. However, he had heard a little about Chen Xiaoshui, a playboy who was a perfect match for Li Xiaoyu. As for his sister Chen Tingxian, I have seen her in a short video before, and she really deserves the title of City Flower. He continued to take the intermediate experience pill and browsed his phone out of boredom. Fang Xian slid the screen of his mobile phone upwards and suddenly saw a group called Readers, on which the name Lu Shishuang was displayed. He clicked it in confusion to see what was going on. Read only spring and autumn. Holy shit, I just saw Lu Shishuang clearing a dungeon in the dedicated awakener hall. Only read the books of sages, Lu Shishuang? Are you talking about the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City? Read only the book of murder. Damn, doesn't she dislike dungeons? How come she is in the hall of full-time awakeners? Read only spring and autumn. I only saw her, constantly entering and exiting the copy. Read only the book of saints. What? I remember correctly that Lu Shishuang is a priest, right? You told me that she played a dungeon solo? Just read Uncle Lu. I think this cunt has used too many tissues and is having hallucinations. Only read spring and autumn. I'm not lying to you. There is a record in the Hall of Professional Awakeners that she finished a copy in more than 5 minutes. It's exaggerated. Only read the murder book. I'm not convinced. My left hand expresses dissatisfaction. Read only the books of saints. What about your right hand? Are you convinced? Hehe. Only read Lu Huangshu. Just beginning? I finished it. Only reading spring and autumn. Do you have to be so outrageous? When Lu Shishuang asked me to lick her toes, I didn't agree. Reading only the books of sages is really the opposite of what one should do. Only read Lu Huangshu. Who is Lu Shishuang's boyfriend? I'm really envious. Only read spring and autumn. I don't know. There hasn't even been any news about her rumored boyfriend. Only read the murder book. Could it be Lily? Just read the books of sages. No matter whether she is a lily or not, as long as she is willing to bloom for me, I can make her bloom. Only read spring and autumn. If I were her boyfriend, I would make sure she couldn't get out of bed or leave the house. Just read, but not reply. Stop talking. I'm going to be awesome. Only read books by sages. Awesome. Fang Xian looked at the group chat with a frown on his face. Why were they all talking about Lu Shishuang? Having said that, Lu Shishuang, as the most beautiful teacher in Yongjiang City, is indeed worthy of their YY. Unlike him, he is a gentleman who never fantasizes and only does practical things. If they knew Lu Shishuang's secret, I wonder if they would let him become the group leader? But when did he join this strange group? Fang Xian curiously checked the name of his group. He only knew mathematics, physics, and chemistry. This name is really incompatible with these gentlemen. He quietly exited the group chat and continued to take pills. Each intermediate experience pill can gain 160 experience points. He ate 2,980 pills and gained a total of 476,800 experience points. However, it takes 750,032 experience points to upgrade from level 42 to level 43, which is far from enough. As expected, the value of ordinary experience pills becomes less and less as the game progresses. Just as he was pondering his next move, the doorbell rang. Fang Xian stood up puzzled. The person who rang the doorbell definitely couldn't be Xuan Nai or Lin Mingxian. So who could it be? He looked at the surveillance camera and found that there were 5 people in total, all dressed in suits. Leading them was a handsome young man with a proud look on his face. Just when Fang Xian didn't want to pay attention and pretended that no one was there, the person outside spoke first. Fang Xian, I know you are in there. Please open the door. I am Lin Mingxian's brother. Chapter 25 Level 81 Shadow Assassin, Tang Xiaowu. Is the person coming my uncle? Hearing what people outside said, it seems that she is somewhat similar to Lin Mingxian. Since people outside know his address and his relationship with Lin Mingxian, his identity must be extraordinary. You can't hide from the enemy if you try. Now they are coming openly. If Fang Xian doesn't see them, and they come secretly next time, it will be difficult for him to hide. Crack. Fang Xian opened the door and spoke softly. You guys, what's up? The handsome young man was arrogant and ignored Fang Xian and walked straight into the villa. He sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Fang Xian didn't know what the purpose of their visit was, so it was not advisable to make enemies with them too early. But you also have to be careful and take measures to save your life. He closed the door and walked to the windowsill, keeping a distance from the handsome young man and the others. There are 2 advantages to doing this. If the handsome young man does anything bad to him, the national personnel protecting him can see everything and come to the rescue at any time. Secondly, at such a distance, he had enough time to perform free transfer to avoid the attack. The handsome young man has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a real handsome man. Are you Fang Xian? Fang Xian leaned against the table and asked instead of answering. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking someone's name? Haha, that's interesting. The handsome young man held his head high, his eyes full of pride. Lin Zun, the eldest young master of the Lin family, Lin Mingxian's biological brother. He really is Lin Mingxian's biological brother. Not only do they look alike, but they also have the same arrogance. It is true that Lin Mingxian is his woman, but that doesn't mean he needs to be humble to her family. Fang Xian introduced himself calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Fang Xian. No more. What do you want? Just tell me. Lin Zun sneered, his eyes turned cold. You dare to contract my sister, do you want to die? Fang Xian could clearly feel Lin Zun's murderous intent. This was the first time since he awakened. As for Lin Zun knowing about his contractual relationship with Lin Mingxian, it was not surprising. After all, the Lin family is one of the largest families in Yongjiang City. Their means may not be extraordinary, but they are not far behind. Judging from Lin Zun's murderous aura, Fang Xian had to be on guard. He used the Eye of Insight on Lin Zun, knowing both himself and the enemy first, so as to win every battle. Name, Lin Zun. Age, 25. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 90. Body size, 92. Height, 181 centimeters. Level, LV 51. Morality, beginner's guide. Favorability, 20. I didn't expect that Lin Zun is also a knight with SSS level talent. The Lin family has 2 heroes, which is really a powerful destiny. Moreover, he was only 25 years old, but he was already a level 51 golden knight, and his upgrade speed was already among the best. Fang Xian is only level 42 now, and Lin Zun is probably wearing an enhanced holy suit. After all, he comes from a big family, and he is a genuine level winner from a dungeon. He is probably no match for Lin Zun at the moment. But he was not panicked at all. If Lin Zun really wanted to kill him, he would not have said so much to him. Fang Xian didn't care about Lin Zun's murderous intent at all and showed a harmonious smile on his face. Brother-in-law, we are all family. You don't have to beat around the bush if you have any ideas. Just speak openly. Lin Zun's mouth twitched, and his eyes became fierce. Don't call me uncle, then. Leave my sister alone. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Fang Xian answered straightforwardly, leaving no room for maneuver. Lin Zun was completely enraged, and became even more murderous. He stood up slowly, and looked at Fang Xian with contempt. You are just a contractor with no background, but you are trying to use my sister to get into the upper class. You are a bottom-level bug, are you worthy? Fang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a fierce look. I hope that one day, your Lin family will stop using Meng Qian to get close to me, Fang Xian. We don't accept rotten fish or shrimp. Ha! Lin Zun did not get angry but laughed and spoke sarcastically. Very good, since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, I will let you see what it means to. A true genius. Red gas was coming out of his body, and he was rising slowly. Fang Xian frowned slightly, ready to use free transfer to dodge at any time. At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of Fang Xian. The graceful figure held a black dagger in her hand and pointed it at Lin Zun. She didn't say anything, but her fierce murderous aura made Lin Zun unable to move. Lin Zun frowned, and the red gas on his body dissipated. You are above level 81, assassin. The beautiful figure did not answer, but just replied with one cold word. Roll. Lin Zun was not stupid. He knew what was going on at a glance. This was also the reason why he did not take action against Fang Xian immediately. Now that he had discovered the other party's attitude towards the country, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Lin Zun turned around and was about to leave when he was suddenly stopped by Fang Xian. Brother, I hope you can come again in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Zun turned back curiously, his face full of sarcasm. What? Don't you think my humiliation of you is not enough? Fang Xian had a smile on his face, and his tone was gentle. After 3 days, I hope you can still maintain your pride, brother-in-law. Oh. Lin Zun smiled contemptuously and turned away with his younger brother. Fang Xian sneered. He was too greedy before. He was only thinking about maximizing the benefits of the God-level multiplied return system, and did not even let his woman drink the attribute enhancer. If he had given Xuan No, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang the attribute enhancer, he would have nearly 10,000 attribute points by now. Lin Zun could be killed with just one slap. Now he needs to reconsider this matter. It feels a bit aggrieved, but there is no need to force it. Fang Xian saw the graceful figure. She had a delicate face and was wearing a black tights that outlined her body with perfect curves. She has air bangs and a high ponytail, looking very youthful and energetic. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name, Tang Xiaowu. Age, 28. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body size, 95. Height, 171 centimeters. Level, LV 81. Quality, intact. Favorability, -10. His. At the age of 28, he is already a level 81 shadow assassin. He is truly a genius among geniuses. It's really flattering that the country sent someone of this level to protect him. As for the fact that she was still a virgin at the age of 28, it was a bit beyond his expectation. But considering her level, it does make sense. It was Tang Xiaowu's favorability that made Fang Xian a little confused. How come she has a lower favorability than Lin Zun? Did he offend her in some way? Fang Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu and didn't want to think too much about it. He still had to thank her out of politeness. Thank you for your help just now. Tang Xiaowu turned around silently with a cold expression. She raised her slender arm and pointed the black dagger at Fang Xian. I warn you not to commit suicide, otherwise I will be the first one to not spare you. Besides, don't even think about contracting me. Author's comments, Tang Xiaowu reference picture. Chapter 26 Tang Xiaowu, become the fourth contract object. Tang Xiaowu reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian was a little dumbfounded when he saw Tang Xiaowu disappearing. When did he say he wanted to contract Tang Xiaowu? But after Tang Xiaowu said this, he became excited. Contracting Tang Xiaowu is indeed a good idea. Thanks for her self-recommendation. However, it is definitely impossible to contract Tang Xiaowu at this stage, and my strength does not allow it. He was a little curious. When he left the villa to upgrade the copy before, did Tang Xiaowu discover anything? Fang Xian was lying on the bed, looking at the attribute enhancer in the storage ring, and then at the passive skills. The reason why he made the 3-day appointment was that he wanted to contract another woman and get a 4,000-fold return. Although as long as the woman meets the requirements of the God-level multiplied return system, she can get a multiple return, he still only wants to sleep with the woman under the contract. The woman in the contract belongs to him 100% and is absolutely obedient, so there won't be so many troubles in love. Similarly, he can also be an irresponsible scumbag, using those women to help him repay multiple times and then abandon them. This is the fastest way to become stronger, but it's a bit like not treating people as human beings. And the most important thing is that it is easy to get sick. As long as he signs a contract with another woman, he will get 16,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer. What does 16,000 free attribute attributes mean? Level 1 has 10 basic attributes. With each level up, all attributes increase by 1, giving 6 free attribute points. That is to say, every professional awakener has only 588 free attribute points when he reaches level 99. A total of 16,000 free attribute points. If Fang Xian was not greedy, he could now use Xuan Nai, Lin Mingxian, and Lu Shishuang to securely obtain 9,000 free attribute points. With 9,000 free attribute points, you can still crush everyone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel that he had been too cautious before. He is really used to living in poverty and has to endure hardship. At this moment, Fang Xian finally figured it out. All the fear came from insufficient firepower. Now he had to arm himself with firepower. He did it right away. He went to the kitchen to get a fruit knife, walked to the window, and looked around. After staying by the window for more than a minute, he raised a fruit knife and was about to stab him in the stomach. A graceful figure suddenly appeared beside him, and it was Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes, looking very displeased. "What are you going to do?" Fang Xian put down the fruit knife and said with a smile, "Let's sit down and talk slowly." "No, just tell me if you have something to say." Seeing that Tang Xiaowu's attitude was very unfriendly, Fang Xian decided not to make trouble for himself and went straight to the point. "I want to make a contract with you." Tang Xiaowu refused without any hesitation. "No way." After she finished speaking, she was about to leave, and Fang Xian hurriedly grabbed her fair and delicate wrist. "What if I say that the contract with me is for the motherland?" Tang Xiaowu didn't expect Fang Xian to take direct action, and she instinctively wanted to teach Fang Xian a lesson, but when she heard Fang Xian say for the motherland, she hesitated. "Let it go first." Fang Xian did it on purpose just now, and it really worked. Tang Xiaowu is so young, yet her level and talent are very high. According to normal logic, she could choose not to carry out the mission of protecting Fang Xian. But the fact is that she came, which proves two situations. First, Tang Xiaowu absolutely obeys the orders of her superiors. Second, Tang Xiaowu felt that SP talent was rare in the world, and for the sake of her motherland, she must absolutely protect Fang Xian's safety. Regarding these two speculations, Fang Xian is more inclined to believe that Tang Xiaowu wanted to help the motherland from the bottom of her heart, which is why she chose to protect Fang Xian. Just as Fang Xian guessed, Tang Xiaowu indeed volunteered to stay and protect Fang Xian. For the sake of her motherland, she is willing to sacrifice her life. Fang Xian let go of Tang Xiaowu's slender white wrist and pretended to apologize. "Sorry, didn't mean to offend." Tang Xiaowu rubbed her hands. She didn't expect Fang Xian's hands were so strong. "Go ahead, don't waste time." "Good." Fang Xian's expression immediately turned serious, and he shared his attribute panel with Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu was a little surprised. Everyone's attribute panel is private and will only be shared with people who are very trusted. "Are you sure?" Fang Xian nodded. "Sure." Tang Xiaowu didn't say anything more and accepted Fang Xian's sharing, wanting to see what he was up to. As a result, as soon as she clicked on Fang Xian's attribute panel, her little mouth turned into an O shape in surprise. Name, Fang Xian. Level, 42. Attributes, Life, 51, Strength, 81, Intelligence, 51, Spirit, 51, Appearance, 99, Body, 99, Agility, 51, Defense, 51. Free attribute points, 24. You are already level 42. Tang Xiaowu looked at Fang Xian in disbelief. She could never have imagined that Fang Xian could reach level 42 in just 4 days right under her nose. The data panel cannot be faked. Tang Xiaowu was too surprised to ask this question. You should know that each professional awakener is limited in the number of times they can go into a dungeon, so they can't be a liver king. They can only rely on their own abilities to get a higher clearance score to obtain more reward experience. The most powerful genius needs 7 days to reach level 17, but Fang Xian can reach level 42 in just 4 days. It's simply outrageous. If others are geniuses, then Fang Xian is definitely a genius among geniuses. After a brief surprise, Tang Xiaowu discovered many unreasonable things. You obviously haven't been to the dungeon. How come you can level up so quickly? You are wrong. I have been to the dungeon this morning. This morning, Tang Xiaowu was filled with thoughts. She clearly did not see Fang Xian leave the villa, and there was no record of it in the Hall of Full-Time Awakeners. How did Fang Xian do it? No, even if you really went to the dungeon, it's impossible to reach level 42 in such a short time. Fang Xian smiled and said meaningfully, if the speed of my upgrade is related to the contract object, what would you think of? Is it related to the contract object? Tang Xiaowu thought of Xuan Ai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang, and connected them together, coming to a conclusion. They are all beauties, all Fang Xian's women. She stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes, trying to find his flaws. Does this mean that the more SP talent contracts you have and the better their quality, the faster you will level up? You can understand it that way. It's good to deal with smart people. Fang Xian doesn't need to explain too much. Tang Xiaowu can figure it out on her own. So you want to make me your woman? Fang Xian shook his head. To be precise, it means making you my contract object. Tang Xiaowu frowned slightly. Her bright eyes seemed to see through everything. But the people you contracted with eventually became your women. How do you explain that? Because by doing this, I can gain their rank. Tang Xiaowu looked solemn. Fang Xian's current level was 42, and Lu Shi's double level was also 42, proving that Fang Xian was not lying. Is there really such a talent for taking shortcuts in the world? As long as he contracts a beautiful woman and makes her Fang Xian's woman, he can obtain the same level as a woman? It's so perverted. It's simply a talent exclusive to gigolos. No wonder Fang Xian has been so secretive. The mystery is finally solved. If that's the case, I'll report to my superiors and try to find a high-level contract partner for you. Fang Xian looked gloomy and shook his head helplessly. You also know that my talent has certain appearance and body requirements. Ordinary people cannot trigger this talent. Also, I have to sign a contract with a woman who meets the requirements every day. Otherwise, all my efforts will be wasted. And each time the woman in the contract has to be taller than the previous one. Otherwise, it will not be successful. The most important thing is that I only have half an hour left in the contract today. There's simply not enough time. After hearing what Fang Xian said, Tang Xiaowu couldn't help but wonder why Fang Xian came to her. If that's the case, then she is indeed the best candidate. If she becomes Fang Xian's contract object, Fang Xian will immediately be promoted to level 81, becoming the youngest awakener in the world, and the revitalization of Dragon Country will be just around the corner. But she really wants to become Fang Xian. Contract object? Tang Xiaowu reference picture. Chapter 27. Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 bottle of Attribute Enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Sunlight streams through the windows into the spacious and bright living room, illuminating the luxurious furniture and exquisite decorations. A man and a woman stood there quietly, like motionless wooden figures. Fang Xian didn't say anything and waited for Tang Xiaowu silently. Tang Xiaowu thought for a moment and looked at Fang Xian with complicated eyes. If I sign a contract with you, how can I prove that you will fight for the Dragon Kingdom and its people? Fang Xian was secretly delighted. He thought that Tang Xiaowu was indeed a soldier who would devote everything to the country and was worthy of his respect. We signed an agreement, and the terms were negotiated by us. I will clearly state in the contract, I will never betray Dragon Country, and everything I do will be for the prosperity and peace of Dragon Country. Fang Xian had told Tang Xiaowu a lot of lies before, but the only lie he said, I will never betray the Dragon Kingdom, came from the bottom of his heart. Tang Xiaowu knows the role of the agreement contract. As long as she does not follow the terms of the agreement, the contract will backfire. The consequences can be mild, including disability and severe death. Seeing Fang Xian's sincere eyes again, she compromise. Okay, let's agree on the contract now. Fang Xian's face was calm and composed, but he was smiling inside. A black magic circle appeared under his feet, connecting to the ground under Tang Xiaowu's feet, also forming a black magic circle. 2 big words agreement appeared between the 2 people. Fang Xian said the content of never betray the Dragon Kingdom to the word agreement. The word agreement immediately popped up with what Fang Xian had said. Tang Xiaowu carefully read the contents of the agreement and then added some details. Seeing how serious Tang Xiaowu was, Fang Xian couldn't help but think that he was a bad guy who specialized in deceiving people. This is not an agreement or contract at all. It's simply a contract to sell one's body. Tang Xiaowu confirmed that it was correct and nodded to Fang Xian with a complicated expression. Fang Xian's sense of guilt immediately dissipated, and he couldn't wait to shout. Contract. Tang Xiaowu let out a long sigh and answered softly. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the 2 people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Tang Xiaowu both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object. For fifths. Fang Xian silently took out one each of the basic experience pill, intermediate experience pill, advanced experience pill, attribute enhancer, and skill upgrade pill from the storage ring. Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu opened her beautiful eyes hazily, and when she saw it was Fang Xian, she spoke gently. Hubby, what's wrong? Fang Xian suddenly had a strange idea. Should he let Tang Xiaowu call him third brother? After all, he is the third child in his hometown, so it makes sense. But after thinking about it, he decided to give up, as he always felt that calling him third brother would lead to his death. Xiaowu, eat all of this. Tang Xiaowu took a glance and recognized those pills. Hubby, how come you have so many experience pills and attribute enhancers? Well, all of them are for my good little Wu. Thank you, husband. Tang Xiaowu supported herself on the mattress with one hand and tried to get up to take medicine. As a result, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, which made her unable to get up. It hurts. Fang Xian quickly stepped forward and supported Tang Xiaowu. Xiaowu, are you okay? No, it's okay. Tang Xiaowu nodded obediently, took the beginner, intermediate, and advanced experience pills, and then drank the attribute enhancer. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one primary experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 4,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes one skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 4,000 pills. Fang Xian looked at the system prompt and was overjoyed. Xiaowu, you should have a good rest first. Fang Xian walked out of the room excitedly, closed the door, and trotted to the study. He took out the advanced experience pills and attribute enhancers, grabbed a handful of advanced experience pills, and started eating, and when he choked, he drank a thumb-sized portion of attribute enhancers. Xuan No and Lin Mingxian finished upgrading today's copy. As soon as they opened the door, they saw Fang Xian's shoes. The master has returned. Lin Mingxian happily ran to the master bedroom and ran into Tang Xiaowu, who had just opened the door of the master bedroom. Tang Xiaowu recognized Lin Mingxian and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. When Lin Mingxian saw the many strawberry marks on Tang Xiaowu's neck, she immediately understood. Xuanai was still wondering why Lin Mingxian's voice suddenly stopped. When she went over, she saw Tang Xiaowu and understood instantly. At this time, a beautiful figure walked into the room. It was Lu Shishuang, student Fang Xian. The four of them looked at each other and then looked towards the study. Fang Xian heard their voices and had no choice but to open the door. The four girls had different expressions and all looked at Fang Xian. Tang Xiaowu reference picture. Chapter 28. All returned. Fang Xian's attributes are going to be amazing. If Fang Xian wants to do something, he will treat everyone equally, regardless of who is right or wrong, or whether anyone is wrong at all. If you don't get along, you will be punished. You should reflect on how to get along well with each other from now on. After saying that, Fang Xian closed the door and returned to the study to continue taking pills. After eating too much, he would exercise on the treadmill and then continue eating. This cycle continues until nightfall. 4,000 advanced experience pills and 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancers were all consumed. Gain 960,000 experience points and 4,000 free attribute points. 960,000 experience points can only allow him to level up to level 43. Fang Xian excitedly opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV43, Gold Contract Master. Life, 52. Strength, 82. Intelligence, 52. Spirit, 52. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Agility, 52. Defense, 52. Free attribute points, 40-30. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 5, current contract, for fifths. 40-30 free attribute points, so terrifying. First, add health, intelligence, spirit, agility, and defense to 82, the same as strength. Spend 150 attribute points, leaving 3,880 points. 3,880 points are evenly distributed, with 646 points added to each of the 6 attributes. Fang Xian's current attributes are Life, 646, Strength, 646, Intelligence, 646, Spirit, 646, Appearance, 99, Body, 99, Agility, 646, Defense, 646. Free attribute points, 4. A true hexagonal warrior. Once Xuanno, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang all drink the attribute enhancer, he will be able to obtain another 12,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. At that time, he was the strongest in the entire Dragon Kingdom, even the strongest in the world. It's getting late now, so Fang Xian prepares to go see the 4 beauties. They all looked at Fang Xian and began to beg him. Lin Mingqian, hubby, I was wrong. I will never make a fuss again. Yukino, hubby. Yukino knows she's wrong. Lu Shishuang, student Fang Xian. No, husband, the teacher knows he is wrong. I will be obedient in the future. Fang Xian nodded with satisfaction and spoke with a smile. I don't want any estrangement or entanglement between you. Once I find out, it won't just be this kind of punishment. Okay, get up and cook. He took out pills from his storage ring and began to distribute them to them, letting them take 1 each. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and returns 4,000 pills. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 advanced experience pill and returns 4,000 pills. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and returns 4,000 pills. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 advanced experience pill and returns 4,000 pills. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 4,000 bottles. 8,000 intermediate experience pills, 8,000 advanced experience pills, and 12,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Developed. Chapter 29 Western countries begin assassinating Fang Xian. Dragon Country, capital city, dedicated awakener building. Xiao hasn't sent any news back yet today. Mu Wanyao also received information this morning that the Lin family in Yongjiang City was looking for Fang Xian, and even that the other party had taken action. As a result, it is already evening and Tang Xiaowu has not sent back the latest news. The female secretary shook her head helplessly, frowning slightly. I haven't received any news from Tang Xiaowu yet. Is something wrong with Sister Xiaowu? Mu Wanyao shook her head and said with great certainty. No. Tang Xiaowu is a level 81 shadow assassin with extremely high agility. In order to prevent her from sending any information, one must be a professional awakener, at least level 90. Professional awakeners above level 90 are strictly controlled by the state and must report wherever they want to go. As for foreign professional awakeners above level 90, it is even more impossible. From the moment they set foot in Dragon Country, they will be under various surveillance and subject to many restrictions. As long as they dare to do anything illegal in Longwa, they will be strangled by Longwa. This provision is passed by the United Nations and is applicable to all countries. But there has been no news from Tang Xiaowu, which is indeed strange. Previously, the country sent 2 level 81 shadow assassins to protect Fang Xian, but one of the shadow assassins had to go to support first because of the appearance of a special copy. The most powerful person in Yongjiang City right now is the mayor of Yongjiang City, Yu Longming. If anything unexpected happens, he is the only one who can handle it. Contact Yongjiang City, Mayor Yu Longming, and ask him to go to Fang Xian's residence to check on the situation. Yes. The female secretary received the instructions and immediately made arrangements. Mu Wanyao looked at the female secretary who was leaving, her brows slightly furrowed. How come Tang Xiaowu suddenly lost contact? Could it be related to the countries that visited Longwa yesterday? Among them, the national representatives that came to Dragon Country successively included the United States, the Sakura Country, the Kimchi Country, the British Empire, Germany, France, and more than 10 other countries. They all came to visit for different reasons and at roughly the same time, which is really suspicious. Moreover, each of their national delegations has a professional awakener above level 90, which is indeed a big suspicion. But they are all under surveillance by the National Security Agency, and it is very difficult for them to take any action. Mu Wanyao entered the password on the computer, then used facial recognition to open a confidential file that recorded the information of all people who visited Longwa this time. She found the professional awakeners above level 90 in each country and checked them carefully one by one, but did not find any suspicious information. Strange, professional awakeners above level 90 have no problems at all. Their professions and abilities were simply not enough to support an assassination operation, not to mention the need to travel back and forth between two distant cities in a short period of time. Unless Mu Wanyao suddenly thought of something and immediately screened the data for professional awakeners from level 81 to level 89. As a result, she actually found a suspicious person. It's him, level 89 space magician. Gabriel. If it were Gabriel, it would indeed be possible for him to cross thousands of kilometers in a short period of time and reach Fang Xian City. Mu Wanyao hurriedly opened Gabriel's schedule and daily routine and found that he came with his girlfriend and they mostly stayed in the hotel and rarely went out. Moreover, he would appear at the window and balcony every few hours, as if he was deliberately letting others know that he was in the room. Gabriel is indeed a major suspect. When he is not showing up, he is most likely in Yongjiang City. The level 89 space magician cannot kill Tang Xiaowu instantly, but as long as there is a flaw, he can control Tang Xiaowu silently. If this is true, then Tang Xiaowu and Fang Xian will be in danger. Even if Yongjiang City Mayor Yu Longming arrived, he would not be a match for Gabriel. It seems that she still needs to go there. Mu Wanyao hurriedly stood up and walked to the balcony. Her delicate white hands stretched forward, her mouth vibrating. Summoned in my name. The strange beasts that travel through time and space, obey my orders. Now, the space in front of Mu Wanyao began to distort, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. A huge monster slowly flew out from the space. It was so huge that it was as tall as a 20-story building. There are many golden scales on its big head, and there are 2 long silver whiskers on the tip of its nose. He is all white and resembles a traditional reptile, with 2 pairs of huge wings on his back. This is Mu Wanyao's pet, a strange beast, the magic dragon. In addition to the 3 common races of demons, beasts, and elves, there are also some rare exotic beasts and strange species. The paper money copy that Fang Xian cleared is a weird copy, and all the monsters in it are weird. The alien beasts are an even rarer race. They are naturally powerful, possessing innate powerful magic and extremely strong bodies. It is also the only other race that can be contracted by all humans. They usually live in different dimensions and occasionally appear in copies. If you encounter strange beasts in the dungeon and defeat them, you can propose a contract to them. Once the contract is successful, the strange beast will become the pet of the full-time awakener. Pets are divided into 2 types, growth type and natural type. Natural type. Born with top attributes and levels, but unable to become stronger by any means. Growth type. They are relatively weak at birth, but can grow through hunting, training, etc., and have great potential. Mu Wanyao's magic dragon is a growth type pet with unlimited possibilities. She jumped onto the long neck of the magic dragon and looked towards the direction of Yongjiang City. Magic dragon, let's go. The demon dragon exhaled hot air from its large nostrils, flapped its wings, and disappeared into the sky. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian is surrounded by 4 beauties, Xuanai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu. But his attention was all on the system warehouse. Looking at so many experience pills and attribute enhancers, he couldn't stop smiling. As long as he drinks 12,000 attribute enhancers, he will be the strongest person in the world. Okay, take care of your dinner. I'm going to practice in the study. You can't disturb me. The 4 beauties nodded, not daring to have any opinions. Fang Xian was very satisfied with their performance and was about to turn around and go to the study. As a result, he suddenly felt a strong energy that came down from the sky and suddenly slammed down. Not good. Fang Xian grabbed Xuan Nai and Lin Mingxian, who were closest to him, and evacuated quickly. Xiao Wu, take teacher Lu away. Although Tang Xiaowu does not have as high mental power as Fang Xian, as a shadow assassin, her reaction is absolutely first class. She hugged Lu Shishuang, activated the skill Divine Appearance, and escaped from the attack range in an instant. Fang Xian does not have a speed skill, but his agility is as high as 646 points, which is faster than the average level 90 assassin. In addition, his strength is also 646 points. With a burst, he can reach a safe place in an instant. Whoosh! The moment Fang Xian and Tang Xiaowu left, his villa was shattered by powerful energy and turned into ruins. He looked at the deep hole in the ground, and his veins popped out. That was his villa, a villa worth millions, and it was gone after just a few days of living there. Fang Xian looked up at the man in the sky, his anger skyrocketing. No matter who is in the sky or what level he is, Fang Xian wants him. Die? Chapter 30 Gabriel. How do you want to die? Yongjiang City, Mayor's Office. Yu Longming is a middle-aged man in his 50s. Today, he worked overtime until late as usual. He looked at the list of students provided by various schools in Yongjiang City, all of whom were preparing to participate in the National League. Every year after the Awakening graduation, the National League will be held 1 month later. Based on each city, 5 students who have awakened this year will be selected as representatives to participate in the national competition. Students who perform well in the National League will not only receive generous rewards, but also have the opportunity to work in national institutions. In this world, no force or family can stand shoulder to shoulder with a country. The country is the most powerful force and the place with the richest resources. At the same time, the professional awakeners who come out of national institutions are stronger than ordinary people, so he attaches great importance to this competition. But after looking around, the only person that Yongjiang City can come up with is Fang Xian. As for Fang Xian, he couldn't help but have a headache. It has been 4 days since he awakened, and he has never been to the dungeon, which really disappoints him. Although Fang Xian's affairs were directly managed by the state, and he didn't need to do anything extra, he still investigated secretly, but the result was nothing but disappointment. He is so self-destructive that he is unworthy of great use. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The person who pushed open the door and entered was a tall and thin man. He was the mayor's secretary. "Mayor Yu, I just received a call from above, asking you to rush to Yunjing Villa immediately to ensure Fang Xian's safety." Yu Longming frowned when he heard this. Fang Xian's safety has always been the responsibility of the state, but now they are letting him go directly. It is obvious that a major crisis has occurred. Yu Longming opened the window and jumped without any hesitation. He stretched out his palms in the air and chanted a spell silently. "Summoned in my name, the strange beasts that travel through time and space, obey my orders." Now, the space in front of Yu Longming began to distort, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. A tiger as big as a truck roared out, its body covered with lightning-shaped stripes, and it had 2 pairs of huge wings behind it. This is his pet, a strange beast, the Thunder Tiger. The Thunder Tiger caught Yu Longming, and crackling electric light came out of his body. Suddenly, a sonic boom sounded, and it shot out like a cannonball. As a level 85 Glory Knight, Yu Longming's physical fitness can naturally withstand such a fast speed. He urged the Thunder Tiger to burst out at the fastest speed and make sure to arrive as soon as possible. Even if he has some complaints about the other party not doing dungeons or leveling up, it doesn't mean that others can harm Dragon Country's SP Talent Awakeners. Cloud View Villa. Before Xuan and Fang Xian knew what was happening, they were carried away by Fang Xian. When they opened their eyes again, they were frightened by the 100-meter-wide pit in front of them. They were stunned and speechless. If it weren't for Fang Xian, they would have been blown to ashes. Lu Shishuang also frowned, and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. They had never seen such a scene before, and it was not something they could encounter at their level. Among the 4 beauties, only Tang Xiaowu had seen it, but it was the first time it happened to her. She was shocked by the power of the attack, and was also surprised that Fang Xian could actually dodge the attack. It was obvious that Fang Xian did not lie to her. After Fang Xian got her, she was indeed at level 81. If Fang Xian can get a more beautiful woman, doesn't that mean Fang Xian is already a strong man above level 90 at the age of 19? He is a peerless genius who is unmatched anywhere in the world, and even in other worlds, he is a leader. But it seems that the only one who meets the requirements is her immediate superior, Mu Wanyao. If she proposed the plan to Mu Wanyao, would Mu Wanyao agree? Tang Xiaowu shook her head. Why did she suddenly think of this? The most important thing right now was to protect Fang Xian, otherwise there would be no future. "Hubby, run, leave this to me." Fang Xian seemed not to hear it. He put Xuan and Fang Xian down and stared at the man in the sky with sharp eyes. The man was wearing black armor that covered his entire body, so his face could not be seen. But being able to fly in the air is enough to prove how powerful he is. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Gabriel. Age, 58. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Value, 78. Body size, 78. Height, 180. Level, LV 89. Morality, accept all who come. Favorability, 50. Gabriel? Judging from the name, he must be a foreigner. Sure enough, the assassination that Fang Xian had worried about finally happened. And they even sent out a level 89 magician, which really shows their respect for him. This also indirectly reflects the determination of Western countries to kill him. If Gabriel had arrived earlier, Fang Xian would have been dead for sure. But now it's hard to say. Gabriel was flying in the air, with a million questions in his mind. From the way Fang Xian and Tang Xiaowu escaped just now, it can be seen that both of them are very fast. Tang Xiaowu is a level 81 assassin, so he can understand her speed and skills. But why was Fang Xian able to escape on his own? Wasn't he awakened only a few days ago? Not only has he just awakened for a few days, he's still a rookie who has never played a dungeon. Is this speed reasonable? At this moment, Tang Xiaowu stood in front of Fang Xian with a black dagger in her hand and a serious expression. Hubby, you go first. I'll cover you. Fang Xian patted her shoulder lightly, staring at Gabriel intently. Xiaowu, you step back. I have to kill this guy. I have to avenge my villa. Tang Xiaowu looked anxious and hurried to dissuade him. Husband, you have a bright future. You can't ruin it here. You leave quickly. I will hold you here. Support will arrive soon. Fang Xian glared at Tang Xiaowu and scolded her harshly. Tang Xiaowu, this is an order. When Tang Xiaowu saw Fang Xian's eyes, her body trembled involuntarily. I'm sorry, husband. I see. Very good. Fang Xian looked up at Gabriel in the sky, his lips curled up, his eyes full of provocation. Gabriel, how do you want to die? Do you want to be killed by an explosion? Or do you want to die from a headshot? Or die with a dick explosion? Chapter 31. Gabriel is defeated in seconds. Mu Wanyao arrives. The security guard of Cloudview Villa hid in the corner, looking at Gabriel in the sky nervously. A security guard swallowed unconsciously and asked the security captain a soul-searching question. Captain, are we really not going to go? Don't be so stubborn. We're just going to deliver it to you. The security captain secretly called him an idiot. It was really stupid for him to ask such a question. He was only a level 41 Golden Knight, and the rest of the security guards were only level 20 Silver Knights. The lowest level of those who could fly in the air were all awakened people above level 80. Why are they going up there? They will be killed instantly. What's the point of living with a salary of 10,000 or 20,000 yuan a month? I am speechless. Gabriel looked at Fang Xian's arrogant look and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't expect Fang Xian to be such an arrogant kid who even dared to speak so wildly. He was truly lawless. For this operation, the United States specially gave him a set of holy-level equipment that had never been exposed to the public. Not only were the attributes very suitable for him, but it also covered the whole body without exposing himself. Even if the Dragon Kingdom investigates later, they won't be able to do anything to him without evidence. Gabriel was hiding so well. How did Fang Xian recognize him? Or is he trying to trick him? Gabriel really wanted to have a quarrel with Fang Xian, but to be on the safe side, he decided to play it safe and not say a word to avoid exposing his identity. When Fang Xian saw Gabriel's indifferent look, he suddenly thought that Gabriel might not understand the Dragon Country language. So he gave Gabriel the internationally accepted middle finger. Fuck you. Gabriel was immediately furious. He could understand the Dragon Kingdom language, but he didn't expect Fang Xian to scold him in both languages. I can tolerate my uncle, but I can't tolerate my aunt. A black staff appeared in his hand. He raised it high and used his skill, Fight of the Trapped Beast. Suddenly, the 100-meter space where Fang Xian was locked, and he couldn't leave. Gabriel knew that Fang Xian was very fast, and now that he had locked his space, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered. Let Fang Xian curse, and curse in 2 languages. Gabriel must be venting his anger. Powerful magic power condensed on his staff, and he was ready to release a big move to blast Fang Xian into powder. Although Tang Xiaowu was not in high spirits, she was knowledgeable, and she could feel that Fang Xian's movements had been restricted. She knelt on the ground and begged hurriedly. Hubby, let me help you. Xuanai, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang are at a lower level and cannot feel the power of space. But from Tang Xiaowu's expression, it can be seen that Fang Xian's current situation is not very good. They hurried to dissuade him. Xueno, hubby, please let Sister Xiaowu help you. Lin Mengxian, hubby, we must live in harmony from now on. Let Sister Xiaowu take action. Lu Shishuang, student Fang Xian, don't act on impulse. Xiaowu can help you. Tang Xiaowu, hubby, Xiaowu will definitely be very good in the future, but I'm sorry now, I must take action. Okay, all of you get up. Fang Xian smiled at them. He could feel their concern. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaowu immediately stood up, holding the black dagger, and used her skill, Bee Sting, on Fang Xian. Bang! Tang Xiaowu tried to use her skills to break the space that trapped Fang Xian, but to no avail. I can't break it. Husband. Seeing this, Xuanai, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang hurried to Tang Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu, what should we do now? Tang Xiaowu frowned and looked at Gabriel, who was casting a spell in the sky. The person who tied the bell must be the one who untied it. The only way is to interrupt the spell. The 3 of them reacted after hearing this. Their levels were not high, but they were eager to save people, so they all took out their weapons and prepared to help Tang Xiaowu. At this time Fang Xian chuckled, performed free transfer, and came to Tang Xiaowu's side. His sudden appearance startled Tang Xiaowu and the others, and when they saw it was Fang Xian, they hurried forward to show concern. Xueno, honey, are you okay? Lin Mingqian, husband, how did you get out? Lu Shishuang, now is not the time to discuss this. Fang Xian, let's retreat first. Tang Xiaowu, well, you guys go first, I'll cover you. Fang Xian gently rubbed Tang Xiaowu's head, with a smile on his face. Why are you running away? I haven't killed this guy yet. But my husband. Okay, everyone, stop talking and watch carefully. I'm going to kill him in seconds. When Gabriel heard Fang Xian's arrogant words, the corners of his mouth twitched again. He felt incredible that Fang Xian had escaped from his trapped beast fight just now. He just couldn't understand how a person who had just awakened could escape his control skills. You have to know that his fight of a trapped beast can even temporarily trap a level 92 person. How did Fang Xian escape so easily? But he is not the kind of person who would worry about things. If he can't figure it out, he won't think about it, and will just kill Fang Xian. The magic wand in his hand had gathered energy, and with just one blast, Fang Xian and the others would surely die. At this moment, Fang Xian took out the magic devouring wand and put on the Thanos gloves. With the support of the two pieces of equipment, his attributes were improved again. Fang Xian's current attributes are Life, 646, Strength, 646, Intelligence, 646 plus 85, Spirit, 646 plus 85, Agility, 646 plus 33, Defense, 646 plus 52. He looked towards Gabriel, his eyes bursting with terrifying mental power. Soul Attack. This move is a 300% mental attack, which is converted into magic damage. 21930. What does 21390 magic damage mean? If a warrior puts all his points into health, then his health at level 90 is 5200, plus defense is 1000. This means that he can withstand the output of 6199 and survive. A Blood Bowl warrior's own panel can only withstand 6199 output at most, not to mention Gabriel, a magician who mainly adds spirit and additional intelligence. Even if Gabriel was wearing the holy suit and his attributes were increased, he could not withstand Fang Xian's magic output of 21,930. Boom! There is no doubt that Gabriel was blown into pieces, leaving nothing behind. Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu all looked at Gabriel, who turned into powder in the sky in disbelief. Such a terrifying magician can actually kill people instantly? At this moment, Fang Xian was like a god in their hearts, omnipotent. They all looked at Fang Xian with admiration, each with their own thoughts. Xueno was thinking, my husband is so capable, maybe he can really save her country. Lin Mingqian was thinking, they all awakened at the same time. Why is Fang Xian so powerful? He is worthy of being her man. Lu Shishuang was thinking, is this a SP level talent awakener? Why is he so strong? I must study it carefully. Tang Xiaowu was thinking, my husband is so powerful even though he is only level 81. If he can really contract with Commander Mu Wanyao, then, in the distance, a dragon roared. The person coming is Mu Wanyao. Chapter 32. Is this really the level 89 magician that Fang Xian defeated in seconds? Mu Wanyao reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Mu Wanyao jumped off the magic dragon and landed next to Tang Xiaowu. What was that just exploded? When Tang Xiaowu saw Mu Wanyao coming, she hurried forward to salute. Report to Commander Mu. The person who just exploded was the assassin. Mu Wanyao looked around and finally set her sights on Fang Xian. Are you all right? It's okay, we're not hurt at all. Mu Wanyao was a little surprised. Not hurt at all. If the person who came was really the level 89 magician Gabriel, how could he be safe and sound? When she saw that Tang Xiaowu, Fang Xian, and the others really had no scars at all, she was sure that Tang Xiaowu was not exaggerating. It's just a bit strange. Why do Tang Xiaowu, Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang have thick mud on their knees? Especially Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang, who were wearing short skirts. It was obvious that their knees were red, and it was obvious that they had been kneeling for quite some time. There are no injuries, so what's wrong with their knees? And why is Tang Xiaowu's knee like this? Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang are Fang Xian's women. What can she associate them with? But Tang Xiaowu is not like that. How could it be like this? Could it be that Tang Xiaowu has also become Fang Xian's woman? Mu Wanyao looked at Tang Xiaowu suspiciously and spoke lightly. What level is the assassin? A magician around level 80. Mu Wanyao could be sure that the person who came was indeed Gabriel. You killed him. She felt that it was not Tang Xiaowu who killed Gabriel, especially the scene where Gabriel exploded at the end, which was not something that could be done by an assassin's skills. But among the people present, apart from Tang Xiaowu, she really couldn't think of anyone else who could kill Gabriel. As expected, Tang Xiaowu shook her head slightly. No, it was the old man, Fang Xian, who killed him. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian in surprise, her face full of disbelief. She knew all the information about Fang Xian. How could a 20-year-old boy who had just awakened and did not go to the dungeon to upgrade kill a level 89 space magician? Every magician has his or her own attribute category. For example, a magician who is good at ice and snow belongs to the ice magician. The space magician is the most comprehensive, integrating attack, control, and teleportation. He is also the most difficult to deal with. It is not easy to kill him. As long as the space magician wants to escape, it will be difficult for the awakened one to stop him. After all, he only needs a space shuttle to escape. And now a level 89 space magician just died like this? It was simply unbelievable. She didn't dare to believe what Tang Xiaowu said and could only ask again. Are you sure? It's absolutely true. Fang Xian defeated him in one move. If she was shocked that Fang Xian could kill Gabriel, then Tang Xiaowu's statement that Fang Xian killed Gabriel in seconds was simply horrifying. Defeating and defeating are two different things. A defeat may be due to the small gap between the two sides and a narrow victory, or it may be due to the fact that there is a big gap in strength between the two sides and the winner is determined after several rounds of fighting. But it's different in seconds, because there's a huge gap in strength between the two sides, and one can be killed with just a slight move. Gabriel is a level 89 space magician. To kill him in 1 second, one must be around level 98. Now that Tang Xiaowu said Fang Xian killed Gabriel in seconds, how could she possibly believe it? But she was clear about Tang Xiaowu's character and personality, and she would not tell such a meaningless lie. This is very contradictory, so what is the truth? When Fang Xian saw Mu Wanyao, he couldn't help but sigh that she was truly stunningly beautiful. In addition to her perfect appearance and figure, she also gives people a unique feeling. If Xuan Nai is gentle as water, Lin Mengqian is innocent, Lu Shishuang is mature and intellectual, and Tang Xiaowu is brave and resolute, then she is domineering. It is a kind of arrogance of a king who dominates the world, which people can only watch from afar and not play with. Fang Xian used Eye of Insight on her. Name Mu Wanyao. Age, 30. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 97. Body size, 97. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 91. Quality, intact. Favorability, 60. If Tang Xiaowu became a level 81 shadow assassin at the age of 28, she is a genius among geniuses. Mu Wanyao was only 30 years old, but she was already a level 91 paladin. She was definitely a monster among monsters. You should know that after level 81, each level up requires hundreds of millions of experience points. To obtain so much upgrade experience, professional awakeners must perform extremely perfectly when clearing dungeons, and must get SSS rating every time. As we all know, as the level increases, the difficulty of subsequent copies will become higher. It is extremely difficult to achieve an SSS clearance rating in every dungeon. Mu Wanyao is already a level 91 paladin at such a young age. One can imagine how terrifying her strength is. Of course, judging from Fang Xian's current attributes, he is confident that he can compete with Mu Wanyao. After all, apart from him, no one else in the world has so many experience pills and attribute enhancers to eat. At this time, thunder was heard in the distance, lightning flashed, and a tiger and a man appeared in an instant. The person who came was the mayor of Yongjiang City, Yu Longming. As soon as Yu Longming arrived at Yunjing Villa, he saw the magic dragon hovering in the sky. He jumped off the thunder tiger with a frown on his face, searching for the owner of the magic dragon. When he saw Mu Wanyao's figure, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Mu Wanyao actually came to Yongjiang City from the capital. Yu Longming made a quick inspection and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Fang Xian and Lin Mengqian were both safe and sound. He quickly ran to Mu Wanyao and nodded slightly. Commander Mu, you are here. Well, Mayor Yu, thank you for coming here in person. It should be. Yu Longming is much older than Mu Wanyao, but his official position is very different, so naturally he has to maintain a good attitude. Commander Mu, have you dealt with all the assassins? Mu Wanyao frowned slightly and looked at Fang Xian. He solved it. Yu Longming followed Mu Wanyao's gaze and found that there was no one else there except Fang Xian and Lin Mengqian. Him? Who is Commander Mu referring to? Fang Xian. Fang Xian. Yu Longming almost screamed out loud, but fortunately he restrained himself. Fang Xian? How is this possible? Whether it is true or not, we will know once we ask. Mu Wanyao moved and instantly appeared in front of Fang Xian. The aura she exuded was so powerful that Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, and others didn't dare to breathe heavily. Fang Xian, nice to meet you. I'm Mu Wanyao. Fang Xian smiled slightly and waved hello. Hello. Seeing that Fang Xian was so calm and not at all intimidated by her aura, Mu Wanyao decided to get straight to the point. Did you kill the assassin just now in 1 second? Fang Xian looked directly into Mu Wanyao's eyes, his face full of confidence. Right. I took it in seconds. The author has something to say. There is a reference picture of Mu Wanyao. Chapter 33. Mu Wanyao agreed to Fang Xian's conditions. Mu Wanyao reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Mu Wanyao did not see any fear in Fang Xian's eyes, nor did she see any trace of hesitation. She concluded with certainty. Fang Xian was not lying, and Gabriel was indeed killed in seconds by Fang Xian. She still found it hard to believe such a ridiculous thing. Mu Wanyao looked at Yu Longming, who also had a shocked expression on his face, and began to give orders. Mayor Yu, please arrange some trustworthy people to control everyone present. Also, bring me all the surveillance footage that can capture this place. Don't leave any clues for others to know. Good. Yu Longming looked at Fang Xian deeply, then turned around and made a phone call. Mu Wanyao looked towards the empty pavilion in the distance and made a gesture of invitation. Fang Xian, let's talk for a moment. Good. Fang Xian understood what she meant and followed Mu Wanyao's footsteps. Lin Mingxian came to her senses only after seeing them leave. She stared at Mu Wanyao in the pavilion, her eyes full of admiration. She is really Mu Wanyao, the #1 genius of Dragon Country? She is my idol. Lu Shishuang only realized at this moment that it was her. Xuanai looked at Fang Xian with concern and couldn't help but ask worriedly, is Fang Xian okay? Won't. Tang Xiaowu slowly walked over to them and looked at Fang Xian and Mu Wanyao. If possible, I would like to have another sister. Hearing this, Lin Mingxian looked at Mu Wanyao infatuatedly, and some indescribable scenes immediately emerged in her mind. If Mu Wanyao really became her sister, she would definitely hold Mu Wanyao in her arms and sleep together. Under the pavilion, Fang Xian had naturally heard of the youngest level 91 paladin in Dragon Country. He has a great reputation and is indeed a genius. But for Fang Xian at this moment, he didn't care at all. How powerful is a person who is so talented that he can cheat? As long as he drinks up the remaining 1.2 bottles of attribute enhancers, any genius or strong man will be nothing but cattle and horses in front of him. Fang Xian remained calm and composed, even thinking about how to ask for more rewards later. After all, he has the power to kill a level 89 magician in seconds, so the Dragon Kingdom will definitely take him very seriously. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression. She used to think that Fang Xian was a lustful man with no ambition to make progress. Unexpectedly, less than a week has passed, and Fang Xian is almost growing to the same level as her. You have a contract with Tang Xiaowu? Fang Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mu Wanyao's first question would be this one. There was no need for him to hide it. Tang Xiaowu would report it to her superiors sooner or later. Yes. Xiaowu is not someone who would give in or compromise easily. How did you do it? She is indeed a girl with a strong personality, but she is willing to sacrifice herself for the country. Mu Wanyao frowned slightly. She had previously told Tang Xiaowu that she could make a contract with Fang Xian when necessary, but she didn't expect it would happen so soon. What's the meaning? One lie requires countless lies to cover it up, so Fang Xian started talking nonsense seriously again. As long as I make a contract with a beautiful woman, I can activate my SP talent and gain the level of the contract object. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian steadily. She didn't expect that there was such a perverted talent in the world. No wonder Fang Xian didn't go to the dungeon and only knew how to contract beauties. If this is the case, it does explain why Fang Xian has such combat power. But Xiao Wu is only level 81. How did you defeat a level 89 magician in seconds? Xiao Wu is my fourth woman. The more beauties I contract, the higher the rate of improvement will be. So what level is your current attribute equivalent to? Level 99. What? Mu Wanyao, who had been calm and collected, was shocked when she heard the level Fang Xian reported. What does level 99 mean? The current highest level in this world is level 99. Fang Xian has only been awakened for a few days, and he has already reached the top. How can this not be shocking? No wonder he could kill Gabriel in seconds. No wonder Tang Xiaowu made a contract with him. So that's how it is. Mu Wanyao took a long breath and adjusted her mindset. Fang Xian, How many more people can you contract? Fang Xian is now level 42, and he can add one contract object every 10 levels, which means he can contract up to 6 more people. In total, there are 6 more contracts that can be made, but they cannot be made now. Only by upgrading the level can more contract objects be unlocked. Mu Wanyao nodded, as if thinking about something, and subconsciously expressed her thoughts. How about, let the country help you choose the remaining 5 beauties? There is such a good thing. Thank you so much, Commander Mu. When Mu Wanyao heard Fang Xian's words, her pretty face turned slightly red, as if she was helping Fang Xian choose a concubine. Ahem, your requirement is just to be beautiful? Are there any requirements for level? Fang Xian pretended to think, glanced at Mu Wanyao, and laughed wickedly. You have to wait until you are at the level of Commander Mu, otherwise the advancement will not be great. When has Mu Wanyao ever been teased by anyone? If it were in the past, she would have crippled Fang Xian's third leg long ago. But she had no choice. Fang Xian's strategic significance was too great now, so she had to try her best to meet his requirements. I can't. I can find you some more beautiful ones, and you can choose 5 from them. Fang Xian found it funny when he saw Mu Wanyao was angry, but dared not speak. If Fang Xian insisted on making Mu Wanyao his woman, there was a high chance that he would succeed. But there is no rush right now. We have to get the things we need most first. Commander Mu, compared to this, I hope the country can help me with other things. Seeing that Fang Xian was not insisting on her, Mu Wanyao immediately asked, What's the matter? I want super experience pills and top experience pills, as well as a set of god-level equipment with no cooldown and group attack skills, as well as enhanced gems, lucky potions, high-level gems, refining stones, and high-level enchantment stones. You only need one of the above props, no more. Fang Xian told Mu Wanyao everything he needed in one breath, leaving her dumbfounded. Super experience pills and top-quality experience pills are relatively rare items, and the country doesn't have many in stock, but it's not a big problem to give some to Fang Xian. As for strengthening gems, lucky potions, high-level gems, refining stones, and high-level enchantment stones, the country can only provide no more than 10,000 of them, but everyone can see Fang Xian's ambition. He wants a set of god-level equipment and so many strengthening materials. It is obvious that he wants to strengthen a set of god-level equipment. The chance of strengthening a god-level suit is very low. If you want to make a decent god-level equipment, you need tens of thousands of strengthening stones. A set of god-level equipment includes weapons, helmets, armor, gauntlets, and shoes. Strengthening one piece of god-level equipment requires tens of thousands of strengthening stones as a base, not to mention 5 pieces of god-level equipment. The cost would make the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom shake their heads. Of course, if you have enough lucky potions, you can increase the success rate of strengthening. But lucky potion is more scarce and has a lower drop rate. If the motherland is willing to help Fang Xian at all costs, and if they grit their teeth, they can also help him build a set of top-quality, god-level suit. Whether it is worth it or not still needs to be discussed by senior management. Fang Xian, I can't give you an answer to what you want for now, but I believe my superiors will try their best to meet your requirements. Mu Wanyao first gave Fang Xian a reassurance, and then her expression became serious. Likewise, you must resist the temptation to betray your country. Fang Xian put away his smile and looked sincere and earnest. As long as we live, we will never do anything to harm our motherland. If you disobey, you will be made a eunuch. Mu Wanyao reference picture. Chapter 34, Opening Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket. Mu Wanyao hung up the phone and conveyed her superior's reply to Fang Xian. Fang Xian, our superiors have agreed to your request. We will transfer the items to you as soon as possible. Thanks. Is there anything else you need? Fang Xian thought for a moment and frowned slightly. The fact that the United States can send people to assassinate him this time means that the United States can also kidnap his parents as a threat, and then his parents will be in danger. In this case, we have no choice but to ask for state support. I want to ask the country to protect my parents. Mu Wanyao nodded. She already had measures in place to deal with this problem. Don't worry, your parents' safety is in our hands. Thanks. Fang Xian looked at the ruined villa, and his heart bled. Although the villa is free, it is gone after just a few days of living in it. Who wouldn't feel sad? Mu Wanyao saw what Fang Xian was thinking and couldn't help but smile slightly. Where do you want to stay? We can provide you with safer and more reliable accommodation. Fang Xian was delighted and didn't show any politeness at all. I'm used to living here, so I'll just live here. Mu Wanyao originally wanted to persuade Fang Xian to accept the safe house they designated, but after careful consideration, Fang Xian's combat power did not need their protection at all. However, to be on the safe side, They would have to increase the number of protection personnel in the future, just in case. Good. Thank you, Commander Mu. You're welcome. Is there anything else you need? Commander Mu, let's add each other's contact information. I'll bother you if I need anything in the future. Good. The two added their contact information and walked out of the pavilion. Seeing this, Lin Mingqian excitedly ran to Mu Wanyao and asked for her autograph. Fang Xian smiled awkwardly. He didn't expect that such an arrogant Lin Mingqian would ask others for autographs. It was really interesting. Xuanai saw Fang Xian and Mu Wanyao walking out of the pavilion and trotted over to Fang Xian to ask about his concern. Honey, have you guys finished talking? Yeah, it's all done. Fang Xian caressed Xuanai's head lovingly. Xuanai obediently let Fang Xian caress her and even seemed to enjoy it. She looked at Fang Xian with her big eyes, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Fang Xian noticed that Xuanai was acting strange and moved closer to ask, Yukino, are you worried? Nothing. Yukino turned her head away, her eyes evasive. Fang Xian gently placed his hands on Xuanai's shoulders, looked into each other's eyes, and said seriously, Xuanai, if you have anything, just tell your husband. There were tears in Xuanai's big eyes and a sweet smile on her face. Well, thank you, husband. Silly girl. Honey, I'll talk to you later. Good. Yu Longming, who had arranged everything at this time, slowly walked towards Fang Xian. Student Fang Xian. Fang Xian saw Yu Longming and greeted him with a smile. Hello, Mayor Yu. Fang Xian knew about Yu Longming. At first, he wanted to get in touch with the country's top leaders through Yu Longming and thus obtain more national rewards. As for now, there is no need for that. Fang Xian, your villa is destroyed. We can help you prepare a new villa. Where do you want to live? Anywhere is fine. Fang Xian nodded. Thank you, Mayor Yu, for your concern. I'll stay here. Yu Longming smiled knowingly and took out an access card and handed it to Fang Xian. Student Fang Xian, this is for you. This is the villa that Yunjing Villa has prepared for you. You can move in directly when the time comes. Fang Xian took the access card and thanked him without hesitation. Thank you, Mayor Yu. You're welcome. By the way, Mr. Fang Xian, remember to participate in the National League in a month. Before, Yu Longming's best candidate was Lin Mingqian. Now that he knew Fang Xian was so powerful, he would definitely drag Fang Xian to participate in the competition. Fang Xian knew about the National League, but with his current strength, there would be no problem for him to be an examiner, so why would he bully the newbies? Before Fang Xian could answer, Mu Wanyao, who was standing by, had already seen through Yu Longming's thoughts and politely rejected his proposal. Mayor Yu, all information about Fang Xian is confidential now. He is not suitable to participate in the National League. So that's the case. That's a shame. Yu Longming just laughed it off. By the way, we have given generous sums of money to all those who saw this and asked them to sign a confidentiality agreement to prevent the news from being leaked. As for all the surveillance footage around here, we have deleted all the content from that time, so there won't be any records left. Mu Wanyao nodded, very satisfied with Yu Longming's work efficiency. Thank you for your hard work, Mayor Yu. Yu Longming smiled without any flattery in his expression. It's my duty. It's getting late, Mayor Yu. We should go back. Good. Yu Longming followed Mu Wanyao and only asked after she walked away. Commander Mu, how should we guard Fang Xian's residence next? Mu Wanyao seemed to be thinking about something. He knew what Yu Longming was worried about. If Longwo wants to send people to protect Fang Xian, it will have to send people who are at level 90 or above. After all, the United States made such a big fuss when it tried to assassinate Fang Xian for the first time, and it also joined forces with Western countries to visit Long Kingdom to confuse the public, and even sent an 89th level magician to take action. The scene was indeed a bit too big. This is also what they are worried about. Why would the United States mobilize such a powerful force to assassinate Fang Xian, who has just awakened? Just because Fang Xian has SP talent? There must be something hidden behind this. Could it be an order from the secret realm? If so, it does make sense. No need to send anyone to protect Fang Xian. Yu Longming was a little surprised when he heard this and couldn't help but blurt out. Why? Mu Wanyao stopped, and a smile appeared on her face. Because of him. Level 99. Yu Longming stayed where he was, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. It took him a long time to react, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. Still want to protect Fang Xian? By then, no one will know who will protect whom. Beep. Fang Xian opened the door of the new villa, which was already beautifully decorated with everything one could need. You two can each find a room to rest. Xuanai, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang all nodded, but Tang Xiaowu was the only one who did not agree. Tang Xiaowu felt a little guilty. It was because she was not at work that Gabriel was able to successfully launch the raid without any hindrance. She couldn't make the same mistake again. I have to get back to my post, and continue my work. Xuanai spoke hurriedly, trying to keep Tang Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu, how can you be blamed for this? It's because that guy is too cunning. Lin Mengxian looked at the floor dejectedly and clenched her fists. It's still my fault that I'm too weak to help you all. Lu Shishuang didn't say anything, and an inexplicable feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. Fang Xian looked at their self-blaming expressions and couldn't help but smile. You don't have to be so depressed. If you want to become stronger, you can do it now. Upon hearing this, the four girls all looked at Fang Xian, hope in their beautiful eyes. Fang Xian took out an experience copy summoning ticket and a 5x experience card from his storage ring and handed them to Tang Xiaowu. Then the team formation mode was started, and Tang Xiaowu, Xuanai, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang were invited to form a 5-person team. Fang Xian felt that the highest level in the world was level 99, and the experience would definitely overflow in the future, so it would be better to bring them all to a higher level so that he could become a full-time awakener in the future. Moreover, the level 80 contract master also has a team life-saving skill called Life Link, so it is even more important to raise their levels before they can serve as pendants for him. Okay, Xiaowu, this experience copy is opened by you. Starting tonight, we are going to develop secretly and surprise everyone together. Ding! Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 experience dungeon summoning ticket and returns 4,000 tickets. Mu Wanyao reference picture. Chapter 35 Level 99. Fang Xian is really coming. United States. The president stared at the big screen with a frown on his face. The content playing on it was the scene of Gabriel exploding and dying. He kept tapping the table with his index finger, feeling very unhappy. Is this all the footage that was filmed? 5-star General Michael Arthur, smoking a big pipe, answered helplessly. In order to avoid suspicion from Longhua, we arranged for a group of ordinary people to monitor Fang Xian. They were filming from a long distance and could only see the sky from their angle. The battle was over very quickly, so they evacuated early to avoid being discovered. The president frowned. He knew all this, but he just felt unwilling to accept it. Did no one see who did it? Mr. President, I'm sorry, they didn't see anyone flying up to fight Gabriel during the entire battle. That means the one who killed Gabriel in seconds was most likely a powerful mage, or an extremely fast assassin. After hearing what Michael Arthur said, the president stopped tapping the table with his index finger and frowned even more tightly. You mean the awakener that Dragon Country sent out to protect Fang Xian is over level 90? To be precise, this person's level should be around level 98, otherwise Gabriel wouldn't have been killed in an instant. Moreover, he hid very deeply, which made Gabriel misunderstand that he didn't retreat immediately, so he was killed in seconds. The president nodded slightly. What Michael Arthur said made sense. It could be seen from the video that Gabriel was killed instantly after gathering energy for a long time. In other words, Gabriel did not clearly realize the level of the enemy before, or he did not realize that there was a powerful awakener hidden among them. It's terrifying to think about it. Long Kingdom actually values Fang Xian so much. Moreover, even Mu Wanyao, who was far away in Beijing, came as soon as possible, which showed how much importance she attached to the event. President Bai Deng originally didn't want to go to great lengths to assassinate Fang Xian. He thought that a contract master with SP-level talent was just trash. Fang Xian was also a coward who refused to leave the dungeon to upgrade, so he looked down on him even more. If there hadn't been an order from the secret realm to assassinate Fang Xian, he wouldn't have known that he was just a short-sighted frog in a well. In this case, Fang Xian must die. But after this incident, Long Kingdom will definitely protect Fang Xian more strictly, so it will not be easy to assassinate him again. Admiral Arthur, do you have any good suggestions on assassinating Fang Xian? Michael Arthur took a deep puff from his big pipe, exhaled white smoke rings, and spoke slowly. It is not advisable for us to carry out assassination in the short term. Moreover, even if we want to assassinate within the territory of Dragon Country, it is basically impossible. So I think I can use some tricks to kill Fang Xian in the Genius Competition 2 months later. The president's eyes lit up. The annual Genius Competition was a grand event attended by 20-year-old professional awakeners from all over the world. This competition was held in the United States. They could indeed take the opportunity to kill Fang Xian, who was abroad. But Fang Xian has never even downloaded a dungeon, so would he participate in the Genius Contest? Admiral Arthur, if Dragon Country doesn't allow Fang Xian to participate, how should we respond? Mr. President, you can rest assured about this. If we set the prize as the prop that Longhua needs most, they will definitely participate and then assassinate Fang Xian. As expected of Admiral Arthur, he is truly the wisest general in our country. Special copy, experience copy. This is the experience copy? How spectacular. Lin Mengxian looked around curiously and found that this was an ancient palace. The palace is magnificent, grand and full of classical elements. The red walls, yellow tiles, carved beams, and painted buildings are magnificent. The roof is covered with glazed tiles, shining with golden light, which looks particularly gorgeous and eye-catching. The palace gate is spacious and solemn, inlaid with golden rivets, and the door knocker is carved with exquisite patterns. Fang Xian looked at the palace full of artistic atmosphere, as if he was in the prosperous ancient times. He took out several teleportation instructions with set coordinates and distributed them to Lu Shishuang and Tang Xiaowu. As for Xuan Nai and Lin Mengxian, they already had them. Take the teleportation command. If you encounter danger, crush it and teleport back. In fact, with Fang Xian around, they would not encounter any danger, but to be on the safe side, they should be provided with support in case of emergency. Suddenly, he discovered something embarrassing. The coordinates of the teleportation command were the previous villa, which had been bombed into ruins by Gabriel. It seems that I have to modify the coordinates again later, so as to avoid falling into that deep pit after teleporting out. How embarrassing. Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shishuang took the teleportation command and put it away. Fang Xian took out 4 more double experience cards and gave them to the 4 girls respectively, asking them to help return the double experience cards first and then give them 5 times experience cards later. This is a double experience card. You can use it when the game starts. The 4 girls were all delighted when they saw the double experience card and thanked Fang Xian happily. Fang Xian was very satisfied when he saw the double experience card returned by the system warehouse. He then took out the 5 times experience card and clicked to use it. He walked to the palace gate and pushed it hard, and the door creaked open. As you walk through the gate, what comes into view is a spacious courtyard with a fountain in the center. The water spraying from the fountain sparkles with crystal clear light in the sun. Various exotic flowers and plants are planted around the courtyard, and the fragrance of flowers is everywhere. At this time, a group of short monsters wearing yellow jackets and holding many square-holed copper coins strung together with ropes appeared at the fountain. Coin monster. Grade, ordinary. Level, 75. HP, 4820/4820. Mana, 1200/1200. Strength, 70. Spirit, 52. Agility, 31. Defense, 65. Skills, congratulations on your prosperity, money rolling in. Fang Xian took out the magic devouring wand, put on the Thanos gloves, and prepared to snap his fingers. He used the 5 times experience card and reminded them at the same time. You all should use the double experience cards. Good. Upon hearing this, the 4 girls immediately used the double experience cards. Ding. Yukino consumes a double experience card and returns 4,000 cards. Ding. Lin Mengxian consumes a double experience card and returns 4,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes a double experience card and returns 4,000 cards. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes a double experience card and returns 4,000. Honey, let me help you. Tang Xiaowu took out a black dagger and prepared to go forward to help. Lu Shishuang took out his staff, eager to try. Xuan Noi and Lin Mengxian were too low level and couldn't help at all in battles, so they could only be responsible for logistics. Fang Xian waved his hand to interrupt them. The double experience card has a time limit, so I don't need your help. After saying that, Fang Xian snapped his fingers. Bang! Half of the copper coin monsters disappeared instantly and died completely. Experience plus 61,325. Experience plus 61,325/42. With one snap of the fingers, you gain 1,287,720 experience points. Level increased to 44. Fang Xian was dumbfounded. How could this amount of experience be given so much? Then why is he taking experience pills? Wouldn't it be more comfortable to just snap his fingers? In fact, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for an average person to instantly kill a group of level 75 monsters at level 43. The more you kill, the greater the level gap is, and the more experience you gain. Similarly, as a 100% killer, he gained the highest amount of experience points, while the 4 women gained relatively normal amounts. He also activated the 5 times experience card, and the experience points he gained were naturally even more outrageous. I had endured for so long and eaten experience pills like crazy just to level up, contract more beauties, and get more attribute enhancers. Now it seems that it was all worth it. The current upgrade speed is what he deserves. Level 99, Fang Xian is here. Chapter 36 upgrading is as easy as drinking water. The level reaches level 61. Wow, my husband is amazing. Lin Mingxian's face was full of admiration as she stared at Fang Xian infatuatedly. Lu Shishuang remained calm and kept writing something down with his notebook. Xuanai smiled and looked quietly at Fang Xian, who was in high spirits. Tang Xiao was extremely shocked. If it were her, it would be impossible for her to kill so many monsters in 1 second. Fang Xian killed all the copper coin monsters amid their admiration and praise. Killed 84 coin monsters in total and gained a total of experience points. 2.575 million experience points. Okay, let's keep going. Fang Xian took the lead and led the four beauties towards the main hall of the palace. They walked along the central axis and arrived at the main hall. The main hall is tall and majestic, and the interior is decorated with gorgeous carpets, tapestries, and murals. In the center of the hall stands a huge dragon throne inlaid with jewels and gems, sparkling and dazzling. There are rows of neatly arranged chairs on both sides of the dragon throne for ministers to use for meetings. But now these ministers have changed. Each of them stands on treasures, wears brocade armor, holds copper coins in their mouths, and opens their eyes with greed. Greedy officials. Grade, Elite. Level, 78. HP, 6210/6210. Mana, 1360/1360. Strength, 93. Spirit, 55. Agility, 51. Defense, 100. Skills, swallowing gold and silver, corrupt officials. The alert range of greedy officials is relatively wide. When they saw Fang Xian and others entering, the corners of their mouths suddenly cracked, and they rushed forward with their fangs and claws bared. Fang Xian did not hesitate and snapped his fingers. Bang! With a snap of his fingers, half of them died. Experience plus 73,255.38. The other half of the greedy official, who was not dead, opened his mouth and bit Fang Xian. Fang Xian snapped his fingers twice in succession, activating skill effect 2. The greedy official, within 200 meters, was forced to laugh for 2 minutes. Normally, forced laughter will only make the enemy laugh wildly and will not affect their means of attack. But the skills of greedy official all rely on the output of the mouth, and as a result, with this smile, all the means of attack are lost. Fang Xian didn't expect that he had restricted their movements by accident and shook his head helplessly. He looked at the greedy official, who was laughing wildly and falling down in silence, and snapped his fingers again. Bang! Half of the greedy officials died. Experience plus 73,255.19. Within 2 minutes, all the greedy officials died. Killed a total of 76 greedy officers and obtained a total of 2,783,500 experience points. This experience value directly allowed him to level up twice, bringing his level to 46. Such a fast upgrade speed is really cool. They came out of the main hall and continued walking back, where they could see a series of side halls and bedrooms. These side halls and bedrooms have their own characteristics. Some are decorated with exquisite wood carvings, some are hung with famous calligraphy and paintings, and some are displayed with precious cultural relics and antiques. Each room is filled with a strong cultural atmosphere. Squeak! Fang Xian gently pushed open the door of the inorganic hall, and what came into view was a chair carved with dragon patterns. There was a man sitting on the chair. He wore a round golden hat, had a head full of white hair, and a camel-colored jacket, looking sinister. Grand Eunuch. Level Boss. Level 82. HP 44444/44444. Mana 14444/14444. Strength 180. Spirit 780. Agility 200. Defense 300. Skills: bringing disaster to the country and the people, dominating the government and the country, calling a zebra a zebra. Fang Xian looked at the attributes of the great eunuch and couldn't help but sigh. He was worthy of being a boss. His spiritual attributes were higher than his. With the experience of passing the dungeon last time, he directly used the Thanos gloves, skill 3, petrification on the big eunuch. The body of the great eunuch gradually turned into stone and he lost the ability to move. Fang Xian launched a soul attack at the big eunuch, and a red damage of minus 18,930 appeared on the big eunuch. One move can take away almost half of the great eunuch's health, and 2 moves can kill him. When Fang Xian was about to attack again, the great eunuch broke free from the petrification and roared angrily, calling a deer a horse. Suddenly, all of Fang Xian's skills, including equipment skills, became unusable, and his actions were also prohibited, which lasted for 3 seconds. The great eunuch howled to the sky and opened his arms. Powerful and influential. Fang Xian's HP decreases by 10% per second and supplies to the big eunuch to restore its lost HP. The great eunuch uses his skill again, bringing disaster to the country and the people. Suddenly, the entire palace was shrouded in black fog, which constantly caused negative states such as corrosion, viruses, weakness, and bleeding to the enemies. Tang Xiaowu hurriedly pulled Xuan Nai and Lin Mingqian back quickly, while Lu Shishuang raised his staff and used skills such as purification, rejuvenation, and shield. However, her level was too low and she couldn't hold out for long. 3 seconds have passed, and Fang Xian resumes action. He didn't expect that the petrification that originally lasted for 1 minute could be broken so quickly by the great eunuch. It has been explained in books before that the strength of one's spirit can determine how long one can be controlled. Fang Xian's life was going so smoothly before that he neglected these basic knowledge, which was really wrong. It turned out that his attributes were not strong enough. Otherwise, the great eunuch would have no power to resist at all. Fang Xian learned his lesson and launched 3 consecutive soul attacks, directly killing the eunuch. Experience plus 2,88885. A total of 144,440 experience points are obtained. Special dungeon. Experience dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level. 00:08:33. Rating, SSS. Reward, 860,000 experience points per person. 860,000 experience points is indeed much more than the rewards of ordinary copies. The experience points gained from killing the boss, plus the experience points gained as a reward for clearing a level, can just allow Fang Xian to level up by 1. The level reached 47. He went to see what the boss dropped, and it was obvious that there was nothing to drop in the experience copy. Before the 4 girls could cheer, Fang Xian immediately clicked to exit the copy, and they followed suit. After returning to the villa, Fang Xian took out dozens of experience copy summoning tickets and stuffed them into Tang Xiaowu's pockets. Use it quickly, there's still plenty of time for the double experience card. Tang Xiaowu understood what he meant and immediately used the experience copy summoning ticket, and they teleported into the experience copy again. After Fang Xian entered, he immediately snapped his fingers and killed the copper coin monster instantly. Then follow the same method and kill all the corrupt officials as quickly as possible. He came to the inorganic palace with ease and without any delay and launched 3 consecutive soul attacks, directly killing the big eunuch. Repeating this process rapidly, he completed 6 experience copies in 1 hour. As the level increases, the experience gained decreases accordingly. However, with such a large amount of experience points, Fang Xian's level was directly raised to level 61. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 7, current contract, for 7. Chapter 37. The reward for the genius competition is Dragon Egg. Dragon Kingdom, capital city, the highest conference room. That's all I have to report. Mu Wanyao stood up straight and respectfully recounted what she had seen and heard in Yongjiang City. An old man with shiny black hair, a kind face, and full of energy nodded. He is the leader of the Dragon Kingdom. Thank you for your hard work, General Mu. Please sit down. Yes, Chief. The chief's eyes were bright, his hands were crossed on the table, and his body was leaning forward slightly. Everyone has listened to Admiral Mu's report. What do you think about this matter? Upon hearing this, everyone began to express their opinions. Commander, according to Admiral Mu, we should do our best to cultivate Fang Xian and train him to become the strongest genius of the contemporary era. Indeed, a boy who has only awakened for a few days can kill a level 89 Gabriel in seconds. There is no reason for us not to use the whole country's strength to train him. Furthermore, Fang Xian has a good background and is worthy of our trust. This kid is good in every aspect, but the way he becomes stronger is a little bit unpresentable. Haha, it's okay. No matter where a hero comes from, as long as he stands on the top of the mountain, his flaws will outweigh his merits. Well, that's right. Then we will meet Fang Xian's request. First, he nodded, looked determined, and spoke calmly. Meet Fang Xian's requirements and increase the reward as an encouragement. Also, strengthen the protection of Fang Xian and send a strong man around level 98 to be his protector. As for the issue of Fang Xian's contract partner, we can recruit them first and adopt the principle of voluntariness. We will never force any woman's will unless it is necessary. Everyone, yes. Mu Wanyao seemed to be thinking about something, then stood up again to report. Reporting to the chief, the prizes for the genius competition in the United States have been announced. Speaking of this, Mu Wanyao's face looked a little ugly. The prize is the Dragon Egg. What? When everyone heard the term Dragon Egg, they were all shocked. and some even stood up in surprise. You said that the United States offered the dragon egg as a prize for the genius competition? How shameless. After stealing our dragon egg, you even dare to give it away as a prize. It's also our fault for being careless. Otherwise, the United States wouldn't have had the opportunity to snatch the dragon egg away. It's not that we were negligent. It's that the United States is despicable and shameless. No matter what, we must take back the dragon egg this time. Why would the United States offer a dragon egg as a prize? Needless to say, the divine dragon egg is originally our exclusive reward. Only people from the Dragon Nation can hatch it and contract it. Besides, the cost of incubating it is too high, so the United States naturally doesn't want to waste it. We all know this. That is, the United States uses the dragon egg as the prize for this genius competition. What is the purpose? Mu Wanyao seemed to be thinking about something, her pretty face solemn. She looked at everyone present and slowly expressed her guess. The dragon egg may not be very attractive to other countries, but it has a different meaning for us, Dragon Country, so their target this time is us. According to this reasoning, they know that we are determined to get the dragon egg and will definitely go all out to win the championship. If you want to win the championship among the world's talents, you must send out the strongest 20-year-old talent. Who is the strongest genius of this age in our Dragon Country? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood. Combined with the age limit, the uniqueness of the prize, and the recent assassination, it's clear that this is a trap set up specifically for Fang Xian. It seems that in the eyes of the United States, Fang Xian must die. It seems that General Mu's previous reasoning was correct. The assassination of Fang Xian was indeed instructed by the secret realm. Why is there no news from our Dragon Country's secret realm? It doesn't matter whether we send the message back or not. As dragon people, we must protect our people. Yes, that's correct. So do you guys want Fang Xian to participate in the genius contest? Everyone was silent and looked at the leader. The leader's eyes were full of wisdom and his gaze was as fast as lightning, as if he could see through everything. No venture, no gain. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The chief actually wanted Fang Xian to participate in the genius competition. Isn't that just falling into the enemy's trap? The chief saw their confusion, smiled, and continued speaking. Fang Xian was able to kill a level 89 magician in 4 days after awakening. What about him in those 2 months? Who can kill him? Everyone reacted when they heard this. In their habitual thinking, Fang Xian is indeed a 20-year-old genius boy, but he is still just a child. No matter how capable the children are, they cannot defeat the Hongmin banquet in the United States. But the fact is that they ignored Fang Xian's growth potential. How amazing it is. If he can defeat a level 89 magician in 1 second after awakening for 4 days, then wouldn't he be invincible after 2 months? I'm already invincible, so what conspiracies and tricks are there to fear? The leader smiled and continued. That's true. If we can't ensure everything is safe in 2 months, we can't act rashly. The dragon egg is certainly important, but Fang Xian is even more important. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian led everyone out of the copy and looked at the time. It was time to go to bed. It's a bit late today, so let's just stop here. Good. The 4 girls nodded in unison, extremely happy. With Fang Xian leading them to level up, it is simply faster than riding a rocket. The upgrade speed is so exciting. Lin Mingxian rubbed her red knees and was about to take a shower. Sisters, I'm going to take a shower first. My knees are still a little sore. Upon hearing this, Xuanai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu all felt pain in their knees. They looked embarrassed, greeted each other with a smile, and went to take a shower. Fang Xian didn't rush to wash up. He turned around and walked back to the study and took out the attribute enhancer from the system warehouse. After this experience, he clearly realized that it was faster to level up by activating the 5x experience card and going to the experience copy and snapping fingers. What's the point of taking experience pills? No decent person would take that stuff. Dislike. It's still more refreshing to drink the attribute enhancer, so powerful. Fang Xian opened the thumb-sized attribute enhancer and started drinking it madly. After drinking for more than half an hour, he felt like his bladder was about to explode. It's just like beer, it really makes you pee. He opened the door and was about to go to the bathroom when he saw Tang Xiaowu, who had just come out of the shower. Tang Xiaowu was wearing a white bathrobe, gently wiping her wet hair, exuding a fresh fragrance. Husband. Fang Xian coughed dryly and looked at Tang Xiaowu with a wicked smile. Xiaowu, please, bathrobe. Untie it. Chapter 38. All attributes exceed 1,000. I don't eat beef. When Xiaowu heard Fang Xian's words, her pretty face turned red. She was about to untie it shyly when she heard footsteps. Lin Mingxian just walked up. She was also wearing a bathrobe, with wet hair dripping down. Sister Xiaowu, you're done washing. Hey, husband, you're here too. Tang Xiaowu was so scared that she retreated from untying the bath towel and greeted Lin Mengqian awkwardly. Well, Mengqian. Lin Mengqian looked at Tang Xiaowu's blushing cheeks and immediately felt that something was fishy. Sister Xiaowu, are you and your husband? I didn't. Tang Xiaowu quickly shook her head and denied it in a hurry. At this time, Xuanai and Lu Shishuang, who were wearing bathrobes, also walked into the living room. Seeing Tang Xiaowu's panic, they couldn't help but ask curiously, Xiaowu, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Fang Xian sighed lightly and changed the subject. Xuanai, Mengqian, come here. Xuanai came over obediently, while Lin Mengqian ran to Fang Xian excitedly. We're together tonight? Hee. Fang Xian tapped Lin Mengqian's forehead lightly. You are just naughty. Come, I will trade you some intermediate experience pills. Lin Mengqian touched her forehead and pouted, but when she heard the words, intermediate experience pill, she started laughing again. Honey, is that true? Really, here you go. Fang Xian stretched out his hand, touched his storage ring to Lin Mengqian's storage ring, and started the transaction. Lin Mengqian became excited as she looked at the increasing number of intermediate experience pills. A lot. More, any more? Want. Fang Xian was ashamed, and the transaction of 4,000 intermediate experience pills was completed. He looked at Yukino and offered to trade the intermediate experience pill with her. Yukino exclaimed in surprise when she saw so many intermediate experience pills. Thank you, husband. Well, because your level is low, I will give you the intermediate experience pill first. Fang Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shishuang and hooked his fingers with them. They immediately came over happily and held out the central storage ring in their hands. Fang Xian smiled slightly and traded 4,000 advanced level experience pills to each of them. Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shi opened their beautiful eyes wide and their mouths opened as if an egg could be stuffed in. Thank you, husband. Tang Xiaowu was shocked and asked in confusion. Honey, how come you have so many? Fang Xian knew that it was normal for her to have such doubts. After all, advanced level experience pills were very rare with a very low drop rate and were considered national strategic materials. Don't ask, the only thing I know is that my SP talent is awesome. Tang Xiaowu was speechless. Is the SP talent really that strong? Honey, does the SP talent really have this ability? I've never heard of it. When Lu Shishuang mentioned this, his eyes lit up and he was ready to get to the bottom of it. Honey, please tell me what secrets there are in SP talent. Okay, stop asking and go to bed early. Fang Xian didn't wait for Lu Shishuang to continue asking questions and went straight back to the study. He picked up the attribute enhancer and started a new round of enhancement. By the way, upgrade sense sharing LVI to LV5. The skills of the contractor are mostly auxiliary and cannot directly improve combat power. This skill is not very useful in modern warfare, but it is really useful in dungeons where high technology cannot be used. Especially after it is upgraded to the maximum level, there is no limit on distance, space, or number of people, which makes it particularly useful in large-scale wars. After upgrading sensory sharing, Fang Xian continued to drink attribute enhancer. The next day, early morning, Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes and recalled the experience of running to the toilet repeatedly last night. It was really torturous. If he hadn't been so full, he would have finished 12,000 bottles of attribute enhancer in one night. Unfortunately, I only finished 4,000 bottles before falling asleep. He opened the properties panel tiredly. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV61, Platinum Contract Master. Attributes, Life, 664, Strength, 664, Intelligence, 664, Spirit, 664, Appearance, 99, Body, 99, Agility, 664, Defense, 664. Free attribute points, 4112. Skills, Attribute Switching LV5, Soul Attack LV5, Free Transfer LV5, Sense Sharing LV5. Passive Skill, Contract Enhancement, Enhanced Contractable Objects, 7, Current Contract, for 7. He distributed the free attribute points evenly and added them to the attributes. Life, 1349, Strength, 1349, Intelligence, 1349, Spirit, 1349, Agility, 1349, Defense, 1349. Free attribute points, 2. With such a high attribute panel, I'm afraid no one can withstand one of his attacks, right? Fang Xian patted his cheek and cursed him inwardly for being so arrogant. If you want to float, you have to finish the remaining 8,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Then you can really tell the whole world. I don't eat beef. Chapter 39. You guys work hard to kill monsters, so we can have some free time. When Fang Xian walked out of the room, he saw Sueno had already prepared breakfast. Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiao greeted Fang Xian warmly when they saw him coming out. Honey, you're awake. It's time for breakfast. Fang Xian walked out with sleepy eyes and yawning. You don't have to wait for me when you eat next time. Lin Mingqian pouted and said seriously. No, we won't move our chopsticks until my husband comes. Fang Xian gently touched Lin Mingqian's little head, smiled, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. After a quick wash, he sat down and started eating. When the four girls saw Fang Xian picking up his chopsticks, they also started eating. Fang Xian took out 2,000 double experience cards and traded them to the four of them, and then took out 1,000 experience copy summoning tickets and gave them to Tang Xiao. After we finish eating today, let's go to the experience dungeon to level up. They were ecstatic when looking at the 2,000 double experience cards in the storage ring. Yukino, honey, why are there so many double experience cards? Lu Shishuang, it's really too exaggerated. The entire Yongjiang city may not be able to produce 1,000 double experience cards, and I have 2,000 in my hand. Tang Xiaowu, 2,000 per person, that's 8,000, which is equivalent to the annual stock of Dragon Country. There are also 1,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets, which is really shocking. Lin Mingqian, why bother so much, sisters? Just tell us whether our husbands are great or not. Fang Xian, all right, eat well, I'll leave it to you guys to fight monsters later. Lin Mingqian, husband, how can we defeat a monster over level 80? Tang Xiaowu, hubby, Xuanai and Mingqian are too low level, why don't I do it? Fang Xian looked at them with a sly smile and said meaningfully, it's okay if the level is low, as long as the attribute is high. Special copy, experience copy. Fang Xian and Xuanai faced each other and their eyes locked. Attribute switch. A white light appeared under the feet of Fang Xian and Xuanai, connecting the two together. As the white light gradually dissipated, their attribute panels changed. All of Fang Xian's attributes became Yukino's, and all of Yukino's attributes became Fang Xian's. When Yukino saw such a terrifying attribute panel, she was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Honey, this is your attribute panel. Upon hearing this, the other three girls looked at Yukino curiously and asked anxiously, Yukino, what is your current attribute? No, I should say how many attributes does my husband have? Yukino muttered to herself before she recovered from her shock. 6 major attributes, all of them. 1394. What? The three girls were all shocked when they heard the number Yukino said. What does it mean if all 6 attributes are 1394? You should know that for a professional awakener who has reached level 99, even if he only adds 1 attribute, his maximum attribute value can only reach 597 points. Fang Xian's single attribute is more than twice that of the 99 level attribute, and the 6 major attribute items are all 1394. It is simply a comprehensive crushing and perfect. Lu Shi covered his mouth with his hands, unable to calm the joy in his heart for a long time. I really made the right bet. SP talent is worth my lifelong research. Lin Mingqian looked at Fang Xian with admiration, her excitement difficult to express in words. As expected of me, Lin Mingqian's husband, there is no one like him in the world. Tang Xiaowu was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth, and it took a long time for her to utter a word. Fang Xian, you are really not a human. Fang Xian. Tang Xiaowu, you are God. Upon hearing this, Xuanai, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mingqian all nodded silently. Yes, Fang Xian is undoubtedly God. Fang Xian was embarrassed and handed Xuano a 5x experience card. Used it. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 4,000. Ice and snow. Yukino waved her staff and snow fell from the sky, instantly killing all the copper coin monsters. Looking at such terrifying power, Yukino was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. A firm look flashed in her eyes as she murmured to herself, if I can continue to escalate rapidly, I can definitely save my country. Yukino looked towards the palace, rushed in quickly, and killed the greedy officials in another group attack. Without any surprise, the final boss, the Great Eunuch, was also killed instantly by Yukino without any effort. Special dungeon, experience dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level, 00:04:43. Rating, SSS. Reward, 950,000 experience points per person. Fang Xian looked at Xuan Noi and saw that she only took half of his time to complete the level. He couldn't help but sigh that the mage's group skills were really powerful and could kill a lot of people with one kill. Unlike him, who can only stare or snap his fingers. He let everyone out of the copy and then entered again. This time, it was Lin Mingxian who experienced the panel with all attributes of 1394. She rushed forward excitedly and killed all kinds of people indiscriminately. However, she is a warrior, without group attack skills or range skills. She kills monsters with punches and kicks, which consumes a lot of time to clear the level. Special Dungeon. Experience Dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level. 00:10:22. Rating, SSS. Reward, 450,000 experience points per person. The next person to experience Fang Xian's attribute panel is Tang Xiaowu. She has rich combat experience and is extremely good at speed, but her skills are all single target output, so her clearance speed is not very fast. Special Dungeon. Experience Dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level, 00:8:12. Rating, SSS. Reward, 530,000 experience points per person. The last one was Lu Shishuang. She took her staff and went up to hit the copper coin monster, killing it directly with her high attributes. However, she would stop playing after killing a few copper coin monsters. After all, she was not interested in all this fighting and killing. She just wanted to experience the leisurely nature of the game. In the end, Yukino cleared the level the fastest and became today's worker. Fang Xian took out the mahjong table and started playing mahjong with Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu while drinking the attribute enhancer. And Yukino can only act as a cow and horse, killing monsters diligently to pass the levels. However, Xuan Noi has limited physical strength, so Tang Xiaowu, Lin Mingxian, and Xuan Noi take turns to clear the dungeon. As for Lu Shishuang and Fang Xian, they are the most relaxed and do nothing. Lu Shishuang is a priest, so it is understandable that he cannot complete the game alone. As for Fang Xian, he just wanted to tell the world the origin of his name, which is, "You guys work hard to kill monsters for me, so I can have some free time." From this moment on, he decided to become an evil capitalist. At the end of the day, Fang Xian's level had reached 82. When the level reaches 82, fixed skills are unlocked. Life Link LV1. Enhance the contractor and the contracted party share the damage inflicted on each other, and will not die until the health points of all the linked parties are reduced to 0. The number of people that can be contracted, 2. Passive skill. Contract enhancement. Enhanced contractable objects. 9. Current contract. For knights. Chapter 40. My talent is mediocre, and my level just reaches 82. After reaching level 82, Fang Xian took out 4 skill upgrade pills and consumed them, upgrading Life Link LV1 to LV5. Life Link LV5. Enhance the contractor and the contract objects share the damage, and the contracted person will not die until the health of all the linked people is reduced to 0. There is no limit on the number of people, no consumption. The effective range is within 2 kilometers of the caster, the duration is 1 hour, and the cooldown time is 2 minutes. At the end of the day, Fang Xian was a bit lazy and only drank 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancer, leaving 4,000 bottles left. In this way, the free attribute points reach 4,002 points. He then divided 4,002 into 6 equal parts and added 667 points to each part. Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV82, contract king. Attributes, life, 2016, strength, 2016, intelligence, 2016, spirit, 2016, agility, 2016, defense, 2016, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 9, current contract, for knights. All attributes are 2016, which makes it invincible. He clicked to exit the copy, and everyone returned to the villa. As soon as she returned, she heard a knock on the door. Lin Mingxian saw who was coming through the surveillance camera. It's Principal Zhu and Principal Lu. Please let them in. Fang Xian still had some good feelings towards Principal Zhu. Although the things he gave Fang Xian were all part of his job, he did not make things difficult for him after all. As for Principal Lu, there is nothing to say about him. He specially gave the school bell of their #1 middle school to Fang Xian. He is a good man. When the door opened, Zhu Debiao looked at Fang Xian unhappily. Fang Xian, I called you but you didn't answer. I knocked on your door all day but you didn't open it. What's wrong with you? Fang Xian then remembered that there was no signal on his cell phone in the dungeon, so he simply didn't carry it with him. As for why the door was not opened, it was because they entered the copy too quickly and did not hear Zhu Debiao knocking on the door. Haha, Principal Zhu, don't be angry. Sit down and have a drink of water first. Call me Principal. Zhu Debiao sat directly on the sofa, picked up the drink, and started drinking. Lu Qingming was quite polite. He sat down slowly and looked at Lin Mengxian with a frown. Mengxian, you haven't downloaded any dungeons recently? Lin Mengxian was surprised. Hadn't she been in the dungeon with Fang Xian for the past 2 days? Suddenly, she came to her senses and realized that Lu Qingming was talking about the copy of the Hall of Full-Time Awakeners. Principal Lu, I really haven't downloaded any copies in the past 2 days. Lu Qingming's expression changed slightly, and he spoke with some displeasure. Mengxian, it's not a good thing for you to be so lazy about upgrading. It will hinder your future. That's right. And you, Fang Xian, I haven't seen you go down a dungeon in so many days. Do you plan to stay at level 1 forever? Zhu Debiao gulped his drink and angrily accused Fang Xian. Now you've led Lin Mengxian astray. I really have to criticize you. Yes, Fang Xian and Mengxian, you can't blame us for being anxious. You are the most dazzling among the awakening batch. Now, others are much higher than you. Lu Qingming felt heartbroken when he said this. Now you should focus on upgrading and not indulge in the joy of having children. After hearing this, Lin Mengxian looked at Fang Xian shyly. Hubby, Principal Lu has already said that he wants us to have a baby. You should listen to Principal Lu, right? Zhu Debiao. Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming was completely dumbfounded and hurried to explain. No, when did I mean that? I want you to stop indulging in the joy of having children and upgrade yourself. Lin Mengxian looked at Fang Xian infatuatedly again and spoke shyly. Hubby, Principal Lu said that we need to upgrade and become parents. Zhu Debiao. Lu Qingming. They were both a little dumbfounded. Was Lin Mengxian perhaps having some serious illness? Where has the arrogance gone? How come he has become the legendary love-brained person now? Fang Xian tapped Lin Mengxian's forehead lightly. Mengxian, stop making trouble. You've made both principals speechless. He looked at Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming with a smile and handed them water. Thank you for your concern, both principals. Mengxian and I have been working hard to upgrade and will not embarrass you. Lu Qingming frowned and looked at Fang Xian, speaking earnestly. Fang Xian, stop being polite and just take real action. Fang Xian smiled slightly and reached out to pull Lin Mengxian to his side. Mengxian, please share your level with the 2 principals. Fang Xian's words surprised Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming. Lin Mengxian hadn't gone to the dungeon for 2 days. Now showing them Lin Mengxian's level was just making trouble. I won't care about your level. All you need to do is go to dungeons and level up from now on. Yeah, I won't watch it anymore. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Zhu Debiao said he didn't want to read it, but clicked to accept the shared information. But I'll still take a look. This way I can put my mind at ease. Look, I told you that your level would make me give up, but what level are you at? Level 63 is only 2 levels higher than me. Having said that, Zhu Debiao's eyes widened and stared at Lin Mengxian's level. Level 63? Looking at Zhu Debiao's startled expression, Lu Qingming couldn't help but curse him inwardly for starting to talk nonsense. Level 63? He must be old and his eyesight is blurry. Lu Qingming curiously clicked to accept the shared information, but as soon as he saw it, he almost died. Level 63. It's really level 63. He stood up suddenly, totally unable to believe the level he saw. How is that possible? Mengxian, how could you possibly reach level 63? It's only been less than a week since I awakened. How is this possible? Lin Mengxian stuck out her tongue mischievously and said with a smile. Is level 63 difficult? I reached it in 2 days. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming were completely petrified. What do you mean level 63 is so difficult? Listen, is this still human language? They spent half their lives just to reach level 61, and you said you reached it in just 2 days? It's really murderous and heartbreaking. Everyone has SSS level talent, so why is she leveling up so fast? There must be something strange. If there is any difference between Lin Mengxian and others, it is the SP talented awakener beside her, Fang Xian. Zhu Debiao was shaking with excitement, and he looked at Fang Xian with a flushed face. Fang Xian, what's your level? Lu Qingming also reacted at this moment and looked at Fang Xian in horror. Yes, Mr. Fang Xian, what is your level? As for me, Fang Xian pretended to be distressed, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "My talent is average, my level is just right." Level 82. Chapter 41. Go to the Lin family to get some blood of the god of war. Lu Shuang took a shower, got dressed, and walked out. She was slightly surprised to see Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming lying on the sofa. "Honey, what happened to them?" Fang Xian shook his head, smiled bitterly, and shrugged. "They are probably overstimulated." Lu Shuang looked at them strangely. There was nothing scary here. Zhu Debiao regained some consciousness, and when he saw Lu Shuang, he couldn't help but speak out of curiosity. "Teacher Lu, why are you here too?" Lu Shuang pushed up her silver frameless glasses and smiled sweetly. "Let classmate Fang Xian help me level up here." Oh. Lu Qingming naturally knew Lu Shuang, and he sat up immediately when he heard this. He stared at Lu Shuang suspiciously, swallowed unconsciously, and asked nervously, "Teacher Lu, may I ask what your level is?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Debiao also looked at Lu Shuang nervously. I need to take a look." Lu Shuang was busy playing mahjong all day, and he would open the double experience card at a certain time, and he never cared about his level at all. She looked at the level and said, "Huh." This sound made Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming's hearts rise to their throats. The level is rising so fast, it's already level 71. Puff. After hearing Lu Shuang's nonchalant words, Lu Qingming and Zhu Debiao could no longer bear it and fainted. Fang Xian stood there awkwardly, shaking his head helplessly. Old people are good. They fall asleep as soon as they lie down. Lu Shuang was a little flustered and asked anxiously, "Honey, are they okay?" "It's okay, they'll be fine after a while." "Principals, wake up." Fang Xian put down the little bear biscuits in his hand and looked at them with a smile. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming looked unhappy and gloomy. It's true that comparing yourself with others can really make you angry. However, when they thought of Fang Xian and Lin Mengqian, who were all from Long Country, they couldn't help but feel in good spirits again. "Fang Xian, how did you do it?" "Student Fang Xian, how about you also lead us?" After saying this, Lu Qingming's old face turned red and he smiled awkwardly. Fang Xian smiled and said apologetically, "Not yet. I can only bring my contract partner." When they heard this, they were not too disappointed, but instead heard other meanings. "Not now, but definitely in the future." "Then I would like to thank Mr. Fang Xian first. I'll have to trouble Fang Xian to take care of me in the future." In the future, Fang Xian will definitely return more and more props, and giving back to the society is also part of his plan. It's just a piece of cake to give back to the two principals. Haha, I should. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming only noticed at this moment that in addition to Xuan Ai, Lin Mengqian, and Lu Shuang, there was also a beautiful woman in the room. Fang Xian saw their confusion and began to explain. "Her name is Tang Xiaowu, and she is also my contract partner." Oh, as loyal men, they naturally would not have any improper thoughts about Tang Xiaowu and the others. I wonder what her level is. When Zhu Debiao asked this question, he wanted to slap himself in the face. He was really looking for trouble. Tang Xiaowu looked at the two principals with a smile and spoke softly. Tang Xiaowu, level 92. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming were completely stunned. Although Tang Xiaowu looked not very old, she was actually a level 92 awakener. She was simply a monster among monsters. They looked at each other, and suddenly an idea came to them. "Fang Xian, when you are the contract partner, you level up so quickly? How about you see if we can work out? I can be your contract partner too." "Huh? Fang Xian, why did you vomit? What's wrong?" The next day, early morning, Fang Xian looked at Lin Mengqian, who was still sleeping soundly, put on his pants, and got up. When you open Lin Mengqian's door, you can immediately smell the aroma coming from the kitchen. In the past, Sueno always made breakfast by herself, but now Tang Xiaowu can help her. Fang Xian washed up and sat down at the dining table comfortably. Xuan Ai and Tang Xiaowu brought out a hot breakfast and placed it carefully in front of Fang Xian's table. Fang Xian looked at the various breakfasts and felt satisfied. He was afraid that someone would assassinate him when he was still weak, so he didn't dare to relax at all and ate experience pills like crazy. Now that he was invincible, he had to enjoy himself, so he decided to sleep in a different room every day and experience the life of a superior person. "Xiaowu, go wake them up." "Good." After Fang Xian and others arrived, they looked at Lin Mengqian, who was still dozing off. "Mengqian, let's go to your house today." Lin Mengqian immediately perked up when she heard this. "To my house?" Then she looked at Fang Xian shyly. "Husband, are you going to propose marriage?" Fang Xian smiled without commenting. "I guess so." "Oh yeah." Lin Mengqian jumped up excitedly and ran into the room immediately. "I'll go pick out some clothes first." Lu Shuang smiled like an auntie and was truly happy for Lin Mengqian. Tang Xiaowu was a little worried. If Fang Xian went to her house at that time, would the people from the Tang clan assassinate Fang Xian? Xueno also looked depressed. Could Fang Xian go to her house? Then Fang Xian would have to face the entire snow country. Fang Xian suddenly thought of something and looked at Lu Shishuang silently. Teacher Lu, do you drive? Lu Shishuang was a little surprised by Fang Xian's sudden question, but a charming look immediately appeared on her pretty face. I drove the car. It's big enough for the 5 of us. That's good. We'll take your car to Meng Qian's house later. Well, but is it appropriate for us all to go? Before Fang Xian could answer, Lin Mengxian, who had just changed her clothes, answered happily. Of course it's appropriate. We are all sisters, so just treat it as our own home. Fang Xian looked at their harmonious appearance and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Fortunately, there was no palace fighting drama, otherwise he would be disgusted to death. After everyone had packed up, Lu Shishuang got in the car and took everyone to Lin Mengxian's house. They talked and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the Lin mansion. Lin Mengxian's family is one of the largest families in Yongjiang City, and their house is decorated magnificently. When the servant saw that it was Lin Mengxian who came back, he immediately greeted her respectfully. Miss, you are back. As soon as Lin Mengxian got out of the car, the pride on her face reappeared. Are my parents home? Here I am. Good. Lin Mengxian turned around and looked at Fang Xian and immediately became like a little bird. Hubby, let's go. Fang Xian looked towards the Lin mansion with a proud expression, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Is Lin Zun here? The maid didn't know who Fang Xian was, but judging from Lin Mengxian's attitude towards Fang Xian, he was definitely not someone she could afford to offend. The eldest master is here too. Lin Mengxian took Fang Xian's arm and asked curiously, Hubby, do you know my brother? Well, it's more than just knowing him. The reason why I was able to become stronger so quickly is because of him. Today is the 3-day appointment we agreed on. I have to be good to myself. Thank him. By the way, take away the last drop of the Lin family. Blood of the God of War. Chapter 42, Blood of the God of War. Mengxian, you're back. Lin Mengxian's mother, Guanai, was filled with joy and gently embraced Lin Mengxian in her arms. Mom. Lin Mengxian hugged Guanai and felt the motherly love. Lin Mengxian's father, Lin Langtian, who was standing nearby, had a stern face and looked at Fang Xian with hostility. Are you Fang Xian? Fang Xian walked forward and greeted him with a smile. Hello, uncle. I am Fang Xian. Lin Langtian stood with his hands behind his back, looking intimidating without even getting angry. I advise you not to seduce my daughter again. It's impossible for you to do so. Dad. As soon as Lin Mengxian opened her mouth, Gu and I pulled Lin Mengxian aside and said, Langtian, why don't we go in and have a cup of tea and chat slowly? Lin Langtian didn't say anything, just snorted coldly, turned around, and walked into the living room. Gu and I looked at Fang Xian, and when she saw the 3 women behind him, she frowned slightly, but still smiled peacefully. Let's go in and sit down first. Thank you, Auntie. Fang Xian and the 3 girls followed Gu and I into the living room and found a place to sit down. The servant took the teapot and poured tea for Fang Xian and others. Lin Langtian looked at Fang Xian with disgust and spoke in a bad tone. Boy, I'm warning you for the last time. Get away from my daughter immediately, or I'll be rude to you. Fang Xian takes a sip of tea, which is rich and mellow, a good tea. He smiled slightly, showing no fear towards Lin Langtian, the big boss of Yongjiang City. Uncle, I would like to ask, who is worthy of your daughter? Lin Langtian didn't expect Fang Xian to ask this question, so he naturally wanted to make things difficult for Fang Xian. My son-in-law must be a rare talent, a powerful professional awakener who is unrivaled in the world. Although you have the legendary SP talent, you are just a contractor and will never be able to make a name for yourself. Not worthy at all. Gu and I picked up the teacup and quietly observed the expressions of Fang Xian and the other women. But she was a little surprised. Logically speaking, when Fang Xian heard such harsh conditions, her natural reaction would be confusion or even anger. But what's with that calm, confident expression on his face? It doesn't seem like he's pretending. Does he have any hidden card? What was even more surprising was the expressions of Lin Mengxian and the other 3 girls. They were so calm and composed, as if they didn't think that Lin Langtian's request was excessive at all. Fang Xian smiled without saying anything, and just shared his level with Lin Langtian and Gu and I. Lin Langtian and Gu and I frowned slightly. They didn't say anything and silently clicked to accept the sharing. As a result, as soon as they opened Fang Xian's level display, they couldn't sit still anymore. Lin Langtian changed his previous intimidating demeanor and jumped up from the stool with a look of shock on his face. What? You're already level 82. Gu and I was also so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She finally understood why Fang Xian and Lin Mingqian could be so calm. Geniuses of this level would pale in comparison to Fang Xian. Lin Langtian looked at the level LV82, then hurriedly looked at the number displayed as 19 years old. He was completely dumbfounded. 20 years old, level 82? Two sets of seemingly ordinary numbers appearing on the same person is simply inconsistent with human cognition. How did you do that? Fang Xian smiled confidently and spoke softly. I forgot to introduce myself to my uncle and aunt. They are all my contract partners. Please introduce yourselves to them. Yukino and the others smiled slightly and immediately understood what he meant. Hello, uncle and auntie. My name is Yukino. I'm 22 years old and a level 61s talented mage. Lu Shishuang, 32 years old, level 71 as talent priest. Tang Xiaowu, 28 years old, level 92 SSS talented assassin. Lin Langtian and Gu Inai couldn't believe the numbers they heard. Their age and level were simply the most evil among evil. How could the numbers be so high? It's totally against common sense. Lin Mingqian stood up with a serious expression. Mom and Dad, I am also Fang Xian's contract partner. Let me introduce myself to you now. Lin Mingqian, 20 years old, level 63 SSS, gifted warrior. Gu Inai was completely stunned. She had no strength left in her hands, and the teacup fell to the ground. Bang! Lin Longtian's eyes were fixed on Lin Mingqian, and when he heard what Lin Mingqian said, it felt like he was dreaming. He is 58 years old and only level 71, while his daughter is only 20 years old and has just awakened for less than a week, but her level is almost catching up with him? What is going on? Fang Xian smiled and slowly stood up. Uncle and aunt, I want to ask again, is he worthy of your daughter? As soon as Fang Xian finished speaking, mocking voices were heard outside. You deserve it? You deserve nothing. The person who walked in was Lin Zun. When he heard Fang Xian's question, he immediately became furious. Fang Xian, how dare you speak to my parents in such a tone? Are you tired of living? He wanted to curse a few more times when he was suddenly kicked to the ground by a big foot. Grasp. Lin Zun covered his stomach and looked up cursing. Which bastard kicked me? As a result, he saw Lin Langtian raised his leg, and it was obviously Lin Langtian who kicked him. Lin Langtian glared at Lin Zun and kicked him again. You unfilial son, who allowed you to speak to your brother-in-law in this tone? Are you tired of living? Lin Zun's face was full of question marks, and he always felt that he was hallucinating because Lin Langtian kicked him out. Dad, don't kick me. Have you been drinking fake wine? Who are you talking about as my brother-in-law? Lin Langtian performed a beautiful spinning kick, knocking Lin Zun into the wall, creating a big hole. You are disrespectful. Fang Xian is your brother-in-law. You must respect him from now on. Lin Zun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was completely dumbfounded. What was going on? Lin Langtian coughed dryly and looked at Fang Xian with a kind face. Son-in-law, let's have lunch together later and settle this marriage first. Dad. Lin Mingqian stamped her feet shyly and looked at Fang Xian embarrassedly. Fang Xian laughed and couldn't help but admire the Lin family. Like father, like daughter, they indeed have two different personalities. Sorry to bother you, uncle. Lin Langtian smiled heartily and patted Fang Xian's shoulder lightly. We are all family, why be polite? Also, why do you still call me uncle? Fang Xian was ashamed. The development speed was really fast. He ignored Lin Longtian's question and said seriously, Uncle, in addition to the matter between Meng Qian and me, I have another matter that I need your help with. Lin Langtian patted his chest with great enthusiasm. We're all family, so if you need any help from me, just let me know. Fang Xian did not shy away from the topic and went straight to the point. I want something from the Lin family. What? That is the Lin family's 1,000-year-old tradition. The blood of the god of war. Chapter 43 Uninvited Guests. The Chen family arrives. Chen Tingxian reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Blood of the god of war. When Lin Langtian heard Fang Xian's request, his playful expression changed and his eyes became serious. It is no secret in Dragon Country that the Lin family possesses the blood of the god of war. It was normal for Fang Xian to know this, but it was indeed too much to ask the Lin family for the blood of the god of war that had been passed down for thousands of years. Thousands of years ago, monsters invaded, humans awakened, and the world began to change. Among them, a god of war appeared in that chaotic era, named Lin Dongwei, who was the ancestor of the Lin family. Lin Dongwei shines like a meteor and falls as fast as a meteor. He was originally just an ordinary genius, but for some reason, he suddenly burst out with terrifying fighting power in the ancient war, like a god of war descending to the earth, killing monsters and making them flee in disarray. Because he was too dazzling, the 6 great demons ganged up on him. Lin Dongwei fought against the 6 demons alone and eventually died on the battlefield. His blood was taken back by the descendants of the Lin family. After many experiments, they found that Lin Dongwei's blood could make people stronger, so it was called Blood of the God of War. After 500 years of inheritance, there is not much Blood of the God of War left. More than 200 years ago, the Lin family had only 1 drop of God of War's blood left. 1 drop of Blood of the God of War has no effect at all, so the Lin family treats it as a family heirloom and leaves it to future generations as a belief. Now that Fang Xian has set his sights on the Blood of the God of War, how can Lin Langtian not be angry? Fang Xian saw Lin Langtian's anger. He smiled slightly and said the excuse he had prepared before. Uncle Lin, actually I want the Blood of the God of War not for myself, but for Meng Qian. Hearing this, Lin Langtian immediately looked at Lin Meng Qian, and his expression became better. The Lin family's inherited treasure naturally cannot be given to outsiders. Even though Fang Xian is an unparalleled genius and the son-in-law of the Lin family, he cannot inherit the Blood of the God of War. Lin Mengqian and Gu Enai looked at Fang Xian in surprise, wondering why. A drop of Blood of the God of War has no effect at all. This is why no one has ever thought of coveting the Blood of the God of War since the Lin family declined. Lin Langtian looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. He couldn't understand what effect this drop of God of War's blood could have on Lin Mengqian. The Blood of the God of War is the heirloom of our clan, not anyone else's private property. Besides, a drop of God of War's blood has no effect on the human body, so it would be a waste to use it. Lin Langtian's reaction was within Fang Xian's expectations. It had been proven that 1 drop of Blood of the God of War was indeed useless. If 1 drop of Blood of the God of War is useless, what about 10,000 drops? Fang Xian has a God-level multiplied return system. As long as he has 1 drop, he can get a 10,000-fold return. His eyes became deep and he began to argue. Uncle Lin, I want to ask you, where does Meng Qian's talent rank in the Lin family? After hearing this, Lin Langtian thought carefully and came up with a surprising answer. Lin Mengqian was able to reach level 63 at the age of 20, while the God of War Lin Dongwei was only at level 10 when he was 20 years old. Considering Meng Qian's current level, this is unique. Uncle Lin, are you sure that a drop of God of War blood is useless? It's useless. Why not use that useless drop of God of War blood on the Lin family's peerless genius? Bet on the future. Having said this, Fang Xian's voice became sonorous and powerful. If the bet is successful, Meng Qian will be able to lead the Lin family back to its peak. By then, the Lin family will not rely on a drop of God of War blood as their belief, but on a living God of War. A living God of War. These words echoed in Lin Langtian's mind for a long time, deafening. As a member of the Lin family, who doesn't want to recreate the Lin family's former glory? But they were helpless and could only watch the Lin family decline. Now that there is an opportunity to return to the top, if you don't try, you will never have a chance to turn things around. Whether out of selfishness or public interest, he had no reason not to place his hopes on Lin Mengqian. Moreover, even if 1 drop of Blood of the God of War really has no effect, Lin Mengqian still has 4 peerless geniuses by her side: Xuanai, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, and Fang Xian. Lin Langtian giving Fang Xian a favor at this time can not only stabilize the relationship between Fang Xian and Lin Mengqian, but also bet on the future. There are only benefits and no harm. He looked serious and looked at Fang Xian intently. Wait for me. After Lin Langtian finished speaking, he turned and left. Fang Xian looked at the resolute figure's back and knew that he had a sure win. The Blood of the God of War is his. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Langtian came back and handed a brocade box to Fang Xian. He looked resolute and spoke decisively. I'll leave the Blood of the God of War to you. Mengqian, I'll leave it to you too. Everyone present understood what Lin Langtian meant. He was not going to directly hand over the Blood of the God of War to Lin Mengqian, which meant that Lin Langtian truly entrusted the Lin family to Fang Xian. How could Fang Xian not understand what Lin Langtian meant? As the Lin family were descendants of heroes and had never done anything harmful to the world, he was naturally willing to protect them. He nodded and took the brocade box with a serious expression. Thank you, Uncle Lin, for your trust. As long as we are alive, no one will dare to bully Meng Qian, and no one will dare to touch the Lin family. Lin Mengqian rushed directly into Fang Xian's arms, moved to tears. Fang Xian gently comforted Lin Mengqian. To avoid any further complications and to reassure the Lin family, he handed the brocade box in his hand to Lin Mengqian. Be good, Meng Qian, don't cry. Use up the Blood of the God of War now. Lin Mingqian sobbed for a while, then obediently took the brocade box. She looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression, then at Lin Langtian and Gu Enai. Do I really want to use it? Lin Langtian and Gu Enai smiled and nodded, encouraging her to use it. Fang Xian stroked Lin Mingqian's head and persuaded her gently. If we become stronger together, we will be worthy of the selfless dedication of our uncles and aunts to us. Lin Mingqian looked determined and nodded vigorously in response. Yes, I must surpass my ancestors and become the modern god of war to defend my country. When she opened the brocade box, she saw crystal clear, solidified blood-colored drops. This is blood of the god of war. Lin Mingqian carefully picked up the blood of the god of war, her heart full of awe. She clicked and absorbed the encouragement from everyone. Ding! Lin Mingqian consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 4,000 drops. Mingqian, how do you feel? Lin Mingqian felt it carefully, checked her own panel, and shook her head helplessly. Lin Langtian and Gu Enai sighed. The miracle did not happen. They patted Lin Mingqian's shoulders gently and encouraged her with smiles. Mingqian, it's okay. Mom and Dad believe that you can become a peerless strongman without the help of the blood of the god of war. Well, Mingqian, Mom and Dad believe in you. Lin Mingqian turned around, moved, and threw herself into their arms. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Fang Xian smiled confidently and looked at them with confidence. Not being able to unleash the power of the god of war's blood is only temporary. Lin Langtian looked at Fang Xian in surprise, with hope in his eyes again. Fang Xian, do you have any solution? Of course, my woman will definitely become Mars. At this moment, a mocking voice came from outside. Ha ha ha, what a big tone. Want to become a god of war? Have you asked our Qin family? The person who came was the head of the Qin family, the first family in Yongjiang City. Qin Zhendong. Following closely behind him were a group of people in black and the city flower of Yongjiang City, Qin Tingxian. There is also Qin Xiaoshui, and the class beauty who wants to keep Fang Xian as a collection. Li Xiaoyu. Chapter 44 Level 93 Sakura Country Magician. Qin Tingxian reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Qin Zhendong. When Lin Langtian saw Qin Zhendong walking in with a swagger, sparks flashed in his eyes. Who let you in? Qin Zhendong waved his folding fan, a smug smile on his fat and big-eared face. Did anyone stop me? I didn't see it, ha ha ha. Qin Xiaoshui hugged Li Xiaoyu's slender waist, and the corners of his mouth almost raised to the sky. Lin Langtian, you are really slow to react. You didn't even know your house was robbed. Lin Langtian's face darkened. They did not hear any unusual sounds just now, which meant that the Qin family came here without any hindrance. What did you do to my Lin family disciple? I didn't do anything. I just let them fall asleep. Qin Zhendong raised his head and looked down at Lin Langtian arrogantly. Lin Langtian, today is the day your clan will be exterminated. Lin Langtian looked solemn. Since the Qin family said this without any hesitation, they must have been trapped. He looked at Fang Xian and the 3 women behind him, especially Tang Xiaowu who was at level 92. He placed all his hopes on Fang Xian. Fang Xian, Uncle has an unwelcome request. I wonder if you can. Fang Xian interrupted Lin Langtian before he could finish his words. Okay, I'll kill them all. Lin Langtian was a little stunned. He originally wanted Fang Xian to take the mother and daughter away, but Fang Xian said he wanted to kill them all. The answer was a little unexpected, but it was exactly what he wanted. What a big mouth. Qin Xiaoshui didn't expect there to be such an arrogant person. He looked closely and suddenly felt that he looked very familiar. It's you. Li Xiaoyu also saw Fang Xian at this time and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Fang Xian. Oh. Yes, it's him, Fang Xian. Qin Xiaoshui pointed at Fang Xian and shouted loudly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Fang Xian, yes. It's you, the legendary SP Talent Contract Master. After these words were spoken, Qin Zhendong and Qin Tingxian looked at Fang Xian curiously to see what an SP Talent Contract Master looked like. Li Xiaoyu was extremely excited when she saw Fang Xian. Originally, she just came to join in the fun and see how the Lin family was destroyed, but she didn't expect to get an unexpected surprise. It seems that Fang Xian is destined to be Li Xiaoyu's collection. Qin Xiaoshui thought of Fang Xian's contempt for him that day, and at this moment, he was about to overflow with murderous intent. He kept pointing at Fang Xian and shouting, Dad, you must spare Fang Xian's life later. I want to slowly kill him. I want. Before he could finish, a cold light flashed across his neck. Puff. Qin Xiaoshui covered his neck in disbelief, his eyes widened. Li Xiaoyu was completely stunned. She wiped the hot blood off her face woodenly and screamed. Ah! Qin Zhendong threw away the folding fan in his hand and immediately rushed over to support Chen Xiaoshui. My son. Everyone present was shocked and took a few steps back in fear. Lin Langtian was also extremely shocked and had no idea how the move was made. He looked back in horror, only to see Fang Xian sitting calmly on the sofa, even crossing his legs. Fang Xian turned his head to look at Tang Xiaowu behind him and smiled faintly. Xiaowu, wait for my order before taking action next time. Yeah, I just can't stand him pointing his finger at you all the time. Tang Xiaowu looked at the dead Chen Xiaoshui with cold eyes and displeasure. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly, patted Tang Xiaowu's hips, and said with a smile, "What a good wife." A blush immediately appeared on Tang Xiaowu's solemn expression, and she became shy. "Thank you for the compliment, husband." This scene was keenly captured by Chen Tingxian. She was not concerned about Chen Xiaoshui's death. Instead, she was curious why such a powerful Tang Xiaowu was like a docile kitten in front of Fang Xian. There was madness in her eyes as she stared at Fang Xian infatuatedly. Fang Xian naturally noticed Chen Tingxian's gaze, but he didn't care at all. Chen Tingxian was indeed beautiful, but unfortunately, standing against him would lead to nothing. Chen Zhendong held Chen Xiaoshui's body, tears streaming down his face. He looked at Fang Xian and the others, murderous intent rising in his heart. "Kill them for me." The disciples of the Chen family received Chen Zhendong's order and roared to boost morale. The priest began to add buffs, the mage chanted spells, the warrior raised his shield to build a wall, and the knight charged into battle. There are more than 30 of them, all of whom are well-trained professional awakeners at level 50 or 60. Such an excellent force is already the most powerful presence in Yongjiang City. Unfortunately, they encountered a level 92 SSS class assassin, Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu held 2 black daggers in both hands, and her body instantly disappeared from the spot. More than 30 people were facing a formidable enemy and hurriedly looked for Tang Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu wandered around the 30 or so people like a ghost, leaving blood and flesh flying wherever she passed. Puff. Ah. Poochie. Li Xiaoyu curled up in the corner with her eyes closed. The endless screams coming from her ears made her whole body tremble. She is scared. Occasionally, broken limbs and arms would hit her, and she would throw them away like crazy, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a hell on earth filled with corpses. Ah! Li Xiaoyu looked at Tang Xiaowu in horror, trembling like the god of death. If she wanted to survive, there was only one way. She rolled and crawled, calling out loudly for Fang Xian. "Student Fang Xian, don't kill me. I'm your classmate. Please don't kill me." Puff. Fang Xian did not order to spare Li Xiaoyu, which proves that Li Xiaoyu does not need to live. Tang Xiaowu cut Li Xiaoyu's neck without hesitation, ending her life. Fang Xian looked at Li Xiaoyu's slowly falling body indifferently, without feeling anything at all. At this time, Chen Zhendong was completely dumbfounded and extremely terrified. He never thought that the Lin family actually had such a killing god. He regretted it deeply, but now that things had come to this point, there was no way back. Chen Zhendong looked around and roared, "Mr. Kusanagi, save me." As soon as he finished shouting, he was blasted into powder by an unknown force. It's really useless. A thin figure slowly floated down from the ceiling. He had gray hair, a hunched body, and a face full of wrinkles. He was about 70 or 80 years old. The old man had a cold look in his eyes and exuded a sinister aura. Tang Xiaowu killed more than 30 professional awakeners and looked at the thin figure with sharp eyes. Finally, it's revealed the mastermind behind this. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Kusanagi Jiro. Age, 78. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Value, 65. Body size, 60. Height, 178. Level, LV 93. Favorability, -100. Level 93 magician? Sakura countryman? How did he get in? Fang Xian looked at the behavior of Jiro Kusanagi and Chen Tingxian with disgust, and had some guesses in his mind. It seems that Jiro Kusanagi has been hiding in the Chen family. No wonder the Chen family suddenly wanted to destroy the Lin family today. In other words, Jiro Kusanagi's target from the beginning was Fang Xian? Fang Xian didn't know, he only knew one thing. That is, Jiro Kusanagi must die? Chapter 45, Saintess of the World Guild, Chen Tingxian. Mr. Kusanagi, he is Fang Xian. Chen Tingxian pointed at Fang Xian. She suddenly retracted her fingers as if she had been electrocuted, and looked at Tang Xiaowu in a sarcastic tone. Ouch! I just accidentally pointed at Fang Xian. That young lady might kill me. Mr. Kusanagi, I'm so scared. Jiro Kusanagi was already accustomed to Chen Tingxian's charm, and a cunning look appeared on his face. He looked at Tang Xiaowu greedily, licking his lips with his tongue. I didn't expect that there is a beautiful girl above level 90 in Yongjiang City. It's really exciting. Tang Xiaowu stared at Kusanagi Jiro with disgust, ready to attack at any time. Lin Langtian protected Gu Ni with a frown on his face and hurriedly stood behind Fang Xian. This person's level must be at least above level 90, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. Lin Zun stood next to Lin Langtian. Yeah, Dad, you're right. I can feel it. Where did you go just now? Just now after you kicked me, I felt a chill on my butt, so I went to the bathroom. Okay, stop talking. Okay, Dad. Is it true? Fidelity. Be more careful next time, Dad. Thanks, Dad. Fang Xian was frowning after listening to Lin Zun's words. How come Lin Zun inherited their family's dual personality? He is so arrogant in front of people and so shameless behind their backs. Hubby, this Chen Tingxian is so weird. So many people in the Chen family died, but she doesn't feel sad at all. Lin Mengxian looked at the city beauty Chen Tingxian in surprise, totally confused. Lu Shishuang pushed up his silver frameless glasses and felt that there was more to the weirdness. What's even more strange is that her father was clearly killed by that skinny old man, but she is still indifferent. Sueno glared at Chen Tingxian with extreme disgust and spoke fierce words for the first time. This kind of woman deserves to die. Fang Xian, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang have been with Sueno for a few days and have a relatively good understanding of her personality. I didn't expect that she would be so angry after seeing the scene in front of her. Fang Xian squeezed Shui Noi's clenched fist and spoke gently. Yukino, relax. Only then did Yukino realize her gaffe and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, honey. I don't know why I just... Okay, it's okay, Yukino. Fang Xian patted the back of Sueno's hand gently to calm her down. Thank you, husband. Sueno let out a long sigh and calmed down. Fang Xian saw Shui Nai recovered and called Tang Xiaowu softly. Xiaowu, come back. Tang Xiaowu looked at Kusanagi Jiro fiercely and instantly returned to Fang Xian. Husband, why don't you let me kill him? Haha, no rush. Fang Xian stood up from the sofa and slowly walked towards Kusanagi Jiro. He stopped in front of the corridor where blood was flowing and smiled harmlessly. Mr. Kusanagi, what reward will you get for killing me? I'm willing to pay double. Hee. Jiro Kusanagi smiled evilly, opened his mouth, and took a deep breath, looking very satisfied. You know what? After a person dies, there will be a soul. Once you have tasted it, you will be unable to extricate yourself. It's so delicious, especially you, a soul with SP talent, very tempting. Will you give me a taste of happiness? Fang Xian understood. He turned out to be a pervert. He just asked tentatively to confirm whether Jiro Kusanagi was sent from the Sakura country, but it doesn't seem like it. If he was not sent by Sakura country, how did he infiltrate? Mr. Kusanagi, the Chun family has taken such good care of you over the years. Don't you think it's a pity to kill them? Haha, are you kidding me? I was the one who helped them all these years. You are really going against Tian Gang. Jiro Kusanagi looked at Fang Xian and grinned. We can just kill the Chin family and replace them with another one. Why would we talk about pity? Are you really not afraid of the sanctions imposed by the Dragon Nation? Sanctions? Ha ha ha. Kid, you don't have to worry about me. I have my own way to avoid the detection of the Dragon Kingdom. From Jiro Kusanagi's answer, we can know that he has been lurking in the Chun family for quite some time. He also has a way to avoid detection by the Dragon Kingdom. He is very concealed. No wonder they hadn't discovered him before. However, he was not worried whether there were many powerful foreign awakeners lurking in Dragon Country. After all, Jiro Kusanagi was an individual case and could not be replicated. After all, no one really thinks that the awakened officials of Dragon Country are all vegetarians. One last question. Fang Xian looked at Chen Tingxian and asked solemnly, Mr. Kusanagi, how does she control you? When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Chen Tingxian controlled Jiro Kusanagi? How is this possible? In fact, Fang Xian discovered the clue when he used the Eye of Insight on Chen Tingxian just now. Name, Chen Tingxian. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, summoner. Talent, SS. Value, 94. Body size, 94. Height, 168. Level, LV 32. Quality, intact. Favorability, 60. At first glance, there seems to be nothing wrong with Chun Tingxuan's panel data, but there is a big problem with one point. That is the virtue of a woman. She has never experienced the affairs of a man. If Jiro Kusanagi controlled the Qin family, how could Chen Tingxian, the city beauty, who was so close to him, still be a virgin? Unless it's Jiro Kusanagi. Combined with Fang Xian's question just now, it can be concluded that Jiro Kusanagi is very well hidden. But how can he achieve perfection? That may be related to Chun Tingshuan's profession. Summoners can summon creatures from other worlds to help them fight. But Jiro Kusanagi is a human, so how could he become a summoned beast? How did Chun Tingshuan hide Jiro Kusanagi in another world? Or can Chun Tingshuan summon Jiro Kusanagi from the Sakura country? Hearing this, Chun Tingshuan's smile became even more charming. Student Fang Xian, I hid it so well. How did you see through it? When everyone heard Chun Tingshuan's words, they felt a chill down their spine. Can a girl in her early 20s really control a magician of over level 90? Chun Tingshuan hid it really well. The more you think about it, the more shocking fact comes to mind. Chun Tingshuan's father was killed by Jiro Kusanagi, and Jiro Kusanagi was controlled by Chun Tingshuan, which means that Chun Tingshuan killed her father. It's really crazy. Fang Xian frowned slightly and did not answer Chun Tingshuan's question. Who are you? Chun Tingshuan's face became more charming, and she kept teasing Fang Xian. Student Fang Xian, why don't you join us? Fang Xian was a little surprised. Chun Tingshuan had never deliberately concealed anything from the beginning to the end. Did she disdain to hide it? Or do you still think that Fang Xian and his companions cannot escape alive? Who are you? Can you be a representative? Chun Tingshuan smiled charmingly, her eyes full of pride. I'm sure you've heard of the World Guild, and I'm the member of the Dragon Country branch of the World Guild. Saint. Author's words, Chun Tingshuan. Chapter 46. Fang Xian kills someone without paying for his life and gets the God's gift. Fang Xian frowned slightly. He had seen the name World Guild on social software. It was an anti-human guild. It was founded hundreds of years ago. Its members are all professional awakeners, and its influence is spread all over the world. However, under the severe crackdown by Dragon Country, the World Guild did not develop smoothly in Dragon Country. However, the World Guild has not given up on the Dragon Country market. After all, Dragon Country has a large population base, its national strength ranks second in the world, and it has a tendency to become the world's most powerful country. The World Guild will never give up on infiltrating Dragon Country, and Chun Tingshuan is the best example. Fang Xian naturally had no interest in the World Guild. With his SP talent and God-level multiplied return system, he could surpass any organization in the world. However, he was very interested in one thing in the World Guild. That is God's gift. Regarding God's gift, the World Guild once carried out extensive publicity to the outside world in order to attract more awakened people to join. Therefore, many people joined the World Guild in order to obtain God's gift and become stronger. God's gift is the foundation of the World Guild as strength, and it is also a kind of prop that is unique to them. It is extremely mysterious, and no one knows how to obtain the God's gift, but Fang Xian does know something about its function. God's gift means God's gift, as the name suggests. Using God's gift can obtain mythical attributes. Mythic attributes are special attributes in addition to the 6 major attributes of life, spirit, strength, intelligence, agility, and defense. Everyone has the opportunity to awaken the mythical attribute, but the awakening conditions are unknown. We only know that the probability of awakening the mythical attribute is lower than winning the first prize in the lottery. But if there is a God's gift, then it is 100% certain that a mythical attribute can be awakened. The World Guild is extremely hidden and its traces are difficult to find. Now that he can encounter it, Fang Xian does not want to miss this opportunity. Can I get the God's gift by joining the World Guild? Chun Tingshuan smiled and looked at Fang Xian with interest. I can't guarantee anything else, but you can definitely get the God's gift. As she finished speaking, a finger-sized golden piece of wood immediately appeared in her hand. The golden wooden blocks emit dazzling golden light, which is dazzling. This is God's gift. Lin Langtian and others looked at the golden wooden block excitedly, their eyes full of envy. Fang Xian looked at the dazzling God's gift and felt not excited but a little alert. Chun Tingshuan took out the God's gift so blatantly. Isn't she afraid that he will kill people and steal the goods? Or does she think Jiro Kusanagi can stop him? Or is there something fishy about God's gift? Is it fake? Or is there a secret in the God's gift that he doesn't know about? You cannot take it by force before knowing the true usage and advantages and disadvantages of the God's gift. There is only one way for Fang Xian to obtain the most authentic information, that is, contract her. I don't trust you, so why don't we use a method that everyone can be assured of? Chun Tingshuan raised her eyebrows and spoke in confusion. What is the solution? That's the contract you and I signed. I joined the World Guild, and you gave me the true method of using the God's gift. Chun Tingshuan was stunned when she heard this and looked at Fang Xian as if he was an idiot. Everyone knows the rules of the contract master's contract, and once signed, they cannot be violated. Judging from the performance of Tang Xiaowu and others, Fang Xian has absolute right to speak. It is equivalent to getting Fang Xian, which is equivalent to getting all of Fang Xian's contract objects. How could Qin Tingxian refuse such a good thing that came to her doorstep? Qin Tingxian felt something was wrong and added, I want to sign an agreement contract with you. Fang Xian smiled secretly. He didn't care what contract she signed or what content she filled in. Once the contract was signed, he would have the final say. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to the feet of Qin Tingxian, forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. After Fang Xian drafted the detailed rules, he asked Qin Tingxian to review them. Qin Tingxian nodded and found nothing unusual. Fang Xian spoke lightly. Contract. Qin Tingxian was a little suspicious. She checked the contents of the contract again and answered in a deep voice when she found there was no problem. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Qin Tingxian both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. Contract successful. Current contract object, 5 knights. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. When Jiro Kusanagi saw the contract ceremony was over, he couldn't help but laugh evilly. As expected of a saint, you are truly extremely intelligent. You defeated Fang Xian without any effort. Jiro Kusanagi nodded and smiled. He had seen Qin Tingxuan's current situation many times. It seems that she was very happy that she had successfully deceived Fang Xian this time. Fang Xian, Fang Xian. I didn't expect that I would fall for your trick. Upon hearing this, Jiro Kusanagi assumed a fighting stance and stared at Fang Xian vigilantly. Fang Xian was a little puzzled and used the Eye of Insight again to confirm that Qin Tingxian had a 100% favorable impression of him and that he had indeed signed the master contract with her. Is it possible that the master contract is useless to her? Or is this what she really is like? Fang Xian, you are worthy of being the only light in my dark world. Qin Tingxuan's appearance stunned everyone present and made them feel uneasy. Jiro Kusanagi froze, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Saint, what's wrong with you? Fang Xian frowned slightly. He felt it was unsafe to keep Kusanagi Jiro. He fixed his eyes on Jiro Kusanagi and unleashed a soul attack. Bang! Jiro Kusanagi suddenly exploded and died completely. You defeated a level 93 magician in one move. You are worthy of being my lover. Shut up. Fang Xian was a little speechless. He had to keep Qin Tingxian, otherwise he would slap her to death. God given to me. Qin Tingxian stood up slowly, narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked at Fang Xian in a sickly manner. She took out the god's gift from her storage ring and handed it to Fang Xian. Fang Xian took the god's gift and spoke solemnly. Qin Tingxian, how do we use God's gift correctly? Is there anything we should be careful about? Photo by Qin Tingxian. Chapter 47 Obtain, Physique, Body of the God of War. Hurry up and tell me. She would tell the truth when in the master contract state. My love, God's gift can be used directly without any problems. Fang Xian looked at Qin Tingxian suspiciously. Logically, she couldn't lie to Fang Xian, the contractor, but he didn't think that the World Guild would not make trouble in God's gift. Qin Tingxian couldn't lie to Fang Xian, but that didn't mean she had to tell him everything. Tell us all the information you know about God's gift. Qin Tingxian sat up tremblingly and leaned against the corner. She still looked at Fang Xian with admiration and said it obediently. It turns out that the World Guild did not tamper with the God's gift and did not have the ability to do so. However, the mythical attributes granted by God's gift can be enhanced and can only become stronger by fusing more God's gift. All members can only obtain more God's gifts by continuously completing tasks. There are actually two types of God's gift. One is the golden wooden block in Fang Xian's hand, and the other is the silver wooden block. The divine gift of the golden wood block can bring people the ultimate mythical attributes. It is specially provided to core members, and the quantity is extremely limited. The silver wood blocks only bring ordinary mythical attributes and are used by members with average talents, and there are a lot of them. Qin Tingxian saw Fang Xian's talent, so she directly gave Fang Xian the golden divine gift. As for why the golden god's gift was given instead of both at the same time, the reason is very simple, because humans can only use the god's gift once. No matter whether it is the golden god's gift or the silver god's gift, once it has been used, it cannot be used again. Therefore, once you use the color of God's gift, it will only be the same grade of God's gift in the future and cannot be changed. Fang Xian nodded in understanding. God's gift is like a drug. Once you taste the sweetness, you will always want it. Since the God's gift can be continuously strengthened, why not use more God's gift to create more elite strongmen? Fang Xian smiled. Although there are many silver God's gifts, the upper limit is not high. It can't be compared with golden God's gifts at all. It is mainly used to recruit members and expand the number of people. And the number of golden God's gift is extremely small. If you want to upgrade it once, you need hundreds or even thousands of them to succeed. Instead of using the golden God's gift to create a few strong men, it is better to use it to attract more talented people. Quantitative change will always lead to qualitative change. With Chen Tingshuan's answer, Fang Xian had a preliminary understanding of God's gift and could use it with confidence. How many golden God's gift and silver God's gift do you have? Give them all to me. Chen Tingshuan traded it to him without hesitation. Fang Xian's storage ring had 2 more golden divine gifts and 20 more silver divine gifts. Fang Xian was too lazy to ask about the situation of the World Guild branch in Longhua. He would just hand Chen Tingshuan over to Mu Wanyao for interrogation when the time came. He walked over the corpses and came to Lin Langtian. Uncle Lin, we are going back soon. Can you handle these bodies? Good son-in-law, leave these to Dad. I will definitely handle them cleanly. Lin Langtian patted his chest and smiled heartily. This incident involves the Sakura people and the World Guild, so Lin Langtian will be able to handle it with twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, with the demise of the Chun family this time, his Lin family became the biggest beneficiary, which was simply a blessing from heaven. He has decided on Fang Xian as his son-in-law. Brother-in-law, come and play when you have time. Lin Zun, with a thick face and a smile on his face, extended an invitation to Fang Xian. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, then casually dismissed Lin Zun. He took out 2 teleportation instructions from the storage ring and handed one to Chen Tingshuan. She and I will go back first. You guys drive back slowly. The 4 girls frowned slightly when they heard this, but they agreed obediently. Fang Xian and Chen Tingshuan used the teleport command to return to their home in Yunjing Villa. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 transfer command and returns 5,000. Fang Xian handed Chen Tingshuan one by one the primary experience pill, intermediate experience pill, advanced experience pill, attribute enhancer, skill upgrading pill, and blood of the god of war in the system warehouse. I ate them all. Chen Tingshuan ate it all without hesitation. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 primary experience pill and returns 5,000 pills. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and returns 5,000 pills. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 advanced experience pill and returns 5,000 pills. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 5,000 bottles. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 5,000 pills. Ding! Chen Tingshuan consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 5,000 drops. Fang Xian looked at the 8,999 drops of blood of the god of war in the system warehouse and couldn't wait to use them. He got dressed and got out of bed, deciding to hand Chen Tingshuan over to Mu Wanyao after she arrived. Fang Xian opened the study door, took out the blood of the god of war, and placed it on the table. He couldn't wait to click and absorb. A drop of blood of the god of war did not cause any ripples, and he continued to click to absorb. It was not until he absorbed 500 drops of blood of the god of war that his panel finally changed and an additional data appeared. Physique, body of the god of war. Reference picture provided by Chen Tingshuan. Chapter 48, the god-level attributes of the 4 women. Fang Xian immediately opened his own attribute panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 82, contract king. Physique, war god body, beginner. Attributes, life, 2016, strength, 2016, intelligence, 2016, spirit, 2016, agility, 2016, defense, 2016, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 9, current contract, 5 knights. Body of the god of war, beginner. Effect 1. For every 1% decrease in health, the damage value increases by 0.3%. Effect 2. When the HP is below 30%, the agility of all people within a 500-meter radius will be reduced by 10%. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Active Skill 1. Causes 150% of the attack damage to a single enemy, and generates a health shield for the player, which can resist 20% of the damage of the player's own health. The shield lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 300 mana points, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Active Skill 2. Causes 135% of the attack damage to a single enemy and steals 10% of the target's health, consumes 100 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. The Lin family is mainly composed of warriors, and the body of the god of war is extremely suitable for warriors. The warrior mainly adds life, so the blood volume is naturally the highest. People with the body of a god of war have the following abilities: damage, deceleration, shield, and recovery. If this is enhanced by equipment, the upper limit will be very high. Therefore, thousands of years ago, Lin Dong's might was feared throughout the world. And this is just the initial stage of the god of war body. The values will definitely be higher in the later stages. Fang Xian's attributes are already quite amazing, and now he possesses the body of a god of war, so it's difficult for him to die. Now he is more like a warrior than a soldier. At this time, there was a sound outside. It was Yukino and the others who had returned. After a while, Lin Mingxian's scolding voice was heard, and she seemed to be blaming Fang Xian. The Chen family and the Lin family have always been at odds. Although the Chen family has been destroyed, many people from the Lin family were also killed in the battle. It is natural for them to have conflicts. Fang Xian didn't want them to make a big deal out of it, so he had to walk out of the room to see what was going on. As soon as he came out, he saw Xuan'ai, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mingxian all glaring at the master bedroom. Fang Xian walked over curiously and saw Chen Tingxian hugging Fang Xian's pillow and rubbing the quilt with her face. Moreover, Chen Tingxian turned a blind eye to their accusations and completely ignored them. Lin Mingxian pointed at Chen Tingxian angrily, and she couldn't hide her urge to stab him. "Hubby, look at her, she's really too much. What a pervert." Xuan'ai, Tang Xiaowu, and Lu Shishuang were also very dissatisfied with Chen Tingxuan's behavior. That was obviously where Fang Xian usually slept, so how could she have occupied it alone like this? Fang Xian was also speechless. Chen Tingxuan's obsession with him was already terminal. He walked forward quietly, closed the door, and left Chen Tingxian to tumble there alone. The master bedroom will be left to her for now. Before Fang Xianhua finished speaking, Lin Mingxian was the first to disagree. "How can you give it to her? It's obviously my husband's. You can't. Just listen to me first." Fang Xian tapped Lin Mingxian's head lightly to stop her from making any more noise. "The master bedroom will be left to her. From now on, I will randomly choose one of you to live in every night." The four girls, who were originally very dissatisfied with Chen Tingxuan's behavior, were suddenly overjoyed. "Hubby, are you serious?" "Certainly." After getting Fang Xian's affirmative answer, the four girls couldn't help but thank Chen Tingxian in their hearts, thanking her for forcing Fang Xian into their room. Fang Xian took out the god's gift and handed it to Tang Xiaowu. "Xiaowu, use Golden Divine Gift first." Tang Xiaowu was flattered and waved her hands quickly. "Hubby, you should use such a valuable item." "Haha, it's okay. I have a lot of Golden God's Gift. Each of you can get one." "Real?" Fang Xian lovingly touched Tang Xiaowu's head. "Certainly." "All right." Tang Xiaowu believed that Fang Xian would not lie to her, so she held the Golden Divine Gift and clicked to use it. The golden light suddenly dissipated, and the God's Gift merged into Tang Xiaowu's body. Ding! Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 God's Gift and returns 5,000. She immediately checked her attribute panel and exclaimed, "I actually got the God-level attribute, attack speed." The three girls looked at Tang Xiaowu in surprise, totally not understanding what attack speed meant. Tang Xiaowu explained to them happily, and they suddenly understood. Simply put, attack speed refers to the attack speed. The faster the attack speed, the higher the output frequency will be. Attack speed is different from agility. Agility generally affects movement speed, while attack speed increases the number of attacks, allowing people to make more attacks. The attack speed means obtaining more output frequencies with the same agility. This is what is commonly seen in games. 8 knives per second. The God-level attributes bestowed by God really suit Tang Xiaowu. Fang Xian took out 3 golden divine gifts from the system warehouse and handed them to Xuan'ai, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mingxian respectively. The 3 of them were surprised that Fang Xian really had a divine gift, and they all happily accepted the golden divine gift. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 God's gift and returns 5,000. Ding! Lin Mingxian consumes 1 God's gift and returns 5,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 God's gift and returns 5,000. The God-level attribute that Yukino awakened is Magic Penetration. Magic Penetration, reducing the target's magic resistance, thereby increasing the damage of your own magic skills. Lin Mingxian's awakened God-level attribute is Resilience. Resilience can reduce the duration and intensity of control effects on oneself, such as stun, imprisonment, silence, deceleration, etc. The God-level attribute that Lu Shishuang awakened is Release. Reduce the release speed of skills. Seeing that they all obtained God-level attributes that suited themselves, Fang Xian couldn't wait to take out the golden divine gift. The 4 girls looked at Fang Xian expectantly, waiting for him to use it. Fang Xian clicked to use it without hesitation. The golden light suddenly dissipated, and the god's gift merged into Fang Xian's body. He immediately opened the attribute panel and checked the god-level attributes. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be Chapter 49, The Sakura Country's Trick. Sakura Country, Prime Minister's Office. Prime Minister Inuji frowned slightly as he looked at the information presented to him. The information recorded the death of Jiro Kusanagi, and the information was provided by the Kusanagi family. After reading it, he couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that Jiro Kusanagi died just like that. Cabinet Minister Inuikaro sighed secretly and followed suit. Yes, it's a pity. But his death may not necessarily be a bad thing. Prime Minister Inuji adjusted his black round-framed glasses and narrowed his eyes slightly. Mr. Inuichiro, what does this mean? Cabinet Minister Inuichiro bowed slightly and said cunningly, Jiro Kusanagi is not only a member of the Kusanagi family, but also a member of the World Guild and the guardian of the saint. This matter will definitely not end hastily. Are you saying that the Kusanagi family and the World Guild dare to cause trouble in Dragon Country? Prime Minister Inuji is skeptical about this view. The Kusanagi family is the most advanced ancient family in the Sakura Country, with a history of thousands of years and a rich heritage. The World Guild also has hundreds of years of history, with members spread all over the world and a huge influence. But no matter how powerful the two families are, they dare not act recklessly in the territory of Dragon Kingdom, otherwise they will never return. Moreover, throughout history, there have been people who have caused trouble in the territory of Dragon Country, and the outcome has always been the same. That is, there is no place to bury the body after death. As for the so-called saint, she is nothing more than a chess piece to recruit people. If there is one, it will be the icing on the cake. If not, just appoint another saint. It's no big deal. Cabinet Minister Inuichiro raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and his smile was full of sinisterness. Mr. Prime Minister, Jiro Kusanagi and the saint both died in Yongjiang City in Dragon Country. There is only one person in Yongjiang City who can kill Jiro Kusanagi, and that is Fang Xian, the SP Talent Awakener. When Inujiro heard the word Fang Xian, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although the Sakura Country did not send anyone to assassinate Fang Xian, it cooperated with the United States and deliberately visited the Dragon Country during that period to confuse the public. However, all the Western countries involved in the operation knew that Gabriel was dead, most likely killed instantly by Fang Xian's guardian. Otherwise, Gabriel would not have escaped, which means that the person guarding Fang Xian is very powerful. The death of Jiro Kusanagi this time is most likely related to Fang Xian's guardian. If he could seize this opportunity, he might be able to use the Kusanagi family and the World Guild to kill Fang Xian. Cabinet Minister Inuichiro paused and continued. If you want them to take action, you have to share intelligence with them. Let them know who was involved in Jiro Kusanagi's death, and then we will tell them about Gabriel's assassination of Fang Xian to show our sincerity. Then use the puppet country to secretly issue a bounty order, offering a generous reward, and assassinate Fang Xian. We can't pay for it ourselves either. We have to work with Western countries to pay for it. In this way, the Kusanagi family and the World Guild will have face, and Rico will have it too. We can't just be cowardly, right? Inujiro pushed his black round-frame glasses, his eyes full of admiration. Letting the Kusanagi family and the World Guild assassinate Fang Xian made everyone happy. Even if they lose, it has nothing to do with other countries, and the Sakura country can also use this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Kusanagi family. This strategy, which has only benefits and no harm, is completely feasible. Mr. Inuichiro, you will be in charge of this plan. Yes. Chapter 50 God-level attributes. Rocket-like upgrade again. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian looked at his God-level attributes and was very satisfied. Energy LV1. The initial energy is the number of summoned beasts and contract objects 10 points. Every 10 points of energy can permanently increase the critical hit rate of yourself, the summoned beast, and the contract object by 10%, and the critical hit damage by 20%. Critical hit rate includes physical critical hit rate and magic critical hit rate. The damage will be greatly increased when a critical hit occurs. Critical damage, the multiple of the extra damage caused by a critical hit. This energy is an attribute completely prepared for summoners and contractors. The more summoned beasts or contract objects you have, the higher the critical hit rate and critical hit damage will be. Currently, Fang Xian has 5 contract objects, which means that his critical hit rate is 50% and the critical hit damage is 100%. Critical hit rate is a percentage value that represents the possibility of triggering a critical hit. If the critical hit rate is 50%, then there is a 50% chance of triggering a critical hit with each attack. Critical damage is 100%. When a critical hit is triggered, the damage caused will be twice the damage of a normal attack. In other words, the more contract objects Fang Xian has, the higher his critical hit rate and critical hit damage will be. Moreover, the energy is only at level 1. As long as more God's gift is used, there will be great room for improvement. Originally, critical hit rate and critical hit damage were often reflected in the equipment, but now Fang Xian has them built in. In the future, his critical hit rate and critical hit damage will be several stories high. Every hit is a critical hit, and every hit to 999,999 doesn't seem to be a problem. This reminded him of an old game slogan. If you are a brother, come and kill me. Fang Xian was very satisfied with this God-level attribute. It not only increased his own critical hit rate and critical hit damage, but also increased the critical hit rate and critical hit damage of all his contract objects. In this way, his contract object is not only a pendant of life link, but also can help him solve many trivial matters. Only if he possesses the most loyal, beautiful, and powerful subordinates can Fang Xian be truly called the king. He took out the blood of the god of war and handed it to Xuan'ai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu respectively. When they saw the bloody drops in their hands, they all exclaimed in surprise. Lin Mingxian's pretty face was instantly disturbed, her clear eyes widened, and her lips unconsciously opened slightly, forming a perfect "Oh, husband, how come you have the blood of the god of war?" Xuan'ai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu also opened their lips in surprise, forming a big "Oh." Tang Xiaowu. Yes, doesn't the Lin family only have 1 drop of god of war blood? Yukino, honey, what's going on? Lu Shishuang. Hubby, you must study your SP talent carefully for me. Fang Xian smiled and didn't tell them. Hurry up and use the blood of the god of war. Tang Xiaowu frowned slightly and stopped Xuan'ai and Lu Shishuang from using it. Hubby, 1 drop of god of war blood is useless. Why don't we give all of it to Sister Mingxian? Maybe it can have a miraculous effect. Xuan'ai and Lu Shishuang looked at each other and nodded silently. Lin Mingxian was deeply moved by them. Fang Xian smiled slightly. He was very satisfied that the 4 of them could work as a team. Don't worry about using it. There will be more blood of the god of war in the future. Everyone can become a god of war. The 4 girls believed Fang Xian's words without a doubt. Xuan'ai, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu looked at each other, stopped hesitating, and all used the blood of the god of war. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 drop of god of war blood and returns 5,000 drops. Ding! Lu Shishuang consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 5,000 drops. Ding! Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 5,000 drops. Dragon Kingdom, capital city, the highest conference room. The above is what happened to the Lin family in Yongjiang City. After Mu Wanyao finished explaining everything that happened in the Lin family of Yongjiang City, she slowly stood aside. The faces of the senior officials present were solemn. They had dealt such a heavy blow to the World Guild, but they were still able to infiltrate. It was really hard to guard against them. What's more, the participation of the Kusanagi family from the Sakura country made them extremely dissatisfied. The feud between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom can be traced back thousands of years ago, and the resentment had already accumulated before the Awakening era arrived. Since the Awakening, the 2 countries have maintained a complex and changing relationship. Now that Jiro Kusanagi has attacked Fang Xian, it has undoubtedly ignited everyone's long-accumulated anger. The Kusanagi family must give an explanation for this matter. Given the style of the Sakura country, they will definitely say that Kusanagi Jiro has already betrayed the family and has nothing to do with their Kusanagi family. Well, that's very likely the case, but we still have to warn them and show our attitude. I think the most important thing now is to find out how the people from the World Guild infiltrated. And how many people infiltrated? Didn't Fang Xian contract their saint? Then we can catch them all in one fell swoop. But Fang Xian is such a terrifying little fellow that he can actually kill a level 93 magician in seconds. After hearing this, everyone nodded with satisfaction. I really don't know how he did it. I haven't seen him go to the replica. It's amazing. According to his upgrade speed, do we still need to arrange people to protect him? We still have to protect ourselves, just in case. By the way, General Mu, are Elder Mu and Grandma Qian in place? Old Man Mu and Grandma Qian were the people assigned by the country to protect Fang Xian. They were a level 98 knight and a level 97 assassin respectively, and they were also Mu Wanyao's grandpa and grandma. Mu Wanyao opened her red lips slightly, her voice clear and steady. Report, Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian arrived in Yongjiang City at 1305 and have started the protection work for each other. Okay. The leader has an upright posture, sharp eyes, and a steady and powerful voice. My dear colleagues, we must intensify our efforts to crack down on the World Guild. We cannot allow them to deceive any Dragon Nation citizen again. Secondly, we should strengthen the screening of incoming personnel and block their infiltration at the source. Then strengthen the protection personnel in Yongjiang City to prevent Fang Xian from encountering accidents again. The chief paused and looked at Mu Wanyao with eyes full of trust. Finally, Commander Mu, you will be responsible for delivering the props Fang Xian needs. Yes. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Fang Xian traded 5,000 primary experience pills with Xuanai and 5,000 intermediate experience pills with Lin Mengxian respectively. At the same time, he also traded 2,500 advanced level experience pills to Tang Xiaowu and Lu Shishuang respectively. He opened the upgrade gift pack and unlocked king level equipment of levels 61 to 80. Frost Staff. Quality, King Grade. Level Limit, LV 61. Professional Restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Enhancement, 0. Inlay 0. Refinement, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute Bonus, Spirit plus 72, Intelligence plus 72, Agility plus 72. Effect 1. When you are attacked by an enemy, your enemy's agility will be reduced by 10% for 30 seconds. Effect 2. After the skill released hits the enemy, its agility will be reduced by 10% for 20 seconds. Active Skill 1. Releases a frost shield with 100% of one's own mental power, which lasts for 3 minutes, consumes 100 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Active Skill 2. Steal 10% of the agility of enemies within 5 meters and add it to yourself, lasting for 3 minutes, consumes 100 mana points, cooldown time, 10 minutes. Active Skill 3. Summon a huge ice cone, causing 150% of the enemy's mental attack within a 5-meter radius in front. Consumes 200 mana points, cooldown time, 1 minute. Yukino, this staff is for you. Yukino took the staff, which was perfect for her to use. She knew that the level 61 equipment was no longer suitable for Fang Xian, so she did not refuse. Thank you, husband. Xiao Wu, open the experience copy, and let's go level up. Good. Tang Xiaowu opened the experience copy, and everyone formed a team and teleported in immediately. As soon as he arrived at the copy, Fang Xian used attribute switching on Sueno, allowing Sueno to possess his attributes. He used the 5x experience card, took out the mahjong table and the attribute enhancer, and drank while playing mahjong without interrupting either. Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, and Lin Mengxian sat down, used the double experience cards, and started playing mahjong. Yukino smiled slightly, used the double experience card, picked up the king-level staff, and went to kill the monster instantly. Repeat this cycle, and you will soon finish a experience copy. They returned to Yunjing Villa, and just saw Chen Tingxian coming out. My sweetheart. Chen Tingshuan's eyes were full of enthusiasm for the other party, and she rushed towards him. Fang Xian ignored her, and continued to enter the experience copy, instantly with Tang Xiaowu and the others. As soon as she entered the experience copy, Lin Mengxian couldn't help but ask Fang Xian, Husband, Chen Tingxian has also become your contract object, so how are you going to treat her? Fang Xian took out the attribute enhancer and started drinking it, answering Lin Mengxian nonchalantly. When Mu Wanyao comes, I will ask her to cooperate with the military investigation and make amends. What about later? Later? It depends on my mood. But she, Lin Mengxian, wanted to say something when Fang Xian glared at her. Lin Mengxian, are you teaching me how to do things? I'm sorry, husband. Mengxian knows she was wrong. After this episode, they quickly returned to Cloudview Villa. As soon as she appeared, Fang Xian threw herself into Fang Xian's arms and hugged him tightly. My love, I've caught you. Don't try to run away. Xuanai, Lin Mengqian, Lu Shuang, and Tang Xiao were angry but dared not say anything, so they could only stare at Fang Xian. Fang Xian's contract object has an upper limit. Not using Fang Xian is like losing a pendant, which is not worth it. He let Fang Xian hug him and added Fang Xian to the team. Xiao Wu continue. When the four girls saw Fang Xian join the team, they also knew what Fang Xian meant, so they had no choice but to start the experience copy. After entering, Fang Xian took out the double experience card and handed it to Fang Xian. I used it. Fang Xian took the double experience card with one hand and clicked to use it. Ding. Fang Xian consumes one double experience card and returns 5,000. Xuanai 2 Town Post. Chapter 51 5 Beauties, Living in Harmony. Life is like this, with all the fights and noises, and it's all night long. Yukino continuously used large-scale skills to kill monsters. Except for Yukino, everyone was leisurely waiting for the experience, feeling extremely relaxed. Only Yukino works the most diligently and conscientiously, and she is undoubtedly the best model worker of the year. 5-minute speed run, clearing the dungeon again and again, and the experience is constantly increasing. Fang Xian felt very comfortable. He should have enjoyed this blessing sooner rather than later. He was really exhausted after taking the experience pills for so long. If I had known I could upgrade so quickly, who would still eat that stuff? That's all for today. Fang Xian just lay down on the sofa, mumbling to himself. Playing mahjong for a long time is really tiring. Fang Xian returned to the study, opened Tomato Novel to listen to a book, continued to work hard, and try to drink more attribute enhancers. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, hundreds of bottles, thousands of bottles. Fang Xian's stomach finally couldn't take it anymore. From noon to early morning, a total of 6,000 bottles were drunk and 7,000 bottles were left. Free attribute points, 6,042. Divide into 6 parts, 1,007 points each. Add points successfully. He leaned back on the sofa and checked his attributes listlessly. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 88, Contract King. Physique, War God Body, Beginner. God Level Attribute, Energy, LV 1. Attributes, Life, 30-30, Strength, 30-30, Intelligence, 30-30, Spirit, 30-30, Agility, 30-30, Defense, 30-30, Appearance, 99, Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, Attribute Switch LV5, Soul Attack LV5, Free Transfer LV5, Sense Sharing LV5, Life Link LV5. Passive Skill, Contract Enhancement, Enhanced Contractable Objects, 9, Current Contract, 5 Nights. All 6 attributes have exceeded the 3,000 mark. I'm afraid there is no rival in the world, right? But to be on the safe side, you should not be too high profile. There is always someone better than you, so it is better to be safe than sorry. Once a person goes crazy, who knows how people in Western countries will deal with him? Early morning. In the kitchen, Xuanai and Tang Xiao were busy as usual, while Lin Mengqian was still sleeping soundly. As for Fang Xian, I didn't expect that she would also sit at the dining table early. When she saw Fang Xian coming out, her eyes were filled with joy. Morning, my love. Fang Xian saw from Fang Xian's eyes that she was no longer as crazy as before, so he greeted her. Morning. After saying that, he went to wash up, leaving Fang Xian alone in her daydreaming state. Fang Xian was brushing his teeth while watching short videos. Whenever he saw videos of people dancing on the edge, he showed no interest at all. It's not that he is aloof, it's just that those kinds of people are no longer worthy of his attention. Just as he was wondering who to contract next, a message came in. He opened it and saw that it was from Mu Wanyao. Mu Wanyao, Fang Xian, I'll be at your place soon. Mu Wanyao came early in the morning, probably to give him the god-level suit and various materials. Fang Xian replied, okay to Mu Wanyao. Or, Mu Wanyao, has it been decided that it's you? But how to make a contract? Every party to the contract must agree willingly, otherwise the contract will not be established. It seems that Fang Xian needs to use his brain, otherwise it will be difficult to make a successful contract. Chapter 52, a set of plus 12 god-level equipment. Yunjing Villa is the building next to Fang Xian's house. A white-haired old man sat on the window, watching Fang Xian's villa with his bright eyes. He was wearing a white vest and had well-developed muscles. He didn't look like a man in his 80s at all. This person is Mu Guizhong, nicknamed Old Mu, who was sent by Long Kingdom to protect Fang Xian. This boy really knows how to enjoy himself. 5 beautiful wives. Why? Are you jealous? The person who started to challenge Mr. Mu was an old lady with silver hair. She came over with breakfast and glared at Mr. Mu unhappily. This person is none other than Mr. Mu's wife, Qian Mimi. People call her Grandma Qian. Old Mu smiled awkwardly, took the steamed bun, and put it in his mouth to eat. No way. I, Mu Guizhong, am not as lustful as this boy. Then why are you drooling? What are you talking about? This is because the steamed buns I made are so delicious that they made me cry. Are you sure it's the steamed buns you're craving for? You've discovered all this. Hey, actually, I'm craving for a beautiful body. Bang! Before Mr. Mu could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground by Grandma Qian. You old pervert. Grandma Qian glanced at Fang Xian's villa, her eyes full of doubt. This kid has never been out of the house. How did he become so strong? Old Mu jumped up from the ground with a playful grin and patted his butt. We only have SSS level talents. How can we understand the awesomeness of SP talents? By the way, Wan Yao is coming to see Fang Xian later, so keep a close eye on her. Mr. Mu looked serious and worried. I heard that the higher-ups intend to have Wan Yao sign a contract with that boy. Grandma Qian frowned slightly and sighed softly. With Fang Xian's current rate of progress, only Wan Yao can help him with his contract. The higher-ups didn't force Wan Yao. The decision is still in Wan Yao's hands. No more talking, I'm going to cook. Mr. Mu shook his head helplessly, turned around, and continued to monitor the surroundings carefully. Soon he saw a jeep parked in front of Fang Xian's door, and it was his granddaughter who got out of the jeep. Mu Wan Yao. After finishing his breakfast, Fang Xian lay down on the sofa to rest. Suddenly I thought of their massage yesterday. It seemed pretty good. Come here, all of you, and give me a massage. Upon hearing this, the 5 girls happily walked to Fang Xian and began massaging him according to the same position as yesterday. The limbs are taken care of by Xuan Nai, Lin Mingqian, Lu Shishuang, and Tang Xiaowu. The head massage was left to Qin Tingxian. At this time, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Sueno blushed and reluctantly left Fang Xian's shoulder and went to open the door. As soon as she opened the door, the person who came into her sight was Mu Wan Yao, a woman with a stunning beauty. Mu. Commander Mu. Mu Wan Yao nodded and walked straight in. As soon as she entered, she saw them giving Fang Xian a massage. Ahem. This dry cough interrupted them. Tang Xiaowu stood up immediately, looking flustered. Mu. Commander Mu. Qin Tingxian ignored her and continued to give Fang Xian a massage with ecstasy. Fang Xian was polite and immediately interrupted Qin Tingxian's massage. Qin Tingxian, I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry, go sit over there. Qin Tingxian glanced at Mu Wan Yao, left reluctantly, and sat obediently on the chair, but her eyes were on Fang Xian from beginning to end. Mu Wan Yao guessed that Fang Xian had contracts with so many beauties. It was impossible that he didn't have any bad intentions, but she didn't expect that the cold Tang Xiaowu would become so proactive. She was feeling a little nervous at the moment. She looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression and went straight to the point. Fang Xian, the country entrusted me to bring you the things you want. Thanks. Fang Xian had already expected that the country would definitely cultivate him vigorously. Master Mu, please take a seat. Mu Wanyao always felt that there was a different smell in the air, which made her uncomfortable. But she still had a lot of things to do today, so she sat down opposite Fang Xian. Fang Xian, let's trade first. Good. Fang Xian's storage ring and Mu Wanyao's storage ring touched lightly, and the transaction was completed. He took a quick look at the items, which included a set of God-level suit, 1,000 super experience pills, 8,000 enhancement gems, 1,000 bottles of lucky potion, 5,000 high-level gems, 5,000 purifying stones, and 3,000 high-level enchanting stones. These were the things Fang Xian asked for, but the quantity was far less than he expected. It shouldn't be. He checked the God-level suit, in confusion, only to find that all 5 pieces of God-level equipment had been enhanced to plus 12. You should know that there is a success rate for strengthening equipment. The higher the level of strengthening, the lower the success rate. The success rate of equipment plus 10 is only 35%, plus 11 is 31%, and plus 12 is 24%. There are some skills to strengthening to level 12. You can use some strengthening rules and equipment to increase your success rate. But strengthening above level 13 depends entirely on luck. There is no pattern to follow, and the success rate becomes extremely low at this point. Plus 13 has a success rate of 16%, plus 14 has a success rate of 14%, plus 15 has a success rate of 10%, plus 16 has a success rate of 8%, plus 17 has a success rate of 6%, and plus 18 has a success rate of 3%. These success rates are clearly written on the equipment, and everyone knows them. The country helped Fang Xian to strengthen his level to level 12, which also allowed Fang Xian to avoid detours and reduce waste. After plus 13, it all depends on luck, so leave it to Fang Xian to strengthen it himself. By this calculation, the enhanced gems given by the country are already a lot. After all, the drop rate of enhanced gems is really low. Now he has 5 women, so the ones that no one has returned are 5,000 coins, so he can get a total of 25,000 coins. Even if you use 25,000 enhancement gems to enhance your equipment by luck, it is still difficult to enhance all the god-level suits to plus 18. In this case, it is still necessary to increase the multiplier of the god-level multiplier return system. Fang Xian wanted to guarantee with 100% certainty that his own strength would always be the strongest, so it was urgent to contract a beautiful woman whose appearance and figure were above 90. He can currently contract with 9 people, current contract, May 9th. The most suitable person for the contract right now is Mu Wanyao. Fang Xian looked at Mu Wanyao and thanked her sincerely. Thank you for the resources my country has given me. Mu Wanyao's eyes were firm, and she spoke solemnly. Fang Xian, the motherland is wholeheartedly devoted to you. I hope you will also keep your promise and live up to the motherland's trust and expectations of you. Of course, we always keep our promises. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian, who was righteous and spoke with great force. She smiled gently and felt a little relieved. Fang Xian looked at Mu Wanyao's beautiful smile and wanted to say something else. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to be shrouded by something. What's going on? This energy is. Chapter 53 Fang Xian, let me be your contract partner. What's going on? Mu Wanyao looked around and could clearly feel a strange energy enveloping her surroundings. Fang Xian and others naturally also felt that this energy seemed to be coming down from the sky. Lin Mingxian hurried to open the door and found that the door could be opened, but she couldn't walk out. She punched out, but it was like hitting cotton, with no effect at all. We are trapped. Tang Xiao frowned, took out a black dagger, and instantly jumped up. With 2 swoosh strikes, the dagger pierced through the 3-story villa and revealed the scene outside. I saw a long crystal mirror floating in the sky, the mirror body emitting bursts of light, and the back of the mirror reflected huge patterns such as pine, bamboo, plum, ghost crane, etc. What's this? Mu Wanyao looked carefully at the mirror in the sky, as if she had thought of something. Oh no, this is a 8-foot mirror. Yashikagami? Isn't that the treasure of the Kusanagi family in Sakura country? How did it appear here? Tang Xiao knows something about some of the magical artifacts of the Sakura kingdom, but how did the 8-foot mirror come to the Dragon Kingdom? Mu Wanyao's brows were tightly knitted together, and her graceful figure seemed a little stiff at the moment. She didn't know how the 8-foot mirror appeared here, but she knew its function. It's over. The Yasakami is one of the 3 great artifacts of the Sakura country. It has the ability to absolutely seal off space and will slowly decompose everything in the space. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone frowned. Lin Mingxian's lively big eyes were full of anxiety, and her gaze was focused on her idol Mu Wanyao. Commander Mu, how can we crack it? Mu Wanyao bit her pink lower lip with her pearly teeth, leaving a shallow tooth mark. There are 2 ways to break the 8-foot mirror. The first is to prevent it from casting spells through external attacks. Speaking of this, Mu Wanyao's expression changed slightly. Her grandparents were clearly protecting Fang Xian in secret, and now they were trapped by the 8-foot mirror, and her grandparents did not take any action. It was very likely that they were also stuck in a tough battle and had no time to save Fang Xian. Another possibility is that the gang using the 8-foot mirror also has magic weapons such as eye-catching techniques that prevent outsiders from noticing what is happening inside. But no matter what the situation is, they can only rely on breaking out now. The second method is to destroy the 8-foot mirror by internal destruction. Mu Wanqing knew clearly that it was simply a fantasy to want to break the 8-foot mirror from the inside. She is a high-ranking official in the country and knows many secrets, including the glorious record of the Yashikagami. The 8-foot mirror once trapped 2 level 98 professional awakeners inside it, and then without any surprise, the 2 level 98 professional awakeners were directly decomposed and died. Of course, the Yashikagami has also had its share of defeats. A long time ago, a level 99 professional awakener from Dragon Country successfully escaped from the 8-foot mirror, but his success in escaping was entirely due to the Dragon Country artifact he possessed, Xianyuan sword. The man who held the Xianyuan sword killed them and made them flee in disarray. If the Sakura people had not escaped quickly, the 8-foot mirror would have been gone long ago. I didn't expect it to appear here now. Others were able to escape because they also had divine weapons, but how could they possess divine weapons? The strongest they had was only god-level equipment. There are only two ways to obtain a divine weapon. First, it is a gift from the state. Second, by strengthening the god-level equipment to a certain level, it can be upgraded to a divine weapon. Even if Fang Xian currently possesses plus 12 god-level equipment and many enhanced gems, how is it possible to upgrade the god-level equipment to artifact in a short period of time? Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression. Recently, the issue of who could be Fang Xian's contract partner had made the country's top leaders extremely anxious. The leader also asked for her opinion, but she had not yet decided whether or not to become Fang Xian's contract partner. The heart that was still hesitating finally stopped hesitating at this moment. There is only one way to break the deadlock, that is, become Fang Xian's contract object. After Fang Xian signed a contract with Tang Xiaowu, his strength increased dramatically and he was able to kill Kusanagi Jiro in seconds. If he contracts with someone who is stronger than Tang Xiaowu, he may be able to stop the 8-foot mirror and escape. Mu Wanyao bit her red lips lightly, made up her mind, and walked towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked up at the 8-foot mirror, hanging high up, rubbed his hands, and was eager to try it out. I wonder if the divine weapon of the Sakura country can withstand his full-strength attack. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Mu Wanyao walking towards him with a complicated expression. Mu Wanyao stood tall and straight, her bright eyes full of determination. Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked at Mu Wanyao with such an expression and couldn't help but feel a little curious. What was she going to do? What's wrong? Mu Wanyao raised her eyebrows slightly, took a deep breath, and mustered up her courage to say, Fang Xian, let me be your contract partner. After these words were spoken, Xuan Ai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, and Qin Tingxian all looked at Mu Wanyao in surprise. Fang Xian was also shocked by what Mu Wanyao said. This was the first time someone took the initiative to make a contract with him. Are you sure? Sure. Good. Fang Xian didn't know why Mu Wanyao was like this, but he had to take the duck that was delivered to his mouth. A black magic circle appeared under his feet, connecting to the ground under Mu Wanyao's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression and asked the last question. Fang Xian, if you make a contract with me, will you become stronger? Fang Xian nodded. Mu Wanyao felt a little relieved after getting a positive answer. Fang Xian saw that Mu Wanyao stopped asking questions and was obviously ready. Contract. Mu Wanyao looked determined and answered in a deep voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Mu Wanyao both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 6 knights. The contract was successful, and Mu Wanyao spoke hurriedly. Fang Xian, after the contract is successful, what should I do to help you become stronger quickly? At this time, Fang Xian finally understood why Mu Wanyao took the initiative to sign a contract with him. So that's why? He looked at Mu Wanyao with a smirk. Hey, you'll know when you look at them. Mu Wanyao subconsciously took 2 steps back, her pretty face slightly red, and her heartbeat quickened. She had already guessed how Fang Xian would become stronger. No wonder Fang Xian wanted to contract with beauties like Tang Xiaowu. So that's how it was. It's so shameful. But now that things have come to this, it is not in her character to hesitate. Mu Wanyao's fair neck had already turned red. Her slender fingers twisted the corners of her clothes unconsciously, and she stammered. Then, come on. Chapter 54. Thank you to my 2 friends for sending me this sky-covering cloth and 8-foot mirror. In a hidden space outside Fang Xian's villa, I didn't expect that the World Guild would really make such a big move. The 2 level 98 old guys on the opposite side didn't seem to have any abnormality. A middle-aged man with a mustache and wearing a kimono was amazed. This person is the candidate for the head of the Kusanagi family, Kusanagi Yashiba. Mr. Kusanagi, you are too kind. If you take out the Yashika mirror, we must also take out the heavenly cloth to prove our sincerity. The man who was speaking had blonde hair, a full beard, and was wearing a haute couture suit. He is one of the vice presidents of the World Guild, Nidadin James. The artifact used by Nidadin is called the Heaven Hidden Cloth, which is a palm-sized pure white square cloth. Hide the sky, select a fixed range to cover, and perfectly conceal the covered area, confusing everyone so that outsiders cannot detect any abnormality. Kusanagi Yushiba expressed his satisfaction with the cooperation with the World Guild this time, mainly because of the cooperation between the Yasak mirror and the hidden cloth, which was seamless and perfect. If the range wasn't limited, he would have wanted to get rid of both Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian together. Fang Xian will definitely die this time, and he unexpectedly killed Mu Wanyao as well. This is truly a pleasant surprise. Nidaden agreed with a smile. The results were better than expected. Once the Yashikagami kills them, we must retreat immediately. Kusanagi Yushiba nodded. He knew that both Hidden Sky Cloth and Yasak Mirror had a cooling time when used. Once Hidden Sky Cloth was taken back, Mu Lao and the others would definitely take action at the first moment. If we get entangled by Mr. Mu and the others, it will be difficult to get away. This time, the assassination of Fang Xian has made our two families famous. Nidaden smiled happily and nodded heavily. Being able to kill their key protected target within the Dragon Country is really a great success for us. That's something that even the United States and other big countries couldn't accomplish together, but we are about to accomplish it. Kusanagi Yushiba put his hands on his belt, looking very proud. In this way, I will secure the position of the next head of the Kusanagi family, and you, Mr. Nitating, can also become the next president. When the time comes, our two families must communicate more. That's natural. We must be the closest partners. Nidaden smiled brightly, already looking forward to the grand plan for the future. Kusanagi Yushiba was also secretly delighted. As long as he could tackle the tough challenge of Fang Xian, he would become famous overseas. As for the anger of Dragon Country at that time, it will naturally be the Sakura Country, the United States, and other big countries who will help them to settle this storm. At that time, it was a game between big countries and had nothing to do with their family. Just as they were imagining the future, Kusanagi Yusashi suddenly felt a little uneasy. It was as if the Yashikagami was suffering damage that it shouldn't have suffered and was already showing signs of crumbling. But how is this possible? The 8-foot mirror belongs to the category of divine artifacts. If the people inside want to break out, it is impossible for anyone to break the ban of the 8-foot mirror without the substantial support of the divine artifact. It is only possible to break it unless someone's attributes far exceed the blessing brought by the artifact. But the attribute points of each level 99 awakener are fixed. Even if they use attribute enhancers, at most they can only use 2 or 300 bottles. After all, each country only has thousands of bottles of attribute enhancers in stock, and not all of them will be provided to one person. Even if the God-level suit is added, the attributes are completely inadequate to break the ban brought by the artifact. Kusanagi Yushiba shook his head to dispel this worry and comforted himself that he was overthinking. As a result, only 2 seconds later, he felt the wailing coming from the Yashika mirror. His body trembled, and he suddenly looked up at the 8-foot mirror. Nitating was frightened by Kusanagi Yushiba's actions and looked up hurriedly. The seal of the Yashika mirror began to loosen and cracks appeared, and then in just a moment, a figure broke through. This figure was none other than Fang Xian. How is that possible? They both said in unison, looking at Fang Xian in the sky with disbelief on their faces. However, they were only surprised for a second. Then they saw Fang Xian flying into the sky and hitting the 8-foot mirror as accurately as a cannonball. Crack! Bang! The 8-foot mirror is broken. Also shattered at the same time were Kusanagi Yushi and Nidaden. Their entire bodies were shattered. Is there anyone who can break the ban of the 8-foot mirror with his own strength alone? Not only can he break the ban, but he can also smash the 8-foot mirror. You have to know that the level 99 professional awakener who held the Xianyuan sword at that time only succeeded in breaking through, but could not damage the 8-foot mirror, let alone break it. And the most outrageous thing is that the person who broke the 8-foot mirror was actually Fang Xian. Who is Fang Xian? A 19-year-old boy who had just awakened his talent and profession, and it had only been about a week since his awakening, could actually break a divine weapon with his bare hands? Is it outrageous? There are even more outrageous things. That is, although Fang Xian awakened an SP-level talent, his profession is contract master, which is recognized as the worst profession in the world. It's fine that it's the worst profession, but contract master is clearly a profession that mainly increases spirit and secondary increases intelligence. And he smashed the artifact with his bare hands? What is this? It's even more outrageous than the outrageous mother opening the door for the outrageous one. At this moment, Kusanagi Yusashi and Nidaden were both stunned. They looked up blankly at Fang Xian in the sky. People are completely numb. Suddenly, Fang Xian made another incredible move. He actually grabbed the cover-up cloth and pulled it hard. The hide-the-sky cloth completely lost its resistance and turned into a small handkerchief falling into his hand. No. Nidoden completely collapsed. How could he survive without the hide the sky? Well, after this roar, he really won't survive. Fang Xian in the sky looked at them in surprise, then sneered. This smile can mean life or death. They were so terrified that they trembled uncontrollably. Escape. You must escape. But before they could take a step, Fang Xian had already landed behind them and kicked each of them, crippling them. Kusanagi, Yushiba, and Nidoden fell to the ground in pain, lying on the ground unable to move, covered in blood. They tried hard to open their eyes and looked at Fang Xian, who was so close to them, trembling all over. Fang Xian folded his arms across his chest and looked at them with a smile. Thank you both for the artifacts you sent me. Thank you very much. When Kusanagi, Yusashi, and Nidoden heard Fang Xian's words, they vomited blood, their eyes turned black, and they fainted. Fang Xian looked at the heaven-concealing cloth and 8-foot mirror in the storage ring and couldn't help laughing. When he saw the beautiful Lady Mu Wanyao walking out of the house, his smile was harder to suppress than AK. Thanks to the Kusanagi family and the World Guild. If there is a chance, he will definitely visit them. Grateful. At this time, Mu Wanyao and all the girls came to Fang Xian. Fang Xian hugged Mu Wanyao without hesitation and kissed her directly. Mu Wanyao wanted to struggle hard, but her body was very obedient and she cooperated with Fang Xian in very awkward movements. This scene happened to be seen by Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian, who came rushing over. Fang Xian. Stop it. No. Yes. Shut up. Chapter 55 Fang Xian. What level are you now? Mr. Mu was originally observing the movements in Fang Xian's villa. Under the cover of the heaven-concealing cloth, he could not detect anything unusual. It was not until Fang Xian took away the heaven-concealing cloth that Mr. Mu realized that he had been deceived. He wanted to take action immediately, but was stopped by Grandma Qian. Since Fang Xian is capable of turning danger into safety, let's see his true strength. Old Mu looked at Fang Xian with a troubled look, blaming himself for being careless. No, what if there's danger? Grandma Qian calmed down from her panic. She felt guilty that the enemy had hidden so deeply and concealed it from the two of them. But in the current situation, the enemy is obviously afraid of Fang Xian, so it won't be too late to wait and take action. It's okay, trust my speed. Mr. Mu hesitated for a moment, but stopped attacking. As a level 98 SSS talented assassin, Grandma Qian's speed is definitely no problem. She can ensure Fang Xian's safety at this distance. But Fang Xian's actions made them feel completely unnecessary. The 2 kicks he gave them just now made them gasp. How can it be so fast? Mimi, this speed, isn't it faster than you? Grandma Qian had sweat on her forehead, and she swallowed unconsciously, completely confused. Not only is it faster than me, it's dozens of times faster. I have never seen a human being with such speed. Moreover, those 2 were kicked by Fang Xian and lost their ability to fight. It can be imagined that he is not only fast, but also very powerful. Mr. Mu widened his eyes and nodded woodenly. The enemy who could be sent to assassinate Fang Xian must be above level 90. It is unbelievable that a professional awakener of level 90 could be kicked to the point of losing the ability to move. Old Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had no confidence that he could withstand that kick just now. Even if he is a level 98 paladin and wearing a god-level suit, it would probably be difficult. Moreover, Fang Xian is also a contract master, so his mental power must be very strong. Speed, strength, and mental strength. All 3 are incredible statistics. Is this still a human being? Sending them to protect Fang Xian? It was a bit redundant. Just as they were stunned, they found that Mu Wanyao walked out of the villa safely. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, they were instantly blocked and couldn't let out the anger at all. Because they saw Fang Xian hugging Mu Wanyao and kissing her wantonly, and Mu Wanyao did not resist. Stop! The 2 elders rushed out immediately with anger in their hearts and scolded Fang Xian. Fang Xian. Stop it. No. Shut up. Mu Wanyao, who was still experiencing her first kiss, was scolded by Mr. Mu and the others. She immediately let go of Fang Xian nervously and hurriedly covered up something. Grandpa? Grandma? It was the first time Fang Xian saw Mu Wanyao so flustered, and he couldn't help but feel strange. Who could make Mu Wanyao so embarrassed and at a loss? It turned out to be her grandparents. No wonder she acted like a child who had done something wrong. They appeared so quickly, either to protect Mu Wanyao or to protect him. Fang Xian immediately greeted them with a smile. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. I'm Fang Xian. Old Mu and Grandma Qian, who were originally furious, were stunned. Seeing Fang Xian greeting them with a smile, they did not dare to get angry. After all, one should not hit a smiling person. And even if we don't consider Fang Xian's face, we should consider Fang Xian's fists and feet. So peace is the most important thing. Grandma Qian frowned so tightly that her eyebrows were about to form the Chinese character Chuan. Fang Xian, you contracted my granddaughter? Fang Xian answered respectfully, without hesitation. Yes, Grandpa and Grandma. I have contracted Wan Yao. They had previously said that they would respect Mu Wanyao's choice, but when they heard that Mu Wanyao was really contracted by Fang Xian, they were still quite angry. Mu Wanyao is their precious granddaughter, and Fang Xian is handsome, talented, strong, and rich. The biggest problem is being fickle. He is also a playboy who specializes in contracting beautiful women. Thinking of this, they were so angry that they couldn't get angry, and they couldn't fight back, so they could only worry. Grandpa and Grandma, that's not the case. Mu Wanyao immediately stepped forward and hurriedly explained. I took the initiative to ask to be Fang Xian's contract partner. He didn't force me to do it. The two elders looked at Mu Wanyao suspiciously, but finally chose to believe their good granddaughter who had never lied to them since she was a child. Things have come to this point, and they have no choice but to accept it. Whether it was for national considerations or for Mu Wanyao's happiness, they could not make enemies with Fang Xian. Grandma Qian sighed and looked at Fang Xian seriously. Fang Xian, if I knew you were not good to my granddaughter, even if I couldn't kill you, I would make you lose a layer of skin. Right. Old Mu took a step forward with extraordinary momentum. Fang Xian understood the feelings of the two elders and knew that they had no ill intentions. Please rest assured, Grandpa and Grandma, I will treat Wanyao well. Mu Wanyao felt warm in her heart, and her beautiful eyes were filled with Fang Xian. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he felt 5 strands of resentful energy. He smiled bitterly, pointed at Xuan Nai and the others and added, of course, I will treat them well as well. After hearing Fang Xian's promise, Xuan Nai, Lu Shishuang, Lin Mengqian, Tang Xiaowu, and Xin Tingxian were all delighted and no longer resentful. The two elders were very upset after hearing Fang Xian's words. Saying that he would love many women in front of other people's grandparents was simply asking for trouble. But they pretended not to hear. There was no need to dwell on these established facts. Old Mu looked at the two people lying on the ground who were beaten to a pulp by Fang Xian, and suddenly felt that they looked familiar. They are Kusanagi Yusha and Nataden? Grandma Qian was a little surprised and squatted down to take a closer look. It really is them, the candidate for the head of the Kusanagi family and the vice president of the World Guild. I didn't expect that a Western country would send someone of such status to assassinate Fang Xian. It seems that they hate Fang Xian to the core. Mr. Mu touched his chin and nodded in agreement. But how did they manage to hide their actions without anyone noticing? Is this what you were talking about? Seeing that they were very enthusiastic in their research, Fang Xian took out the heaven concealing cloth to help them solve their doubts. When the two elders saw the heaven cover cloth, they were completely shocked. It's actually hide the sky? The World Guild really invested a lot of money. No wonder we couldn't find any traces. Oh, there's one more thing. As Fang Xian spoke, he took out the slightly broken 8-foot mirror. The two elders gasped when they saw the 8-foot mirror. It's the 8-foot mirror. They actually used 2 divine tools. 2 powerful men brought 2 divine weapons, but both returned empty-handed. The two elders looked at Fang Xian solemnly, with 1,000 horses galloping in their hearts. Fang Xian crippled 2 contemporary strong men with 1 kick and also broke the sacred artifact 8-foot mirror. Either of these 2 achievements alone would be enough to shock the world. Fang Xian was just a 19-year-old boy who had just awakened, but he was able to do all of this without any harm. It was simply terrifying. Mr. Mu could no longer hold back and asked about the doubts in his heart. Fang Xian, what level are you now? How did you manage to cripple a level 98 warrior with 1 kick? Chapter 56. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 6,000 drops. Me. Fang Xian opened the property panel and took a look. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 88, contract king. Physique, war god body, beginner. God level attribute, energy, LV 1. Attributes, life, 30-30, strength, 30-30, intelligence, 30-30, spirit, 30-30, agility, 30-30, defense, 30-30, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0. Skills, attribute switch LV 5, soul attack LV 5, free transfer LV 5, sense sharing LV 5, life link LV 5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects. 9. Current contract, 6 knights. Although the two elders are Mu Wanyao's grandparents and are soldiers, Fang Xian still doesn't want to reveal his true strength to them. The only ones who can know his true strength are his contract partners who are 100% loyal to him and will never betray him. Second elder, my current level is 88. As for why my actual combat power is so strong, it is all thanks to my SP talent. SP talent is really the best scapegoat. There is very little information about SP talent in the world, and the two elders can only be skeptical, otherwise they cannot explain it clearly. Grandma Qian looked at Fang Xian's roof and made an invitation. We will escort Kusanagi Yusha and Nitating to the capital soon, and you can move in with us. Fang Xian was a little speechless when he looked at the big holes on the roof. It had only been a short time and his house had exploded twice. Thank you, elders. The two elders drew sealing techniques on Kusanagi Yusha and kneaded in, and then pasted talismans on them, temporarily sealing them while they were half dead. Then we will set out immediately and escort them to the capital. Wait a moment, old man. Fang Xian took out the broken 8-foot mirror from the storage ring. Second elder, can the 8-foot mirror be repaired? The two elders nodded. It can be repaired, but the materials needed to repair it will be very large. Is the country willing to repair it? The artifact is rare in the world, and the country is likely willing to repair it. Do you want the country to help you repair it? The 8-foot mirror was obtained by Fang Xian. They had no reason to snatch Fang Xian's artifact, and they didn't have the strength to do so. Fang Xian shook his head, his expression stern and his voice loud and clear. No, I want to hand over the 8-foot mirror to the country. The two elders looked at Fang Xian in surprise, completely frightened by his expression. Fang Xian, are you serious? Yes, but... Having said that, Fang Xian looked at Mu Wanyao and smiled. After I hand in the 8-foot mirror, I hope Wanyao will stay with me and level up with me, and not go back to serve. Although the 8-foot mirror is a divine weapon, it could not withstand 2 punches from Fang Xian, and it was already broken. Instead of asking the country to repair it, it would be better to give the 8-foot mirror to the country and let the country agree to Fang Xian and keep Mu Wanyao by his side. Mu Wanyao is a level 91 SSS talent paladin. It is necessary to keep her in the future, whether to use her as a pendant or to help him brush double return. Seeing that the two elders looked unhappy, Fang Xian immediately added, I know that the country needs Wanyao very much, and I also know that you have trained her to this point, and you must want Wanyao to serve the motherland. If Wanyao stays with me, I can get her to level 99 in the shortest possible time, making her a strong person standing at the top of the world. This way, she can better protect her country. As for why I am so confident, you will understand when you think about my level and strength. I can definitely do what I say. The two elders looked at Fang Xian's confident expression and then thought about the levels of Fang Xian, Tang Xiaowu, and others. They knew that Fang Xian could definitely do it. They sighed softly and looked at Mu Wanyao lovingly. Wanyao, the country needs an outstanding general, and even more so, a pillar who can save the country from disaster. Grandpa and Grandma hope that you can become such a person. Mu Wanyao's eyes were moist. She already understood what the two elders meant. She stood tall and straight with a determined look in her eyes. She solemnly raised her right hand, put her 5 fingers together, and gave a standard military salute to the two elders. Grandpa, Grandma, Wanyao will never let you and the country down. Fang Xian led the 6 girls into the villa left by the two elders. It was very clean and warm. He took Mu Wanyao into the master bedroom. Fang Xian looked at the bed sheets, and it seemed that he had to wash the quilt again. He took out primary experience pill, intermediate experience pill, advanced experience pill, super experience pill, attribute enhancer, skill upgrade pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse. Wanyao, you ate and used all of these. Mu Wanyao was full of doubts when she saw the various pills Fang Xian handed over. Fang Xian, why do you want me to eat these pills? I've already eaten many of them. Fang Xian stroked Mu Wanyao's hair with a smile. First of all, you have to change your way of speaking and call me husband. Secondly, you should just listen to what your husband says. Wanyao, do you understand? In Mu Wanyao's mind, the unrivaled hero must be domineering. Fang, husband, Wanyao knows. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 primary experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 intermediate experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000 pills. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 advanced experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 super experience pill and is rewarded with 6,000. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 bottle of attribute enhancer and returns 6,000 bottles. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 skill upgrade pill and is rewarded with 6,000 pills. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 drop of blood of the god of war and returns 6,000 drops. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 golden divine gift and returns 6,000. Chapter 57. Why does Mu Wanyao call him husband? Hubby, why do you even have blood of the god of war and God's gift? Mu Wanyao asked in surprise while clicking to use it. She knew both of these things. The blood of the god of war came from Lin Mingxian's family, and the god's gift came from Fang Xian. But she wondered why Fang Xian gave it to her when there was only 1 drop of blood of the god of war. The golden divine gift is also extremely rare. Doesn't Fang Xian need to give it to her? Fang Xian smiled and used his SP talent to take the blame again. SP talents have functions you never imagined. You can have as many of these items as you want in the future. Mu Wanyao looked at Fang Xian in surprise, without any doubt in her heart. Husband, if this is really possible, can you give some of it to the country in the future? Only when the people are strong can the country prosper. Fang Xian nodded and agreed. He couldn't say that he had a strong sense of patriotism, but he saw and remembered the country's cultivation and protection of him. In the past, Fang Xian was just a child from a poor family and could not do many things. Now that he has the ability, he just wants to be a person who repays hatred and repays kindness. Well, he will definitely serve his country. Fang Xian will not let go of any of the enemies, including the United States, the Sakura country, and the World Guild. When he possesses the power to destroy the world, that will be the day of their destruction. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanyao happily snuggled into Fang Xian's arms. Thank you, husband. I thank you on behalf of the country. Fang Xian let out a long breath and gently lifted Mu Wanyao's bangs that were wet with sweat. Wanyao, are you okay? Mu Wanyao covered her abdomen with a look of slight pain on her face. No, it's okay. You should have a good rest. Good. Fang Xian put on his clothes, walked out of the master bedroom, and closed the door behind him. He opened the refrigerator, drank a bottle of ice water, and felt refreshed. Just now, through Mu Wanyao's multiple return, he had 6,000 more bottles of a tribute enhancer. Together with the remaining 7,000 bottles, the total number was 13,000 bottles. Although the properties are good, it causes urinary discomfort. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. In order to become stronger, he had no choice. He walked out of the living room and saw all the girls there, so he simply kept only 10 of the basic experience pills, intermediate experience pills, advanced experience pills, and super experience pills, and distributed the rest to them. Xuanai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, and Chen Tingxian all looked at each other. They didn't understand why Fang Xian started to give away his money after he came out. In fact, Fang Xian was simply fed up with the experience pills. After taking them for so long, he felt like vomiting when he saw them. Moreover, there is a level cap, so it is better to upgrade through experience copies and 5 times experience cards. Fang Xian walked into the study and closed the door to practice hard again. He opened a message and added Mu Wanyao to a group called Fang Xian's Wives. Fang Xian invited Mu Wanyao to join the group chat. Lin Mingxian. Hee, welcome Sister Wanyao to join Mrs. Fang Xian's group. P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. Yukino, welcome for all. None. Tang Xiaowu. Welcome Sister Wanyao, caret. Lu Shishuang. Warmly welcome Sister Wanyao, greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Chen Tingxian. Welcome. Mu Wanyao. Thank you all my good sisters / // omega // Fang Xian, Wanyao, take a good rest. You guys should take the experience pills quickly. Lin Mingxian. 3. My husband is so annoying. We are welcoming Sister Wanyao. Lu Shishuang. That's right, my husband spoils the fun ha. Chen Tingxian. Kaomoji, Shikamitsura, do 3 red heart husband. Yukino, nervous face. Honey, let's eat later. Tang Xiaowu. Carrot, my husband is not obedient. Mu Wanyao. Thank you, husband, we know. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, put down his phone, and continued to be a hardcore gamer. He opened Tomato Novel and started listening to the book. I drank bottle after bottle of attribute enhancers and ran to the toilet again and again, repeating this process over and over again, and the day passed. The next day, when Fang Xian woke up from the bed in the study, he felt something soft beside him. He looked carefully and found that it was Chen Tingxian. Fang Xian thought he was having a dream last night, but he didn't expect that he was ambushed by Chen Tingxian. I am really impressed. He reluctantly got up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the study. I saw Xuanai, Tang Xiaowu, and Mu Wanyao happily making breakfast. As for Lin Mengqian and Lu Shishuang, they are still two lazy bums. Sueno saw Fang Xian and greeted him gently. Good morning, husband. Tang Xiaowu smiled brightly. Morning, husband. Mu Wanyao lightly lifted her temples and smiled. Good morning, husband. Fang Xian smiled and waved in response. Morning, wives. He walked into the bathroom, started to wash up, and checked the results of his hard work from yesterday afternoon to early morning. Free attribute points, 5,000. Fang Xian sighed and checked the number of props he would use next. Attribute enhancer, 8,000. Blood of the God of War, 29,494. Golden God's Gift, 25,997. These three items are the key to improving your own strength and must be used first. Fang Xian had just finished washing up when the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Mu Wanyao was closer to the gate, so she went to open it. The visitor was the mayor of Yongjiang City, Yu Longming. When Yu Longming saw that the person who opened the door was Mu Wanyao, he hurriedly greeted her. Hello, Commander Mu. Hello, Mayor Yu. Please come in. Mu Wanyao smiled and called Yu Longming in. Yu Longming was a little surprised. Not only did Mu Wanyao show up at Fang Xian's house so early, but she was also wearing an apron. Moreover, her behavior just now was not like that of an outsider, but like that of the hostess. However, Yu Longming felt that he was overthinking. Commander Mu, is Fang Xian here? Yes, I am. Mu Wanyao chuckled, turned around, and smiled sweetly at Fang Xian. Honey, Mayor Yu is looking for you. Yu Longming. Hearing Mu Wanyao's intimate call, he staggered and almost fell. Yu Longming was full of question marks. He was Longming, not tinnitus. Could you have heard this wrong? As a result, he saw Mu Wanyao pick up the porridge and put it on Fang Xian's table, and said softly with affection, Hubby, your breakfast. Yu Longming was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, totally unable to believe what he saw and heard. Mu Wanyao calls Fang Xian husband. What is going on? Chapter 58, The Great World in the Secret Realm. Mayor Yu, come and have breakfast with us. Fang Xian was eating a big bun and waved to invite Yu Longming to come over. Yu Longming was also a man who had seen many storms and waves. After a brief shock, he immediately came to his senses. He responded with a smile, as if he understood. Then I'll bother you. Xuanai served Yu Longming a bowl of seafood porridge and said with a gentle smile, Mayor Yu, please try Wanyao's cooking. Thanks. After hearing this, Yu Longming was 100% sure of his guess. Fang Xian tasted the seafood porridge and found it delicious and quite good. Mayor Yu, you came so early. Is there something important? It's not a very important matter. I just want to borrow Lin Mengqian from you. Mengqian? What's the matter? I just want to invite her to represent Yongjiang City in the National League. With her talent, she will definitely get a good ranking. I'm sorry, but there's really nothing we can do to help you with this matter. Yu Longming frowned slightly and asked with concern, is classmate Mengqian sick? Or is she having difficulty getting along? Fang Xian put down the milk and shook his head slightly. Neither. Student Fang Xian, as long as you let Lin Mengqian participate in the National League, I promise you that nothing will happen to her. Mayor Yu, I'm not afraid of being beaten by others, but I'm afraid. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid she'll maim others. Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said gently, because she is already over level 70, it would be a bit unfair for her to participate in the National League. Oh. Yu Longming thought that Fang Xian would have thousands of reasons, and even thought that Lin Mengqian was pregnant. He did not expect that Lin Mengqian was already over level 70. He was completely dumbfounded. Previously, Fang Xian killed the level 89 Gabriel in seconds just 1 week after graduation, and now Fang Xian's girlfriend reached level 70 just 1 week after graduation. What kind of monsters are these? It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Yu Longming was dejected and shook his head helplessly. I thought you guys could win the National League this time, but I didn't expect you guys to have grown to this point. It's really disappointing. Well, in that case, I won't bother you anymore. Yu Longming stood up and said goodbye to Fang Xian and the others. Fang Xian stood up to see the guest off without wasting Mayor Yu's time. Okay, Mayor Yu, I'll see you off. After seeing Mayor Yu off, Lin Mengqian, Chen Tingxian, and Lu Shishuang walked out of the room in a daze. Wanyao, you should ask Chen Tingxian carefully while we have breakfast. I have already told her that she will tell you the truth about the World Guild. Good. Mu Wanyao looked at everyone in panic, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she found that no one saw Fang Xian's actions. Fang Xian looked at Mu Wanyao's slightly blushing face, couldn't help but smile, and walked back to the study. All fear comes from lack of firepower, and the journey to becoming stronger never stops. He took out the attribute enhancer, opened the tomato novel, and started the bladder bureau again. After finishing 1,000 bottles, there are still 7,000 bottles left. It was time to take a break, so he walked out of the study and saw several women sitting in the living room chatting about something. Wanyao, have you finished asking questions about the World Guild? Mu Wanyao saw Fang Xian coming out and slowly stood up. She looked solemn, and it was obvious that the extent of the World Guild's infiltration had exceeded her expectations. Yes, husband. Ting Xian just listed the World Guild members hiding in Longwa for me, and I also reported the situation to my superiors. Okay, I believe the country will handle this matter well. Speaking of this, Mu Wanyao thought of the National League that Yu Longming mentioned in the morning, and then thought of the Genius Championship. By the way, husband, do you know about the Genius competition that will be held in the United States in more than 2 months? Yeah, I've heard a little bit about it. The annual Genius competition is the most popular event in the world every time it is held. Not to mention these passionate men who doesn't want to stand on the stage of the Genius competition to prove themselves and win glory for the country. Mu Wanyao hesitated for a long time, but decided to tell Fang Xian some inside information. Hubby, this talent competition is likely aimed at you. Fang Xian was a little curious about what was going on. Oh, what do you mean? Mu Wanyao told Fang Xian all the speculations of the country's top leaders, but did not reveal the country's decision. She didn't know whether Fang Xian would go to participate in the competition. If Fang Xian didn't go and the country wanted him to go, there would be disagreements and a gap, which would be bad. So Mu Wanyao wanted to see Fang Xian's attitude so as to avoid any unpleasantness between Fang Xian and the country in advance. Fang Xian seemed to be thinking about something. He was not really interested in becoming famous, but he was quite curious about the prize. What is a dragon egg? Dragon egg is a product of the secret realm. When Mu Wanyao saw them looking at each other in bewilderment, she remembered that ordinary people had no right to know about the secret realm. She pulled Fang Xian to sit down slowly and began to explain slowly. Secret realm can be understood as a more advanced copy because it requires level 99 to enter. There are 4 secret realms in the world, located in 4 continents. The secret place in Asia is at the border between Long Country and Asian Country. The secret place in Europe is at the border between the White Bear Country and the Ukrainian Country. The secret place of North America is at the border between the United States and the Maple Leaf Country. The secret place in South America is at the border between Samba and Argentina. Every winter, the secret realm will be opened at irregular intervals, and professional awakeners at level 99 can enter. There is a vast world inside, a world of higher dimension than the blue planet, which can also be understood as an open copy. There are various races there, such as humans, demons, elves, etc., and their forces are complicated. There are thousands of levels for each profession in the secret realm, far exceeding that of Blue Star. However, the attributes, professions, equipment, etc. are no different from those on Blue Star, and the awakened people who go there can adapt quickly. When the secret realm is opened, the dragon people inside will also teleport some things out of the secret realm to strengthen the dragon nation. The dragon egg was sent by the dragon country forces, but was snatched away by the ambushed Americans. That's why the United States wanted to use the dragon egg as bait this time to lure the dragon country to send Fang Xian to the United States to participate in the Genius contest. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. It turns out that there is always someone better than you. After hearing this, Sueno had a complicated expression and couldn't help but clasp her hands together. After listening to this, Fang Xian finally understood the ins and outs of the secret realm. He doesn't like taking risks, nor is he a hot-blooded young man. He just wants to do things that are sure. There are still more than 2 months left, which is enough time for him to use up the attribute enhancer, blood of the god of war, golden gift from God, etc., and become an absolutely strong man. Moreover, the people in this secret realm are higher in level than them, and their attributes and occupations are the same. This means that as long as he accumulates enough, he can also go to this secret realm. Invincible. At that time, he wouldn't mind slapping the United States in the face. I will go to the Genius contest and take back the dragon egg. By the way, I will let the United States know that there are some people it cannot afford to provoke. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he stood up suddenly with a determined look on his face. Now open the experience copy. I want to become the best in the world and even in this secret realm as quickly as possible. The strongest one. He patted Mu Wanyao's buttocks. Let's go upgrade now. Chapter 59, Crazy Upgrade begins. Dragon Kingdom, Capital City, the highest conference room. Everyone, the above is the entire process of my protection of Fang Xian this time. Mr. Mu sat down slowly, picked up the mineral water, and drank it. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Mu. The chief nodded and looked at everyone with a gentle gaze. What do you think about Mr. Mu's report this time? Everyone's mood is very complicated now, mixed with joy and sorrow. It is our country's fortune that Fang Xian has such a powerful force. Indeed, he has only been awakened for a week and is already nearly invincible. This is truly rare. According to Elder Mu's description, Fang Xian broke the 8-foot mirror and seized the heaven-concealing cloth with his own strength alone. He is already the first person outside the secret realm to do so. Well, what's even more valuable is that he has a good family background and doesn't have the slightest desire to worship foreign things. Fang Xian and Mu Wanyao are together now, which is a good match. Yes, and he also handed over the 8-foot mirror to us, which was very sensible of him. But what should we do with this Yashika mirror? Repair it ourselves? Or trade it with Sakura country for something else? I think that although the 8-foot mirror is broken and would cost a lot to repair, we should still repair it. I agree. This is equivalent to increasing the Dragon Kingdom and weakening the Sakura Kingdom. Yeah, I agree. Then what should we do with Kusanagi Yusha and Nitating? They are important members of the Sakura country and the World Guild, and they have a lot of value to be utilized. I think keeping them here will cause trouble and expose Fang Xian. Well, there is indeed this risk. The chief's eyes flashed like lightning. He cleared his throat, and his tone was serious and solemn. Thank you all for your comments. I will now make a summary. First, Kusanagi Yushiba and Nitating must be killed immediately to avoid exposing Fang Xian. Secondly, they announced to the public that they were killed by the 2 elders holding the Xianyuan sword. Then, if we try our best to repair the 8-foot mirror, we can improve our country's combat power and weaken the Sakura country. Finally, Mu Wanyao's official position will still be retained, and Fang Xian will be given the same official position, so that their entire family can enjoy the treatment of senior state officials. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. Fang Xian sent out a team invitation, added all 6 girls to the team, and then took out the experienced dungeon summoning ticket and handed it to Mu Wanyao. Wanyao, use it. Good. Mu Wanyao knew what Fang Xian meant and immediately clicked to use it. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 experienced dungeon summoning ticket and returns 6,000 tickets. After they were teleported to the experience copy, Fang Xian selected the 5x experience card and traded 200 cards to each of them. The girls were shocked when they saw the 200 5x experience cards. The double experience card has already allowed them to level up very quickly, but 5 times, that's the same as riding a rocket. Xuan Nai, Lin Mingqian, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, and Chen Tingxian have already become accustomed to Fang Xian's generosity and magic. Only Mu Wanyao, who had just joined Mrs. Fang Xian's group, took a long time to come back to her senses. She was completely shocked and looked at the 200 5x experience cards in the storage ring in disbelief. Hubby, what's going on? Why are there so many 5x experience cards? What does 200 5x experience cards mean? You have to know that the country only gave Fang Xian 10 5x experience cards at the beginning, and they were taken out from the country's strategic reserve materials. It is an extremely rare and important prop. Now Fang Xian gives each person 200 5x experience cards, which means 1,200 cards in total. He is so rich that he can rival a country. Fang Xian smiled and used his SP talent to take the blame again. Hey, don't ask. The question is SP talent. Lin Mingqian came close to Mu Wanyao and spoke with a smile. Sister Wanyao, don't worry about your husband. Just use him. He has a lot of good things. Mu Wanyao was still in shock and clicked on the button stupidly. The women did not hesitate and used it. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 6,000. Ding. Lin Mingqian consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 6,000. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 6,000. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 6,000. Ding. Chen Tingxian consumes 1 5x experience card and returns 6,000. Yukino had used the 5x experience card once before, and it was not returned this time. Fang Xian used attribute switching on the professional worker, Sueno, to give Sueno his attributes. He used the 5x experience card, took out the mahjong table and attribute enhancer, and sat down. Tang Xiaowu, Lin Mingqian, and Lu Shishuang sat down at the mahjong table as usual and started to shuffle the cards and play mahjong. Chen Tingxian sat next to Fang Xian, staring at him obsessively. Mu Wanyao took out her weapon and was about to go into battle, but then she saw Fang Xian and the others were about to start playing mahjong. This Why don't you go to the dungeon and play mahjong instead? Fang Xian sorted out the mahjong tiles and said with a smile. Sister Wanyao, Sister Sueno can handle it by herself. If we go, it will only waste time. Tang Xiaowu had a great start and was very happy. Yes, Sister Wanyao, come over and play mahjong with me. Whoever loses will take your place. Mu Wanyao couldn't believe what they said. This was a level 91 experience copy. How could a magician be allowed to play it alone? It's simply unreasonable. Just as she was about to turn around to help, she heard a rumbling sound. Mu Wanyao looked in astonishment at the rapidly increasing experience points, and she quickly turned around to look. I saw Yukino had already dealt with dozens of level 90 monsters in front of her, and was humming a little tune as she walked towards the next monster stronghold. She was completely dumbfounded and couldn't understand what was going on. Then, less than a minute later, another lot of experience points increased rapidly. Mu Wanyao was dumbfounded. She looked at the copy prompt and found that it was indeed a level 91 copy. Looking at the experience gained, there is nothing unusual. When she looked up again, there was already a prompt to pass the level. In less than 5 minutes, I completed the level 91 experience dungeon quickly. Mu Wanyao returned to reality in disbelief, entered the experience copy in astonishment, and then watched Xue Noi quickly complete the experience copy in confusion. She is numb. The next day, Fang Xian woke up from Sueno's gentle fragrance and felt refreshed. He looked at Yukino, who was still sleeping, and couldn't help but smile. Normally, Yukino would get up at this time to make breakfast. It seems that she worked too hard overtime last night. She needs to rest more. He was just about to get up when he heard Yukino's voice coming from behind. Dad, don't go. Chapter 60, Level 91 Skill. Temporary Contract. The words Dad, don't go immediately made Fang Xian stop getting up. I didn't expect Yukino could do these things. What a pleasant surprise. Just as Fang Xian turned around and was about to respond to Xue Noi, he realized he was wrong. Yukino was still sleeping soundly, but her brows were tightly furrowed. Crystal tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, and she murmured softly, Dad, don't go. Don't leave Yukino behind. Mom, don't go. Fang Xian felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Xue Nai like this. No wonder she was so touched when I said I would take Yukino home. It turns out that Yukino has such a dark past. Fang Xian had always thought that Xue Nai was a fictional human with SP talent, but today he realized that it was not the case. Yukino is a real person. She has a past and family. I just don't know why Yukino was brought here by the SP talent contract. If Yukino didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't ask. Some secrets are always private. Fang Xian got up quietly and left the room. Tang Xiaowu and Mu Wanyao were still busy in the kitchen. He checked his attribute panel while brushing his teeth. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 90, contract king. Physique, war god body, beginner. God level attribute, energy, LV 1. Attributes, life, 3032, strength, 3032, intelligence, 3032, spirit, 3032, agility, 3032, defense, 3032, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 13010. Skills, attribute switch LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 10, current contract, 6 out of 10. Yesterday, Fang Xian finished 7,998 bottles of attribute enhancer in one go and left 2 bottles for emergencies. Including the 5,000 bottles he drank yesterday, he now has 13,010 free attribute points. Fang Xian added 13,002 free attribute points evenly to the 6 major attributes. Life, 5199, strength, 5199, intelligence, 5199, spirit, 5199, agility, 5199, defense, 5,199. Free attribute points, 8 points. I have finally escaped from the pain brought by the bladder game, but now the experience required for upgrading is a bit too much. But it's not a big deal. It only takes a few days, and you can still reach level 99 quickly. The next step is to use the blood of the god of war and the golden god's gift, which is another huge project. After washing up, Fang Xian walked out of the bathroom. Xue Nai was already helping in the kitchen, looking as gentle as ever. He didn't say anything, sat alone at the dining table, and began to eat breakfast slowly. After everyone finished breakfast, a new round of dungeon journey began again. Fang Xian touched the mahjong and kept clicking to use the blood of the god of war. When I took the experience pill, my stomach was damaged. When I took the attribute enhancer, my bladder was damaged. Now my hands are damaged. It will definitely be a strain on my eyes to strengthen my equipment in the future. It really wastes my whole body. At this moment, his level was raised to LV91, and level 91 just unlocked new skills. Fang Xian didn't care about anything and directly upgraded the new skill to LV5. He clicked to view the new enhanced skills. Temporary contract LV5, enhanced through barrier-free, distance-free, and unlimited number of people, conduct mind communication, and then carry out a temporary contract. The loyalty and favorability of the temporary contract object will not be changed. The stronger the spirit, the more temporary contracts can be carried out. The temporary contract object has a validity period of 10 minutes, consumes 1,000 mana points, and has a cooldown of 1 hour. Under the temporary contract status, no further contract can be made with it. Fang Xian was a little confused about this skill, which was different from the unenhanced temporary contract. It can increase the scope and number of people of temporary contracts to infinity, which looks very impressive, but in reality, it is useless. A temporary contract has no restrictions on space or number of people, but no matter what contract is made, the other party's consent is required. If the other party does not agree, the contract fails. Then all these so-called unlimited things are meaningless. Therefore, the key to a temporary contract still depends on the person. Only when people's hearts are in favor can there be an unlimited contract. It is not easy to have such prestige. And what's the point of having so many people on temporary contracts? Loyalty and favorability remain unchanged. Isn't that just useless? Besides, the contract can only last for 10 minutes, which is too short, and it is difficult to achieve anything. I didn't expect that the temporary contract under the SP talent enhancement still didn't work. The most important thing is that this is a skill unlocked at level 91, and it shouldn't have just this effect. The level 91 skills of other professions are awesome and lightning infused, with tremendous power. His is good, but it's useless. No wonder Contract Master is called the worst profession, and it's not without reason. Fortunately, he has SP talent and the God level multiplied return system. Otherwise, he would be just like everyone else. Fang Xian was about to close the skill information in disappointment when he accidentally glanced at the skill box that could only be unlocked at level 99. The icon was completely black, with no indication of anything. What skills will the level 99 Contract Master have? Can the level 91 skill be saved? Or is it possible to give the Contract Master a second spring? Thinking of this, Fang Xian wanted to reach LV99 as quickly as possible so as to unlock this millennium-old mystery. The day passed quickly, and they repeated this process to complete the crazy upgrades of the day. At this time, Fang Xian's level is LV93, Tang Xiaowu's level is LV95, Mu Wanyao's level is LV93, Lu Shishuang's level is LV83, Lin Mingxian's level is LV75, Xuanoi's level is LV73, and Qin Tingshuan's level is LV58. After taking a shower, Fang Xian decided to have a good rest tonight. He pushed open Tang Xiaowu's door and saw Tang Xiaowu applying skincare products. Tang Xiaowu was overjoyed to see Fang Xian coming, as this proved that Fang Xian would stay at her place tonight. Hubby, you're here. I'll turn off the light first. No, brighter is better. Hubby, can you accompany me back to Taming tomorrow? Fang Xian lovingly touched Tang Xiaowu's sweat-soaked bangs. Good. Why don't you ask what you're going to do? I'll go with you no matter what you do. When Tang Xiaowu heard Fang Xian's love for her, her eyes were filled with surprise and touching. Thank you, husband. But my father, Tang San, is a bit strict. Even if we truly love each other, he is likely to do something bad to you. Fang Xian smiled confidently, not caring at all. If Tang San acknowledges Fang Xian, then Fang Xian will respectfully call him father-in-law. If he targeted Fang Xian would not give him any face. Just call him Xiao San, and take some Tang clan heirlooms as compensation. Chapter 61 Ghana Canon King, Wu Fani. Early morning. My husband has already bought the high-speed rail tickets. We will be leaving in 3 hours. Tang Xiaowu bought high-speed rail tickets for everyone and took everyone to her home. Good. Fang Xian leaned on the sofa, looking at the chat messages on a certain message, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He originally thought that since it was a rare trip far away, he might as well take his parents out for a trip as well, but he found out that they had already gone on a trip 2 days ago. The trip they took was organized by a national department, and the theme was, "Thank you for the hard work of the heroes' parents." There were many relatives of the heroes' families traveling with them, as well as many high-level professional awakeners to provide protection. Fang Xian found out from Mu Wanyao that this was the country's good intention to take special care of his family. But one thing is speechless. His parents never asked him, when did their son become a hero? Did he just go with someone else? What a big heart. Fang Xian had no choice but to let them go and bring the girls back to visit them next time. My love, I have packed all your clothes into the storage ring for you. Xian changed her clothes and looked at Fang Xian with burning eyes. Fang Xian was a little confused. He clearly asked Xuan Nai to help him pack his clothes, so why did Xian go instead? He saw Yukino standing next to him with a helpless look on her face and instantly understood. It seems that his clothes are very serious, and there might be some unspeakable things on them. Fang Xian found it pleasing to the eye to see everyone dressed up so carefully. This long journey was a bit too high profile. But there is nothing we can do about it. The high-speed rail is the fastest and most convenient route that can get you there directly. Did you call a DD car? Lu Shishuang looked at the message on his mobile phone and smiled slightly. Well, we've called 2 cars. They'll be here in 5 minutes. We can go out to the main entrance and get on them. Okay, let's go. Yongjiang City, high-speed railway station. When Fang Xian and 7 others got out of the taxi, they immediately caused heated discussion among the crowd. There were screams of surprise, what the hell, and curses, one after another. Passers-by have never seen such a momentum. 1 handsome man and 6 beautiful women. Each of them is as beautiful as a flower, with extraordinary temperament, more dazzling than big stars. Some even came up with their phones and shouted, "Can you take a picture with me? I've been your fan for 10 years. Once you call me a 10-year-old fan, then I'll be called a 10-year-old fan everywhere. I've also been your fan for 10 years. Let's take a photo together. And me, I've also been a fan for 10 years. They were not picky, and all 6 beauties were surrounded. There were also several fan circle girls around Fang Xian, and they kept shouting, Gej, you're so handsome. Why haven't you made your debut yet? Let's crowdfund to help Gej debut. Remember to wear overalls. Gej, don't go, your basketball is here." Fang Xian pushed away those 10-year-old fans and urged them to check their tickets and enter the station. The 6 women were all high-level professional awakeners. They pushed them away to stop them from approaching and quickly fled in to check their tickets. After checking my ticket and getting on the bus, I finally had some peace and quiet. Yukino patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect these people to be so crazy. Lu Shishuang tidied up her hair that was messed up by the wind and spoke helplessly. There's nothing we can do. Although the world has entered the age of the awakened, fan culture is still prevalent. The main reason is that there are still many people who can only become ordinary people and need spiritual food. Lin Mingxian fixed her hair and said angrily, "Those ordinary people stars are nothing compared to us awakened ones." Fang Xian didn't understand either ordinary people stars or awakened stars. However, as long as there are benefits, many products suitable for the contemporary era will definitely be produced. Lu Shishuang's wise eyes had already seen through everything. She smiled and said, "Mingxian, the awakened star you are referring to is Wanyao, right?" Hee, of course it's Sister Wanyao. Mu Wanyao was confused by their sudden words. When did she become a star? In fact, it's not her fault that she didn't know. Mu Wanyao has always been low-key and only thought about upgrading, which is why she became the youngest paladin. This title is enough to make countless professional awakeners look up to her. In their hearts, Mu Wanyao is an absolute superstar. If Mu Wanyao wasn't active on social media, her exposure would be extremely low. Otherwise, with her beauty, figure, and strength, she would definitely be a top star in both the fan circle and the awakening circle. Mu Wanyao disdains this kind of thing, but some people care about it. For example, the new top star of the double circle, Wu Fani, who was sitting not far from Mu Wanyao and the others. Because the announcement was too tight, he could only secretly take the high-speed train to the workplace with his assistant. He didn't expect to meet 6 beauties in the business class of the high-speed train, which really made his journey more fun. He took off his baseball cap and mask, fixed his makeup, and exhaled, but there was no odor at all. Wu Fani glanced at the 6 beauties and felt a little troubled. All 6 are so beautiful. How should he choose? Or just find an opportunity to take it? As the king of the sea, of course he chose to take them all. Wu Fani slowly stood up, showed a charming smile, and walked towards Lin Mingxian. He decided to start with Lin Mingxian, who looked the youngest, and use Lin Mingxian as a breakthrough point and take the initiative to add her. In this way, other people will see it, and there will always be people who will take the initiative to add someone's letter. If no one mentions it, he will take the initiative to add someone on Xian, using the excuse that you are all friends. He didn't believe that any woman could resist his looks and aura. Wu Fani took confident steps and coughed deliberately to attract Lin Mingxian's attention. As expected, Lin Mingxian subconsciously glanced at Wu Fani. Wu Fani was very proud, as if the fish was about to take the bait. He slowed down his pace, waiting for Lin Mengxian to exclaim. As a result, Lin Mengxian just glanced at him and continued chatting with Xue Noi. Wu Fan was also a little surprised. Could it be that Lin Mengxian didn't know him? But as he walked along, not only Lin Mengxian, but the other 5 beauties also ignored him. Wu Fani didn't believe it, so he walked back and forth several times, but the 6 beauties didn't show any sign of recognizing him. Instead, I could vaguely hear Lin Mengxian and Xue Nai whispering. Do you think that man is sick? He keeps going to the toilet several times. Does he have kidney deficiency? Wu Fani exploded instantly. He was so angry. He decided to show these blind women what it means to. Ghana Canon King. Chapter 62 Dragon Set. Fang Xian sneered in his heart when he saw Wu Fani's actions. He still understood Wu Fani's little thoughts. He really didn't know what was good for him to have his eyes on his woman. Considering that he was just chatting, Fang Xian ignored him for the time being, hoping that he would retreat when he saw difficulty and not ask for trouble. Unexpectedly, Wu Fani did not give up at all. He walked straight to Lin Mengxian's seat and smiled confidently. Miss, this is the autograph photo you asked for. Lin Mengxian looked at Wu Fani in surprise, then looked at the autograph photo in his hand and was a little speechless. I'm sorry, you got the wrong answer. It's not what I want. Wu Fani's hand holding the photo froze in the air, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his heart was racing. Oh, then I remembered it wrong. He still pretended to have a sunny smile, and then handed the autograph photo to Yukino. Beautiful lady, I'm Wu Fani. Is this the autograph photo you wanted? Yukino was slightly stunned, then waved her hand. That's not what I want. Wu Fani didn't expect that they didn't even know him, the new top star. What a bumpkin. He pulled his hand back unhappily, and was about to use the same method to test Lu Shishuang and the others. As a result, a big hand patted his shoulder, making him unable to move. You don't need to ask them, they don't know you. It was Fang Xian who took action, and he was very dissatisfied with Wu Fani's behavior. Wu Fani was pinned down by the sudden huge force. He wanted to rely on his level 32 strength to break free from the palm and show off. As a result, he struggled with his face red, but the big hand holding him remained motionless, holding him firmly in place. Wu Fani felt a little embarrassed, and he looked back angrily. Let me go. Fang Xian had a smile on his face, and his voice was gentle. Excuse me, do you understand what I said? Wu Fan also saw that Fang Xian had no intention of letting go, and he immediately became angry and embarrassed. I understand you. Before he could utter a word, Fang Xian pressed him lightly. He felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain and fell to his knees. Bang! His knees hit the aisle hard, and he broke out in a cold sweat due to the pain. Fang Xian still kept smiling and his voice was gentle, but his eyes were a little more sharp and extremely fierce. I said, do you understand? None of my wives know you. Wu Fani knelt on the ground, sweating profusely. He was shaking all over and his mouth was quivering. Ming, I understand. Sorry. Fang Xian heard this, patted Wu Fani's shoulders twice, and said with a smile. It's good to understand. It's good to understand. Fang Xian's 2 seemingly light taps actually almost cost Wu Fani half his life. That terrifying power was something he would never forget. Wu Fan also knelt on the ground. The feeling of fear could not subside for a long time. It was not until Fang Xian sat back in his seat that Wu Fani's assistant cautiously walked up to Wu Fani. He kept clasping his hands together and bowing to apologize to Fang Xian and others. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He pulled Wu Fani to his seat, nodding and apologizing with a smile along the way. Fang Xian didn't want to make things difficult for his assistant. This worker was very far-sighted, tactful, and knew not to hit someone who smiled at him. Seeing that Fang Xian and the others did not pursue the matter any further, the assistant helped Wu Fani sit down. He sat next to her and whispered advice. Brother Fan E, we can't afford to offend that person. Wu Fani's legs couldn't stop shaking. Only then did he understand that in today's world, there were many people who could crush him to death with just a flick of their fingers. In the era of the awakened, we still have to keep a low profile. After the episode, Fang had nothing to do, so he started checking out the God-level suit. Dragon Staff. Quality, God level. Level limit, LV91. Professional restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Enhancement, 12. Inlay 0. Refinement, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 352, Intelligence plus 352, Defense plus 233, Life plus 233. Effect 1. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. Skills without cooldowns have their mana consumption reduced by 50%, and effects without mana consumption are enhanced by 10%. Effect 2. Increases skill damage, summoned beasts, and contracted objects attributes by 100%. Effect 3. For each summoned beast or contract object, the spirit bonus of equipment attributes can be increased by 10%. Active Skill 1. Releases a fire meteor shower with a coverage range of 500 meters, causing 50% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 300 mana points. Active Skill 2. Casts a huge fireball, causing 200% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 200 mana points. Active Skill 3. Release a wave of flames with a radius of 200 meters around the player, causing 10%, 30%, and 50% mental damage to the target in each section. No cooldown, consumes 100 mana points. Dragon Set, 4/4. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Intelligence, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Spirit, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Note: the percentage of suit attribute enhancement is the equipment attribute and has nothing to do with the owner's own attributes. It is worthy of being called God-level equipment. It has one more effect and active skill than other equipment, as well as a set bonus. It can be seen that Longhua is indeed very concerned about the opponent's Xian. Not only does he meet his requirements of no cooldown and large-scale attack, but he also put together a set of Dragon Suit, which is full of sincerity. No wonder it took Longhua so many days to send him the equipment. It turned out that they had prepared a big set for him. Even one piece of God-level equipment is out of stock, let alone a set. A country without some foundation simply cannot put together enough of it. He then checked the remaining 4 pieces of the Dragon set. They are Dragon Helmet, Dragon Gauntlets, Dragon Armor, and Dragon Boots. There is no doubt that the attributes of the Dragon set are the best of the best, and the skills are very suitable for him. A set of equipment adds a total of Dragon Helmet, Spirit plus 352, Intelligence plus 352, Defense plus 233, Life plus 233. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Intelligence, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Spirit, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. For each summoned beast or contracted object, the intelligence bonus of the equipment attribute can be increased by 10%. Dragon Armor, Life plus 352, Defense plus 352, Strength plus 233, Agility plus 233. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Defense, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Life, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. For each summoned beast or contracted object, the life bonus of the equipment attribute can be increased by 10%. Dragon Gauntlets, Strength plus 352, Defense plus 352, Life plus 233, Agility plus 233. Agility, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Defense, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Strength, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. For each summoned beast or contracted object, the power bonus of the equipment attribute can be increased by 10%. Dragon Boots, Agility plus 352, Strength plus 352, Life plus 233, Defense plus 233. Defense, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Strength, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Agility, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. Effect 3. For each summoned beast or contracted object, the agility bonus of the equipment attribute can be increased by 10%. Chapter 63. Your goddess is Lin Mengxian. All the attributes are calculated, which is equivalent to the total addition of the Dragon set. Spirit, 704. Intelligence, 704. Health, 1,284. Defense, 1,403. Strength, 937. Agility, 818. Fang Xian now has 6 contract objects, namely Spirit, Intelligence, Life, Strength, and Agility each add 60% attributes. The bonuses of the Shunlong suit attributes are Strength plus 116.5%, Intelligence plus 89%, Spirit plus 99%, Health plus 79.5%, Defense plus 36.5%, Agility plus 87%. The overall calculation shows that the God-level suit gives Fang Xian extra. Spirit, 1,401. Intelligence, 1,331. Life, 1,021. Defense, 1915. Strength, 2029. Agility, 1,530. Fang Xian was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the god-level suit could actually increase thousands of attributes. No wonder in previous games, wealthy players could beat hundreds or thousands of players of the same level. So this is the charm of the divine outfit. If you take into account his current attributes and the additional attributes of the god-level set, Fang Xian's attributes are Life, 6220, Strength, 7228, Intelligence, 6530, Spirit, 6600, Agility, 6729, Defense, 7144. Who else has such high attributes? Definitely one of a kind. Since it's something worth celebrating, shouldn't we have some blood of the god of war to liven up the atmosphere? Fang Xian took out the blood of the god of war and kept clicking on it to use it. Just when my hands were about to cramp, the body of the god of war was finally upgraded successfully. Body of the god of war, level 2. Effect 1. For every 1% decrease in health, the damage value increases by 0.6%. Effect 2. When the HP is below 40%, the agility of all people within a 500-meter radius will be reduced by 15%. Duration, 10 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Active Skill 1. Causes 150% of the attack damage to a single enemy and adds a shield to itself, which can resist 25% of its own health. The shield lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 300 mana points, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Active Skill 2. Causes 135% of the attack damage to a single enemy and steals 15% of the target's health, consumes 100 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. The Body of the God of War, level 2, obtained in exchange for 1,000 drops of blood of the God of War, is quite ideal, and the percentage of each effect has been improved. He now has 28,494 drops of God of War blood. I wonder if he will become the God of War after using them up. Fang Xian clicked to use Blood of the God of War with one hand and opened a letter with the other hand. The messages in the second university class group are as numerous as ever. Neo Dazhuang. Dear students, I have become a pre-qualified player for the Yongjiang City National League. Li Tsuehua, Brother Dazhuang, you are so awesome. Are you free tonight to come to my house and watch the cat do backflips? Gao Ho Hot, Brother Dazhuang is truly the pride of our school. Dianwei, awesome Dazhuang. Zhuge Qingfu, Dazhuang, aren't you a warrior with B-level talent? How come you can also join the reserve team? Neo Dazhuang, haha, I was lucky too. Lin Mengxian was originally the first choice for the warrior, but she didn't participate, so there were not enough preliminary candidates for the warrior, so I happened to be able to take over. Zhang Shi, no way, Lin Mengxian didn't even participate. Zhuge Qingfu, Lin Mengxian did not participate, Li Xiaoyu died. The Yongjiang City team will have a hard time this time. Zhang Shi, it's a pity that Li Xiaoyu died young. Dianwei, who says it's not true? It's better not to get involved in the disputes of big families. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Zhuge Qingfu, don't discuss this. Be careful, the group leader might come in. Gao Ho Hot, where is Fang Xian? Why didn't he attend? Zhuge Qingfu, are you counting on Fang Xian? He has never been to a dungeon, so how can he bring warmth to others? Li Tsuehua, Fang Xian is no match for our brother Dazhuang. He is such a loser. Zhang Shi, you can't say that. We are all classmates. Although Fang Xian is indeed quite useless, you can't say that. Gao Ho Hot, that's right, give the trash some face. Zhuge Qingfu, you guys are so stupid. Don't you know Fang Xian is still in the group? Li Tsuehua, right, he is just a nobody. If he dares to bully me, I will ask Brother Dazhuang to deal with him. Gao Ho Hot, exactly. Who knows, he might still be working somewhere right now, so how can he have time to play with his phone? Neo Dazhuang, if Fang Xian sees this message, please remember to contact me. I am in need of a follower. Fang Xian was a little speechless watching their conversation. It was true that people would become more arrogant as their status increased. They are really drifting. If he were the same person as before, he would have quietly exited the group chat. I'm sorry, he can't stand any grievance now. Mengxian, come here for a moment. Upon hearing this, Lin Mengxian immediately squatted on the armrest of Fang Xian's seat with joy. Husband. Fang Xian held Lin Mengxian's arm and turned on the front camera to record. Seeing this, Lin Mengxian immediately adjusted her bangs and showed a beautiful smile. Give me a kiss. Lin Mengxian left a lip print on Fang Xian's happy face. Fang Xian clicked stop and the recording is completed. He opened the class group and clicked send. Li Tsuehua, Fang Xian, is he worthy of being Brother Dazhuang's follower? Stop it. Gao Ho Hot, that's right, he doesn't deserve it. Zhuge Qingfu, huh? Fang Xian actually showed up. Let's see what video he posted. Li Tsuehua. What else could it be? He must be recording a video and wants to be De Zhuang's follower. Gao Ho Hot. Brother De Zhuang. Please don't click on it and believe his lies. Zhuge Qingfu. Holy crap. It's Fang Xian and Lin Mengqian. They actually. Neo De Zhuang. What happened to goddess Lin Mengqian? Zhuge Qingfu. You will know if you watch the video. Neo De Zhuang. Let me take a look. Li Tsuehua. Let me take a look too. Neo De Zhuang. Damn. My goddess Lin Mengqian. Why is she like this with Fang Xian? Gao Ho Hot. No way. Is that really Lin Mengqian? Li Tsuehua. How could she do such a shameless thing? Dian Wei. Oh my god. It's really Lin Mengqian. When did she become so gentle? Zhang Shi. No? How could this happen? Gao Ho Hot. Everyone calm down. Maybe this is not the real Lin Mengqian. Li Tsuehua. It is possible. AI is so powerful nowadays that it is definitely a face-changing technology. Neo De Zhuang. Is this really the case? Gao Ho Hot. This must be the case. Otherwise, how could Lin Mengqian be with a loser like Fang Xian? Li Tsuehua. That's right. Fang Xian is really disgusting. He even uses AI to change his face to cover up his inferiority complex. Neo De Zhuang. Damn. Fang Xian, who allowed you to do this? I'm going to beat you to a pulp. Fang Xian was ashamed. It was really AI that made him successful and also made him fail. Technology is developing too fast, making it increasingly difficult for people to trust each other. In this case, we need to present some explosive news. Fang Xian looked back and chuckled. Chapter 64. Fang Xian. Please don't be so harsh on Mengqian. Neo De Zhuang. The bastard Fang Xian is so disgusting. Li Tsuehua. That's right. They're also using AI to change faces. That's really despicable. Gao Ho Hot. You are such a shameless man. Zhang Shi. To be honest, Fang Xian's AI face changing is really amazing. There is no flaw at all. It is really perfect. Zhuge Qingfu. It's really good. Mr. Fang Xian, can you share this technique with me? Dian Wei. Brother Fang Xian, name a price and I'll buy it. Li Tsuehua. What the hell? He has no moral standards, and you are still following suit? Gao Ho Hot. That's right, the man below. Fang Xian sneered. You all thought it was AI face changing, right? Then let's try something that AI can't do. He turned on his phone camera and started recording. Lin Mengqian smiled charmingly and waved at the camera. Fang Xian felt that it was not strong enough, so he pinched Lin Mengqian's pretty face with his hand. Then he walked back, came to Lu Shishuang's seat, turned on the front camera, and became intimate with Lu Shishuang. Fang Xian smiled evilly and clicked send. Neo De Zhuang. Why did Fang Xian post another video? Dian Wei. Let me take a look. Zhang Shi. This video is good. There is no frame drop or distortion when waving in front of me. Zhuge Qingfu. Has the AI face-changing technology reached this point? Neo De Zhuang. Damn it. Fang Xian, you are not done yet. You are doing this again to disgust me. Don't destroy my image as a goddess. Li Tsuehua. Exactly, it's disgusting. He's addicted to pretending. Zhuge Qingfu. Then this person is Yongjiang City's most beautiful teacher, Lu Shishuang? Zhang Shi. Holy crap. It really is true. Dian Wei. Brother, I bought this AI face-changing device. Please sell it to me. Gao Ho Hot. A loser is a loser. It's okay to AI a school beauty, but now he AIs the most beautiful teacher. He is a real loser. Li Tsuehua. Exactly. It's so disgusting. It's really disgusting. Zhang Shi. To be honest, Fang Xian is really awesome. Although he is an AI, he has done what every man wants to do. Neo De Zhuang. Fang Xian, please delete it for me immediately. Don't pollute my goddess Mengqian, or I will never let you go. Li Tsuehua. That's right, the man below you. Gao Ho Hot. Using AI to create two beautiful women. How disgusting. Fang Xian sneered. These people still thought it was AI face-changing. How foolish they were. Now that the war has begun, he must win. It seems that I can only use the ultimate move. He looked at Wu Fani and shouted. That big star. When Wu Fani heard Fang Xian's call, his whole body trembled. He immediately stood up and turned back respectfully. You called me. Yes, I have something to trouble you with. Just as you say, I will do it. Very good. Li Tsuehua. I never thought Fang Xian was so mean before, and his vanity was so strong that he even used AI to change his face to fool people. Gao Ho Hot. That's right. Everyone should be careful in the future, lest he uses AI to change faces to defraud people of their money. Li Tsuehua. People at the bottom of society are capable of anything, so you have to be careful. Zhuge Qingfu. Hey, what is this screenshot that Fang Xian sent? Zhang Shi. Isn't this the Weibo post by the new Ghanaian top star Wu Fani? Dian Wei. Why did he take a screenshot of Wu Fani's Weibo? Li Tsuehua wow? My Fan posted a new Weibo? I didn't even notice. Gao ho hot. Fan is so handsome. This is his selfie. I really want him. Zhang Shi. I didn't see anything. The content was just work. I think he just wanted to post a selfie. Dian Wei. What's so good about this Ghanaian canon king? Speechless. Li Tsuehua. You are not allowed to say bad things about my son Fan. Gao ho hot. I don't understand how unsophisticated I am. Zhuge Qingfu. There is something strange. The person behind the selfie posted by this celebrity seems to be Fang Xian. Zhang Shi. Holy shit. It's really Fang Xian. I was wondering if this background looked familiar. It turns out we are in the same carriage. Dian Wei. Oh my god. Look at the people next to Fang Xian. Aren't they Lin Mengxian and Lu Shishuang? Zhang Shi. Oh my god. It's really Fang Xian, Lin Mengxian, and Lu Shishuang. They are actually together. Zhuge Qingfu. That means the video Fang Xian just posted is real? Can Lin Mengxian and Lu Shishuang really let him do whatever he wants? Zhang Shi. Seeing how well-behaved they are, it is possible that they are. Dian Wei. FCK me. Li Tsuehua. How is it possible? It must be that he hacked into Fan's Weibo and posted fake photos. Gao ho hot. It must be, otherwise how could he get Lin Mengxian and Lu Shishuang? Absolutely impossible. Zhang Shi. Please, wake up. Do you think you can just invade someone else's Weibo if you want to? This is really funny. Zhuge Qingfu. Well, not to mention how high the meager safety factor is. Even if Fang Xian is capable, he wouldn't be so stupid. Isn't this equivalent to providing evidence to the police? Dian Wei. Facts have proven that Fang Xian is indeed amazing. He tricked the most beautiful girl in the #1 university and the most beautiful teacher into getting his hands on her. I really admire him. Niu Dazhuang, no? I don't believe it. It's absolutely impossible. This is definitely not true. Zhuge Qingfu. Fang Xian must have become very successful. Otherwise, how could he have won the favor of Lin Mengxian and Lu Shishuang? Zhang Shi. That's right. Even a fool knows how hard it is to pursue Lin Mengxian and Lu Shishuang. He got two of them at once. Isn't that enough to prove his excellence? Dian Wei. This is absolutely true. Fang Xian hid himself well enough. At this moment, the class group suddenly became abnormal and was disbanded directly. The group could not even be found. Niu Dazhuang and the others were all confused. How could the group disappear just like that? Moreover, they had not saved the video sent by Fang Xian just now, and now they couldn't even find the group, let alone the video. But they didn't know that it was actually Fang Xian who asked Mu Wanyao to contact the official people to handle it. With the intervention of Mu Wanyao and Fang Xian, a small class group could disappear in an instant. Fang Xian smiled faintly, thinking that it was okay to kill time with these snobbish guys. It would be nice to just slap them in the face and make them feel uncomfortable for a while. He looked at the message and found a few exclamation marks in the address book. He clicked on it and saw that they were friend requests from the people just now. Fang Xian smiled coldly and glanced at the words of the application. Dian Wei. Brother Xian, are you in need of a follower? I'm very strong and can do a good job as a guard. Zhang Shi. Brother Xian, we are classmates. Let's go out for dinner when we are free. Zhuge Qingfu. Classmate Fang Xian. Let's get together when we have time. Li Tsuehua. Brother Fang Xian, it was my sister who was playing with my phone just now. I'm so sorry. Please let me pass. Gao ho hot. Brother Fang Xian, I have booked a room tonight. I hope you can come over and study with me how cats can do backflips. Niu Dazhuang. Fang Xian, I beg you. Be gentle to Meng Xian. Be gentle. Don't use so much force. Chapter 65 Tang Sect, Tang San. Fang Xian just sneered and refused a single friend request. He has become indifferent to these classmates and no longer needs to have anything to do with them. They were destined to be from a different world from Fang Xian. At this time, Wu Fan, who was standing in front of Fang Xian, rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, Brother, do you have any other instructions? Fang Xian didn't have a good impression of Wu Fani, but he had just used Wu Fani, so there was no need to burn bridges after crossing the river. Your previous disrespect to my wives is written off. Thank you for your forgiveness, brother. Wu Fan also bowed repeatedly to Fang Xian to express his gratitude. He glanced at the 6 beauties behind Fang Xian and was extremely shocked. Having 6 beautiful women as wives, Fang Xian must be either rich or noble. Fang Xian waved his hand, signaling to stop. He stared at Wu Fani seriously and spoke solemnly. Be a good person, otherwise it's a small matter to go in and operate the sewing machine. But it's not good to lose your life without knowing why. Wu Fani nodded repeatedly. How could he not understand what Fang Xian said? After this lesson, he will never dare to act recklessly again and must be careful in the future. My eldest brother taught me that I must turn over a new leaf and become a new person in the future. You go now. Yes, thank you, brother. Wu Fani bowed again and slowly left. To Fang Xian, Wu Fan was just a passerby. But when he thought of the big bowl noodle star in his previous life, he couldn't help but warn him to prevent Wu Fani from harming the Dragon Country girl. He looked at the time and saw that he would arrive in Qingchuan City in 5 minutes. Qingchuan City is located in the southwest of Longhua. It is a city with undulating mountains and crisscrossing rivers. It is also the destination of their trip, the location of the Tang sect. Let's go, we're ready to arrive. The girls nodded and straightened their appearance. Having a storage ring can save you a lot of trouble when traveling. Ladies and gentlemen, the next stop is Qingchuan North Station. Passengers who are getting off the train, please pack your luggage in advance to avoid taking it by mistake or forgetting it on the train. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fang Xian sat in the taxi, traveling along the rugged mountain road. Tang Xiaowu sat in the passenger seat and gave directions to the driver. Master, just turn right ahead. Okay. As soon as the taxi turned right, we could see an ancient and mysterious Tang gate surrounded by mountains. The Tang sect's architectural complex is magnificent, with green tiles, white walls, flying eaves and brackets, all of which demonstrate the accumulation of years and the majesty of the sect. A tall gatehouse stands before your eyes, with the 2 large Chinese characters, Tang Min, engraved on the gate plaque in vigorous and powerful strokes. On both sides of the gate tower, there are towering watchtowers, guarding this territory like guards. 2 taxis parked in front of the gate looked particularly small. Honey, we're here. Tang Xiaowu scanned the code to pay and smiled brightly at Fang Xian, who was sitting in the back row. It has been a year since she last left home, and she really missed it a little. Good. Fang Xian opened the car door and slowly got out. The women walked down and saw the tall and majestic gate tower, and couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the Tang clan. Lin Mengqian opened her eyes wide, full of curiosity about the Tang sect. Sister Xiaowu, your Tang sect is so magnificent. A curious smile bloomed on Sueno's pretty face, with the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. Well, it's really magnificent, but a little hard to find. If I come here next time, I will definitely get lost. Tang Xiaowu's face was filled with a bright smile. She walked lightly to Fang Xian and took his arm. Honey, let's go in. Fang Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu's happy expression and smiled slightly. Okay, let's go. As soon as they approached, the door creaked and slowly opened. They were greeted by men and women, all wearing the same black training uniforms. The Tang sect disciples were all delighted to see Tang Xiaowu coming back. Sister Xiaowu. Sister Xiaowu is back. Welcome home, Miss Xiaowu. Tang Xiaowu smiled happily. Her laughter was clear and pleasant. Thank you, everyone. The people from the Tang sect glanced at Fang Xian and the others calmly, without much doubt in their eyes. The Tang sect was good at gathering intelligence, and they did not hide anything about Fang Xian and Tang Xiaowu, so they all knew it. Sister Xiaowu, please go in quickly. The sect master has been waiting for a long time. Good. Tang Xiaowu didn't hesitate and walked in with Fang Xian. Fang Xian didn't hide anything and walked in confidently. They walked along the bluestone road and saw houses arranged in an orderly manner. The architectural style of the house is simple and elegant, with exquisite carvings on the doors and windows. They passed through the martial arts training ground where shouts were heard one after another, walked past the hidden weapon workshop where fires were blazing, walked out of the medicine hall where herbs were everywhere, and finally came to a quiet forest. There is a traditional house in the woods with a high roof, wide eaves, and thick walls. Tang Xiaowu pushed the door open and walked in. The front hall was filled with tablets of Tang clan's ancestors and sacrificial items. At this time, a tall and slender man was burning incense devoutly. He lit 3 incense sticks and slowly turned around. This man had a middle-parted hair and a handsome face. He was Tang Xiaowu's father, Tang San. Tang Xiaowu bent down slightly and spoke respectfully. Dad, I'm back. Tang San fixed his loving gaze on Tang Xiaowu, a faint smile appearing on his face. Tang San looked at Fang Xian. His eyes suddenly became sharp. A purple light burst out from Tang San's eyes. Fang Xian raised his hand slightly to block the purple light. -1. Fang Xian. Tang San. Tang Xiaowu. Girls. A damage value of 1 point floated out from Fang Xian's palm, instantly making the situation awkward. As the leader of a sect, he tried to teach a young boy who had just awakened, but the damage he caused was only 1 point. If this got out, he would be so embarrassed. He knew Fang Xian was strong, but he didn't expect him to be that strong. If I had known this would be the case, I would not have used this as a warning. Fortunately, Tang San was a man who had seen the world, and there was no ripple on his face, as if nothing had happened. Fang Xian, right? Fang Xian really admired Tang San's thick skin. For Tang Xiaowu's sake, he still had to give him this face. Hello, uncle. Well, sit inside. Tang San turned around and walked into the courtyard. The atrium is relatively spacious and is furnished with tables, chairs, and other daily necessities. Everyone sat down, and Tang Xiaowu skillfully poured tea for everyone. Tang San picked up the porcelain teacup and took a sip. He put down the teacup and looked at Fang Xian seriously. Fang Xian, do you know why our Tang sect has been hiding here? Tang San suddenly asked this question without any context, which really left Fang Xian confused. I don't know. Please tell me, uncle. In fact, our Tang sect is located here to prevent the invasion of the weird tribe. When Tang San said this, Fang Xian and the others all frowned slightly. The monsters in the paper money copy and experience copy that Fang Xian had visited before all belonged to the weird clan. I didn't expect that the Tang sect still shoulders such a heavy burden, but the weird tribe is clearly a product of the copy. Can they lead to the human world? Chapter 66: The Secret History of the Tang Sect. Mu Yunji reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian couldn't help but feel very curious about what Tang San said. Uncle, can you tell us in detail? Tang San sat upright and began to tell the secrets of the Tang sect. In addition to the 3 common races of demons, beasts, and elves, there are also some rare exotic beasts and strange species. Among them, the abilities of the weird tribe are strange and mysterious, and they are inextricably linked to the human world. For example, the paper money monster, old corpse in the mountain village, copper coin monster, and big eunuch that Fang Xian encountered are all related to reality. According to years of research by the country and the Tang sect, the weird race is likely to be some kind of derivative of the real world. As for what Tang San said about stopping the invasion of the weird tribe, it involved an event that happened thousands of years ago. Thousands of years ago, hundreds of awakened people from Sakura Country invaded Dragon Country and were chased to Qingchuan City by Dragon Country, so they fled to Tang's sect. Naturally, the Tang clan would not let the people of Sakura Country go. They would eventually force them into a cave and then use Tang clan's poison gas to poison them all to death. Decades passed like this, and one day a strange change occurred in the cave and gradually formed a copy. The sound coming from the copy was the roar of the people from Sakura Country. Tang men guessed that the people of Sakura Country had somehow become a weird race. They wanted to clear this copy, but it turned out to be a single-player copy that could only be entered by one person. There are hundreds of weirdos from the Sakura Country inside. It would be dangerous for one person to go in, so the Tang clan reported the news to the country. After research by various experts, the state decided to seal this copy. But as hundreds of years passed, the seal of the copy gradually loosened, and the country repaired the seal several times, but it was still difficult to completely suppress it. Especially in recent years, signs of loosening have become more obvious, and it has reached the point where the blockade may be lifted at any time. After listening to this, Fang Xian seemed to be thinking about something. Does that mean the seal is loosened and the weird things inside will come out? Tang San took a sip of tea and explained lightly. This copy is a special copy, and it was formed later. Everything is possible. I see. I wonder if my uncle told me all these secret histories because he had someone to ask for his help. Indeed. Tang San didn't shy away from speaking. I have recognized your strength. I hope you can stay here for a while. When the seal is broken, you can help. Lin Mingxian listened to their conversation and muttered to herself. So that little bit of damage was just to test my husband's strength. Lin Mingxian's voice was very low, but to Tang San, the damage was infinite. Tang San's heart was filled with rage and his face turned green. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Was Lin Mingxian doing this on purpose? He looked at Tang San and said seriously, then the country didn't send anyone to help? Tang San immediately responded, not wanting others to recall that little hurt. People from the state should be arriving soon. Can't the country and the Tang sect work together to solve these weird things? It can be solved. If you take action, you can minimize the casualties. Judging from the close ties between the Tang sect and the country, Tang San obviously already knew Fang Xian's combat power, so he wanted him to stay. Fang Xian looked at Tang Xiaowu and could see pleading look in her eyes. For Tang Xiaowu's sake, he had to help, but he knew one thing very well: silence is golden. Sure enough, after Fang Xian was silent for a few minutes, Tang San spoke reluctantly. If you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you the anti-poison pills and toxin pills developed by the Tang sect as a reward. After Tang San finished speaking, 2 brocade boxes appeared in his hands. Fang Xian took the brocade box and examined it without hesitation. Anti-poison pill. After taking it, permanent toxic antibodies will be produced in the body, toxic antibodies plus 5%. As a family that practices poison, the Tang clan's anti-poison pill is a pill that they successfully developed after hundreds of years of research and by collecting various copy materials. Due to the stringent material requirements and low success rate, mass production has not been achieved. Therefore, there has never been an anti-poison pill in the world. Even Fang Xian, the leader of a sect, has only taken 5 pills, which shows how rare it is. This was also the first time Fang Xian saw the anti-poison pill, and he was quite satisfied with its effect. Although an anti-poison pill only increases poison resistance by 5%, he has a god-level multiplier system that can directly increase resistance to the full level. He opened another brocade box and began to check the information. Toxin pill. After taking it, you will gain poison elements, and all future attacks can be added with poison elements. Poison element can cause continuous damage to the enemy at 5% of its own spirit per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Poison element damage can be stacked, doubling the damage, up to 10 layers. Taking the toxin pill means that every attack he makes from now on will contain toxins, causing continuous damage to the enemy. Currently, he can kill anyone he sees in seconds, and the poison pill doesn't help him much, but it's always good to have more skills, so why not miss them? Fang Xian did not show much interest in the anti-poison pills and poison pills. These two kinds of elixirs are quite effective, but for me, they are actually dispensable. Fang Xian knew something about Fang Xian. He knew that the country attached great importance to Fang Xian and gave him many good things. However, these two things were indeed not worthy of Fang Xian's attention. But he was well prepared and not panicking at all. Fang Xian seemed to be smiling, as if he was recalling something and talking to himself. I remember that among the Sakura countrymen who were trapped in the cave, there were quite a few experts, and the most beautiful woman in Sakura country was also there. By the way, this is a picture of him after he turned into weird. Let me show you. After saying that, Fang Xian took out his cell phone, opened the photo, and placed it in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian felt a little embarrassed. The old thief Fang Xian had indeed done research on him and knew that he needed a beautiful woman with a high contract level to become stronger. How shameless to use the honey trap on him and let him learn from Ning Kaichin. It's weird. It's simply. Fang Xian looked at the photo and didn't expect that the most beautiful girl in Sakura country could still be so beautiful after becoming weird. It seems that there is a reason why Su Xian dared to talk about snakes. Since Fang Xian had resorted to such tactics, he might as well take advantage of the situation. Fang Xian patted his chest and spoke righteously. Uncle, whether you give me the props or not, I will protect the Tang sect. We are a family after all. Puff. Lin Mingxian quickly covered her smile. The corners of her mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Fang Xian shook his head speechlessly. He thought he was very good at pretending, but he didn't expect there was another master. He stood up slowly, bowed, and looked sincere. Then I'll trouble you, little friend Fang Xian. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, the sound of light footsteps was heard outside. She walked towards me with a leisurely pace, her short hair neat and delicate, slightly curly, which perfectly outlined her graceful cheeks, highlighting her high nose bridge and deep eyes, exuding the charm of a mature woman. Xiaowu, you're back. Mom. Fang Xiaowu's face was full of joy, and she hugged her. Fang Xian also felt that the two looked somewhat similar, and it turned out that she was Fang Xiaowu's mother. But she has taken good care of herself, and there is no sign of aging at all. Fang Xian used the eye of insight on her. Name, Mu Yunji. Age, 48. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Value, 92. Body size, 91. Height, 168. Level, LV 96. Morality, from beginning to end. Favorability, 60. Hello, Auntie. Hello, Fang Xian. My name is Mu Yunji, and I'm Xiao Wu's mother. Mu Yunji smiled, gentle and touching. Author has something to say. Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 67, What is his charm? Reference picture of Ranqing. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Auntie is so beautiful. Lin Mingxian took Fang Xiaowu's arm and walked out of the ancestral hall with Fang Xian and others, laughing. Hee, she used to be the most beautiful girl in Qingchuan City. Fang Xiaowu smiled and took them to their residence. No wonder, Auntie looks so young and beautiful. Fang Xian heard this and nodded silently. Mu Yunji was indeed still charming. He looked at the 3-story house in front of him and asked curiously, Isn't that where we live in front? Well, husband, sisters, you will stay here tonight. Fang Xiaowu led the way while explaining. You can choose any room on the 3rd floor. This is only for us to live in. Good. Fang Xian walked to the 2nd floor and randomly chose a room to walk into. The room is decorated in an antique style, as if dreaming back to hundreds of years ago. The vermilion carved doors and windows are carved with exquisite patterns. The sandalwood table in the center is placed with a blue and white porcelain vase, with a few beautiful peach blossoms inserted diagonally. There is a large carved bed against the wall, and the bedding is embroidered with intricate patterns. Very old-fashioned. Fang Xian had no interest in these things. He only cared whether the air conditioner was cool enough. Before he could say anything, he saw Xian lying on the large carved bed, causing a creaking sound. What are you doing? That's my bed. Xian looked at Fang Xian with a sickly look. Honey, this bed is so comfortable. Let's try it out. Fang Xian was frowning, but Lin Mingxian understood what he meant and pulled Xian, who was reluctant to leave, out of the room. Xiao Wu, call us after dinner. Good. Tang Xiaowu looked at the large carved bed, then at Fang Xian, and finally left with Mu Wanyao and the others. Fang Xian was a little speechless. Is the carved bed so attractive? He closed the doors and windows, turned on the air conditioner, took out his mobile phone, and played a cool TV series. Fang Xian held the blood of the god of war in his left hand and the golden divine gift in his right hand. Two-pronged approach doubles efficiency. He didn't know the true strength of these weird tribes, so he had to improve his strength to ensure that nothing could go wrong. The road to becoming stronger is always so boring, but fortunately, hard work pays off. After he used up 1,000 golden divine gifts, his god-level attributes were upgraded to LV2. Energy LV2. The initial energy is the number of summoned beasts and contract objects 10 points. Every 10 points of energy can increase the critical hit rate of yourself, summoned beasts, and contract objects by 15%, and the critical hit damage by 30%. Unfortunately, even after consuming 1,000 drops of blood of the god of war, it still hasn't been upgraded. Fang Xian turned away from the cool drama and couldn't help but complain. This is not cool either. It's not as good as his. He opened his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV93, contract emperor. Physique, war god body, level 2. God level attribute, energy, LV2. Life, 5202, strength, 5202, intelligence, 5202, spirit, 5202, agility, 5202, defense, 5202, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 26 points. Skills, attribute switching LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 10, current contract, 6 out of 10. Fang Xian looked at the passive skills and thought it was time to find an opportunity to contract more of them. The most beautiful girl in the country of Sakura looks very beautiful, but she has become a weird person, and I don't know if she can still be used. Mu Yunji still has her charm. If I push her down, it will violate public morality and Tang San will hunt her down. It's a bit too much. As for who to contract with, I need to think more about it. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Honey, it's time for dinner. Good. Fang Xian stood up and opened the door. The 6 women were standing at the door, waiting for him to go down together. Let's go. Fang Xian walked out first, followed by the 6 women. Just when we were halfway there, we met a group of people with extraordinary temperament. There were 5 of them in total, and none of them were wearing Tang Clan uniforms, so they were obviously not from the Tang Clan. One of the women was extremely outstanding in appearance and seemed out of place among her companions. She has a slim figure, skin as white as snow, delicate features, and a pair of deep and cold big eyes under her slender eyebrows. As she walked, she was like a fairy under the moon, with lotus flowers blooming at every step, without any worldly air. When she saw Mu Wanyao, her eyes began to show a ripple. When Mu Wanyao saw her, she couldn't hide her joy and waved to her. Qing'er. Qing'er is her and Mu Wanyao's nickname. Her real name is Ran Qing. Ran Qing tilted her head slightly, revealing her beautiful jawline with a faint smile on her face. Wanyao. When Fang Xian saw Ran Qing, he couldn't help but sigh that her cold temperament was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, which could only be admired from a distance and not touched. He used the Eye of Insight on Ran Qing. Name, Ran Qing. Age, 29. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Value, 97. Body size, 97. Height, 172. Level, LV91. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Fang Xian looked at Ran Qing's message and couldn't help but be amazed. It was another stunning beauty. Before, he was still thinking about who to contract with, but now it's delivered to his doorstep. Mu Wanyao trotted excitedly to the 5 people and bowed slightly to the old man in the lead. Hello, Mr. Ran. Haha, it's Wanyao, long time no see. Mr. Ran is tall and thin, with a hunched back and a kind face. He is the highest commander of this trip, a level 96 shadow assassin, and also Ran Qing's grandfather. The 3 middle-aged men behind Mr. Ran were all delighted to see Mu Wanyao and spoke one after another. Long time no see, Sister Wanyao. Wanyao is getting more and more beautiful. Wanyao, please consider my son. He likes you very much. All 3 of them are from the Ran family, namely the 2 brothers Ran Long and Ran Hu, and the nephew Ran Tian. The Ran family and the Mu family are old friends. Both are ancient families that contributed to the country and made great military achievements thousands of years ago. Due to the weirdness of the Tang clan this time, the country assigned the task to the Ran family, asking them to assist the Tang clan. Old Ran smiled and looked at Fang Xian not far away. Wanyao, he is Fang Xian, right? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Ran family looked at Fang Xian. Ran Qing looked at her with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to know what kind of person was worthy of Mu Wanyao. Fang Xian noticed their gazes, kept smiling, and slowly walked towards them. Hello, seniors. I am Fang Xian. Haha. Young friend Fang Xian is really a promising young man with a handsome appearance. Old Ran smiled brightly. His face was full of wrinkles, but full of warmth and kindness. The Dragon Nation is lucky to have you. Fang Xian had heard of the Ran family, but he remained humble. The Ran family serves the country and the people, which is the righteous cause. Haha, I didn't expect that little friend Fang Xian, and I really get along well. Why don't we talk while we walk? Good. When Mu Wanyao saw Fang Xian and Ran Lao walking side by side, she took the opportunity to hold Ran Qing's arm. Qing'er, long time no see. There was a faint smile on Ran Qing's pretty face. Sister Wanyao, it's been a long time. Yeah, it seems like it's been a year. Ran Qing looked at Mu Wanyao curiously. Sister Wanyao, you have changed. Have I changed? Well, you seem to have become more feminine. Ran Qing looked with her beautiful eyes at Fang Xian, who was chatting and laughing in front of her, and murmured softly. Is it because of him? What is so attractive about him? The author has something to say about Ran Qing's reference picture. Chapter 68, weird but also human. Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Tang Clan, cafeteria. As soon as Fang Xian and Ran Lao walked to the front of the cafeteria, they saw Tang San and Mu Yunji waiting for them with smiles. It seems that Mr. Ran and Fang Xian are having a very pleasant conversation. Haha. Although young friend Fang Xian is young, he has great ambitions. I like him very much. Old Ran laughed heartily and patted Fang Xian on the shoulder. That's great, Mr. Ran. Fang Xian smiled slightly and greeted Tang, San, and Mu Yunji. Hello, uncle and aunt. Mu Yunji smiled sweetly, stunningly beautiful. Haha, let's go in and eat first, then we can sit down and talk slowly. Good. They walked onto the quaint blue brick road and entered the cafeteria. The wooden beams and pillars exude the fragrance of time and support the entire spacious space. The tables and chairs are neatly arranged, all made of solid wood with a smooth and warm surface. A vintage chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting soft light. The cafeteria was extremely quiet. Apart from a few chefs and service staff, no one else was eating there. Tang San walked to the center of the cafeteria and stopped in front of a large round table made of thick wood. The tabletop is wide and flat, and has been finely polished to be as smooth as a mirror. Various Sichuan dishes have been placed on the table, and in order to cater to the tastes of Fang Xian and others, some light dishes are also prepared. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone was not restrained and took their seats. The Tang clan service staff immediately poured wine and served soup to everyone. Tang San picked up the wine glass and slowly stood up. I am very grateful to you all for coming to help me today, Tang San. I would like to offer a toast to you all. After some pleasantries, everyone talked about business while eating. Master Tang, according to your estimation, how long will it take for this strange dungeon to be unsealed? Mr. Ran took a sip and felt very comfortable. Tang San thought for a moment and gave an answer. According to our observations and research over the years, the seal will become ineffective in 3 to 5 days at most. Ran Tian had just arrived and didn't understand many things, so he asked about the doubts in his mind. Master Tang, why did you seal it for hundreds of years? Can't we take the initiative to attack and solve them? Well, little friend Ran, you don't know that in the early stages of the formation of the weirdness, it will release a large area of weird air to the outside world, which will spread through the air and cause irreversible damage to the environment. So we have to wait for time to pass and for the weird energy to dissipate in the dungeon. Ran Tian suddenly realized and nodded silently. What level are those weirdnesses at present? Fang Xian put down his chopsticks and answered patiently. The weirdos will only awaken before the seal is broken or when someone enters the dungeon. They usually remain dormant, so their levels won't increase too much. According to our observations and research, after hundreds of years, they only grow 1 or 2 levels at most. So we are relieved to let them exist and wait for the evil spirit to automatically dissipate before dealing with them. I see. Ran Tian finally understood the reason. After the weirdness comes out, is it afraid of light? Mr. Ran felt that he didn't know anything and was really embarrassed, so he complained about him in a bad mood. Have you watched too many spooky movies? Spooks are not afraid of light. Strictly speaking, this weird creature that mutated from a special copy belongs to the same species as humans. You can still live a normal life on Blue Star, get married, and have children. These have been proven for thousands of years. Aren't they taught in school? Ran Tian scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled innocently. I have taught it, but it seems that I have given it all back to the teacher. You kid. Ran who was sitting next to Ran Tian, slapped him on the head to stop him from speaking. He's still talking nonsense? Isn't that embarrassing enough? Fang Xian smiled faintly. He already knew this knowledge. Mu Yunji, who was sitting next to Fang Xian, picked up the wine glass, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, with a touch of intelligence and confidence, and seemed to inadvertently reveal a hint of charm. Fang Xian, Annie would like to offer you a toast. Thank you for your help. Fang Xian picked up the wine glass and smelled the mellow aroma of wine and the faint fragrance of Mu Yunji. Thank you, Aunt Yunji. This is what I should do. The two smiled at each other and drank it all in one gulp. After eating and drinking, it was already dark and everyone went home. Fang Xian led the 6 girls towards the house. There was one more person among them, and that was Mu Wanyao's best friend, Ran Qing. As for Ran Qing's companions, Fang Xian learned from Mu Wanyao that the two of them were best friends, and they were the youngest level 91 paladin in history and the youngest level 91 magician in history. Both of them are called the 2 most outstanding heroes. As they were about to return to the house, Tang Xiaowu held on to Fang Xian's arm, reluctant to leave. Hubby, I just came back and I'm going to sleep with my mother tonight, so I can't accompany you. Fang Xian pinched Tang Xiaowu's little face lovingly. Yes, it's my duty. You should spend more time with Aunt Yunji. Thank you, husband. Tang Xiaowu stood on tiptoe and left a lip print on Fang Xian's face. Hubby, I'm leaving now. Good night, sisters. Everyone. Okay. When Mu Wanyao saw Tang Xiaowu leaving, she trotted over to Fang Xian, her face full of apology. Honey, I'm sorry. I have to accompany Qinger tonight, so I can't be with you. Fang Xian gently stroked Mu Wanyao's head and smiled slightly. It's okay, you guys chat. Thank you, husband. Mu Wanyao stood on tiptoe, pecked Fang Xian on the face, shyly took Ran Qing's slender hand, and walked upstairs. Tang Xiaowu's behavior just now had already made Ran Qing slightly surprised. Now seeing Mu Wanyao being so proactive, her pretty face was filled with even more confusion and puzzlement. She stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes, wanting to see what charm this man had that could turn the queen like Mu Wanyao into a little girl. With their departure, the happiest people were the remaining 4 girls. We should keep a low profile and not make too much noise in someone else's territory. So I decided to sleep alone tonight. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he trotted back to the room, leaving the 4 girls disheveled in the wind. After washing up, he took out the blood of the god of war and golden god's gift again and started clicking to use them. At this time, in a certain message group that was pinned to the top, Fang Xian's wives started chatting. Tang Xiaowu. Sisters, who did your husband order tonight? Equals 3. Mu Wanyao. I'm curious too, hee, nervous face. Chen Ting Xian, Lin Mengqian, Wu Wu Wu, Lu Shuang. My husband sleeps alone. Tang Xiaowu, really? Sigma. Yukino. HM Epsilon sad face Omicron. Alas. Tang Xiaowu. Is my husband waiting for me? He backslash, amazed face, forward slash. Mu Wanyao. No, my husband is waiting for me. He smiley face. Fang Xian, look at the legs underscore. Chen Ting Xian sent a picture. Lin Mengqian sent a picture. Lu Shuang sent a picture. Yukino sent a picture. Tang Xiaowu sent a picture. Mu Wanyao sent a picture. Lin Mengqian, huh? Why do Sister Xiaowu and Sister Wanyao have 2 pairs of long legs in the photo? Fang Xian, You are not allowed to withdraw it. Tang Xiaowu. Carrot. Husband, don't look. I took the photo too fast. Mu Wanyao. Winky face. I was too anxious, and ended up taking photos of Qing'er as well. Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 69, Comprehension Pill and Breakthrough Pill. Reference picture of Ranqing animation. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. The next day, early morning. Knock knock. Husband. Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes and heard Tang Xiaowu's soft call outside. He rubbed his eyes, got up and opened the door. The corners of Tang Xiaowu's mouth slightly raised, forming a charming crescent. Good morning, husband. Xiaowu, why are you so early? Well, my dad and the others said they would take us to see the weird copy after breakfast. Okay, then go wake them up. Fang Xian yawned and was about to go back to wash up, but he didn't expect Tang Xiaowu to throw herself into his arms. Tang Xiaowu looked up at Fang Xian with her big eyes and began to act coquettishly. Hug your husband. Fang Xian smiled slightly, stroked Tang Xiaowu's hair, and began to feel her beauty with his other hand. Tang Xiaowu was very well behaved. She just hugged him quietly without making any sound. Fang Xian washed his face. Comfortable. After putting on his clothes, he walked out of the house. Several girls were already waiting for Fang Xian downstairs. When they saw Fang Xian coming down, they all smiled happily. Sixth girl, husband. Ranqing. Fang Xian greeted them with a smile, like a king. He walked forward, and they followed closely behind him. Ranqing didn't like this feeling a little bit. She was not Fang Xian's woman, so why did she have to be like this? But she didn't say anything, and still silently walked forward with Mu Wanyao's arm. On the way, we met Mr. Ran and his group. Old Ran grinned and laughed a deep and mellow laugh. Morning, my friend Fang Xian. Morning, Mr. Ran. Fang Xian responded with a smile and walked side by side with Mr. Ran. They chatted happily and soon arrived at the cafeteria. With yesterday's experience, they walked straight in this time. As soon as they entered, they saw Tang San and his wife standing up and greeting them with a smile. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Sect Master Tang. After a few pleasantries, everyone took their seats. Everyone, feel free to treat it as your own home. Don't be polite. Tang San showed his hospitality by preparing a rich and delicious breakfast. Mr. Ran spoke slowly and in a gentle voice. Thank you for your concern, Sect Master Tang. This is what I should do. Tang San smiled elegantly and looked at Fang Xian with gentle eyes. Friend Fang Xian, my daughter told me that you are already level 93. After these words were spoken, the 5 people from the Ran family looked at Fang Xian in disbelief. Especially the rookie Ran Tian, he exclaimed. Oh my god, level 93. Fang Xian, how old are you? How come you are already level 93? Ran Long and Ran who stared at Fang Xian with their eyes wide open, eager to get the answer from him. Fang Xian smiled slightly and did not hide anything. Yes, I just reached level 93 2 days ago. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. What does level 93 mean? Everyone can only awaken their talents and professions at the age of 20, and it is from this moment that they can gain experience. There is a limit on the number of times you can enter the dungeon, and you can only enter 5 times a day. If you want to level up faster, you have to rely on rare items such as experience cards, experience pills, and experience copies. The 2 outstanding talents like Mu Wanyao and Ranqing relied on the huge resources of their family and the country to reach level 91 when they were around 30 years old. It took about 10 years, and it has been less than a month since Fang Xian awakened, but he has already far surpassed the peerless twins of level 91. How can this not be shocking? Ranqing stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes. She knew better than anyone how difficult it was to quickly reach level 91. I didn't expect Fang Xian could reach level 93 in such a short time. It's simply shocking. No wonder Mu Wanyao's face is always filled with love and admiration whenever she mentions Fang Xian. It turns out that there really is such a thing in the world, as Mu Wanyao said, a peerless genius. It's true that heroes emerge from youth. Old Ran couldn't help but sigh, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. I have been a soldier all my life, and have gone through countless hardships, but I still haven't broken through the shackles of level 96. Alas. He sighed softly, and a brocade box appeared in his hand. Fang Xian, this is the key item to break through level 96, the Enlightenment Pill. Now I give it to you, hoping that you can use it to break through level 96. When Tang San saw old Ran take out the Comprehension Pill, he secretly cursed him as an old fox. After reaching level 96, everyone who wants to break through to level 97 must comprehend a skill of their own. That is, exclusive skill. If you don't comprehend the exclusive skills, you will never be able to break through level 96. Take Mr. Ran for example. He has been stuck at level 96 for more than 40 years and has never been able to break through. The comprehension pill can take effect when breaking through level 96 and enhance the user's comprehension. However, enlightenment pills are extremely rare, and each large family will have no more than 10 in stock. Mr. Ran took it out at this time, obviously trying to win over Fang Xian. The Tang sect also has the enlightenment pill, but he originally planned to save it for Mu Yunji to use to break through level 96. Now that old Ran has gotten there first, he regrets it so much that he wants to slap his thigh. Fang Xian also knew something about the enlightenment pill. The country had not given it to him before, and no one expected that he could upgrade so quickly. It was obvious what Mr. Ran was planning when he took out such a precious enlightenment pill and gave it to Fang Xian. Fang Xian did not go to take it immediately. Although the thing was good, he felt obliged to take it, and he did not want to be restricted by the Ran family. After all, he wanted it, and there was a way to get the enlightenment pill. Mr. Ran, I can't take something so valuable. Friend Fang Xian, we get along very well, and you are a pillar of the country. I just want to offer a token of my appreciation to show the friendship between our two families. Fang Xian understood what Ran Lao said. He didn't ask for anything, but hinted at Fang Xian. Seek protection. Fang Xian has quite a bit of respect for the Ran family. In that chaotic era, anyone who stood up to defend his country deserves his respect. He thought for a moment and decided to go with the flow and agree. Then I'd rather obey your command than disrespect you. Thank you, Mr. Ran. From now on, as long as it is not against morality, I, Fang Xian, can help the Ran family once. Old Ran laughed out loud. He was very satisfied with Fang Xian's answer. The value of a strong man's opportunity to make a move is inestimable. As long as the Ran family makes a little effort and spreads the news, when Fang Xian becomes invincible in the future, no one will dare to provoke the Ran family. It may seem like a one-time shelter, but in fact it will benefit you for a lifetime. Tang San had a smile on his face, but he was very anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Mr. Ran's generosity made him look stingy before. He made up his mind and took out a brocade box. Fang Xian, there is nothing worth showing off at my uncle's house, so I will give you this breakthrough pill as a gift. Fang Xian still had some understanding of the breakthrough pill. If you want to upgrade to level 96, you have to comprehend the exclusive skills, and after possessing the exclusive skills, you have to break through this skill to perfection before you can upgrade to level 97. Exclusive skills cannot be upgraded using skill upgrade pills, so the value of breakthrough pills is no less than that of comprehension pills, and both are extremely rare items. Fang Xian took the brocade box from Tang San without hesitation. Thank you, uncle. The corner of Tang San's mouth twitched slightly. Is that it? Don't you want to say a few words? Cartoon by Ran Xing. Chapter 70. Come, sign the contract. Reference picture of Ran Xing. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Tang Clan, Back Mountain. Tang San led everyone through the dense land, and along the way they saw many defensive devices and numerous guards. The strange copy is ahead. Fang Xian followed Tang San's gaze and saw a small hill covered with talismans in front of him. The diameter of the cave entrance is about 5 or 6 meters and can accommodate 6 or 7 people at the same time. Tang San waved his hand, and the guards immediately turned on the lights to illuminate the cave. Looking from the outside in, you can just see the scene inside clearly through the bright light. There were many people standing densely in the cave. They were all standing upright and motionless. From the outside, there was no apparent difference between them, but the faint black aura emanating from their bodies reminded everyone that they were already weird. Fang Xian looked around and finally found the most beautiful woman in Sakura country that Tang San mentioned. She has a devilish figure and a pair of big watery eyes on her delicate oval face. Her silky black hair casually draped over her shoulders highlights her elegant temperament. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name, Mitsuko Takiyanagi. Age, 25. Gender, female. Race, human/weird. Occupation, pastor. Talent, SS. Appearance, 95. Body size, 95. Height, 168. Level, LV 88. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Age 25. It seems that time is frozen in the weird copy. It is well preserved, waiting for him to sign the contract. Hope it still works. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight to check on the rest of the people and found that most of them were around level 90. Logically speaking, no place can train hundreds of level 90 awakeners who are around 20 years old. From this, we can infer that they all absorb the weird energy to automatically upgrade and grow to their current level. Looking deeper into the cave, it was already difficult to detect the black, eerie aura with the naked eye. The fact is, just as Fang Xian said, they will recover in the next few days. When the time comes, he will put on the god-level suit and use his skills infinitely to catch them all in one fell swoop, leaving only Takeyanagi Mitsuko behind. At this moment, Mr. Rand frowned and spoke. This incident is still a bit tricky. Through my careful observation, there are at least hundreds of weird over level 90. With so many high-level weirdnesses, it might be difficult to win without any damage. Fang Xian nodded, also with a serious expression. As for the weirdness of the Sakura country in the copy, the Tang sect already knew the level of the weirdness, and also knew that with the strength of the entire sect, it would definitely be able to eliminate the weirdness. But as Mr. Rand said, this will definitely come at a heavy price. Therefore, Fang Xian did not make things difficult for Fang Xian because of Tang Xiao's matter. He even took the initiative to show goodwill in order to reduce the casualties among the Tang sect. Fang Xian may not be a competent father, but he is definitely a good sect leader. Fang Xian, what do you think? Fang Xian smiled faintly, revealing a confident smile. They are just a bunch of chickens and dogs, nothing to be afraid of. Fang Xian's arrogant words did not disgust Fang Xian at all, but made him very happy instead. If it is really as Fang Xian said, then the Tang sect's losses will be minimized. He couldn't hold back his excitement at this moment and asked Fang Xian again. Really? Nature? Very good. Fang Xian began to look at Mu Yunji, his eyes full of excitement. Well, that's great. Mu Yunji's pretty face blossomed into a bright smile, and she felt genuinely happy. She looked at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes, with a hint of admiration in them. Fang Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking down upon the world with disdain. You won't have to do anything then. I'm enough. Friend Fang Xian, we will then set up defenses on the periphery and not give them a chance to escape. After Ran Lao finished speaking, he realized something was wrong and hurried to explain. After all, there are so many weird things. I'm afraid they are too cunning and will flee in all directions as soon as they come out, leaving little friend Fang Xian no chance to kill them instantly. Old Ran knew Fang Xian's strength. He was able to escape from the two great artifacts, the Yasak mirror and the hidden cloth, and easily captured Kusanagi Yushiba and Nidoden. His combat power is naturally beyond doubt. Since Fang Xian is so confident, he is willing to be a supporting role. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian also had to express his opinion. My Tang sect will use all its strength to assist Fang Xian. Old Ran frowned slightly. The entire Tang sect was under Fang Xian's command, which undoubtedly raised Fang Xian's status to a higher level than that of the sect leader. Such a big flattery, anyone who hears it will be confused. Fang Xian's move was truly ruthless. Now it seems that the Ran family is at a disadvantage. The Tang clan has Tang Xiaowu, the Mu clan has Mu Wanyao, but the Ran clan is the only family that does not have such a relationship with Fang Xian. Throughout the ages, marriage has always been a means of consolidating relationships. Old Ran looked at Ran Qing meaningfully, feeling extremely conflicted. Fang Xian didn't care much about what Tang San and Ran Lao thought. As long as you are strong enough, the world will be full of good people. Originally, he wanted to destroy the weird copy right now, but to be on the safe side, he decided to go back and strengthen the god-level suit first. It would not be too late to do it tomorrow. After dinner, Fang Xian drove away the 6 girls and stayed alone at the door. He took out the blood-colored dragon staff, which exuded a mysterious and majestic aura. On the top of the staff sits a lifelike dragon, with its head held high and its eyes sparkling, revealing an inviolable majesty. Currently, the dragon staff has been strengthened to level 12, and it will be difficult to strengthen it further in a short period of time, so it is better to enchant it first. Just as he was about to start choosing the enchantment, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Fang Xian stood up puzzledly. Who could it be that was there in the middle of the night? As soon as he opened the door, a cold and beautiful face came into view. The woman was none other than Ran Qing. Ran Qing was wearing a black tight-fitting top that outlined her flawless figure. Her eyes were calm and deep, and her lips moved slightly. Can we talk? Good. Fang Xian slightly turned sideways to let Ran Qing enter. He closed the door gently and poured a glass of water for Ran Qing. You come so late. I wonder what's the matter, Miss Ran Qing. There was not much emotion in Ran Qing's eyes. She picked up the water cup and spoke lightly. My grandfather asked me to ask you if you want to make a contract with me. Fang Xian almost vomited the water he had just drunk. Ran Qing said the most shocking words in the calmest tone, which really surprised Fang Xian. Are all beauties so direct? Since Ran Qing was so direct, Fang Xian was certainly not a gentleman. If you are willing, we will sign the contract now. Okay, but we need to sign an agreement. Okay. After getting Fang Xian's answer, Ran Qing took out the prepared note with various rules and regulations written on it. The most striking one is, no sexual intercourse between men and women. Most of the rules were written by Mr. Ran, but this one was added by Ran Xing. Because she has no interest in many things, especially that thing, she is even more indifferent. Fang Xian sneered. He didn't expect that Ran Xing would want to get it for free. You have to know that he is not a good man, so no one can take advantage of him. Since Ran Xing wanted to get something for free, Fang Xian didn't mind telling her what real freeloading meant. Come on, according to your rules, we will. Sign the contract. Reference picture of Mitsuko Takiyanagi. Chapter 71 Contract Successful. Current contract object, 7 out of 10. Taming, a certain house. Ran Hu poured tea for Ran Lao with a serious expression. Dad, are you really letting Ran Xing and Fang Xian be together? Ran Long, who was sitting next to him, also had an unhappy look on his face and was fidgeting. Mr. Ran took his time to pick up the tea and taste it. He saw the worries of Ran Long and Ran Hu. In fact, didn't he also want to give his granddaughter Ran Xing a good home? But the Ran family has begun to decline, and he is the only strongest fighter in the family, and he is only level 96. Compared to the Mu family, Old Man Mu and Grandma Qian are genuine level 98 professional awakeners. The Ran family is no longer able to compete with the Mu family. Although the Ran family is still a lean camel that is bigger than a horse at present, but as one family grows stronger, the other shrinks, and one day they may be wiped out. After all, the Ran family has a lot of hostile forces. Even if Fang Xian takes action once, what should he do if there is a second or third danger? Old Ran didn't want to see the Ran family destroyed in his hands, as this would make it difficult for him to face his ancestors in the afterlife. Since the Tang clan and the Mu family can do it, why can't his Ran family do it? He put down the teacup and said solemnly, Fang Xian's future is limitless. As long as he spends more time, he will definitely be the best in the world. If we don't take this opportunity to build a solid relationship with him, it will be too late for us to cling to him later. Ran Hu and Ran Long were speechless after hearing what Mr. Ran said. They all understood the truth, but it was difficult for them to accept it in such a short time. The room fell into a brief silence, and Mr. Ran sighed. Don't be so sad. The fact that we met Fang Xian here might be a clear path pointed out by our ancestors. Besides, look at Fang Xian. He treats both Tang Xiaowu and Mu Wanyao with great love. We don't need to worry too much. I have a feeling that if Ran Xing can seize this opportunity, she will definitely be able to rewrite her fate and reach the pinnacle from now on. Fang Xian set Ran Xing's rules in the agreement contract, word for word. Ran Xing carefully examined the contents of the agreement with her beautiful eyes and only nodded slightly after confirming that it was correct. Fang Xian sneered in his heart, and a black magic circle appeared under his feet, connecting to the feet of Ran Xing, forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Fang Xian spoke lightly. Contract. Ran Xing looked at Fang Xian with indifferent and cold eyes and spoke slowly. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Ran Xing both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 7/10. Fang Xian didn't waste any words and directly grabbed Ran Xing's slender and delicate hand. Ran Xing instinctively wanted to resist, but the 100% favorability made her feel different emotions. Fang Xian didn't care about anything else and just turned off the power and lights. Early morning. Fang Xian woke up from his daze and felt the softness in his arms. He looked at Ran Xing's beautiful face, still sleeping soundly, and didn't want to wake her up. After all, she was too tired and it would be hard for her. Fang Xian took out his mobile phone and clicked on the group chat, Fang Xian's wives. Fang Xian, Xiao Wu, please bring us breakfast. Remember to prepare an extra portion. Fang Xian, the rest of you come to my room. Tang Xiaowu. Oh, good husband. After arranging breakfast, he slowly got up and washed up. He had just taken a sip of water when the girls arrived outside the door. Fang Xian opened the door and let them in. When they saw Ran Xing lying on the large carved bed, their beautiful eyes wrinkled slightly. Especially Mu Wanyao. She never thought that Ran Xing, who was so cold to everything, would be conquered by Fang Xian so quickly. Fang Xian ignored their surprised looks and spoke calmly. Ran Xing will be your new sister from now on. Wanyao, go help her up. Oh, Mu Wanyao hadn't recovered from her shock yet, but she obediently did as she was told. He took out a lucky potion, a high-level gem, a purifying stone, a high-level enchanting stone, and a strengthening gem from his storage ring and handed them to them one by one. Take out the equipment and use it. Without any hesitation, they took out their equipment and started using them. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Fang Xian consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Lu Shishuang consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Tang Xiaowu consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Chen Tingxian consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Mu Wanyao consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. Ding. Ranxin consumes 1 lucky potion, 1 high-level gem, 1 purifying stone, 1 high-level enchanting stone, and 1 strengthening gem, and returns 7,000 of each. 49,000 of each item in Fang Xian's system warehouse was returned. There were so many of them, enough for him to start smashing his equipment. You all go back first, and bring breakfast to me when it's ready. Good. They looked at Fang Xian reluctantly and left helplessly. Fang Xian closed the door and started smashing the equipment. The first is enchantment, which refers to giving equipment additional attributes through enchantment stones, such as increasing attack power, defense power, vitality, attribute enhancement, etc. You can also perform elemental enchantments, such as fire, frost, lightning, etc., to add elemental damage effects to weapons. A piece of equipment can be enchanted countless times, but it can only retain the properties of the last enchantment. The advantage of doing this is that it is flexible and can use different elements to restrain different enemies. The disadvantages are also obvious. It is a waste of enchantment stones. Moreover, enchantment stone is a rare item, and most people cannot afford to waste it like this. But Fang Xian has the god-level multiplied return system, so he can play the game however he wants. He took out the high-level enchanting stone given by the country, which is a higher level of enchanting stone. The properties of each high-level enchanting stone are random. Once you click to use it, it will start to have random properties. Normally, people would first randomly select the attributes and then decide how to enchant them. There is another way to use it, which is to fuse high-level enchantment stones to form a higher-level god-level enchantment stone. However, if one wants to fuse a god-level enchantment stone, hundreds or even thousands of them are needed. Moreover, the properties of the god-level enchanting stone are also random. If the random one is not suitable for the user, it will be a big loss. Therefore, the country's recommendation is not to synthesize god-level enchanting stones. High-level enchanting stones are enough. But Fang Xian has 49,000 high-level enchanting stones. How can he justify himself if he doesn't take a gamble? Just hit a small target first. 1,000 high-level enchanting stones, fused. Ranxin reference picture. Chapter 72 God-level enchanted stone, thunder. Reference picture of Mitsuko Takahashi. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. 1,000 high-level enchanting stones merged together, emitting colorful light. The light gradually faded, leaving behind a thumb-sized colorful gem. Fang Xian picked up the God-level enchanting stone and clicked to use it directly. The God-level enchanting stone shook slightly and began to change its attributes randomly. 2 seconds later, the attributes of the God-level enchanting stone appeared. God-level enchantment stone. Disarm. Make the target within 300 square meters in front enter the disarm state. The disarm target cannot use normal attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown. The duration is 2 minutes. Can only be enchanted on weapons. This skill is a group skill. Although the disarming time is short, the coverage area is 300 square meters, which is enough to produce good effects on a small battlefield. But this enchantment effect is obviously not suitable for Fang Xian. He thinks it is more suitable for people who charge into battle. For example, if you give it to Fang Xian or Mu Wanyao, they can use disarm in the front, and the magician in the back can use group attack. The effect is very good. Keep it first, and see how to distribute it later. This time, Fang Xian took out 2,000 high-level enchanting stones and fused them. After the light faded away, Fang Xian checked the properties. God-level enchantment stone, taunt. With yourself as the center point, taunt all enemies within 100 meters around you, making the enemies attack the taunter first. During the taunt, the enemy cannot change the target of attack, nor can they use any skills, and can only perform normal attacks. Last for 5 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. The group taunt skill is most suitable for use by a warrior, that is, Lin Mengxian. If on the battlefield, Lin Mengxian uses taunt, and Mu Wanyao uses disarm, the enemy will lose all means of attack, and can only become a punching bag. The two enchantments can be used to deal with the weirdness of Sakura country. Fang Xian used free transfer to come to Lin Mengxian, and he directly asked Lin Mengxian to use God-level enchantment stone, taunt. Lin Mengxian was confused about the enchantment, but Fang Xian did not hear any return information from the system. Fang Xian was a little depressed. Could it be that the randomly generated attributes could not be returned? He went straight back to the room, leaving Lin Mengxian lying down on her own. The God-level enchanting stones, synthesized twice, were not suitable for Fang Xian. This time, Fang Xian took out 5,000 high-level enchanting stones for fusion. The fusion was successful. Fang Xian took a look. God-level enchantment stone. Duel. Lock one person, pull them into the mysterious space, and fight 1v1 with the user. During the duel, the user's all attributes are increased by 200%, and the cooldown time of each skill is halved. The mysterious space cannot be sensed or disturbed by the outside world. It lasts for 2.5 minutes, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. It can only be enchanted on weapons. Although the single combat skill is good, it can only be enchanted on weapons, which makes Fang Xian not very interested in it. It seems like he has to do something big, so Fang Xian directly fused 10,000 high-level enchantment stones. If others knew that Fang Xian took 10,000 high-level enchanting stones to fuse, they would definitely call him a lunatic. Theoretically, the more high-level enchantment stones that are fused, the stronger the effect will be. But it's just a theory, and no country would pay such a high price to experiment. The only one who dared to play like this was Fang Xian. After all, he had no regrets spending the high-level enchantment stones that were blown in by the strong wind. The fusion was successful, and colorful light illuminated the entire room, blinding Fang Xian. After the light faded, Fang Xian picked up the God-level enchanting stone that was formed by merging 10,000 high-level enchanting stones. God-level enchantment stone. Thunder. Unleash numerous thunders at targets within 1,000 square meters in front of you, causing 60% of the target's health damage, while reducing the target's health by 1% per second, lasting 40 seconds. The thunder effects do not stack within 3 minutes. When used on strange types, the effect is increased by 20%. It also has a paralysis effect, slowing down the player's movements or temporarily losing some of their ability to move, which lasts for 20 seconds. The cooldown time is 3 minutes. It can only be enchanted on weapons. Fang Xian saw this skill and nodded silently. That's it. The range of attack of 1,000 square meters is his largest attack range so far. The damage algorithm of Sky Thunder is a bit special. It only considers health and ignores defense. That is to say, when Fang Xian uses this move, even if the target has 1 million health points and 1 million defense points, Heavenly Thunder can directly deduct 60% of the target's health points. Moreover, it will cause continuous blood loss within 40 seconds. If the opponent does not have blood recovery skills or blood recovery pills, he will definitely die after 40 seconds. It also has a paralysis effect, which is equivalent to adding another 1,000 square meters of group control. In addition, the effect on the weird type is increased by 20%, which means that with one move, the weird type will directly lose 80% of its health. It suits him perfectly. Fang Xian did not hesitate and directly enchanted the God-level enchantment stone, Heavenly Thunder, on the dragon staff. Enchanting successful. Fang Xian looked at the dragon staff with satisfaction. With this trick, it was enough for him to deal with the weirdness. He found a letter from Tang San and typed in the text. Fang Xian, Uncle, the sun is shining brightly now. Let's go and kill the weirdo. Tang Clan, Back Mountain. Tang San, Mu Yunji, Ran Lao and others have all gathered, waiting for Fang Xian to arrive. Fang Xian came slowly with the dragon staff in his hand. He was followed by Xuan Nai, Lin Mengxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, Chen Tingxian, and Ran Qing. When old Ran saw Ran Qing appear behind Fang Xian, he already knew that Ran Qing, who had not returned all night, must have reached a contract with Fang Xian. He felt mixed emotions, happy and sad, but had no regrets. When Tang San saw Fang Xian coming, he immediately responded with a smile. Fang Xian, you're here. Fang Xian nodded, then nodded to Mu Yunji and Mr. Ran. He looked around and saw many Tang sect disciples standing ready for battle. Master Tang, let's get started. Good. Tang Xian was not a person who would procrastinate. He waved his hand. After receiving the order, the Tang sect disciples immediately tore up all the talismans at the entrance of the cave and evacuated to the designated location. The moment the talisman was torn, hundreds of people who had been motionless in the cave suddenly moved. They moved stiffly and staggered toward the cave entrance. Fang Xian saw the figure of the most beautiful woman in Sakura country. Mitsuko Takahashi took a step forward and instantly came to her side. Without waiting for a strange reaction, he grabbed Mitsuko Takahashi and retreated instantly. Mitsuko Takahashi had been sealed for so long that her body had not yet adapted to the new environment. She had no power to resist when Fang Xian grabbed her. While retreating, Fang Xian raised the dragon staff and released the heavenly thunder. Boom! Countless bolts of lightning as thick as arms suddenly fell from the sky at such a fast speed that all the monsters could not avoid them. All hits. The wailing, cries of pain, and curses of the monsters were endless. But it was of no avail. All of them were paralyzed and unable to move. Fang Xian retreated to a safe place without stopping his actions. He used the active skill one of the dragon staff, and a flaming meteor shower appeared in an instant, shattering the entire mountain. The power was so great that Tang Xian, Mu Yunji, Ran Lao and others were dumbfounded. If they were hit by this move, there would be only one result. It will definitely be killed in seconds. Chapter 73, Charming Space, Must Eat. Reference picture of Mitsuko Takahashi. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Call out. Mu Yunji and Ran Lao were top assassins. They instantly came to Fang Xian's left and right sides, ready to clean up any fish that had escaped the net. Old Ran felt that Fang Xian must have consumed a lot of energy to use up two such terrifying skills. Friend Fang Xian, let us handle the rest of the situation. Mu Yunji looked at Takahashi Mitsuko with caution in her beautiful eyes. Fang Xian, why don't you let me take care of her? You can take a rest first. Fang Xian shook his head. His two moves must have consumed a huge amount of energy in the eyes of outsiders, but in fact, they did not consume any mana at all. I'm fine. He looked at Mitsuko Takahashi under his wrist, ready to knock her out and bring her back. At this time, Mitsuko Takahashi also looked at Fang Xian. The two looked into each other's eyes, and Mitsuko Takahashi's beautiful eyes were full of charm. She flirted with Fang Xian and muttered softly, "Charming space." Fang Xian thought to himself that he was careless. He knew that Takahashi Mitsuko was just a pastor and would not pose any threat to him at all. But he overlooked one thing. That is, Mitsuko Takahashi is now a weird tribe and possesses an exclusive skill. Two mysterious pink forces enveloped Fang Xian and Mu Yunji next to him, and the three of them disappeared from the spot in an instant. When Fang Xian came to his senses, he found that he didn't know where he was. He only knew that there was pink mist all around him and green grassland under his feet. Fang Xian, what's going on? Mu Yunji held two golden daggers and looked around vigilantly. When Fang Xian heard this, he realized that Mu Yunji was also involved. He looked at his empty arms, wondering when Mitsuko Takahashi had broken free. However, Fang Xian was not panicked at all. Takahashi Mitsuko was just a priest and had no means of attack. At the same time, her mana could not support her to maintain this space for a long time. As long as you are careful, it will fall apart on its own. Aunt Yunji, it's okay, we can go out later. As soon as Fang Xian finished saying this, he felt an unbearable heat in his heart. He thought to himself, this space has so much pink, it turns out that. Fang Xian hurriedly turned around and looked at Mu Yunji, only to see that Mu Yunji's pretty face was flushed, as if she was trying hard to restrain something. Mu Yunji noticed Fang Xian's gaze and looked over slowly. But this time, it was like a flood breaking through a dam, out of control. Mitsuko Takahashi was hiding in a corner, casting spells. Her charm space can continuously produce pink gas, causing those who are trapped in it to behave irrationally. This move actually has no lethality and is a control skill. The only advantage is that it belongs to an independent space and cannot be detected by the outside world, so it can be used to avoid pursuit. But in order to maintain the charming space, a lot of mana would be consumed. With her current mana, it can only last for 2 hours at most. Mitsuko Takahashi sighed. This skill was just a delaying tactic. If she left this space, she would still appear in the place where she disappeared. There were so many people from the Tang sect there, and it would be difficult for her to escape. Therefore, Takahashi Mitsuko dragged Fang Xian, who had captured her, into the space, and also pulled in Mu Yunji, who was closest to her, so that they could consume each other and see if there would be any unexpected surprises. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they started fighting. Mitsuko Takahashi sneered in her heart. Let them fight. The more intense the fight, the faster they will be exhausted. When they run out of ammunition and food, that is when they die. Mitsuko Takahashi had a plan in mind and continued to cast spells, trying to kill Fang Xian and the other two. After an unknown amount of time, Mu Yunji's screams suddenly stopped. Has the winner been decided? Who died? Or did they die together? Mitsuko Takahashi slowly stood up and looked around curiously. Why didn't you see it? Just as she was confused, Fang Xian, eyes full of anger, appeared in front of her with a spear in hand and Mu Yunji on his shoulder. Miss Mitsuko, would you like to play? When Mitsuko Takahashi saw Fang Xian suddenly appear, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and she was terrified. Help, help! Tang clan, back mountain. Damn it! Where the hell did they go? Tang Xian clenched his fists, his face full of anxiety. If anything happened to Fang Xian and Mu Yunji, his Tang sect would be the one that suffered the greatest losses. Mr. Ran also frowned, looking grim. He never expected that Fang Xian would disappear right under his nose. He was really careless. Master Tang, there is no trace of them around? Tang San ordered everyone to search the entire Tang sect from the beginning, but more than an hour had passed, and still no results were found. Takahashi Mitsuko's skills must be space-related, otherwise how could she not be found? Well, it should be. Old Ran looked at Mu Wanyao and other women and couldn't help feeling surprised. They looked relaxed, as if they were not worried at all. Wanyao, do you have any way to know Fang Xian's vital status? Old Ran felt that Mu Wanyao and the others, as Fang Xian's contract partners, must have some sense of Fang Xian, which was why they appeared so calm. Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, and others looked at each other. They were a little confused by what Mr. Ran asked. Mr. Ran, we don't know the status of our husband's life. I see. Seeing you guys were so calm, I thought you knew Fang Xian was safe, so I asked out of curiosity. Oh, I see. That's how it is, Mr. Ran. We really don't know the specific situation of my husband now, but we can be sure of this. No one in the world can hurt my husband. Old Ran was slightly surprised. He was shocked by Mu Wanyao's words and even more shocked by her attitude. From Mu Wanyao's expression, he only saw a look of great conviction. Except for Ran Qing, who didn't know Fang Xian's true strength, the other women all had the same look. Could it be that Fang Xian's abilities were really so great that they had already blindly believed in him? Or are they just pure brainless fans? Just after they anxiously waited for more than half an hour, the three of them suddenly appeared at the place where Fang Xian disappeared. Fang Xian, husband, Yunji. Fang Xian let go of Mu Yunji and handed her over to Tang San, who came rushing over to support her. Tang San hurriedly supported Mu Yunji, looking anxious. Yunji, how are you? Mu Yunji's pretty face flushed and her legs trembled. She gently wiped the sweat from the ends of her hair and forced a smile. Brother San, I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. I feel weak all over now. Can you help me go back and rest? Good. Tang San immediately helped Mu Yunji up and walked out. Mu Yunji looked at Fang Xian deeply, feeling mixed emotions. Reference picture of Mitsuko Takahashi. Chapter 74, just treat it as a dream. Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. As soon as Fang Xian came out, Xuan Ai, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Chen Tingxian, and Mu Wanyao hurried to Fang Xian's side. Although they didn't think Fang Xian would get into trouble, they still couldn't help but feel worried. Now that they saw Fang Xian was safe and sound, they finally confirmed their thoughts. Fang Xian is invincible. Ran Qing watched them from a distance, wanted to go over, but hesitated, and finally listened from a distance that was neither too far nor too close. She only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Fang Xian was not injured. Old Ran looked at Takahashi Mitsuko, who was captured by Fang Xian, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Friend Fang Xian, what did she do just now? Where did you go? Fang Xian smiled slightly and said lightly. She has a skill of an independent space. We were all trapped there, but she didn't have much fighting ability. Once her energy was exhausted, she was naturally captured by me. Fang Xian didn't care whether others believed it or not. Some secrets should remain secret forever. If we tell the truth, many people will be embarrassed. General Ran was skeptical. Since they were just trapped by Takahashi Mitsuko, why were Mu Yunji and Takahashi Mitsuko so tired? Especially Mu Yunji, her legs were shaking so much, it was obvious that something was wrong. There must be some hidden story behind this, but since Fang Xian didn't say anything, he didn't dare to ask too much. I see. I hope you guys come out safe and sound. Mr. Ran smiled heartily and decided to change the subject. Haha, since the weird tribe has been completely wiped out, we must get drunk tonight. Okay, let's go back first. Fang Xian carried Takahashi Mitsuko and walked back with the 6 girls. Ranxing looked at Ran Lao, hesitated for a moment, and decided to follow Fang Xian. Mu Wanyao took Ranxing's hand, smiled, and pulled her forward. Xuanai held on to Tang Xiaowu and asked with concern, Sister Xiaowu, is Annie okay? Tang Xiaowu's eyes lost their former brightness and were filled with more sadness. She shook her head slightly and forced a smile. It's okay. My mom just said she's fine, just a little tired, and asked me not to go with you. My dad will take good care of her. Well, let Annie have a good rest first. Fang Xian returned to the house and placed Mitsuko Takahashi on the large carved bed. Mitsuko Takahashi was so tired that she fell asleep immediately. This scene made Chun Tingxian and Lin Mengxian extremely envious, because that was the place they had longed for. Fang Xian took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it in one gulp. He looked at the girls and gave them instructions. Mizuko can speak the Dragon Country language. You should teach her more modern knowledge and help her integrate into modern life as soon as possible. All the girls nodded in unison, without any objection. They are all smart people. Fang Xianxiang said this much, so it is natural that Takahashi Mitsuko is their sister. Wanyao, I'll trouble you to help me with Mitsuko's identity information when the time comes. Okay, husband. Mu Wanyao responded softly. It was not difficult to help Takahashi Mitsuko get an identity from the Dragon Country. In addition, Takahashi Mitsuko was still Fang Xian's woman, and she herself was a priest of nearly level 90, so the Dragon Country would naturally welcome her. Fang Xian felt a little tired at the moment and decided to take a break. You all go back and call me when it's time to eat. I'll take a rest first. They glanced at Mitsuko Takahashi lying on the large carved bed, seeming to want to say something, but stopping themselves. Finally, they had to give up and left reluctantly. Fang Xian naturally saw through their little thoughts, but he was too lazy to care. He just washed up and went to bed. The sky gradually darkened and the stars appeared. Fang Xian and the other girls came to the bonfire party prepared by the Tang sect. A bonfire was burning fiercely in the open field, igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd. The bonfire burned more and more vigorously. The heat wave hit people's faces. People's faces were roasted red, sweat flowed down their foreheads, but it did not affect their interest at all. They sang, danced, drank, and celebrated the victory. The most eye-catching person among them was Fang Xian. He was swarmed by Tang San and Ran Lao and others, who kept toasting him and flattering him. Mr. Ran took the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Friend Fang Xian, this time it's all thanks to you, otherwise things wouldn't have been solved so easily. Tang San agreed and took the wine glass, getting a little tipsy after drinking. Fang Xian, it has to be you. You are truly the strongest genius. Brother Tang, what you said is wrong. Fang Xian is more than just the strongest genius. He is simply the ceiling of mankind and an invincible existence. Mr. Ran is right. I am not good at talking. I will drink a glass of wine as punishment. Ha ha. Brother Tang is really good at handling things. At this moment, Fang Xian finally understood that being flattered by people at the bottom of the food chain was not very interesting, but being flattered by people at the top of the food chain was very interesting. Although he is not very interested in it, it doesn't hurt to enjoy it occasionally. This actually made him more determined to become the strongest person in the world. As long as you stand at the top, you can have whatever you want. Becoming stronger is the right path. At this time, Mu Yunji silently put on a baseball cap and a mask and walked into the pharmacy. When the female salesperson at the drugstore saw someone entering the store, she immediately greeted Mu Yunji with a smile. Hello, what medicine do you need? Mu Yunji pulled down the brim of her hat and asked in a low voice. I want a box of Gene Yuding. Oh, okay, wait a moment. The female salesperson quickly took out the Gene Yuding and came to the cashier. Hello, ma'am. This is the product you requested. Please remember to consume it within 72 hours. Okay. Mu Yunji blushed when she heard that. She paid the bill immediately and quickly fled out of the pharmacy. After walking more than 10 meters, she took out a bottle of mineral water from her storage ring and pulled down her mask in a place where no one was around, revealing her beautiful face. But there was a hint of shyness in her beautiful face, and there was a sense of confusion in her eyes, and there was always a feeling of loss in her heart. She opened the package of Gene Yuding, took out the pills, put them in her mouth, and drank water. If you have taken Gene Yuding, you should stop taking it. Mu Yunji threw the box into the trash can, resolutely turned around, and returned to Tang Clan. Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 75, Building the Strongest Fang Xian Ladies Group. Reference picture of Mitsuko Takahashi. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Early morning. Fang Xian slowly opened his hazy eyes, saw Lu Shishuang still sleeping, and got up silently. He took out some mineral water from his storage ring to relieve the alcohol he had consumed last night. After drinking a whole bottle, I felt much better. He opened his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 93, contract emperor. Physique, war god body, level 2. God level attribute, energy, LV 2. Life, 5202, strength, 5202, intelligence, 5202, spirit, 5202, agility, 5202, defense, 5202, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 26 points. Skills, attribute switching LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 10, current contract, 8 out of 10. At present, the matter concerning the Tang sect has basically been concluded, and the anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, and breakthrough pill have been obtained. He also signed contracts with Ranxing and Mitsuko Takahashi. At the same time, he was bullying others in the charming space for more than an hour. It was really cool. If it weren't for the moral prohibition, he would have signed the contract directly. Anyway, just be comfortable and don't worry too much. Fang Xian got up and washed up. He took out his cell phone and opened the group chat, Fang Xian's wives. Fang Xian invites Ranxing to join the group chat. Fang Xian, you all should come to Shuanger's room later and bring Mitsuko along. Girls, got it. Fang Xian walked out of the bathroom and patted Lu Shi's shoulders. Shuanger, get up. Lu Shishuang slowly opened her beautiful eyes, her hair disheveled. Hubby, let's sleep a little longer. Shuanger, be good. It's time to get up. I have something important to do later. Okay. Fang Xian sat at the table, took out the returned breakfast from the system warehouse, and prepared portions for everyone. As soon as Lu Shishuang put on her clothes, she smelled various scents. She looked at the table curiously, her eyes full of surprise. Wow, honey, how come you have so many delicious foods? They're all still hot. Go wash up quickly, your sisters will be here soon. Humph, forget it if you don't want to talk about it. Lu Shishuang snorted and went to wash up. Not long after she entered, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Honey, we're here. Fang Xian got up and opened the door. Come in and have breakfast first. The girls were a little surprised at Fang Xian's words at first, but when they saw the delicious food on the table, they understood instantly. Mitsuko Takahashi, wow, so many delicious foods. Lin Mingxian, my husband is so thoughtful. He prepared a loving breakfast for us. Yukino, thank you for your hard work, husband. Mu Wanyao, thank you, husband. Ranxing, Chen Tingxian, hubby, eat these 2 buns I gave you first. Tang Xiaowu, Tingxian, stop making trouble. Lu Shishuang, oh, sisters, leave some for me. Fang Xian, okay, now that we're full, let's get down to business. Fang Xian took out the anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, and breakthrough pill from the system warehouse and handed them to Xueno. Yukino, I've used them all. Yukino glanced at the pills with her beautiful eyes and was slightly surprised. Hubby, these pills are so valuable, Yukino can't take them. Besides, the enlightenment pill and the breakthrough pill didn't work for me. What a waste. When the girls heard this, they all frowned. The value of these pills is extraordinary. Why did Fang Xian give them to Xuenoi? But they suddenly remembered that Fang Xian was like this before. Could it be that Fang Xian gave it to Xueno because of his SP talent? Ranxing and Takahashi Mitsuko, who had just joined Fang Xian's wives group, were extremely surprised. Comprehension pill and breakthrough pill were good things. Was Fang Xian so good to his women? Fang Xian smiled and waved his hand. Xueno, be good and use it quickly. Yukino seemed to be thinking about something, nodded obediently, and took it all. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 anti-poison pill, 1 toxin pill, 1 enlightenment pill, and 1 breakthrough pill, and returns 8,000 pills each. He then distributed these 4 pills to the rest of the people. Ding. Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Chen Tingxian, Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, Ranxing, and Takahashi Mitsuko all consumed 1 anti-poison pill, 1 toxin pill, 1 comprehension pill, and 1 breakthrough pill, and 56,000 of each were returned. Fang Xian then took out Attribute Enhancer, Blood of the God of War, Golden God's Gift, Basic, Intermediate, and Advanced Experience pills, and Skill Upgrade pills, and gave them to Ranxing and Takahashi Mitsuko respectively. Ding! Ranxing and Takahashi Mitsuko each consumed 1 Attribute Enhancer, 1 God of War Blood, 1 Golden God's Gift, 1 Beginner, Intermediate, and Advanced Experience pills, and 1 Skill Upgrade pill, and 16,000 of each were returned. He then took out the Lucky Potion, High-Level Gem, Purifying Stone, High-Level Enchanting Stone, and Strengthening Gem for Mitsuko Takahashi to use. Ding! Takahashi Mitsuko uses one of the Lucky Potion, High-Level Gem, Purifying Stone, High-Level Enchanting Stone, and Strengthening Gem, and returns 8,000 of each. Fang Xian looked at the mountains of props and pills for improving strength in the system warehouse and decided that it was time to improve the strength of his wives group. Open your trading interface. I'm going to trade something for you now. All the girls obediently stretched out their slender jade hands wearing the storage rings and faced Fang Xian. Fang Xian raised his hand and touched his storage ring with the girls. Trading in sequence, everyone trades the same thing. 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer. The girls who received 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancers all opened their mouths into a big O shape. Lin Mingqian, husband, will you give me 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer? Lu Shishuang, everyone has 2,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer? Yukino, it seems like they are all. Tang Xiaowu, husband, how come you have so many Attribute Enhancers? Ranxing, 2,000 bottles per person, that's 16,000 bottles. That's terrible. Mitsuko Takahashi, I've only been asleep for 100 years, and now Attribute Enhancers are so rampant. Chen Tingxian, it's not that there are too many Attribute Enhancers, but that my beloved husband has too much in stock. Mu Wanyao, hubby, how come you have more Attribute Enhancers than the national inventory? Fang Xian looked at their surprised expressions and smiled slyly. Is that too much? Hey, now comes the main event. Chapter 76. All members' strength increases dramatically, ready to conquer the world. Fang Xian traded 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War to each of them, which was just enough to upgrade their Body of the God of War to the 2nd level. The girls were completely stunned when they saw the 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War in the storage ring. Especially Lin Mingqian, the Blood of the God of War is unique to their Lin family. How could Fang Xian still have so much? She looked at her other sisters with suspicious eyes. From their expressions, she could tell that they also received 1,000 drops of Blood of the God of War. Lin Mingqian's brows were tightly furrowed, her beautiful eyes were wide open, her red lips slightly parted, and she spoke excitedly. 8,000 drops of God of War's blood? How is this possible? The other women also looked at Fang Xian in shock. 8,000 drops of God of War's blood might not be enough even if they dug up the Lin family's ancestral grave. Are you surprised? There's more. Fang Xian walked towards them with a smirk and traded 1,000 golden divine gifts to one of them, enough for them to upgrade to LV2. This time it was Chen Tingshuan's turn to be shocked. Her beautiful eyes widened into a state of disbelief. Her beautiful lips were slightly parted, forming a perfect O shape. According to the previous routine, Fang Xian must have given 1,000 golden divine gifts to each person for a total of 8,000 pieces. 8,000 golden divine gifts. Even the World Guild, with hundreds of years of history, might not be able to come up with that much at once. Hubby, when did you destroy the World Guild's lair? Fang Xian smiled without saying anything and made another deal with them, offering each of them 1,000 anti-poison pills. This time, they could no longer remain calm and hurriedly looked at Fang Xian to see what he was going to trade with them. Tang Xiaowu's breathing became rapid, and her nostrils flared slightly. The rapid breathing seemed to tell of the shock in her heart. You should know that in the past hundreds of years, the Tang sect has only produced more than 5,000 anti-poison pills. Fang Xian actually took out 8,000 anti-poison pills at one time, which was more than what her Tang sect had accumulated over hundreds of years. Hubby, 8,000 anti-poison pills. How did you get them? Hey, it's not over yet. Fang Xian traded another 1,000 poison pills to them, but did not give the poison pills to Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko. After all, they were priests and could not use them. Tang Xiaowu looked at the 1,000 poison pills in the storage ring. Her fair face turned red and her chest rose and fell rapidly. Hubby, you wouldn't really empty out the Tang sect, would you? Tang Xiaowu knew that what she said was a little absurd. The Tang sect didn't have that many poison pills at all, so how could they have been emptied out? But at this moment, Only absurd words can reflect her current mood. It's just outrageous. Fang Xian was very satisfied with their expressions. Each of these peerless beauties looked as if they had never seen the world before. It was really beautiful and funny. Keep preparing yourself mentally, and more. Besides, the girls' hearts were beating wildly, and they looked at Fang Xian in shock. Fang Xian traded another 1,000 enlightenment pills to them. Now it was the turn of Ran Qing, who always looked calm. Her eyes, as cold as stars, were now wide open, and her pupils were full of astonishment and disbelief. You actually have 1,000 of the enlightenment pills that Grandpa treasures. No, it's 8,000. Who are you? Fang Xian pinched Ran Qing's fair face with a wicked smile. I'm your husband, call me husband. Two faint blushes quietly appeared on Ran Qing's fair cheeks. She lowered her eyes slightly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, trying her best to hide her shy look. Husband. So good. Fang Xian gently stroked Ran Qing's little head. He didn't want to answer their questions and continued to give each of them 1,000 breakthrough pills. They were all numb with shock. Even if Fang Xian took out the moon from the sky from the storage ring, now, they felt that it was not impossible. Fang Xian was very satisfied with their expressions, and it was very satisfying to watch. He gently opened the door, leaving the girls still in a daze. Fang Xian was ready to leave today and was about to say goodbye to Ran Lao, Tang San, and the others. As soon as Fang Xian came out, he met Mr. Ran and the others. Ran Lao, where are you going? Haha, little friend Fang Xian. Old Ran, along with Ran Long, Ran Hu, and Ran Tian, greeted Fang Xian. The Tang sect's business has been completed, and we are now preparing to go back. Fang Xian nodded. It turned out that Mr. Ran had the same idea as him. Well, okay, we are ready to go back. Good. At this point, Mr. Ran's expression became serious and he spoke solemnly. Friend Fang Xian, I'll ask you to take care of Ran Qing from now on. Fang Xian cupped his hands and bowed slightly. Must. Ha. Thank you, little friend Fang Xian. We'll go first. Mr. Ran put his hands behind his back and walked out with a smile. Ran Long, Ran Hu, and Ran Tian cupped their hands and bowed slightly to say goodbye to Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked at their departing backs, then turned and walked towards Tang San's residence. He quickly arrived at Tang San's residence, but couldn't see a single person in the hall, so he had to go to Tang San's room. Fang Xian knocked on the door lightly, and it opened after a while. It was Mu Yunji who opened the door. When she saw Fang Xian, she was stunned at first, and then two blushes appeared on her pretty face unconsciously. Aunt Yunji. Fang Xian, are you okay? I would like to ask if Sect Master Tang is here. He's not here. Do you want to come in and sit for a while and wait for him? No, Aunt Yunji. I came here to tell you that we are coming back. So soon. Well, since Sect Master Tang is not here, please tell him that we are going back first and we'll visit again later. Good. Goodbye. Goodbye. Mu Yunji looked at Fang Xian's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. Fang Xian directly used free transfer to return to Xuanoi. His sudden appearance scared the girls. He took out 2 teleportation instructions and handed them to Ran Qing and Takahashi Mitsuko respectively. We're going home now. You're going back so soon? You are my way of conquering the world. The strongest spear. Chapter 77. Waste can only produce waste. In the experience copy, Fang Xian took out the anti-poison pill and poison pill and ate them. His body gains toxic antibodies plus 5% and toxic elements. Fang Xian thought about it and decided to postpone taking the anti-poison pill and toxin pill for the time being. The effects of these 2 pills are actually not that great. He has high defense and thick blood, so other people's poison elements are just like tickling to him, so he is not in a hurry to enhance them. It is better to use Blood of the God of War and Golden God's Gift first, then the improvement effect will be more obvious. He used both methods at once, continuing to click and use them rapidly. The rest of the people in the experience copy did not play mahjong either. They were all concentrating on using the various pills given by Fang Xian. At this time, Ran Qing used a large-scale magic attack to eliminate the boss. Her beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Fang Xian used attribute switching on Ran Qing, allowing her to experience the feeling of, I am the only one in the world. During the day, experience copy, Ran Qing's room. The next day, experience copy. At night, Mitsuko Takahashi's room. Day 3, experience copy. At night, Yukino's room. Day 4, experience copy. At night, Chen Tingshuan's room. Day 5, experience copy. At night, Lin Mingxian's room. Day 6, experience copy. At night, in Tang Xiaowu's room. Day 7, experience copy. At night, Lu Shishuang went to the room. Day 8, experience copy. At night, in Mu Wanyao's room. 8 days later, Fang Xian's level finally reached 96. He would no longer enter the experience copy to avoid wasting time. They have each taken 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers, so it is not difficult for them to speed through the experience copy. Now Fang Xian has to start working on comprehending his exclusive skills and reach level 99 as soon as possible to unlock the last skill of the contract master. Fang Xian returned to the room, sat cross-legged, clicked comprehension in the career column, and began to comprehend. More than 10 minutes passed, and, as expected, I almost fell asleep. He shook his head helplessly. How could he understand anything when he couldn't feel anything? No wonder so many people are stuck at level 96 their entire lives. Luckily, he has a cheat. Fang Xian took out the enlightenment pill, swallowed it in one gulp, and gained enlightenment again. At this moment, he vaguely felt some spots of light in his mind, very faint, but he was sure that as long as he lit up these spots of light, he would be able to realize success. Unfortunately, after 5 minutes, the light spot disappeared and the effect of the enlightenment pill had worn off. Fang Xianjue grabbed a handful of enlightenment pills and threw them into his mouth, eating a large amount to satisfy his hunger. The spots of light in his mind were much brighter than last time, and their number gradually increased. 5 minutes later, he lost all light spots again. However, he gained experience this time. As long as he had understood the light points before, the subsequent understandings would be natural, and there was no need to understand them all over again. Fang Xian checked the time and found several unread messages. He clicked on them and found out that his parents had returned from their trip. He slowly stood up, walked out of the room, and waited for the women to appear. A few minutes later, the girls finished the experience copy and returned to reality. Fang Xian immediately stopped them from going in. Wait a moment. Upon hearing this, all the girls looked at Fang Xian curiously. Honey, what's wrong? My parents are back. I'll go pick them up and let you help them level up. Fang Xian now has sufficient resources, and it is time to raise the levels of his parents so that they will have enough ability to protect themselves. With the secret protection of the state, the safety factor will be improved exponentially. When the girls heard this, they were stunned at first, and then they were in an uproar. Lin Mengqian, what? Are you going to meet my parents? No, I have to touch up my makeup. Shui, no. Honey, I'm going to take a shower first, wait for me. Lu Shishuang, I'm going to change my clothes. Husband, wait for me. Chen Tingxian, wow. My husband is taking me to meet his parents. I want to put on some beautiful makeup. Tang Xiaowu, hubby, why is it so sudden? I haven't prepared any gifts. Mu Wanyao, hubby, what should we talk about when we meet later? I am so nervous. Mitsuko Takahashi, it's my first time meeting my parents. I'm really looking forward to it. Ran Xing, I'll go to the room. Fang Xian smiled slightly and shook his head helplessly. Look how scared they are. They are all in a panic. In fact, just based on their beauty, any one of them is enough to kill all the female stars in seconds. No need to prepare anything. Just pack up and we'll set off soon. As a result, they all ignored Fang Xian. They were either busy putting on makeup, frantically choosing clothes, or buying gifts. In short, none of them was idle. Even Ran Qing, who was always calm and composed, was putting on makeup and changing clothes. Fang Xian was helpless and did not try to dissuade them. After all, it was their first time meeting their parents, and they always wanted to show their best side. Fang Xian expressed his understanding, but after more than an hour, he completely couldn't understand it. I say, enough is enough. How can it take you more than an hour to put on makeup and change clothes? Is it never going to end? I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't figure it out, don't go. See, in Sky Villa. I didn't expect that you, Lao Fang, also live in Haitian Villa. That's amazing. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat on the sofa, crossing his legs comfortably. This person's name is Gao Dehai, and he was the former boss of Fang Xian's father Fang Miaomiao. He also lives in Haitian Villa and happened to meet Fang Miaomiao today, so he entered Fang Miaomiao's house uninvited. Fang Miaomiao couldn't refuse, so she had to invite Gao Dehai and his wife in. Gao Dehai's wife is named Yu Ailian, a fat woman in her 50s. She looked around with a hint of disdain in her eyes. As for Fang Miaomiao, she heard from Jean Dehai that she became rich by winning the lottery and was a nouveau riche. Mr. Fang, why is your home decorated so tacky? It has no taste at all. Mom, when can we leave? What's there to talk about with two farmers? Gao Dehai's daughter Gao Hohat was playing with her mobile phone out of boredom and kept sending friend requests to Fang Xian. Fang Miaomiao and Kai Tsuetsue looked unhappy and were about to speak up to educate them when Gao Dehai took the initiative. Lao Fang, I'm sorry, they don't know how to talk. Please don't mind. Fang Miaomiao and Kai Tsuetsue looked at Gao Dehai's smiling face, but didn't feel like scolding them. Gao Dahai is able to control them only by grasping their simple and honest side. By the way, Lao Fong, where is your son? What profession did he awaken to? Although Fang Miao Miao really didn't like their condescending attitude, she didn't get angry because of their years of friendship. My son has awakened into a contract master, and now he... Ha! Contract master. Before Fang Miao Miao could finish her words, Yu Ailian and Gao Hohat burst into laughter. Their voices were sharp and harsh. Contract master? That's hilarious. It seems that the nouveau riche's luck has run out. Did you use up all your son's luck on lottery tickets? Haha. Mom, you know what? This is really possible. Waste only begets waste. Chapter 78, I Am Their Child. Fang Xian. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue Tsue looked extremely ugly as they listened to their ridicule. In order to conceal Fang Xian's SP talent, they had not told anyone and made an excuse that they bought the villa because they won the lottery. I didn't expect that my repeated low-key attitude would be met with ridicule. Fang Miao Miao clenched her fists, her eyes full of anger. You are not welcome in our home. Get out now. Hey, you're chasing me away? You're such a nouveau riche, you don't know any manners at all. Yu Ailian put her hands on her hips and looked down upon Fang Miao Miao with a haughty manner. A nouveau riche is a nouveau riche. The child they give birth to will always be an unwanted contract master. Gao Hohat ruffled her hair with a look of contempt. I'm not leaving yet. What can you do to me? I am a B-class gifted magician, now at level 18. If you dare to touch me, just try. Yu Ailian is arrogant and domineering. That's right, if you dare to touch my daughter, I'll make sure you pay the price. Fang Miao Miao clenched her fists and was about to attack, but was held tightly by Kai Tsue Tsue. Kai Tsue Tsue shook her head, signaling him not to be impulsive. Hey, still want to fight? Why don't you try to fight me? Yu Ailian pointed at Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue Tsue and yelled. What kind of people are you? You are just low-level ants. Just because you won a little lottery, you think you deserve to live in the same villa area with us. I have disliked you guys for a long time, and I came here to pick a fight on purpose. What can you do? Fang Miao Miao tried hard to control his emotions and looked at Gao Dahai with cold eyes. Gao Dahai, is this what you mean? Gao Dahai pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and stopped pretending. His eyes were full of mockery, and he said sarcastically, Fang Miao Miao, what is your identity? What is my identity? You bought a villa similar to mine. Aren't you obviously looking for trouble? Don't think that winning a prize will put you on an equal footing with me. You will always be an ant at the bottom of society. You are only worthy of being stepped on by me forever. Fang Miao Miao was so furious that she couldn't hold it in any longer. Golden Sea. At this moment, the door opened with a beep. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over. The man was very handsome, but his fair face was full of gloom, and his eyes were like a sharp knife, coldly scanning Gao Dahai, Yu Ailian, and Gao Hohat. This person was the one who had just heard their conversation, Fang Xian. Xiao Fang. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue Tsue were extremely happy when they saw that the person coming was Fang Xian. Gao Hohat was also very happy. The moment she saw Fang Xian, she hurried over. Student Fang Xian, why are you here? Do you have time? I want to invite you to watch a movie. Fang Xian's eyes were cold, and he only uttered one word. Roll. You. Gao Hohat had never been treated like this before and immediately became furious. Fang Xian, don't be ungrateful. Call out. A dagger shining with silver light was pressed against Gao Hohat's neck, just 0.1 millimeter away from piercing her throat. The person who made the move was the furious Tang Xiaowu. Say one more word, and you'll die. This scene frightened Gao Hohat silly. She could feel the breath of death and dared not say a word. Gao Dahai saw this and quickly shouted a scolding. Who are you? Stop it now. Otherwise. What will you do otherwise? Several beautiful women walked behind Fang Xian, each with extraordinary temperament. In particular, they were holding Gao Dahai's 3 bodyguards in their hands and threw them to the ground like dead dogs. Gao Dahai was a little panicked. You know, his 3 bodyguards were all professional awakeners of level 51, but they were defeated silently by them. This was enough to prove that those women were much stronger than the 3 bodyguards. He wanted to say something, but Yu Ailian spoke first. You better release my precious daughter immediately, or I will make you pay for it. You really like to get into trouble. Mengxian, help her. Fang Xian spoke coldly, and Lin Mengxian stared at Yu Ailian fiercely. Good. She rushed to Yu Ailian, knocked her down with a sweep, then grabbed her short and fat calves and made her stand upside down. Lin Mengxian ran at a moderate pace, while Yu Ailian, who was standing upside down, kept roaring and being hit on the ground. Kai Tsue Tsue had never seen such a bloody scene before, so she couldn't help but want to speak up to stop Lin Mengxian. Fang Xian held Kai Cui's hand and shook her head gently. We have been kind all our lives. Now that Xiao Fang is here, we will never allow ourselves to be bullied again. Kai Cui thought about it after hearing this, but eventually she no longer had the idea of stopping it. Gao Hohat looked at the bruises all over Yulian and felt very anxious, but she didn't dare to say anything. She could only look at Fang Xian pleadingly. But Fang Xian ignored her and just watched coldly as Yulian got bruised and swollen. Gao Dehai was extremely anxious and quickly spoke out to stop him. Stop it now. I can give you money. Just stop it now. Oh, give me money. Fang Xian looked at Gao Dehai with interest and spoke jokingly. You have a lot of money? When Gao Dehai saw Fang Xian answering the question, he felt hopeful. Yes, I have a lot of money. How much do you want? Hee. Sorry, you don't have money. I, Gao Dehai, am a famous entrepreneur in Yongjiang City. I own more than a dozen companies. How could I be without money? Fang Xian looked at him as if he were a fool and sneered. Gao Dehai, right? A few minutes ago, you were penniless. What are you talking about? Gao Dehai wanted to say something when he heard the phone ringing. He didn't want to answer the call, but when he saw it was from the company director, he finally chose to answer it. Hello? Director Liao. What? Our entire company has been shut down. How is this possible? What is going on? Offended someone? I didn't offend. At this point, Gao Dehai's face changed drastically. He looked at Fang Xian in horror, and the phone in his hand fell to the ground. Only then did he clearly realize that what Fang Xian said was true. Being able to seal up all the companies under his name and freeze all his assets in an instant is something that not everyone can do. Anyone who possesses such ability is definitely a super boss. He looked at Fang Xian tremblingly, and his mouth began to tremble. I don't know which important person's child you are. I beg you to be merciful, and let me live. Fang Xian looked at Gao Dehai with a sneer, and walked slowly to Fang Xian and Kai Cui. Are you talking about me? Hey, as you can see, these are the big shots you mentioned, my parents. I am their son, Fang Xian. Chapter 79, Exclusive Skills. The sea embraces all rivers. Fang Xian watched Lin Mengxian and the others drag Gao Dehai and his family out, and couldn't help but worry that they were being too harsh. Xiao Fang, please tell them not to cause any death. Dad, don't worry, no one will be killed. Fang Xian smiled and pulled Fang Xian and Kai Cui to sit down and said soothingly, their family is now completely ruined and can no longer cause any trouble. Fang Xian and her friends had been taken on a trip in the name of the country before, so they thought that Fang Xian was using national resources this time. Xiao Fang, how did you do it? Don't trouble the country's top leaders too much. It's not good to owe too many favors. It's okay, Dad. The one who helped with this was not an outsider, but your daughter-in-law. Fang Xian and Kai Cui looked at each other. Neither of them understood what it meant. In their impression, neither Xuan Noi nor Lin Mengxian's family members are officials, so how come they have this relationship? Is it Xuan Noi or Mengxian? Neither. Fang Xian looked at Mu Wanyao with a smile and waved to her. Wanyao, come over and meet our parents. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanyao lost her previous momentum and instantly became nervous and uneasy. Dad, Mom, hello. My name is Mu Wanyao, and I'm Fang Xian's wife. When Fang had free time before, he told them to just call them Mom and Dad, which would be more intimate. Fang Xian and Kai Cui looked at each other, their faces filled with joy at the beautiful Mu Wanyao. Hey, hello Wanyao. Thank you for what I did just now. No, it's not hard. Mu Wanyao blushed slightly and explained modestly. In fact, they themselves have many problems, and we can find out the truth after checking them. Fang Xian patted the back of Mu Wanyao's hand gently to calm her nervous mood. Mom and Dad, Wanyao is a general, so she has a lot of power and can thoroughly investigate the Gao family in just 1 minute. Admiral, Fang Xian and Kai Cui were both shocked, because general is the highest rank in the current military rank system of Long State. Such a beautiful and powerful woman is actually their daughter-in-law. How can we not make them happy? It turned out that it was Wanyao who arranged our trip last time. Thank you so much. Kai Cui held Mu Wanyao's hand, feeling very happy. No. Mu Wanyao wanted to explain, but when she saw Fang Xian's eyes, she understood what he meant and knew that the more she explained, the more complicated it would become, so she stopped explaining. This is what I should do. Fang Xiao grinned and laughed very happily. Haha, Fang Xian, you have Xuan Nai and Meng Qian, and now you have Wanyao. You really bring honor to our Fang family. Dad, it's too early for you to be happy now. What do you mean? That is... Fang Xian smiled and pointed at Tang Xiaowu and the other girls who were standing obediently beside him. They are my wives too. Fang Xiao's smile froze completely. He thought those were Fang Xian's bodyguards, but he didn't expect they were all his wives. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, and they are all his daughters-in-law, bringing honor to the family. Ahem. Okay. My son has made great progress. You all come over here and say hello to mom and dad. Fang Xian smiled slightly and called them all over. The first person to come over was naturally the familiar Lin Mengxian. Lin Mengxian sat directly next to Kai Tsui and happily hugged her arm. Dad, Mom. Kai Tsui smiled happily and held Lin Mengxian's little hand lovingly. Dad, Mom. Xuanai came to Fang Miao and Kai Tsui obediently. Okay, Sueno, please sit down. The two of them quickly asked Sueno to sit down. Lu Shishuang. Hello, Mom and Dad. My name is Lu Shishuang, and I'm Fang Xian's wife. Tang Xiaowu. Dad, Mom, my name is Tang Xiaowu, and I'm your daughter-in-law. Chen Tingxian. Mom and Dad, I'm Chen Tingxian, and Fang Xian is the best husband in the world. Ran Xing. Dad, Mom, my name is Ran Xing, and I'm also Fang Xian's wife. Takahashi Mitsuko. Dad, Mom, my name is Takahashi Mitsuko, and I'm Fang Xian's wife. Okay, come and sit down. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui smiled happily as they looked at their 8 stunningly beautiful daughters-in-law. Chui, we have to make something delicious later to entertain our daughters-in-law. Fang Xian thought that there were still many delicious foods in the system warehouse and didn't want to trouble the 2 elders. Mom and Dad, I have a lot of food here, no need to bother. That won't do. Our daughters-in-law are coming home for the first time, so we must cook a big meal for them. Kai Tsui hurriedly stood up and pulled Fang Miao up. Let's go buy some groceries. Good. Lin Mengxian. Mom and Dad, I'll go with you. Yukino, I'll go too. Lu Shishuang. Mom and Dad, wait for me, I'll go too. Chen Tingxian. And me, I want to buy my favorite braised fish. Tang Xiaowu. Mom and Dad, I'm familiar with the vegetable market. I'll go with you. Ran Xing. I will go too. Mitsuko Takahashi. I haven't bought vegetables for a long time. I want to go see what's new. Mu Wanyao. I can cook too, I'll go too. Fang Xian sat on the sofa, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. They were really one more active than the other. Yukino. Husband. Come on, let's go together as a family. Lin Mengxian. Yes. Hurry up, husband. Lu Shishuang. Husband, come quickly, don't be lazy. Chen Tingxian. My husband wants me to carry him on his back. Mitsuko Takahashi. Tingxian, stop making trouble. Husband, Xiaowu will carry you. Tang Xiaowu. Why do you want me to carry you on my back? It's not like my husband can't walk. You guys are so stupid. Ran Xing. Husband, come on. Mu Wanyao. Husband, come quickly. We are waiting for you. Fang Xian looked at the harmonious scene in front of him, slowly stood up, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Smile. Here I come. More than a month later. Fang Xian sat cross-legged, constantly comprehending his exclusive skills. This month, he has been meditating and spending time with his parents in his free time. He leads a very leisurely life and is not in a rush for success. His parents were taken to the experience copy by 8 beauties to upgrade, and their level quickly reached level 90. As for the 8 beauties, they have all been upgraded to level 96, and the only thing missing is to comprehend their exclusive skills. At this time, Fang Xian's exclusive skills have basically all lit up, and he only needs the final step to comprehend them. He took out an enlightenment pill and put it into his mouth. This was exactly the 20,000th pill he had consumed. Fang Xian devoted himself to it and seemed to have entered some mysterious realm. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and the last spot of light lit up and the pattern took shape. Done. On the vast coast, the surging waves are like thousands of troops galloping, all converging in the center. Standing in the center is Fang Xian. He opened his arms and accepted the rivers and streams from all directions with his extremely broad heart. This is exactly Fang Xian's pattern and also his exclusive skill. The sea embraces all rivers. Chapter 80. Let the whole world see. A true genius. Exclusive skill. The sea embraces all rivers. Effect 1. Can instantly summon all contract objects to your side, regardless of distance or space. Within 5 seconds of being summoned, the contracted object gains the invincible effect and is immune to all damage. Each time a contracted object is summoned, 800 mana points are consumed, with no cooldown. Effect 2. Unlocked, you can choose to summon people, regardless of species, with a favorability of 85 or above to your side. The duration is 1 hour, after which it returns to the original position. Consumes 500 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 hours. Effect 3. Unlocked can add 50% of the properties of all contracted objects to itself for 2 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mana points. Cooldown time 12 hours. It is worthy of being called an exclusive skill. It is tailor-made for him and suits him perfectly. Effect 1 is needless to say. It is the human wave tactic to beat up others in a group. You can also summon them at critical moments, use them as shields, and use 5 seconds of invincibility to resist unstoppable attacks. It can be used to save lives or counterattack, and it can be very effective. Effect 2 is quite interesting. You can know the favorability of others thousands of miles away at home, and you can also transmit it to your side. If Mu Yunji's favorability is above 85, Fang Xian can teleport her over and do whatever he wants. It's just that it's only 1 hour, which is not enough. Effect may third not have much effect on other contractors, but it is invincible on him. You have to know that he now has 8 beauties, and each of them has taken 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Even if we subtract half of them, they all have at least 1,000 attributes. If 8 of them are added together, that would be more attribute points than the god-level suit. Although the effective time is only 2 minutes, the outcome of a battle is often decided in an instant, so 2 minutes is enough. Fang Xian took out the breakthrough pill, grabbed a handful, and put it in his mouth to chew. If you want to unlock effects 2 and 3, you need to eat more breakthrough pills. He was already somewhat curious about who in the world had a favorability rating of 85 or above towards him. 3 days later. Mom and Dad, are you really going? Just now, Fang Xian's parents decided to leave and experience an adventurous life. Fang Xian's original intention was to bring them to level 96 so that they would have more means to protect their lives and would not be bullied in the future. Who would have thought that when they reached level 96, they would want to start a new life, which was completely beyond Fang Xian's expectations. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui smiled at each other and had made up their minds. Xiao Fang, Mom and Dad also have a dream of adventure, but they don't have the talent, so they are just like everyone else. Now that we have the opportunity, we want to give it a try and not leave any regrets in our lives. Kai Tsui looked at Fang Xian lovingly. Xiao Fang, Mom will take good care of your dad, and you don't have to worry about us. We are at a high level now and have good equipment, so nothing will happen. While we are still young, we must fulfill our childhood dreams. Their words made Fang Xian's heart tremble. Yes, who in this world didn't dream of becoming a full-time awakener when they were a child? Everyone wants to be admired by thousands of people and experience a passionate and adventurous life. It's just that reality forces us to do nothing. Now that Fang Xian is powerful, influential, and has 8 beautiful wives, they have fewer worries. Thinking of this, Fang Xian stopped hesitating and decided to respect their decision. They are now level 96. Although their talents are low, Mu Wanyao has also provided each of them with a set of level 91 king-level suit, which is enough to protect themselves. In addition, Fang Xian helped them upgrade their body of the God of War and God-given talent to the initial stage, which gave them an additional point of strength. They were also given many teleportation instructions so that they could quickly escape from danger and return to the villa when they encountered danger. This way, it will be much safer. Mom and Dad, since you have made up your mind to leave, I will not stop you anymore. You must take good care of yourselves. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui looked at Fang Xian kindly and waved goodbye. Kai Tsui and the 8 beauties hugged each other and said goodbye one by one, with loving expressions on their faces. It is a blessing for my Xiao Fang to marry daughters-in-law like you. After spending more than half a month together, the 8 beauties have developed deep feelings for them and treat them as their own parents. Mom and Dad, please be safe. Mom and Dad, have a safe journey. They looked at the 2 men's departing backs reluctantly and waved goodbye. Fang Xian looked at their departing backs and sighed helplessly. 2 days later, Fang Xian consumed 10,000 breakthrough pills and finally unlocked effect 2 of exclusive skill, embracing all rivers and seas. He couldn't wait to use effect 2, and after a moment a lot of information appeared in his mind. First of all, there are his parents and 8 beauties who have the highest favorability towards him. Next are those with favorability above 85, namely, Mr. Mu, Grandma Qian, Mr. Ran, Mu Yunji, and the Chief. Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian are Mu Wanyao's grandparents. It is understandable that their favorability level is over 85. Mr. Ran is Ran Qing's grandfather. The two get along quite well and have a good impression of each other. Mu Yunji, needless to say, was expected. As for the leader, Fang Xian had not expected it. He had never met the chief before, and he had never expected that the chief would have such a high degree of favorability towards him. If I have the chance, I will meet with the leader and thank him for his continued support. However, He was quite surprised that Fang Xian's favorability towards him was not even 85. But he didn't think much about it. Maybe it was because other people's favorability was 84? Or maybe other people were suspicious by nature. He didn't know and didn't want to worry too much about it. Just then, the National League news was playing on TV. The National League was the competition that Mayor Yu wanted him and Lin Mengxian to participate in, but they both refused. After all, they are of such a high level, it is not a good idea to fry fish. Now it's the award ceremony, and Fang Xian is not interested. But think about it, the talent competition will be held in 2 months, and the champion of this National League will definitely become his teammate, so it's not a bad thing to know it in advance. The runner-up was a handsome young man. His eyes were full of unwillingness, and he glared fiercely at the girl on the championship podium. The girl ignored him, her beautiful big eyes staring straight ahead, looking down on the crowd. This arrogance made him think of Lin Mengxian, who was the same at the beginning. But after being beaten by him, he became obedient. Fang Xian turned off the TV, grabbed a handful of breakthrough pills, and continued chewing. In 1 month, the genius competition will begin. At that time, geniuses from all over the world will gather in the United States to participate in this event. Fang Xian's eyes were as bright as lightning, the corners of his mouth were raised, and he was full of confidence. Genius? Oh, let the whole world see what it means. A true genius. Chapter 81 Level 99 Skill. Attribute Integration. 3 days later, Fang Xian ate another 10,000 breakthrough pills and finally unlocked Effect 3 of Exclusive Skill, Embracing All Rivers and Seas. At the same time, it was also announced that his exclusive skills were completely completed and could be upgraded to level 99. However, the current level of the 8 girls is only 96. If they want to comprehend the complete exclusive skills, they will have to consume at least 20,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills. Fang Xian currently has 28,000 enlightenment pills and breakthrough pills left, which is enough for one person to unlock a complete exclusive skill. But to whom? That's another good question. Xuanoi and Ranxing are magicians, Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko are priests, Tang Xiaowu is an assassin, Lin Mengxian is a warrior, Mu Wanyao is a knight, and Chun Tingxian is a summoner. Judging from the current situation, Fang Xian no longer lacks output, so it is better to raise the priority of the priest, which will bring greater improvement to the team. As for who to promote first, Fang Xian naturally chose Lu Shishuang. After all, Lu Shishuang was one of the first to follow him. Not to mention anything else, just the hard work alone, she has silently endured a lot. Having made up his mind, Fang Xian opened Lu Shishuang's door. Lu Shishuang was sitting cross-legged in meditation, and when he saw Fang Xian coming, he immediately stood up. Husband. Fang Xian came to Lu Shishuang, held her slender jade hand, and traded 20,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to Lu Shishuang. Lu Shishuang was surprised to see the 20,000 enlightenment pills and breakthrough pills in the storage ring. Husband, what are you doing? This is for you. You should learn it well and try to catch up with me as soon as possible. Thank you, husband. Lu Shishuang was extremely moved, and she held Fang Xian's hand and gave him a wink. Hubby, you've been so good to me. I have nothing to give you, so I'll just give you my body. Well, that's fine. Fang Xian kicked his heels and closed the door. In the level 96 experience copy, Fang Xian came alone, holding the dragon's staff in his hand, and he was too lazy to put on the rest of his equipment. Roar, roar, roar. Various ferocious beasts of over level 90 roared and howled, as if the entire earth was shaking. Level 96 monsters are huge and extremely powerful. Fang Xian didn't say anything, clicked to use the 5x experience card, raised the dragon's staff, and a flaming meteor shower fell down. Boom, boom, boom. Wherever he went, there was a sea of fire. Smoke rose everywhere, and wailing was heard everywhere. The experience value continues to soar, directly filling the screen. Roar! Who dares to act wildly here? Finally, the boss roared, flapped its wings and soared into the sky, with its wings covering the sky and the sun, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The 98th level phoenix bird looks down upon the world. It saw that Fang Xian was the only one there, and looked at him with disdain. Only one person came to this level of dungeon. It was simply courting death. You are just a human? How dare you come here alone? I will take you. Boom. Before the phoenix bird could finish its words, it was hit by a huge fireball and was instantly killed. Fang Xian yawned. He had no interest in these monsters. They would be killed instantly anyway. Instead of listening to their chatter, he might as well kill them directly and try to reach level 99 as soon as possible. He crossed out the clearance prompt and click back to start the next round. After repeating this process for a week, Fang Xian finally reached level 99. Finally, I reached level 99 and was able to unlock the final skill of the Contract Master. He couldn't wait to use the skill advancement pill to upgrade it to LV5. Attribute Integration LV5. Enhance the Contract Master can temporarily integrate all the attributes of the contract object and the temporary contract object. All attributes are freely allocated by the Contract Master. The duration is 5 minutes, the mana consumption is 2,000 points, and the cooling time is 5 hours. Fang Xian took a deep breath. If the 50% attribute superposition of the level 96 exclusive skill was impressive, then the attribute integration was abnormal. It is not like exclusive skills which are superimposed, but integrated. Integration, as the name suggests, is to reorganize and coordinate various parts to make them an organic whole. In other words, Fang Xian can replan the properties of the contract object through integration. For example, if Lin Mingxian's 6 attributes are all 1,000 points, then Lin Mingxian has a total of 6,000 attribute points. Fang Xian can add all 6,000 attribute points to life through integration, so that Lin Mingxian will have 6,000 attribute points of life, and the rest will have 0 attribute points. From this, it can be concluded that Fang Xian can recombine all the attributes of the 8 beauties in himself, turning him into a terrifying existence with tens of thousands of attributes. If all their attributes were added up to a single item, there would be one attribute that would be extremely prominent, reaching tens of thousands. Once the fire meteor shower of tens of thousands of spiritual powers appears, the world will be in tatters. Horrible. So horrible. Suddenly Fang Xian thought of something even more terrifying, which was the level 91 skill, Temporary Contract. If Fang Xian activates a temporary contract and hundreds or thousands of people respond to him and become his temporary contract objects, it means that he can freely integrate the attributes of these hundreds or thousands of people. At that time, his attributes were not tens of thousands, but hundreds of thousands. If there are millions or even hundreds of millions of people who respond, Fang Xian took a deep breath. That was the spirit bomb. It is even stronger than the Genkidama in the Dragon Ball comics that gathers the power of all mankind. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. But if he wants people to trust him and become his temporary contractor, he must have extremely high prestige. His prestige is so great that all of humanity recognizes and worships him. The only way to achieve this is to fight the aliens that invade the blue planet. However, it is not true that there are no aliens on the blue planet. But Fang Xian doesn't need to be recognized by all mankind. He just needs the 1.4 billion people in Longwa to regard him as a god. It is not an easy task to gain such great prestige in Dragon Country. Unless he becomes the leader of Dragon Country. He is definitely not interested in the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, but now is an opportunity to quickly improve his prestige. That is, the genius competition. If he beat the whole world in the genius competition and showed overwhelming strength, he took back the dragon egg, and after some media hype, he could become the little hero of Dragon Country. In this way, he can gradually enhance his own prestige, and sooner or later, he will make 1.4 billion people willing to be his temporary contract partners. By that time, Fang Xian will be the true overlord of Blue Star. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the arrival of the genius competition. Sorry, geniuses all over the world, you are in trouble. Because Fang Xian is coming. Chapter 82. So what if he is a demon god? He is waiting to be slaughtered. The level has been determined. After upgrading the Blood of the God of War and Golden God's Gift to the maximum level, and then strengthening the God level suit, you can truly graduate. Fang Xian looked at the time. It was getting late, so there was no need to rush. He called Fang Miao Miao to see how they were doing this week. Hello, Dad. How are you and Mom doing lately? What? You have become celebrities? What does that mean? You mean to say that many guilds are begging you to join now? What's going on? I see. Yes, Dad, you are such a genius. Well, I'm glad you're all okay. As for the guild, you can join it if you want. I don't know much about it. Okay, say hello to Mom for me. Bye-bye. Fang Xian hung up the phone and smiled bitterly. Fang Miao Miao boasted on the phone that he was a genius awakener who had been buried for a long time, and now several top guilds were scrambling to snatch them. Others also call them the Condor Heroes, and they are hermits. As for the reason, he had guessed from Fang Miao Miao that the so-called top guild was actually Mu Wanyao family, Ranqing family, and Tang clan. The 3 girls should have secretly informed their family and asked them to take extra care of Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui. The 3 girls naturally regard Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsui Tsui as their biological parents, and their starting point is definitely for their own good. However, the families of the three girls were very smart, and all three major families knew that as long as they could win over Fang Miao and Kai Tsui, they would be even closer to Fang Xian. With this additional relationship, my relationship with Fang Xian will be even closer. After all, children are more willing to listen to their parents. When the time comes and they need help from Fang Xian will naturally give face to his parents, and things will be much easier. For a person who is being scrambled for by the three major families, the other top families will certainly come forward to scramble for him even if they don't know the reason. As long as you can grab it, you will make a profit. As for the reason, it's not too late to find out later. If you think about this, it is not difficult to understand why Fang Miao and Kai Tsui are so popular among top families. Fang Xian smiled slightly and had no intention of telling them the truth. After all, it's a rare opportunity for them to be the protagonist of a cool novel, so let them experience it, a life of cheats. Sharing happiness with others is worse than enjoying it alone. Next time, find an opportunity to let Longhua be the protagonist of a cool article. As for now, we have to make him happy. He opened the door and walked into Yukino's room. Sueno was applying skincare products. When she saw Fang Xian coming, her face was filled with happiness. Husband. Shoo. Fang Xian closed the door casually and gave a wicked smile. Fang Xian gently lifted Sueno's bangs that were wet with sweat and asked gently, Yukino, when you killed Gabriel, was there anything you wanted to tell me? Sueno stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes, feeling warm in her heart. Hubby, do you still remember? Well, I wanted to wait for you to say it, but I didn't expect that after so much time, you still didn't say it. It's okay. I'm your husband now, at level 99. Don't worry. Sueno felt the warmth of Fang Xian's chest, her mind full of thoughts. I am not actually from Blue Star. Fang Xian was slightly surprised by Sueno's words, but he had expected it. Yes, I know. Yukino's lively eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in her autumn water-like pupils, and her pink lips opened slightly. Hubby, do you know? Fang Xian gently stroked Sueno's hair and said lovingly. In fact, I guessed it a long time ago. Yukino, are you from the secret realm? Sueno raised her eyebrows slightly. A brief surprise flashed in her eyes, and ripples appeared in her heart. She lowered her head, with sadness in her eyes. Well, I do come from the secret realm. Yukino reminisces about the past and begins to tell her story. In this secret realm, there are many races, and she is a human among the weaker races. She was born in the extremely cold snow country, which belongs to the human race. Yukino is the 18th princess of the snow country. Since her qualification was only S, she was at the bottom among many royal family members, and she didn't like fighting, so her level remained stagnant. However, her parents, the king and queen, did not force her. Instead, they cared more for Yukino, the youngest princess. She originally thought that she could live a stable and happy life like this until one day. A dark shadow covered the sky, and an eerie and deadly aura invaded the snow country. The devil comes, and all living things suffer. Yukino's father immediately activated the teleportation array and teleported her away. When she appeared again, she was already on Blue Star, in front of Fang Xian. After listening to this, Fang Xian gently wiped the tears from Sueno's eyes. Yukino's father's teleportation array is definitely unable to teleport Yukino to Blue Star. If it could, the people from the secret realm would have invaded Blue Star long ago. From this, it can be inferred that Fang Xian had just chosen Generate Contract Object, and the teleportation array happened to have some kind of connection with the system, which led to Sueno being teleported over. And Yukino was teleported here by her father in the first place, so she did not see the tragedy happen, which allowed her to maintain a good character. There is still a glimmer of hope in her heart. Snow country, everything will be fine. Fang Xian sighed softly and caressed Sueno's hair lovingly. Yukino, once the secret realm is opened, we will go to the snow country to look for your relatives. Well, thank you, husband. We are one family, and we don't have different opinions. Well, my husband is the best to Yukino. Fang Xian looked at Sueno's slightly improved mood and couldn't help but ask curiously. Yukino, what kind of existence is the demon god? Yukino frowned and bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. I've only heard in the anecdotes that the demon god is the most powerful being in the secret realm. The most powerful being. According to Mu Wanyao, people in the secret realm can reach level 1000, which means that the level of the demon god must be 1000. Since he is the most powerful being, his skills and equipment must be top-notch. Originally, Fang Xian wanted to upgrade the Blood of the God of War and Golden God's Gift to the maximum level, and then strengthened the god-level suit so that he could truly graduate. It seems that the revolution is not yet complete and more efforts are needed. He is confident that he can continue to become stronger as long as he relies on the god-level multiplier cashback system. As long as the attributes, equipment, and skills are in place, he can defeat the demon. Yukino, don't worry. No matter if it's a demon or a devil, your husband will beat them all into mud. Sueno looked at Fang Xian's sincere eyes and was deeply moved. She hugged Fang Xian tightly and couldn't help but thank him again. Chapter 83, Please promote vigorously. Our Fang Xian is the strongest genius. United States. The president couldn't help but laugh as he read the message sent back by the spy. According to the latest intelligence, Fang Xian has been staying at home except for a trip far away. The number of beauties around him is increasing, and there are already 8 peerless beauties. This kid is really talented. He's not afraid of not being able to handle the physical strain. Michael Arthur held a big pipe in his mouth and exhaled a long puff of white air. Haha. The dragon government also indulges him and allows him to become decadent without any ambition to make progress. After the Kusanagi family and the World Guild took action, more precautions have been taken in the dragon country. Now it has become extremely difficult to send someone in to assassinate them. The president put down the documents and folded his arms. Well, it's already extremely difficult to assassinate Fang Xian in dragon country right now. Plus, he's not going to the dungeon, so there's even less chance. What I am worried about now is whether he will participate in the genius competition. Michael Arthur had already prepared a plan for the president's doubts, and he spoke with confidence. Don't worry, Mr. President. We deliberately publicized the rules of the first round to the public. It's a competition of talent. Which country sends the most talented players will advance directly to the next round. If the Dragon Nation really wants the Divine Dragon Egg, there is no reason for them not to send Fang Xian to participate in this free victory. Even if we only participate in the first round, we still have a chance to kill him. Upon hearing this, the president nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Admiral Arthur is indeed resourceful. Thank you, Mr. President, for the compliment. How is the assassination plan against Fang Xian going? Mr. President, we have contacted the Kusanagi family, the World Guild, the Mafia Alliance, and all participating countries. They will do their best to cooperate with us to kill Fang Xian. Michael Arthur exhaled white air and his eyes were sharp. As long as Longwood dares to let Fang Xian lie, he will face the siege of the whole world and will surely die. The president sneered, his face full of cunning. Hee. I can't wait for the genius contest to arrive. Fang Xian, you must come. Longhua, Yunjing Villa. Fang Xian, General Mu, hello. Yu Longming stood at the door with a smile on his face and greeted people inside. Mayor Yu, please come in. Mu Wanyao smiled sweetly and made room for Yu Longming to come in. Fang Xian signaled Xuanadwa to prepare a set of bowls and chopsticks and waved to Yu Longming. Mayor Yu, it's so early. Let's have breakfast together. Oh, I feel embarrassed to eat for free every time I come here. Yu Longming said sorry, but he sat down on the chair honestly and picked up the bowl and chopsticks to drink the porridge. Admiral Mu's cooking skills are getting better and better. It's really fragrant and delicious. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yu Longming didn't look like the mayor at all now. Haha, Mayor Yu. I guess you didn't come to visit me so early in the morning just for breakfast, did you? Well, I did come here for something. Yu Longming wiped his mouth and took out an invitation from his storage ring. Fang Xian, you know about the genius competition, right? Yes, I know. The higher-ups would like to invite you to participate. If you go, they will send 10 level 98 awakeners to protect you. When Fang Xian heard this, he didn't expect the country to make such a big fuss. Seeing that Fang Xian didn't say anything, Yu Longming continued. There are also 2 level 99 awakeners who will accompany you along the way to ensure your safety. It seems that the country has really made a big move. Fang Xian, everyone knows that the genius competition is a Hongmin banquet. It says above that if you don't want to participate, you don't have to force yourself. The country will respect your opinion. Fang Xian agreed without any hesitation. I'll go to the genius contest. The genius competition is a form of competition among countries' comprehensive strength and is also one of the most watched events in the world. As long as Fang Xian performs well, his popularity will naturally be self-evident. Just like the Olympics, as long as the dragon athletes perform well and break records, people all over the country will know you. Fang Xian will not miss this opportunity and must take this opportunity to become a national idol. Yu Longming didn't expect Fang Xian to agree so readily, so he had to remind him solemnly. Fang Xian, this time you go there are dangers everywhere. You have to be careful. Mayor Yu, I'm sorry, I may disappoint you. I want to act in a high-profile manner this time. Yu Longming was a little surprised. Fang Xian had always been low-key and cautious, and he didn't understand why he suddenly changed his behavior. Fang Xian, what do you think? Fang Xian put down his bowl and chopsticks and chuckled. I want Mayor Yu to help me apply to the higher-ups to vigorously publicize the fact that I have a SP talent. Let the whole world know that I have a SP talent, and that I will also participate in the genius competition. Oh. Yu Longming was completely dumbfounded. Fang Xian had been keeping a low profile for so long, but now he was so high profile. What was going on? He is not a fool, and he also knows that Fang Xian is not a fool. Yu Longming thought of Fang Xian's fighting ability, and a shocking guess suddenly arose in his mind. Fang Xian, what level are you now? Me. Fang Xian kept it a secret and shared his level with Yu Longming. Yu Longming swallowed unconsciously and looked at Fang Xian's sharing nervously. Level, LV 99 domination. Level 99? Level 99. Bang! Yu Longming stood up suddenly, knocking over the dishes and chopsticks. His eyes widened, his eyeballs seemed to be about to pop out of their sockets, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of extreme disbelief. Fang Xian, are you really a human? Isn't it a monster in human skin? Fang Xian was ashamed. What the hell was that? If you can't express shock, then don't force yourself to praise him. He pulled Yu Longming to sit down, a little speechless. Mayor Yu, please convey my rank to the higher-ups and keep it confidential. Yu Longming nodded woodenly. The fact that he was a 20-year-old level 99 awakener must be kept secret. 20 years old is the age of just awakening. You said he reached the maximum level just after awakening? Isn't this a science fiction film? Even if people knew about it, no one would believe it. Mayor Yu, it should be no problem for me to win the championship at my level. Yu Longming, I now wonder whether the US is setting a Hongmin banquet for you, or whether you are catching a turtle in a jar. Fang Xian smiled meaningfully and spoke lightly. Haha, Mayor Yu, then please tell the higher-ups to publicize my talent in a big way and let my fame spread throughout the world. I want everyone in the world to know that there is a genius in Dragon Country that everyone must look up to, and that is me. Fang Xian. Chapter 84 Fang Xian. I, Ning Renjir, am not done with you. Reference picture of Zheng and I. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Yongjiang City, Pedestrian Street. Brother Dazhuang, please don't be unhappy. The awakened ones in our Yongjiang City are inferior to those in big cities. It is normal that we cannot enter the top 10 of the National League. Li Tsuehua put on seductive makeup and hugged Niu Dazhuang's strong arms tightly. Niu Dazhuang had a gloomy face and looked unhappy. This time he managed to get a substitute spot and represented Yongjiang City in the National League, but he was beaten badly. What Li Tsuehua said sounds nice, but what does it mean that it is normal not to make it into the top 10? Obviously, I couldn't even make it into the top 50. Especially Niu Dazhuang, who rarely got a chance to play in his, but was almost beaten to pieces. Fuck. It's all because of that idiot Fang Xian. If he hadn't harmed Lin Mengqian, would we have ended up like this? I really can't figure it out. Is Lin Mengqian just in love? Why would she fall for Fang Xian, a guy with no future? That's right, Lin Mengqian has talent, face, figure, and family. Li Tsuehua got stuck while she was talking. She originally wanted to complain that Lin Mengqian was nothing, but she ended up finding out that Lin Mengqian was hundreds of times better than her in every way. She didn't want to praise Lin Mengqian, so she quickly changed her words. Lin Mengqian is just a love-brained person. Brother Dazhuang, don't be angry. Tsuehua will show you her talent show later. At this point, Niu Dazhuang, a warrior with B-level talent, was helpless. Instead of being depressed, it is better to enjoy yourself. By the way, why haven't you heard from your sister Gao Hohat for a long time? I don't know either. It's like he just disappeared from the face of the earth. Li Tsuehua thought about what happened before and spoke in confusion. And do you know, Brother Dazhuang? All of the Gao family's businesses have been seized. I suspect that the whole family has fled abroad. Oh, it's a pity that there is such a thing. What a pity. It's a pity that I can't get the support of the Gao family. Otherwise, I will definitely be able to teach Fang Xian a lesson and get Lin Mengqian back. Li Tsuehua looked at Niu Dazhuang and stomped her feet in anger. It was really unpleasant that Niu Dazhuang dared to think about another woman in front of her. She let go of Niu Dazhuang's arm, took out her cell phone, and started scrolling angrily. Niu Dazhuang realized that he was wrong and wanted to coax Li Tsuehua, but he saw Li Tsuehua's pupils dilated and she looked like she had seen a ghost. He moved closer out of curiosity and saw Li Tsuehua looking at the topic that was number 1 on the hot search list. Dragon Country's number 1 genius, Fang Xian, who has awakened his SP talent, will represent Dragon Country in the genius competition. The second most searched topic is SP talent has been sealed for 100 years and reappears in the world. Who is Fang Xian? The third most searched topic is, how strong is Fang Xian? Why is he the captain of the genius competition? The fourth most searched topic is, Fang Xian was so low-key before, but now Long was so high-profile. What is he plotting? Fang Xian's name directly occupied the top 10 positions on the hot search list. Fang Xian. Niu Dazhuang hurriedly snatched Li Tsuehua's mobile phone and kept clicking to check it. The more I looked at his expression, the uglier it became. His face turned ashen as if he was poisoned. Crap. What on earth is going on with Fang Xian? Didn't they say he was trash? Why is the whole country pushing him as the #1 genius now? Li Tsuehua's face also looked ugly, and she bit her lower lip tightly. She snatched the phone back and ran away. Niu Dazhuang was suddenly a little confused by Li Tsuehua's behavior. Where are you going? Li Tsuehua ran very fast without looking back. Niu Dazhuang, let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Brother Fang Xian might misunderstand me. Niu Dazhuang was stunned on the spot. What the hell was going on? No matter how stupid he was, he could guess the reason. Li Tsuehua must have wanted to be the first to get the upper hand because she was close to the water, so she asked Fang Xian to bring her warmth. Niu Dazhuang sneered. It was ridiculous that Fang Xian had such top beauties like Lu Shishuang and Lin Mengqian. So how could he possibly fall for Li Tsuehua? Then he thought of another reason why Li Tsuehua ran away. That was that he had humiliated Fang Xian in the group before. If Fang Xian caused trouble for him, wouldn't he be dead? Damn scheming bitch. No wonder she ran so fast. Damn it. No, I have to hide away from the spotlight. Beijing, training camp for the genius competition. Why should my captain position be given to this guy named Fang Xian? Isn't it just a contract master with SP talent? What use can it be? A face that was originally as beautiful as peach blossoms in spring now had her brows tightly furrowed and her lively eyes burning with anger. This woman is the champion of the National League, Ning Renjie. Ha! I didn't expect that Miss Ning would one day be outdone by others. The boy who sneered was the runner-up of the National League, Chao Xiongying. Ning Renjie glanced at Chao Xiongying coldly and disdainfully spoke. A defeated general is also gloating over someone else's misfortune? How ridiculous. You. Chao Xiongying widened his eyes and clenched his fists in anger. Ning Renjie, come out and fight. Are you afraid of being defeated by your men? Ning Renjie's face was full of anger, and she waved her hand, ready to fight with Chao Xiongying. Stop. A girl shouted to stop their quarrel. The person who spoke was tall and wearing a black long-sleeve t-shirt. Her chest is so exaggerated that the top that is not tight-fitting is turned into a super tight-fitting one. The woman's skin was as white and delicate as mutton fat jade, and so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken by a touch. The nose is straight, with beautiful lines and a full, three-dimensional feel. This person is none other than the teacher leading the genius competition team, Zheng and I. How can you not behave in a disgraceful manner? Instead of being united against the outside world, your own people started the fight first. When they saw Zheng and I coming, they gave up. Ning Renjie frowned. She was very unconvinced. And I, why did you replace my position as captain? I am obviously the champion. That guy named Fang Xian didn't even participate in the National League. Why should he be the captain? I don't accept it. Zheng and I is not only the team leader of the genius competition, but also Ning Renjie's aunt. She didn't understand the sudden change of captain, but she reported it to her superiors several times, but to no avail. Zheng and I was helpless as she could not interfere with the decision from above. Ronger, don't worry. When Fang Xian comes, the teacher will definitely seek justice for you. Well, thank you, Anne and I. With Zheng and I's promise, Ning Renjie was no longer aggressive. But she and Fang Xian had a grudge against each other. Who is Ning Renjie? She is the first in the National League and the national champion, a genius among geniuses. Ning Renjie would never allow anyone to take away her position as captain, even if it was the legendary SP talent awakener. Absolutely not. Fang Xian, you wait for me. I will definitely let you see what it means to. A true genius. Author's words, Zheng and I's picture. Chapter 85 Fang Xian uses sense sharing to ascend to heaven collectively. A week later, Fang Xian took a two-pronged approach, spending 30,000 drops of blood of the god of war and 30,000 golden divine gifts, and finally upgraded both the body of the god of war and energy to the maximum level. Body of the god of war, level 5, top level, cannot be upgraded further. Effect 1. For every 1% decrease in health, the damage value increases by 1%. Effect 2. When the HP is lower than 60%, 40%, or 20%, the agility of all people within a 500-meter radius will be reduced by 15%, 30%, or 50%. The duration is 10 seconds, 15 seconds, or 18 seconds, and it can only take effect once in 5 minutes. Active Skill 1. Causes 180% of the attack damage to a single enemy and adds a shield to itself, which can resist 55% of its maximum health. The shield lasts for 10 minutes, consumes 300 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. Active Skill 2. Causes 180% of the attack damage to a single enemy and steals 35% of the target's health, consumes 300 mana points, and has a cooldown of 5 seconds. The full-level body of the God of War increases the damage coefficient, and the speed reduction effect is more obvious. Active skills: 1 output plus shield. 1 output can restore health, can fight, carry, recover, and slow down. Very comprehensive. Energy LV5, top level, cannot be upgraded. Initial energy is the number of summoned beasts and contracted objects 10 points. Every 10 points of energy can increase the critical hit rate of the self, summoned beasts, and contracted objects by 30%, and the critical hit damage by 100%. Fang Xian currently has 8 contract objects, which means a 240% critical hit rate and 800% critical hit damage. And the most important thing is that all of his 8 contracted parties can enjoy this bonus, which is equivalent to comprehensive strengthening. Remaining Blood of the God of War, 5394. Remaining Golden Gifts, 1997. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Hubby, it's time to eat. Fang Xian heard Mu Wanyao's voice, stretched, and walked out of the room. Honey, are you really not going to the genius competition training camp? Mu Wanyao gently took Fang Xian's arm and walked with him to the living room. Well, I won't go. I've already reached the maximum level, so there's no point in going there. Fang Xian sat down and invited everyone to come and eat. When Lin Mengxian saw Fang Xian, she immediately sat next to him and started acting coquettishly. Honey, I want to go to the genius competition too, so just let me go. Fang Xian pinched Lin Mengxian's little face in annoyance. Why are you going? Stay home and focus on breaking through level 96. Mu Wanyao placed the bowl and chopsticks in front of Fang Xian's table and advised gently. Hubby, Mengxian also meets the requirements for the competition. It won't be so tiring if you have more people to help you. Yeah, Sister Wanyao is right. You can't go without any of your wives, right? As soon as these words came out, the 8 beauties looked at him with resentful eyes. Fang Xian smiled slightly and began to explain. First, you are all already level 96, and each of you is stunningly beautiful. Bringing all of you will be too conspicuous, and it may also steal my spotlight and affect my ability to attract fans. Second, there will definitely be a fight during this genius competition. When the time comes, I will use my exclusive skills to summon you and kill them by surprise. Third, I also have free transfer and can come to you at any time. Having said that, Fang Xian chuckled. The next day, he did not wake up Mitsuko Takahashi, who was still sleeping, and walked out of the room with his clothes. Normally, Xuanai, Mu Wanyao, or Tang Xiaowu would prepare breakfast. I didn't expect that no one prepared breakfast this morning. He took out a hot breakfast from the system warehouse and ate it slowly. Fang Xian opened a certain audio app and saw that it was still trending searches about him, and the popularity was under control and could not drop. It seems that the country did this on purpose to help him maintain his popularity. His account has been officially certified and has 100,000 followers. Fang Xian couldn't help but sigh that the country was really capable. He could get so much traffic without releasing any work. If he started a live broadcast or posted some videos now, he would become popular faster. But this enthusiasm is unstable and may even backfire. It would be better to shine in the genius contest and enhance people's collective sense of honor, and the favor you will gain will be countless. After making up his mind, Fang Xian took out the god-level suit and prepared to strengthen his equipment. He first put the lucky potion on the dragon wand, then put the enhancement gem on it and clicked Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 13. Fang Xian was dumbfounded. Is this what happened? Looks like I'm lucky. Let's continue. Click Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 14. The success rate of a plus 14 enhancement is only 14%. Even if you use the lucky potion, the success rate shouldn't be that high, right? Could it be that Fang Xian is 1 in a million, the European emperor? Author's comments. Reference picture by Mitsuko Takahashi. Chapter 86. Fang Xian, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Click Enhance. Strengthening success. Dragon staff, plus 15. Fang Xian looked at the prompt of successful strengthening and began to panic. Oh shit. So are you trying to save your life? There's no reason to use the luck potion, this time to balance the luck. Click Enhance. Strengthening Success. Dragon Staff, plus 16. Fang Xian was completely dumbfounded. The success rate of plus 16 was only 8%. How could he succeed in one go? He wouldn't believe it if you said, I wasn't spending money to strengthen myself. Fang Xian quickly drank some water to calm himself down. The success rate of the next plus 17 is only 6%. It is impossible to succeed in one go. Click Enhance. Strengthening Success. Dragon Staff, plus 17. Fang Xian felt like the sky was falling. This was not just a simple matter of risking his life. It was probably a matter of punishing his entire clan, and even the lives of his aunts and uncles would be in vain. This is outrageous. This 6% success rate must be fake, right? Now that things have come to this, we have no choice but to go ahead with it. He swore that he would stop if he succeeded once more. Click Enhance. Reinforcement failed. Fang Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was darker. If it had been bright all the time, I would have really gone to see my grandmother. He clicked on Strengthen again. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. Reinforcement failed. After the 10,000th time, Fang Xian's face turned black. I am really speechless. He was tired and clicked on Strengthen with his eyes closed. Strengthening Success. Dragon Staff, plus 18. Fang Xian looked at the plus 18 Dragon Staff and breathed a sigh of relief. As for strengthening equipment, whoever wants can do it. It really makes people feel upset. Fang Xian felt tired and listlessly took out the high-level gems from the system warehouse to inlay them. Each high-level gem can provide an additional 5% attribute bonus. Each piece of equipment can be inlaid with 4 gems, which have various properties and can be replaced at any time. He chose to inlay Spirit, Intelligence, Life, and Agility on all his equipment. Refine, he was too lazy to refine it, so he just used it as it was. Fang Xian checked the information of Dragon Staff. Dragon Staff. Quality, God level. Level limit, LV 91. Professional restrictions, Mage, Priest, Summoner, Contract Master. Enhancement, 18. Inlay, Spirit, Intelligence, Life, Agility. Refinement, 0. Enchantment, Thunder. Attribute bonus, Spirit plus 352, Intelligence plus 352, Defense plus 233, Life plus 233. Effect 1. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. Skills without cooldowns have their mana consumption reduced by 50%, and effects without mana consumption are enhanced by 10%. Effect 2. Increases skill damage, summoned beasts, and contracted objects attributes by 100%. Effect 3. For each summoned beast or contract object, the spirit bonus of the owner's equipment attributes can be increased by 10%. Active Skill 1. Releases a fire meteor shower with a coverage range of 500 meters, causing 200% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 300 mana points. Active Skill 2. Casts a huge fireball, causing 500% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown, consumes 200 mana points. Active Skill 3. Release a wave of flames with a radius of 400 meters around the player, causing 30%, 60%, and 80% mental damage to the target in each section. No cooldown, consumes 100 mana points. Dragon Set, 4/4. Strength, 7.5%, 2 pieces activated. Intelligence, 14.5%, 3 pieces activated. Spirit, 19.5%, 4 pieces activated. The Dragon Staff is enhanced to level 18. The main change is in the active skills. The mental damage of Skill 1 is increased from the original 50% to 200%. Skill 2 increased from 200% to 500%. The mental damage of Skill 3 is increased from 10%, 30%, and 50% in each damage segment to 30%, 60%, and 80%. The attributes of the Dragon Staff are already very strong. There is nothing to improve. If it can be upgraded to a divine weapon, he can always use the Dragon Staff. Speaking of sacred artifacts, he remembered the sacred artifact he had snatched from the World Company, the Sky Concealing Cloth. Fang Xian took out the Sky Covering Cloth from the system warehouse to check the information. Hide the sky, select a fixed range to cover, and perfectly conceal the covered area, confusing everyone so that outsiders cannot detect any abnormality. He suddenly had an idea and took out the hidden bracelet from the storage ring. Hide bracelet. The wearer can hide or modify his or her displayed name, level, and occupation. If we go to the United States, we will definitely check the bone age and grade of each contestant. Bone age cannot be faked. It must be a real 20 years old. As for his level, if the US tester shows that he is level 99, Who would want to play with him? Fang Xian put on the hidden bracelet and changed his level to LV1. Then used the hide the sky cloth on the hidden bracelet, then walk out of the villa and go to the professional awakening hall in Yongjiang City. He put on a mask, changed his name and occupation, and chose the test level service in the professional awakening hall. Soon, the test results were exactly as he had imagined, and the latest tester could not find any problems. Since we can completely fool the tester, we will have fun when we get to the United States. A week later, Fang Xian used 20,000 anti-poison pills and 20,000 poison pills, each, and successfully upgraded to the highest level. Toxin resistance, highest level after taking it. Permanent toxin antibodies will be produced in the body. Toxin antibodies plus 100%. Poison element, highest level, can cause continuous damage to the enemy at 30% of its own spirit per second, lasting for 60 seconds. Poison element damage can be stacked, doubling the damage, up to 10 layers. Half a month later, Fang Xian waved goodbye to the 8 beauties, got on a special car, and headed for the capital. There were no accidents along the way, and we arrived at the Genius Competition training camp smoothly. Mr. Fang Xian, this way please. The receptionist greeted Fang Xian warmly and led him into the training camp. Fang Xian nodded and followed the receptionist to the place where everyone was training. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone who was in training. After all, Fang Xian had dominated the hot searches for so long that the geniuses present had already memorized his appearance. Among them, a girl with a good figure and noble temperament walked out. She had long flaxen hair, and her silky hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall. Her standard oval face, bright big eyes, and fair skin show off her perfect appearance. This woman is Ning Renjie. Fang Xian, you are finally here. Fang Xian looked at Ning Renjie. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Hello, sorry to have kept you waiting. Ning Renjie folded her hands across her chest, raised her chin slightly, and her eyes were full of arrogance. She sneered and spoke provocatively. Fang Xian, I have indeed been waiting for you for a long time. If you know what's best for you, resign your position as captain immediately, or I will beat you until you lie prone on the ground and beg for mercy. Ning Renjie reference picture. Chapter 87. Fang Xian's power is so great that you cannot imagine. Ning Renjie's reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian looked at Ning Renjie in confusion, completely confused about the situation. And this scene looks a little familiar, just like what Lin Mingxian did back then, exactly the same. He sneered and used the Eye of Insight on Ning Renjie. Name, Ning Renjie. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 94. Body size, 93. Height, 167. Level, LV42. Quality, intact. Favorability, -50. A knight with SSS talent, who reached level 42 at the age of 20, has reason to be proud. But unfortunately, she was facing Fang Xian, the most difficult one among the difficult ones. Fang Xian smiled slightly, showing a harmless expression. I'm sorry, but the position of captain this time must be mine. Very good. Ning Renjie exuded a fierce aura, her chest heaving slightly with anger, and her bright, beautiful eyes burning with rage. Fang Xian, I, Ning Renjie, will give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Fang Xian waved his hand with an expression of disapproval. Ning Renjie looked at Fang Xian's expression and her anger level skyrocketed. Court death. Just as she was about to take action, Zheng Enai's scolding came from a distance. Ronger, stop it. Ning Renjie still respected Zheng Enai very much. She suppressed her anger and stopped attacking. Zheng Enai ran over hurriedly, and Fang Xian was almost dizzy from the shaking from running. Fang Xian immediately used his Eye of Insight on Zheng Enai to see what the murder weapon was. Name, Yung Un Ai. Age, 34. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, life teacher. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body size, 98. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV61. Quality, intact. Favorability, 50. This was the first time Fang Xian saw a level 61 life trainer, which was extremely rare. What's even more surprising is that Zheng Enai's appearance and figure are both top-notch, and you can't tell at all that she is 34 years old. She and Ning Renjie standing together look like a pair of sisters. Zheng Enai first glared at Ning Renjie, then she smiled a charming smile. Student Fang Xian, I'm sorry. Our Ronger doesn't have any bad intentions. She's just a little impatient. Please don't take it to heart. She smiled apologetically to Fang Xian and pulled Ning Renjie again. Ronger quickly apologized to classmate Fang Xian. Why should I apologize to him? He's obviously a loser. Not only did Ning Renjie refuse to apologize, she was also aggressive. Zheng and I wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a voice. Ronger said it well. In a world where the strong are respected, only the weak need to apologize. The person who spoke was a man in his 50s or 60s, tall and rugged-looking, walking slowly towards us from not far away. This person is the leader of the genius competition, Ning Feng, who is also Ning Renjie's father. Dad. When Ning Renjie saw Ning Feng coming, the arrogance on her face became even stronger. Fang Xian was ashamed. Others would beat the younger ones first before the older ones came out. Before he even made a move, the old one came out. Ning Feng nodded at Ning Renjie, then looked at Fang Xian with a serious expression. Fang Xian, my name is Ning Feng, and I'm the leader of the genius competition. Why didn't you come to the previous training camp? Fang Xian had clearly reported to the higher-ups that he would not attend the training camp. Ning Feng couldn't have been unaware of this and was clearly looking for trouble. He looked unhappy and his eyes were sharp. Captain Ning, I don't like the way you talk. I hope you can correct your attitude before talking to me again. Fang Xian's arrogant words made Ning Feng and Ning Renjie furious. Fang Xian, how dare you talk to my dad? Ning Feng stared at Fang Xian with unfriendly eyes and spoke coldly. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Fang Xian held his head high, eyebrows raised, and disdain in his eyes. Lower your head and talk to me again. You. Ning Feng wanted to say something when he felt a terrifying mental force surging in like the sea. He was just a level 91 paladin. How could he resist Fang Xian's spiritual sea? With a stumble, Ning Feng, sweating profusely, suddenly fell to the ground. Dad, what's wrong with you? Ning Renjie hurried forward and supported Ning Tian. Zheng and I squatted down and greeted with concern. Captain Ning, are you okay? No, it's okay. Ning Tian was a little surprised. What happened to the terrifying sea of consciousness just now? He looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. Could it be Fang Xian? But Fang Xian is only 20 years old. How could it be him? At this moment, a figure appeared on the second floor, emitting a terrifying aura. You are so arrogant at such a young age. Won't you be even more arrogant when you grow up? The person who was speaking was an old man in his 70s or 80s. He looked like a sage and had a dignified appearance. This man's name is Ning Tian, a level 96 paladin, the team leader of the Genius Championship, and Ning Renjie's grandfather. Ning Renjie was delighted to see Ning Tian appear. Grandfather. Fang Xian almost broke down when he heard this. Is this genius competition the Ning family's business? Why are the young, the old, and the older all here? I am speechless. In fact, the Ning family is also a leading presence in the capital. Most of the family members are knights, but they only engage in business and do not hold official positions, so they do not know some extremely secret information. For example, as for Fang Xian's real situation, they only heard it from others and had no idea of the truth. They targeted Fang Xian for a simple purpose. They want Fang Xian to hand over the captain position to Ning Renjie. They want Ning Renjie to use this genius competition to become a favored girl who everyone is paying attention to. Ning Tian slowly landed in front of Fang Xian and looked at him curiously. Fang Xian, my name is Ning Tian, and I'm the team leader of this genius competition. You, etc. Fang Xian directly interrupted Ning Tian's question. I want to ask, is the genius competition contracted by your Ning family? Ning Tianben was a little angry, but when he heard Fang Xian's question, he looked complacent. Our Ning family is a well-known and prestigious family in Longhua. We have experience in various competitions and are deeply trusted by Longhua, so they entrusted this event to us. Look, Ning Tian pointed at the dozens of guards around him and introduced them proudly. Look, these are all people from our Ning family, and each of them is a proud child of level 70 or 80. And you, Fang Xian, what do you have? Just because you are a contract master with SP talent? I advise you to resign as captain honestly to avoid embarrassment. Fang Xian raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. You mean to compare power? Ning Tian smiled slightly and nodded confidently. That's right. Only those with a strong enough influence are qualified to become captain. Haha, becoming a captain obviously requires talent and strength, but you insist on competing in power. Fang Xian sneered, his eyes full of mockery. Since you like to compete, then let's compete with you to see who has more top forces. You've all been watching for so long. It's time for you to come out and give me some momentum. Ning Tian, Ning Feng, and the others were slightly surprised when they heard this. Just as they were about to open their mouths to mock, they felt several terrifying auras emanating from the surroundings. Their pupils were dilated, and their faces were filled with fear. You are. Ning Renjira reference picture. Chapter 88 You guys want to take responsibility together? Reference picture of Zheng and I's comics. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Haha. As expected, nothing can be hidden from little friend Fang Xian. A thin, hunched old man with a kind face walked out of the darkness with a smile. He is Ran Qing's grandfather, the level 96 shadow assassin, Ran Lao. The appearance of Mr. Ran shocked everyone present. The Ran family is one of the most important families in Long Country. Although the Ran family is now somewhat in decline, the strength of old Ran should not be underestimated. Ning Tian frowned slightly. Why did Mr. Ran appear here? Judging from the casual tone he used when talking to the other person, it was obvious that they had a very close relationship. Before he could react, two more voices rang out. Did this kid Fang Xian trick us out on purpose? It's not impossible. The two of them chatted with each other all the way. They were none other than Mu Wanyao's grandparents, level 98, Paladin, Mr. Mu, and level 98, Shadow Assassin, Mrs. Qian. The appearance of the two elders surprised Ning Tian, Ning Feng, and others. And from their conversation, it was obvious that they were very familiar with Fang Xian. Very familiar, and have a special relationship? They felt a little regretful at this time. Why did they compare their background with Fang Xian? Fang Xian tricked you out with just one sentence. I'm speechless. The person who was speaking was wearing a red magic suit and had gray hair. This person is none other than the 98th level Holy Mage, Mr. Zhao. Mage? I don't think it's a trick. This kid has some skills. The person who appeared had long silver hair and walked out holding a staff. She is none other than the 98th level Bishop, Grandma Huang. Pastor, how about I test Fang Xian's strength? Huh. The old man who laughed heartily was tall and muscular. He is none other than the level 98 War King, Qin Lao. Warrior. You will die if you try it later, hee. The one who teased Mr. Qin was a strong old man wearing silver armor. This person is none other than level 98 Paladin, Cheng Lao. Knight. Don't play puns, or Lao Qin will really be killed, hee. An old man in a purple magic robe walked out with a wicked smile. He is the 98th level Holy Mage, Duan Lao. Magician. Don't make trouble, young Master Fang Xian is not as vicious as you think. A short old lady walked out slowly, holding a staff. She is none other than the level 98 Spiritual Emperor, Grandma Yao. Summoner. I am very optimistic about young friend Fang Xian. The elegant old man in a priest's robe pushed his glasses and walked out slowly. He is the 96th level Bishop, Mr. Zhang. Pastor. They were the 10 elders arranged by the country to protect Fang Xian. When the 10 elders came out, the whole place fell silent. Their mouths were dry, and they stared at the 10 elders in amazement. The 10 elders are well-known figures in Dragon Country. All of them are veteran figures with the rank of general. Ning Tian, Ning Feng, Ning Renjira, and Zheng and I were all stunned. They could never have imagined that the legendary 10 elders would appear here. And from their conversation, they seemed to be quite familiar with each other. Ning Tian secretly felt that something was wrong, but as a level 96 Paladin, he was knowledgeable and had decent self-control. The training hall belongs to his Ning family, so he has to play the role of host and ease the atmosphere. He hurried out and welcomed him respectfully. Welcome to the 10 elders. I hope you can forgive me for not welcoming you from afar. The 10 elders ignored Ning Tian and completely pretended he didn't exist. They came straight to Fang Xian and looked at him kindly. Seeing this, Fang Xian bowed slightly. Meet the 10 elders. Mr. Zhao stroked his long white beard and smiled. What a handsome young man. Of course, Fang Xian is the son-in-law of my Ran family. Old Ran raised his head proudly, his face full of pride. Mu Lao rolled his eyes at Ran Lao and said, Old Ran, look how proud you are. Fang Xian is the son-in-law of our Mu family. Your family can only be considered the younger one. Old Mu, if you say so, your Wan Yao is also young. You ignore it, at least in front of your Ran family. Look at you, are you feeling proud? Why? You don't accept it. Ning Tian looked at their idle attitude towards each other and felt like the sky was falling. Fang Xian is actually the son-in-law of the Ran and Mu families? What kind of person can be the son-in-law of two major families? And the two major families didn't mind at all, and were even jealous of each other over it? Who would believe it if I told others? Just now he was ridiculously comparing his background with others. Now he has hit a wall. Ning Feng came to Ning Tian tremblingly, looking nervous. Dad, what should we do? What to do? What can he do? Now he is regretting his decision so much. Why didn't the officials and families who were on good terms with his Ning family inform him? Damn it, they are all a bunch of unreliable guys. Ning Tian suddenly thought of a terrible fact. It might not be that they did not inform the Ning family, but that their level was not enough to access any information about Fang Xian. That means that Fang Xian's information is at a very high level of confidentiality and may even be a state secret. This makes sense, why Fang Xian was unknown before, but now the 10 elders are so polite to him. The interest involved must be huge and terrifying. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and wanted to go up to apologize, but he saw Fang Xian looking at them with a smirk. Ning Tian and Ning Feng's eyes went dark. Spicy balls. Fang Xian walked over slowly with a smile on his face. The 10 elders behind him all looked at Ning Tian and Ning Feng, with no expression on their faces. Fang Xian looked at Ning Tian with a smile, looking harmless. Mr. Ning, I wonder if this is how you compare backgrounds. Ning Tian's mouth twitched. Sometimes he really wanted to call the police. Why didn't you tell me you have this background? You just want to play, right? Who can beat you? He bowed slightly and smiled apologetically. Friend Fang Xian, you are joking. I tend to talk nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth and spoke jokingly. What if I take it seriously? Ning Tian and Ning Feng were sweating profusely and were speechless for a moment when they heard this. Ning Renjie acted decisively and stood up immediately, her pretty face full of stubbornness. Fang Xian, everyone is responsible for their own actions. Please don't implicate my father and grandfather. She is not a fool. Instead, she understands the pros and cons of large families better. Fang Xian has such a powerful background. If the Ning family is destroyed because of her, this is not what Ning Renjie wants to see. Oh, Fang Xian looked at Ning Renjie with interest. He didn't expect that she was such a bold and responsible woman. You want to take on everything? I just don't shirk responsibility. Ning Renjie's beautiful eyes were full of determination, without the slightest trace of fear. Okay, in that case. Before Fang Xianqiao could finish his talk, he was interrupted by Zheng Anai. Wait a moment. Zheng Anai's face was full of anxiety. She covered her chest and spoke apologetically. Student Fang Xian, Ronger can't be blamed entirely for this. As the team leader, I did not do a good job of preparing everyone's minds, which led to this misunderstanding. I am willing to take the responsibility together. Fang Xian looked at Zheng Anai, who was sincere, and Ning Renjie, who was stubborn, and smiled slightly. Very good, since you are sharing the responsibility. Then you should. Photo by Zheng Anai. Chapter 89. Ann and I, please go to my room. Reference picture of Zheng Anai. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Ning Tian looked depressed and sighed. Friend Fang Xian, I said it, so I will take the responsibility. Dad, it's my fault. Ning Feng hurriedly grabbed Ning Tian and stepped forward to absolve him of his guilt. Fang Xian, all the mistakes are caused by me. Please let others go. Fang Xian was a little speechless. Why was such a sad drama still being played out? After being tricked like this by them, Fang Xian became the villain. He is still missing 2 contract partners, and Ning Renjie and Zheng and I fit the bill. If we contract the 2 of them, we will be fully staffed. At this moment, Mr. Ran came over with a smile. Fang Xian, ignorance is not a crime. Just let them go. Mr. Mu walked over leisurely with his hands behind his back. Fang Xian, if you want to punish them, why not wait until the genius competition is over? Now we still need them to prepare for everything related to the competition. Ning Tian is a smart man. He looked at Elder Ran and Elder Mu with gratitude and immediately agreed. Yes, my friend Fang Xian, right now the genius competition is more important. After the competition is over, our Ning family will let you do whatever you want. His strategy was simple, a delaying tactic. As long as we don't intensify the conflict now, and then ease the relationship with Fang Xian during the genius competition, the problem will naturally be solved. Fang Xian knew what Elder Ran and Elder Mu were thinking. They wanted to take this opportunity to let Fang Xian show his benevolence and then slowly win over the hearts of the people. The starting point is that it is better for the other party to be idle, but Fang Xian can't suffer a loss like this. He looked at Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie and decided to choose Zheng Anai, who was more outstanding in all aspects except age. The bigger the better. The bigger they are, the better. Ann and I, as the team leader, you failed to coordinate the relationships among everyone. This is indeed your biggest problem. Zheng and I listened to Fang Xian's lecture, feeling a little guilty, and lowered her pretty face silently. It is indeed my fault. I am willing to resign. Fang Xian interrupted Zheng and I and continued seriously. Ann and I will have a good chat with you later to avoid any unpleasantness along the way. Zheng and I looked at Fang Xian with aggrieved eyes and nodded silently. Good. After Fang Xian and Zheng and I added a certain letter, they turned and walked towards the 10 elders. Thank you all for your help today. Fang Xian will never forget it. The 10 elders all benefited greatly from listening to Fang Xian's words. I secretly praised Fang Xianren for his perfect grasp of worldly affairs. It was their duty to protect Fang Xian, and they didn't do anything special this time. It was just like punching in for work. Fang Xian flattered them greatly, gave them enough face, and showed goodwill to them. How could they not be happy? Young friend Fang Xian is in a serious condition. It's as it should be. You're welcome. It's all part of my job. That's right. We are all brothers. No need to be polite. Everyone. Training hall, conference room. Dear students, today we will explain the rules of this genius competition. Zheng and I looked at the contestants present and explained carefully. With Zheng and I's explanation, Fang Xian had a general understanding of the competition. First of all, there are a total of 108 countries participating in this competition, with each country having 7 regular players and 7 substitute players. Secondly, the competition adopts a point system, and the country with the most points will be the champion. Then, if there is an awakened person with SP talent among the contestants, the country will directly receive 20 points. Finally, the competition was held in the city of Seattle. Fang Xian could still figure out a little about these important information. It is obvious that the United States wants Fang Xian to participate. Giving 20 points deliberately was obviously intended to get Fang Xian to leave. As for the venue being Seattle, the intention is obvious. The city of Seattle is located at the border between the United States and the United States, not far from the secret land of North America. According to Mu Wanyao, the secret realm is only opened in winter every year and is not opened at other times. Although this secret realm will not be opened, there is no guarantee that the United States will find a way to use the power of the secret realm to deal with him. Not only was Fang Xian not afraid, but his curiosity was aroused. If the United States can really make use of the secret realm, he would like to see what kind of power is contained in the secret realm. Make preparations in advance so that you can enter this secret realm later. Zheng and I finished explaining the rules and smiled gently. Everyone come introduce yourselves and get to know each other. Chao Xiongying immediately stood up and looked at Fang Xian with an unfriendly look. My name is Chao Xiongying. I'm a level 41 fighter and a formal member. It is also the second place in the National League. Fang Xian, do you remember it? Fang Xian was confused. When did he offend this guy again? And there is no need to mention the second place. Who will remember the second place? He shook his head helplessly, raised his index finger, and waved it down lightly. Bang! Chao Xiongying's body lost control, and he sat down hard on the chair, scaring the people around him. The girl sitting next to Chao Xiongying was so frightened by him that she patted her chest and said unhappily, Chao Xiongying, why don't you just sit down? Why are you making such a big noise? The frightened boy also couldn't help but complain. That's right. I don't know if you think you're on the fucking chair. Ning Renjir looked at Chao Xiongying in surprise. If it were usual, Chao Xiongying would definitely go crazy if he heard what they said. But now he was motionless and his face was ashen, which was really strange. Chao Xiongying felt a little dazed, and sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. Just now, he felt the danger of death. And the person who made him unable to move, he was 100% sure, was Fang Xian. A sentence suddenly popped up in Chao Xiongying's mind. I'm already honest, please let me go. Fang Xian ignored Chao Xiongying and slowly stood up. My name is Fang Xian, and I'm a contract master. After saying that, he sat down, which aroused the curiosity of many people. The goddess who had been patting her chest just now looked at Fang Xian and asked curiously, Student Fang Xian, you are a contract master, so who is your contract object? Her words made everyone realize that the main fighting method of the contract master is to rely on the contract object. A contractor, without a contract object, is no different from an ordinary person. So they were not curious about Fang Xian's level, but only curious about whether Fang Xian's contract partner was strong. They are all at home. I have no plans to bring them to the competition. Fang Xianyun's calm explanation left everyone present confused. A contractor does not bring his contract partner to participate in the competition. That would be like a eunuch visiting a brothel without a gun. No, classmate Fang Xian, you are not kidding, right? That's right, Fang Xian. We are all on the same team, representing the Dragon Nation, so don't hide it. Yes, be honest. Seeing that they were being a bit aggressive, Zheng and I stopped them immediately. Stop arguing, everyone. Come here first. It's getting late, so go back to the dormitory first. Fang Xian heard this, ignored them, stood up, and walked out. Zheng and I hurriedly caught up and called out to Fang Xian. Student Fang Xian, wait a moment, we need to talk. Fang Xian stopped and turned back with a sly smile. That's right, I have something to talk to you about. Auntie and I, please go to my room. Photo by Zheng and I. Chapter 90 Ann and I, who is he? When Zheng and I entered Fang Xian's single dormitory, She saw Fang Xian close the door. Fang Xian, why are you still closing the door? She stood gracefully in the room, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and a hint of uneasiness flashing in her pupils. The two of them were alone, and her fair face was faintly flushed. Anne and I, don't be nervous. What I'm about to tell you is a secret, so of course I have to close the door. Fang Xian showed a sunny smile of a big boy and made a gentlemanly gesture for him to sit down. Zheng and I looked at Fang Xian's innocent smile and secretly cursed herself for thinking bad about Fang Xian. To her, Fang Xian is still a child. How could he have any bad intentions? Student Fang Xian, you don't bring your contract partner with you. Is there something you can't tell me? Yes, indeed. Fang Xian took a chair and sat in front of Zheng and I without any hurry. Anne and I, didn't you have to bear the consequences before? Zheng and I bit her pink lower lip with her pearly teeth, leaving a shallow tooth mark. She was a little nervous, but her eyes were full of determination and her tone was certain. I am willing to bear the consequences. Good. Fang Xian was very satisfied with Zheng and I's answer, and he spoke lightly. Then, Anne and I, you will be my contract partner. Oh. Zheng and I widened her eyes and looked at Fang Xian in disbelief. I'm a life coach. I can't fight, so your contract with me is useless. Fang Xian crossed his arms across his chest, his deep eyes fixed on Zheng and I. Anne and I, do you want to regret it? Zheng and I looked anxious. Her cheeks flushed, she waved her hands eagerly, and spoke very quickly. That's not what I meant. I really don't want to delay, Fang Xian. The contract with me will not be of any help to you. No, contracting you will help me a lot. How can I help you? It makes me stronger. Zheng and I looked at Fang Xian suspiciously, her heart wavering. She wanted to fulfill her promise, but was afraid of wasting Fang's time. But she couldn't see a trace of joking in Fang Xian's eyes. Fang Xian looked at Zheng and I's conflicted expression and knew there was a chance. He lowered his eyes, pretending to be sad. I knew that no one would be willing to be my contract partner. This includes Anne and I, who is no exception. Zheng and I became very anxious when she saw Fang Xian's dejected look. No, it's really not like that, Speaking of this, a guess came to Zheng and I's mind. The reason why Fang Xian didn't bring his contract partner with him was because his contract partner abandoned him? Is this the secret that Fang Xian wanted to tell behind closed doors? If this is the case, then Fang Xian is really pitiful. At this moment, Zheng and I's maternal love was aroused. Her eyes were as gentle as water, containing endless love. She decided it was time to make a decision and not hurt Fang Xian's young heart any further. Student Fang Xian, if you don't mind, let's make a contract. Fang Xian raised his head slightly and looked at Zheng and I suspiciously. Anne and I, do you really agree? Zheng and I raised her chin slightly, her eyes sharp, looking straight into Fang Xian's eyes without any hesitation. I'm sure. Okay, thank you. Anne and I, you really helped me a lot. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet and connected to Zheng and I's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Contract. Zheng and I looked determined and responded in a resounding voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Zheng and I both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 9/10. Fang Xian gently held Zheng and I's slender hand. Zheng and I wanted to avoid it, but for some reason she felt that Fang Xian's behavior was natural. She looked at Fang Xian, and a certain throbbing surged in her heart. Student Fang Xian, please let go. Fang Xian stroked the white and smooth little hand and smiled slightly. Anne and I, don't you want to know how being contracted by me can help me? Zheng and I's eyes suddenly widened, and she asked hurriedly with concern. Yes, Mr. Fang Xian, please tell me, what role did I play? Fang Xian stood up and chuckled. Zheng and I dragged her tired body, touched her slightly painful chest, and slowly walked back to the dormitory. Beep. She opened the door and Ning Renjir, who was applying skincare products inside, turned her head to look. Anne and I, you're back. Zheng and I forced a smile and held onto the wall. Auntie and I, are you okay? It's okay. I'm a little tired. I'm going to take a shower first. Good. Zheng and I washed for half an hour and regained some energy. As soon as she walked out, Ning Renjir looked at her suspiciously. Anne and I, are you hiding something from me? Zheng and I smiled gently. No, I'm really fine. Ning Renjir frowned, and her pretty face puffed up with anger. Did that kid Fang Xian bully you? When Zheng and I thought about what happened before, she became a little flustered. She didn't know whether to say that she was bullied or was bullied. That's not the case. Mr. Fang Xian is very gentle. Ning Renjita's face was full of confusion as she stared at Zheng Anai. Anai, you said that boy is gentle? Humph. I think he is a big bad guy. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? Zheng Anai wanted to make the call for Fang Xian, but was afraid of saying too much and making mistakes, so she gave up. I'm going to take a rest first. Good. Zheng Anai was lying on the bed resting when she suddenly received a message. She opened it and saw that it was from Fang Xian. Fang Xian, wife, are you feeling better? Zheng Anai's heart beat faster as she read Fang Xian's message. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she gently covered her chest, which was still a little painful. Yung, Uni, it's okay. I just need to take a rest. Fang Xian, okay, then my dear, you should have a good rest. Yung, Uni. Fang Xian, good night, my wife da. Yung, Uni, good night. Fang Xian? Zheng Anai's pretty face turned even redder as she typed nervously. Yung, Uni. Husband, good night. Fang Xian, well, my wife is so good. Good night. Yung, Uni. Moon expression. Anai, who is he? Ning Renjita's voice suddenly sounded behind Zheng Anai, scaring her. He is. Photo by Zheng Anai. Chapter 91. Huh? Where did the mosquito come from? Reference picture of Zheng Anai. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Anai, are you in love? Ning Renjita's eyes instantly lit up like stars, curved into two charming crescents, and she couldn't suppress her joy. Congratulations. No. Zheng Anai wanted to refute, but she had no way to refute, so she could only blush and remain silent. Ning Renjita had a gossipy face and her eyes were full of curiosity. Anai, who is he? Do I know him? Zheng Anai was extremely conflicted. If she said she knew him, Ning Renjita would probably have to kill Fang Xian. I would feel bad if I said I didn't know him. She didn't want to lie to Ning Renjita, nor did she want to deny her relationship with Fang Xian. The more Zheng Anai thought about it, the more confused she became, so she simply pulled the quilt over her head. Ronger, don't ask anymore. I'm going to take a break. Okay. Ning Renjita felt genuinely happy for Zheng Anai and returned to her bed laughing. Zheng Anai was very confused at the moment. What should she do next? How should she face them? One is her niece, and the other is the man her niece hates the most. If Ning Renjita knew that her uncle-in-law was Fang Xian, would Renjita ignore her again? It's so difficult. What should I do? Early morning. Ning Renjita just got up and saw Zheng Anai had already finished washing up. Good morning, Anai. Morning, Ronger. Hey, Anai, didn't you get enough rest last night? You look a little haggard. Really? Zheng Anai hurriedly looked in the mirror and found that it was indeed because she thought too much last night and did not sleep well. It would be bad if Fang Xian saw it. I have to put on makeup again quickly. Zheng Anai immediately took out her makeup bag and started putting on makeup. Ning Renjita looked at Zheng Anai, who was in a panic with suspicion, shook her head, and smiled bitterly. In fact, what she wanted to say was that the dark circles had no effect on Zheng Anai's naturally beautiful face. It can even make others feel that Yung Unai's beauty is more real, otherwise it would be really impeccable. She couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the charm of love made Zheng Anai pay more attention to her appearance. Thinking of this, Ning Renjita was suddenly shocked. Zheng Anai's hurried makeup touch-up means she is likely to run into her boyfriend. It is very difficult for outsiders to enter the talent competition training camp, and Zheng Anai needs to write an application to go out, but she didn't mention it. This means that Zheng Anai's boyfriend is in the talent competition training camp, and it is very likely that they have just confirmed their relationship recently. Ning Renjita was terrified when she thought about it. Who are the people who have recently come to the Genius Championship training camp? 10 elders? Impossible. Then who else? Suddenly Ning Renjita thought of a name that she hated very much. Fang Xian. She frowned and stared at Zheng Anai, who was anxiously touching up her makeup with a complicated expression. If it was really Fang Xian, how should she face Anai? After Fang Xian finished washing up, he went to the training camp for a meeting. On the way, I happened to meet Zheng Anai and Ning Renjita, who came together. Good morning, Anai. Zheng Anai was a little panicked when she heard Fang Xian's sudden greeting. Her pretty face flushed slightly, her expression was nervous, and she responded stiffly. Good morning, classmate Fang Xian. Ning Renjita, who was standing by, saw it all and her expression became even uglier. Fang Xian saw Zheng Anai's expression and couldn't help but find it cute. Anai, let's go in together. Oh, okay. Ning Renjita looked at Fang Xian, who ignored her, suppressed her anger, and followed him into the guild hall. The other team members were slightly surprised to see Fang Xian and Zheng Anai walk in together, but no one thought that they had that kind of relationship. However, Chao Xionying felt a little uneasy when he saw Fang Xian coming. Fang Xian didn't pay much attention to other people and just found a seat to sit down. Ning Feng, who was standing on the podium, saw that everyone was present and spoke slowly. Everyone, we are going to the United States tomorrow. Time is very tight. Now let's assign groups. Mr. Fang Xian, I heard that you didn't bring your contract partner with you, so I'd like to ask what your main advantage is so that I can plan the personnel allocation. Ning Feng's question made everyone look at Fang Xian expectantly. They were very curious about how a contractor, without a contract partner, could become the captain. Zheng Anai frowned tightly, her eyes full of anxiety and self-blame. Although she is Fang Xian's contracted partner, she has no combat skills and has no other function except to comfort Fang Xian. Fang Xian felt everyone's gazes and smiled faintly. Captain Ning, there's no need to go through so much trouble. If you want to know my strength, I can demonstrate it to you. Ning Feng smiled awkwardly and denied it 3 times. He didn't want to offend the great god Fang Xian again, lest he be slapped in the face again. No, Mr. Fang Xian, I just want to know myself and the enemy so that I can plan my tactics. It's alright, just go to the practice field, and I'll give you guys a drill. Fang Xian's behavior made Ning Renjie very unhappy. Didn't he mean to say, is everyone here garbage? Ning Renjie stood up suddenly and glared at him. Fang Xian, are you saying that I am unworthy of practicing with you? Fang Xian smiled and walked out without saying anything. Ning Renjie instantly exploded. She ignored Anne and I when she was around, and she ignored her again when they were rehearsing. She couldn't bear this anger. Ning Renjie took out the red tassel spear, emitting red light, and a bright red armor appeared on her body, covering her entire body. She raised the red tassel spear and exerted force suddenly. Boom! Ning Renjie shot out like a cannonball, with a seemingly simple, straight stab move that was extremely swift. Ning Feng originally didn't want to stop Ning Renjie from teaching Fang Xian a lesson, but he didn't expect Ning Renjie to hit him so hard and actually burst out with all her strength. You have to know that Fang Xian is just a contract master who mainly relies on spirit. This move will kill him instantly, but it's too late to stop it now. Ronger, stop it. When Chao Xionying saw Ning Renjie's straight stab, he felt a chill down his spine. It was Ning Renjie's move that knocked him to the ground and caused him to lose the championship. Seeing Ning Renjie use it again now, I still feel scared. Zheng and I looked nervous, and she was the one who least wanted to see the two of them fighting. Especially when she saw that Fang Xian had no reaction to Ning Renjie's attack, she shouted hurriedly, Ronger, stop it. But it was too late. Ning Renjie's gun was about to pierce Fang Xian. Ning Renjie didn't expect Fang Xian to have no reaction at all. Now it was too late for her to stop. Bang! The straight stab accurately hit Fang Xian, and a red damage value floated out. -1. The whole place was silent. -1. Are you seeing things? How can it be a damage value of -1? Ning Renjie's face was full of disbelief, and the red tassel spear she was holding fell weakly to the ground. Bang! How is it possible? Fang Xian didn't look back, but just patted his back lightly and said casually, this museum is poorly built, and there is still mosquito. Photo by Zheng and I. Chapter 92, Level 99, God of War, Hong Jintian. You. Ning Renjie was both anxious and angry. She was wearing a +12 holy level suit and used the strongest move of the night at this stage, but it only caused 1 point of damage to Fang Xian. How is this possible? She is a level 42 golden knight, which is already the top one at the age of 20. Among her peers, no matter how high her defense is, it is impossible for her to only deal 1 point of damage. These are vividly reflected in Chao Xionying. Even a strong warrior like Chao Xionying was beaten up by her. How could Fang Xian, a contract master, have a higher defense than a warrior? Unless. Fang Xian, are you wearing a set of god-level suit that adds 18 points? After these words were spoken, everyone looked at Fang Xian in shock. At the age of 20, he already has a set of god-level suit that adds 18 points? No rich person would waste money like this. It's totally unreasonable. They thought Ning Renjie's words were outrageous, but when they thought about the damage value of -1 just now, they felt that it was not that outrageous. If this was not the case, how could Ning Renjie only deal 1 point of damage? Thinking about it this way, it makes perfect sense. When Fang Xian heard Ning Renjie's words, he turned around and asked in confusion, what's that god-level suit that adds 18? I'm not wearing any equipment. Fang Xian's words were like a bolt from the blue, directly shattering the last bit of Ning Renjie's self-esteem. Ning Renjie looked at Fang Xian in astonishment, muttering to herself, you don't have your gear on? You are not wearing any equipment? Only then did she realize that Fang Xian was really not wearing any equipment. Without any equipment, she can only deal 1 point of damage. How useless is Ning Renjith? Ah. Ning Renjir knelt weakly on the ground, her long hair falling messily on her shoulders. She covered her face tightly with her hands and let out, wow, sounds one after another, venting all the sadness in her heart. Ning Renjir's crying confused Fang Xian completely. What is going on? Why are you crying? But Fang Xian didn't know that Ning Renjir was the most strong-willed person and had never suffered any setbacks since she was a child. This time, the 1 point of damage was extremely insulting to her, so strong that it directly broke her defense. Zheng Yanai and Ning Feng hurried forward to comfort Ning Renjir. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly and prepared to leave. At this moment, a voice as loud as a bell and full of energy rang out. Friend Fang Xian, there is no need to go to the training ground. Let me test you. The man who spoke walked in from the door. He was tall and strong, with a strong face and gray hair on his temples. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and were all shocked. Even Ning Renjir, who was still crying, stopped sobbing when she saw him and was so surprised that her mouth was wide open. Hong War God. Fang Xian naturally recognized this man. He was the dragon country god of war. Hong Zhentian. Fang Xian immediately used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Hong Zhentian. Age, 72. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Talent, SSS. Value, 88. Body size, 88. Height, 186 centimeters. Level, LV99, God of War. Constitution, immortal. Favorability, 75. Fang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. This was the first time he saw a special physique in someone else. Immortal body, judging from the name, should be a physique related to blood recovery, resurrection, etc. As for why Hong Zhentian appeared here, Fang Xian could also guess. He must be one of the 2 level 99 awakeners arranged by the country to protect him. Fang Xian bowed slightly. I have met the god of war Hong. Hong Zhentian laughed heartily and waved his hand to signal everyone not to be polite. Friend Fang Xian, can we have a fight? When Hong Zhentian said this, everyone present was shocked. What level of existence is Hong Zhentian? He is one of the top fighters in Dragon Country, a level 99 god of war. This kind of person actually took the initiative to fight with Fang Xian? According to the level of god of war Hong, he would definitely not do anything to bully the weak. There is only one possibility, that is, god of war Hong thinks Fang Xian can really fight him. Thinking of this, Ning Feng, Ning Renjir, Zheng Yanai and others looked at Fang Xian in disbelief. They were becoming increasingly unable to figure out Fang Xian. Fang Xian was very interested because he had never fought with a level 99 character before. He looked at the excited Hong Zhentian and smiled slightly. God of War Hong, can I ask if your immortal body is truly immortal? Hong Zhentian was slightly surprised. His physique was no secret. But before the fight, he didn't understand why Fang Xian asked this question. It doesn't matter if I tell you. I have the ability to regenerate. It's okay for me to say that I am immortal. Then I would like to ask, no matter how you are beaten, you can regenerate? Hong Zhentian looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. He really didn't understand why Fang Xian was so interested in his immortal body. Could it be possible that Fang Xian could really beat him to death? That's right. No matter how I die, I will definitely be resurrected. Fang Xian nodded in understanding. Since he was sure to be resurrected, he might as well give it a try. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he might kill the god of war Hong without any mercy. It would be great if I could be resurrected. The corners of Hong Zhentian's mouth twitched slightly. What does it would be good if I could be resurrected mean? Did Fang Xian really think he could beat him to death? Hong Zhentian knew Fang Xian's strength. He could even break the 8-foot mirror into pieces by Fang Xian. He was indeed very powerful. But he is the strongest god of war and the ceiling of the warrior profession. He has a lot of blood and thick defense, and no one can really bring out his second life. Ha ha. Fang Xian, you are so funny. Come on, let me see your strength. Hong Zhentian assumed a fighting stance, obviously taking the battle with Fang Xian seriously. Fang Xian raised his right hand and smiled slightly. God of War Hong, I'm going to do it then. Hong Zhentian was a little surprised. Did Fang Xian look like he wanted to have a hand-to-hand fight with him? A real man should confront tough situations? What an ignorant kid. Bring it on. Fang Xian clenched his fists, his eyes sharp, and took a step forward, like a startled wild goose passing by. The fist was swung out with great speed, accompanied by a sonic boom. Well done. Hong Zhentian shouted loudly, and the ground cracked and became as solid as a rock. He chose the right moment and threw a punch. Neither of them had any intention of backing down and chose to fight in the most primitive way. The two fists collided. Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the sky. Fang Xian's eyes were full of fighting spirit. This was the first time he had experienced such an exciting battle. He was about to swing his fist again, but found that Hong Xianshan was knocked out by his punch in the previous fight. Broken all over the ground. Fang Xian, Zheng and I, Ning Renjit, everyone. Hong Jintian was shattered on the ground. Chapter 93. Want to become stronger? Become my contract partner. Ning Renjit's reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Quiet, deathly quiet. Fang Xian kept swinging his fist and stood still. He never expected that he could smash Hong Jintian to pieces with just one punch. Fortunately, it was confirmed repeatedly beforehand that Hong Jintian could be resurrected, otherwise he would have become a sinner of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone stared in a daze at Hong Jintian, who was beaten into pieces. Everyone has gone through the baptism of life and death in the dungeon, so they won't feel nauseous or uncomfortable. But smashing the god of war Hong in front of them still made many people scream. Ah, murder! Fang Xian killed the god of war Hong. Oh my god! War god Hong was chopped into pieces. Is it the decline of morality or the distortion of human nature that even the dragon country's god of war was killed? If you dare to smash the god of war today, you will dare to kill us later. Ning Renjir stood there in a daze, completely unable to believe what she saw. If 1 point of damage made her heartbroken, then the death of god Hong Xian now made her realize completely that Fang Xian's strength was completely beyond her imagination. Why is Fang Xian so strong? How did you do that? Yung Unei's eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands. When she saw Fang Xian kill god of war Hong, her mind was in a mess. Ning Feng's whole body was shaking, and he stood there in a daze. When he wanted to take a step to escape, he saw the broken pieces of Hong Xianshan suddenly gathered into a beam of light. When the light faded, god of war Hong returned to his original position and stood there as before. Looking at the resurrected Hong Jintian, Fang Xian smiled slightly. As expected of the immortal body, it can really be resurrected. Hong Jintian shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by Fang Xian in seconds after the first encounter. Only at this moment did he realize how valuable Fang Xian was, as he was able to break the 8-foot mirror at level 88. He touched his forehead and smiled heartily. Brother Fang Xian, you really didn't use enough strength to attack me. This makes me lose face. Faced with Hong Jintian's teasing, Fang Xian seemed a little embarrassed. Killing Hong Jintian in an instant in front of so many people was indeed very disrespectful. But he didn't want to do that either. Who knew that Hong Jintian was so weak to fighting? Fang Xian smiled bitterly and raised his voice deliberately. Thanks to War God Hong for breaking up my body in time and removing my own strength. Otherwise I would have been shattered to pieces under that punch. It was because I overestimated my own abilities that God Hong was willing to sacrifice his own body to save my life. Fang Xian will never forget the kindness of Lord Hong. Thank you. When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized. It turns out that War God Hong was willing to sacrifice his own body to protect Fang Xian. I see. That makes sense. Damn it. I almost thought it was Fang Xian who blew up the god of war Hong, but that's how it happened. You were the ones making a fuss. I have seen through everything, and I am calm and composed. Stop bragging. You were the one who screamed the loudest just now. I think you peed your pants. Don't give me that. Everyone knows that a 20-year-old boy who has just awakened can beat a level 99 warrior. It's impossible even if you think about it. That's true. Let alone defeating a level 99 warrior. It's even difficult to make him lose even a drop of blood. Hey, you have something to say? Fuck. I don't mean the one drop of blood Ning Renjir lost when she attacked Fang Xian just now. 6. Ning Renjir didn't care about what they said. What she cared about was whether what had just happened was true or false. Is it really as Fang Xian said? Or is there something else? Zheng and I finally put her mind at ease. As long as Hong Xianshan was okay, she would be glad. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do. She just got a husband, and she doesn't want to become a widow so soon. Hong Jintian couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard Fang Xian's sincere and generous voice. He is young, his mind works quickly, and he has a good grasp of the ways of the world. Since there is a slope, there is no need to make the situation so awkward. Ha, it's okay. You need to practice more diligently in the future and stop acting rashly. He performed the whole act and bowed deeply. Thank you for the teachings from Lord Hong. Fang Xian has learned a lot. Hong Jintian stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a hermit. Well, the boy is teachable. Fang Xian was full of black lines on his forehead. He thought that the experienced ones were the best at acting. Hong Jintian looked at Ning Feng and made arrangements. I have tested Fang Xian's speed, strength, and defense. He is invincible. You don't need to test it again. If there's anything difficult to chew, just send Fang Xian to do it. Fang Xian was speechless. Why did this sound a bit dirty? Was he sure he wasn't cursing? Ningfeng hurriedly ran to Hong Jintian, respectfully. Received. I will follow the arrangements of Lord Hong. Well, I'll go back first. You guys practice well. Hong Jintian smiled brightly at Fang Xian, waved his hand, and left. Ning Renjie looked at Hong Jintian as he left with a complicated expression. She sensed a clue from what Hong Jintian had just said. Hong Jintian said that Fang Xian's strength and defense were invincible, rather than invincible, in the same level. Was it a slip of the tongue by Hong Jintian? Or was it the truth? She had no idea, but her beautiful eyes were fixed on Fang Xian. What is the truth of the matter? Who is lying? When Fang Xian returned to the dormitory, a message rang. When I opened it, I saw it was from Zheng and I. Zheng and I. Honey, I may not be able to see you until very late. I still have a lot of preparations to make for the trip. Fang Xian. Okay, thank you for your hard work, my wife. Yung Unei. Caret. Fang Xian was just about to see what the Fang Xian wives group were talking about when he heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. Fang Xian slowly stood up and saw through the surveillance camera that the person coming was Ning Renjie. He was slightly surprised and opened the door. What's up? Ning Renjie frowned slightly, raised her head slightly, and there was a stubborn look in her eyes. Can I come in? Fang Xian looked at Ning Renjie curiously. When did she become so polite? Come in. Fang Xian slightly turned sideways to let Ning Renjie in, then he closed the door. Ning Renjie pursed her lips unconsciously and moved her feet uneasily. Fang Xian, can you teach me how to become as strong as you? After Ning Renjie said this, Fang Xian suddenly understood. No wonder she, who was always so arrogant, became so nice. It turned out that she wanted to ask for help. It seems that what happened in the morning still had a great impact on her, but I don't know if she noticed anything. Go back, I can't help you. Ning Renjie became anxious when she heard this. Why? You're so awesome, you can definitely help me. Fang Xian had an expression that was difficult to understand. I do have a way to increase your strength in a short period of time, but you definitely won't want to do it. As long as it makes me stronger, I'm willing to do anything. Are you sure? Absolutely. Fang Xian smiled slyly and spoke slowly. If you want to become stronger, it's very simple. As long as you become my contract partner, you will become stronger immediately. Ning Renjie's beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her dark pupils were full of disbelief. You want me to be your contract partner? This? Ning Renjie reference picture. Chapter 94. Could it be that Fang Xian and Zheng and I? Ning Renjie's reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. You want me to be your contract partner? Ning Renjie's lips were pursed into a stiff straight line, and her teeth were biting her lower lip so hard that her lips almost lost their color. Fang Xian didn't say anything. He just sat on the chair and let Ning Renjie feel conflicted. Every muscle on Ning Renjie's pretty face was tense, and every subtle expression was shouting rejection, but the strong desire to become stronger broke through all obstacles and made her give an answer. She had a determined look in her eyes and clenched her fists. Fang Xian, can I really become stronger immediately by becoming your contract partner? Certainly. After receiving Fang Xian's affirmative response, she was not a hesitant person. Okay, let's make a contract. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet, connecting to Ning Renjie's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. Contract. Ning Renjie's eyes were determined, without the slightest hesitation. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Ning Renjie both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 10/10. Ning Renjie looked at Fang Xian again, her eyes full of tenderness. She didn't know what it felt like. She just felt her heart beating faster. Fang Xian, can you please tell me how to become stronger? Ning Renjie asked anxiously, wanting to get the answer quickly and escape from here quickly. She felt something was not right. If she stayed any longer, something might happen. Fang Xian gave a wicked smile and looked Ning Renjie up and down. Ning Renjie's pretty face turned red when Fang Xian looked at her like this. Fang Xian took out a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, golden divine gift, and blood of the god of war from the system warehouse. He gently pushed Ning Renjie's shoulder. Ronger, wake up. Hey, these are for you. Use them all. Good. Ning Renjie's fair fingers gently lifted the sweat-soaked hair on her face and used everything Fang Xian had given her. Ding. Ning Renjir consumes one of each of Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Golden God's Gift, and Blood of the God of War, and returns 10,000 copies of each. Come here, Rong. I'll trade some more things for you. Good. Ning Renjir obediently stretched out her slender fingers, and the two storage rings touched. Fang Xian traded all 5 items he had just returned to Ning Renjir for 1,000 copies, and the transaction was completed. She curiously checked the storage ring, and was shocked when she saw it. Hubby, are these all for me? I love you so much, husband. Ning Renjir excitedly dribbled the ball and bumped into people, then hugged Fang Xian tightly. Fang Xian smiled slightly and patted Ning Renjir's shoulder. Ronger, before arriving in the United States, you must use up everything I give you. Ning Renjir let go of Fang Xian, her beautiful eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Thank you, husband. Fang Xian saw Ning Renjir off and took a comfortable bath. As soon as I walked out of the bathroom, there was another knock on the door. Knock, knock. Fang Xian looked at the surveillance camera in confusion, and the person coming was Zheng and I. When he opened the door, he saw Zheng and I, who was panting and full of apology. I'm sorry, husband. There was too much content in the meeting just now. I kept you waiting for a long time. Fang Xian caressed Zheng and I's little head lovingly and said gently, It's okay, come in first. Zheng and I sat down, took the small cup of water handed to her by Fang Xian, and drank it all in one gulp. Honey, I'm sorry, it's too late today. I have to go back to Ronger later. Don't be sorry, let's finish this quickly. Oh. Zheng and I's pretty face turned slightly red, and she was pulled over by Fang Xian. He smiled helplessly. The bed sheets had just been changed yesterday and had to be changed again today. Fortunately, his storage ring came with enough sheets, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to change them. As for why you need to bring so many sheets, those who understand will understand. Zheng and I dragged her tired body to open the dormitory door again, and saw Ning Renjir holding her cell phone and smiling foolishly. Ronger, what are you so happy about? Ning Renjir hurriedly exited the chat interface and locked the screen. Nothing. Ann and I, you're back. Zheng and I didn't ask any more questions. She was so tired that she just wanted to take a shower first. I'm going to take a shower first. Good. Ning Renjir saw Zheng and I go into the bathroom, so she unlocked the screen and sent a message. Ning Renjir, husband, the loving aunt is back. Fang Xian, okay. Ning Renjir, husband, I won't talk to you later, lest Ann and I finds out. Fang Xian, okay. Ning Renjir, then husband, remember to miss Renjir, he. Fang Xian, okay. Ning Renjir, goodbye, husband. Fang Xian, okay. Ning Renjir looked at Fang Xian and saw that he only said, okay, every time. She pouted and looked a little unhappy. If someone saw her, they would think she was a suck-up. However, considering that Fang Xian was so good to her and gave her so many precious elixirs, Ning Renjir chose to forgive him. Zheng and I looked at the bruises on her chest and couldn't help feeling shy. She put on her clothes and walked out of the bathroom so as not to let Ning Renjir see any clues. Ronger, what are you doing? Ann and I'm improving my combat power. If you're tired, just take a rest first. Ning Renjir took the Attribute Enhancer in her right hand and drank it, then clicked with her left hand to use the Golden Divine Gift. Zheng and I looked at Ning Renjir, who was busy, gave her a few instructions, and returned to the bed. She took out her cell phone and sent a message to Fang Xian. Zheng and I, husband, Renjir worked really hard today and is still working hard to become stronger. Fang Xian, not bad. Zheng, Ae, husband, Ae is a little tired and ready to rest. Fang Xian, Zheng, Ae, good night, my husband. Fang Xian, good night, my wife. Zheng and I couldn't help but chuckle sweetly, which was heard by Ning Renjir. Ning Renjir looked towards Zheng and I and saw that she had her back to her, looking at her phone and grinning. She suddenly thought of Zheng and I's behavior yesterday, and a terrible picture suddenly emerged in her mind. Ning Renjir hurriedly took out her cell phone and clicked on Fang Xian's profile picture. Very similar. Fang Xian's profile picture is so similar to Zheng and I's boyfriend's profile picture. Ning Renjir opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Zheng and I in surprise, who had her back to her. Could it be that? She held her cell phone and walked towards Zheng and I silently. Photo by Zheng and I. Chapter 95. Arrival at the competition venue, Seattle. Auntie and AI. Ning Renjir took a closer look and saw that Zheng and I had fallen asleep with a sweet smile on her face. The phone screen is black and I can't see anything. Ning Renjir frowned, tiptoed to turn off the light, and returned to the bed. She sat there in a daze for a while and decided not to think about it for the time being. The most important thing right now is to improve your strength and win the championship of the genius competition. Having made up her mind, Ning Renjir picked up the attribute enhancer and continued taking it. Use it until dawn. Early morning. Everyone arrived at the airport early, ready to go. Ning Feng looked at the time and looked at everyone. Set off. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and boarded the special plane in an orderly manner. As soon as Fang Xian sat down, Ning Renjir sat next to him. This scene left everyone surprised and confused. Ning Feng saw that the relationship between Ning Renjir and Fang Xian had eased and nodded with relief. His Ning Renjir has finally grown up and knows how to pursue love. If the Ning family can establish a relationship with Fang Xian, this popular guy, then becoming a truly big family will be just around the corner. Zheng and I was very happy when she saw Ning Renjir taking the initiative to show goodwill to Fang Xian. What she wants to see most is that the two people she loves can turn hostility into friendship. Fang Xian was not shy about Ning Renjir's behavior. It was necessary to have a beautiful woman as a companion on a 10-hour journey. He saw Zheng and I and waved to her to sit next to him. Zheng and I hesitated for a moment, but still walked over. Because it is a special plane, there are many empty seats and there is no requirement to sit in any particular place. Fang Xian sat in the middle and pointed to the seat next to him. Anne and I, please sit here. Zheng and I looked at the 3 rows of seats and felt a little embarrassed. Student Fang Xian, why don't you sit in there? Ronger and I will sit next to each other. Ning Renjir kept observing their every move and felt more and more suspicious. She was very conflicted and didn't know what to do. Fang Xian didn't care and pulled Zheng and I over to sit next to him. His action scared both Zheng and I and Ning Renjir, as it was completely beyond their expectations. Fang Xian, you. Ning Renjir wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fang Xian. Both of you be quiet and fasten your seat belts. The plane is about to take off. They did not disobey Fang Xian's words and did as he said. The plane began to accelerate, climb, and take off. Everyone was awakened and had no feeling of the acceleration and pressure changes caused by the plane taking off. They all played their own games. Fang Xian secretly stretched out his hands to the left and right, and just a slight move was enough to make people tremble with fear. Zheng and I and Ning Renjir were so nervous that they dared not breathe. Their pretty faces flushed. They lowered their heads and stared blankly ahead, afraid of being discovered. After the plane was flying smoothly, the flight attendants began to push out carts to provide catering services. Zheng and I and Ning Renjir were extremely nervous as they watched the flight attendant getting closer and closer. The flight attendants were nearby, but they didn't dare to stop Fang Xian, nor did they see any sign of him stopping. The 2 men stood up suddenly and spoke stutteringly. I'm going to the bathroom. Me too. Fang Xian couldn't help but find it amusing as he watched them flee in a hurry. It really feels good to be reckless. After Fang Xian's slight move this time, they were extremely quiet after returning, fearing that Fang Xian would launch another sneak attack. Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV99 domination. Physique, War God Body, level 5. God level attribute, energy, LV5. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Life, 8218, strength, 8218, intelligence, 8218, spirit, 8218, agility, 8218, defense, 8218, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 2 points. Skills, attribute switching LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 10, current contract, 10 out of 10. The 6 major attributes can be upgraded to 8218, all thanks to the 20,000 bottles of attribute enhancers returned by Zheng Enai and Ning Renjir. He gave Zheng Enai and Ning Renjir 1,000 bottles each and used all the rest. Although he could no longer contract with her, the system would still return the money to her as long as she met the requirements and became his woman. It's just a bit troublesome, and the appearance, figure and favorability must all be above 90 points. And there is also the risk of betrayal. All in all, it is more convenient to sign a contract directly, which can save a lot of trouble. Fang Xian was already looking forward to this secret realm. After all, he would be able to reach level 1000 by then. If you make a contract with 1 beauties every 10 levels, you can make a contract with 91 100% loyal beauties at level 1000. If you think in this way, you can find your target first. As long as you reach the target, you can invest in 1 attribute enhancer and get back more than 11,000 units. Of course, if they were not under a contract, he would not give too many resources to the beauties who came later. People's hearts are unpredictable, so it's better to be careful. A few hours later. Look, that's the paladin outside. They are really fully armed paladins. What are they doing? Is there any need to say that? We are already in the United States. Who knows if we will be attacked by surprise? Fuck, that's not possible, is it? Why would the United States want to launch a surprise attack on us? Who knows? I just saw the paladin outside and made a guess. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian looked to the right and saw the paladin riding a flying dragon in the sky. The paladin was wearing a black armor that covered his entire body, and his true appearance could not be seen. However, Fang Xian could be sure that they were one of the 10 elders. With the presence of the 10 elders, Hong Jintian, and the level 99 awakener who has not yet appeared, it is obviously irrational for the United States to want to kill Fang Xian from here. The cost is high and the success rate is low. It would be safer to create chaos during the competition and then kill Fang Xian when the 10 elders and others are unable to take care of so many players. Things happened just as Fang Xian expected. They didn't encounter any danger until they landed safely. After a 10-hour flight, everyone finally arrived at the venue of the competition, Seattle. Chapter 96. Classmate Fang Xian, can you marry me? Reference picture of Usagi Tsukino. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Seattle-Tacoma International Airport. Ningfeng led the team in front and gave loud warnings. Everyone follow me closely and don't run around. Fang Xian looked at Zheng and I, who was helping to maintain order, and stayed by her side on purpose. Zheng and I understood what Fang Xian meant and felt warm in her heart. Ning Renjie followed Fang Xian, and she felt inexplicably jealous, not knowing what to do. Fang Xian didn't see the 10 elders and Hong Jintian along the way, but he saw the delegation holding the cherry blossom national flag. He frowned slightly. It seemed that they had just arrived as well. The players from the Sakura country also saw the players from the Dragon country, and the two sides were in a tense situation. However, both of them were restrained, and each took their own exit. Fang Xian didn't care about them. They could all be killed with a slap. However, there was one person in the Sakura country team that caught his attention. The girl was wearing a sailor suit with a white shirt and a blue skirt, and her slender legs were wearing a pair of red boots. She has beautiful long golden hair, tied into 2 high ponytails. Her eyes are bright and clear, revealing innocence and liveliness. Her skin is crystal clear and her face is a little round, which is very cute. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on her. Name, Tsukino Usagi. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Value, 94. Body size, 92. Height, 165 centimeters. Level, LV 42. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Level 42, which is the same as Ning Renjie. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on other players from Sakura country and found that Usagi Tsukino had the highest level among their peers. This seemingly unintelligent Usagi Tsukino is actually the main force of the Sakura country. As for the rest of the players, their levels are basically 40, and their overall level is similar to that of Longhua. As soon as they walked out of the airport, they saw the people responsible for receiving the Dragon Country delegation. Team Leader Ning. The person who met us at the airport was a tall and thin man in his 30s. He waved happily. Ningfeng also smiled when he saw this person. Chung Gang. Captain Ning, welcome. The two men shook hands warmly, obviously having known each other for a long time. Let's go. Let's get on the bus first. Good. Ningfeng turned around and was about to ask everyone to get on the bus when he saw the contestant holding the flag of the Korean country. Fang Xian followed his gaze and saw that it was the contestant from the Korean country. As soon as the Korean players walked out of the airport, they saw the Dragon players and their expressions were all unfriendly. Athletes from the Dragon country also disliked the Korean country, which often uses any means necessary to win gold medals in various sports events, and are very despicable. In particular, they like to steal the culture of the Dragon country, saying it is the culture of the Korean country. This is extremely shameless. But to be honest, the contestants from Korea are all good-looking. But when Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on them, he was a little speechless. 90% of them had had plastic surgery on their faces. It is truly a unique style of the country of kimchi. However, there is still a natural beauty among them, and she is also the most beautiful one. The girl has long brown hair and a slim and hot body. She has an angelic face, delicate features, and charming temperament. Fang Xian used the eye of insight on her. Name, Xinhaimi. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, pastor. Talent, SSS. Value, 94. Body size, 96. Height, 170. Level, LV 40. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. The overall strength of the Korean nation is weaker, with an average level of 38. Ningfeng just glanced at the Korean player and ignored him. Everyone, get in the car. Fang Xian looked at Shun Huimei, then at Tsukino Usagi who had just walked out, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Shin Haimi and Usagi Tsukino both focus on mental power, and their lively big eyes all looked at Fang Xian at the same time. Fang Xian smiled at them, turned around, and walked onto the bus. Shin Huimei and Tsukino Usagi both frowned and secretly remembered Fang Xian, this unique boy. Genius Village. Chung Gang pointed to the building complex in front covering an area of 320,000 square meters and introduced it to everyone. The place in front is where we live. It's called Genius Village. As the name suggests, it's where the genius competition is held. As everyone looked around, they saw that the architectural styles in Genius Village were diverse, and each country had its own exclusive residential building. The residential building of the Dragon Country delegation has a strong Dragon Country style and is antique, making people feel very friendly. The flag of Longwa was hung on the outside of the building, as well as a banner with the words, "Come on, Longwa," written in the American and Longwa languages. One of the banners also features a picture of a national treasure, a cute black and white baby, waving its paw in greeting. The Dragon Country style, decoration, and banners all reveal the United States' welcome to Dragon Country, but Fang Xian knows that this is just an appearance to confuse everyone. The Genius Contest has attracted worldwide attention, so the United States must certainly do a good job on the surface to avoid losing its composure. As for what tricks are going on behind the scenes, only they know. The bus stopped at the Longwa residential building, and everyone began to randomly take room cards and enter their rooms. Fang Xian closed the door and used his mental power to detect whether there was a pinhole camera in the room. After some investigation, it was found that the United States did not make such a low-level mistake. Fang Xian was not afraid that the Americans would know that he was in this room. What he was afraid of was that if Zheng Enai or Ning Renjie came, they would be captured by the pinhole camera and it would be a live broadcast. His woman would not allow anyone to spy on her at all. After a short rest, Zheng Enai and Ning Renjie came knocking on the door. Fang Xian, come out and have dinner together. Good. Fang Xian opened the door and looked at the two beautiful women who were dressed up carefully, and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Let's go. The contestants from Dragon Country went to the main restaurant one after another. The main restaurant is simple and bright, with 3,200 seats and more than 500 dishes, all of which are made with a lot of local and seasonal products. Fang Xian and the other two each got some food and sat down to eat together. Zheng and I ate her food and spoke casually. I don't know which country our opponent will be tomorrow. Ning Renjie stopped picking up food and said confidently, "It doesn't matter which country it is, I can beat them all." Ning Renjie had used up all of the 1,000 portions of Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Golden Divine Gift, and Blood of the God of War given by Fang Xian. She's not bragging, she is incredibly strong now. "Miss, you are so confident." A not-so-fluent Dragon Country voice sounded behind Ning Renjie. The person who came was the Sakura Country player, Usagi Tsukino. Ning Renjie frowned and spoke unhappily. "What's up? Hee, I want to sit here, is that okay?" Usagi Tsukino smiled sweetly and pointed at the empty seat next to Fang Xian. Zheng Enai and Ning Renjie were about to refuse, but Fang Xian spoke first. "It's okay, just sit down." "Thanks." Usagi Tsukino took the cutlery and sat down with a smile. "Hello, my name is Usagi Tsukino." Fang Xian didn't know what Usagi Tsukino was planning, but he still responded politely. "Fang Xian. Yung Un Ai." Ning Renjie. Usagi Tsukino stared at Fang Xian with her big eyes and showed a cute smile. "Student Fang Xian, can I ask you a question?" Fang Xian looked at the not-so-bright Usagi Tsukino with confusion and spoke calmly. "You say?" Usagi Tsukino blinked, and a blush appeared on her fair face. "Student Fang Xian, can you marry me?" Photo by Tsukino Hair. Chapter 97. Everyone from the Sakura Country, come together. Reference picture of Usagi Tsukino. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Bang. Ning Renjie slammed the table and stood up, furious. "No. The loud slamming of the table attracted countless eyes, and the players from other countries' delegations all cast playful glances. Zheng and I grabbed the corner of her clothes tightly and resisted the urge. Fang Xian was a little curious about what Usagi Tsukino was up to. If a beautiful woman throws herself into your arms, she is either a rapist or a thief. Seeing this, Usagi Tsukino hurriedly waved her hand to explain. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. I really want to marry classmate Fang Xian. Fang Xian motioned Ning Renjie to sit down first. He used the Eye of Insight to check on Usagi Tsukino and found that Usagi's favorability towards him had reached 92. What's going on? He frowned and looked at Usagi Tsukino, asking curiously. Can you tell us why? Usagi Tsukino lowered her head shyly, as if recalling the past. In fact, I had a strange special ability when I was a child. I could see the moonlight on everyone. Moonlight? Well, those lights are as gentle and bright as the moon. Having said that, Usagi Tsukino looked intoxicated and looked at Fang Xian like a bit of a crazy fan. I have seen thousands of different kinds of moonlight, but no one's moonlight is as bright and charming as that of classmate Fang Xian. From the moment I saw Fang Xian, I knew that after waiting for so many years, I finally met my soulmate. Zheng and I and Ning Renjie both frowned. They just didn't believe what Usagi Tsukino said. Fang Xian was thoughtful and tried to understand the reason. Usagi Tsukino must have been born with a strong affinity for spiritual power, but because she has not yet reached the age of awakening, she mistakenly believes that the moonlight that has accompanied her for more than 10 years is some special ability. When she saw the most powerful mental power in the world, Usagi Tsukino thought Fang Xian was her true love. Thinking in this way, it makes sense why Usagi Tsukino's favorability towards him changed so much in such a short period of time. Fang Xian didn't expect that there would be such a good thing coming to his doorstep, so of course he wouldn't be polite. Do you really want to marry me? Uh-huh. There was a bright light shining in Usagi Tsukino's eyes, and the corners of her mouth raised, revealing a smile that could melt ice and snow. I really want to marry classmate Fang Xian. Zheng and I and Ning Renjie stared at Tsukino Usagi blankly. They had always wanted to marry Fang Xian, but the dragon people were more reserved and would not be as direct as her. Just when they were about to say something, a male voice from Sakura country interrupted them. Baka. He was a handsome young man. He cursed angrily and was about to pull up Usagi Tsukino, who knew that Usagi Tsukino would just backhand and break free from his pull. The boy was talking to Usagi in a babble, and she tried her best to argue with him. Although Fang Xian and the others did not understand Sakura language, they could still tell from their body language that the boy was scolding Usagi Tsukino and blaming her for having dinner with the dragon people. As she was talking, Usagi Tsukino put her arm around Fang Xian's arm and said something loudly. The boy became angrier as he listened, and his face turned ashen. Nanny! He pointed at Fang Xian and said something angrily, and suddenly he started yelling. Bagayula! Only at this moment did Usagi Tsukino realize that the boy's hand that was pointing at Fang Xian was tightly held by Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked at the young man coldly and exerted more force in his hands. Usagi Tsukino, tell him that if he dares to point again next time, his hand will be crippled. Usagi Tsukino was frightened by Fang Xian's sudden attack and responded quickly. Okay, I promise he won't dare point at you again. Who I am? Upon hearing this, Usagi Tsukino suddenly realized what was happening. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she shouted with joy and sweetness. You are my husband. Fang Xian gave a wicked smile and decided to play a trick on the boy. Bunny, call me husband in the language of Sakura country. Usagi Tsukino was slightly surprised, and after hesitating for a moment, she whispered, husband, to Fang Xian in the Sakura Mandarin dialect. When these words were spoken, the young man immediately became furious. Bakialu. Ah! Fang Xian exerted force, and the young man howled in pain, unable to stand up straight. Usagi Tsukino held Fang Xian's arms with both hands and pleaded for the young man in a low voice. Hubby, please let Ito-kun go. He didn't mean to contradict you. Who is he to you? Ito-kun is my fiancé. Having said that, Usagi Tsukino waved her hands hastily to explain. Because I grew up in an orphanage, after I awakened, the government arranged for Ito-kun to be my fiancé. But no matter how I refused, they insisted that Ito-kun be my fiancé. But don't worry, husband. There's nothing going on between Ito-kun and me. We haven't even held hands. Fang Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino, who was so anxious that tears were about to flow out, and stroked her little head gently. Well, I believe you. Thank you, husband. Fang Xian watched as Usagi Tsukino's favorability for him grew higher and higher, and he couldn't help but begin to wonder if Usagi Tsukino was in love. Bunny, just give me a kiss and I'll let him go. Oh. Usagi Tsukino had never kissed any member of the opposite sex before, so she was still a little hesitant when asked to kiss Fang Xian in public. But thinking that Fang Xian is her man, she should let others know it openly. After making up her mind, Usagi Tsukino's pretty face turned red, and she stood on tiptoe to leave lip prints on Fang Xian's face. When the boy saw what Usagi Tsukino did, his eyes became bloodshot and he roared in anger. Bakialu. His roar attracted the leaders of the Sakura country. They all blew their noses and glared, rushing towards Fang Xian angrily. When Usagi Tsukino saw the three team leaders rushing over, she hurriedly stood in front of Fang Xian to protect him. Hubby, I'll block it first, you run. They are all level 96 awakeners. It will be too late if we delay any longer. Fang Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino who was standing in front of him and shook his head helplessly. When did Fang Xian need a woman to stand up for him? Before he could say anything, he saw Ning Renjir and Zheng and I also stood up, ready to fight at any time. Fang Xian smiled slightly, exerted force with his hand, and threw Ito towards the three leaders of the Sakura country. Seeing this, they immediately stopped their attack and gave priority to catching Ito. They looked at Ito's deformed hands, and their anger level skyrocketed. One of the old men with a mustache pointed at Fang Xian and cursed him in Longwa dialect. Dragon people, you bastard. You are so vicious. You actually. Before he could finish his words, the hand that was pointing at Fang Xian suddenly fell to sharp pain. When he reacted, he was horrified to see that Fang Xian had appeared in front of him without him knowing when and was twisting his hand. The old man with the mustache is a level 96 warrior. He has never been afraid of a competition of strength, let alone a 20-year-old kid. Baka. He used all his strength to resist, but found that Fang Xian was twisting his hands and didn't move at all. What? Fang Xian sneered and exerted force with his hands. The old man with a mustache screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Fang Xian looked at the other two coldly and spoke indifferently. You guys, come together. Photo by Shin Haimi. Chapter 98 The Strongest Assassin, Zhong Shinxiu. Usagi Tsukino covered her mouth with her hands in surprise and looked at Fang Xian in disbelief. The old man with a mustache, Kondo Kara, is at level 96. How did Fang Xian make it so that Kondo Kara couldn't resist? How is it possible? Zheng Anai and Ning Renjir also opened their eyes wide. They both heard what Usagi Tsukino said, and they also knew that the old man with the mustache was a level 96 strong man. The level 96 warrior was like a baby in front of Fang Xian and had no power to resist at all. This suddenly reminded them of what happened before when Fang Xian beat Hong Jintian to death with one punch. Could it be true? Regardless of whether it is true or false, the fact that Fang Xian is currently crushing the level 96 strongman is enough to prove that he is the strongest monster. As Fang Xian's women, they are proud and happy at this moment. Ito, who was kneeling on the ground, was in great pain because his fiancé called someone else husband in front of him. Afraid that he wouldn't understand, she was especially considerate and called others husband in Sakura Mandarin for him to hear. Not only does she call someone husband, but she also kisses him without any hesitation. This is simply too much. Ito would never let Usagi Tsukino and Fang Xian go. He swore that he would kill them with his own hands. But now that he saw that Kondo Kara, who was at level 96, was beaten by Fang Xian, his thoughts changed slightly. He felt that Usagi Tsukino was just his fiancé and she hadn't married him yet. Before marriage, you are free and there should be no excessive interference. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with Usagi Tsukino calling someone husband in front of him, and a kiss was certainly not excessive. There was no need to escalate the issue to the point of a fight to the death. What can Ito do? Of course I choose to forgive her. Fang Xian looked at the other two leaders of the Sakura country jokingly and hooked his finger at them with disdain. You all come together. They didn't understand what Fang Xian said, but how could they not understand such a provocative gesture? Baka. At this moment, a black gas slowly floated out from Fang Xian's hand. Fang Xian slowly let go of Kondo Kara's arm and took 2 steps back. The black gas slowly took shape, revealing a hunched old man. He was dressed in black, had white hair, and his hands were behind his back. This person is another level 99 awakener from Dragon Country, the assassin, Zhong Shinxiu. It was because Fang Xian heard Zhong Shinxiu's words that he deliberately let go and stepped back to confuse everyone. Zhong Shinxiu didn't want to expose Fang Xian too early, so he deliberately turned into a ball of black and came out of Fang Xian's hand. That way, others will notice. The one who suppressed Kondo Kara was not Fang Xian, but Zhong Shinxiu, who was hidden in Fang Xian's arm. Fang Xian used Eye of Insight on Zhong Shinxiu. Name, Zhong Shinxiu. Age, 76. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Value, 80. Body type, 75. Height, 165 centimeters. Level, LV 99 Hidden Knight. Constitution, Black Chi Constitution. Favorability, 76. Another being with a physique. It seems that the transformation of Zhong Xinxiu's body into black gas just now was the ability brought by his physique. This ability is very powerful, leaving no trace and killing people without leaving any trace, making it very suitable for assassins. Zhong Xinxiu's appearance attracted everyone's attention and many people recognized him. When Kondo Kara saw the famous Zhong Xinxiu, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What? It's the strongest assassin of Dragon Country, Zhong Xinxiu." The other Sakura people were all shocked when they heard this. Zhong Xinxiu said he was the strongest assassin in Longhua, but in fact he was the strongest assassin in the world. The main reason is his physique, which is too buggy. He is very good at fighting with others. Zhong Xinxiu stared at Kondo Kara with cold eyes and waved his hand. Puff. There was a big wound on Kondo Kara's chest, and a lot of blood spurted out. Kondo Kara covered his chest and howled in pain. Zhong Xinxiu did not kill Kondo Kara directly, but this move was enough to make him experience the feeling of death. Next time you interfere in a fight between the younger generations, you will die. Kondo Kara turned pale and bowed his head to admit his mistake. Thank you, Senior Zhong, for not killing me. Seeing that Zhong Xinxiu had no intention of attacking again, the two team leaders behind Kondo Kara hurried forward to help with the treatment. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Fang Xian meaningfully, said nothing, then turned into a wisp of black gas and disappeared. When Fang Xian saw Zhong Xinxiu leaving, there was no need for him to stay. Come on, let's go back. Ning Renjir and Zheng Enai nodded obediently and followed Fang Xian to walk out. Usagi Tsukino hurriedly grabbed Fang Xian's arm, reluctant to let go. Student Fang Xian, are you going back? Then I'll go back with you. Fang Xian glanced at Ito, who was smiling apologetically on the ground, and smiled slightly. Good. After saying that, he hugged Usagi Tsukino and walked out. Usagi Tsukino felt a little awkward because of the sudden intimacy, but she had no intention of resisting, so she followed Fang Xian out. Zheng Enai and Ning Renjir frowned, looking very unhappy. As for Ito, who was lying on the ground, he didn't dare to say a word. He shed tears of unwillingness and stared blankly at Fang Xian hugging Tsukino Usagi and walking out with the two beauties, feeling extremely resentful. Damn Fang Xian. I will report you to the family and have you killed. Photo by Tsukino Hair. Chapter 99. Showdown. They are all my women. Reference picture of Usagi Tsukino. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. After the four of them arrived at Longhua's residential building, Ning Renjir could no longer hold back and completely exploded. Fang Xian, how long are you going to hold her? Zheng Enai was also very dissatisfied with this, but she just didn't dare to say it. Now that Ning Renjir had spoken, she mustered up the courage to agree. It's just, we've been walking for a long time. You can separate now. Upon hearing this, Usagi Tsukino shyly pushed Fang Xian away. I'll go back first. Fang Xian grabbed Usagi Tsukino and stopped her from leaving. Things have come to this point today. Do you think they won't target you? Fang Xian didn't want Usagi Tsukino to go back and then end up in a bloody drama, where she would be targeted and retaliated against by the people of Sakura Country. But Usagi Tsukino frowned slightly, with hesitation flashing in her eyes. If I don't go back, where can I go? Fang Xian held Usagi Tsukino's slender and delicate hand and gave her warmth. Of course you stay with me. Wherever I go, you go. This is not good. Usagi Tsukino felt warm in her heart, and she looked at Fang Xian with tenderness in her eyes. Just now, Fang Xian not only attacked the level 96 team leader for her, but now he is also thinking about her everywhere and worrying about her safety, which makes her, an orphan since childhood, feel very warm. Fang Xian looked at Tsukino Usagi sincerely and held her fingers. You're still going to marry me, aren't you? So there's nothing wrong with that. Usagi Tsukino's eyes were filled with emotion. In fact, she also knew that she would be subjected to all kinds of difficulties and even humiliation if she returned to the Sakura Country team. If that were the case, then her staying single for so long would have lost its meaning, and she would not be able to give the best of herself to Fang Xian. Rather than ending up like this, it is better to follow Fang Xian now to avoid any more trouble. Hubby, thank you. Fang Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino, whose favorability was 100%, and couldn't help but sigh. It was confirmed that Usagi Tsukino was really a love-brained person. This is a good thing. It saves him a lot of trouble. Ning Renjita's eyes were wide open, her cheeks were flushed, and she was breathing rapidly. Seeing Fang Xian and Usagi Tsukino being so affectionate, she couldn't control herself any longer. I don't agree. You can't get married. Fang Xian is my husband. I am his wife. After hearing this, Zheng Anai's eyes widened. She covered her mouth tightly with her hands, and was so surprised that she couldn't speak. She never thought that Fang Xian and Ning Renjira were a couple. If that's the case, then what is she? What should she do? Usagi Tsukino looked at Ning Renjira in surprise, then looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. Husband, you guys. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly. Some things were time for everyone to know. Come back to the room with me first, and I'll tell you. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he pulled Usagi Tsukino towards the building. Ning Renjira looked at Usagi Tsukino with resentment and followed their pace. Zheng Anai had a complicated expression and followed with heavy steps. Fang Xian opened the door and waited until they all went in before closing it. He looked at the three women with different expressions and came clean. Let's all live in harmony from now on, understand? Good. In front of the SP Talent Contract Master, these are not a problem. In that case, let's live in harmony from now on. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjira looked at each other, not knowing how to face each other. Usagi Tsukino held their hands and said with a smile, "From now on we are all a family and good sisters." Yes, good sister. Photo by Tsukino Hair. Chapter 100. I want my name to resound throughout the world. The opening ceremony of the talent competition. As the passionate music sounded, contestants from various countries entered the venue one by one with firm steps. Their faces are filled with pride and joy. It is the supreme honor to represent the country and the best recognition of themselves. The colorful flags of various countries flutter in the wind, showing their elegance. The audience cheered and applauded, applauding each delegation. Fang Xian, wearing the team uniform, yawned and followed the team out. Ning Feng's face was full of joy, but when he saw that Fang Xian didn't look sleepy yet, his smile froze. Fang Xian, wake up quickly. It's the opening ceremony. Ning Renjira hurried forward and spoke with concern. Are you okay? Fang Xian rubbed his eyes and looked at Ning Renjira with a wicked smile. Should ask if you're okay. Ning Renjira's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't dare to say anything else. Fang Xian looked towards the audience holding the Dragon Country flag, with his head held high and his chest puffed out. The opening ceremony is over, and the next opening match is between Dragon Country and Sakura Country. I have to say that the United States understands the effects of programs. The rules of the opening match are very simple. It is 1v1, round robin. 1. One player takes turns to challenge the other player until he defeats 5 players from the other side to win. 2. You can use weapons and equipment, but you cannot use any props. 3. Falling out of the arena, surrendering, killing the opponent, and losing the ability to fight will all be considered losses. 4. Friendship first, competition second. Dragon Country Lounge. Ningfeng looked at everyone and announced the tactics. The tactical arrangement for the round-robin match is the same as before. I will explain it again. First, Fang Xian spoke, directly interrupting Ning Feng's tactical arrangements. Captain Ning, let me interrupt for a moment. Ning Feng looked at Fang Xian, feeling somewhat unhappy, but he did not dare to offend this giant Buddha, so he asked anyway. Student Fang Xian, what's wrong? I will be the first to play in the opening match, and you can arrange the rest on your own. The round-robin battle is the best stage to showcase one's personal abilities. Fang Xian wants to take this opportunity to defeat 5 opponents at once and ignite public opinion. Ning Feng had originally arranged for Fang Xian to play, but the order was different. It's not impossible for you to be the first one to go up, but I have to rearrange the order of appearance. Don't worry about it. I'll just defeat 5 of them in a minute. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Fang Xian, who was full of confidence. After a brief silence, Ning Feng shouted loudly. Good. Ning Feng naturally didn't believe Fang Xian's wild words, but as a team leader, he couldn't destroy the prestige of his own players. Instead, he can take this opportunity to boost morale. Let Fang Xian take the lead. Let us win our first victory. No one had any objection. After all, the first one to appear was at a disadvantage, with neither consumption nor gains as great as those of the players who appeared later. Ning Renjira, who was sitting next to Fang Xian, leaned closer and whispered softly. Hubby, you consumed so much energy last night. You have to be careful. Fang Xian smiled confidently. No problem. We have agreed on the tactics here. We will do the bone age test first, and then prepare to go on the field. After Ning Feng finished speaking, he led the contestants to the testing room. The testing room is used to test the bone age of the contestants to ensure it is 20 years old, otherwise they will be disqualified. It can also detect the level of the contestants for data analysis during commentary. With their Longwell work badges, they walked into a spacious and bright testing room. The testing room is dominated by white and high-tech silver-gray tones, and the ceiling is inlaid with a soft and bright intelligent lighting system. There are huge capsule-shaped testing instruments placed in the room, with blue indicator lights flashing on the surface. Those are the testing machines used specifically for the competition. Ning Feng completed the registration and, under the guidance of the staff, allowed Ning Renjie and others to go in for the test. They walked into the detection machine, and it began to scan and detect the data. Ning Feng and others can see the testing progress on the display screen outside the testing machine. In just 1 minute, the most accurate data will appear on the display screen. The staff transcribes the data, clicks to upload, and then opens the capsule compartment to replace the next batch. Fang Xian confirmed once again that the heaven-concealing cloth was wrapping the hidden bracelet before he walked in, and the capsule compartment slowly closed. He could hardly hear any noise inside. He just leaned back comfortably, and the test was completed. Fang Xian walked out of the capsule cabin and looked back, seeing his information displayed on it. 20 years old, level 1. Just as he had expected, the level was LV1, and then he would kill people in the arena, thus creating the biggest gimmick in the world. By then, there will surely be countless people rushing to report on him, and the popularity will definitely last for a long time. When the staff saw Fang Xian's level, they said huh in disdain. He didn't care why Fang Xian's level was LV1. After all, he was a player from Dragon Country, and it had nothing to do with the United States. Ning Feng, Ning Renjie and others were surprised when they saw the displayed results, and hurried forward to ask the staff. Hello, could you test him again? Is there something wrong with the machine? The staff members were full of sneers. Our testing machines are the most advanced and up-to-date in the world, and there won't be any problems. There is no way Fang Xian's level is even 1. Please test him again. I'm sorry, I still have a lot of work to do. Please leave. I'm going to test players from other countries. Ning Feng clenched his fists and was about to go up and argue with the staff, but was held back by Fang Xian. Captain Ning, there's no need to test again. I'm level 1. What? When these words were spoken, all the Dragon Country players were furious. Ning Feng tried hard to calm down and asked seriously with hope. Student Fang Xian, are you really level 1? Fang Xian's expression was very serious, and he didn't look like he was joking at all. He said seriously, yes, I am indeed level 1. Ning Feng's body softened, and he almost fell down. He was sweating profusely, his brain working rapidly as he made a decision. Fang Xian, I have to make some adjustments. You don't have to play in this competition. Fang Xian chuckled and shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, Captain Ning, I have to go on the field. This is an order from above. Ning Feng looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. When had such an order been issued? How come he didn't know? This? But you're only level 1. What can you do up there? Fang Xian smiled slyly, his eyes full of confidence. Of course, we're going to beat up the Sakura country and let the whole world know how powerful the Dragon Country is. At the same time, I also want my name to be heard throughout the world. Chapter 101. The Little Dogs of Sakura Country. Can you do this? United States. The president shook his red wine glass and watched the live broadcast on the big screen comfortably. There was a video playing next to him, and the person on it was none other than the Prime Minister of the Sakura Country. Mr. Inuji, you guys have to perform well in the opening match. Yoshi. Prime Minister Inu answered respectfully and said solemnly, Please rest assured, Mr. President. I have already issued an order last night. If they encounter Fang Xian, they should kill him. Very good. I am looking forward to the performance of the players from Sakura Country. The president took a sip and looked at the big screen with interest. Huh? Fang Xian is the first one to appear. The first player from Dragon Country was shown on the big screen, and he introduced Fang Xian enthusiastically. Level 1. Ahem. The president almost choked on the red wine. He immediately put down the glass and looked at the screen eagerly. Really level 1? Prime Minister Inuji, who was connected to the internet, laughed out loud, with an expression that showed he had seen through everything. Mr. President, Fang Xian is obsessed with women all the time and has never tried to level up. Level 1 is reasonable. You make a lot of sense. The president couldn't help but smile with relief as he listened to the boos from the audience. Some time ago, Longwell was vigorously promoting Fang Xian's SP talent, calling him the #1 genius. Now it seems that he is just a level 1 waste. What a joke. Mr. President is right. Longwell likes to play tricks. Now, just send out the loser Fang Xian. Mr. Inuji, you are going to make great achievements. The players of our great Sakura national team will never give the Dragon national team a chance to rescue them. They will definitely kill him. Okay, I'm really looking forward to your performance. The president and his men had made sufficient preparations, even ready to use secret realm methods. Unexpectedly, Fang Xian would give it to them for free, which saved them a lot of trouble. He looked at the big screen with great interest. The scene at that moment was Fang Xian walking onto the competition stage. Talent competition, audience seats. What's going on? Isn't Fang Xian an awakener of the SP talent? Why is he only level 1? That's right, it's outrageous. Is there something wrong? Fang Xian must be a key target for national training. It's impossible for him to be only level 1. How could there be any mistake in such a large-scale competition? Fang Xian must be this kind of person. What a shit. If Fang Xian is only level 1, why send him into battle? Is there no one available in our great country? This is really crazy. Don't worry. I believe the country will not do such a stupid thing. Yes, everyone calm down. Ningfeng also has doubts about the audience's questions. But he is an old hand after all, and he thinks things more comprehensively. Since Longhua has been vigorously promoting Fang Xian, it has also sent out the 10 elders, the god of war, Hong Jintian, and the strongest assassin Zhong Shenxiu. It is conceivable how much the top leaders of Longhua value this competition. In this case, Fang Xian is definitely not an ordinary person. But the LV1 level made him feel troubled again. Fang Xian was really unpredictable. Considering various speculations, Ningfeng still agreed to let Fang Xian be the first to appear. He stared at Fang Xian, who walked onto the stage with a serious expression, muttering to himself, "I hope you can surprise us." Fang Xian walked leisurely into the venue and saw the fully armed Sakura country players appearing from afar. This person is Usagi Tsukino's so-called fiancé Ito. Ito stared at Fang Xian with resentment, his eyes full of murderous intent. He must repay yesterday's humiliation double today. The equipment Ito is wearing now is the saint-level suit that his family sent him overnight. A full set of level 41 holy suit with 12 bonus points is priceless. Similarly, combat power will grow exponentially. He waved his iron fist and glared at Fang Xian. "Fang Xian, you're dead." Fang Xian waved his hands, indicating that he didn't understand. Baka. Ito was furious, especially when he thought about the fact that Usagi Tsukino had not returned to the team since yesterday. He was so angry that his helmet turned green. At the host's command, Ito burst out with all his strength, vowing to kill Fang Xian. Bang! He took a step forward with a loud noise and rushed towards Fang Xian like a cannonball. Such a grand scene shocked everyone in the audience. Shit. Sakura Countries comes up and uses his ultimate skill. Fuck. He obviously wants to kill Fang Xian. Nima, what should I do? Look, Fang Xian didn't react at all. It's over. Fang Xian is going to die. Did Fang Xian actually have no reaction? Of course not. He just wondered how it could be so slow that he even yawned. This yawn directly made Ito's anger soar to the peak. He swung his fist with tremendous force and hit Fang Xian's forehead directly. Fang Xian yawned and clapped his hands casually. Bang! Ito was knocked flying in an instant and crashed directly into the audience seats of Sakura Country, causing the audience of Sakura Country to scream. This scene dumbfounded the other audiences and confused the people of the whole country. What's going on? That Sakura Country player made a mistake? He knocked down his own compatriot. No, I can't. If it's not, then Fang Xian's casual slap, just now. Could it have such a terrifying power? Oh my god, that's so cool. As expected of an SP Talent Awakener, really awesome. Ning Feng, Ning Renjir, Zheng Anai and others all looked at Fang Xian in shock. They were completely stunned. They didn't expect that a casual attack from Fang Xian, who was at level 1, could be so powerful. No wonder he said he wanted to defeat 5 people at once. Don't be surprised, it's actually possible. If Fang Xian could really defeat 5 people at once, the whole country would rejoice. Usagi Tsukino, who was still in Fang Xian's room, also looked at Fang Xian with surprise. She shouted excitedly. As expected of my husband, Usagi Tsukino. So awesome. Fang Xian stretched out his index finger and hooked it towards the Sakura Country contestant area. The players from the Sakura Country were furious and filled with indignation, and each of them wanted to play. Kondo Kara stopped them and looked at Fang Xian with a serious expression. He felt that Fang Xian must be a knight. Otherwise his power would not be so strong. After much deliberation, Kondo Kara sent out an assassin. The assassin stared at Fang Xian viciously and leapt into the center of the field. He tightly grasped 2 holy-level daggers. His eyes were extremely fierce. Fang Xian disagreed and yawned again. I'm so sleepy. Such provocative behavior made the assassin furious. At the host's command, he moved at high speed and instantly came behind Fang Xian. The dagger was aimed at Fang Xian's forehead and stabbed down quickly. Bang! Fang Xian slapped the assassin with his backhand, and the assassin was blown away again, crashing into the audience seats of Sakura Country, making them cry loudly. He looked at the Sakura Country player zone and made a weak gesture to them. Thin dogs from the Sakura Country, can you do this? Chapter 102 The Last Contestant. Busuja Masiko. United States. Bang! The wine glass in the president's hand fell down, and he looked at Ito in disbelief and slapped him away. Mr. Inuji, what's going on? Prime Minister Inu Air was also stunned and had no idea what was going on. Maybe Ito slipped. Slippery feet? How could the president believe such a reason as a 3-year-old child? Prime Minister Inu Air also thought his reason was a bit ridiculous, and he immediately made a solemn promise. Mr. President, the next contestant will definitely kill Fang Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, the assassin from the Sakura Country was slapped away by Fang Xian again. Prime Minister Inuji. The president looked grim. This couldn't possibly be a mistake. Prime Minister Inu Air knew that he could no longer make excuses, otherwise he would be insulting the president's intelligence. Don't worry, Mr. President Bai Deng. The third contestant is our main member, and he will definitely not. But before he could finish his words, the third contestant from Sakura Country was knocked away and fell heavily into the audience seats of Sakura Country. After being knocked away one after another by Fang Xian, the audience seats of Sakura Country were deserted, leaving only some discarded Sakura flags. The president was so angry that he slapped the wooden table. Didn't they say Fang Xian is only level 1? Why do you guys keep failing? Prime Minister Inu Air didn't dare to say anything. He also wanted to ask why. The president glared at Prime Minister Inuji, furious. Where's that genius magician Usagi Tsukino that you guys promoted a while ago? Why don't you send her out? Prime Minister Inu Air hesitated and didn't say a word. Tell me, what happened to her? She was kidnapped by Fang Xian. President. What's the meaning? It's that Usagi Tsukino followed Fang Xian and defected to the enemy. What? You mean your genius magician was fucked by Fang Xian on the first day he arrived, and then became Fang Xian's woman? Prime Minister Inu Air's face turned green and he remained silent. Fuck. The president uttered a foul language. He never expected that something so outrageous would happen. At this moment, another player from the Sakura Country was knocked flying on the big screen. His face was full of anger. It seemed that Fang Xian had many secrets. Otherwise, how could he kill all the Japanese people in one fell swoop? It seems that what should be saved cannot be saved, and the plan to assassinate Fang Xian cannot be stopped. When Prime Minister Inuji saw the last contestant coming on stage, his expression finally looked a little better. It's her. She's finally here. The president looked at the screen curiously and asked puzzledly. Who is she? Is she powerful? Well, she is the strongest awakener in our Sakura Country this year. She just arrived in Seattle today. With her around, Fang Xian will definitely be killed. The president looked at the big screen with a serious expression and muttered to himself. That had better be the case. Otherwise, Sakura Country will be defeated 5 by Fang Xian alone. The Genius Competition, opening match. Fang Xian looked at the last contestant from Sakura Country curiously and didn't expect her to be such a beautiful girl. He was a little curious why he hadn't seen it in the Sakura Country team before. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Busuja Masiko. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 96. Body size, 96. Height, 174. Level, LV 43. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Busuja Masiko has long purple hair that is smooth and shiny. She has deep and sharp eyes, distinct facial features, a high nose bridge, and slightly upturned corners of her mouth, giving people a sense of cool beauty. Busuja Masiko is tall and well-proportioned. She wears a white and green short-skirt school uniform, holds a katana, and exudes a powerful aura. Fang Xian looked at Busuja Masiko carefully. The sword in her hand was extremely eye-catching. Miss, you don't wear equipment? Busuja Masiko raised the corners of her mouth slightly, her eyes full of fighting spirit. My kendo spirit emphasizes fairness. If you don't wear it, I won't wear it either. After these words were spoken, everyone reacted. It turned out that Fang Xian really was not wearing any equipment and didn't even use any weapons, but he actually slapped 4 geniuses from the Sakura Country away with just 4 slaps. It's simply ridiculously strong. Fang Xian smiled slightly and extended his index finger. What would you think if you told me that I could block all your attacks with just 1 finger? Dream. Busuja Masiko frowned slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. I admit that you are very strong, but you want to take all my attacks with just 1 finger. That's impossible. If I take all of it, How about you accepting me as your lord? Through Bisujima Siko's data and behavior, Fang Xian could guess that she was a very traditional Sakura countrywoman who strictly adhered to the spirit of a swordsman. That's why Bisujima Siko chose not to wear equipment. This is the honor of a swordsman. This honor is earned through superb swordsmanship, noble character, bravery, and loyalty. If a swordsman is insulted, he will accept a duel at all costs to prove his strength and dignity. Faced with Fang Xian's provocative words, Bisujima Siko naturally would not choose to back down. She is willing to risk everything to defend the dignity of a swordsman. Okay, I promise. If you can't handle one of your moves, you will automatically give up participating in this genius competition. Bisujima Siko's words made the Sakura country leader Kondo Kara very angry, because he had clearly told Bisujima Siko to kill Fang Xian. Now, there is still talk of fair competition. This is really an ignorant traditional idea. Fang Xian was secretly delighted. A swordsman's loyalty to his lord is unconditional and is one of the core elements of the swordsman's spirit. Especially for a swordsman with such traditional ideas, Bisujima Siko will definitely keep her promise. Okay, within 100 moves, if you can injure any part of my body other than my index finger, you win. Bisujima Siko assumed a fighting stance, with fighting spirit in her eyes. You will pay for your arrogance. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked her feet and used the knight common skill thrust. Ning Renjir had used the red tassel spear before, and Bisujima Siko is now using a katana. The principle of thrust is the same, just the weapons are different. Faced with the fierce thrust, Fang Xian simply moved his index finger to block the thrust. Bisujima Siko turned around on the spot, rotated 360 degrees, and changed her stabbing to slashing. The sword was still chopping at Fang Xian's index finger, not moving at all. The damage that appears is -1 point. Bisujima Siko frowned. No one had been able to hurt Fang Xian before, but she didn't expect Fang Xian's defense to be so high. And it was so high that it was ridiculous. She realized at this moment that it was impossible to break Fang Xian's defense. If you want to win the bet, you have to rely on the cleverness of swordsmanship and the use of body movements. She changed her mindset and stopped using the knight skill and switched to normal attacks. Anyway, as long as you can injure any part of Fang Xian other than his index finger, you will win. There is no need to fight Fang Xian head-on. But what Bisujima Siko didn't expect was that no matter how tricky her attacks were, they were all blocked by Fang Xian. As a result, she didn't expect that Fang Xian was not only strong and powerful in defense, but also had super fast speed. This is totally illogical. If this continues, she will only lose. Picture of Siko Bisujima. Chapter 103 Sister Siko. You should also be Fang Xian's wife. Reference picture of Bisujima SAE. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Bisujima Siko swung the katana repeatedly, and the attack angles were very tricky. But it was of no avail, as Fang Xian blocked them all with his index finger. In Fang Xian's eyes, Bisujima Siko's swordsmanship was exquisite and unpredictable, and she was indeed outstanding. Unfortunately, the person she met was Fang Xian, a cheater. Fang Xian waved his index finger to block Bisujima Siko's attack and smiled slightly. You lose. Bisujima Siko was breathing slightly. Her hair on her forehead was wet with sweat and stuck to her rosy cheeks. Her eyes revealed reluctance, yet helplessness. I lost. As she admitted defeat, the host said loudly, "Let us congratulate Fang Xian and Longhua for winning the first victory in the opening match." There was loud applause and cheers from the audience. Fang Xian walked slowly to Bisujima Siko with a smile on his face. I hope you can become stronger next time. Bisujima Siko put away her sword with a complicated expression. My lord, I won't let you down. Very good. Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction, and when the huge cheers drowned out his words, he whispered, If you want to get stronger, come see me at night. I'm in room 501. Bisujima Siko looked at Fang Xian, who turned and left, feeling mixed emotions. There was a huge cheer in the stadium. Fang Xian, Fang Xian. Fang Xian walked down the stage on his own. When he heard the thunderous cheers, he waved his hands repeatedly to express his gratitude. This feat of defeating 5 opponents at once will surely make headlines in various countries and become the top trending search. Fang Xian, drink some water. Ning Renjir happily put the cup of water on the ground and gave it to Fang Xian, her eyes full of admiration. Thanks. Fang Xian took the cup of water naturally, but before he could drink it, Ning Feng and others swarmed over. Fang Xian, you are too strong. You can defeat 5 people at once. That's too exaggerated. How did you do that, Brother Xian? Brother Xian, please teach me. Fang Xian looked at their enthusiasm and couldn't help but smile. Do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers every day, and you'll get stronger. Brother Xian, is it true? Of course, not only can you become stronger, but you can also become bald. Brother Xian, why aren't you bald? Because I don't do it. Everyone. Fang Xian's room. Honey, you're back. When Usagi Tsukino saw Fang Xian coming back, she immediately hugged him. Fang Xian hugged Usagi Tsukino's soft body and gently stroked her hair. Yeah, I'm back. Hubby, you're not going to watch the next game? Well, there's nothing to see. They'll just be defeated by me in seconds anyway. Hehe, you are worthy of being my husband. Usagi Tsukino hugged Fang Xian tightly with joy, her face full of admiration. Didn't Ronger and Ann and AI come back together? Well, Ann and I still has work to do, and Ronger's father won't let her go. As Fang Xian spoke, he picked up Usagi Tsukino in his princess carry. So now that we have some free time, let's enjoy some time together. Usagi Tsukino put her arms around Fang Xian's neck, her face full of shyness. My husband hates. Hey, don't say you hate it later. Fang Xian gently lifted the sweat-soaked hair on Tsukino Usagi's pretty face and asked softly, Usagi, do you know Bisujima Siko? Sister Siko? Yes, I know her. She and I are good friends. Usagi Tsukino's eyes suddenly lit up, and her head, which had been slightly lowered, suddenly raised up, staring at Fang Xian, with a hint of excitement at the corner of her mouth. Honey, do you have any feelings for Sister Siko? Fang Xian looked at Usagi Tsukino's excitement and couldn't help feeling a little confused. You really want me to take in Bisujima Siko? Uh-huh. Usagi Tsukino began to explain the reasons impatiently, her words pouring out like a rapid-fire cannon. It turns out that Bisujima Siko is an orphan like her and is also in the same orphanage. They were like sisters and lived together for many years. When Bisujima Siko grew up, she showed extraordinary swordsmanship and was adopted by a prominent family. The two separated from then on, and Bisujima Siko would occasionally visit Tsukino Usagi in her free time. But every time she came, her arms were wrapped in thick bandages. Usagi Tsukino didn't know what they were before, until later she heard that those were the injuries suffered by Bisujima Siko. Because Bisujima Siko was adopted, many people looked down on her and deliberately hurt her. The stubborn Bisujima Siko refused to admit defeat, resulting in her being beaten by them for many years. It was not until Bisujima Siko made some progress in swordsmanship that she was able to avoid being beaten. However, Bisujima Siko was determined to take revenge, so she beat up everyone who hurt her, which led to no one wanting to be her friend. Until she awakened, she was rejected by others. Fortunately, Usagi Tsukino also awakened her SSS level talent, allowing her to meet Bisujima Siko again. Usagi Tsukino begged Fang Xian with her big watery eyes. Honey, if I leave, Sister Siko will definitely return to her lonely life. Rather than letting Sister Siko suffer in Sakura Country, it is better to let her live in Dragon Country with her husband. Hubby, can you take her in? Fang Xian gently stroked Tsukino Usagi's little head and said lovingly. Of course I have to help you with something that Bunny asks me to do. Woo woo woo, thank you, husband. Usagi Tsukino hugged Fang Xian's arms and sobbed quietly. Fang Xian patted Tsukino Usagi's shoulders and said softly, Okay, get dressed, they're coming back. Night. Fang Xian asked Zheng Enai and Ning Renjir to go back to their respective rooms first, and he and Usagi Tsukino waited for Bisujima Siko in the room. Honey, will Sister Siko really come? Why don't we go find her? Fang Xian answered with certainty. Don't worry, it will come. He knew that Bisujima Siko had the ancient spirit of a swordsman and would never miss any opportunity to surpass her limits. Especially since Fang Xian, who is the same age as her but much stronger than her, it is impossible for her to suppress her curiosity. Sure enough, Bisujima Siko did come. Ding dong. Fang Xian opened the door and looked at Bisujima Siko with a smile. Welcome, please come in. As soon as Bisujima Siko came in, she saw Usagi Tsukino looking at her with a smile. Bunny. Usagi Tsukino excitedly threw herself into Bisujima Siko's arms and hugged her tightly. Sister Siko, I missed you so much. Bisujima Siko's eyes became gentle and full of doting. Fang Xian watched the two balls collide and was secretly shocked. Bisujima Siko let go of Tsukino Usagi, her beautiful eyes full of questions. Little rabbit, why are you here? Usagi Tsukino looked at Fang Xian with a happy face. Because Fang Xian is my husband. Bisujima Siko looked at Fang Xian in surprise and asked seriously, You guys are really together? Usagi Tsukino nodded and answered affirmatively. Well, I have found the moonlight that warms me best. Bisujima Siko naturally knew about the moonlight that Usagi Tsukino was talking about. She just didn't expect that Usagi Tsukino would be together with Fang Xian so soon. However, when she thought that Usagi Tsukino finally found what she wanted, she felt happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Congratulations, Bunny. Thank you, Sister Siko. Usagi Tsukino fixed her eyes on Busujima Siko and spoke in a deep voice. Sister Siko, I hope you can live a happy life like me. A trace of sadness flashed across Busujima Siko's eyes, and she shook her head helplessly. Usagi Tsukino spoke first before she could finish. Sister Siko, I hope you can also become Fang Xian's wife. Picture of Siko Busujima. Chapter 104 Return of various resources to create the strongest girl group. Reference picture of Busujima Siko. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Busujima Siko's eyes widened, her expression frozen, and her eyes were full of shock. Bunny, what are you talking about? Usagi Tsukino stood tall and straight with a determined look in her eyes. Sister Siko, I'm serious. You also need to become Fang Xian's wife. Only in this way can you break free from the bondage of the Sakura national team. Busujima Siko looked at the determined Usagi Tsukino and stared at Fang Xian fiercely. What the hell did you do to Usagi? Usagi Tsukino hurriedly grabbed Busujima Siko's arm and explained. Sister Siko, please don't misunderstand Fang Xian. He really didn't do anything to me. We are all orphans. We can only become their puppets if we stay in Sakura country. They can force me to marry Ito, and they will force you to become someone's woman in the future. Sister Siko, is this really what you want to pursue? Busujima Siko remained silent as she listened to Usagi Tsukino's heartfelt words. Looking back on the past, they had no background and indeed suffered a lot of unfair treatment in the Sakura country. If she hadn't escaped, her future would probably be just as Usagi Tsukino said. If that were the case, it would be too late to escape by then. Busujima Siko looked at Fang Xian suspiciously and asked in a deep voice. Can you ensure that the Dragon Kingdom will not interfere in our lives? Fang Xian raised his chin slightly, his eyes were firm, and a calm smile hung on the corners of his mouth. My idol woman does not need to obey orders from anyone other than me. How do you prove it? Simple. Fang Xian took out the dragon set from the storage ring and showed it off. Busujima Siko and Tsukino Usagi were amazed when they saw a set of god-level suit with plus 12. Oh my god, it's a god-level weapon of level 91 plus 18? Aren't the attributes too exaggerated? Equipment of this level is probably something that even the top awakeners in Sakura country don't have. When Busujima Siko saw the dragon set, she was able to confirm that Fang Xian did have a powerful background, but she still remained skeptical. Just when Busujima Siko was about to raise her doubts, Fang Xian took out another piece of equipment to show her. Busujima Siko took it and looked at it. Her cherry lips opened into an O shape in surprise. It's actually a divine weapon. Usagi Tsukino hurried forward to check and also exclaimed in surprise. It really is a divine weapon. At the beginning, the Dragon Kingdom announced loudly to the outside world that the 8-foot mirror of the Sakura Kingdom and the heaven-concealing cloth of the World Guild were seized by the Dragon Kingdom. The fact that such an important artifact appeared on Fang Xian was enough to prove how much the Dragon Kingdom valued him. Even if Busujima Siko has 1,000 reasons, they are all pale and powerless in front of the dragon suit and hide the sky cloth. Fang Xian smiled confidently with bright eyes. Siko, does this prove what I said? Busujima Siko looked at Fang Xian, who was full of confidence, and felt extremely conflicted. Finally, he stammered out a word. Able. Seeing that Busujima Siko's favorability had risen to 60, Fang Xian slowly stepped forward and held Busujima Siko's slender hand. So if you follow me, I can give you the life you want, and I can also help you reach unprecedented heights in swordsmanship. Before Busujima Siko could react, Fang Xian held her hand. She subconsciously tried to break free, but she could feel Fang Xian's sincere words and the warmth from his hands. She hesitated. Busujima Siko's pretty face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head slightly, her purple hair falling quietly on her shoulders. But, you are already with Xiao Dufai. Usagi Tsukino interrupted her before she could finish. Sister Siko, Fang Xian is an SP Talent Awakener and can marry many wives, so you don't have to worry. And we should be thankful that we were among the first batch to become his wife. Otherwise we would be at a loss, hee. Busujima Siko looked at Usagi Tsukino's brilliant smile, and the last line of defense in her heart finally collapsed. If you stay with Fang Xian, you can indeed avoid the disgusting marriage in Sakura country. Moreover, Fang Xian's appearance and strength are both at the top of the pyramid. With the full support of Dragon Country, Fang Xian will sooner or later become the strongest person on Blue Star. Following Fang Xian is indeed the best choice. Handsome, powerful, and gentle, who can resist? Byusuja Masiko nodded slightly and said in an almost inaudible voice, yeah. Seeing this, Fang Xian stepped forward and gently embraced Byusuja Masiko in his arms. Siko, I will take good care of you. Byusuja Masiko felt Fang Xian's warmth and was deeply moved. She hugged Fang Xian with her backhand and felt the warmth of the opposite sex for the first time. Fang Xian watched as Byusuja Masiko's favorability continued to soar, finally reaching 95. He smiled at Usagi Tsukino, indicating that Usagi Tsukino was the MVP of this game. Usagi Tsukino gave a mischievous smile and quietly walked out, leaving the room and closing the door, leaving Fang Xian and Byusuja Masiko alone. She stood in the corridor, looking at the moon in the sky with a smile and whispering softly, Sister Siko, we will definitely be happy. Siko, does it still hurt? Fang Xian gently wiped the sweat off Byusuja Masiko's pretty face, full of love and affection. No, it's okay. Byusuja Masiko leaned gently in Fang Xian's arms, enjoying the warmth. Fang Xian felt comfortable looking at the well-behaved Byusuja Masiko. Although you cannot make a contract with Usagi Tsukino and Siko Byusujima yet, the system will still include them in the list of cashback recipients, and you can also prepare for going to this secret realm. The two great geniuses of Sakura Country were abducted by Fang Xian. I'm afraid Sakura Country won't go far in this genius competition. Siko, put on your clothes. I'll call Usagi in. Good. Byusuja Masiko was reluctant to leave and slowly stood up. Fang Xian nodded. It was truly as beautiful as a painting and as white as snow. Hubby, you want us to eat these now? Usagi Tsukino and Siko Byusujima looked at the attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift in their hands in confusion. Well, you all use it now. Fang Xian also gave them a copy, intending to ask them to return it and then redistribute it later. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Byusujima looked at each other and started taking it. Ding. Usagi Tsukino consumes one of each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, enlightenment pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift, and returns 12,000 copies of each. Ding. Byusuja Masiko consumes one of each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, enlightenment pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift, and returns 12,000 copies each. Fang Xian touched the storage rings of Tsukino Usagi and Byusuja Masiko and traded 500 bottles of attribute enhancers to each of them and 100 bottles of skill upgrade pills. They were very excited when they saw the 500 bottles of attribute enhancers and 100 bottles of skill upgrading pills in the storage ring. Usagi Tsukino. Thank you, husband. Byusuja Masiko. Thank you, husband. Fang Xian gently stroked their little heads and said lovingly, You all use them. Good. The two girls nodded obediently and started using it immediately. Fang Xian looked at the things returned from the system warehouse and decided to go back to Yunjing Villa to help Xuan Noi and the others break through to level 99. Then give them more attribute enhancers to make them the strongest fighting force. In this way, no matter what the United States wants to do, he can give the whole world a big surprise. Let the whole world know who is the owner of Blue Star. King. Picture of Siko Byusujima. Chapter 105. You bastards, just wish yourself the best. Reference picture of Byusuja Masiko. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. And Romer, you have used all of these. Fang Xian came to their room, took out one comprehension pill and one breakthrough pill, and handed them to Zheng Yanai and Ning Renjie. They took it curiously and swallowed it. Ding. Ning Renjie consumes one enlightenment pill and one breakthrough pill, and returns 12,000 of each. Ding. Zheng Yanai consumes one enlightenment pill and one breakthrough pill, and returns 12,000 of each. Fang Xian looked at the system warehouse and was very satisfied. Have you used up all the 1,000 copies of the attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, golden god's gift, and god of war's blood that I gave you before? I haven't had time lately. I just used up all the attribute enhancers. After Zheng and I finished speaking, Ning Renjie nodded repeatedly. Yeah, me too. Fang Xian thought about it and realized that he had not given them much private space recently, so it was normal that they had not used it all. Okay, use it well tonight, and try to finish it as soon as possible. Ning Renjie blurted out when she heard it. So, husband, why don't you stay with us tonight? After she finished speaking, Her pretty face turned slightly red, and people who didn't know her would think she was very anxious. Zheng Anai's eyes were also eager, hoping that Fang Xian would stay. I won't be here tonight. I have something to take care of. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he took out a few teleportation instructions and located the coordinates here. Then he handed them the teleportation command located at Cloudview Villa. Take these. If you encounter a situation where you are overwhelmed, use them immediately. They can save your life. Good. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie wanted to say something, but Fang Xian touched their heads and then teleported away. Yongjiang City, Yinjing Villa. Call out. Fang Xian appeared in the living room of the villa in an instant without making any noise. He looked around and saw that they were all in their respective rooms comprehending. Fang Xian was too lazy to knock on each door one by one, so he raised his voice. Ladies, I'm back. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the rooms on both floors were opened instantly. The 8 beauties rushed down from upstairs one after another. When they saw Fang Xian sitting on the sofa, they were all very excited. 8th girl, husband. Fang Xian sat on the sofa, smiling and with his arms open. In an instant, the 8 beauties all pounced on Fang Xian. Fang Xian felt the softness and fragrance one after another, and felt very happy. Wives, did you miss me? Lin Mingxian. Husband, why did you come back just now? Chen Tingxian. Exactly, why did you come back just now? I miss my husband so much. Lu Shishuang. Hubby, the teacher misses you so much. Mitsuko Takahashi. The night raid my husband promised me never happened. Tang Xiaowu. That's right, my husband only knows how to lie. Mu Wanyao. Hubby, Wanyao misses you so much. Ran Qing. Hubby, Qing'er misses you too. Yukino. Husband, welcome home. Okay, let me out first. Fang Xian gently pushed them away and felt relieved to see their excited faces. It's better to have a contract. There's no need to worry about any betrayal. Put out your hands. I'll trade you something good. The 8 beauties happily stretched out their slender hands, waiting for Fang Xian to give them gifts. Fang Xian currently has 48,000 bottles of enlightenment pills and breakthrough pills, and he traded 6,000 of them alone. The most critical thing for the 8 girls now is to break through level 96. They are extremely surprised to receive 6,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills from Fang Xian. They all said sweetly in unison, "Thank you, husband." Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Lu Shishuang. He had previously given the remaining 28,000 comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to Lu Shishuang. Shuanger, how is your understanding? There was a bright light in Lu Shi's eyes and a brilliant smile on her face. Hubby, if nothing unexpected happens, I will be able to break through tomorrow. I didn't expect the teacher to be so good at double colors. He deserves encouragement. Hee, husband, after I break through, I will share the remaining comprehension pills and breakthrough pills with my sisters. Good. Fang Xian then traded 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers to each of them using their storage rings. The 8 girls looked at the 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers in the storage ring with excitement. They had already tasted the sweetness of success in the dungeon when they obtained Fang Xian's 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Now with another 1,000 bottles, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Wanyao, I'll trade you these 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. When the time comes, you can pass them on to my parents and let them use them. Good. After Fang Xian finished explaining all the matters, he chatted with them about what had happened recently. The next day, the genius competition. Ning Feng looked at Fang Xian, who was sleeping soundly in silence. He wanted to blame him, but didn't dare to, so he could only ask softly. Fang Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? Fang Xian rubbed his eyes and yawned. They walked to the competition venue, and this time their opponent was the Korean country. This competition is a points-based competition with 2v2, 3v3, and 7v7 matches. The first team to get 2 wins will be the winner. The rules are as follows. 1. Each person can only choose to participate in 2v2 and 7v7, or 3v3 and 7v7 once. 2. You can use weapons and equipment, but you cannot use any props. 3. Falling out of the arena, surrendering, killing the opponent, and losing the ability to fight will all be considered losses. 4. Friendship first, competition second. Ning Renjie angrily took out the red tasseled spear and walked towards the center of the field. His partner, Chao Xiangying, was confused and hurried to catch up. Fang Xian looked at Ning Renjie in such a state and couldn't help but worry for the Korean country. You guys, just wish you good luck. Picture of Siko Busujima. Chapter 106 Goddess Ning shows her divine power. Auditorium. Did you watch the news yesterday? I see, the whole world is discussing Fang Xian. That's right, A level 1 contractor going through 5 cherry blossom nations is simply too explosive. Fang Xian's Douyin account now has 1 million followers, and it is certain to exceed 10 million followers. The Sakura country even went to the organizing committee of the competition and said they wanted to test Fang Xian. He must have cheated, otherwise how could he only be level 1? I've heard about it too. Now seeing Fang Xian in the contestants box, it looks like there's no problem. Of course there is no problem. This is just their usual method. Didn't our swimming team often receive urine tests from them before? Yes. Seeing how powerful we are, they want to suppress us through various means. The iron must be strong before it can be forged. Let them hit the wall this time. I hope Fang Xian can bully Korea again this time and make them become America's running dogs. The first person to appear today is Goddess Ning Renjir, so beautiful. Goddess Ning is not only beautiful, but also ranked first in the National League. She is both intelligent and brave. Anyone who can marry Goddess Ning is blessed for 8 lifetimes. The only one worthy of Goddess Ning is probably a freak like Fang Xian. Don't mention it, Fang Xian and Goddess Ning are quite a good match. I'm into this couple. Ning Renjir, wearing red armor and holding a red tasseled spear, stood proudly. She has a tall and straight figure, sharp eyes, and her long orange hair flutters slightly in the wind, adding a bit of heroic spirit. ACI, come up quickly and get beaten. Most of the Korean contestants cannot understand the dragon language, but they still understand the classic phrase, Asaba. Faced with the provocative Ning Renjir, they started to yell all kinds of curses. Chao Xiongying stood beside Ning Renjir and couldn't help but wonder, did this young lady eat explosives today? So irritable. But he is not a coward, and he is eager to give it a try. The Korean country couldn't hold back either and ended up going for a combination of one tall and one short. The tall man was a knight, wearing heavy silver armor and holding a huge lance. The lance is 3 meters long and is made of metal. The tip of the lance is sharp and emits a cold light. The dwarf is a thin man, known as an assassin. Both sides glared at each other, eager to fight. The game begins. As soon as the host finished speaking, both sides took action immediately. The tall man held a huge lance and charged forward bravely, leaving cracks wherever he stepped. In contrast, Ning Renjir, who was facing him, walked quickly and lightly, forming a sharp contrast with him. The two used the same skill, which was thrust. If both of them use thrust, it means that neither of them can retreat, and they will definitely collide with each other. When everyone saw their charge, they couldn't help but worry for Ning Renjir. Whether in terms of height or weapons, the Korean players give people the feeling of heavy tanks. And Ning Renjir looked petite and delicate in front of him. Such a huge size gap is really frightening. Some of the more timid ones have already covered their eyes and dared not to look. When two brave men meet on a narrow road, the brave one wins. Whoever retreats is a dog. Ning Renjir moved forward bravely with great momentum. When the big guy from the Korean country saw this, his eyes were full of mockery. Ning Renjir's red tassel spear was as thick as a hair in front of his riding spear. This kind of head-on confrontation was exactly what he wanted. Stupid dragon country woman, go to hell. Bang! The two guns collided, making a loud noise. Just when everyone thought that Ning Renjir would be smashed to pieces, the big guy from the Korean country instantly shot out in the opposite direction like a cannonball. Boom! The big guy from the Korean country smashed a big hole in the wall. The whole place was silent, with only the sound of falling gravel. Crash, clatter. Everyone stared in amazement at the thick smoke billowing out of the wall and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. The little boy from Paokai State and Chao Xiongying both stopped what they were doing and looked at the scene in disbelief. Chao Xiongying's forehead was covered with sweat. When did Ning Renjir become so powerful? If it was him, he would be dead after getting hit like that. The smaller boy from the Korean school was very upset. He never thought that the bigger guy would be defeated in the first second as soon as they met. This is simply outrageous. However, as an assassin, he is good at speed, so facing a warrior and a knight, he still has a chance of winning. No matter how powerful a knight is, his speed is still a shortcoming. As long as he keeps a distance, he will have the opportunity to slowly consume the enemy. If he wins the one-on-two fight, he will be a hero in Korea. Just as he was imagining the future, he saw Ning Renjir rushing towards him with full of anger. The corners of his mouth turned up, his face full of sneer. But the next second he stopped laughing. Ning Renjir's speed certainly couldn't be compared, but her strength was super strong, and she thrust the gun directly into the floor with a powerful thrust. Boom! The ground kept rising, and the gravel shot towards the little boy from Kimchi National University like cannonballs. Shit! The little boy from Kimchi National University cursed angrily and dodged left and right quickly. Just when he was tired of parrying, Ning Renjiro jumped high, raised the red tassel spear, and chopped down with it. Bang! With a move of spear splitting, he directly hit the little man and smashed him into the ground. It makes the already short body even worse. Ning Renjiro put away the gun, without looking back, and left in a cool manner. Chao Xionying swallowed his saliva unconsciously, and from then on, he never dared to go against Ning Renjiro again. After all, this chop really hurts. As the host announced the results of the competition, the audience burst into warm applause. Before, Fang Xian defeated 5 people alone, and now Goddess Ning is fighting 2 people alone. Dragon Country is really lucky. It was said to be a 2v2 match, but Goddess Ning ruined everything. Chao Xionying seemed so redundant. Haha. I feel sorry for Chao Xionying for 2.5 seconds. How long has it been since the National League? How did Goddess Ning become so powerful? Could it be that there is a master helping me? Of course she is. Otherwise, look at Chao Xionying, who was on par with her before, and now he has been left far behind. Who on earth is the master who could train Goddess Ning to such a high level in such a short time? Fang Xian applauded warmly to welcome Ning Renjiro back. Ning Renjiro didn't look at him well. She just snorted and left. Fang Xian shook her head helplessly. As expected, the story of Zhang Fei fighting 8 enemies alone made her very dissatisfied. It seemed that, I can only ask them to join me next time so that they won't be angry if they participate. What a genius idea. Fang Xian looked at the 2 people behind him, turned around, and led them onto the stage. In the 3v3 team competition, Fang Xian is the main force and the other 2 are just tools. Fang Xian looked towards the Korean country. There were 2 men and 1 woman walking onto the field. Fang Xian knew that the woman was the most beautiful and natural contestant in the Korean country delegation. Shin Haimi. If you want to thrive in the secret realm, you have to become stronger on Blue Star. If you want to become stronger, you can only rely on the God-level multiplier return system. If we can capture Shin Haimi, we must not let her go. Fang Xian looked at the graceful Shun Huimei and smiled wickedly. Chapter 107 Miss Huimei, welcome. Reference picture of Shun Huimei. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian, what is our tactic? Teammate Wang Xiaohu asked, and another teammate Zhang Xiaolong looked forward to it. Do we need tactics to deal with them? 1 slap on each person is enough. Fang Xian took a step forward and blocked them behind him. Zabagwo, hurry up. The Korean people looked solemn and did not step forward impulsively. When Shun Huimei saw that it was Fang Xian who came out, she knew that it would be difficult to win this time. They have already lost once in the last game. If they lose again this time, the Korean nation will be unable to move forward. She thought it over again and walked straight towards Fang Xian. Hello, Fang Xian. My name is Shun Huimei. Fang Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that Shun Huimei could speak Longwa dialect. Thinking of Bisuja Misiko and Tsukino Usagi, it seems that all beautiful women can speak Dragon Country dialect. This rule really makes him feel comfortable. Miss Huimei, what's the matter? There was a shrewd look in Shin Huimei's eyes, and the corners of her mouth were slightly raised with a faint smile. Fang Xian, can I have a few words with you in private? Can. Fang Xian didn't know what Shun Huimei's plan was, but no matter what it was, as a pastor she couldn't cause any waves. Shun Huimei walked slowly to Fang Xian, got close to him, and spoke in a low voice. Fang Xian, how about we make a deal? Fang Xian looked down at Shun Huimei's beautiful face and said with interest, tell me about it. I know that with you here, Dragon Country will definitely be the champion this time. I hope you can go easy on our Kimchi country and let us win more points. Fang Xian understood what he meant. The Korean nation still has a strong obsession with various world-class competitions as always. Whether it is the World Cup or the Olympics, Korea will stop at nothing to try every possible means to achieve good results. This is a manifestation of a nation's lack of self-confidence, which is why they shamelessly steal the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. But it was impossible for Fang Xian to deliberately let her win. His purpose of participating in this competition is to become famous and gain more fans. It is not worth it to deliberately give up for a woman. Miss Huimei, I reject your proposal. Upon hearing this, Shun Huimei frowned and looked a little anxious. You can set conditions. What I can't do, our country can definitely do. Miss Huimei, even if you lose this time, you still have one last chance tomorrow. How could Shin Haimi not know that tomorrow would be the last chance? But tomorrow they would be facing the British Empire, and they would have no chance of winning at all. If they lose tomorrow, they will make history and return home defeated. By then, the public opinion and abuse from the Korean country will definitely make them doubt their lives. Fang Xian naturally knew Shun Huimei's concerns, and he smiled slyly. What if I can help you defeat the British Empire? Shun Huimei looked at Fang Xian in surprise and asked in confusion. Do you really have a solution? Of course I have a way, but you will have to pay a heavy price for it. I'm willing to pay any price as long as we can win tomorrow. No, no, no. If you can do this, you can win not only tomorrow, but also in the future. Shin Haimei's eyes opened wide, with a glimmer of hope in them. Really? You really can do this? Of course, if you come to room 501 to see me alone tonight, I will naturally fulfill your wish. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he took 2 steps back. Ms. Shin Haimei, can we start the competition? Shin Huimei looked at Fang Xian's confident smile and shook her head slightly. There was no way they could defeat Fang Xian, so there was no need to struggle in vain. We give up. With Shin Haimei's surrender, it means that Longwoo won 2-0. There was an uproar and discussion outside the venue. There were even spectators from the Korean country who started throwing garbage towards the Korean players' seats and cursing shit. Shin Haimei, get out of kimchi country. Traitor. Ah shit. Shin Haimei, you bastard. Why can Shin Haimei represent the Korean nation? Get out. Shin Huimei didn't say anything after listening to the loud abuse, but her eyes became more determined, as if she had made some kind of decision. The lounge of the Longwood delegation. Ningfeng looked at the standings with great interest and was very happy. The first 20 points were brought by Fang Xian's SP talent, and then he defeated the Sakura country and the Kimchi country and got another 20 points each. The total points have reached 60 points, firmly occupying the first place in the standings. If they keep up the good work, Longwoo will be able to win the championship. Then their Ning family will rise in prominence and hopefully become one of the largest families in Longwoo. He was full of anticipation and began to plan his next tactics. Now let me explain the tactical arrangements for the next game. Huh? Where's Fang Xian? Did he run away again? Team leader Chung Gang shook his head helplessly. Yes, he just ran away. This kid. Ningfeng was helpless in the face of Fang Xian's failure to abide by discipline. He pretended not to hear and continued to plan his tactics. Fang Xian dormitory. Hubby, are we going to Dragon Country now? Usagi Tsukino still didn't quite understand what Fang Xian had just said. Well, now we are heading to Dragon Country. Fang Xian felt that it was not safe to leave the two of them here, because their absence led to the defeat of Sakura Country again today. The top leaders of Sakura Country would definitely not let Usagi Tsukino and Bisujima Siko go. He took out 2 teleportation instructions and gave them to them. You can use it now, and we will teleport together. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima received the teleportation command, looked at each other, and nodded obediently. Good. Ding. Usagi Tsukino consumes 1 teleport command and returns 12,000. Ding. Bisujima Siko consumes 1 teleport command and returns 12,000. The 3 of them instantly appeared at Longwoo's Yunjing Villa. As soon as they appeared, the 8 women waited for a long time. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima looked at the 8 beauties around them and were both slightly surprised. Honey, where is this place? Who are they? Fang Xian smiled slightly and stepped forward to introduce himself. They are all my wives. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima looked at the 8 beauties suspiciously. Each of them was stunningly beautiful. Are they really all Fang Xian's wives? The 8 beauties had already received Fang Xian's notice, and they also knew that Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima were extremely distressed about their past. Lu Shishuang walked up to Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima, held their hands, and said softly, Usagi Siko, welcome to our big family. The rest of the people had friendly smiles on their faces and applauded enthusiastically. Welcome Usagi and Siko, we are sisters from now on. Fang Xian felt very relieved. He went forward and hugged Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima. This is your home, and we will be a family from now on. Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima were very touched. They finally had a home of their own. Bisujima Siko, thank you, husband. Usagi Tsukino, I love you, husband. Fang Xian, I love you too. He handed Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima over to the 8 beauties, and then returned to the U.S. dormitory. As soon as I got back, I heard a knock on the door. Fang Xian opened the door and smiled slightly. Ms. Huimei, welcome. Shun Huimei was a little reserved, but still walked into Fang Xian's room resolutely. Fang Xian looked at Shun Huimei, who came in with a sly smile, and slowly closed the door. Photo by Shin Haimei. Chapter 108. Kimchi Country is disgusting. Shin Haimei came in and went straight to the point, eager to know the answer. Contestant Fang Xian, may I ask what method can help us win the next game? Please sit down first. Fang Xian took 2 bottles of mineral water and placed them on the table, then sat down slowly. Shin Haimi knew that she was too impatient and a bit presumptuous. Fang Xian saw Shun Huimei sitting down and spoke with a smile. You know Usagi Tsukino and Seiko Busujima from Sakura country, right? As the captain of the Korean nation, Shin Haimi naturally keeps an eye on the information of players from various countries. Busujima Seiko and Tsukino Usagi are the seeded players from Sakura country and are also the favorites to win the championship. Usagi Tsukino missed the first game, and Seiko Busujima missed the second game. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that there must be some connection between these two events and Fang Xian. But no one knows the real reason. Fang Xian opened the bottle of mineral water and smiled. They are just like every awakened person. They are all looking for ways to become stronger. They are like this, Ning Ronger is like this, and you are like this too. Upon hearing this, Shun Huimei frowned slightly. She had investigated Ning Rongjier's strength before, and it was impossible for her to be as strong as she is now. If you want to reach such a level in a short period of time, you will inevitably have to consume a lot of resources. Not to mention whether Longhua has so many resources, even if it does, it will not invest in Ning Rongier too early. After all, there are geniuses in the country every year, and she has just awakened, so it is not her turn to have abundant resources yet. Since Fang Xian mentioned them, could it be that they are all related to Fang Xian? Contestant Fang Xian, are you saying that the reason they became stronger was because of you? Fang Xian took a sip of water and nodded without comment. Of course, it was me who made them so powerful, so Usagi Tsukino and Seiko Busujima chose to leave Sakura country. Although Shun Huimei was mentally prepared, she was still a little shocked when she heard Fang Xian admit it himself. What kind of temptation would make two geniuses give up their country? Or how disappointed were they with the Sakura country that they chose to leave? If it were her, she would never betray the Korean nation. I wonder what price they paid to become stronger. Fang Xian put down the mineral water bottle and smiled slightly. It's comfortable to deal with smart people. What they gave was simple, it was sincerity. Sincere. Shun Huimei looked at Fang Xian suspiciously, totally unconvinced. Contestant Fang Xian, I'm afraid there's more to it than just sincerity, right? Haha. It is indeed only with sincerity, because only with sincerity can we love each other and become husband and wife. Does that mean all three of them are your wives? Right. You signed a contract with them? No, they are willing. They don't need to sign a contract. Shun Huimei looked at Fang Xian and found that there was no sign that Fang Xian was lying. So what you mean is that if I want to become stronger, I have to be your woman? Fang Xian nodded without denying it. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Although Shin Haimi wanted to become stronger, she didn't want to sell her body and soul. She slowly stood up, nodded slightly, said goodbye and left. Fang Xian did not stop him, but just spoke lightly. What do you think the Koreans think of you? Shin Haimi stopped and answered simply. I have done my best, left the rest to fate, and have a clear conscience. They will naturally understand me. What if they don't understand and instead want to hurt you? I believe our people will not do such a ridiculous thing. Shin Haimi left these powerful words, opened the door, and left. Fang Xian looked at Shun Huimei meaningfully and did not stop her from leaving. Shin Haimi walked out of the Longguk residential area upset and worried. Her rejection of Fang Xian's proposal was tantamount to ruining the future of the Korean country in this competition. Although Fang Xian is very handsome and strong, Shun Huimei is unwilling to sacrifice her innocence. Otherwise, her singleness for so many years would lose all its meaning. Shin Haimi raised her head slightly and looked towards the vast sky. She stood there quietly, sad, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a figure appeared, and a palm hit her on the back of the neck. Shin Haimi lost consciousness instantly. The man in black supported Shin Haimi and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Fang Xian watched from afar, recording the entire process on his cell phone, and followed with a sneer. The man in black flew out of the genius competition area and came to an unfinished building. He placed Shin Haimi on a chair and tied her up. The man in black took out the mobile phone holder, mobile phone, lighting, ring fill light, etc. that he had prepared long ago and placed them in front of Shun Huimei. He opened the live broadcast and typed in the title. Kimchi country trader Shin Haimi accepts the humiliation of justice. Shin Haimi is already very popular in Korea, and the number of people watching online has already exceeded 100,000. The man in black looked at the people who kept pouring into the live broadcast room and was very satisfied with the popularity. At this time, Shin Huimei woke up and was terrified when she saw the lights around her and the man in black in front of her. She tried to break free while the man in black wasn't paying attention, but to no avail. The man in black heard the noise and slowly turned around. He pointed at Shin Haimi and laughed, and said excitedly, "Family, Shin Haimi, The traitor has woken up. How do you want me to torture her? When Shin Haimi heard the black-clad man's Korean voice, she felt it sounded very familiar. The more she listened, the more frightened she became. The voice of the man in black was so familiar. Shin Haimi couldn't believe her ears and couldn't help asking with trembling voice. Teacher Park, is that you? The man in black stopped talking, turned around, and took off his mask. The face revealed was that of the teacher Shin Haimi brought with her this time, Park Gukchang. When Shin Haimi saw Park Gukchang, she was in a trance and couldn't believe that it was really her respected teacher Park. Park Gukchang gave a sinister smile and stared at Shin Haimi as if she were his prey. Huimei, don't blame the teacher. Who told you to give up on your own initiative? Do you know how much the whole country hates you right now? How much they dislike you? You are also having an affair with Dragon Country's Fang Xian, which really makes the entire Korean nation sad and disappointed. I don't. Shin Huimei roared at the top of her lungs, expressing the grievances in her heart. Teacher Park, don't you believe me? I trust you. Park Gukchang stared at Shin Haimi with cold eyes. I only saw you coming out of Fang Xian's room. Do you still dare to quibble? Park Gukchang's words made Shin Haimi feel desperate, and she tried her best to explain. Teacher Park, I really have nothing to do with Fang Xian. Park Gukchang sneered, not wanting to listen to Shin Haimi's excuses any further. I'll tell you, even if you have nothing to do with Fang Xian, the people of this country will not let you go. Neither you nor I, the teacher, can withstand their anger. So the teacher can only let you down and sacrifice you to protect the teacher. Upon hearing this, Shin Huimei felt as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. Only then did she realize that she had been abandoned. Kimchi Country wants to take her. Apologize. Chapter 109. Shin Haimi is determined. Reference picture of Shin Huimei. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Shin Haimi, look, what are all the comments saying? Park Gukchang picked up the stand and placed it in front of Shin Haimi. Look at how much the Great Pickle Nation hates you. Shin Haimi stared blankly at the barrage, her eyes full of pain. My favorite kimchi. Kill the traitor Shin Haimi. Angry Kim. Killing her is too easy for her. Teacher Park should just torture her well. Love American Dad. Slowly execute Shin Haimi and let the people of the country see her true face. The Dragon Kingdom is also a kimchi country. Traitor, hang her. It's a little big. You have to bear with it. Teacher Park made fun of her life, making her life worse than death. I am very angry now, right? Instead of letting that kid from Longwood get the advantage, why not let us Koreans get the advantage? I am tall, rich, and handsome. Mr. Park, I ask you to punish her on behalf of all the people of Korea. Shin Haimi looked at the constantly refreshing barrage of comments, tears welling up in her eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. Her lips were tightly pursed and trembling slightly. She wanted to say something, but something was stuck in her throat. The pain wrapped around her tightly, making it hard for her to breathe. At this moment, she felt that the whole world had collapsed, leaving only endless pain and despair. Park Gukchang looked at the screen full of refreshing comments and the various gifts dominating the screen, and his vanity swelled unprecedentedly. He looked at the stunningly beautiful Shin Haimi in front of him again, and his eyes became crazy. Park Gukchang's mouth was dry and desire surged into his heart little by little. Huimei, this is the opinion of all the people of Kimchi Country. If you want to blame someone, blame Long Country. If you want to blame someone, blame Fang Xian. He's the one who harmed you. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he started to pull Shin Huimei's clothes. Shin Huimei's eyes widened instantly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she struggled desperately. Teacher Park, what are you doing? Stop it now. Stop. Look at what the majority of netizens are saying. Park Gukchang's eyes became more and more crazy, full of greed. My fellow countrymen, watch out. I am going to execute Shin Haimi right here and now. No. Help. Shin Haimi desperately tried to protect her clothes and fell into complete despair. She kept asking for help, but who could save her? Fang Xian. Suddenly Fang Xian's name came to her mind. The only one who can and is willing to save her here is Fang Xian. Rip. Shin Haimi could no longer control her emotions as she watched her shoulders being torn apart by Park Gukchang, and tears kept flowing out. She shouted loudly, praying that Fang Xian would really appear. Fang Xian, save me. I beg you to save me. I promise you. I will promise you anything. Please save me. Park Gukchang didn't understand what Shin Haimi was saying in Longguk, but he knew it was Longguk. You stinky bitch, you're about to die, and you're still speaking in Dragon Country language? You are truly hopeless. Shit. Just surrender to me. Just then, a hand tapped Park Gukchang on the shoulder. Park Gukchang was tearing the opponent's body with all his might, and subconsciously pushed back with his elbow. Stop making noise and go away. Suddenly he reacted and turned around to see that it was Fang Xian who greeted him with a smile on his face. Hi. Fang Xian raised his foot and kicked Park Guochang hard in the crotch. Ah! Park Guochang covered his balls with his hands, screamed like a pig being slaughtered, and rolled to the ground. Fang Xian. Xin Huimei's eyes were empty. Her tears had long dried up, leaving 2 traces of despair on her pretty face. When she saw Fang Xian actually appear, her eyes regained their luster, and her lips trembled slightly. Is it really you? Fang Xian. I'm here, it's okay. Fang Xian lifted the band, took out a coat from the storage ring, and put it on Xin Huimei. Xin Huimei was rescued, and the tension finally eased. She threw herself into Fang Xian's arms and burst into tears. Woo woo woo. Fang Xian patted Xin Huimei's back gently and continued to comfort her. Okay, it's okay, it's okay. Park Guochang's eyes were bloodshot as he watched Xin Huimei throw herself into his arms, and he was furious. Fang Xian, why are you here? Fang Xian naturally couldn't understand the bird language of the Korean country, so he pointed at the people lying not far away. You mean them? Park Guochang was horrified when he saw the 5 people lying on the ground. How could it be? How on earth did you do it? Xin Huimei regained her senses a little and couldn't help but look over curiously at their confusing conversation. There were 5 people lying on the ground. They were the 2 team leaders and 3 players from the Korean country. Her expression changed again and again. The 5 of them appeared here, which meant they were accomplices. That means if Fang Xian hadn't appeared just now, she would most likely have been destroyed by the 6 of them. The more she thought about it, the more scared she became. She hugged Fang Xian tightly, instinctively seeking protection. Fang Xian felt Xin Huimei's softness and fragrance, and his hands tightly embraced her slender waist. He glared and knocked Park Guochang unconscious with just a little bit of spirit. Fang Xian took out his cell phone, which had been recording nonstop, and filmed towards the live broadcast room. He wanted to post the whole process online so that the whole world would know the ugly face of the Korean nation. After the filming was completed, he sent the video to Mu Wanyao, asking her to stir up public opinion and discredit the country of kimchi. Fang Xian hugged Xin Huimei and left instantly. Fang Xian closed the door and gently stroked Xin Huimei's hair. Huimei, take a bath and relax first. Xin Huimei reluctantly let go of Fang Xian's warm embrace and timidly walked towards the bathroom. She looked at her haggard self in the mirror and let the bath water splash down and wash her cheeks. Only in this way can she see clearly who she can rely on. Who are the people she should hate? At this moment, Xin Huimei no longer hesitated and made a certain decision. Fang Xian was holding her cell phone and chatting in the Fang Xian wives group. Mu Wanyao and the others were extremely angry when they saw the video and kept cursing the Koreans for being inhumane. At the same time, they also felt sorry for Xin Huimei and felt very sorry for her. Fang Xian smiled slightly. It would only be beneficial to let them feel pity for Xin Huimei in advance. When he brings Xin Huimei back later, she won't need him to introduce her. Late at night. Fang Xian, can you help me take my aunt to Longhua? Xin Huimei lay in Fang Xian's arms, her face flushed. Fang Xian stroked Xin Huimei's hair on her cheek and said in surprise, Your aunt? Where is she? My aunt lives right where I live. She came with me. Why is your aunt here? Where are your parents? My parents died when I was a child, and my aunt raised me. Okay, I'll go now. If it's too late, who knows if those lunatics will implicate your aunt. Thanks. Call me husband. Xin Huimei's pretty face turned even redder, and she said in a low voice with some embarrassment. Husband. Good. Fang Xian kissed Xin Huimei and got up. Send a message to your aunt to tell her, so as to avoid any trouble later. Well, I have already sent her a message, and my aunt also knows Longhua voice, so we can communicate well. Okay, what's your aunt's name? My aunt's name is Zhao Meijing. Photo by Xin Huimei. Chapter 1, 10 Aunt Meijing. No one can bully you from now on. Reference picture of Zhao Meijing. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian instantly came to the room that Xin Huimei mentioned, and he pressed the doorbell lightly. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the door opened quickly. What caught Fang Xian's eye was a woman in her 30s, with long black hair elegantly tied into a low ponytail that fell around her slender neck. Her eyes are as clear as autumn water, and her eyebrows are as dark as distant black, neither thick nor thin, perfectly outlining her gentle temperament. Her skin is as delicate as porcelain. Although it is no longer as tender as a girl's, it has a more mature charm. She is Xin Huimei's aunt, Cho Mijong. Fang Xian used his eye of insight on him. Name, Zhao Meijing. Age, 35. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, Life Teacher. Talent S. Value, 94. Body size, 96. Height, 167. Level, LV 32. Quality, intact. Favorability, 40. According to Shin Haimi, she lost her parents when she was a child and was raised by Cho Mi-jong, who was still a teenager, while she worked and studied. Not only was Zhao Meijing busy with studying and making money, she was also criticized by others for being an immoral woman who was still studying and whose children were so old. She did not refute and raise Shin Haimi alone. Among them, Shin Huimei's Longwa dialect was taught by Zhao Meijing. Thinking of this, Fang Xian couldn't help but admire Zhao Meijing. Aunt Meijing, I'm Fang Xian. Zhao Meijing raised the corners of her mouth slightly and showed a gentle smile. Hello, classmate Fang Xian, let's go. Good. It seems that Zhao Meijing is a sensible person, so this saves him the trouble of explaining too much. Zhao Meijing closed the door and followed Fang Xian. They took advantage of the night and walked out of the Korean residential building. As soon as I walked out, I met two Korean players. They were drunk and were staggering towards the residential building when they saw Zhao Meijing and Fang Xian walking out together. The tall drunk saw Zhao Meijing and flirted with her. Ms. Meijing, are you trying to pick up a gigolo so late at night? Haha, she is indeed a questionable woman, sneaking around at night. The short drunk laughed evilly and kept looking at Zhao Meijing's figure. If you are so horny, why not have sex with us? That skinny little white face can't satisfy you. Zhao Meijing stopped and looked a little unhappy. Fang Xian didn't understand what they were saying and asked out of curiosity. Aunt Meijing, do you know each other? Zhao Meijing's expression immediately returned to normal and she smiled. I don't know him, Fang Xian, let's go. But Fang Xian still caught the change in expression at that moment. He couldn't understand what the two drunks were saying, but he could tell from their expressions and behavior that they were not saying anything nice. Zhao Meijing is still too kind, so let him punish them on Zhao Meijing's behalf. Fang Xian stopped and turned to look at the two drunkards. The big drunk man saw Fang Xian stop and waved his fist to provoke Fang Xian. Hey, pretty boy, you're not convinced. You're looking for a fight, huh? Upon hearing this, Zhao Meijing immediately stopped Fang Xian to prevent him from getting into an accident. Student Fang Xian, ignore them, let's go. Aunt Meijing, I want you to know that no one can humiliate you again. When Zhao Meijing heard this, her body trembled and she felt inexplicably moved. Fang Xian's eyes were sharp and he released his mental power. The two drunkards instantly started bleeding from all their orifices and flew backwards. Zhao Meijing looked at their miserable condition and couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands and asked in surprise. Fang Xian, you didn't kill them, did you? It's okay, they won't die. It's just a lesson for them. Fang Xian took Zhao Meijing's slender hand and continued walking forward. Let's go, Aunt Meijing. Zhao Meijing looked at Fang Xian's tall and majestic back and felt the reassuring warmth in her hands again. Fang Xian's domineering, caring, preference and sense of security made Zhao Meijing's heart beat fast. Before she knew it, her face was flushed with shame and she let Fang Xian lead her forward. Zhao Meijing walked into Fang Xian's room, saw Shin Huimei, and immediately went up to hug her. Huimei. Aunt Meijing. Shin Haimi was equally excited when she saw Cho Mi-jong. Aunt Meijing, I'm glad you're okay. Huimei, are you okay? Well, Aunt Meijing, I'm fine. Fortunately, Fang Xian is here. Shin Huimei looked at Fang Xian lovingly, her eyes full of love. Zhao Meijing turned and looked at Fang Xian. In addition to gratitude, there was also a hint of complexity in her eyes. Thank you, classmate Fang Xian. You're welcome. Fang Xian smiled slightly and looked at the two beauties, Zhao Meijing and Shin Huimei. After much thought, he decided to send them to Longwa now. He took out a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse, and handed them to Shin Haimi one by one. Huimei, use these first. We will go back to Dragon Country later. Now. Well now. Shin Huimei wanted to say something when she was attracted by what Fang Xian gave her. Are all of these going to be used by me? Well, use it first, and I'll give you more later. Good. Shin Huimei didn't know where Fang Xian got these good things, but since Fang Xian said so, there must be a lot in stock, so she didn't hesitate to use them all. Ding. Shin Huimei consumes one of each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, enlightenment pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift, and returns 13,000 copies of each. As a result, Fang Xian's attribute enhancer reached 24,000 bottles. Fang Xian touched Shin Huimei's storage ring and traded 500 bottles of attribute enhancer to her. This is for you first. You can use it first. Shin Haimi was excited when she looked at the 500 bottles of attribute enhancers in the storage ring. If Zhao Meijing hadn't been here, she would have stepped forward to thank Fang Xian. Fang Xianzai took out 2 teleportation instructions and handed them to Shun Huimei and Zhao Meijing. Click to use, and we can go to my residence in Dragon Country. Good. Shin Haimi and Chou Mijong took over the teleport command and used it together as Fang Xian counted down. Ding. Shin Haimi consumes 1 teleport command and returns 13,000. Call out. The 3 of them immediately appeared in Yunjing Villa. When Xuan Noi and the others saw Fang Xian and others appear, they slowly stood up. Meijing, Huimei, welcome. Shin Haimi and Zhou Mijong were shocked to see the 10 beauties around them. In particular, Shin Haimi also saw Usagi Tsukino and Bisuja Masiko were there, proving that Fang Xian really did not lie to her. They were a little embarrassed and bowed slightly to express their gratitude. Lu Shishuang took the initiative to go up and hold Zhao Meijing's arm, and Tsukino Usagi held Shin Huimei's arm. They all smiled sweetly. From now on, we are all sisters and a family, so we must live in harmony. Shin Haimi and Chou Mijong were a little stunned, overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, and could only nod woodenly. Okay. Fang Xian was very satisfied when he saw the 12 peerless beauties living in harmony. Then we can bring Ning Renjie and Zheng and I over, and everything will be perfect. After taking all of them, it will be time for Fang Xian to launch revenge against the United States. Photo by Zhao Meijing. Chapter 111. There is a way to break through level 99. Fang Xian pulled Mu Wanyao to a corner and traded 13,000 copies of Enlightenment Pill and Breakthrough Pill to her. In addition, 55,000 copies of Anti-Poison Pills, Toxin Pills, Blood of the God of War, and Golden God's Gift were also traded to Mu Wanyao. Wanyao, give these to them first. As for the 4 of them, you don't need to give them anything yet. Mu Wanyao followed Fang Xian's gaze and realized that Fang Xian was talking about Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, Shin Huimei, and Zhao Meijing. Okay, husband. I will distribute it to the sisters reasonably. Well, help them get Dragon Country identities. Good. I trust Wanyao to do things. Hee. Thank you, husband. Okay, Wanyao, I have to go back first. Mu Wanyao's eyes were fixed on Fang Xian, her eyes full of attachment and reluctance. You're leaving so soon? Well, once that's settled, you can enjoy yourself at home. Good. Fang Xian kissed Mu Wanyao goodbye and turned to leave. He returned to the Longwa residential building and came to Ning Renjie's room. Knock knock. The door opened, revealing Ning Renjie's resentful eyes. Huh, you still remember to come find us. Ning Renjie complained, but her body honestly made way for Fang Xian to come in. Fang Xian smiled slightly and hugged Ning Renjie. Ronger, don't be angry. Your husband is here. Snort. Ning Renjie turned her head away, raised her chin, pouted her small lips slightly, and let out a light hum from her nose. Her expression, which was a little coquettish but also a little stubborn, was very cute. Fang Xian gently pinched Ning Renjie's little face and said lovingly, Come, husband will give you something good as compensation. Humph. What a thing I haven't seen before. Before Ning Renjie could finish her words, she saw the prompt of storage ring. 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. She jumped for joy and immediately changed her words. Thank you, husband. You are awesome. Hey, you're the one who changes your expression quickly. Fang Xian proudly separated his lips from Ning Renjie and pulled Zheng and I over. And I, this is yours. Zheng and I was surprised to see the 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers in the storage ring. Hubby, you don't have to give me so much, right? I'm just a life coach. It's such a waste. It's okay. Even if my woman is a life planner, she can beat other professions. Zheng and I's gentle gaze fell on Fang Xian, and her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Thank you, husband. The next day, Ning Feng was really speechless. Every time he saw Fang Xian, he looked like he was still sleepy. Fang Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? Fang Xian yawned, looking listless. He casually took out his mobile phone and saw that today's hot searches were the videos he shot last night. Top search list. The inside story of the Korean team is simply outrageous. Second on the hot search list. The president of the Kimchi country apologized, and people related to the genius competition were arrested. Hot search list third. What on earth is the host country, the United States, doing? They can't even protect the safety of the players? Hot search list fourth. Fang Xian is a hero who saves a beautiful girl and is a pillar of the country. Fang Xian did not hide his identity when he went there this time. Many Chinese people praised him for being a hero and saving the beauty, and for exposing the ugly face of the Korean nation, making him the national husband. However, many people have discovered the trick, that is, how could Fang Xian be so powerful? He could even defeat the leader of the Korean country, who was over level 90? Some people also speculated that it must have been the strongest assassin Zhong Xinxiu who took action, and that the benefits were deliberately reserved for Fang Xian in order to increase Fang Xian's popularity. Many people agree with this idea and think it is reasonable. These hot searches not only fermented in Long China, but also caused a sensation around the world. Public opinion has blamed the management of the Korean country and questioned the security capabilities of the United States. It has also taken stock of the scandals and despicable behaviors of the Korean country in participating in various competitions. Fang Xian gave Mu Wanyao a thumbs up. Her methods were really good. They directly made the Korean country a whirlpool of public opinion. As a result, the Korean country is too busy to deal with him. Just as he thought, Korea announced its withdrawal from the competition early in the morning, becoming the first country to be eliminated in this genius championship. It also became the first developed country in history to be eliminated without winning any games. As for the Sakura Kingdom, without Usagi Tsukino and Seiko Busujima, they have suffered 2 defeats in a row and are at the end of their strength. There is a great possibility that they will be eliminated today. As a result, the 2 major developed countries both created a record of 0 wins, which was enough to make the whole world laugh at them and become the biggest laughingstock of the year. Today, the Dragon Country faced the Demon Country, and as expected, they won easily. The Dragon Kingdom has won 4 consecutive games. Night. Fang Xian returned to his residence and began to take attribute enhancers, consuming a total of 10,690 bottles of attribute enhancers. Together with his remaining 2 free attribute points, his 6 major attributes were raised to a total of 10,000. Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV99 domination. Physique, war god body, level 5. God level attribute, energy, LV5. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 10,000. Strength, 10,000. Intelligence, 10,000. Spirit, 10,000. Agility, 10,000. Defense, 10,000. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. Skills, attribute switching LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 10, current contract, 10 out of 10. Fang Xian still has 10,810 bottles of attribute enhancers left and plans to give them to Usagi Tsukino, Busujima Seiko, Shin Jaime, and Zhao Meijing once the contracts are ready. However, if you want to upgrade your level, you must go to the secret realm. This would be troublesome as I would have to bring them to level 99 before we could go to the secret realm together. It would be perfect if there was some way to upgrade the level in advance. Thinking of this, Fang Xian suddenly had an idea. Maybe the country knows some inside information? He immediately found a letter from Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu and sent them the same message. Senior, is there any way to break through to level 100 or above on Blue Star? After a while, Hong Jintian replied. Hong Jintian, yes. Hong Jintian, senior officials all over the world know this method, but no one has succeeded in the past 1,000 years. Hong Jintian, this method is. Chapter 112. White Tiger of the 4 Sacred Beasts. Noon, Rocky Mountains. Fang Xian stepped on the snow and looked up. The Rocky Mountains were like a giant dragon winding across the North American continent, dividing the United States and the Maple Leaf Country. The Rocky Mountains are towering into the clouds, covered with snow all year round, shining silver under the sunlight, which is very eye-catching. Hong Jintian looked at the majestic Rocky Mountains with their overlapping peaks and felt a little puzzled. Old Zhong, why did you really come here with Fang Xian? Zhong Xinxiu, who was walking side by side with Hong Jintian, was hunched over and moving forward silently. He looked at Fang Xian with sharp eyes. We have all witnessed Fang Xian's strength, which is far beyond our imagination. It wouldn't be a bad idea to let him see the white tiger, one of the 4 sacred beasts. The 4 sacred beasts mentioned by Zhong Xinxiu are the vermilion bird, the azure dragon, the white tiger, and the black tortoise, and they guard the 4 secret realms respectively. The azure dragon guards the secret realm in Asia, the black tortoise guards the secret realm in Europe, the white tiger guards the secret realm in North America, and the Suzaku guards the secret realm in South America. Fang Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhong Xinxiu suspiciously. Old Zhong, I admit that Fang Xian is indeed terribly strong, but the White Tiger is a level 200 divine beast. We are 100 levels behind it. How can humans challenge it successfully? The method that Fang Xian talked about last night was to defeat the divine beast, White Tiger guarding the secret realm. This method is known to top leaders all over the world, but no one has ever been able to do it throughout history. The divine beast is not only level 200, but also has thick skin and flesh and amazing defense. It is extremely difficult for humans to break through its defenses, let alone kill it. And there is a most crucial reason. Only one person can enter the copy where the four sacred beasts are located. In other words, it is impossible for a level 99 human to defeat a level 200 beast alone. But if you can defeat one of the four sacred beasts, the reward will be extremely exaggerated. One of the rewards is that you can unlock your own level cap, which can be raised to level 200. The reason why Zhong Xinxiu was willing to bring Fang Xian to challenge the four sacred beasts was actually to sharpen his mind. It is not a good thing for a person to always be successful. If you encounter some setbacks, you may very likely never recover. Since Fang Xian woke up, he has never been defeated, and he can even defeat Fang Xian in seconds. With such strength, his desires are naturally great, and may even devour Fang Xian. Zhong Xinxiu wanted to tell Fang Xian that there are always people better than you, and that you should not lose yourself. That's why he ignored Fang Xian's obstruction and brought Fang Xian here. What are you afraid of? The teleport command can also be used in the For Divine Beasts instance. If you encounter danger, you can just leave. Although Fang Xian looks big and strong, he is actually very careful. That being said, this is a level 200 instance after all. If you're not careful, accidents can happen. It's okay. Fang Xian still has the Bloodlock necklace, which can save his life. Then he can use the teleportation command to escape. Old Zhong, do you really have to fight that hard? Zhong Xinxiu frowned and sighed. Old Hong, we are no longer Fang Xian's opponent. If we want Fang Xian to gain a firm foothold in the secret realm, we must train him more now. Otherwise, it will be too late to train him in the secret realm. Now that he has proposed it, we might as well take this opportunity to let him experience the taste of failure. This way he can grow better. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly and said nothing more. The older generation all went through this, and he felt that it was okay for Fang Xian to suffer a little, but he was being a little too aggressive. Fang Xian, it's just ahead. Good. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian looked in the direction Fang Xian pointed. I saw a huge cave on the top of the Rocky Mountains with rugged rocks. The biting cold wind whistled past, blowing snowflakes all over the sky. The entrance of the cave was filled with strange fog, which was frightening. This is the entrance to the secret realm. Only people at level 99 can enter. Fang Xian pointed at the cave entrance and began to explain. The secret realm is not open yet, so only one person can go in. We'll be waiting for you outside. He took out the teleportation command from the storage ring, set the coordinates of this place, and gave Fang Xian 5 cards. I have set the coordinates for you. If you encounter danger later, don't hesitate and use it immediately. Okay, thank you. Fang Xian took the teleportation command, thanked Fang Xian and Zhong Xinxiu, and walked inside. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the White Tiger Dungeon. Dungeon level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Number of people, 1. Clearance requirement, defeat the mythical beast White Tiger. Fang Xian put on the dragon suit and walked in holding the dragon staff. He walked into the cave, the light gradually dimmed, and a biting coldness hit him in the face. Rows of crystal icicles are like inverted swords, flashing a cold light. Fang Xian stepped on the hard ice, making a crunching sound under his feet, and walked until he reached the light. The end of the cave suddenly opens up into a different world. The interior of the cave is vast, and the top is high, like a huge dome palace. Strange light flickered on the cave wall, like stars, illuminating the entire cave. In the center there is a high platform carved out of a huge block of ice, on which lies a huge beast with a body as white as snow. It is huge in size, has a strong body, and is full of power. The tiger's head is broad, with black markings on its forehead that look like mysterious runes. Each of its 4 legs has 5 hook-like claws that are extremely sharp. It has a pair of huge wings on its back, covered with white feathers that are as sharp as blades. This is the legendary for sacred beasts, the White Tiger. White Tiger. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 870000/870000. Mana, 12,000/12,000. Strength, 3,400. Spirit, 2,200. Agility, 3,100. Defense, 3,600. Skills, Wind Wings, Tiger Roar, Divine Whip, King's Aura. Fang Xian looked at the white tiger's attributes and felt a little embarrassed. It stands to reason that there is no reason for a level 200 player to have such a high attribute panel. Could it be because of the mythical beast? Or does it mean that after breaking through level 99, the points and free points that can be obtained will increase? He didn't know. But such an exaggerated panel is really not something people can resist. Judging from this attribute panel, the white tiger is obviously cheating and is clearly not giving humans the chance to reach level 200. But it was bad luck for Baihu as he met Fang Xian, who was even better at using cheats than him. Fang Xian gave a wicked smile and raised the dragon staff. I wonder what the meat of the divine beast would taste like if it were roasted. It's really exciting. Chapter 113 level has been unlocked to level 200. United States. The president frowned slightly as he watched the news that Longwood defeated Fran in the morning. Along the way, the Dragon Country has defeated the Sakura Country, the Kimchi Country, the Shimale Country, and now has defeated the French Country, becoming the favorite to win the championship. 2 more wins and Dragon Country will take home the crown. But these are not important at the moment. The important thing is to kill Fang Xian first. He put down the iPad and looked at Michael Arthur, who was smoking a big pipe. Arthur, how is the formation for summoning the White Tiger Phantom going? Michael Arthur puffed out smoke and smiled slyly. The magic circle is basically complete. We are just waiting for the end of the genius competition to summon the White Tiger Phantom to kill Fang Xian in seconds. The president's eyes were sharp, and he spoke solemnly. I don't want any more accidents in this assassination of Fang Xian. Michael Arthur said solemnly. Please rest assured, Mr. President. Fang Xian will definitely not survive this time. Although the White Tiger Phantom summoned by the formation cannot leave the Rocky Mountains too far and can only exert 70% of its strength, it is enough to kill Fang Xian. The president nodded. White Tiger's 70% strength could definitely kill anyone in the world in seconds. Even the mysterious Fang Xian is doomed to die. Arthur, rank the main targets of the White Tiger Shadow. The first target must be Fang Xian, followed by Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, and finally the 10 elders. Please rest assured, Mr. President. Although the White Tiger Shadow can only exist for 30 seconds, it is enough to annihilate the entire Dragon Country delegation. Yeah, good. How's the aftermath going? We have reached a cooperative relationship with the World Guild. They will take the blame for the assassination of Long Guo this time. Michael Arthur took a deep breath and exhaled white circles. As for whether Long Guo believes it or not, it will not be up to them at that time. The Dragon Nation has no evidence, so the most they can do is condemn us. If we then appropriately announce that we are attacking the World Guild, that would be equivalent to giving an explanation to the Dragon Nation. The president nodded with satisfaction. He looked at the photo of the Dragon Country player on the iPad with a cold look in his eyes. The contestants from Dragon Country, if you want to blame someone, blame Fang Xian. He was the one who killed you. Rocky Mountains, mythical beast copy. The white tiger opened his eyes slightly, his eyes extremely sharp. It stood up slowly, presenting a dignified and stern look, intimidating without even being angry. The white tiger held its head high and chest puffed out, exuding the aura of a king and looking down on Fang Xian. I didn't expect that after hundreds of years, there are still humans coming here. It's really rare. Fang Xian didn't see Baihu speak, but he heard Baihu's voice in his consciousness. Hearing this, he was not in a hurry to attack the white tiger. Master Baihu, can I ask you a few questions? Baihu hasn't spoken for hundreds of years, so he can spend some time with Fang Xian to relieve his boredom. Speak now, boy. Fang Xian was overjoyed and asked immediately. Master Baihu, if I kill you, will the entrance to this secret realm of Blue Star be closed, or will there be any changes? Baihu was dumbfounded, with a lot of questions in his mind. It could think of any question that humans might ask, but it never expected that someone would be so arrogant as to think they could kill it. Ha 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 ha. The white tiger's laughter is low and loud, like rolling thunder, with extremely strong penetrating power. Boy, you are really interesting. The questions you ask are really unique. Thank you for the compliment, Lord Baihu. Please answer me, Lord Baihu. We, the four sacred beasts, each occupy one side. We seem to be guarding this secret realm, but in fact, it has nothing to do with the secret realm. Our life and death will naturally not affect the secret realm. Then if I kill you and then kill the other 3 sacred beasts, can the corresponding unlocked levels be combined? White Tiger sneered. The effects don't stack, and the level can only reach LV 200, but the rewards can all be taken. Fang Xian nodded in understanding. What Baihu said was very clear. That is, the level can only be 200, but the reward for killing each of the Forsacred Beasts is different. If the other Forsacred Beasts knew about the White Tiger, they would really be grateful. One last question. If I kill Lord White Tiger, or all of the 4 Divine Beasts, will it have any impact on Blue Star? Baihu was really amused by the questions raised by Fang Xian. All Fang Xian talked about was either killing Baihu or killing the Forsacred Beasts, as if Fang Xian really had the ability to do so. What stupid humans. Boy, let me tell you, we, the 4 Sacred Beasts, are the greatest reward on the Blue Planet. If any of you humans can kill us, you will be able to thrive in the secret realm in the future. Fang Xian bowed respectfully to Baihu to express his gratitude. I see. Thank you, Lord Baihu, for helping me answer my questions. The White Tiger nodded, showing its kingly demeanor. You are a polite boy. Now that you have finished asking questions, it is my turn to ask you. I'm sorry, but I refuse to answer that. White Tiger. What do you mean, kid? Fang Xian held his head high and chest puffed out, his face full of confidence. There is no good answer to a dying tiger. The White Tiger's eyes were bloodshot. He squatted slightly and suddenly flapped his wings violently. The moment the wings flapped, gusts of wind were brought up. You kid, you're looking for death. Fang Xian raised the dragon staff, slowly and calmly. Master Baihu, thank you for solving my doubts. I will make your death a quick one. Roar. The White Tiger roared, deafening. It was really angry. Boy, go to hell. Just as Baihu was about to attack, he was suddenly hit by a heavenly thunder. Boom. The heavenly thunder struck the White Tiger, but the White Tiger did not feel any pain at all. It sneered. That's it. Fang Xian pointed at the White Tiger and smiled slightly. Master Baihu, do you want to see your health bar? I have nearly 1,000,000 HP, and my HP bar is thick. Before it could finish its words, it suddenly saw that its health was only 40%. How is this possible? How did I lose 60% of my health? Could it be the thunderbolt just now? How is this possible? Fang Xian smiled slightly, raised his hand, and a fireball fell down, hitting the White Tiger hard. Boom! Ouch! The White Tiger screamed, and then fireballs fell one after another, smashing it into ashes. Special copy. White Tiger copy has been cleared. Time to clear the level. 00:05:31. Rating, SSS. Award. 1. The upper limit of reward level for players who pass the level is raised to LV 200. 2. Reward those who pass the level with LV 99, LV 140 upgrade experience. 3. Bonus skills, Tiger Roar, King's Spirit. 4. Reward, White Tiger Soul. Fang Xian was delighted to see that his level cap had been changed to LV 200, and his level soared to level 140. Level 140, which means he has added 5 more contract slots. In this way, he can contract Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Haimi, and Cho Mijong. But after thinking about it, there is no rush. There are still many beauties in the genius competition. I can contract with others first, and then come back to contract the 4 girls after my level is raised. Now the White Tiger in this secret land of the North American continent is dead. I wonder what the Americans' expression would be if they knew this news. Fang Xian smiled slightly and began to touch the White Tiger's body to see if there was anything good there. I have to say, there are so many good things. Chapter 114. The Divine Beast White Tiger. You've given me too much. Thanks to Tianxia Fengyan Chui for the gift. I will update it later. Fang Xian looked at the dazzling array of items and checked them one by one. White Tiger Blood. Rare material, can be used to create equipment, evolve cat-like pets, etc. White Tiger Bone. A rare material that can be used to create equipment. White Tiger Claw. A rare material that can be used to create weapons. White Tiger Skin. Rare material, can be used to make armor. White Tiger Meat. A rare ingredient, edible by all races. Fang Xian put 850,000 drops of White Tiger Blood, 350 White Tiger Bones, 150 tons of White Tiger Meat, 20 White Tiger Claws, and 5 tons of White Tiger Skin into the system warehouse. When the time comes, we can ask the country to help make White Tiger Bones, White Tiger Claws, and White Tiger Skins into equipment. Although White Tiger Blood can also be used to create equipment, Fang Xian wants to try first to see how to evolve a feline pet. If he remembered correctly, the pet of Yongjiang Mayor Yu Longming was a feline pet, the Thunder Tiger. At that time, you can discuss with Yu Longming and use the Thunder Tiger for experimentation. As for the White Tiger Meat, Fang Xinda decided to try it first to see how it tasted and whether it had any effect before making a decision. Then he picked up the gleaming equipment. External equipment, White Tiger Wings. Quality, God level. Level limit, LV 140 and above. Professional restrictions, no restrictions. Enhancement, 0. Inlay, 0. Refinement, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus, agility plus 800, strength plus 800, defense plus 800. Effect 1, the attack speed is doubled. Effect 2, flying speed increases 5-fold. Effect 3, flight consumption is reduced 10-fold. Active skill 1, feather shield, increases your defense by 1,000 points, lasts for 1 minute. Wraps the whole body with wings, resisting 150% of your own defense. Cooldown 2 minutes, consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 2, featherblade, increases your own strength by 1,000 points, lasts for 1 minute. Attacks with sharp wings, causing damage equal to 150% of your own strength. Cooldown 2 minutes, consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 3, storm, with a flap of wings, a storm is summoned, which causes feng shui damage to a circular area with a radius of 150 meters centered on itself, and causes 100% damage to the spirit. At the same time, it reduces the enemy's agility by 50% for 5 minutes. Cooldown is 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Fang Xian was overjoyed. This external equipment was really amazing. It was like he had one more piece of equipment than others. It's God-level equipment. How can anyone not be happy? Just the addition of 800 points to agility, strength, and defense is already far ahead. Besides, its attack speed, and flight consumption undoubtedly greatly increased its air combat capability. At present, air combat is rarely used, but it will be used in the future. The two skills, Feather Shield and Feather Sword, are somewhat similar. Both of them increase defense or strength by an additional 1,000 points before casting the skill. For Fang Xian, who has no shortage of combat skills, the effect is average. Violent Storm is quite interesting. It causes damage to both Feng and Shui attributes, and can play a role in attribute restraint in war. Fang Xian directly put on the white tiger wings. A pair of white wings that were almost the same size as him flapped slowly, moving completely according to his will, without any hindrance. He then looked at the white tiger suit that Baihu had dropped. It was a holy level equipment, and was of no use to him. Keep it first, and give it to your woman later. He had looted all the items dropped by the white tiger, and was now going to check the rewards for completing the game. Tiger Roar. Roar loudly, causing shock, dizziness, and fear to enemies in a 50-meter radius circle centered on the player. Lasts for 30 seconds, cools down for 3 minutes, and consumes 500 mana points. The effect on beasts and strange creatures is doubled. As expected, he is the king of beasts, mighty and majestic. King's Spirit. Shout loudly, increase the agility, strength, and spirit of friendly forces in a 50-meter radius circle with yourself as the center by 200%. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 500 mana points. The effect on animals and humans is doubled. This is a very good group enhancement skill, and it adds a lot. These two skills are a yell and a shout, which is really embarrassing. Fang Xian looked at the last prop again. White Tiger Soul, a special item, an important item for opening special areas. Special area? This name is new. I have never seen it before. Fang Xian guessed that this Soul of the White Tiger was not used on Blue Star, and would most likely only be useful in the secret realm. He put this Soul of the White Tiger into this system warehouse, looked around, and found that there was nothing to take away, so he clicked to exit the copy. Fang Xian chuckled. This trip was quite fruitful and would definitely surprise Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu. Chapter 115. It is better to kill the remaining 4 sacred beasts. Rocky Mountains. Hong Jintian looked at the time and praised him. Fang Xian is a good boy. He has persisted for more than 3 minutes and still hasn't come out. Old Zhong, he is almost catching up with your survival time. Zhong Xinxiu sighed and shook his head, lost in memories. Back then, I only used my physical strength to evade the pursuit of the Azure Dragon. It was not a glorious thing at all. Everyone is like that. Back then, I was almost beaten by the Blue Dragon and could not be resurrected. If I hadn't escaped quickly, I would have been hung on the wall long ago. It is simply impossible for humans to defeat the divine beast. The main reason is that the attributes of the 4 sacred beasts are too exaggerated and completely beyond our comprehension. Well, it's a good idea to let Fang Xian broaden his horizons now. 5 minutes have passed. Why hasn't Fang Xian come out yet? Zhong Xinxiu frowned slightly. Fang Xian was much stronger than him, so it was normal for him to survive longer than him. But he has the black gas constitution and has excellent survival ability. Could it be that Fang Xian also has special abilities that they don't know about? Wait a little longer. It should be coming out soon. Speak of Cao Cao, and he will appear. Fang Xian suddenly appeared near the cave entrance. Two seniors, Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian, looked back and were relieved to see Fang Xian came out safely. Fang Xian, just come out. Hong Jintian stepped forward and patted Fang Xian on the shoulder, his tone gentle but firm. Boy, failure is the mother of success. Temporary failure is nothing. Don't be discouraged. Fang Xian. Mr. Hong, I am not discouraged. Before Fang Xian could finish his words, he was interrupted by Hong Jintian. I know you are a great and excellent child. It's a good thing that you don't get discouraged easily. And you lasted more than 6 minutes, which is better than 99% of the people in the world. I hope that after this failure, you will realize that there are always people better than you, and you should be humble and not impatient. Fang Xian was full of questions. What was going on? Mr. Hong, what do I recognize? I want to say. Before he finished speaking, Zhong Xinxiu came forward to comfort him. It's okay, Fang Xian. I was like that too back then. I was completely shocked by the divine beast. Humans are so insignificant. Since then, I have adjusted my mindset and cultivated my character so that I can become calm and steady and eventually become the strongest assassin. I hope you will start to cultivate both your body and mind in the future and make yourself more perfect. Fang Xian was ashamed. They kept talking to each other and didn't give anyone a chance to speak. I say, elders, can I have a word with you? Of course, Fang Xian, you are still young, and keeping a good attitude is the most important thing. Fang Xian found it a little funny when he saw the two elders speaking in a serious tone. It seemed that they were sure that he had escaped. But it is normal for them to have such thoughts. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing the abnormal attributes of the white tiger? Only someone with the ability to cheat like Fang Xian can create miracles. Second elder, didn't you notice that the location where I left the copy was wrong? The two elders frowned, thinking that there was something strange about what Fang Xian said. The coordinates that Zhong Xinxiu set in the teleportation command were indeed not in front of the cave entrance, but Fang Xian was coming out of the cave entrance. Hong Jintian touched the back of his head and asked curiously, Old Zhong, are there still errors in the coordinates returned by this teleportation command? Zhong Xinxiu frowned, thought about it, and shook his head slightly. It is impossible for the transmission command to have any deviation. If there was no deviation, Fang Xian would have come out of the cave. Thinking of this, their pupils dilated and they looked at Fang Xian in shock. Fang Xian, you cleared the White Tiger dungeon. Fang Xian was calm and composed, smiling faintly. Certainly. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu stood there in a daze and suddenly felt their mouths dry. Have you found a way to pass the level without killing the White Tiger? No. So what you mean is, you killed the White Tiger and then cleared the level. Yeah, that's right. What level is the White Tiger? Is it in normal condition? Level 200, very energetic. So you really killed the White Tiger? Absolutely. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu leaned back slightly, somewhat unsteadily on their feet due to shock. They immediately took out the quick-acting heart pills from the storage ring and threw them into their mouths. After holding it in their mouths for a few minutes, they slowly calmed down. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu's faces were flushed, their eyes were shining, and their hands were trembling slightly. Great, great. Their voices trembled slightly with excitement, and their tone was filled with an impatient desire to confirm. Fang Xian, your current upper limit is 200 levels. How many levels did I help you level up after clearing the game? Fang Xian looked at their excitement and smiled slightly. The upper limit is indeed 200 levels, and my current level is 140. When the two elders heard this, the wrinkles on their faces carved by time seemed to be filled with excitement, and their hearts were filled with excitement. Great, great. The time has come for the Dragon Kingdom to reign supreme. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Fang Xian seriously, his eyes full of madness. Fang Xian, why don't you go and kill the remaining 4 sacred beasts? Chapter 116 Xinglong. I can take you out. Himalayas. It is like a giant dragon, lying across the Asian continent, stretching for thousands of kilometers. The endless mountain peaks are covered with white snow, sparkling with holy light under the sunlight. The air here is thin and cold, with strong winds howling from time to time, as if it is a restricted area for life. This place is the junction of Longhua and Asangguo, and is also the location of the secret realm. Fang Xian, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Xinxiu came here through the teleportation command. The Blue Dragon Dungeon is ahead. Zhong Xinxiu had previously set up the coordinates of this secret realm, so he came here with Fang Xian and the others. Fang Xian looked around and saw a huge rock cave entrance looming under the ice and snow. The entrance of the cave radiates pure light, as if it can purify everything in the world. I'm going to meet the Qinglong. Well, although the Azure Dragon and White Tiger are both level 200, and the difference in strength is not that big, we still have to be careful. Zhong Xinxiu gave serious instructions, hoping that Fang Xian would not commit any major military taboos. Fang Xian, he knows what he is doing. Okay, please wait for my good news. Here, I just set the coordinates here, just in case. Good. Fang Xian took over Zhong Xinxiu's teleportation command and walked towards the cave entrance on the snow that had not melted for thousands of years. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the Azure Dragon Dungeon. Dungeon level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Number of people, 1. Clearance requirements. Defeat the mythical beast Azure Dragon. Fang Xian put on the dragon suit and white tiger wings and walked in with the dragon staff in hand. As you walk into the cave, you are greeted by a fresh, slightly moist scent. Water droplets on the cave wall are sparkling, tender green moss is growing quietly, and the scene is full of vitality, which is in stark contrast to the ice and snow outside. The stream in the cave flows gently, and the stalactites stand tall like bamboo shoots in spring, which is peaceful and beautiful. Fang Xian didn't stop at all and walked straight into the depths of the cave. The end of the cave suddenly opens up into a different world. Countless crystal-clear stalactites hang from the ceiling of the cave, and exotic flowers and plants bloom on the ground, with colorful flowers emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance. This place seems like a paradise. Fang Xian looked around and saw a dragon lying on the green grass. It has a slender body, and its dragon scales sparkle with a mysterious green light. Each dragon scale looks like jade, emitting a charming luster. The dragon claws are thick and powerful, and the sharp nails are extremely sharp. This is one of the 4 sacred beasts, the Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon seemed to sense something. It opened its eyes slightly, revealing eyes as bright as sapphires, deep and majestic. Oh, there are humans coming in. Qinglong looked at Fang Xian with interest, his dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind, agile and elegant. He's such a handsome human being, which is rare. Fang Xian was slightly surprised when he heard this. Are you a female dragon? Handsome boy, you've never seen such a beautiful female dragon, right? I'm sorry, I don't think it looks good. Not good looking? How about this? The green dragon circled in the air and gradually changed into a woman with a graceful figure and charming curves. Her long aqua blue hair fell to her waist like a waterfall, shining brightly. Especially those eyes, which were like stars, shining and deep. Qinglong has exquisite facial features and is stunningly beautiful in her aqua blue dress. Fang Xian looked at this scene and was secretly shocked. I didn't expect that the Azure Dragon could transform into a human. It's really eye-opening. Qinglong. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 820000/820000. Mana, 16,000/16,000. Strength, 2,200. Spirit, 3,600. Agility, 3,800. Defense, 2,800. Skills, Dragon Breath, Soaring Clouds, Revival, 9 Heavens Thunder. Qinglong smiled charmingly and played with his hair. Handsome boy, do I look good now? Fang Xian could be sure without the eye of insight that she definitely met the requirements of the God-level multiplied return system. Ms. Qinglong, you are very beautiful, but... Qinglong raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. But what? But no one appreciates your beauty. Fang Xian's words hit the nail on the head for Qinglong. She had been here for thousands of years. Who could understand the loneliness she felt? She was sad and helpless. I didn't expect that you, handsome boy, actually understand other people's sorrows. Unfortunately, I can't leave this place no matter what. Fang Xian smiled slightly and spoke confidently. What if I could help you leave? You? Qinglong frowned slightly and looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. You are just a human, not even level 100. How can you lead others out? Stop making fun of them. Fang Xian knew that words were not enough, so he took out the soul of the white tiger. I wonder if I can take you out like this? Qinglong looked at the soul of the white tiger in Fang Xian's hand in surprise. That was the most important thing to the white tiger, one of the 4 sacred beasts like her. You killed the white tiger? What else? Xiangfang looked at Qinglong jokingly and asked seriously again. I wonder if I have the strength to take you out now? Qinglong stared at Fang Xian with her beautiful eyes and spoke suspiciously. Are you really willing to take me out? Fang Xian nodded seriously and smiled confidently. Of course, as long as you sign a contract with me, I will find a way to get you out. Qinglong reference picture. Chapter 117. Dragon Country becomes the world's #1, starting today. Qinglong frowned slightly, with a hint of doubt and uncertainty in his eyes. She thought for a moment and asked half doubtfully, "From what you said, you are a contractor?" Fang Xian didn't hide anything and nodded silently. "That's right. Then why don't you take Baihu out? How can I reach level 200 if it doesn't die? That only proves that you have the ability to kill it, but it doesn't prove that you can take me out." Fang Xian smiled contemptuously, his face full of sarcasm. "Ms. Qinglong, don't you understand your situation? You only have two choices now. One is to follow in the footsteps of the white tiger and be beaten to death by me. Second, let's take a gamble and I'll take you out." Such an obvious answer, and you still don't choose it? Qinglong had a complicated expression on his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly pursed, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. As one of the four sacred beasts, Qinglong naturally has her pride. She was not afraid of being beaten to death by Fang Xian, but she was afraid of becoming Fang Xian's contracted object and being unable to get out. The most painful feeling is the sudden ignition of hope and then its immediate shattering. But if she succeeds, she will be able to break free from thousands of years of confinement and fly freely. Seeing that Qinglong was already moved, Fang Xian decided to add fuel to the fire. "Miss Qinglong, you are not afraid of 1,000 years of loneliness, so why don't you dare to take a gamble?" Qinglong raised his eyebrows, his eyes full of determination. "Since you're going to die anyway, you might as well give it a try. Okay, I promise. You have guts. I won't let you down." A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet, connecting to Qinglong's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. "Contract." Qinglong didn't hesitate at all. "Agree." The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Qinglong both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, November 15th. Qinglong's cheeks flushed, and his eyes became hot. Her breathing became slightly rapid, and her chest trembled slightly with the rise and fall of her breath. "Master! Master!" Fang Xian was overjoyed. As expected of him, he had the SP talent and could successfully contract with the divine beast. His main purpose in contracting the Azure Dragon was to test whether his SP talent had limits. It seemed that everything could be contracted. Fang Xian looked at the charming Qinglong and beckoned to her. Qinglong happily threw himself into Fang Xian's arms and hugged him tightly. "Master!" Fang Xian felt the softness in his arms, and his hands started to become naughty. Qinglong grumbled, "I love being bullied by my master." Fang Xian smiled slightly. "Baby, if I take you out, will it have any impact on this copy or the world?" "No, master, just take me out." "Good." He couldn't believe what Baihu said before 100%, but what Qinglong said was absolutely correct. Fang Xian originally wanted to rely on the skill, Sea Embraces All Rivers, which was not restricted by space and distance to summon all the contracted objects to his side and bring Qinglong out. But after thinking about it, I still feel that it is unreliable. If possible, I can just give Qinglong a teleportation command that is not restricted by space and distance and teleport her out. The sea embraces all rivers, and transmitting instructions are obviously not feasible, as they will be restricted by this world. There is only one solution left, and that is the system warehouse that does not belong to this world and is not restricted by this world. Although there is no air in the system warehouse, there will be no problem as long as Qinglong is put in and then immediately sent out using the transmission command. Having made up his mind, Fang Xian put Qinglong into the system warehouse and then clicked send command. As expected, this world could not restrain this system warehouse, and Fang Xian successfully brought Qinglong out. As soon as he appeared, Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinqiu frowned. "Coming out so soon? Qinglong is indeed not easy to deal with. I'll wait until you reach a higher level before dealing with her." Fang Xian smiled and shook his head. "No, she's easy to deal with." "So you killed her in seconds?" "No." Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinqiu were confused and bewildered by Fang Xian. "Easy to deal with, but I didn't kill her in 1 second, so what does that mean?" Fang Xian smiled slyly and stopped teasing them. "Because I brought Qinglong out." Hong Jintian, Zhong Xinqiu. Fang Xian looked at their confused expressions and smiled slightly. "Come out, Qinglong." As Fang Xian waved his hand, a dazzling light appeared, accompanied by a deafening roar, and a green dragon appeared out of thin air, wrapped in lightning. Its huge body soared into the sky and traveled across the sky. The Azure Dragon raised its head and let out a roar that resounded through the sky. The sound was like thunder, shaking the earth. The snow mountain shook violently and began to collapse. Huge chunks of snow rolled down the hillside like thousands of horses galloping. The snow and fog were everywhere, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Seeing this, Fang Xian and the other two immediately flew into the sky to avoid the avalanche. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were terrified and sweating profusely. Fang Xian, why did you bring her out? Are you going to destroy the world? Don't worry, Mr. Hong. I have already subdued her. Fang Xian smiled slightly and shouted to Qinglong. Okay, quickly transform into human form. Upon hearing this, Qinglong obediently transformed into human form. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were both stunned when they saw Qinglong's appearance. Qinglong could actually change his shape. Qinglong was overjoyed. He swooped down and threw himself directly into Fang Xian's arms. Master, I am so happy. I am truly free. Thank you, Master. Fang Xian caressed Qinglong's little head lovingly and spoke with a smile. We're all family, no need to thank me. Qinglong hugged Fang Xian tightly, his body twisting unconsciously. Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu were completely dumbfounded. Was that still the terrifying level 200 divine beast? The most powerful existence on Blue Star, Qinglong, is now sticking to Fang Xian like a kitten. It's simply horrifying. Is this the strongest contract master with SP talent, Fang Xian? Fang Xian brought them too much shock today. First, kill the white tiger and unlock level 200. Now he has tamed the Azure Dragon and brought her out of the copy and into the real world. It really completely subverted their cognition. They thought Fang Xian was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be that strong. It seems that the four most powerful sacred beasts on Blue Star will all be Fang Xian's prey, and Fang Xian will become the first human on Blue Planet to reach level 200. It is also the most powerful existence on Blue Planet. When Hong Jintian and Zhong Xinxiu thought of this, their eyes lit up and they were extremely excited. Fang Xian, who is at level 200, with a level 200 holy beast, will be invincible. In this way, the entire Dragon Country will be the biggest beneficiary. Dragon Country becomes #1 in the world, starting today. Qinglong reference picture. Chapter 118 Ruadian Country Player, Nami. Qinglong reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Seattle, Fang Xian's room in the Dragon Country Delegation's residence building. Crunch, crunch. Fang Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly stood up. He threw a whole pack of tissues to Qinglong. The master only knows how to bully his slaves. King Lanka slowly stood up. Master, when are we going to capture that girl Suzaku? Fang Xian also wanted to deal with the remaining Suzaku and Xuanwu, but Zhong Xinxiu and the others did not have the coordinates of the two secret realms. Otherwise, he would have killed them long ago. No hurry. Let's get the dragon egg back first. Dragon egg? Qinglong opened his mouth slightly. His eyes widened instantly, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Master, you said there are dragon eggs on Blue Star? Fang Xian looked at Qinglong's surprised expression and was a little surprised. Yes, is there anything unique about the dragon egg? Upon hearing this, Qinglong gently covered his mouth with his slender fingers, trying to hide his surprise. She calmed herself down and began to explain. Master, you don't know that the dragon egg is a secret realm thing. Logically, it will not appear on the Blue Star. Each dragon egg has the potential to hatch into a 5-clawed golden dragon, a Yinglong, a Zhulong, etc. If I add my dragon blood and secret technique during the incubation period, it can have a head start. Fang Xian nodded in understanding. You're so excited, what good will this do you? Qinglong lowered his head slightly, then raised his eyes quietly and looked at Fang Xian, full of shyness. This way, it and I are bloodbound. It is my child, and you, my master, are its father. Fang Xian looked at Qinglong in surprise. It turned out that this was what she was planning. What a weird train of thought. But it's also good this way. At least the dragon egg can hatch a stronger dragon. Fang Xian took out a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden divine gift from the system warehouse, and handed them to Qinglong one by one. Eat them. Qinglong took it, took a look at it, and frowned slightly. Master, are you going to give me all this garbage? Fang Xian was full of questions. How come these things have become garbage? But he changed his mind and let it go. As a divine beast, the Azure Dragon surpasses humans in terms of body, attributes, level, and abilities. It is understandable that she looks down on these things. Are attribute enhancers also rubbish? Fang Xian is more concerned about attribute enhancers. After all skills, physiques, etc. are closely related to attributes. The higher the attribute, the stronger the skills, physique, etc. will be. This will play a key role in whether Fang Xian can gain a foothold in the secret realm in the future. Qinglong curiously checked the attribute enhancer and shook his head helplessly. Master, this attribute enhancer is very good, but the quantity is extremely rare and it has little effect. Fang Xian breathed a sigh of relief after getting Qinglong's affirmative answer. As long as the attribute enhancer is useful, he will not worry about the quantity of the attribute enhancer. You've used them all. Although Qinglong had some doubts, he still obediently used them all. Ding. Qinglong consumes one of each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, enlightenment pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift, and returns 14,000 copies each. Fang Xian suddenly came up with an idea and looked at Qinglong with a wicked smile. Qinglong, with your strength, it will be difficult for others to find you. Take this opportunity to find the dragon egg and take it away. Hee, whether the master is good or bad, I will definitely complete the task. Good baby. The next day, early morning. Fang Xian, why do you look sleepy every day? Ningfeng looked at the sleepy Fang Xian speechlessly and started nagging. Don't tell me you played 3 Kingdoms all night again. Fang Xian yawned and said listlessly. I didn't play 3 Kingdoms last night. I spent the whole night training dragons. I feel a little sleepy. Ningfeng rolled his eyes at him, speechless. Fang Xian, the finals will be tomorrow. You have to cheer up. Our opponent today is not an easy one. Fang Xian didn't take it seriously. Even the divine beast Azure Dragon was pinned to the ground and beaten by him. So who else could be his opponent? When he looked at today's opponent Rui Dianghua, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. It's really not easy. However, what he meant by not simple was the contestant from Meridian Country, a woman with long wavy orange hair. She has a curvy figure, her breasts are very curvy, and her slender waist looks even more slender due to her exaggerated body proportions. And those 2 slender long legs are straight and white. Fang Xian used the eye of insight on her. Name, Nami. Age, 20. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, mage. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body size, 97. Height, 170. Level, LV 44. Quality, intact. Favorability, 60. I didn't expect that Nami had such a high degree of favorability towards him, which was a bit strange. But she is really good looking, and her clothes are bold and fashionable. Having said that, he has not yet signed a contract with anyone from a Western country, so it seems he has to try something new this time and learn to be more fashionable. At this moment, Ning Renjie approached behind Fang Xian with a gloomy face and spoke coldly. Does it look good? Ahem, it's okay. Fang Xian was missing for a whole day yesterday and did not go to look for Ning Renjie and Zheng and I at night, which made Ning Renjie very unhappy. I heard that Master Fang went to train a dragon last night. Or all night. Fang Xian felt embarrassed. It seemed that after saying the same thing so many times, Ning Renjie already understood what he meant. But Ning Renjie didn't know that the dragon he was talking about was a real dragon. Hey, it's time to enter. Fang Xian did not answer Ning Renjie's question directly because there were so many people around. Otherwise, he would have made Ning Renjie kneel down. Snort. Ning Renjie looked at Fang Xian angrily as he walked into the venue, but she couldn't do anything about it. As soon as Fang Xian appeared, the venue was filled with warm welcome. Fang Xian has accumulated a lot of popularity due to his invincible performance in the past few days. He waved to the audience as usual, responding to the enthusiasm of his supporters. When he saw Nami, she smiled back at him. Fang Xian also smiled back, but what he wanted to see more than Nami's cheerful and sunny smile was what Nami looked like after becoming his contract partner. Qinglong reference picture. Chapter 119. You guys, get out. Nami reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Genius competition, 3rd place match, Long Kingdom versus Ruadian Kingdom. The rules of the competition are as follows. 1. Each side sends 7 players into the same instance, and the country with the most points wins. 2. Killing a boss will add 60 points, killing an elite monster will add 7 points, and killing an ordinary monster will add 1 point. 3. You cannot kill both contestants, otherwise you will be declared the loser. 4. The dungeon is divided into 4 entrances. The number and quality of monsters entering from each entrance will be different. Please allocate personnel reasonably. Fang Xian read the rules. The rules of the game were very simple. The more kills you made, the more points you would get. The only uncertainty is point 4. There are 4 entrances with different numbers and qualities of monsters, so the following will happen. 1. Monsters are scarce, and a lot of time will be wasted looking for them. 2. There are too many monsters, and insufficient manpower may lead to the destruction of the team. 3. Encounter a hostile country and fight with it. 4. Acting together as a group of 7 people may reduce the efficiency of killing monsters. Fang Xian looked at Ning Feng, who was still discussing tactics, and spoke lightly. Captain Ning, I have already thought of the tactical arrangements. Oh. Ning Feng looked at Fang Xian in surprise. It was rare that Fang Xian, who was usually not very motivated, actually took the initiative to offer suggestions. Fang Xian, tell me what you think. Fang Xian stood up and began to allocate tactics. My tactics are very simple. We will divide into 2 teams and enter 2 entrances respectively. This way, the chances of success will be greater. Yes, that's what we plan to do. How do you plan the personnel allocation? I will form 1 team, and the rest of you will form another team. Ever since everyone has witnessed Fang Xian's strength, no one would think that Fang Xian's behavior was arrogant. 1 person is equal to 1 team, indeed. Ning Feng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. I think this method is feasible. I object. As soon as the opposing voices came out, everyone looked over curiously. The person who spoke out against it was Zheng and I. Fang Xian looked at Zheng and I in surprise. No one else objected, so why would his contract partner object? What is going on? Zheng and I looked at Fang Xian with concern and mustered up the courage to speak. It's too dangerous to let Fang Xian lead a team alone. What if they encounter a lot of monsters or a lot of enemies? Then Fang Xian will be isolated and helpless. After these words were spoken, everyone understood. It turns out that the reason Zheng and I opposed it was because she was afraid that Fang Xian would be in danger. Fang Xian smiled slightly and decided to reward Zheng and I well in the evening. Anne and I, you can rest assured about my strength. There will be absolutely no problems. But Zheng and I was still worried and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fang Xian. Don't worry, NNAI, trust me. Seeing that Fang Xian was determined to do so, Zheng and I had no choice but to give up. Then, you have to be careful. Don't worry, Anne and I. Ning Renjie stood up immediately upon seeing this. Then I will team up with Fang Xian to ensure his safety. Chao Xiongying and others looked at Ning Renjie and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. As the leader of the team, it was normal for Zheng and I to care about the players, but Ning Renjie, a young lady, actually cared about others? It really opened their eyes. However, they were really envious of being cared for by 2 beauties, Zheng and I, and Ning Renjie. If they knew that Fang Xian was talking about a 1 versus 2 battle among the 3 kingdoms, and that the 2 referred to were Zheng and I and Ning Renjie, they would probably kneel down and beg Fang Xian to teach them. Fang Xian patted Ning Renjie's shoulder lightly and smiled gently. Renjie, others need you more. I can do it alone. Ning Renjie raised her chin slightly, pouted her pink lips, and crossed her arms across her chest. Humph, I don't care. Fang Xian glared at Ning Renjie and spoke in a deep voice. Renjie, be obedient. Ning Renjie felt Fang Xian's tone and knew that if she continued, Fang Xian would get angry. Okay, I'll trust you just this once. They watched Ning Renjie, who always did her own thing, compromise after being glared at by Fang Xian. Is this what they call one thing pressing down on another, making it hard to breathe? As expected, he is Fang Xian, truly the ancestor. Ning Feng felt happier as he looked at the relationship between Ning Renjie and Fang Xian. Okay, I think this plan is feasible. Let's arrange it this way. Everything is ready, and they step onto the competition stage. There is a huge magic circle on the competition stage, emitting powerful spiritual power. This formation allows people to choose a designated area and then teleport them into a special copy, which is the copy of this competition. However, the signal is blocked inside the copy and live broadcast is not possible, so all contestants have to wear special props to display real-time kill information outside. If you kill a human, it will be recorded and you will be eliminated. Fang Xian put on a special prop and randomly clicked on an area. After both parties had chosen their areas, the magic circle emitted a bright light, and everyone disappeared in a flash. In the blink of an eye, Fang Xian found himself in a dense forest. The branches here were dense and towering into the clouds, making humans look particularly small here. A light suddenly appeared, and 3 people were teleported to Fang Xian's side. They were exactly 3 people from Ruadian country, 2 men and 1 woman, and among them was the most beautiful girl in Radian country, Nami. When the 3 of them saw Fang Xian, they were all startled and looked at him warily. Fang Xian glanced at Nami, smiled slightly, and turned away. The 3 were slightly surprised to see Fang Xian leave. One of the level 43 warriors frowned and spoke. Why did he leave when he saw us? Logically, shouldn't he have eliminated the 3 of us directly? Another level 43 assassin looked at Fang Xian suspiciously and expressed his guess. Could it be that he can't beat the three of us? The soldier nodded. It's very likely that the last time he defeated several leaders of the kimchi country, it must have been Zhong Shinshio's trick. Nami frowned and hurriedly dissuaded him. Don't forget, Fang Xian is a member of the Sakura national team. Don't attack him. The two men looked at each other and understood what each other meant. Nami, is there a possibility that Fang Xian is just fighting alone? With three of us fighting one, he may not win. Another man echoed. Yes, how else can we explain why he left when he saw us? It's obvious that he was avoiding us on purpose. Nami wanted to ask if others looked down on us, but she thought that would be too demoralizing. I think we should not let the other side take action. The risk is too great. The soldier frowned and his eyes were fierce. If we don't take action now, we won't have a chance when he reunites with his teammates. Yes, this opportunity is rare. We have to hurry up. The knight has drawn his spear, ready to go. Nami felt that it was best not to provoke Fang Xian. Everyone would have some chance of winning if they killed monsters based on their own abilities. After all, it was points that mattered. She wanted to say something when she suddenly saw Fang Xian stop and look back at them. Fang Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke softly. Although I don't understand your bird language, your eyes make me uncomfortable. So, you guys go away. Nami reference picture. Chapter 120. As long as you have a dream, you will be slaughtered by Fang Xian. Nami reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. The two men didn't understand what Fang Xian said. They looked at Nami in confusion because Nami could speak Longwa dialect. Nami, what did he say? Nami frowned, thinking to herself that this was not good. She was about to say something when she heard a sound of breaking air. Call out. Bang. The two men were knocked to the ground instantly and lost consciousness. Nami stood there in a daze, not seeing clearly how Fang Xian made his move. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked straight at Fang Xian in front of her. Fang Xian found it interesting when he saw that Nami didn't run away and had no intention of resisting. Ms. Nami, tell your companions from now on not to speak ill of others behind their backs, or you will get into trouble. Nami looked at Fang Xian in surprise. She didn't expect that Fang Xian had no intention of attacking her. I'll pass them on. Fang Xian smiled slightly, turned, and walked into the forest. Nami looked at the two unconscious people with a complicated expression. If she left to kill the monsters, they would most likely be eaten by the monsters. If she didn't leave here, she would waste a lot of time killing monsters, and her points would inevitably lag far behind Dragon Country. Nami thought it over and bit her lip to make a decision. She squatted down and pressed the exit button on both of them. The two were instantly teleported out and out of the game. The two were teleported to the competition venue, and the big screen immediately broadcast the news of their failure. Everyone stared at the big screen in amazement. How come only 2 minutes had passed, and two people from Ruadian Kingdom had been eliminated? What exactly happened in there? The first person who couldn't accept the fact was naturally the leader of Ruadian Country. They were divided into groups, so they naturally understood how strong the team composed of those two people and Nami was. How come such a strong group was eliminated just after entering? And what about Nami? Why didn't she come out? The two main players were eliminated before they could make any contribution. How could they win the game? The audience in Ruadian Country also could not accept this fact, and all shouted black conspiracy. How come it was such a large instance with 4 teleportation entrances that 2 players from Ruadian Kingdom were eliminated so quickly? How could such a coincidence happen? They would only think that this was a shady deal, and would not consider that it was Fang Xian's strength and the two's inappropriate thoughts that led to their elimination. On the contrary, everyone in Long Country was very excited. Within 2 minutes of the start, he eliminated 2 opponents. It was a perfect start. As they were eliminated, the credits on the big screen began to tick. The first person to obtain points was Fang Xian. Fang Xian didn't care how many monsters there were, and just attacked indiscriminately. He raised the dragon staff and directly released the fire meteor shower. The sounds of boom 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 rang out one after another, never stopping. Nami stared at the scene in front of her, stunned. She is clearly the magician, so why is Fang Xian, a contract master, more like a level 99 magic emperor at this moment? Extremely fast speed, super strong physical output, terrifying magical attacks. How can all of these be concentrated in one person? This is totally illogical. The more Nami watched, the more shocked she became, and the more obsessed she became. This gorgeous skill was truly breathtaking. Is this what a magician should look like? She had previously praised Fang Xian for saving Shen Huimei and admired his strength, so her favorability level was 60. Now Nami realized that she was too superficial. Fang Xian's strength was far beyond her imagination. It should be beyond the imagination of the whole world. Fang Xian is only 20 years old, but his agility, strength, and spirit are already at the top of the world. It's simply incredible. What kind of woman can possess this kind of man? If she were as strong as Fang Xian. No, if she could catch up with Fang Xian a little bit, she would definitely become the top magician. If she could become the best magician, her hometown would no longer be oppressed by others. She thought of her desolate hometown and the expectant eyes of her family, and she made up her mind to become stronger. Nami took a deep breath, mustered up her courage, and walked towards Fang Xian step by step. Fang Xian sensed Nami's approach and stopped casting the spell. He turned to look at Nami and asked calmly, "What's up?" Nami's eyes were bright and determined. "Fang Xian, can you teach me how to become as powerful as you?" Fang Xian was slightly surprised. This again? Isn't this the same as giving it to him for free? As expected, in a world where the strong are respected, as long as you have a dream, you will be slaughtered by him. When it comes to cutting leeks, he is the best. It's easy for you to become stronger, but my method cannot be passed on to others. Nami saw that something was going on and spoke quickly. "I'm very tight-lipped and will definitely not publicize it. No, no, no. I don't trust anyone unless you make a contract with me to guarantee that you won't reveal my secrets." Become your contract object? Right. This? Nami's eyes were full of confusion, her hands sometimes clenched, sometimes slightly loosened. She frowned slightly, bit her lips, and her pretty face was full of hesitation. Seeing this, Fang Xian turned around. "If you don't want to, forget it. I won't force you." Nami was very anxious when she saw Fang Xian was leaving. She made up her mind and called Fang Xian. "Fang Xian, I do." Fang Xian stopped and looked back with interest. "What? I am willing to be your contract partner." "Good." Fang Xian turned around without wasting time. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to Nami's feet, forming a black magic circle as well. Two big words, equality, appeared between the two people. "Contract." Nami took a deep breath and answered firmly. "Agree." The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Nami both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, December 15th. Nami looked at Fang Xian again, her eyes full of love and her cheeks began to turn red. "Square. Call me husband." "Oh." Nami lowered her head shyly, cupped her hot cheeks with her hands, and spoke softly. "Husband. Yeah, that's good." Fang Xian gently stroked Nami's little head and pulled her into his arms. Nami was so frightened by Fang Xian's sudden hug that her heart was pounding. Fang Xian felt the softness of the chest and the fragrance of Nami, and kissed her beautiful red lips. Nami was caught off guard and could only respond awkwardly. After a moment, a huge roar was heard in the distance. Fang Xian left Nami's sweet lips and looked into the distance. "It seems that I have to deal with this boss first before I can go back and deal with Nami." He hugged Nami and flew away. Seeing a flash of lightning in the distance, he frowned slightly. "That is..." Nami reference picture. Chapter 121 The Assassin with Black Chi. Nami reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Roar. Level 50 boss. Thunder Leopard roared, and swift lightning spewed out of its bloody mouth. Boom. The players from Ruadian country used their defensive skills one after another and tried their best to resist. Damn it. How could this Thunder Leopard mutate? The warriors of Ruadian Kingdom held up their shields and continued to resist lightning attacks. I thought we were lucky to find the boss first, but it turned out to be a disaster. Sweat broke out on the priest's forehead, and he never dared to stop using his health recovering skills. This is not a solution. We need to find a chance to break out. The assassin clenched the dagger in his hand and stared at Lei Bao with sharp eyes. Boom. There was continuous thunder and lightning, scorching the surrounding ground. The assassin swallowed his saliva and said timidly, "Ahem. It seems that opportunities are not so easy to find." The magician simply covered his ears and spoke in fear. How about we withdraw?" The warrior held up his shield with difficulty, gritting his teeth. "What nonsense. If we quit now, we will lose. What shall we do then?" The magician was so scared that he almost cried. "Why are you crying?" "You." Before the soldier could finish scolding, he was suddenly startled by a click sound. He looked at the shield in horror, only to see cracks appearing on it. Not good. He wanted to tell everyone to retreat, but it was too late, and the shield exploded. Bang! Without the protection of their shields, they were struck mercilessly by lightning. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Quick! Press the outgoing button. But only now did they discover that the lightning had a paralyzing effect, and they could not move at all. Oops. Ah, we are going to die. Someone come and save us. Help. Just when they were in despair, a fierce flame fell from the sky. Boom. Lei Bao was blown into powder. The four of them were freed instantly and all collapsed to the ground. Those who survived the disaster were so excited that they almost cried when they saw themselves still alive. I'm still alive. Yes. We are saved. Who saved us? It's Nami. And who's the one hugging her? Fang Xian. Nami was hugged by Fang Xian and flew into the sky. She just happened to see her teammates in crisis and hurriedly begged Fang Xian to save them. Hubby, please save my teammates. Fang Xian hugged Nami and patted her buttocks gently. Good. He raised the dragon staff, and a fireball instantly killed Lei Bao. In his eyes, it was just a piece of cake, but in Nami's eyes, it was a life-saving grace. Thank you, husband. Fang Xian chuckled and flew to the ground. After landing, Nami left Fang Xian's arms and ran to her teammates anxiously. She took out blood recovery pills and detoxification pills and gave them to help them recover their blood. They took the pills and put them in their mouths to restore their blood volume. Having almost recovered, they looked at Fang Xian not far away in surprise. Nami, why are you with Fang Xian? Yeah, why is he willing to rescue us? Nami's cheeks flushed, and she couldn't help feeling a little shy. That's what I asked Fang Xian to save you. I'm glad you're all right. When they saw Nami's shy look, their hearts trembled slightly. Nami, are you with him? Nami's cheeks suddenly became hot when she heard this, and she anxiously changed the subject. Oops, now is not the time to talk about this. Should we consider withdrawing from the competition? This statement successfully changed the subject. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with loss. Hey, let's quit. Without Fang Xian, we would have all died just now. Well, and he killed Lei Bao in one move. How can we compete with him? Even Zhang Shuai, who had a hot temper and refused to admit defeat, lowered his proud head and spoke helplessly. Retreat. We have no chance of winning. The four of them stood up and bowed slightly to Fang Xian, who was not far away. Thanks. Fang Xian nodded and said nothing. The four of them sighed and pressed the exit button to leave the copy. When Nami saw the four of them leaving, she walked up to them and said goodbye. Hubby, we give up. Yeah, that's good. Fang Xian gently stroked Nami's little head and kissed her goodbye. Auditorium. The audience of Ruidian watched Fang Xian's points soaring in silence. Looking at the points of all the people in Ruidian Kingdom, the defense was completely broken. Fang Xian's points, 118. Ruidian Kingdom's total points, 12. Wow, he's not even a fraction of Fang Xian's. They wanted to curse at something, but didn't know where to start. After Fang Xian suddenly added another 60 points, they completely collapsed. This means that Fang Xian killed the boss, and they really have no chance at all. They scolded Fang Xian for cheating and the players from Ruidian Country for being trash. They would scold as long as it could vent their displeasure. They didn't shut up completely until 4 people from Ruidian Country were teleported out of the center of the venue. Looking at the 4 people with lost expressions, they were like deflated balloons, listless. When they saw the last contestant, Nami, teleport out, some of them burst into tears. Once all the people from Ruidian Country were teleported out, it meant the competition was over and there was no need to continue. News also came out from the 7 members of the Longwood team, but except Fang Xian, the other 6 were in a daze. Why did it come out? How did you win? At the end of the game, the Longwood team won and advanced to the finals. The whole audience burst into warm cheers, congratulating Longhua on its victory. Fang Xian smiled slightly and waved to the audience. We won another game easily. All in all, we gained a lot from this genius competition. First, they took down Zheng Inai and Ning Renjira from the Dragon team. Then Usagi Tsukino and Siko Bisujima from the Sakura team. Then Shin Jaime and Cho Mijong from the Kimchi team. And now it's Nami from the Rudian team. The only thing was that we didn't gain any benefit from the battle with France yesterday, but obtaining the Azure Dragon yesterday can be considered as compensation. The next and last game is against the United States. I hope the United States will not let him down. Also, we don't know whether Qinglong stole the dragon egg. If he did, the United States would become the most shameful organizer in the history of the award ceremony. Fang Xian walked out of the venue and looked towards a corner of the audience for some unknown reason, where he spotted a woman with long, shiny black hair. She is tall, with long hair, a beautiful face and delicate features. The pair of big eyes seemed gentle, but Fang Xian could still keenly sense the murderous intent hidden underneath. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Joel Folger. Age, 27. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, assassin. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 95. Body size, 95. Height, 174. Level, LV92, Shadow Assassin. Quality, intact. Constitution, Black, Qi Constitution. Favorability, -10. Fang Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that she had the same black gas constitution as Zhong Xinxiu. Judging from her favorability, she must be here to assassinate Fang Xian. Fang Xian smiled slightly, finding it quite interesting. Then let's see whether her dagger pierces Fang Xian's heart first, or Fang Xian's spear pierces her body first. Nami reference picture. Chapter 122 Madam, you don't want your husband to know, right? Reference picture of Yoel. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Four Seasons Hotel, Seattle. The Four Seasons Hotel is a luxury hotel in Seattle with stylish and modern decoration. Its most famous feature is its dining. Their dining options are prepared by world-renowned chefs and focus on Pacific Northwest cuisine. Today, to celebrate the victory of Dragon Country, the leader of Dragon Country specially rewarded everyone here. Fang Xian had no interest at first, but was eventually attracted by the food and decided to try it. It has to be said that Ning Feng spent a lot of money this time and filled the table with delicious food. There are common delicacies such as king crab, snow crab, tuna, salmon, and rock lobster. Of course, there are also delicacies made from dungeon monsters, such as fiery bear paws, colorful monkey brains, swallowed alligator meat, big and strong pig whip, etc. Ning Renjir picked up a large piece of pig penis and put it in Fang Xian's bowl, smiling. Fang Xian was speechless. Ning Renjir was causing trouble. Does he need to eat this? Does he need supplementation? It's simply the opposite of Tiangang. It seems that she is very upset just because I haven't touched her for one day. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly, just in time to see Joel Fogger walking towards him. She wore a red backless bodysuit. The sexy and tight hip-hugging design perfectly brought out her charming S-curve. Joel was holding the arm of a man of average appearance. He was blonde and blue-eyed, wearing a suit. They sat down at the table next to Fang Xian, looking like a couple. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on him. Name, Lord Folger. Age, 28. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 94. Body size, 96. Height, 180. Level, LV91, Paladin. Favorability, -100. Lord Fudge? Both of them have the surname Fujia? According to some traditions in Western countries, once a woman gets married, her surname will take her husband's. That means Joel Folger is his wife. Since they are husband and wife, why are they both still virgins? What an innocent married woman, really interesting. As for Lord, he should also be a killer. His favorability of -100 has already doomed him to death. I just don't know who sent these two people. It is easy to know the answer. Just make a contract with this virgin married woman and you will naturally know everything. Speaking of married women, Fang Xian suddenly thought of Mu Yunji. He hadn't heard from her for a long time. But she is in Tang's sect, so Fang Xian has no need to disturb her. Fang Xian looked at the assassination duo and found that they did not have any abnormal behavior, so he was not in a hurry to deal with them. He picked up various seafood and ate them with relish, but he refused to eat the pig penis that Ning Renjir picked up. Ning Renjir snorted angrily and pulled Zheng and I to play together. After Fang Xian had eaten his fill, he looked at the assassination duo and thought it was time for some dessert. He wiped his mouth, stood up and left. Joel and Lord looked at each other, then stood up and followed. Fang Xian walked around in circles, and when he found that they were following him, he deliberately walked into a dead end. In Western countries, there are so many dead ends that you'll definitely run into one. He looked at the dead end and sneered. Come out, both of you. A handsome man in a suit and tie walked out. He was Lord Fogger. Fang Xian didn't see Joel. It seemed he was hiding. Lord Fogger stared at Fang Xian with sharp eyes and spoke softly in fluent Longwood dialect. Did you deliberately lead me here? Fang Xian was slightly surprised. The fluent Longwood dialect actually shocked him a little. You speak the Dragon Kingdom dialect very standardly. Thank you. As a top agent, I can speak 18 languages. Great, great. Fang Xian really admires him. He is not jealous at all that he can be a secret agent. I'm curious, why do you want to assassinate me now? Lord Fogger looked at Fang Xian coldly with a wise expression. Don't you know that the 10 elders, Ning Tian, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Xinxiu are not with you? Fang Xian smiled slightly. It turned out that Lord Fogger and his men thought that Fang Xian had no one to protect him, so they took the opportunity to assassinate him. In fact, after seeing that Fang Xian could even tame the Azure Dragon, Zhong Xinxiu and others stopped protecting him secretly, otherwise it would be hard to say who would protect whom at that time. If Lord Fudge knew the truth, would he shed tears of regret? You think you're worthy enough to assassinate me when they're not with me? As agents, We are always cautious, so do you feel like sleeping now? Sleep? Fang Xian was confused. Why did he want to sleep? He thought about it for a moment and realized that there must be drugs in the food he had just eaten. As for why they used love potion instead of drugs that could kill people, the reason is very simple. Nowadays, everyone has health points, so it is simply a fantasy to want to kill an awakened person with a poison. But the love potion is different. It can make the victim unconscious and then kill him after he loses his resistance. The idea is good, but they don't know that Fang Xian's poison resistance is full. Love potion is also a type of poison and is within the resistance range of anti-poison pill. Fang Xian looked at Lord Fudge with a sly smile. As top agents, they were cautious. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they will be in vain. Now that he didn't see Joel, he thought that she was using her knight physique to hide in Lord Fudge's body and then assassinate Fang Xian unexpectedly during the attack. Fang Xian, who saw through everything, suddenly felt bored and leaned forward slightly. Call out. Bang! Fang Xian punched Lord Fogger hard, knocking him unconscious in shock. He never expected that Fang Xian's speed and strength would be so strong. He, a level 91 paladin, couldn't even withstand a punch from Fang Xian. In fact, Fang Xian was holding back, otherwise Lord Fudge would have been turned into meat paste with just one blow. The reason why Fang Xian didn't kill him instantly was that he was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yoel, who was hiding on him. As expected, Joel couldn't withstand the powerful impact and turned into a ball of black gas and left Lord Fudge's body. Joel covered his stomach, his pretty face full of pain. Her delicate body was staggering, and she stared at Fang Xian with all her might, never letting go of the dagger in her hand. Fang Xian showed an approving look and looked at Joel with interest. He seized Lord Folger by the collar and lifted him up. Ma'am, do you want to watch him die? Yoel stared at Fang Xian nervously, full of anger. You let Mr. Loud go. If you want me to let him go, it's easy. Just give me you in exchange. What's the meaning? Fang Xian gave a sly smile. It's simple. If you sign a contract with me to never offend each other, I will let you go. Yoel looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. He clearly had the ability to kill them, so why did he go to all this trouble? But she also knew that Fang Xian was a contract master, and that once a contract was signed, one could not go back on one's word. If Fang Xian is sincere, then signing a contract with him is indeed the best way to survive. As long as we sign the contract, will you really let us go? Of course, if you sign the contract, you will become my contract object, and I will let you go. Madam, you don't want your husband to know, right? Once he wakes up, it will be too late. Joel bit his lower lip, his eyes gradually becoming firm. Okay, I agree to your request. Very good. Fang Xian looked at Mrs. Yi's eagerness to protect her husband, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Madam, let's sign the contract then. Reference image by Joel Folger. Chapter 123, Joel Fang, taking the husband's surname. Reference picture of Yoel. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Beijing, the highest conference room. That's my report. After Zhong Xinxiu finished his explanation, he sat back in his seat quietly. Previously, he returned to the capital through the transmission command and reported everything about Fang Xian and the Forsacred Beasts to his superiors in person. After listening to Zhong Xinxiu's report, all the senior officials present were still confused. A level 200 divine beast is Fang Xian's contract object. I know all these words, but I don't understand them when they are put together. It's really a niche word. It's hard to believe. You can bring a mythical beast out of a dungeon? That's unheard of. The divine beast is not a pet. How did Fang Xian manage to bring it out? Is he really not bound by the constraints of this world? Fang Xian has brought us a lot of shock. I have to digest his actions to death. Anyway, the facts have proven that Fang Xian is already the strongest person on the entire Blue Star. Yes, as long as he is given time to reach level 200, and then cooperate with his level 200 beast. At this point, the senior officials' eyes were filled with fanaticism. We will be able to conquer the world and become the true masters of Blue Planet. After he said this, everyone looked at him in surprise. The radicals were completely furious when they heard this. I agree. With time, we can become the overlord of Blue Star. It is time to overthrow U.S. hegemony and establish a new order. It's time to show the world the true strength of the mysterious East. Our dragon nation will rise today. Compared to the radicals, the conservatives also became excited when they heard their words. They are conservative not in the true sense, but they are prepared and act cautiously. But Fang Xian is almost level 200, and he has a level 200 divine beast to help him. So why should they be conservative? Just do it. I agree, but we still have to be fully prepared. Well, for example, the time it takes Fang Xian to reach level 200, and the strategy we formulate to defeat the United States and Western countries. In fact, there is another key factor. We also need to consider Fang Xian's intentions. Is he willing to participate in this operation? That's true. If he doesn't participate, it will be useless to say more. Mr. Zhong, based on your recent contact with Fang Xian, do you think he will participate? Or how will he participate? Zhong Xinxiu seemed to be thinking about something and spoke quietly. Based on Fang Xian's long-term behavior, it is not difficult to see that he is a cautious person. He will not easily take action or expose himself unless he is absolutely sure. But once you make a move, the other party will not have a good ending. I can't guarantee whether he will take action or not. But if we provide more help and help him reach level 200, I think by then, he may take action without us even suggesting it. For example, the Kusanagi family, the World Guild, the Sakura country, and the United States have all launched assassination attempts on him. I believe that with his personality, he will not let them go. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The chief listened attentively to everyone's speeches, nodded slightly, and had a wise look in his eyes. I have heard from my colleagues, and I would like to make a conclusion on this matter. The chief's voice was loud and steady, penetrating the entire room. First of all, we must fully support Fang Xian with the resources we can provide. Secondly, it would be best if Fang Xian could make a contract with Suzaku and Xuanwu. If not, Elder Zhong, please tell Fang Xian that the motherland is willing to take you in at any cost and help you reach level 200. Then, in response to Fang Xian's outstanding performance in this genius competition, the entire country will be given 3 days of paid leave to shape Fang Xian into a true national hero. Finally, if Fang Xian doesn't want to, our goal of becoming the world's #1 will not change. But, if Fang Xian agrees, we will. Dominate the Blue Star. Four Seasons Hotel, Seattle. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet and connected to the feet under Yoel, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Contract. Joel read the agreement carefully, found it correct, and replied in a deep voice. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Yue both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 13/15. There was no more vigilance on Joel's face, and her cold temperament disappeared, revealing her innocent and cute side. Her pretty face turned slightly red, and she looked at Fang Xian shyly. Fang Xian smiled slightly. Mrs. Yu will take my last name from now on, Mrs. Yule. Oh. There was some doubt in Yoel's clear eyes, and he asked cautiously. Then, from now on I will be called Joel Fang. Fang Xian nodded with satisfaction and pointed at Lord Fudge on the ground and asked, Tell me your story. Good. Joel Fang Muling looked at the unconscious Lord Fudge and told the story. It turns out that Joel Fang is a killer. She met Lord Fudge by chance, and because of the mission, they formed a temporary family. In order to avoid being discovered, they registered their marriage and became husband and wife in name only. But neither of them crossed the line, and they still maintained a cooperative relationship. So even though Joel is a wife, she is still a virgin. It was not until recently that Lord Fudge accepted an assignment from the United States and Joel accepted a bounty from the World Guild that they came to Seattle. Fang Xian nodded. So that's how it is. But I guess Joel and Lord Fudge have been together for so long that they have developed feelings for each other, so the way she looks at Lord Fudge is different. Fang Xian looked at the unconscious Lord Fudge with a sneer. His Mrs. Joel had become Fang Xian's woman. This was the first time he had snatched someone else's wife. Even though she was not his real wife, it still felt different. He stepped forward and picked up Joel. Yoel put his arms around Fang Xian's neck and shyly buried his head in his arms. Fang Xian jumped high and flew towards his dormitory. Fang Xian would naturally not forget the idea of cutting the grass at its roots. A fireball fell and blasted Lord Fudge into powder. Fang Xian brought Yue back to the room and put her on the bed. Yoel clutched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands, too shy to look at Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked at the charming and beautiful Yue and was not polite. He placed his hand on Yoel's fair neck and slowly moved it down. Fang Xian looked at Yue lying in his arms and gently touched her temples that were wet with sweat. Yoel looked at Fang Xian lovingly and hugged Fang Xian tightly. Fang Xian gently hugged and kissed Yoel, who responded hurriedly and awkwardly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fang Xian looked over and saw that the person coming on the surveillance camera was exactly Nami. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he stood up to open the door. As the door opened, Nami looked at Fang Xian with a bright smile. Husband. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Joel blushing on the bed and quickly covering his head with the quilt. Nami felt lost and wanted to turn around and leave. I came at the wrong time. Fang Xian grabbed Nami's slender hand and smiled evilly. No, you came at the right time. He pulled Nami into the room and closed the door with a smirk. Reference image by Joel Fong. Chapter 124 We Are the Champions. Reference picture of Yoel. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian took out attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse, and handed them to Nami and Yo one by one. You all took it. Good. They took the things Fang Xian gave them and used them all in a daze. Ding. Nami and you consume one each of attribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, enlightenment pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift, and each will be returned 16,000 copies too, a total of 32,000 copies. Fang Xian touched their storage rings and traded 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers and 1,000 bottles each of blood of the god of war and golden divine gift. Yo and Nami were almost unable to open their eyes, but when they saw the storage ring, they suddenly became excited. Nami's eyes were shining, her mouth was wide open, revealing her white and neat teeth, and her smile was extremely brilliant. Honey, is this really for me? Joel's cheeks were flushed with a charming blush, and he was full of joy. Hubby, can you really give me all these treasures? Fang Xian stretched out his hands and gently touched their little heads. You are all my wives, so good things should be shared with my wives. Nami, Yoel. Thank you, husband. The next day, early morning, Fang Xian yawned and came to the competition hall. I have to say that last night's experience was truly unique, and I had so much fun without realizing it. Ningfeng looked at Fang Xian, who was sleepy, feeling helpless and at a loss. Fang Xian, why do you look like you haven't woken up yet? Fang Xian became interested again when he saw Ningfeng. Captain Ning, it's still the same old rules. It's too much fun to play games. Ningfeng rolled his eyes, speechless. Although games are fun, don't play them too much. Fang Xian smiled and said nothing. If Ningfeng knew that there was such a fun game, he would probably play it for a whole year. Okay, everyone is here. Ningfeng looked around and spoke seriously. The next step is the finals. Everyone knows our opponent, the United States team. The rules of the last game are also very simple, 7v7. Ningfeng looked at Fang Xian, Ning Renjie, Chao Xiongying, and other regular team members and gave them instructions in a deep voice. It's the last game. I hope you guys will not take it lightly. Show your full energy and go all out to win glory for our country. All the team members are in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. But when I was idle, I kept falling asleep. Amid thunderous cheers, athletes from both countries officially took the stage. The 7 players from Longhua appeared on the stage: Fang Xian, Ning Renjie, Chao Xiongying, Wang Xiaohu, Zhang Xiaolong, Wang Chao, and Ma Han. Fang Xian looked at the 7 representatives from the United States and instantly lost interest. It turned out to be 3 politically correct white men, 2 black men, and 2 black women. He was really disgusted that she didn't even bother with a white beauty. As the players from both teams took the stage, the shouts and cheers from the audience reached a climax. The host enthusiastically introduced the contestants from both sides and followed the process step by step. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the competition officially began. The U.S. team has already formed its formation, and each player has a confident smile on his face. On the other hand, the people of Long Kingdom didn't seem to take this seriously and all stood behind Fang Xian. When live broadcast rooms in various countries saw this scene, they immediately opened fire. American host. Look, what is professionalism? Our players are professional. Host from Sakura country. The formation of the U.S. team is so perfect, it is simply godlike. Kimchi country host. One look at the 2 countries' formations shows which is stronger and which is weaker. They are indeed the United States. French host. The dragon people are so lax, they will pay the price for their arrogance. Asian host. Longwood just got to the finals by luck, unlike us in India, where we lost the game fairly and impartially and never relied on luck. Host of the Israeli game. It's the finals now, and the dragon players are indeed a little too arrogant. Although I admit that their Fang Xian is very strong, this is not a one-on-one match, but a team match, so we still have to respect the American players. Host of the British Empire. Little dragon country. Luckily, they didn't run into our team, otherwise they wouldn't have made it to the finals. German host. Dear audience, look, the game is about to begin. Well, The game has begun. Let's look forward to the two players. Forehead. Is the game over? Just now, contestant Fang Xian simply raised his magic circle and released a flaming meteor shower. The US team was wiped out? It's really a group. The United States team, good food. The US live broadcast room was disconnected. The Sakura Country live broadcast room was disconnected. The live broadcast room of Kimchi Country was disconnected. The Franco live broadcast room was disconnected. A Sangwo host. The game is unexpectedly fast. Let's see what contestant Fang Xian said. He said, if you are not good at it, practice more. Mrs. Joel's reference picture. Chapter 125 Four-Winged Angel. Michael. Let us congratulate the Dragon Country team for winning the championship of this genius competition. As the host announced loudly, the whole audience erupted in thunderous cheers. Fang Xian, Fang Xian. Fang Xian's name resounded throughout the world, and all the people of Long Country cheered for him. His extraordinary performance along the way is enough to make people all over the world remember this greatest genius. Fang Xian smiled and waved to thank those who supported him. The more people support him, the more successful his purpose will be. Even if there is any major crisis on Blue Star in the future, he will be invincible by using temporary contract and attribute integration together. Even if the devil comes, we have to kneel down to him. Next is our awards ceremony. The host announced loudly, and the audience gradually quieted down, looking forward to the trophy representing glory. The lights are bright, focusing on the award-giving area. The ceremonial personnel dressed neatly and elegantly and entered the venue with a solemn attitude. They carried trays containing medals and flowers in their hands and walked lightly and steadily. All the Longhua team members had excitement and pride on their faces and stepped onto the podium in an orderly manner. The award presenters solemnly picked up the medals and put them on the Longhua athletes one by one. The hostesses presented flowers to celebrate for them. The national anthem of the Dragon Kingdom sounded and the audience stood in silence. The contestants and the audience gazed at the Dragon Country flag slowly rising, tears of joy in their eyes. When the song ended, people applauded and congratulated, and the applause echoed throughout the venue. The routine ceremony is over, and the highlight is next. Now, please invite the strongest knight in the United States, Mr. Michael, to present the award to the Dragon Kingdom. As the host's voice fell, a tall man in gorgeous armor walked out. He has a handsome face, clear features, deep eyes, and long golden hair fluttering in the wind. This person is none other than the United States level 99 Holy Knight, Michael, who is also the strongest knight in the world. Fang Xian curiously used the Eye of Insight on Michael. Name, Michael. Age, 87. Gender, male. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 89. Body size, 89. Height, 187. Level, LV 99, Holy Knight. Physical constitution, angelic physical constitution. Favorability, 50. Fang Xian looked at Michael with a bit of disdain. He and Gabriel were birds of a feather. Obviously, Fang Xian is the person the United States most wants to assassinate, but both of them have a pretty good impression of him. It is because Fang Xian is so handsome that these men and women who are popular with both men and women love and hate him. I am really impressed. However, this angelic physique is a bit strange. I wonder if I can become an angel. Michael came out to present the awards. Did Qinglong fail to steal the dragon egg? Logically speaking, even if Qinglong didn't find the dragon egg, she should have come back to report to him, but now she is nowhere to be seen and no one knows where she is. As for Qinglong's safety, he doesn't need to worry about it. After all, no one can hurt Qinglong except him. Wait and see what Michael takes out, and you'll be able to guess the result. When Fang Xian saw Michael giving him a meaningful smile, he almost vomited. Michael smiled and walked to the center of the stage. Hello everyone. I am Michael, and now I will present the ultimate award to the champion team. As he spoke, Ningfeng translated for the team. Michael waved his arm lightly, and a small transparent conical bottle flew out of the storage ring, which was filled with blood. He held it in his hand and looked at Fang Xian and others with a smile. I'm sure everyone knows that my physique is an angelic physique. It's no exaggeration to say that it's because I have an angelic physique that I can become the strongest knight. No one refuted Michael's words, and everyone nodded in agreement. Every strong person standing at the top has a special physique. The stronger the physique, the stronger the awakener. And Michael's angelic constitution is the most sacred constitution. Michael looked around and continued talking. Angel physique is divided into 2-winged angels and 4-winged angels. The more wings, the higher the quality. As everyone knows, I, Michael, am a 4-winged angel. Everyone nodded silently. They had all heard about the deeds of the four-winged angel Michael. It is precisely because he has four wings that he is stronger than those with angelic physique. Michael said this and looked at the Dragon Country players with a smile. In fact, above the four wings, there is a more advanced angelic physique, which is Seraphim. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. People only knew that the four-winged angel Michael was already the strongest knight on Blue Planet, but they didn't expect that there was a six-winged angel that was higher than the four-winged angel. This speech did help everyone gain some knowledge, but they were very curious about what Michael meant by this. Seeing that he had aroused everyone's curiosity, Michael smiled slyly and raised the conical flask in his hand. Please look, the conical bottle in my hand contains the legendary Seraphim physique. Michael's words instantly ignited the whole place. Everyone stood up, staring at the conical flask in his hand and talking about it. Is there really a Seraphim physique? It can't be fake, right? It is impossible for a boss of Michael's level to tell such a lie. Then what is he going to do with this Seraphim physique? Isn't the reward for the genius competition the dragon egg? You don't know? According to gossip, because the dragon egg is a living thing, it cannot be stored in the storage ring, and then it was stolen last night. No way. How dare someone steal things right under the noses of Americans? That's right. So when Michael took out this Seraphim physique, he was probably going to replace the dragon egg as the prize. Fuck. Logically speaking, this Seraphim physique is better than the dragon egg. Indeed, a legendary physique is definitely stronger than a pet. But why would Michael take such a big step? This is not like the American style. It's indeed a bit strange. Michael was very satisfied with the expressions of the people present. He looked at the Dragon Country delegation with a smile and said loudly, "To show our respect for the champion of the Genius Contest, our country has decided to temporarily change the prize and use this Seraphim physique as the champion prize for this competition." After hearing this, Fang Xian finally understood. Michael promoted this six-winged angel physique so much that he wanted the Dragon Kingdom to think that the six-winged angel physique was better than the dragon egg, and that they had taken advantage and that changing the prize was actually a good thing. As for why the championship prize was temporarily changed, it was obvious that Qinglong had already obtained the dragon egg. Then the United States was faced with a sudden difficulty in coming up with a prize of equal value. They did not want to lose face internationally, so they deliberately offered this six-winged angel physique as a prize. However, the United States is not really kind-hearted. After all, they have already planned to kill Fang Xian, so no matter what prize Longwu gives, it will eventually return to the hands of the United States. After figuring everything out, Fang Xian sneered. It seemed that the United States would be disappointed this time. The six-winged angel physique is his, and the dragon egg is his. Michael's fate. It's his too. Mrs. Joel's reference picture. Chapter 126. Thank you, Michael, for sending me this Seraphim. Ningfeng frowned when he heard this. Mr. Michael, is there any problem with the dragon egg? Michael looked at Ningfeng with a smile, politely. Of course not. We just want to give Dragon Country a better reward. You deserve better. Ningfeng was very dissatisfied with Michael's excuses. Leading the Dragon Country team to win the championship was one of the important tasks, and getting back the dragon egg was also an important task. Faced with the United States' temporary change of prize, he did not ask his superiors and found it difficult to make a decision. Just as he was about to say something, he was stopped by Fang Xian. Captain Ning, we accept this prize. Ningfeng looked at Fang Xian with slight surprise. Fang Xian, we still have to report to our superiors before we can decide whether to accept it or not. We can't agree to it easily now. Fang Xian approached Ningfeng mysteriously and whispered in his ear. Captain Ning, Master Zhong Xinxiu possessed me. He asked me to convey this to you so that you can accept the prize. Ningfeng looked at Fang Xian suspiciously. It was impossible to tell from the outside whether Zhong Xinxiu was possessed or not. But considering such an important matter, Fang Xian would never dare to lie to him. It is still the live broadcast of the Genius Competition. The United States has upgraded the prizes for Long Country. If Ningfeng continues to make things difficult for them, it would be a loss of the demeanor of a great power. He looked at Fang Xian doubtfully, but decided to agree first and discuss it later. Thank you, Mr. Michael. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. Michael smiled kindly and handed the conical bottle containing the six-winged angel physique to Ningfeng. Ningfeng bowed slightly, took it with both hands, and took a photo as a souvenir. At this moment, the whole world witnessed the Dragon Country winning the championship. The whole country of Dragon Kingdom celebrates and has 3 days of paid holiday. Various media outlets were surprisingly unanimous in promoting Fang Xian, with a tendency to make him into a national hero. The Dragon Country Players' Lounge. Seeing that there was no one around, Fang Xian quietly found Ning Feng and asked for the conical bottle. He decided to tell a lie to save himself a lot of trouble. Captain Ning, Elder Zhong asked me to tell you that the conical bottle of Seraphim Physique is in my care. This? Ning Feng stared at Fang Xian suspiciously, not sure whether it was Zhong Xinxiu's intention. He thought for a moment and handed the conical flask to Fang Xian. Fang Xian, you must keep it well. Captain Ning, please rest assured that no one can take it away from me. Fang Xian took the conical bottle and began to check the blood inside. Seraphim blood. After taking it, you can obtain an embryo with Seraphim Physique. Depending on the degree of cultivation, it can awaken into a holy angel or a fallen angel. Fang Xian was speechless. Isn't this six-winged angel physique just a loneliness? It's just an embryo, but it still needs to be cultivated. It's really a scam. No wonder Michael was not afraid that someone would use up the six-winged angel blood before assassinating Fang Xian. It turned out that they had another trick up their sleeve. Ning Feng patted Fang Xian's shoulder lightly and shook his head helplessly. Fang Xian, let's prepare to return. Fang Xian suddenly thought of a question and blurted it out. Captain Ning, why don't we just use the teleport command to return to Dragon Country? Ning Feng held his forehead and rolled his eyes. Fang Xian, do you think the teleportation command is something that is everywhere? How can you waste it like this? Fang Xian slapped his forehead and remembered that teleportation instructions were a scarce item on Blue Star, and no one had as many as he did. To be precise, no country has more transmission instructions than it. But it doesn't matter if we don't need it. When the time comes, we can fall into the US trap as promised and then kill them all. Fang Xian said goodbye to Ning Feng and returned to the dormitory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Nami and Yi standing in the corner, not daring to move. Fang Xian looked in surprise and found that it was Qing Long who came back. Master, you are back. Qing Long immediately threw himself into Fang Xian's arms and hugged him coquettishly. Master, I miss you so much. Nami and you were completely dumbfounded when they saw Qing Long's expression and actions at this moment. Is this still the Azure Dragon that just exuded such a terrifying aura? She is obviously a clingy little wife. Fang Xian hugged Qing Long and patted her slender waist gently. Qing Long, what took you so long to come back? Qing Long looked at Fang Xian with his eyes wide open and said aggrievedly. Originally, I got the dragon egg very easily, but on the way back, I absorbed a lot of energy from the dragon egg, which is why I came back just now. Oh, it will also automatically absorb your blood and energy. Well, actually, if I try to stop it, it won't be able to absorb it, but since it's our baby, I'll nourish it well. Yeah, baby, you're so good. Fang Xian gently stroked Qing Long's little head and gave him a sweet kiss as a reward. This made Qing Long very happy, and he responded positively. Nami and Yi looked at Qing Long in surprise. It turned out that she was also Fang Xian's woman. They could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fang Xian gently pushed away Qing Long, who was still reluctant to leave, and introduced him to her. They are Nami and Yoel, and they are also my wives. They are really good sisters. I said they smell like their master. After these words were spoken, both Nami and Yoel were embarrassed. Qing Long held their hands with great enthusiasm. My two dear sisters, I am Qing Long, and we will be sisters from now on. Nami and Yoel looked at Qing Long's enthusiasm and calmed down a little. Well, we will all be good sisters from now on. Fang Xian nodded, took out the conical bottle, and handed it to Qing Long. Do you know it? Qing Long took the conical bottle and checked the seraphim blood inside. It turns out to be the physique of a six-winged angel. Baby, do you understand? Yes, Master. The six-winged angels are a top race in the secret realm and are not weaker than the demon gods at all. Having said that, Qing Long thought for a moment. If you have enough seraphim blood, Master, you can also become a seraphim. Become a seraphim? Fang Xian was a little surprised. Is there any difference between angel's physique and god of war's body? Qing Long nodded silently. She could see Fang Xian's confusion. Master, I called the blood of the god of war. You gave me rubbish because it is essentially just the physique of the blue star, while the seraphim physique is the top physique of the secret realm. As long as there is enough seraphim blood, humans can not only gain the powerful strength of seraphim, but also become real seraphim. But six-winged angels are not only extremely rare in the secret realm, but also the top existence. Getting enough six-winged angel blood is harder than ascending to heaven. Fang Xian couldn't help but smile when he heard this. Others cannot get the seraphim blood, but as long as he has one drop of seraphim blood, he can get endless seraphim blood. Originally, Fang Xian thought that the six-winged angel physique was just similar to other physiques, but he didn't expect it to be the top physique of the secret realm. If he hadn't asked Qinglong to steal the dragon egg, Michael might have already taken the seraphim blood. It was such a coincidence that I won a big prize. He looked at Qinglong excitedly, pointed at the seraphim blood, and said, "Drink it." Qinglong reference picture. Chapter 127 Closing the Net, Hunting the Bird. Qinglong curled his lips in disgust. "Master, our Azure Dragon bloodline is also the top bloodline of the secret realm. I don't want to drink the blood of this mixed-haired bird." Fang Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he suddenly had an idea. "Baby, if you give us your blue dragon bloodline to drink, can we obtain the blue dragon constitution?" Nami and you looked at Azure Dragon in shock. They originally thought that it was just called Azure Dragon, but they didn't expect it to be real, a real divine beast Azure Dragon. They were originally afraid of Qinglong, but now they admired him even more. At the same time, they fell deeply in love with Fang Xian, who could tame Qinglong. Qinglong was stunned and shook his head helplessly. "Master, our blood is incompatible with humans in most cases. Forcing people to take it will only lead to sudden death. In each ethnic group, there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of giving birth to blood that is mixed with that of another ethnic group. We call this blood soluble blood. Soluble blood is a tradable product in the secret realm. The higher the quality of the soluble blood, the more expensive it is. Things like seraphim blood are top-tier circulating products." Fang Xian nodded, and he had some understanding of blood. "By the way, honey, how do you know so much about this?" Qinglong's originally bright eyes lost their luster, and the corners of his mouth drooped slightly, outlining a bitter arc. "Master, you don't know that I was actually born in a secret realm thousands of years ago. However, one day, the entire Azure Dragon tribe. No, it should be said that the families of the Forsacred Beasts were all destroyed. That's when I was teleported to that copy and was trapped there for 1,000 years." She slowly raised her eyes filled with gratitude. "If it weren't for the master's appearance, I don't know how long I would have been trapped." Fang Xian was slightly surprised. What kind of terrifying power could be able to destroy even the entire clan of the Forsacred Beasts? He held Qinglong in his arms and comforted him softly. "It's okay, baby. Your husband will take you back next time the secret realm opens." Qinglong's cheeks were flushed, his brows raised slightly, and his eyes were shining with surprise and emotion. "Thank you, master." Qinglong looked at Fang Xian's expectant gaze with her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Master, if you want to have this seraphim physique, you need another item." "Oh, isn't it true that you can have this physique just by eating enough seraphim blood?" Fang Xian was a little surprised. It seemed that the way to obtain the body of the god of war was different from the six-winged angel physique. Qinglong took Fang Xian's hand and explained patiently. "To obtain seraphim blood, blood alone is not enough. Seraphim feathers are also needed. As long as you possess its feathers, you can immediately gain the physique of a seraphim." Fang Xian suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Michael gave the six-winged angel blood to Long Kingdom so easily. It turned out that he had a backup plan. Qinglong continued to explain. "But if you want to obtain the top-level seraphim physique, you need enough seraphim blood. A bottle of seraphim blood can obtain this physique through the feathers, but what is obtained is the lowest level of seraphim physique. If you have enough seraphim blood, and then use the seraphim feather, you can get the real seraphim physique." Fang Xian suddenly realized that's what it was. It is not difficult for the other party to drink seraphim blood casually. With the help of the system, he can drink it to the most perfect state. As for this six-winged angel feather, Fang Xian had already guessed that it was most likely on Michael. This old fox Michael probably still has a lot of seraphim blood in his body. He must be thinking of collecting more seraphim blood, and then using seraphim feathers to obtain the most perfect seraphim physique. If so, it's simple. As long as he kills Michael and steals his seraphim feather, Fang Xian will be able to create the most perfect seraphim physique. That is the most advanced physique in the secret realm, which can greatly enhance Fang Xian's strength. After figuring everything out, Fang Xian hugged Qinglong's slender waist. "Baby, take this bottle of seraphim blood first." "Master, you don't want to keep it for yourself?" "No, you use it first." Qinglong obediently opened the bottle cap and drank this seraphim blood. Ding! Qinglong consumes a bottle of seraphim blood and returns 16,000 bottles. Fang Xian looked at the 16,000 bottles of seraphim blood in the system warehouse and was very satisfied. "Baby, where's the dragon egg?" "Here." The corners of Qinglong's mouth rose slightly, outlining a graceful arc. She flipped her hand and the dragon egg appeared out of thin air. The dragon egg is currently being nurtured by the Azure Dragon and can reside in her body at any time. "Master, this is the dragon egg." The dragon egg floats quietly in the hands of the azure dragon, exuding a mysterious aura. It is oval in shape and about 50 centimeters in size. The surface of the eggshell is a deep, dark gold, and from time to time golden light floats and flickers up and down like silk threads. Fang Xian took a closer look and seemed to hear a faint heartbeat coming from inside the egg. The dragon egg seemed to sense something and started jumping up and down. "Master, it seems to like you very much." Fang Xian smiled slightly and gently stroked the dragon egg. He looked carefully but found no information. "Baby, do you know what kind of dragon it is?" Qinglong shook his head and looked at the dragon egg lovingly. "I don't know what kind of dragon it will hatch, but the blue dragon blood I gave it will definitely improve its quality." "Well, that's good." Fang Xian looked at the time, and it was almost time to set off. He took out 2 teleportation instructions and gave them to Nami and Yoel. "Qinglong, you stay here and wait for me. I will go back to Dragon Country with them first." Nami and Yi took the teleportation command and used it with Fang Xian without any hesitation. Ding. Nami consumes 1 teleport command and returns 16,000. Ding. Yoel consumes 1 teleport command and returns 16,000. Call out. Fang Xian and the other 2 instantly appeared in Longwa's Yunjing Villa. "Honey, you're back." Bisuja Masiko was just drinking water and was very happy to see Fang Xian appear. Nami and you were slightly surprised to see Bisuja Masiko. They didn't expect that the Kendo genius from Sakura Country would also become Fang Xian's wife. Fang Xian hugged Bisuja Masiko, who was walking over, and gave her a kiss hard. Hate. Bisuja Masiko blushed and quickly pushed Fang Xian away. Fang Xian let go of Bisuja Masiko with a wicked smile. "Siko, they are Nami and Yoel. I mentioned them in a certain group before. Please introduce me to everyone. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." So soon? What are you going to do, husband?" Fang Xian showed a smug smile on his face and spoke lightly. Get ready to collect the nets and shoot birds." Chapter 128 come out. "White Tiger, you are finally here. You 3 are the only ones missing." Ning Feng saw Fang Xian, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I coming together, and hurriedly invited them to get in the car. Fang Xian smiled slightly and took Ning Renjie and Zheng and I into the car. Ning Feng confirmed the number of people again, and it was completely correct. "Master, drive." "Okay." The master started the engine and drove the bus towards the airport. Everyone was talking and laughing on the way, and they were all very happy. Returning home with glory, one naturally feels excited. Ning Feng leaned back in his chair and began to imagine the applause and cheers he would receive upon his return home. Fang Xian, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I sat in the last row. "If you encounter any danger later, use the teleport command to go back first." Zheng and I frowned slightly and asked Fang Xian in a low voice anxiously. "Husband, you said someone will attack us soon?" Fang Xian held Zheng and I's hand on her thigh and said softly, "Well, there is a high probability that there will be." Zheng and I was shocked and spoke quickly. "Husband, then we have to tell everyone quickly so that everyone can take shelter." Fang Xian patted Zheng and I's little hand and comforted her. "It's okay. They can't hurt anyone with me here. But don't worry." Fang Xian patted Ning Renjie's hand gently and said softly, "Rong air too." Ning Renjie looked serious and held Fang Xian's big hand in her hands. "If there is any danger, I will definitely protect Anne and I." Fang Xian smiled slightly and held Ning Renjie and Zheng and I's hands tightly. "My good wives." As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Renjie and Zheng and I blushed. In fact, Fang Xian was not worried about Ning Renjie and Zheng and I. After all, as long as he activated the life link, no one could kill them. They are invincible, but it will still hurt if a bunch of high-level skills are used on them. After all, life link only links life, not anything else. Fang Xian was just worried that they would be hurt if they were accidentally injured, so he wanted them to directly use the teleportation command when they were in danger to avoid pain. As for the safety of others, there is no need to worry about it. The 10 elders, Ning Tian, Hong Jintian, and Zhong Xinxiu all accompanied them. Moreover, there is still the azure dragon in the sky, which can definitely provide protection. The bus was driving normally on the highway, surrounded by deserted scenery. The vegetation along the way is sparse, with sparse weeds swaying in the wind, and the withered yellow tones look even more depressing in the sun. There is only a little dull green vegetation on the mountain, and most of it is bare rock and sand. The United States is a country with a vast land area and a sparse population, so they don't find it strange to see these things. Only occasionally a few students felt that the road was a little different from the one they took, but then they thought that they were not familiar with the road conditions, or that the driver might have taken another road, so they didn't care too much. In fact, there is no problem with the round-trip route, but there are many more obstacles ahead. The driver looked ahead in surprise and slowly stepped on the accelerator. Holy crap, what the hell is this? Upon hearing this, everyone looked forward. In front of me was a huge altar with many ancient patterns and mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the base. The edges of the steps are decorated with exquisite carvings of various white tigers. The entire altar is mainly dark brown in color. Under the sunlight, the altar casts a huge shadow, which is daunting. Is this an altar? Ningfeng stared at the altar in front of him in confusion, unable to figure out what was going on. Who would build an altar in the middle of the road? Really? His face suddenly changed drastically, and he immediately ran to the car window to look. Sure enough, there were huge stone pillars arranged in an orderly manner on both sides. Altar. Stone pillars. Ningfeng's face became more and more ugly, and he shouted hurriedly. Turn around. Turn around now. Ningfeng's loud shout startled everyone. No matter how stupid they were, they understood what had happened. The driver put the car in reverse gear and stepped on the accelerator, but it was too late. A dazzling white light emanated from the altar, so blinding that he hurriedly stepped on the brakes. The white light flashed in an instant, and an elegant man with flowing blonde hair appeared above the altar. He is none other than the strongest knight on Blue Star, Michael. Dear contestants from Dragon Country, we meet again. Ningfeng saw Michael appear, and sweat broke out on his forehead. Damn it, these Americans are no good. They are planning to kill people and rob them. When the people present heard Ningfeng's words, their hearts, which had been hanging in the balance, finally died. Michael opened his arms and raised his head slightly. Everyone from Dragon Country, please come out. Swish, swish, swish. More than 10 rays of light fell from the sky and landed around the bus. They were Ning Tian, Shi Lao, Hong Zhentian, and Zhang Shenxiu who were escorting this mission. Zhang Shenxiu narrowed his eyes slightly, hunched his back, and put his hands behind his back. Michael, what do you mean? Michael had a gentle smile on his face and was very gentlemanly. Zhang Shenxiu, you are still so fluent in the American language. You are a bastard. If you have to fart, just fart now. Hiki. Michael was not angry because of Zhang Shenxiu's words. After all, there are 95 genders in the United States. To him, neither male nor female is not an insult. Zhang Shenxiu, my request is simple. Return the dragon egg to me, and I will let you go. When did you, America, give us the dragon egg? If I remember correctly, the prize you gave us was the seraphim blood. We didn't give you the dragon egg, but you can't steal it. Oh, you have evidence? No. Hong Zhentian's veins bulged and he pointed at Michael and cursed. You idiot, you have no evidence. What are you talking about? Get out of here right now. Haha, where God Hong is still as irritable as ever. Michael narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled kindly. Since you are unwilling to hand over the dragon egg, don't blame us for being rude. TSK, you're worthy of that with those 6 idiots hiding behind you. 6 people slowly stepped out from behind Michael. All of them were old monsters around level 98. Michael smiled faintly. No, your opponent is not me, but the legendary for sacred beasts. White tiger. White tiger. Haha, yes, it's the white tiger you all know. Michael looked up with contempt in his eyes. Are you scared now? Hong Zhentian? Zhang Shenxiu? Michael was very pleased when he saw that Zhang Shenxiu and Hong Zhentian were both stunned. It is your honor to die at the hands of the white tiger. Hong Zhentian and Zhang Shenxiu smiled and said lightly. Oh, you don't believe I can summon a white tiger? Believe. So what's your attitude? It's just an attitude. Fuck. Michael was so angry with him that he lost all his grace. Now let you experience the fear of being dominated. Come out. White tiger. Zheng and I reference picture. Chapter 129. Western countries open champagne at halftime. The president shook his wine glass and watched the video on the screen with anticipation. The video screen shows the scene of Michael's ambush. He picked up the red wine glass, looked at the video conference next to him, and smiled crookedly. Everyone is welcome to join me in witnessing the moment when the Dragon Nation falls. As soon as the president finished speaking, cheers broke out from the other end of the video conference. Congratulations. Great. Kill these bastards. It's really something to look forward to. Nice. It was his allies who burst into cheers. The president took a sip of the red wine with satisfaction, letting the wine linger on the tip of his tongue for a moment. The taste was rich and delicate, with just the right amount of astringency, which made him want to celebrate with an elegant dance. He swallowed the wine and looked at the blood-red wine with great satisfaction. The bloody red wine and the bloody scene are a perfect match. The president pointed to the altar and stone pillars in the picture and introduced them proudly. Everyone, this is our unique summoning god formation in the United States. Prime Minister of Sakura Country. Mr. President, what is the summoning god formation? The president just likes the inexperienced look of these people. As the name suggests, the divine summoning array can summon the divine beast white tiger to help our country fight. His casual words triggered the leaders of the other 10 countries. They looked at the god summoning formation in shock. If they could really invite the divine beast white tiger to fight for the United States, they would be invincible. Similarly, the president called them to a meeting and told them this secret, and his intention was not very obvious, but it was to warn the 10 countries. They all gasped, feeling very bitter in their hearts, but their faces showed extreme excitement and joy. President of Kimchi Country, as expected of the most powerful country on Blue Star, it is well deserved. Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, such a magic formation is invincible in the world. Our great Sakura Empire really did not follow the wrong person. President of Israel, nice. The president enjoyed their flattery and felt secretly happy. If this time, the older generation such as Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Zhentian, and the 10 elders were killed, as well as the new generation such as Fang Xian and Ning Renjie, the United States could rest easy from then on. Interstate 5, Seattle. Fang Xian looked at the smug Michael and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. He never expected that the way the United States would assassinate him would be to summon the white tiger. Should he laugh or not? However, the United States actually has a way to summon the white tiger, which is definitely the most powerful killer move to unify the blue planet. But why has the United States never used it before? According to their hegemony, there is no reason for them to hide it. It seems that there must be many restrictions on summoning the white tiger. One of the limitations must be distance, otherwise the United States will use the white tiger to destroy the Dragon Kingdom no matter what the cost. This also explains why this talent competition will be held in Seattle. I guess White Tiger's range of activities is only around Seattle. Fang Xian's guesses were all correct, but he didn't know that what the United States summoned was not the real white tiger, but just an illusion that could exert 70% of the white tiger's strength. Now that he knows this is the US's method, he feels bored. He had killed the white tiger, so naturally he couldn't summon it. There was only one thing left to do now, and that was to capture or kill Michael and the other 7 people, to prevent them from escaping. For people like them who are level 98 or 99, their storage rings must have a lot of treasures, especially the 6-winged angel feather, which is something Fang Xian is determined to obtain. He patted Ning Renjie and Zheng Anai's hands and said softly, "I'm going to go out for a moment." Ning Renjie and Zheng Anai hurriedly grabbed Fang Xian's hands with bitter looks on their faces. "Hubby, they're the top fighters in the United States. You must not go." "Yes, husband, it's too dangerous. Let's leave it to Hong Zhanchen and the others to deal with it." Fang Xian smiled confidently, slowly stood up, and gently stroked the 2 girls' heads. "Today, I want to let you know one thing. The strongest person on Blue Star is your husband." Ning Renjie and Zheng Anai looked at Fang Xian with love in their eyes. At this moment, no matter what Fang Xian said, they would believe it 100%. Fang Xian left his seat and walked towards the bus door. No one paid any attention to him as he walked from the back of the car to the door. Everyone was concentrating on staring at Michael and the others. It was not until Fang Xian's voice sounded that they looked at Fang Xian. "Master, open the door." They all looked at Fang Xian in surprise, their faces confused. "Fang Xian, why do you want to open the door? It's very dangerous outside now." "That's right, it's safer to stay in the car. Running around can easily lead to accidental injuries." "Yes, Fang Xian, if you need to pee urgently, I have a mineral water bottle here. You can use it." Fang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. This bastard wanted to give him a mineral water bottle? I am really impressed. Seeing this, Ning Feng stood up quickly. "Fang Xian, go back to your seat quickly and don't run around, or you'll distract Mr. Zhang and the others." Fang Xian was helpless. It seemed like the car door would not open. He walked up to the car window and threw a punch. Bang! This action scared them all, and it looked like Fang Xian had to go out. "Fang Xian, what are you doing? Don't go out. It's too dangerous." "Fang Xian, do you have diarrhea? If you really can't, just do it in the car. We won't laugh at you." Fang Xian almost fell down when he heard this. It's this bastard again who wanted to give him a mineral water bottle. He was halfway out of the car window when he immediately turned back. 2 big slaps were given to the man with the bad mouth, and his face was swollen. The man was a little dazed after being beaten. He covered his cheeks with his hands and didn't dare to fart. Fang Xian turned around unhappily and prepared to leave again. "Fang Xian, stop." Ning Feng reached out to grab Fang Xian and stop him from leaving. But Fang Xian disappeared in the blink of an eye. He flew out of the bus and slowly landed beside Zhong Xinxiu. Michael was just about to summon the white tiger phantom when he was surprised to see Fang Xian actually show up on his own initiative, which was a bit beyond his expectations. "Fang Xian, why don't you hide in the car and come out to die?" Haha. American dialect is a compulsory course, so Fang Xian still understands it. If he rules Blue Star in the future, he must learn from Qin Shi Huang, unify the language, and make them all learn the Dragon Kingdom language. Michael, stop talking nonsense and continue to summon your white tiger. The corner of Michael's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Fang Xian to dare to speak to him like that. If Zhong Xinxiu hadn't been beside Fang Xian, he would have slapped Fang Xian to death. Haha, okay. I will let all of you die here today. Come out. White Tiger. Ning Renjie reference picture. He was defeated by Fang Xian in chapter 130? How is this possible? The air was suddenly quiet and nothing happened. Michael raised his head and looked around. What's going on? Where's Baihu? The 6 strong men standing behind Michael looked at each other. Mr. Michael, is it because the magic circle is not set up properly? Michael's face looked a little ugly. It had been successful before, so what was happening now? Fang Xian smiled slightly. The white tiger was dead, so how could Michael summon it again? He looked at Michael jokingly and spoke sarcastically. Michael, your formation didn't work? Don't worry, we'll wait for you. Just continue. When Hong Zhentian heard this, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Zhong Xinxiu remained calm, just shook his head slightly, as if to say, Fang Xian, just play. Who can beat you? Michael looked at Fang Xian's provocation and the corners of his mouth twitched again. Okay, don't regret it. He chanted the spell again and waved his hand. White Tiger, come out. The sky was peaceful and nothing happened. Michael. Fang Xian looked at Michael with amusement and continued to tease him. Michael, it's okay, just continue. We'll wait for you. At this moment, Michael also saw the clues. Especially Hong Zhentian's face, which turned red from trying not to laugh. It was obvious that he was laughing at a joke. He guessed that Zhang Xinxiu had tampered with the magic circle, which prevented the white tiger phantom from descending. If he knew that Baihu was killed by Fang Xian, he would probably have started fleeing frantically. The strong man behind him stepped forward and spoke. Master Michael, shall we summon him again? Summoning ass. Michael was furious. He didn't want to be played around by Fang Xian again. You guys are really good at this. You were able to destroy our magic circle silently. I am really surprised. But, wow. The 4 pairs of wings behind Michael suddenly opened, stirring up gusts of wind. He held a long sword shining with golden light in his hand and pointed it at the enemy. You still have to die. The 6 people behind Michael simultaneously emitted dazzling light of different colors, firing at full power. The terrifying pressure changed the color of heaven and earth. The people hiding in the bus were trembling and looking at Michael and others in horror. Ning Renjie and Zheng Anai clasped their hands tightly and prayed silently for Fang Xian, Zhang Xinxiu, and others. Faced with the brilliance of Michael and others, Fang Xian seemed to be overshadowed. Ning Tian and the 10 elders were ready to go, but without orders from Zhang Xinxiu or Hong Zhentian, they dared not act rashly. As for the people in charge, Zhang Xinxiu and Hong Zhentian, they had no intention of taking any action at all. They took a step back in tacit understanding, their meanings clearly stated. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. These 2 old guys actually knew how to be lazy. Or, do they want Fang Xian to perform? Come to think of it, both the dragon egg and the seraphim blood were obtained. The white tiger of the 4 sacred beasts has been killed, and the azure dragon has also been subdued. There is really no need to hide anymore. Swish. The white wings behind Fang Xian quickly spread out, emitting a mysterious light. At this moment, his aura and majesty far exceeded that of the 4-winged angel Michael, and he even had a sense of being sacred and inviolable. What's going on? Why do his wings look so familiar? Michael only felt that Fang Xian's wings looked familiar, but he could never associate them with the white tiger. For the strong men of Blue Star, the level 200 white tiger of the 4 sacred beasts is a godlike existence that no one can shake. How could Fang Xian, who had just awakened, have any connection with the white tiger? Michael looked at Fang Xian with disdain, thinking that those were just a pair of flashy wings. Boy, you don't think you can participate in a battle of this level, do you? The 6 people standing behind Michael laughed at the same time. They also looked down on Fang Xian. Haha, a 20-year-old kid wants to participate in a battle between top experts? Is he out of his mind? Does he think he's a big shot just because he swept the genius competition? How ridiculous. What a stupid boy. But that's fine. Our primary goal is to kill Fang Xian. This will save us a lot of trouble. I'm fast, so I'll go first and you guys provide cover. I think Zhong Xinxiu and the others must have other plans, otherwise they wouldn't let Fang Xian be the bait. The man in black took out a black dagger and walked out of the crowd. Hearing this, everyone nodded silently. When Michael saw this man, he also condoned his behavior. Be careful, Zhang Xinxiu's speed should not be underestimated either. Don't worry, I know what to do. The man in black disappeared in an instant. He kept changing his route, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Fang Xian. The amazing thing is that Zhang Xinxue was totally indifferent and had no intention of taking any action at all. The man in black couldn't figure out Zhang Xinxue's actions, but with the prey right in front of him, there was no way he would stop. A black light flashed, and the dagger, as fast as lightning, pierced straight into Fang Xian's heart. Since you guys turn a blind eye, let Fang Xian go to hell. Michael and others were worried about the man in black before, but when they saw his dagger was about to pierce Fang Xian's heart, they suddenly felt that Zhang Xinxue was nothing special. Just when the black dagger was about to pierce Fang Xian's chest, Fang Xian moved. Just a casual wave of the hand. The speed is much faster than that of the man in black. The man in black was unable to dodge and was hit hard by the punch. Bang! The man in black exploded, and red and white objects scattered all over the ground. Quiet, deathly quiet. Michael swallowed unconsciously and sweated profusely. The man in black was a level 98 assassin wearing a god-level suit, but he was killed in an instant? Fang Xian is so fast? And so powerful? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How difficult would it be to kill a level 98 assassin wearing a god-level suit in seconds? At least his agility must be twice that of a level 98 assassin, so that the man in black would not be able to react in time. Moreover, one must possess more than twice the strength of a level 98 knight in order to defeat the man in black with one punch. But how could such attribute points exist in the world? Attribute Enhancer is the only item that can allow the Awaken to achieve this level. However, a country's reserve of attribute enhancers will not exceed 10,000 bottles, and since there are conflicts every year, it is impossible for attribute enhancers not to be consumed. If any country wants to save the attribute enhancers and not use them, it means that they will be unable to move forward in the advanced copy and will not be able to obtain the attribute enhancers at all. Therefore, the practice of storing attribute enhancers is unrealistic, but if there are not tens of thousands of attribute enhancers, how could Fang Xian achieve such a level? What is going on? Chapter 131: The Mysterious Six-Winged Black Card. Michael, the game is over, you guys. Go to hell. Fang Xian raised the dragon staff, and a fire meteor shower fell down, destroying the world. Fuck. The two warriors behind Michael rushed out and activated the shield fortress at the same time. The shield was placed in the front, protecting Michael and the other six. The priest uses his skills to add temporary life attributes to the warrior and temporary spirit attributes to the mage. The wizard raised his staff high and used Sky of Ice and Snow to block the fire meteor shower. Michael's four wings emanated bursts of light, bathing the surroundings. Angel Blessing. With the Angel's Blessing, their shields became thicker and the ice and snow became more violent. The six top awakeners cooperated tacitly and exerted their strength at the same time. At first glance, they were indeed extremely powerful. But Fang Xian sneered. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Boom. The ice and snow were like the breeze, and the shields were like pieces of paper. None of them could block the slightest bit. In an instant, all the members except Michael were killed. Michael was not feeling well either. He exerted all his strength in an instant, and his entire body cut through the sky like a stream of light and flew away into the distance. Fuck. How can Fang Xian be so powerful? Could it be that the wings on his body are really the wings of a white tiger? Did he really kill a level 200 white tiger? How is it possible? Michael no longer had the heart to fight. No matter what the truth was, he just wanted to escape. A crazy escape. You want to escape? Xiangfang looked at Michael, who was flying away jokingly, and had no intention of chasing him. Fang Xian, why don't you chase him? He might escape soon. Hong Zhentian was very anxious. If he wasn't so slow, he would have run after him. Fang Xian crossed his arms and looked at Hong Zhentian with a wicked smile. Mr. Hong, you're already old. When can you be as mature and calm as me? Oh my god. Hong Zhentian hesitated and finally had nothing to say. Fang Xian couldn't help but laugh at Hong Zhentian's red face, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Mr. Hong, look, what is that? Hong Zhentian snorted coldly and looked in the direction Fang Xian pointed. Suddenly, a huge tail appeared in the sky, blocking Michael's way. The tail is thick and powerful, with scales shining with metallic luster, full of power. It swung lightly with such force that it seemed as if a typhoon was sweeping in. Bang! Michael was unable to dodge and was hit accurately by the tail, hitting the ground hard, creating a hole several meters large. Okay, let's go collect Michael's body. Fang Xian chuckled and took the lead to walk towards where Michael fell. Hong Zhentian was stunned and said unhappily, "This kid is still keeping me in suspense even though Qinglong is here. He's making me anxious for nothing." Zhang Xinxiu rarely smiled and said jokingly, "Haha, this is what they call the emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is. Look at me, I am not anxious either. Damn it, are you looking for a fight? Damn it, Zhong, if you have the guts, don't run away. Fang Xian arrived in front of a several-meter-wide pit and looked down, only to see Michael's body already bloody and shattered. He jumped lightly and landed slowly in front of Michael. The light flashing on the fingers illuminated Fang Xian's eyes. He squatted down and picked up Michael's storage ring. After using his mental power to probe inside and search for a while, he finally found what Fang Xian wanted. Sure enough, there was a seraphim feather and 8 bottles of seraphim blood. Seraphim feather. The feather of the legendary seraphim can be used to activate seraphim blood and turn it into a seraphim. Fang Xian continued to search and found hundreds of millions of US dollars in cash, neatly piled up. There are also various kinds of gold and silver jewelry, elixirs, and equipment. He was not very interested in any of these, but there was a strange black card that was very attractive. The pattern above is of a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. She is tall and wears a black and red suit, a crown on her head, and holds a black sword in her hand. Her eyes were cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling of inviolability. On the back of the card are 6 black wings on both sides and a huge hexagram in the middle, emitting an evil aura all the time. Fang Xian frowned slightly. It was just a card, but it could make people feel the woman's power and evil. It would be terrible if I met her in person. It is not known whether the woman on this card really exists, but it is certain that seraphim feathers and seraphim blood are related to her. After all, this woman is like the queen who rules over angels. Fang Xian didn't think about this problem for the time being. He put the black card into the system warehouse and continued searching, but there was nothing that caught his eye. It's a pity that Michael's god-level suit is broken, otherwise I could have gotten some bargains. As for the rest of the things, he had no interest in them, but that didn't mean his wives didn't need them. When the time came, he could just give them Michael's storage ring. Zhang Shenxiu appeared silently, looked at the dead Michael silently, and sighed softly. After decades of fighting with you, today is finally the end. Boom. Hong Zhentian jumped down high, looked at the torn Michael, and spat at him. Bah. The mixed feathered bird is finally dead. Hey, Fang Xian, these are the storage rings of those old guys. Hong Zhentian stretched out his big hand and handed 6 storage rings to Fang Xian. Fang Xian didn't hesitate and took all of them. Thanks. Why thank you? You killed them all, so they are yours. Hong Zhentian smiled heartily. It was really exciting that so many top awakeners died in the United States today. Fang Xian, do you want to wipe out the United States in one fell swoop? Kill the United States? Yes. Once you have subdued Suzaku and Xuanwu and raised their level to 200, we will take down the United States. Hong Zhentian was very excited after he finished speaking. Zhang Shenxiu looked solemn and added, Fang Xian, the country will not let you work in vain. If you have any requests, just let us know. The country will do its best to meet them. Fang Xian looked at the 2 elders' expectant eyes and smiled slightly. He himself wanted to take revenge on the United States, and since the country was willing to help, he would naturally be happy to see it. As for making any requests, Fang Xian didn't want to mention it. He has never forgotten the resources and protection that Longwood gave him when he was still weak. It is our duty to destroy the United States. But we not only want to destroy the United States, but also the Sakura country and the World Guild, so that the whole world will know the consequences of offending the Dragon Country. Tell them, Blue Star, who has the final say. Chapter 132, on the verge of breaking out. Bang. The president swung the wine glass hard and dropped it. Fuck. 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 The president's face turned red, his eyes were bloodshot and wide open. He kicked over a chair, furious. Fang Xian displayed such overwhelming strength that they had no power to resist at all. Especially the huge dragon tail that appeared in the sky at the end made them even more frightened. The most powerful knight on Blue Star was killed in one move. How else can they continue to play? The wings of the white tiger and the tail of the blue dragon undoubtedly prove that Fang Xian really has the ability to defeat the level 200 divine beast. How can they resist such strength? There are no eternal enemies or eternal friends in the world, and they naturally understand this. As soon as the general trend turns against them, they will turn against the powerful and obey whoever is stronger. He bit his lower lip tightly and his eyes were extremely fierce. Everyone, we need to gather our forces and wipe out Fang Xian. Mr. President, do you have a way to defeat Fang Xian or Qing Long? He killed 6 top awakeners in one move and slapped the strongest knight to death with one tail. Naturally, he couldn't display such overwhelming strength. The president looked at the prime minister expressionlessly. Mr. Inuji, do you have any good way to deal with this? Inujiro's mouth twitched slightly and he adjusted his black frame glasses. Mr. President, I'm sorry. This is a serious matter. Please allow me to hold a cabinet meeting before giving you a response. So what do you think? The president looked around with a sharp look in his eyes. The rest of the people did not express their opinions and were all just pretending to agree. They each made excuses, hung up the video, and started internal discussions. They will definitely choose to watch the fire from the other side of the river before deciding how to take action. The president gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Admiral Arthur. Michael Arthur stood up straight, feet together, and looked at the president seriously. Yes. How's the God summoning project going? So far, everything is going well. The current situation does not allow us to sacrifice slowly any longer. Let's just send the awaken to capture them. Michael Arthur frowned when he heard this. We need to contact the World Guild and bind them to us so that they can help us buy more time. The World Guild is just a guild. Does it really have the power to delay Fang Xian's progress? Don't underestimate the World Guild. Although they may not be able to delay the war for too long, their hidden strength should not be underestimated. Yes. The president's facial muscles were tense and his eyes were cold. Fang Xian must die. Great. Their strongest knight is finally dead. Good kill. I've been fed up with that androgynous bird for a long time. They lost 7 powerful men at once. It's really gratifying. Fang Xian really brings us surprises every time. Dear leaders, I have heard that there is another good news. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Besides, what news is better than killing the 7 masters? Stop shouting. Be quiet. Secretary Li, please tell us what the good news is. The Secretary General took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Fang Xian said that he would take care of everything. Bang. A general slammed the table and stood up, extremely excited. That's great. We must fully support Fang Xian and help him reach level 200. Right. Stop all costs and make him a god. Chapter 133. Fang Xian's target is all races. Now that everything is settled, I will go back. Fang Xian dusted himself off and planned to use the teleport command to go back directly without wasting time on the plane. Zhang Shenxiu nodded and then reminded. We have sent people to the locations of Suzaku and Xuanwu, and will send you the transmission instructions for the 2 locations when the time comes. Okay, thank you. By the way, Fang Xian. Zhang Shenxiu stopped Fang Xian and asked him seriously. If Suzaku or Xuanwu refuse to make a contract with you, can you take me in and let me deliver the final blow to unlock level 200? Fang Xian stopped. He had thought about this question before, but his best choice was undoubtedly his woman. Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I can't promise you this. But I can assure you that even if I am not in Dragon Country one day, Dragon Country will still be the strongest existence on Blue Star. Mr. Zhang was very pleased to hear this. Fang Xian's promise is exactly the same as his original intention of reaching level 200, both of which are for the prosperity of the Dragon Kingdom. Then I would like to thank Mr. Fang Xian for his contribution on behalf of the people of Longhua. After saying this, Zhang Shenxiu cupped his hands and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Fang Xian held up Zhang Shenxiu's arms to stop him from bowing. Revitalizing the Dragon Nation is everyone's responsibility. No need to thank me. Aha. Great. He is worthy of being the man that Hong Zhentian has chosen. He is indeed reliable. Hong Zhentian laughed heartily, looking very happy. Fang Xian smiled slightly, saluted slightly, turned around and flew towards the bus. When the 10 elders saw Fang Xianfei coming back, they all happily went to greet him. The ones who laughed the happiest were Ran Qing's grandfather, Mu Wanyao's grandparents, and Ning Renjier's grandfather. Mr. Ran laughed out loud, extremely happy. My dear friend Fang Xian, it has only been a short time, and you have already become invincible. Congratulations! Mr. Mu and Grandma Qian were also smiling and congratulating each other. Fang Xian, congratulations on becoming the #1 person on Blue Star. Wanyo really did not choose the wrong person. Ning Tian narrowed his eyes into slits and a bright smile broke out on his face. Student Fang Xian, my roller has been spoiled. You will have to bear with her more in the future. The other 10 elders also congratulated him one after another, unable to conceal the joy on their faces. However, they felt a little regretful that they didn't have a beautiful granddaughter to marry Fang Xian. It was like they missed this opportunity to soar to the sky. Thank you, seniors. Fang Xian bowed slightly to thank them for their congratulations. He nodded specifically to Mr. Rand, Ning Tian, Mr. Mu, and Grandma Qian. They were all family and deserved some special treatment. My dear seniors, I will go back first. See you next time. Fang Xian waved goodbye and got on the bus. Ning Feng saw him coming and walked forward excitedly, deciding to take the initiative. Son-in-law, are you okay? I was so worried about you just now. Especially my daughter, she cares about you very much. Dad. Ning Renjier blushed immediately. How could Ning Feng speak so bluntly in front of so many people? Fang Xian smiled slightly. None of these old foxes were simple. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to hide it. Thank you for your concern, father-in-law. I'm fine. When Ning Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Aha. It's only natural for a father-in-law to care about his son-in-law. Okay, go quickly. Romer is worried about you. Good. Fang Xian looked at Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie with a smile. He wondered what Ning Feng would feel when he found out that they all belonged to Fang Xian. Ning Renjie glared at Ning Feng in annoyance. Seeing Fang Xian coming, she shyly asked with concern, "Husband, are you not hurt anywhere?" "Fine." Fang Xian held Ning Renjie's slender hand and looked at Zheng Anai. "Honey, we're going home." Zheng Anai lowered her head shyly. In front of so many people, she whispered, When these words were spoken, everyone in the car was completely dumbfounded. It turns out that the two beauties are both Fang Xian's women, which makes many people who admire Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie shed tears of envy. Ning Feng opened his mouth wide. He never thought that Zheng Anai was also Fang Xian's woman. This is really double happiness. At this moment, a graceful figure broke into the room through the window. Bang! As soon as she got into the bus, she threw herself into Fang Xian's arms. Owner. Fang Xian opened his arms and hugged Qi Long. Baby, that was a beautiful swing just now. Everyone was staring at Qi Long, who suddenly broke in warily, but when they heard Fang Xian's praise, they all gasped. Everyone saw clearly the attack, just now. Michael, the strongest knight, on Blue Star, was killed by one strike of the beast. How could they dare to act rashly? But such a terrifying existence is actually a super beauty. Seeing how she treated Fang Xian, and then seeing how Fang Xian gently caressed her, they were really envious and cried. In front of him, there were two peerless beauties, Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie, and now Qi Long is throwing himself into his arms. How could anyone not be envious? Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie were also shocked when they heard this. Husband, she is? Fang Xian gently pushed Qi Long away and introduced them. She is Qi Long, my wife, and your sister. Qi Long raised the corner of his mouth slightly and revealed a smile. Hee hee, hello sisters, my name is Qi Long. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie hurriedly responded with a smile. Hello sister, my name is Zheng Anai. My name is Ning Renjie. Well, we will be good sisters from now on. Qi Long happily held their hands with a sincere look on his face. Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie also smiled sincerely and nodded heavily. We are all good sisters. Fang Xian was pleased to see them getting along harmoniously and was very happy. There is no intrigue, just joy. This is the perfect life he is pursuing. Fang Xian looked at Ning Feng and others who were in shock and smiled slightly. Everyone will go back first. After saying that, he took the three women and used the teleportation command at the same time to return to Dragon Country. Call out. When they appeared again, they were already at Yunjing Villa. When the girls saw Fang Xian appear, they all came over happily. Hubby, you're back. Lin Mingxian threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. Fang Xian looked around and found that everyone was there. Xuan No, Lin Mingxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Shen Tingxian, Mu Wanyao, Ran Qing, Takahashi Mitsuko, Zheng Anai, Ning Renjie, Sakino Yasagi, Bisuja Masiko, Shin Haimi, Zhao Meijing, Nami, Yoel, Qi Long. There are a total of 17 peerless beauties. All of these were obtained through Fang Xian's hard work. From now on, it's time to raise both his and their levels to level 200. By then, his army of women will sweep the world. Then conquer the secret realm. Angels, demons, mythical beasts, elves, succubi, etc. are all his. His goal is all races. Chapter 134 Aunt Meijing, call me husband. Reference picture of Zhao Meijing. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Bang! Fang Xian took out a pile of white tiger meat from the storage ring and placed it on the table. Let's celebrate tonight. As a life consultant, Zhao Meijing's main skills are all related to food. When she saw Fang Xian take out a large piece of rosy-colored meat, it was a food she had never seen before. The surface texture of fresh meat is delicate and clear. If you press it lightly with your fingers, you can feel its amazing elasticity. Wow! Fang Xian, what kind of meat is this? Xuanai, Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, and Zheng Anai also love making delicious food. They stared at the white tiger meat intently. Zheng Anai, honey, this shouldn't be meat from Blue Star, right? Mu Wanyao, well, even if it's dead, I can still feel the mysterious aura it exudes. Yukino, this should be the meat of a very high-level beast, right? Before Fang Xian could answer, Qi Long came forward with his eyes shining. Wow, it's actually white tiger meat. Nami couldn't help but feel curious when looking at Qi Long. Even a strong man of Qi Long's level was interested in it, so this meat must be extraordinary. Sister Qi Long, what is white tiger meat? Is it very powerful? Qi Long looked at their expectant eyes and said with a wicked smile, am I awesome? Yeah, that's amazing. The white tiger is as powerful as I am, so you know how precious its meat is, right? When these words were spoken, The women were extremely surprised. They all felt Qinglong's strength deeply, and it was a terrifying aura that could make people tremble with fear. The current white tiger meat was actually at the same level as the Azure Dragon when he was alive. How horrible is that? And the fact that Fang Xian was able to kill such a terrifying white tiger made them admire him even more. Qinglong couldn't help feeling smug when he saw their admiring expressions. White tiger meat is very precious, but it is also difficult to cook. Let me process it for you first. After she finished speaking, she picked up the white tiger meat, placed it on the floor, and punched it down with just the right amount of force to destroy the muscle fiber tissue of the white tiger meat, making the originally firm meat loose. This way, the meat will be more easily heated evenly during the cooking process, resulting in a more tender and smoother taste. If it weren't for Qinglong's few punches, white tiger meat would be difficult to cook at high temperature. Okay, use it to make delicious food. Okay, thank you, Sister Qinglong. Sister Qinglong, you haven't told us the effects of white tiger meat yet. Hehe. Eating white tiger meat can increase your strength, and there is a chance to get a bonus of wind attribute. When the girls heard this, they were all shocked. You should know that every elemental attribute in the world is extremely difficult to obtain. Even the most powerful magician has only 2 or 3 elemental attributes at most. If you want to obtain other elemental attributes, you have to increase your affinity for that elemental attribute. If you want to improve the affinity of elemental attributes, apart from innate factors, the only way to obtain it is through special pills. Just like the poison pill that the Tang sect developed after 100 years of research, it also belongs to one of the elemental attributes. However, the element of toxin can be seen and touched, can be studied by the world, and belongs to a relatively low-level elemental attribute. Wind exists naturally in the world, and it is one of the most powerful elemental attributes. Qinglong looked at their surprised expressions and felt very proud. Nami had a bigger imagination and blurted out the answer. Sister Qinglong, what elemental properties can you gain by eating it? Of course you will gain the lightning attribute by eating me. At this point, Qinglong finally reacted. You greedy guy, you even have your eyes on your sister, right? No, that's not what I meant. When the girls saw them playing around, they couldn't help but smile. Fang Xian felt very relieved when he saw them having so much fun. But he still has 150 meals of white tiger meat, enough for everyone to possess the wind element. It's out of the pot. Xuanai brought out a pot of white tiger soup. Mu Wanyao brought out a few plates of stir-fried white tiger. Zheng and I brought out a few plates of braised white tiger. Zhao Meijing brought out a few plates of fried white tiger. And Tang Xiaowu brought out a few bowls of steamed white tiger slices. Today the table is full of people, the white tiger banquet. Fang Xian picked up a piece of tender, white tiger meat and put it into his mouth. The rich aroma instantly spread in his mouth. When you bite down gently, the meat feels slightly crispy on the outside, followed by a surprising elasticity, and the gravy flows freely, bringing endless deliciousness. Yeah, not bad. Fang Xian ate the white tiger meat with relish, tasting their craftsmanship. Drinking and eating meat with 17 wives accompanying him, he was like a living god. Night, master bedroom. After having a good meal and a few drinks, I finally have time to get down to work. He currently has 17 extremely beautiful women, and those who have not been contracted are Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Haimi, and Cho Mijong, a total of 4 people. Now his remaining contract objects are 13/15. Among them, only Zhao Meijing is not his woman yet, so he has to contract her first to increase the return rate. Fang Xian called Zhao Meijing over alone and closed the door. Aunt Meijing, are you used to life here recently? Zhao Meijing couldn't help feeling a little nervous as a man and a woman were alone in the same room. I quite like the life here. Well, do you want to live here? A faint blush appeared on Zhao Meijing's cheeks and her eyes were wandering. She bit her lower lip gently, her pearly teeth leaving a light mark on the soft lips. Wherever Huime lives, I will live there. Fang Xian nodded, a smile appearing on his face. Zhao Meijing's words were already very clear, and he didn't need to do too much ideological construction. He gently held Zhao Meijing's small hand and spoke softly. Aunt Meijing, let's sign a contract to never separate. Zhao Meijing blushed as she felt the warmth in Fang Xian's hands. When she heard the words, contract of eternal separation, she fell in love with him. Fang Xian is young, handsome, and extremely powerful. Which woman wouldn't like such a man? Good. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet and connected to the feet of Zhao Meijing, also forming a black magic circle. 2 big words, equality, appeared between the 2 people. Contract. Zhao Meijing looked nervous and nodded silently. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Zhao Meijing both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 14/15. Reference picture provided by Zhao Meijing. Chapter 135. How to reach level 200. Reference picture of Zhao Meijing. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian looked at the beautiful mature woman, Zhao Meijing, in his arms, and gently stroked her temples, which were wet with sweat. Aunt Meijing, does your stomach still hurt? Zhao Meijing's cheeks were flushed, and she lay weakly in Fang Xian's arms. No, it's okay. Good. Zhao Meijing followed Fang Xian's gaze, and her pretty face turned even redder. She lowered her head slightly, and her voice was as soft as a thread. Zhao Meijing stood up slowly, feeling a bit shy and timid. Fang Xian looked at the delicate and charming Zhao Meijing and was very satisfied. He took out a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, comprehension pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift from the system warehouse. Aunt Meijing, these are for you. Zhao Meijing looked at what Fang Xian gave her with her beautiful eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hubby, no, I'm just a life coach. It's a waste to eat these. Fang Xian patted Zhao Meijing's thigh and said seriously, my woman, even if she is a life teacher, is the strongest life teacher on Blue Star. Husband, it was the first time that Zhao Meijing felt such overbearing love, and she was deeply moved. Thank you, husband. She took them all and started using them. Ding. Zhao Meijing consumed one each of a tribute enhancer, anti-poison pill, toxin pill, enlightenment pill, breakthrough pill, blood of the god of war, and golden god's gift, and a total of 17,000 copies were returned. Fang Xian traded 2,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer, excluding comprehension pill and breakthrough pill, and traded the remaining 1,000 bottles each to Zhao Meijing. Zhao Meijing was deeply moved when she saw so many treasures in the storage ring. Thank you, husband. Early morning. Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes, looked at Zhao Meijing, who was still sleeping, and got up quietly. Get dressed and leave the room. In the kitchen, Xuan Ai, Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, and Zheng Anai were busy preparing breakfast. He washed up, and everyone got up one after another. Fang Xian looked at the room full of peerless beauties and couldn't help but feel that this villa was too small, and he had to replace it with a larger single-family villa. He drank some soy milk and looked at Lu Shishuang. Shuanger, how have you understood recently? Lu Shishuang pushed up her frameless glasses and revealed a charming smile. She brought Xuan Ai, Mu Wanyao, Tang Xiaowu, Ran Xing, Chen Tingxian, Lin Mengqian, and Takahashi Mitsuko. Hubby, we have both achieved enlightenment and broken through to level 96. Fang Xian looked at the 8 beauties smiling happily and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, my wives are indeed gifted. Hee. Of course, I, Lin Mengqian, am a genius. Lin Mengqian raised her chin slightly, raised her eyebrows, and turned up the corners of her mouth, looking extremely proud. Chen Tingxian held her head high and her chest puffed out, her face full of pride. Hubby, do you know? I have 1,000 less enlightenment pills than Mengqian spent. Lin Mengqian's pretty face turned slightly red, and she stomped her feet in anger. Chen Tingxian, shut up. Hey, Mengqian, don't be anxious. Everyone knows that you are a genius, but I am more talented than you. You. The two of them were arguing about who was the genius, which made Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, Ning Renjiro, Nami, Yoel, and Shin Jaime feel deeply inferior. Lin Mengqian and Chen Tingxian broke through the 96-level barrier that had trapped the world at the ages of 20 and 22. The 6 girls who always claimed to be geniuses could not hold their heads up. Fang Xian couldn't help but laugh when he saw their lost looks. Longer. When Qinglong heard Fang Xian's gentle call, he immediately came over happily. Master, I am here. Fang Xian took out the experience copy summoning ticket and handed it to Qinglong. Longer, do you think this coupon can be used? Qinglong took the experience copy summoning ticket, clicked to use it, and nothing happened. Master, this thing is useless. Fang Xian frowned. It seemed that Blue Star could not generate a level 200 experience copy. He took back the experience dungeon summoning ticket, clicked to use it, and still nothing happened. I had planned everything, but I hadn't expected that Blue Star did not support the generation of experience copies above level 99. This is embarrassing. In this way, it is impossible to quickly reach level 200. We have to find a way to solve this problem. Fang Xian took out his cell phone and decided to ask Zhong Xinxiu to see if the country had any more advanced experience copy summoning tickets or any information about such items. Hello, Mr. Zhong. Well, I think. Fang Xian stated his request. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone before a reply was given. Really? That's great. I'm sorry you brought it here. I'll go get it. Oh, that's good. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Goodbye. Fang Xian hung up the phone and finally solved the problem. According to Zhong Xinxiu, the Dragon Kingdom has a treasured Elder Scroll, which is a special copy of level 100. The top leaders of Long State originally planned to give this item to Fang Xian to help him reach a higher level. It just so happened that Longhua had also located the coordinates of Shizuku and Xuanwu, so they could be sent to Fang Xian together. It has to be said that Longhua's care for Fang Xian is meticulous. Fang Xian made up his mind that when the war broke out, he must fight quickly and decisively to prevent the war from spreading to Long Kingdom. While he was thinking about this, the news came on TV that the contestants of the Genius Contest had returned safely and were welcomed by the people. He didn't forget to improve his prestige. When the time comes, using temporary contract and attribute integration together, it would only take a matter of minutes to kill the United States, Sakura Country, and the World Guild. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but wonder why no new skills were unlocked at level 140. How long does it take to unlock new skills after reaching level 100? Qinglong frowned, blinked his two beautiful big eyes, and asked doubtfully. Master, after reaching level 100, all professions will no longer have their own skills. Fang Xian understood. No wonder he didn't have any new skills. This is very disadvantageous to him, as most of the skills of the contract master are auxiliary, and the means of attack are extremely dependent on equipment. His high attributes are not a big problem now, but when he goes to this secret realm, his disadvantages will be exposed. So how do you acquire new skills? In this secret realm, if you want to obtain high-level skills, you need to obtain them through skill books. What is a skill book? Skill books are divided into 4 levels: gold, black, blue, and white. Each color can unlock skills of a corresponding level. Having said that, Qinglong frowned slightly. So in this secret realm, many people would fight tooth and nail for the extremely rare golden skill book, and some would even slaughter their entire tribe. Everyone was still frightened after hearing this. It seems that in the world of Secret Realm, order is only in the hands of those with strong power. Fang Xian couldn't help but think of the plight of the Forsacred Beasts and Xuanno, who all ended up being exterminated. It is not as easy as he imagined to dominate the Secret Realm. Just as the girls were worried, the doorbell rang. Through the surveillance, we saw that the person who came was the #1 assassin of Dragon Country, Zhong Xinxiu. Fang Xian stood up, expecting Zhong Xinxiu to bring him some surprises. Chapter 136. Fang Xian is richer than the entire Blue Star. Mr. Zhong, welcome. Fang Xian personally opened the door for Mr. Zhong to show his respect. Zhong Xinxiu smiled and nodded, then walked into the room. 17 beauties were not enough to cause him any ripples, but when he saw Qinglong, he still felt a lingering fear. Zhong Xinxiu sat down slowly, and Xuanai immediately poured tea for Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong, please have some tea. Thanks. Fang Xian sat opposite him and waited for Mr. Zhong to drink some tea. He smiled slightly and went straight to the point. Mr. Zhong, what exactly is this Elder Scroll you mentioned on the phone? Zhong Xinxiu took a sip of tea and put down the cup. He was not the kind of person who would try to be mysterious, so he directly took out a scroll from his storage ring. The material of the scroll looks like ancient sheepskin, with a slight yellow hue. The 2 ends of the scroll are fixed by exquisite wooden shafts, on which mysterious patterns are carved. Fang Xian took the scroll and felt an inexplicable energy. He gently unrolled the scroll, the paper rustling slightly. There is a strange pattern on it, rendered in gold with smooth and graceful strokes. At first glance, it looks like the Chinese character, Sung, leader. Fang Xian clicked to view information. Ascension Scroll. After use, you will be transferred to a monster copy, and you can gain massive experience by killing it. The monster level is 200, and the number is unknown. This scroll is a one-time item. Please use it with caution. After reading the introduction, Fang Xian's eyes lit up. The Scroll of Ascension is simply perfect for him. Fang Xian rolled up the Scroll of Ascension. At the moment, he was not in a hurry to use it. Mr. Zhong had said before that it was to be given to Fang Xian. Fang Xian is not a pretentious person, and he doesn't want to say too many polite words, otherwise it would seem hypocritical. Mr. Zhong, thank the commander for me. Mr. Zhong smiled and waved his hand. He took out 8 teleportation instructions again and handed them to Fang Xian. The 4 with the word Ju on them are the coordinates of Ju Chet, and the rest art, show. Fang Xian took the transmission command and thanked him again. Thanks. Reciprocity is the norm, and Fang Xian cannot treat the country unfairly. Mr. Zhong, I will never forget the kindness the country has shown me. Now I will give something back to the country. Zhong Xinxiu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Fang Xian to return the gift. Although Fang Xian is extremely powerful, he is just a child who has just awakened, and it is impossible for him to have any foundation. If the amount given is not good enough, the country will not be able to use it. Giving too well would be a waste of Fang Xian's own resources. Fang Xian, it's enough if you have this intention. Just keep the good things for yourself. Fang Xian saw what Zhong Xinxiu was thinking and shook his head with a bitter smile. Mr. Zhong, what I'm giving is for the country, not for you. I hope you can accept it on behalf of the country. Seeing Fang Xian was so stubborn, Zhong Xinxiu said nothing more and silently stretched out his right hand wearing the storage ring. Fang Xian stretched out his right hand, and the two storage rings touched each other. He slowly selected items and quantities to trade to Zhong Xinxiu's storage ring. Zhong Xinxiu thought the transaction would be completed quickly, but he didn't expect that more than 10 seconds had passed. He looked at the serious Fang Xian in surprise and checked the storage ring in confusion. You don't know until you see it. It's shocking. He almost spit out the tea in his mouth. This. 1,000 kilograms of white tiger meat. Is it the meat of the 4 sacred beasts that he knows? The level 200 white tiger? This is the meat of the divine beast. Zhong Xinxiu suddenly felt his mouth dry and continued to check the second column of transactions. 50,000 skill upgrade pills. Skill upgrade pills can help the awakeners quickly upgrade their skill proficiency and improve upgrade efficiency. Although the importance of skill upgrade pills is not particularly strong, there are too many of them. With 50,000 pills, how much practice time can be saved? Why does Fang Xian have so many skill upgrading pills? For some small countries, they are rich enough to rival an entire country. Zhong Xinxiu swallowed unconsciously and continued to check the third column of the transaction. 50,000 advanced experience pills, intermediate experience pills, and basic experience pills each. Although experience pills are not very useful for high-level awakeners, they can greatly reduce the upgrade stage for those who have just awakened. Such a large number of experience pills can allow many people to win at the starting line. This horrific number is simply appalling. Zhong Xinxiu couldn't believe what was in the fourth column of the transaction. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead and looked nervously. 60,000 double experience cards. How is this possible? Although the double experience card is not as good as the 5 times experience card, it is also an extremely rare item. What does 60,000 double experience cards mean? Even Dragon Country doesn't have that much inventory. If 60,000 double experience cards were distributed, the overall strength of Dragon Country would be raised to a higher level. Why are there so many? Why does Fang Xian have so many? Is there something in the fifth column of the transaction? Zhong Xinxiu's breathing began to become rapid. He prepared himself mentally and clicked to view. 30,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets. He is really going crazy. I remember that the props the country gave Fang Xian were only worth dozens or hundreds of dollars. Now it is 30 to 50,000 that are returned to the country. How can such a 10,000-fold rebate not make people excited? 30,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets plus 50,000 double experience cards can directly enable Dragon Country's overall combat power to surpass that of the United States. How did Fang Xian acquire so many national strategic materials? Zhong Xinxiu's face flushed, and he hurriedly took out more than 10 pills of quick-acting heart-saving pills from his storage ring and put them under his tongue, which slightly relieved his excitement. It's a good thing he doesn't have high blood pressure, otherwise his blood pressure would be off the charts. He calmed down a little and accidentally saw that there was something in the sixth column of the transaction. Zhong Xinxiu felt numb all over. He took the quick-acting heart-saving pill and checked carefully. It turned out to be 5,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer. How is this possible? Even if the world's major powers were united, they would not be able to produce 5,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. Now that Fang Xian can give so many resources to the country, it can only prove one thing. That is, these are the ones Fang Xian has left over, so there are extra resources to trade with the country. This is simply too exaggerated. Before, he thought Fang Xian was as rich as a country, but now he realized how stupid that was. Fang Xian is clearly richer than the entire blue planet. Chapter 137 4 Sacred Beasts, Suzaku. Fang Xian looked at the items in the trading column with satisfaction. That was all. The remaining Blood of the God of War, Golden God's Gift, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, and breakthrough pill cannot be given for the time being. He doesn't even have enough wives to support himself, so he won't give them to the country for now. Okay, Mr. Zhong, that's all. Fang Xian looked up and saw that old Zhong was staring with eyes wide open, full of disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. The whole person was like a sculpture, motionless. Fang Xian was surprised. What happened to Mr. Zhong? Why are you petrified? He called softly. Mr. Zhong. Mr. Zhong. Zhong Xinxiu was slightly startled and slowly turned his head, with a hint of confusion and trance in his eyes, which gradually focused after a few seconds. He moved his lips slightly, but no sound came out. Seeing this, Sueno hurriedly picked up the tea and placed it in front of Zhong Xinxiu. Zhong Xinxiu took the tea and drank it all. His expression gradually changed from confused to clear, and he finally reacted. Fang Xian, where did you get so many of these things? After saying this, Zhong Xinxiu finally realized that he shouldn't have asked the question in that way. Everyone has their own secrets, especially secrets about so many important materials, so it's even more inappropriate to ask. Fang Xian didn't care too much. He knew that Zhong Xinxiu did it unintentionally, and there was no need to answer. Mr. Zhong, do you think the things I handed over to the country are okay? Okay. Zhong Xinxiu's voice was a little hoarse and full of excitement. But, are you sure all these treasures need to be handed over to the country? Of course, Fang Xian will never forget the kindness my motherland has shown me. Zhong Xinxiu felt very relieved when he saw Fang Xian's sincere eyes. He looked serious and bowed slightly. On behalf of my country, I thank you. Fang Xian hurriedly stood up, supported Zhong Xinxiu with both hands, and bowed deeply. Mr. Zhong, this is unacceptable. You have been carrying heavy burdens and defending the country. Now that I have the ability, it's natural for us to take the lead. After seeing Zhong Xinxiu off, Fang Xian took out the teleportation command of the Suzaku coordinates. He decided to subdue Suzaku and Xuanwu first, maximize their combat power, and then use the Ascension Scroll. Zhong Xinxiu had asked him before if it was impossible to contract with Suzaku or Xuanwu, who should deliver the final blow. Fang Xian looked at his 17 wives and fell into deep thought. First of all, the final blow must not be from Qinglong. After all, she is already level 200. Next are the two life coaches Zheng Enai and Zhao Meijing. Finally, his eyes fell on Yukino, his first woman and a magician who could maximize her output. In the upcoming national war, the strategic significance of the magician is crucial. It is reasonable for him to give priority to promoting Yukino. Yukino, Qinglong, accompany me to subdue Suzut. As for why Qinglong was brought along, the reason was very simple, to let Qinglong act as a lobbyist. After all, Suzaku is a divine beast. It would be best if you can tame it. If you can't, then just kill it. Yeah. Qinglong excitedly took Fang Xian's arm, extremely happy. Xuanoi felt that she couldn't be of any help at all at her level, and she didn't know why Fang Xian brought her along. But as long as it was Fang Xian's arrangement, she would carry it out. Okay, husband. Fang Xian took out 2 teleportation instructions with the word Zhu written on them and handed them to Qinglong and Sueno respectively. Then let's go. East European Plain. Fang Xian and the other 2 were teleported to a vast grassland. Looking around, it was flat, and there were almost no rolling mountains, only slightly undulating hills. The river meanders like a silver ribbon, sparkling with charming brilliance in the sun. Many lakes are scattered like bright pearls, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds, peaceful and beautiful. This is the border between the White Bear country and the Ukrainian country, the East European Plain. Fang Xian looked at the nearby mountains and could clearly feel a fluctuation of energy. He walked slowly closer and pushed open the hole covered by moss and vines. This was indeed the entrance to the dungeon. Wait for me here first. I'll go in and take a look at the dungeon first. The 2 girls responded obediently. Okay. Fang Xian nodded, turned, and walked into the copy. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the Suzaku dungeon. Dungeon level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Number of people, 1. Clearance requirement. Defeat the mythical beast Suzaku. Fang Xian stepped into the cave. The passage was winding, and only one person could pass through. Water drops kept seeping out from the cave wall, dripping onto the ground, making a crisp sound. After a while, Fang Xian came to a larger cave, which seemed like a mysterious underground world. The top of the cave is uneven and has jagged rocks. The numerous hanging stalactites constantly flash strange lights under the weak light. Fang Xian looked into the distance and saw a huge lake. The lake water is clear and transparent, like a crystal mirror. The mirror surface occasionally flashed with silver light, which was some mysterious energy leaping in the water. Fang Xian thought that the location of the Suzaku, which belongs to the fire attribute, would be a place with a strong fire element, but he didn't expect it to be related to water. However, it is also recorded in the book that although Suzaku is of the fire attribute, fire and water restrain and balance each other to a certain extent. He didn't think any more about it and decided to find out where Suzaku was first. Suddenly, something strange happened in the lake. That is, a gorgeous woman with long fiery red hair was slowly walking out of the lake. Her fiery red hair was wet and stuck to her fair shoulders, sparkling with water. She tilted her head slightly, revealing her slender and graceful neck. The water droplets flowed down her neck, slid over her delicate collarbone, and flowed towards the place of great danger. Fang Xian looked at the graceful figure and skin as delicate and smooth as white jade, and silently gave a thumbs up. Ms. Suzaku, you have a nice figure. This woman is Suzaku. Suzaku. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 780000/780000. Mana, 18,000/18,000. Strength, 2,100. Spirit, 3,900. Agility, 3,100. Defense, 2,600. Skills, Red Flame, Burning Heart, Nirvana, Purifying Fire. She smiled charmingly and gently played with her wet hair, exuding charming charm in every move. I haven't seen such a handsome kid in a long time. Every frown and smile of Suzaku is full of charm. Handsome brother, do you want to play with me? Fang Xian smiled slightly and slowly approached. Are all your divine beasts so amazing? Us. Zhuke frowned slightly. They 4 sacred beasts were the females of her and Qinglong. Have you seen Qinglong? Fang Xian looked Zhuke up and down and smiled evilly. Not only have I seen him, I've also touched him, kissed him, and slept with him. Zhuke was stunned for a moment, then smiled charmingly. Handsome brother is quite humorous. You don't believe it? Then I'll call Qinglong in. Zhuke shook his head slightly and slowly walked towards Fang Xian. Handsome brother, you are kidding me. The beasts cannot leave this instance. I think you want to take this opportunity to run away, right? How could you bear to leave me here alone? After Suzaku finished speaking, sporadic flames ignited his entire body, and suddenly a raging flame broke out. Handsome brother, you should stay and accompany your sister. Sister will definitely make you unable to stop. Fang Xian put his hands in his pockets and shook his head helplessly. Since my sister is so kind, let me give it a try. Look at how it is, I can't stop. Suzaku reference picture. Chapter 138 Current Contract Object, 15/15. Suzaku leaned back slightly, took a deep breath, and suddenly exhaled a sea of flames. Red flame. Fang Xian looked at the flames surging like a wave and easily avoided them by moving at high speed. Sister, if you roast me, how can I accompany you? Zhuke gently wiped the flames from the corners of her mouth with her slender jade fingers and smiled charmingly. Don't worry, handsome brother. I know my limits and won't play tricks on you. As long as you avoid my red flame, you will naturally become my plaything. Fang Xian frowned. What did Zhuke mean by that? He looked at the flames all over the ground and suddenly realized. Red flame is a large-scale bombardment, and any normal person would jump up to avoid it, which means that Suzaku deliberately forced Fang Xian into the air. But Fang Xian can fly and move freely in the air, so there are no restrictions. In this case, it is very likely that Fang Xian looked up and saw that there was indeed something wrong with the stalactites hanging from the ceiling of the cave. At first he just thought the light of the stalactites was a little strange and didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, there was a hidden mystery. A strange light fell on him and sucked him towards the stalactites. Zhuke was cunning and made a heart gesture with both hands towards Fang Xian. Burning heart. A series of heart-shaped flames shot towards Fang Xian and all penetrated into Fang Xian's body. Fang Xian seemed to be bewitched by something, and his eyes became empty. Seeing this, Suzaku licked his red lips and chuckled. Handsome brother, come down. The strange light on the stalactites dissipated, and Fang Xian slowly floated down and came to Suzaku. Zhuke looked at Fang Xian with interest and touched Fang Xian's chin with his slender jade fingers. Handsome brother, you will be my sister's toy from now on. Burning heart. The person hit by this move will become Suzaku's puppet. The difference in spiritual power between the two determines how long the puppet lasts. It's been hundreds of years since the last puppet I played with died. Finally, I have a new toy. Zhuke gently stroked Fang Xian's handsome face, feeling very proud. She looked at Fang Xianxia with disgust, and a ball of fire ignited in her hand. Sister, burn the source of your sin first. Just as Zhuke was about to attack, Fang Xian hit Zhuke in the chest with a palm. He changed his palm into a claw and used only 50% of his strength. Otherwise, if he used all his strength, Zhuke would die. Suzaku groaned and shuddered. Stop, stop. Fang Xian grinned wickedly and spoke playfully. What a vicious sister. Your brother and you are connected by heart, but you are playing tricks with your brother. You still want to destroy your brother. That's too much. Zhuke looked uncomfortable. His whole body was shaking, and the flame in his hand was extinguished instantly. How? How did you regain consciousness? Is it possible that your mental strength is stronger than mine? Little Suzaku, you dare to compete with me in mental strength? I will kill you. Fang Xian increased his strength and laughed wickedly. By the way, sister, why can't you move? Is this your weakness? You. Zhuke was about to scold Fang Xian, but Fang Xian increased his strength, making her unable to move. That's really interesting. Sister, let's sign the contract. I'll let go, and then you'll let me go. How about that? Now that Fang Xian had caught Zhuke with a handle, he had lost the chance to continue fighting and had to compromise. Good. Fang Xian chuckled and displayed the contents of the agreement. Suzaku had a bitter look on his face as he tried to read the agreement through to the end, and when he found it was correct, he nodded in agreement. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet, connecting to the ground under Zhuchue's feet, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Contract. Suzaku confirmed again and again, then nodded happily. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Zhuke both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 15/15. Suzaku reference picture. Chapter 139 is just around the corner. East European plain. It's been more than 2 hours. Why hasn't my husband come out yet? Qinglong kicked the small stones on the ground impatiently, feeling very unhappy. Yukino smiled gently, her voice soft and pleasant. Sister Qinglong, my husband is so capable, he will be fine. He may have been delayed by something. Qinglong was not worried about Fang Xian's safety. Zhuke was as strong as her and could not be Fang Xian's opponent. Now that more than 2 hours have passed, only one thing can be proved. Then it must be Fang Xian's eye. Pressure on Suzaku. This fight would mean that she and Suzaku would become sisters. Qinglong crossed his arms and looked very angry. Humph. My husband didn't spend that much time with me last time, but now he's spending that much time with Suzaku. How abominable. A blush appeared on Sueno's pretty fair face. She was not a fool, so she naturally understood what Qinglong meant. But she didn't mind. After all, Fang Xian was very nice to each of them. It's okay, Sister Qinglong. My husband will be responsible for each of us. Yeah, that's right, hum. Just forgive him. As soon as Qinglong finished speaking, a voice sounded behind her. Forgive whom? When Qinglong saw Fang Xian, he lost his arrogance and immediately threw himself into Fang Xian's arms. Master, I miss you so much. Fang Xian hugged Qinglong, who jumped into his arms and gently pinched her little face. When I'm not around, you act naughty, don't you? No, I'm a very good slave. The corners of Yukino's mouth slightly raised as she spoke gently. Honey, is everything settled? Yeah, it's all done. Fang Xian gently rubbed Xuan Nai's little head, and with a thought, a pretty figure flew out from the system warehouse. The woman had long wavy red hair, beautiful looks, and a graceful figure. She was none other than Suzaku. This is really the outside world. Zhuchue's eyes widened, and he covered his red lips with his hands, full of shock. I finally came out. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she excitedly threw herself into Fang Xian's arms. Thank you, husband. Fang Xian hugged Zhuke and comforted him softly. Now you know how powerful your husband is. Yeah, my husband is the best. After Zhuke finished speaking, she couldn't help but move her red lips close to Fang Xian's mouth. It was rare for Zhuke, who was originally cold towards men, to be so proactive, so Fang Xian naturally responded enthusiastically. Qinglong looked at the intoxicated Zhuke and felt so angry that his teeth were itching. I even heard the sound she made, which made me even angrier. Really? It's not enough to be in there for so long, and now you come out and occupy my master again. It makes me so angry. Suzaku only noticed Qinglong at this moment and gave him a provocative look. Qinglong exploded instantly. Suzaku, let go of my master. Not only did Zhuke not let go, but he held her even tighter. Qinglong, what does it have to do with you if I hug my husband? That's my husband. It's my husband. Fang Xian looked at the two most powerful beauties on Blue Planet, and they were actually vying for him, and he felt secretly happy. If it were someone else, they would have been thrilled to death. But to Fang Xian, it was just average, and he even disliked this kind of fight. He has so many gorgeous beauties, and if they all staged a palace drama, he would be so annoyed. Okay, from now on you are all good sisters, and you are not allowed to quarrel anymore. To them, Fang Xian is a god, and they absolutely cannot disobey him. Suzaku and Qinglong stopped arguing and remained silent. Fang Xian pulled Qinglong over, hugged them on both sides, and was very satisfied with the performance of Zhuke and Qinglong. Remember, we are all good sisters from now on. Don't do anything to destroy our relationship, okay? Qinglong and Zhuke looked at each other and nodded silently. Good. The highest conference room. Hong Jintian glared at Zhong Xinxiu in dissatisfaction and said unhappily, Old Zhong, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're really going to take back what he gave you just because he was being polite. He's a child who just awakened. What can he have in stock? This is ridiculous. Just now, Zhong Xinxiu came back and said that the Ascension Scroll and the teleportation instructions of the Suzaku and Black Tortoise had been given to Fang Xian, but Fang Xian also gave a return gift. When Hong Jintian heard this, he expressed his dissatisfaction without waiting for Zhong Xinxiu to continue. The others were also a little confused when they heard this. Given Mr. Zhong's qualifications, how could he be so ignorant of the overall situation? Accepting something from a junior? It was simply shocking. They are not as impatient as Hong Jintian. They are all very calm. Mr. Hong, don't worry. I believe Mr. Zhong will give a reasonable explanation. Zhong Xinxiu looked at Hong Jintian with a half-smile and said jokingly, Old Hong, you are already quite old, so I suggest you prepare some quick-acting heart pills. Hong Jintian crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Are you kidding? I, Hong Jintian, have not seen all kinds of storms and waves. Would I be scared by something Fang Xian gave me? Then you better watch out. Zhong Xinxiu turned on the projection function of the storage ring and projected the contents inside onto the projection cloth. Everyone was a little surprised at first. They thought, why use the projection function when you can just take out whatever you are given? But when they saw 1,000 kilograms of white tiger meat, they were stunned. Hong Jintian was stunned and swallowed his saliva unconsciously because of greed. What the hell? Is this really the meat of the four divine beasts, white tiger? It's a full 1,000 kilograms. It's really greedy. They looked down and were shocked. It turned out to be 50,000 skill upgrade pills. They looked down again and were completely dumbfounded. 50,000 advanced experience pills, intermediate experience pills, and basic experience pills each. They also looked down, their heartbeats racing and their breathing becoming labored. 60,000 double experience cards? They took out portable oxygen devices and started breathing oxygen, continuing to look down. 30,000 experience dungeon summoning tickets? They grabbed a handful of quick-acting heart-saving pills and put them in their mouths, then tried their best to calm down and continue going. 5,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer? Everyone in the audience gasped and couldn't bear it any longer. Ambulance. Call an ambulance. Order 10. No. Call 20 ambulances. Chapter 140 for Sacred Beasts, Xuanwu. East European Plain. Fang Xian got up from the grass and breathed a sigh of relief. Comfortable. He jumped into a nearby lake to wash off the dirt on his body. After a quick wash, he changed into new clothes. At this time, Suzaku, Qinglong and Yukino are also ready and can set off directly. Let's go meet Xuanwu. Although Fang Xian's current contract partners are full and he cannot contract with Xuanwu, when he heard Zhuke say that Xuanwu is a male, he did not hesitate at all and chose to go directly there. Fang Xian had no interest in a male divine beast, so he just killed it to help Xuan Noi reach level 200. They used a teleportation command with the word Xian on it and instantly appeared in South America. This place is the Parana River, the border between Samba and Argentina. The Parana River is the second largest river in South America and an important river for exchanges between the two countries. It rushes endlessly, the water is surging, and the wide river surface sparkles in the sun. Fang Xian and his three companions appeared on a smooth rock, with a turbulent river under their feet. He looked around and found a strange energy fluctuation in the river somewhere. He thought the entrance must be there. I'll go in and take a look first. The three girls nodded in unison. Fang Xian leaped towards the strange place and instantly immersed himself in it. As soon as he entered the seabed, a copy prompt popped up. Welcome to the Xuanwu copy. Dungeon level, special. Level limit, 99 and above. Number of people, 1. Clearance requirements. Defeat the mythical beast Xuanwu. Fang Xian entered the water, and the surroundings turned into deep blue sea water. The light refracted in the water creating wonderful light and shadow effects, like a dream. He was surprised to find that he could breathe freely here, just like on land. It was truly magical. Looking down, an ancient palace appeared in the distance. The palace is made of crystal-clear stones, sparkling brightly under the light. The tall palace pillars are carved with exquisite turtle-like figures, which look lifelike. The water flows slowly, as if it were a living thing, surrounding the palace. Fang Xian swooped down and arrived at the palace in an instant. He passed through the outer area surrounded by the water and went straight into it. There was no obstruction along the way, and we soon arrived at the center of the hall. There was a huge monster coiled in the center, emitting a terrifying aura. Its shell is wide and the surface texture is clear and layered. The turtle body and the snake body are intertwined and fused together, forming a seamless whole. This is one of the 4 sacred beasts. Xuanwu. Xuanwu. Grade, Divine Beast. Level, 200. HP, 108000/10800000. Mana, 12,000/12,000. Strength, 2,500. Spirit, 2,100. Agility, 1,100. Defense, 5,500. Skills, Earthshake, Water Cannon, Aegis, solid as a rock. Fang Xian was embarrassed. This was the first time he encountered a creature with 1,000,000 health points. It was indeed a divine beast famous for its defense. Xuanwu's eyes are not big, but they have a calm aura. It's actually a human? I almost forgot how long it has been since I last met a human. Remember that year, an old human. Stop. Fang Xian spoke directly to stop Xuanwu from reminiscing about the past. He was a little speechless. He started reminiscing before the fight even started. I really admire him. Xuanwu, I give you 2 choices, surrender to me, or die. Xuanwu leaned over to look at Fang Xian, trying to open his eyes wide and slightly opening his mouth. Young man, you are very brave. What happened to the last person who spoke to me like this? Remember that guy back then? He was just as reckless as you. Fang Xian was ashamed. This Xuanwu was really an old turtle who loved to nag and reminisce. He didn't want to listen anymore and chose to exit the copy. Call out. Fang Xian sent out the copy, and the 3 women immediately came forward. Honey, what's going on? This Xuanwu has a bit of Alzheimer's disease, Sueno. I'll take you in later. Fang Xian put Xuen Noi into the system warehouse and immediately flew into the copy. After entering the copy, he was very familiar with it and came to Xuanwu at the fastest speed. Xuanwu saw Fang Xian appear again from afar and continued to speak. Young man, you are back again. Thinking back then, Fang Xian was in a hurry, so he put on the dragon suit and raised the dragon staff. Boom! A bolt of thunder fell, directly knocking off 60% of Xuanwu's health. Xuanwu's small eyes opened wide, as if he was awakened by thunder from the sky. You can actually knock out 60% of my health in an instant. Thinking back to those days, while Xuanwu was reminiscing about the past, he displayed his solid as a rock. It was emitting a golden light that enveloped its entire body. Fang Xian raised the dragon staff and cast a super large fireball. Boom! He didn't care what kind of defensive ability Xuanwu's immovable was. Anyway, his super fireball did not need to be cooled down and could be used continuously. Boom, 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 boom. The dragon staff is like a Gatling gun that can spray fireballs, constantly bombarding the black turtle. After more than 10 seconds of bombardment, the impregnable wall was completely shattered. The black tortoise used the divine shield again, and a huge golden shield blocked it behind it. No matter how many or how strong the shields were, they could not withstand Fang Xian's continuous bombardment. Continuous fireballs bombarded the black turtle, blasting it to pieces. Seeing that Xuanwu's health had reached the bottom, Fang Xian stopped immediately, and the 40-second blood-deducting time of Heavenly Thunder just ended, so Xuanwu would not be directly deducted from his health to death. He waved his hand and immediately stopped and summoned Yukino out. Yukino, it's now. Without any hesitation, Yukino took out her staff and immediately used attack skills such as Ice Cone and Ice and Snow. A huge ice cone appeared out of nowhere, fell from the sky, and hit Xuanwu hard on the forehead. The ice and snow fell rapidly, constantly hitting the Xuanwu. In a flash, Fang Xian saw that Xuanwu's health bar was about to be reduced to 0, so he immediately took the initiative to exit the copy. The copy can only be completed by one person, so he must quit to avoid the power of the copy from ejecting Yukino and causing the whole process to fail. Call out. Fang Xian appeared again on the smooth rocks of the Piranha River. Seeing this, Qinglong and Zhuke hurried forward. Suzaku, honey, how's it going? Qinglong, master, did Sueno succeed? Fang Xian did not answer. When he left, he saw that Xuanwu's health bar was almost zero. Although Yukino is only level 96, she has consumed 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers, so it should be no problem for her to take down Xuanwu's low health. I'm afraid that Xuanwu, who is known for his defense, might have some skill to recover health when near death. If so, it's hard to say. Fang Xian frowned and stared at the copy information. Time passed second by second. Suzaku and Qinglong were very worried. They were so nervous that their throats felt tight, and they felt their breathing was a little difficult. At this moment, the copy suddenly. Chapter 141. As expected of a divine beast, it gives a lot. Call out. Xuenoi instantly appeared on the smooth rock and bumped into Fang Xian. Fang Xian hugged Xuenai's slender waist to prevent her from falling. Yukino. Husband. Xuenoi looked at Fang Xian with joy and hugged him tightly. Honey, I succeeded. Fang Xian looked at Xuenoi lovingly, with a smile spreading from his eyes. My Yukino, you're awesome. Upon hearing this, Qinglong and Zhuke happily stepped forward. That's great, Sister Yukino. Sister Yukino, congratulations. Xueno smiled sweetly, full of tenderness. Thank you, sisters. Fang Xian held Xuenai's fair and delicate little face and smiled slightly. Come on, let's go back first. Call out. The three of them instantly appeared in Yunjing Villa. As soon as they appeared, the girls came over happily. Lin Mingqian looked at Zhu Chue's wavy red hair and asked curiously, Honey, who is this sister? Fang Xian took Zhuke and introduced them with a smile. She is Suzaku, one of the 4 sacred beasts. After these words were spoken, all the women looked at Suzaku in surprise. Lin Mingqian. Is this a divine beast of the same level as Sister Qinglong? Tang Xiaowu. No wonder there is a looming aura of terror. Chen Tingxian. Why are all the mythical beasts so beautiful? Lu Shishuang. Hee, if I wasn't beautiful, I would probably have been killed by my husband. Yukino, huh? Really? How did you know, Sister Shishuang? Bang. Yukino, ouch. Honey, why did you hit me on the head? Lu Shishuang. Student Fang Xian. Are you angry because the teacher said you were right? Hee. Bang. Lu Shishuang. Woo woo woo. No hee. Ahem. Fang Xian coughed twice tactically and looked at Xueno. Yukino, how was your harvest this time? Xueno touched her forehead aggrievedly and projected the storage ring. The girls looked at it curiously and almost dropped their jaws in shock. 980,000 drops of basalt blood, 150 basalt bones, 110 tons of basalt meat, 513 pieces of basalt shell, and 2 tons of basalt skin. Xuanwu blood, rare material, can be used to create equipment, evolve turtles, snakes, and other species. Basalt bone, rare material, can be used to create equipment. Basalt shell, a rare material that can be used to create armor and shields. Basalt leather, rare material, can be used to create armor. Xuanwu meat, a rare ingredient, edible by all races. Soul of Xuanwu, a special item, an important item for opening special areas. There is also a set of Xuanwu set, which belongs to saint-level equipment. The most eye-catching thing is naturally Xuanwu's god-level equipment. External equipment, basalt shield. Quality, god level. Level limit, LV 140 and above. Professional restrictions, no restrictions. Enhancement, 0. Inlay, 0. Refinement, 0. Enchantment, none. Attribute bonus. Health plus 800, strength plus 800, defense plus 800. Effect 1. The effect of active defense skills is doubled. Effect 2. The effect of active life skills increases 5-fold. Effect 3. Passive health recovery and defense skill effects are tripled. Active skill 1. Rock. Increases your defense by 1,000 points for 1 minute. Uses shield to block 150% of your own defense. Cooldown 2 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 2. Hyperactivity. Increases HP by 1,000 points. Lasts for 1 minute. Cooldown 2 minutes. Consumes 1,000 mana points. Active skill 3. Absolute defense. Generate an invincible shield in a circular area with a radius of 5 meters with itself as the center. The invincible shield is immune to all attacks within 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the total defense value of everyone in the shield will be used as the shield value. The duration is 5 minutes. Cooling time is 10 minutes, and the mana consumption is 1,000 points. Fang Xian looked at the attributes of external equipment, Black Tortoise Shield, and was secretly shocked. The external equipment alone gives you a natural advantage, and you can have one more piece of equipment than others. Life, strength, and defense each increase by 800 points, a significant improvement. The 3 passive skills and the 2 active skills, Stone and Excitement, all stack health and defense, greatly improving survivability and resistance to attacks. The most critical skill brought by external equipment, Basalt Shield, is Absolute Defense. Absolute Defense not only makes everyone invincible for 10 seconds, but also converts the total defense value of everyone in the range into a shield value, which lasts for a full 5 minutes. A person needs about 0.4 square meters of space to stand, and a circular area with a radius of 5 meters can accommodate about 150 people. If we squeeze in, more than 190 people can stand there. With his defense attribute, plus the total defense value of hundreds of people, who can beat him? Xuanoi took out the Xuanwu shield from the storage ring and handed it to Fang Xian. Honey, you can use the Basalt Shield. I'm not at the level to use it yet. Fang Xian nodded without any hesitation, took the Xuanwu shield, and put it into the system warehouse. The Black Tortoise Shield can allow Fang Xian to survive better. As long as he is not dead, with the life link there, his contracted partner will not die. By the way, Yukino, what level are you now? I'm only level 136 now. Well, what skills will you be rewarded with for clearing the level? Give me 2 skills. One is the attack skill, Water Cannon, and the other is the defense skill, Immovable. Good. Fang Xian looked at his 18 wives and prepared to make an upgrade plan for them. Faced with the war that may break out at any time, it is necessary to prioritize upgrading them all to level 99. A maximum of 10 people can enter the experience copy at the same time, so he has to make reasonable arrangements. Wan Yao, Xiao Wu, Qing Er, Shuang Er, Meng Qian, Ting Xian, Mi Jinzi, and Yu Er, you guys form a team and go to the level 96 experience dungeon and reach level 99 as soon as possible. When Yoel reaches level 96, he will quickly learn his exclusive skills. Upon hearing this, the 8 girls nodded in unison. Rong Er, Huimei, Xiaotu, Siko, and Nai, Aunt Meijing, Nami, I will give you experience dungeon summoning scrolls and 5 times experience cards later, and you will level up together. The 7th girl responded obediently. Okay, husband. Fang Xian took out the scroll of ascension and handed it to Qinglong. Ruji, you can use the ascension scroll later. I will go with you, Suzaku, and Yukino to explore the monster dungeon. Qinglong took the scroll of ascension and nodded obediently. Fang Xian invited Qinglong, Zhuke, and Sueno to form a team, and all 3 women joined the team. Okay, Longer, use it. Qinglong holds the scroll of ascension and clicks to use it. Ding. Azure Dragon consumes 1 ascension scroll and returns 18,000. The scroll emitted a strange energy, sucking Fang Xian and the other 3 in, and they disappeared. Chapter 142, Monster Copy, Crazy Killing. Welcome to the Monster Dungeon. Dungeon level, special. Level limit, equal to or greater than level 130. Limited number of people, equal to or less than 5 people. Clearance requirement, kill all monsters. Fang Xian read the copy prompt and closed it silently. The requirements for clearing the level are not much different from other copies, and all you need is the simplest killing. However, the fewer the requirements, the stronger the monsters. He and the 3 girls walked on a road covered with thick leaves, making a rustling sound. Giant trees rise from the ground, their lush branches and leaves intertwined, blocking out the sunlight, leaving only spots of light. There was a thin layer of mist in the forest, like a dream. Fang Xian stood in the woods, put on the dragon suit, and took out the dragon staff. He felt that it was too troublesome to search for monsters slowly, so it would be better to just kill them all. Fang Xian raised the dragon staff, and a flaming meteor shower fell from the sky. Boom! The fog in the mountains and forests dissipated, trees fell down, fires started, and the ground was full of potholes. He continued to send out flame meteor showers in other directions. Everywhere you look, there is a sea of fire. A group of different birds rushed out of the sea of fire. They were 20 to 30 meters long and made sounds like cry and wow from their mouths. They rushed into the sky, and there were so many of them that they covered the sky. Eagle. Grade, Little Demon. Level, 160. HP, 170000/170000. Mana, 6000/6000. Strength, 1100. Spirit, 900. Agility, 1800. Defense, 800. Skills, Claw, Flash, Windblade. Fang Xian looked at the densely packed little monsters in the sky and smiled slightly. There are so many little monsters. All of them are experiences. Yukino, use the 5 times experience card. Upon hearing this, Sueno immediately clicked to use it. As for Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird, there is no need to give them their use. Level 200 is their upper limit, and they won't gain any experience from killing monsters now. Fang Xian took out the 5x experience card and clicked to use it. Facing so many little monsters, you have to use all-round attacks without blind spots. Fang Xian flew into the sky, attracting the attention of all the monsters. He raised the dragon staff and used active skill 3. Suddenly, a wave of fire with a radius of 200 meters was released around him, causing 10%, 30%, and 50% mental damage to the targets it passed through. Although this skill is not as powerful as Fire Meteor Shower, it attacks in all directions and has no cooldown. Wherever Fang Xian flew, there was a sea of fire. Eagle birds with flames on their bodies kept falling from the sky, forming a rare firebird ring. The only remaining eagle bird did not retreat but advanced, performing flash, and its body streaked across the sky like a meteor, killing towards Fang Xian. But it was of no avail. They were all engulfed by the flames and died completely. Fang Xian kept flying back and forth in the sky, killing all the eagle birds and returning the sky to peace. Experience plus 153,235, 2911. Killing them all will give you 223 million experience points, which is not bad. The time required to upgrade to the next level, 2.156 billion, has been shortened by another 1/10. Suzaku, Qinglong, and Sueno flew into the sky and came to Fang Xian. Qinglong looked at Fang Xian with admiration in his beautiful eyes and also wanted to show off. Master, leave it to me next. Well, husband, leave it to us. Suzaku is not much behind and also wants to show off. Only Xuan Noi didn't speak. Her level was too low and she didn't want to delay Fang Xian's time in killing monsters. Fang Xian looked into the distance and waved his hand. I'll get the status straight first so you can get familiar with the venue, and next time you'll be the ones to clear it. Upon hearing this, Suzaku and Qinglong nodded obediently. Good. Let's go. Fang Xian led the 3 women to fly forward, passed through the sea of fire, and came to a quiet forest. He did the same thing and continued to create a flame meteor shower. The mountains and forests were filled with wailing and a sea of fire and corpses. Ouch! The howling of wolves was heard everywhere, and huge figures flew out of the sea of fire and soared into the sky. Songlang. Grade, medium. Level, 180. HP, 250000/250000. Mana, 8000/8000. Strength, 2100. Spirit, 1200. Agility, 1800. Defense, 1300. Skills, Claws, Howl, Wind, Slash. Fang Xian was very happy when he saw that there were thousands of Tsang wolves again. These are all experience points, so you can't let any of them get away. Active Skill 3 was used again, the flames spread, and the Tsang wolf howled. The gray wolf is smarter than the eagle bird. It does not charge forward mindlessly and instead makes a long howl to disturb Fang Xian's mental state. Some of them launched long-range attack skills, Wind Slash, and continuously attacked Fang Xian. I didn't expect these gray wolves to cooperate, but that's all. In the face of absolute strength, all tactics are useless. Fang Xian maintained the state of performing Active Skill 3, and a pair of huge white wings grew out from behind him. External equipment, White Tiger Wings. He unleashed the Tiger Roar, and all the gray wolves within a 50-meter radius were shocked, dizzy, and terrified. When the Tsang wolf loses its ability to move, it is the best opportunity to attack. Fang Xian used the skill of external equipment, White Tiger Wings, Feather Sword. With a flap of its wings, countless feather-shaped transparent blades flew out and killed a large number of Tsang wolves. Experience plus 23611514112. The kill was completed and 166 million experience points were obtained. Fang Xian's wanton killing completely angered the boss in the mountains. Who is making trouble? Call out. A streak of light cut through the sky and swooped down. It was huge, and its body was covered with a strange black mist. It has a pair of golden wings behind it, and every feather seems to be made of pure gold, shining brightly. Its head is like a fish, but not a fish. Its head is broad and flat, and its mouth is wide and full of sharp teeth. A pair of starry leopard eyes, with a sharp gaze. Jinpeng. Grade, Great Demon. Level, 200. HP, 580000/580000. Mana, 16,000/16,000. Strength, 1800. Spirit, 1,500. Agility, 2,300. Defense, 1,500. Skills, mist dispersion, haste, soul capture, wind claws. You are the one who is causing trouble in my territory. Fang Xian looked at the golden wings behind Jin Peng and said with a wicked smile, Jinpeng, are your wings pure gold? Huh. Jin Peng obviously didn't understand what Fang Xian meant, but he could tell from Fang Xian's expression that Fang Xian was playing a trick on him. Damn human, how dare you? I will show you what it means to. Big Demon. Chapter 143, Skill Book Advancement Method. Fang Xian didn't care about Jin Peng's words. He believed that a quick victory and saving time was the best strategy. He raised the dragon staff and threw a big fireball at Jin Peng. Call out. The fireball fell from the sky as fast as a meteor. Jin Peng disagreed and flapped his wings. Use quick to directly avoid the big fireball. In the blink of an eye, Jin Peng had already arrived in front of Fang Xian. He raised his sharp claws and swung down. Go to hell. Fang Xian sneered, and his wings behind him moved forward. As soon as the feather shield skill was released, the golden rock's claws were completely blocked. When Jin Peng narrowed his eyes and made way. I didn't expect your wings to be so strong. There's a lot more you didn't expect. Fang Xian bent his wings slightly, then suddenly spread them out and rushed straight towards the golden rock. Call out. Jin Peng widened his eyes. He never expected that Fang Xian's speed was even faster than his. Since I can't dodge it by speed, I can only dodge it by mist dispersion. Its entire body suddenly turned into a ball of strange black gas, allowing Fang Xian to pass through it directly. Fang Xian walked through the fog and turned around to look, only to see Jin Peng slowly changing back to his original form. Interesting, quite showy. Jin Peng stared at Fang Xian with a serious expression, not daring to underestimate the enemy again. I didn't expect a mere human to be so strong. If that's the case, I'll show you my true abilities. Howl! Jin Peng let out a long roar towards the sky. His bones throughout his body made crackling sounds, and various parts of his body began to bulge and expand. The golden wings suddenly spread out and grew larger, covering the sky and the sun. The scales all over the body gradually grew larger, flashing with mysterious light. Boy, prepare to tremble. My true body will tear you into pieces. Boom! A 2-meter-wide sky thunder fell down and hit the Jin Peng, who was transforming. Boy, you! Boom! As soon as the heavenly thunder fell, it directly deducted 60% of Jin Peng's HP. What followed was another huge fireball falling and hitting Jin Peng hard. Jin Peng's health was almost reduced to the lowest point, and he almost died. You have no moral principles. Boom! Another huge fireball instantly smashed Jin Peng into powder. Experience plus 136,000,005. Fang Xian rolled his eyes at the dead Jin Peng. This wasn't a serious duel, so who would wait for it to transform? Isn't that a pure fool? Special dungeon, monster dungeon has been cleared. Time to clear the level. 00:08:21. Rating, SSS. Rewards for all members. 158 million experience points. Fang Xian waved his hand, and everything that Jin Peng exploded flew towards him. Golden Rock Claw, a rare material that can be used to create weapons. Golden Rock Feather, rare material, can be used to create equipment. The Golden Rock set is all saint-level equipment. Fang Xian didn't care about these things. Only a piece of paper emitting black light attracted his attention. He took it and looked at it, and it turned out to be the one that Qinglong said was only found in the secret realm. Skill Book. He clicked to view. Skill Book. Mist Dispersion. Transform the body into mist, dodge attacks, lasts for 10 seconds. Consumes 800 mana points. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Occupies 2 skill slots. Fang Xian still remembers this skill clearly. It is a good evasive skill. What does the last sentence, occupies 2 skill slots, mean? He also didn't see any skill bar options. Qinglong, what does the last sentence of this skill book mean? Qinglong took the skill book, looked at it, and began to explain. Honey, it's like this. After everyone reaches level 100, they can gain a skill bar every 20 levels they advance. Use the corresponding number of skill bars to learn the skill book you want to master. Black quality skill books usually take up more than 2 skill columns, while gold quality ones take up about 5 skill columns. But the skill bar can only be unlocked after reaching the secret realm. Fang Xian nodded and understood more about the situation of the skill book. He looked at the mist dispersion in his hand thoughtfully and suddenly asked, if there are many identical skill books, can they be combined into a more advanced skill book? Yes, sure. Qinglong folded his arms across his chest and answered seriously. Identical skill books of blue quality and above can be integrated with each other and upgraded into higher-level skill books. To upgrade blue quality to black quality, you need hundreds or even thousands of identical skill books. To upgrade from black quality to gold quality, tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 will be required. But most people wouldn't choose to do this. First of all, the drop rate of skill books is not high, and the drop rate of high-quality skill books is even lower. Secondly, if you want to obtain thousands of the same skill books, you have to kill tens of thousands of the same species, which is equivalent to genocide that race, which will cause disgust from some major forces and lead to conquest. Finally, the skills after upgrading are stronger based on the original skills. If the upper limit of the original skills is not high, it will not be much stronger after upgrading. Fang Xian raised the corners of his mouth when he heard this. Others cannot slaughter tens of thousands of their own species, but he can. In his system warehouse, there are still 18,000 Ascension Scrolls returned by the God-level multiplication system. This means he can kill the Golden Pung 18,000 times, and he will definitely be able to combine them into a golden quality skill book. If that doesn't work, there are still Suzaku and Yukino who can use the return. When the time comes, you can contract with a few more people and increase the multiplier, and you will get more back. It will not be a problem to synthesize several gold quality skill books. Thinking of this, he suddenly came to a horrible conclusion. That is, the entire tribe of the Forsaken Beasts was slaughtered, leaving only the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Is there a powerful force that wants the skills of the Forsaken Beasts? But according to Azure Dragon and Suzaku, the skills of their Forsaken Beasts are of golden quality. Then why kill so many of the Forsaken Beasts? Could it be that there are more advanced skills of gold quality that are unknown to the public? Fang Xian shook his head helplessly. When he and Xue Nai killed the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise, their skills were directly rewarded to those who passed the level, and no skill books were dropped. He didn't think about those things for the time being. He would wait until he reached the secret realm, and then find a chance to learn about it. The current priority is to play more monster dungeons, reach level 200 as soon as possible, and collect more black quality skills. When he upgrades his black quality skills to gold quality, the people in the secret realm will be shocked. Just do it. First set a small goal, brush it. 20,000 times. Chapter 144, Godfather. Give me some. Fang Xian originally wanted Qinglong to lead Mu Wanyao's group and Zhuke to lead Ning Renjier's group, but their levels were too high and they couldn't enter the experience copy, so he had to keep the two girls by his side. He took out Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Comprehension Pill, Breakthrough Pill, Blood of the God of War, and Golden God's Gift from the system warehouse. Suzaku, use them all. Okay, husband. Like Qinglong, Zhuke had no interest in these things, but she would naturally do as Fang Xian instructed. Ding. Suzaku consumes one each of Attribute Enhancer, Anti-Poison Pill, Toxin Pill, Enlightenment Pill, Breakthrough Pill, Blood of the God of War, and Golden God's Gift, and returns a total of 18,000 copies. Fang Xian had personally cleared the monster copy once before, and the three women already knew the route, so there was no need for him to do it himself again. He used Attribute Switch on Yukino, sharing the attributes with Yukino, allowing Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong to clear the map at the same time. Only with their efforts can I enjoy leisure time. He took out the Attribute Enhancer and started drinking it. It has to be said that the output of the three women is extremely violent, and their clearance speed is almost the same as Fang Xian's. It took me 8 hours to finish this process. Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 144 Domination. Physique, War God Body, level 5. God level attribute, Energy, LV 5. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Life, 10044. Strength, 10044. Intelligence, 10044. Spirit, 10044. Agility, 10044. Defense, 10044. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 10,064 points. Skills, attribute switching LV5, soul attack LV5, free transfer LV5, sense sharing LV5, life link LV5, temporary contract LV5, sea of inclusion LV5, attribute integration LV5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 15, current contract, 15/15. Night. Everyone happily ate dinner and shared the day's harvest. Fang Xian was very satisfied with the way everyone got along harmoniously. Such days were really nice. He looked at the TV and was suddenly attracted by the news on TV. According to news agencies, hundreds of thousands of missing people in Africa have led to riots across the country. All countries have currently listed the area as a dangerous area, and non-essential travel is prohibited. The strongest awakened person of the black-skinned people, ODBO, visited Dragon Country yesterday to seek help from Dragon Country. The United Nations dispatched an action team to arrive in Africa today to investigate the cause. The U.S. military presence prevents the UN team from investigating and prevents all countries from intervening in the investigation. So far, no heads of state have made any statement on this matter. Fang Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a strange thing to happen. Hundreds of thousands of people mysteriously disappeared? Did no one notice it before? As for ODBO, the strongest awakener of the black-skinned people, he did not ask the United States for help, but instead came all the way to Dragon Country to seek help. It seems that this incident has a significant connection with the United States. However, Zhong Xinxiu has not come to find him yet, so the matter is still unclear. The most urgent task is to prioritize upgrading levels and attribute points. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Fang Xian looked at the surveillance camera curiously, and the people coming were Ning Tian and Ning Feng. Seeing this, Ning Renjie immediately ran to open the door excitedly. "Grandpa, Dad, why are you here?" Ning Tian and Ning Feng smiled kindly. "Let's come and see you, Rong. Hee, come in and have dinner with us." Ning Renjie took Ning Tian and Ning Feng's arms and led them inside. Ning Tian and Ning Feng looked at the room full of stunning beauties and swallowed their saliva unconsciously. Could this be the Emperor's back garden? It's simply too exaggerated. Zheng and I stood up and greeted with a smile. "Uncle, brother-in-law, good evening. Come and have dinner with us." Ning Tian and Ning Feng responded with a smile and waved their hands. "We have eaten, you guys can eat now." Fang Xian stood up slightly. He was a little troubled at the moment. Should I follow Ning Renjie and call him Dad and Grandpa? Or should we follow Zheng and I and call our brother-in-law Uncle? He greeted him with a smile and simply called him Senior. "Good evening, seniors. Please take a seat." When Fang Xian said this, they were stunned for a moment. They were surprised why Fang Xian called them seniors. Why are you so unfamiliar with it? Could it be that Ning Renjie and Zheng and I have made Fang Xian unhappy? They had smiles on their faces and secretly observed the micro-expressions of Fang Xian, Ning Renjie, and Zheng and I. They breathed a sigh of relief when they didn't find anything unusual. Ning Feng sat down with a smile on his face. "Fang Xian, the reason we're here is to invite you to attend the celebration dinner and press conference the day after tomorrow. Secondly, you left too fast last time, so we'll bring the reward to you." Ning Renjie sat down holding Ning Feng's arm and asked playfully, "Dad, what's the reward?" Ning Feng looked at Ning Renjie lovingly and patted her little hand gently. "These are all things you can use." He took out some bottles and jars from the storage ring, including advanced experience pills, skill upgrade pills, double experience cards, attribute enhancers, and enhanced gems. Ning Renjie took a closer look and was completely dumbfounded. "That's it? What do you mean, that's it?" Ning Feng glared at Ning Renjie unhappily. "Although there aren't many things, they are all genuine and good things that can improve your strength, such as the attribute enhancer." "Dad, I've already drunk more than 2,000 bottles of this attribute enhancer. What's the use of these few bottles of yours?" "You kid, why are you talking nonsense? Do you know how precious the attribute enhancer is?" "It is. Dad, if you don't believe me, ask Anne and I. She also drank 2,000 bottles." Ning Feng and Ning Tian were speechless. Ning Renjie was spoiled too much by them, and they all thought she was naughty. But if it's Yung Un-ae, it's different. They looked at Zheng and I in surprise, but unexpectedly Zheng and I nodded slightly. "Well, uncle, brother-in-law, Ronger didn't lie to you. We did drink 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer." Ning Feng and Ning Tian were completely stunned. There were a total of 4,000 bottles of attribute enhancers. How is it possible? Ning Renjie angrily pulled Ning Feng's arm. "Dad, I told you not to believe your daughter. It's just 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer. What's so strange about that? All the sisters here have drunk 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer." "What?" Ning Feng and Ning Tian jumped up from the sofa and looked around in disbelief. "You said that more than 10 beauties here have drunk 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancer?" Yeah, what's wrong? Wouldn't that cost 30,000 or 40,000 bottles? How come you have so many attribute enhancers? They all belong to my husband. He gave them to us." Speaking of this, Ning Renjie remembered what happened before. "My husband gave Zhong Xinxiu 5,000 bottles of attribute enhancer yesterday." Ning Feng and Ning Tian were terrified and turned to look at Fang Xian blankly. Then their eyes lit up and they fell into a demonic barrier. Godfather, give me some. Chapter 145, Ultimate Enjoyment, Happy Ending. Yukino, Fang Xian. Ning Renjie grabbed Ning Feng's arm and shook him, stamping her feet anxiously. Dad, Grandpa, what are you talking about? Ning Feng and Ning Tian regained their senses in an instant, smiled awkwardly, and cursed inwardly for speaking too quickly and not thinking carefully. But the temptation of 5,000 bottles of attribute enhancers is really great, and it can definitely make them one of the strongest on Blue Star. Now that he had said it, Ning Feng decided to just go for it and continue with what he was saying. Son-in-law, although Ronger and NAI are sometimes immature, they are definitely our dearest. Since they are with you, we are the closest family. Look, would you like to give some attribute enhancers to our Ning family? Of course, the value of the attribute enhancer is immeasurable. Our Ning family is willing to offer you anything you like in exchange for it. Ning Tian sat nervously aside without saying a word, just staring at Fang Xian with expectant eyes. Upon hearing this, Zheng Anai and Ning Renjie both looked at Fang Xian with complicated expressions. Looking at the solemn atmosphere, Fang Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He stood up slowly, waved his hand, and placed 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers on the table. By the way, I haven't sent the betrothal gifts to the Ning family yet. These 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancer can be regarded as betrothal gifts for Ronger and NAI. Ning Tian and Ning Feng's eyes lit up as they looked at the table full of attribute enhancers. When I heard Fang Xian say that there were a total of 1,000 bottles, I suddenly felt dry mouth. When they heard that this was the betrothal gift for Ning Renjie and Zheng Anai, they were so happy that they laughed like their grandchildren. There is no son-in-law in the entire Blue Star who can come up with such a generous gift. They were smiling from ear to ear. Oh, good son-in-law, this betrothal gift is so luxurious. You are truly the best son-in-law in the world. The two of them started to flatter each other in various ways. They no longer looked like patriarchs of a large family at all. There was only endless boasting and parading around. Fang Xian was able to take out 30 or 40,000 attribute enhancers for his women and gave 5,000 to Zhong Shenxiu, and now he was giving them another 1,000. Even if they had pig brains, they knew that the amount of attribute enhancers Fang Xian had was absolutely unimaginable. No wonder Fang Xian is so powerful. This is the reason. They didn't know why Fang Xian had so many attribute enhancers, but they knew that as long as they served Fang Xian well, the Ning family would be able to soar to success. Fang Xian smiled slightly and stopped their flattery. We're all family from now on. There's no need to be so formal. By the way, when will the celebration banquet and press conference be held? As for the celebration banquet and press conference, Fang Xian felt that it was necessary to attend. After all, it would be beneficial to increase the favorability of the people across the country. Ning Feng still maintained his lackey-like demeanor and answered with a smile on his face. It's the day after tomorrow. We'll pick you up then. Good. Fang Xian was really speechless at the looks of Ning Tian and Ning Feng. Please keep the attribute enhancer for now. After getting Fang Xian's permission, they were overjoyed and immediately put all the attribute enhancers on the table into Ning Tian's storage ring. They packed up the attribute enhancers and prepared to leave immediately, fearing that Fang Xian would go back on his word. It was getting late, so we won't bother you anymore. When Fang Xian heard this, he thought it was exactly what he wanted. Okay, I'll take you there. Ning Tian and Ning Feng quickly waved their hands to stop them. No, we can do it ourselves. Yes, don't be so polite, we are all family. Well, son-in-law, Ronger, NAI, will be leaving first. But Ning Renjie just stood up and wanted to say something when she saw them running away without a trace. She was speechless. Grandpa and Dad are really. Fang Xian smiled slightly and looked at Mu Wanyao. Wanyao, has the renovation of our previous villa been completed? Well, everything has been renovated according to my husband's wishes. Okay, let's go and take a look. They went out and turned right, and the house next door was their villa. It has now been transformed into a secret base, and only Fang Xian and his wives can enter. When the door opened, the first floor was luxuriously decorated, and several walls were opened up to form a single-story living room. There is a very large kitchen on the first floor, as well as a large automatically rotating round table that can accommodate more than 30 people. As for other furniture such as TV and sofa, there is no such furniture. It is very simple. The main function of this layer is, we all have a reunion dinner together. Fang Xian walked upstairs. The second floor was also renovated according to his requirements. Just as you reach the stairs to the second floor, there is an electronic door. What's the password? Mu Wanyao blushed and felt a little embarrassed. That is the password Meng Qian took. Lin Mengxian jumped out immediately, smiling proudly. Honey, the password is 8875. He pinched Lin Mengxian's little face and said jokingly, You are the best. Lin Mengxian smiled and hugged Fang Xian tightly. 8875. Okay, wait a minute. Fang Xian gently pushed Lin Mengxian's door open and entered the password. The door opened and the light was turned on. What comes into view is a single-story living room with only one room on the first floor, and the rest of the rooms have been demolished. According to Fang Xian's request, the four walls and ceiling are equipped with skylight display screens. As for the ground, there is only one thing. An extra-large mattress covering the entire floor. Such a large mattress can accommodate hundreds of people at the same time. Chen Tingxian pressed the switch and the skylight display screen started up. The four walls and the ceiling light up, revealing a grand scene. It makes people feel as if they are in the grand scene of the vast starry sky and the vast universe. Chen Tingxian pressed the button again, and the skylight display screen showed realistic underwater creatures and sea views, with surround underwater sound effects and blue lights, instantly making people feel like they were in the underwater world. Fang Xian was very satisfied with the room. They had spent huge amounts of money to build, which provided a maximum immersive experience. He took off his shoes and stepped onto the mattress, which was very soft. Lying on it is the ultimate enjoyment. Fang Xian looked at the realistic sea view and listened to the sounds surrounding him. It felt great to be immersed in the scene. Chapter 146. Never stop until you say something shocking. Noon. Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes, looked at the mess around him, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. He couldn't find his clothes, so he had to tiptoe to the door, avoiding the white body on the mattress and the paper scraps on the bed. I finally walked to the door carefully, pushed it open, and went downstairs. Fang Xian walked to the bathroom and slowly washed the kiss marks all over his body. He took out a set of clothes from the storage ring and put them on, then took out the hot, stir-fried white tiger meat, fried white tiger meat, and other dishes from the system warehouse to nourish his body. After having a good meal and a good drink, he took out the attribute enhancer and took it while browsing his phone. This drink consumed another 10,000 bottles of attribute enhancer, and his free attribute points came to 20064. He divided the free attribute points into 6 equal parts and added them all. Life, 13388. Strength, 13388. Intelligence, 13388. Spirit, 13388. Agility, 13388. Defense, 13388. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. He looked at the time. It was already 6 p.m. and they were not up yet. Aren't they all ruined? Fang Xian walked to the second floor and turned on the lights. Everyone get up. Upon hearing this, the girls rubbed their eyes tiredly and slowly stood up. Fang Xian looked at them with messy hair and shook his head helplessly. Let's all go up to the third floor and clean up. The third floor is also a single-story living room, and all the rooms have been connected to create an extra-large bathroom. It is equipped with the latest bathing facilities, which can be used for showering, bathing, and swimming, completely solving the problem of not having enough bathrooms. Everyone can also take a bath, chat, and drink together, living a carefree and happy life. They slowly got up and dragged their tired bodies upstairs. Among them are the 2 life coaches Zhang Enai and Zhao Meijing who have weaker physical fitness, and Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, and Shin Haimi, who only took 500 bottles of attribute enhancers. He smiled helplessly, walked down the first floor, and kept taking out various foods from the system warehouse. He placed them all on the table so that they could eat them directly when they came down. Tang Xiaowu was wearing silk pajamas and wiping her wet hair with a towel. She smelled a fragrance as soon as she walked to the first floor. Hubby, you prepared so many delicious foods for us. Fang Xian finished placing the last dish and answered with a smile. Well, you guys have worked hard. Let me give you some supplements. Thank you, husband. After Tang Xiaowu, the other girls also came down one after another. They were extremely happy to see such sumptuous dishes. They had consumed so much, so it was really a good way to replenish their energy. But they suddenly discovered one thing. Why do these dishes look so familiar? How did Fang Xian make so many dishes at once? Zhang and I picked up a piece of braised white tiger and put it in her mouth and immediately felt a familiar feeling. Honey, if you hadn't told me the taste of this dish, I would have thought I made it. Zhao Meijing finished eating a piece of fried white tiger and was slightly surprised. Really, and I also think this dish is very similar to what I make. Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, and Xuan I also gradually felt something was wrong. Many dishes tasted exactly the same as the ones they cooked. Hubby, what's going on? Fang Xian looked at their puzzled eyes and smiled slightly. Currently, Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, and Shin Jaime are still under his contract, so just in case, they cannot tell the truth. Actually, I have a skill, which is to copy all the delicious food I have eaten. Upon hearing this, the women looked at each other in bewilderment. My husband actually has this skill? That's great. We don't have to cook for ourselves anymore. Yeah, that's right. The fumes can easily hurt my skin. Look, they're not that tender anymore. Hee hee, from now on, I'll leave all the food matters to my husband. Hubby, you love us the most, right? Can you please not let us enter the kitchen from now on? Fang Xian smiled silently. There were indeed hundreds of thousands of delicious dishes in the system warehouse, so it didn't matter if they didn't make them. He was enjoying this wonderful time before, and since they said so, Fang Xian naturally would not refuse. After all, if they become less beautiful because of this, he will be the one who suffers. Since you don't want to cook, then don't cook. Yeah, my husband really loves us the most. Thank you, husband. Don't thank me yet. You don't have to cook it every day, but you still have to make delicious food with fresh ingredients every time. After Fang Xian finished speaking, he took out the Xuanwu meat and Jinping meat. Let's make some delicious dishes with these two kinds of meat first. Qinglong saw the meat Fang Xian took out and began to explain. Hubby, if you eat Xuanwu meat, you have a chance to gain earth element or water element. But Jinping meat is worthless and you won't gain any attributes if you eat it. Well, it doesn't matter. Enjoying delicious food is also a kind of happiness. The next day, early morning. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Fang Xian opened his hazy eyes, picked up the phone, and the caller ID showed it was Ning Feng. He answered the phone and learned that Ning Feng and others were about to arrive to pick up Fang Xian and Ning Renjie for a press conference. Putting down his phone, Fang Xian found Ning Renjie in the crowd. Ronger, get up and go to the press conference. Ning Renjie's hair was disheveled, and she couldn't open her eyes. Hubby, I'm not going. I want to take a rest. Fang Xian looked at the exhausted Ning Renjie and felt helpless. Then you should have a good rest, and remember to upgrade well at noon. Okay, husband. Fang Xian stood up, walked through the crowd, and left the room. He washed up and walked out of the room. Ning Feng just got out of the car and immediately greeted Fang Xian with a smile when he saw him. Morning, son-in-law. Morning. Where are Ronger and an AI? Why don't I see them? They are still sleeping, so I won't go. Well, okay, let's get in the car. Good. Son-in-law, have you thought about what you were going to say at the press conference? Say something. Fang Xian smiled slyly and looked into the distance. Of course. If you don't say something shocking, you will die. Chapter 147 Rare Materials. Heaven Repairing Stone. Magic City, Talent Competition Press Conference, Lounge. Fang Xian, you are finally here. Hong Jintian saw Fang Xian from afar and greeted him cheerfully. Mr. Hong. Fang Xian smiled and waved. Mr. Zhong, you are here too. Zhong Xinxiu smiled slightly and nodded. Ning Feng was surprised when he saw the two elders. He didn't expect that Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were there too. It was just an ordinary genius competition press conference, so how could it alarm these two big shots? Is there something else going on behind the press conference? He bowed quickly to the two elders. Mr. Zhong, Mr. Hong, hello. Well, Chief Ning, you have worked hard. No, it's all what I should do. Speaking of this, Ning Feng felt that the two elders came here specifically for Fang Xian. If he doesn't leave, he will be immature. Fang Xian, you can rest here first. I will go to deal with the press conference first. I will call you when the time comes. Second elder, I'm going out first. Ning Feng took his leave and closed the door behind him. This Ning Feng is quite perceptive. It's not in vain that he has been the clan leader for so many years. Hong Jintian smiled heartily, pulled a chair, and sat down. Fang Xian, you sit down too. Good. Fang Xian moved a chair over and sat down slowly. I wonder what the two elders want from me. Zhong Xinxiu smiled slightly and explained his intention. Actually, we came here for two things. The first thing is to buy some supplies from you, Fang Xian. Of course, we are not picky. As long as you want to sell something, the country will accept it all. After hearing this, Fang Xian understood the reason. He did have a lot of supplies that could be sold to the country, but if it were a real deal, the country might not be able to give him supplies that would satisfy him. If he gave everything to the country for free, he always felt that it was a bit too much. This question is really a dilemma. Zhong Xinxiu anticipated that Fang Xian would have concerns, so they had already considered this issue when they came this time. Fang Xian, how about this? We'll give you something that can be exchanged first, and then you can estimate the value and see how much it can be exchanged for. After Zhong Xinxiu finished speaking, without waiting for Fang Xian to answer, He took out a gorgeous brocade box from his storage ring. He opened the brocade box, and inside was a 6-colored glazed stone. This is... Fang Xian clicked to view it out of curiosity. Heaven-repairing stone, a rare material, with a certain chance of upgrading god-level equipment to artifact. Even though Fang Xian has seen many top-quality things, he also owns many rare items. But when he saw the heaven-repairing stone, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. You have to know that he has the god-level multiplied return system. As long as he has one heaven-repairing stone, he can have endless heaven-repairing stones. With endless heaven-repairing stones, he can synthesize countless divine weapons. If he put on a complete set of divine weapons and threw out a bunch of them when fighting with others, I'm afraid he would be able to kill the opponent with just one hit. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian saw Fang Xian's expression and knew there was hope. Fang Xian, this heaven-repairing stone is one of the most precious tools in our country, and there is only one of its kind. But I have to tell you first, although the heaven-repairing stone has a chance to upgrade god-level equipment to divine artifact, the chance of success is very small, so you have to consider it carefully. Even without Mr. Zhong's reminder, Fang Xian could guess that the chance of success would be very low, otherwise the artifact would not be a rare thing. However, the country is now offering its only heaven-repairing stone for trade. Most likely, the country has already made some guesses about him and knows that he must have a way to increase the number of props. Otherwise, how to explain how Fang Xian could come up with so many rare items such as attribute enhancers and advanced experience pills? The country does not ask about Fang Xian's secrets, but will use this method to confirm its guesses. Fang Xian uses effect 2 of exclusive skill, embracing all rivers to check for people whose favorability towards him is above 85. The people who have the highest favorability towards him are naturally his parents and his 18 wives. Next are those with a favorability of over 85, including 10 elders, Hong Jintian, Zhong Xinxiu, Ning Feng, Ning Tian, Mu Yunji, the chief, and many unfamiliar names. When Fang Xian saw their names, he felt relieved, knowing that the country had no ill intentions in this test. Since there is no ill intention, just admit it indirectly and see if I can exchange it for more rare materials in the future. Mr. Zhong, I am willing to exchange 1 ton of white tiger meat, 1 ton of black tortoise meat, 10,000 5x experience cards, 1,000 comprehension pills, and 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancer for 1 heavenly stone. When these words were spoken, Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were both excited. They thought Fang Xian no longer had any precious props and just wanted to use the heaven-repairing stone to test Fang Xian. Even if Fang Xian can't produce good things, the country will give them to him as long as he wants. But they didn't expect that Fang Xian not only increased the white tiger meat to 1 ton, but now also gave out 1 ton of black tortoise meat that they had never given before, 1,000 comprehension pills, and 10,000 5x experience cards, which was simply exaggerated. 1,000 enlightenment pills are enough to allow many awakeners who have been stuck at level 96 for decades to break through and enter the ranks of top powerhouses. The most important thing is that Fang Xian can actually take out 1,000 bottles of attribute enhancers, which is really a pleasant surprise. You know, war may break out at any time. These scarce materials can greatly enhance the country's combat effectiveness, increase the chances of Dragon Country's victory, and reduce casualties. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian stood up suddenly, extremely excited. Fang Xian, are you really willing to exchange these supplies with us for the heaven-repairing stone? Fang Xian stood up slowly, his expression serious and his voice sonorous and powerful. Revitalizing the Dragon Kingdom is everyone's responsibility. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian were very pleased to hear Fang Xian's powerful speech. The Dragon Kingdom is lucky to have you. Fang Xian, the motherland will never forget your contribution to it. Thanks. Fang Xian nodded slightly to express his gratitude, and couldn't help but think of what Zhong Xinxiu had said before. By the way, what is the second reason you 2 elders came here for? Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian smiled at Fang Xian and said meaningfully, the second thing is still about you. Is there anything else I can help you with? The second thing is not asking you for help. What is that? Hee. The second thing is, Chapter 148 My arrival will surely suppress the entire era. Zhong Xinxiu and Hong Jintian smiled. You'll know the second thing later. Fang Xian was embarrassed. He didn't expect the 2 elders to keep him in suspense. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock. Ning Feng gently pushed the door open and walked in. Second elder, Fang Xian, the time has come. Good. Fang Xian stood up, greeted the 2 elders, and turned to go to the press conference. Press conference? In the spacious and bright conference hall, rows of chairs were neatly arranged and all seats were occupied. The invited media reporters were dressed in formal attire, holding various interview tools, waiting for the meeting to begin. Fang Xian, Chao Xiongying, and several other Dragon Country contestants followed Ning Feng and others, slowly entered the venue, and walked towards the rostrum. Seeing this, everyone immediately started taking pictures. After Fang Xian and others took their seats, Ning Feng began to speak. Hello everyone. This press conference can actually be called a commendation meeting to commend all the players who have won glory for the country in the genius competition. After Ning Feng's impassioned opening speech, he began to commend each contestant. Ning Feng's praises were as follows. Other contestants gave praise, Chao Xiongying gave a few words of praise, and Ning Renjie gave repeated praise. At the end, Fang Xian could have talked to great lengths if time had not been limited. Okay, that's all I have to say. Next, we welcome our contestant Fang Xian to speak. There was warm applause in the venue and the flashlights were clicking nonstop. Reporters were not stingy in taking photos of this young man who shone brightly in the genius competition. Fang Xian was calm and composed, smiling slightly. Hello everyone, I'm Fang Xian. I'm very happy to be able to represent my country in the genius competition and to live up to everyone's expectations and win the championship, bringing glory to my country. At the same time, having said this, Fang Xian's eyes became firm and his voice became loud. This championship also means that our dragon country will embark on the path to becoming the world's strongest country from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, the reporters stopped taking pictures and looked at Fang Xian in surprise. Then he pressed the shutter button to excitedly record Fang Xian's lofty ambitions. Where there are approvals, there will naturally be dissenting voices. A foreign reporter raised one hand and kept indicating that he wanted to ask questions. Ning Feng looked at Fang Xian with satisfaction. Young people should have such courage. He paused and waited for the reporters to finish taking pictures before speaking. We are very grateful to Fang Xian for his lofty aspirations. We also wish the country prosperity. Now is the time for questions. Foreign friend, please ask your questions. The staff handed the microphone to the foreign reporter who had just raised his hand to ask a question. He took the microphone and looked at Fang Xian with dissatisfaction. Excuse me, contestant Fang Xian, why do you think that winning the genius competition will make Dragon Country the best in the world? Don't you think what you said is a little unrealistic? Fang Xian smiled slightly and said firmly, because my arrival will surely suppress the entire era. This statement caused another uproar. They didn't expect Fang Xian's words to be so shocking and so confident that they felt it was unreal. The foreign reporter who asked the question looked a little pale, and he asked again. I recognize that you can suppress your peers. But you said you wanted to suppress the entire era. I strongly disagree. I would like to ask, where does the courage to say this come from? Fang Xian nodded at Ning Feng meaningfully. Haha, you ask where my confidence comes from. Please watch the VCR. A video clip appeared on the screen. In the video, Fang Xian held up his staff, and a sky full of flaming meteor showers descended and hit the altar. The people in the altar worked together to resist the attack, but their defense was like paper and broke with one poke, and they all died. The reporters in the audience were all terrified when they saw this scene. Such tremendous power. Is this really the skill used by Fang Xian? Some foreign reporters even scratched their heads and exclaimed in amazement. Oh my God, isn't that the strongest knight in our country, Michael? And aren't the people around him also top awakeners in our country? What on earth happened? When they heard this, they were even more amazed. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the first knight of Blue Star, Michael. They pressed the shutter buttons fiercely, with madness in their eyes. The 20-year-old awakener Fang Xian slaughtered the strongest knight, Michael. This explosive news will definitely shock the whole world. Foreign journalists slammed the table and stood up in anger. Liar. This video of yours must be fake. How could a 20-year-old awakener kill Michael? Upon hearing this, the foreign reporters all stared at Fang Xian in confusion. They are also skeptical about this video. Just then, a scolding voice rang out. You're questioning us? Everyone was stunned by the voice. They all fell silent and turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was Hong Jintian, who pushed the door open and walked in. He walked to the podium with majestic strides. Zhong Xinxiu followed in with a hunched back and his hands behind his back. Hong Jintian locked his sharp eyes on the foreign reporters, exuding a sense of intimidation without even getting angry. You are the ones who question the authenticity of our video. The foreign reporters hesitated to speak and did not dare to look him in the eye. Hong Jintian looked around and saw that there were no more questioning voices, so he snorted coldly. Since there are no questions, let's get down to business. He looked at Fang Xian and gave a meaningful smile. This is the second surprise for you. Chapter 149, The Highest Honor of Dragon Nation, Dragon God Medal. Hong Jintian stood straight, spoke in a loud voice and with a solemn expression. Now, let's welcome our award presenter. Seeing this, Fang Xian also stood up. He looked towards the door and saw a figure slowly walking in. The man was tall and straight, with thick black hair, and he looked energetic and imposing. His eyes were firm and deep, and his every move was full of confidence and calmness. The person who came was the top leader. When everyone saw this, the whole place was in an uproar. The whole venue was completely ignited with the sounds of excitement and shutter clicks. Fang Xian also couldn't believe that the leader would appear here. The chief smiled gently and waved to greet everyone present. He walked to the podium and shook hands cordially with the contestants. The contestants of the Genius competition were all 20-year-old teenagers. They were very excited when they saw the leader actively shaking hands with them. Everyone bowed slightly, held out their hands, and nervously shook hands with the leader. When Fang Xian arrived, he also bowed slightly, stretched out his hands, and shook the leader's big hands. Hello, Chief. The chief had a friendly smile on his face and a gentle voice. Seeing in person is believing. Fang Xian is indeed a man of talent. Thank you for the compliment, Chief. The leader did not stay for too long and shook hands with the contestants behind him one by one. After the condolence visit was over, the leader sat on the podium seat vacated by Ning Feng. He moved the microphone closer, smiled friendly, and prepared to speak. Everyone on and off the stage fell silent. Comrades, friends, today is the press conference for the Genius competition and also the celebration party. It's also a major awards ceremony. First of all, on behalf of the country, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the children who won the Genius competition. When the leader said this, he led the applause for them. Everyone also raised their hands and applauded, cheering for them. The Longwa contestants were so excited and happy to receive personal congratulations from the leader that they applauded. The applause stopped, and the leader continued his speech. Originally, I was planning to hold this award ceremony in the capital city hall. But the national situation has been a bit dire lately, and it's really hard for me to extricate myself. It just so happens that today's summit meeting is being held in the Magic City, so I decided to hold the awarding ceremony here. I hope Fang Xian doesn't mind. After the chief finished speaking, he looked at Fang Xian kindly. All the cameras and video cameras were immediately pointed at Fang Xian and started taking pictures. Only at this moment did they realize that the leader appeared here because of Fang Xian. Fang Xian waved his hands quickly and said hastily, it's okay, I don't mind. He didn't expect that the second thing the two elders mentioned was that the leader would personally present the award, which was full of sincerity. The chief smiled, turned to the audience, and continued speaking. Here, I would like to present the highest honor of Dragon Country to Fang Xian, who has made outstanding contributions to the country and the people. On behalf of the country, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to Fang Xian, the recipient of the Dragon God Medal. With the highest respect. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless lights were focused on Fang Xian, and the applause was thunderous. You should know that the number of people who have received the Dragon God Medal in history is no more than 10. And those who can receive such a medal are all astonishing geniuses and influential figures who have made great military achievements. A 20-year-old Fang Xian could actually receive the highest honor. Even a dumb person would understand. Fang Xian is definitely not just the legendary SP Talent Awakener, the key player in the Genius contest, and the boy who slaughtered the strongest knight in the United States, Michael. According to Longwa's character, what can be revealed on the surface is just the tip of the iceberg, and Fang Xian must have made many outstanding contributions that are unknown to the public. Combined with the video of him defeating a group of extremely powerful people in seconds, Fang Xian's strength is simply the strongest awakener who has never been before and will never be surpassed. It seems that Fang Xian is indeed worthy of the award of Dragon God Medal. Several award presenters, dressed in elegant gowns, walked slowly towards us with light steps. They held exquisite trays in their hands, on which were placed a shining medal, certificate, and trophy. At Ning Feng's call, the other contestants all walked down from the podium. Fang Xian slowly stood up, quickly tidied his clothes, and looked at the leader solemnly. The leader smiled kindly and walked steadily towards Fang Xian. He picked up the medal and slowly pinned it through Fang Xian's clothes in front of his left chest. Thank you for your service to our country. Fang Xian had a solemn expression and a determined look in his eyes. It is our duty to revitalize the Dragon Nation. Damn Fang Xian. If I had known this would happen, I should have killed Fang Xian at all costs. But now that things have come to this, there is no use regretting. Arthur, how is the God Summoning Project going? Admiral Michael Arthur took a deep puff from his cigarette, looking worried. Mr. President, the current situation is not optimistic. The altar still lacks a lot of offerings. The president clenched his fists so hard that his nails dug into his flesh. Let Raphael speed up the process. The current situation is not favorable to us. Okay, Mr. President, we will be able to successfully summon the gods in about 10 days at most. Very good, then we must kill that damned one immediately. Fang Xian. Chapter 150. Crazy upgrade. All members' levels are incredible. Nami reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. G727 Moyong Expressway. Inside the car. Ningfeng looked at his phone excitedly and looked at Fang Xian happily. Son-in-law, look, the top 10 trending searches are all about you. Fang Xian swiped his phone and browsed the news. Through the leader's special appearance this time, Fang Xian was pushed to an unprecedented height. Not only is he the one on all the trending searches, but even on a certain audio platform where he has never posted any videos, his number of fans has exceeded 200 million and is still growing. The whole world was also rushing to report on Fang Xian, and the video of him defeating Michael and others in seconds was forwarded crazily around the world, and the number of shares had reached 2 billion times. Fang Xian could see that this action was intentional by the country. In fact, his video was arranged to be broadcast by Zhong Xinxiu and others, and then the leader came forward to award Fang Xian the highest honor of manhwa, pushing the popularity to the peak. The purpose was to make Fang Xian a national hero. Fang Xian smiled slightly. The country has never forgotten what Fang Xian once said. He wants people all over the world to know him, and that 1.4 billion people in Dragon Country love him. So the country specially arranged this event to help Fang Xian. Not only will Fang Xian's name be spread all over the world, it will also shock the whole world and weaken the United States. It is really a good strategy that kills two birds with one stone. What the country is doing is exactly what Fang Xian wants, which happens to be a coincidence. After this report, Fang Xian's prestige in manhwa will reach its peak. After that, using the temporary contract should gain a lot of support. But there is also a problem. There are too many messages in his mobile phone to read them all. Those distant relatives who he hadn't contacted for hundreds of years, superficial classmates, the black-hearted bosses of his summer jobs, etc., anyone who had any faith in him, all sent him messages. He knew what the content was without even reading it. It is true that when you are poor in a busy city, no one cares about you. But when you are rich in the mountains, you have distant relatives. Fang Xian was too lazy to look at this information. Just then, Fang Xian's cell phone rang, and it was his father calling. Hello, Dad. Thank you, Dad. How are you and Mom? I see. You've become the guild leader. Your 6 daughters-in-law. Well, don't worry, it's all yellow. But now it's not just. Forget it. I'll tell you when you come back another day. Okay, then you and Mom should be careful. Bye-bye. Fang Xian hung up the phone, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Those big families were really quick. As soon as the news was reported, they promoted Fang Miao Miao as the guild president and tied Fang Miao Miao firmly to the family. As for the 6 daughters-in-law that Fang Miao Miao asked about, Fang Xian really didn't know how to answer. Now tell Fang Miao Miao that he has 18 stunningly beautiful wives. I wonder what Fang Miao Miao would think. Besides, there are 18 now, who knows if there will be a few more in a few days. Instead of wasting time talking to them, just wait for them to come back and count them themselves. Dad. Hey. Ningfeng couldn't stop smiling when he heard Fang Xian call him Dad. If we ask who was the happiest person this time, it would be Ningfeng. Having got Fang Xian, a rich son-in-law who is unrivaled in the world, he would probably be smiling for the whole year. Fang Xian looked at Ningfeng with a bit of embarrassment and was speechless. Dad, is there any problem with the battle plan I discussed with you? No problem, good son-in-law. I'll leave it to Dad. I will definitely integrate all the awakened ones to prevent sudden wars. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's okay. We're family, and we shouldn't have different opinions. Then I'll go back first. Okay. After explaining everything, Fang Xian didn't want to see Ningfeng's perverted look again, so he directly chose to use the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. Fang Xian returned to the villa and found only Qinglong, Suzaku, and Sueno at home. When they saw Fang Xian coming back, they immediately came to greet him happily. Welcome home, honey. Master, congratulations. Honey, you're awesome. Fang Xian smiled and looked around. Have they all gone to level up? Okay, let's get started and raise our level as quickly as possible. Yes. 5 days later. With Jin Peng's death countless times, Fang Xian's level finally reached 200. At the same time, he also used up 30,000 bottles of Attribute Enhancer, and there were 810 bottles left. Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 200, domination. Physique, war god body, level 5. God level attribute, energy, LV 5. Elemental attributes, wind element, earth element, water element, poison element. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 20,000, strength, 20,000, intelligence, 20,000, spirit, 20,000, agility, 20,000, defense, 20,000, appearance, 99, body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. Skills, attribute switching LV 5, soul attack LV 5, free transfer LV 5, sense sharing LV 5, life link LV 5, temporary contract LV 5, sea of inclusion LV 5, attribute integration LV 5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced contractable objects, 21, current contract, 15 21st. After dinner, Fang Xian called over Usagi Tsukino, Bisujima Sae, and Shin Jaime. The contract was successful. Contractable objects, 21, current contract, 18 21st. Now that everything is under contract, I am safe behind you. After 5 days of upgrading, Yukino successfully reached level 200. Lin Mingqian, Chun Tingxian, Tang Xiaowu, Mu Wanyao, Lu Shishuang, Takahashi Mitsuko, and Ranqing all successfully reached level 99. Yoel has also reached level 96 and is currently learning his exclusive skills. Usagi Tsukino, Bisujima Sae, Shin Jaime, Ning Renjir, Yung Unii, Zhao Meijing, and Nami have also reached level 91. Fang Xian took out the equipment that he had asked the country to help him make, all of which were level 91 god-level suits. All the materials were provided by Fang Xian, including those from White Tiger, Black Tortoise, and Golden Rock. 18 wives, each with a set of god-level suits. The girls were very happy to get the god-level suits, and they all put them on in front of Fang Xian. Fang Xian nodded with satisfaction. No matter how many times he watched it, he would never get tired of it. He then took out Lucky Potion, High-Level Gemstone, Cleansing Stone, High-Level Enchanting Stone, and Strengthening Gemstone, and distributed them to the girls, allowing them to strengthen their own equipment. As for the skill books dropped by Jean Peng, quite a few have already been dropped. However, even if he could synthesize the golden skills, he couldn't use them at the moment, so Fang Xian simply threw them all into the system warehouse first. At this moment, Qinglong suddenly said in surprise, "Hubby, the dragon egg is about to hatch." Upon hearing this, Fang Xian looked at the dragon egg that slowly appeared in Qinglong's hand with surprise, emitting dazzling golden light. Crack! The dragon egg cracked, and the dragon was about to break out of the shell. What kind of dragon could it be? Nami reference picture. Chapter 151 Top Divine Beast, 5-clawed Golden Dragon. The dragon egg shook slightly, and then became more and more frequent and violent. A tiny crack appeared on the top of the eggshell, and it kept making a cracking sound. As more and more cracks appeared on the eggshell broke open and fell off. Bang! A tiny head broke out of the shell. It stuck out its little head and looked at the world curiously with its bright eyes. Two short, slender golden dragon whiskers fluttering gently are very cute. Qinglong looked at the little guy with joy and happily took it out. It did not resist at all and had a good impression of Qinglong. The little guy was 2 or 3 meters long, with a faint golden glow all over his body. The scales on its body are very small and soft, and it doesn't hurt at all when you hold it in your arms. When the girls saw its adorable appearance, they all came over happily and wanted to hug it. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on it. Name, none. Grade, top-level mythical beast, 5-clawed golden dragon. Gender, female. Level, LV1. HP, 1000/1000. Mana, 500/500. Strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Agility, 70. Defense, 60. Elemental attributes, wind, fire, ice, poison, thunder. Skill, Dragon Breath Spray. As expected of a divine beast, its strength and spirit are 5 times that of an awakened human at birth, and its other attributes are also several times that of humans. Fang Xian noticed one thing. The Azure Dragon was displayed as a divine beast, while the 5-clawed golden dragon was displayed as a top-level divine beast. It is obvious that when the little guy grows up, he will definitely surpass Qinglong. The little guy looked around, and when he saw Fang Xian, he jumped up and pounced on Fang Xian. Fang Xian was stunned and immediately caught the little guy. The little fellow blinked his big eyes, pursed his lips, and said, "Dad." Fang Xian was a little surprised. He could speak as soon as he was born and even knew to call Dad. What an interesting little guy. He gently stroked the little guy's head and responded softly, "Hey, good baby." The little guy happily buried his head in Fang Xian's arms, enjoying the warmth from his father. Qinglong looked at the little guy lovingly and said sweetly, "Honey, it doesn't have a name yet. You can give it one." All the girls were filled with joy and looked at Fang Xian expectantly. Fang Xian looked at the cute, five-clawed golden dragon in his arms and liked it very much. "It's so cute, let's call it Mengbao." The five-clawed golden dragon shook its little head and kept rubbing against Xiangfang. Qinglong's pretty face was filled with joy and happiness was beyond words. "Mengbao, do you like the name your father gave you?" The cute baby stretched out his chubby little dragon claw, held Qinglong's index finger, and smiled happily. It seems that the little guy likes the name Mengbao very much. Zhuke looked at the cute baby with a smile on his face, full of envy. "It's so cute, I wish I had a baby too." As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Xian felt something was wrong. As expected, 18 peerless beauties stared at Fang Xian like wolves and tigers. They all said in unison, "We want a baby too." Fang Xian was speechless. He was already a model worker among model workers, but he still had not been successful. The main reason is that he is too talented, which reduces his chances of success. This is also why even such a conservative country as Longwar agrees to allow 3 wives and 4 concubines, because those with S-level talents or above find it difficult to successfully conceive. Not to mention the unique SP talent, plus Fang Xian's 18 wives are all above S-level. It's hard to describe how difficult it is. Relatively speaking, the greater the difficulty, the greater the reward. As long as the pregnancy preparation is successful, the child born will definitely not be lower than S grade. Fang Xian looked at them helplessly and faced it calmly. "Okay, got it. I'll work overtime tonight." "That's great. My husband is the best." The next day, early morning, Fang Xian slowly got up. It was another exhausting night. He quietly walked downstairs and slowly closed the door. The cute baby woke up in the small room on the first floor and shouted happily when he saw Fang was free. "Dad, Dad." Fang Xian came over and picked up the cute baby, then took out a large piece of white tiger meat from the system warehouse and placed it on the table. "Come on, Mengbao, let's have breakfast." Wow! The cute baby was so happy that he couldn't wait to jump onto the table and eat the white tiger meat as soon as he arrived at the table. Fang Xian watched the cute baby eating with gusto, and he went to wash up. More than an hour later, he and Mengbao were full and lay comfortably on the sofa. At this time, the women slowly came down the stairs, holding onto the handrails. Seeing this, Fang Xian stood up and walked to the dining table, taking out a bunch of delicious food from the system warehouse and putting it on the table. After all 18 wives had eaten their fill, Fang Xian took out the heaven-repairing stone and handed it to Xuanoi. "Yukino, use it on your god-level equipment." Yukino took the heaven-repairing stone and took out the staff from the storage ring. "Okay, husband." Ding. Yukino consumes 1 heaven-repairing stone and returns 18,000 pieces. Fang Xian took out the dragon staff, put the heaven-repairing stone on it, and clicked to use. 1,000 or 2,000 missiles were launched, but none of them succeeded. Fang Xian was a little puzzled. He was not a non-African, so why was he so dark? He looked around and saw only Suzaku and Qinglong playing with Mengbao. The rest of the people either leveled up, learned exclusive skills, or strengthened their equipment. He sighed softly and continued to click and use. Finally, when the 8,000th heaven-repairing stone was consumed, the dragon staff finally emitted light. Done. It's finally done. He quickly clicked to view the dragon staff. Dragon staff. Quality, artifact. Level limit, LV91. Professional restrictions, mage, priest, summoner, contract master. Enhancement, 18, can be enhanced to 20. Inlay, high-level spirit gem, high-level agility gem, high-level strength gem, gem inlay increased to 5 types. Refinement, all attributes plus 10%. Enchantment, thunder. Attribute bonus, spirit plus 522, intelligence plus 522, defense plus 333, life plus 333. Effect 1. All skill cooldowns are reduced by 2 seconds. Skills without cooldowns have their mana consumption reduced by 50%, and effects without mana consumption are enhanced by 10%. Effect 2. Increases skill damage, summoned beasts, and contracted objects attributes by 100%. Effect 3. For For each summoned beast or contract object, the spirit bonus of the owner's equipment attributes can be increased by 10%. God level effect. All skills released from the artifact have a 10% chance to instantly kill the target and cause a weakened state to the resurrected target. Weakness. Reduces all attributes of the target by 40% for 1 minute. Active skill 1. Releases a fire meteor shower with a coverage range of 500 meters, causing 50% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown. Consumes 300 mana points. Active skill 2. Casts a huge fireball, causing 200% of the target's own mental damage. No cooldown. Consumes 200 mana points. Active skill 3. Release a wave of flames with a radius of 200 meters around the player, causing 10%, 30%, and 50% mental damage to the target in each section. No cooldown. Consumes 100 mana points. God level active skill. Reversal of time and space. Retains own memory and rewinds the timeline to 10 seconds ago. Consumes 1000 mana points and has a cooldown of 30 minutes. Note, it cannot be stopped and will definitely be reversed. Chapter 152 Six-Winged Fallen Angel, Fang Xian. Fang Xian was quite satisfied that this god-level weapon was upgraded to a divine weapon. The first step is to increase the enhancement level to level 20. As long as the enhancement is successful, the attributes and damage can be improved to a higher level. Then, 2 more inlay holes are created, in which 2 more high-level gems can be inlaid. There are also attribute bonuses, with the 4 attributes increasing by a total of 540 points. Of course, the most important thing is the 2 magic skills. God-level effect has a 10% chance of instantly killing the target. In other words, the range attacks performed by the Dragon Staff, Fire Meteor Shower, and Fire Wave can greatly trigger the probability of instant kill. It also has an effect against resurrection, causing 40% weakness. This way, whether attacking or retreating, it is more advantageous to the caster. As for the god-level active skill, it is even more powerful and can be considered an auxiliary skill. Retaining the memory and returning to 10 seconds ago can have unexpected effects, whether it is formulating counterattack tactics or saving lives. And it still cannot be stopped, it will definitely backtrack. After looking at these skills, Fang Xian suddenly realized a terrible problem. If others also have an instant kill mechanism similar to the god-level effect, then no matter how high his attributes are, they will be useless. His blood lock necklace can help him lock his blood in a critical hit. But Fang Xian didn't dare to gamble. After all, generally speaking, bloodlock offsets deaths caused by damage. The bloodlock necklace might not be able to resist deaths caused by mechanisms. Moreover, the bloodlock necklace is only a king-level equipment, and it cannot resist the god-level effect, no matter how you look at it. It seems that one still needs to possess an immortal physique, like Hong Zhentian, or get a piece of resurrection armor. But no matter which one it is not easy to achieve. Of course, apart from him, there may not be anyone else on Blue Star who possesses the skills of the lethal mechanism. Even if there is, he just needs to not be reckless and kill the opponent instantly without triggering the low lethal probability. As the old saying goes, villains die because they talk too much, and there is some truth to it. In short, even a lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit and cannot act recklessly. Fang Xian looked at the girls who had upgraded back to the previous level and gave them all the heaven-repairing stones back once. 2 days later, Fang Xian's set of god-level equipment were all upgraded to artifacts, and all were increased to 20. He distributed the remaining heaven-repairing stones to Yukino, Qinglong, and Suzuku, giving priority to ensuring the equipment of the 3 main forces. During this period, Usagi Tsukino, Bisuja Masiko, Shin Jaime, Ning Renjiro, Yung Unai, Zhao Meijing, and Nami all reached level 96 and began to comprehend their exclusive skills. Yoel has mastered a special skill and successfully entered the ranks of level 99 strongmen. Mengbao upgraded with them and soon reached level 62. Fang Xian looked at the growing team with satisfaction and felt very pleased. He took out 10,000 drops of seraphim blood and seraphim feathers and handed them to Yukino, asking her to awaken the seraphim physique first. Yukino nodded and clicked to use it. Ding! Yukino consumes 1 drop of seraphim blood and 1 seraphim feather and returns 18,000 copies of each. A holy white light emerged from Yukino's body, and 6 white wings slowly grew out from her back. The 6 wings are light and soft, exuding a faint fragrance. The girls looked at Yukino, who exuded a sacred aura, and couldn't help but sigh from the bottom of their hearts. What a nice view. Fang Xian looked at Xuanai, who was already stunningly beautiful. With the 6 white wings, she looked even more sacred and inviolable. Yukino, can the 6 wings be retracted into the body? I'll try. Sueno's mind moved, and the 6 wings slowly retracted and disappeared. Fang Xian nodded. It would be good if the wings could be retracted. Otherwise, the wings would be everywhere and would hinder him from doing things. He looked at the envy in the girl's eyes and smiled slightly. Are you envious of Yukino's wings? Except for Suzaku and Xinglong, the other women present had shining eyes and nodded repeatedly. Okay, everyone gets a share. Fang Xian gave each of them 10,000 drops of seraphim blood to help them awaken their seraphim physique. Among them, Suzaku and Xinglong refused to take the seraphim blood, saying that they did not want to have the physique of a mixed-haired bird. Fang Xian did not force them. After all, the divine beast had the pride of a divine beast. But Fang Xian still asked Zhuke to use a drop of seraphim blood to help him return 18,000 drops. Xinglong had taken 1 drop before and returned 16,000 drops. Fang Xian took out the remaining 160,000 drops of seraphim blood and then took out the seraphim feathers and used them together. A thick black aura emanated from Fang Xian, enveloping his entire body. All the girls looked at Fang Xian in surprise. When they awakened their 6-winged angel physique, they all emitted a sacred and pure light. Fang Xian's is an evil, dark gas. It was completely opposite to the holy angels they had awakened. The dark aura grew stronger and stronger, filling the entire room and making them all feel uncomfortable. They spread their 6 pure white wings, emitting a sacred light that blocked the invasion of black energy and prevented it from spreading outwards. After a moment, the black air slowly gathered around Fang Xian. Fang Xian leaned forward slightly, crossing his arms across his chest. Suddenly, he opened his arms to the sky, and 6 black wings emerged from behind him. The 6 black wings spread out, and a strong sense of oppression hit everyone, making them feel frightened. His wings were as black as night, and each feather had a sharp thorn, revealing a cold edge. The 6 wings constantly exude a dangerous aura, which is the aura of death and destruction. At this moment, Fang Xian's eyes were full of evil, and his face became cold, like the cold moonlight, without a trace of warmth. He pursed his thin lips, outlining a cold line. Is this the 6-winged fallen angel? Ha ha, interesting. Fang Xian stood tall and straight, looking at the 16 holy angels with cold eyes. Instantly, he felt the innate hostility towards the holy angels, and a voice kept telling him, kill the holy angel. Kill them all. Fang Xian's eyes were cold, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The girls suddenly felt a chill on their backs, and their bodies trembled unconsciously. That is, the feeling of death. Chapter 153, Lucifer, the God of Fallen Angels. Lucifer reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Xinglong and Zhuke prepared for battle and stared at Fang Xian vigilantly. They were the only 2 in the field who were not suppressed by the fallen angel attribute. But when facing Fang Xian, they also broke out in cold sweat. Fang Xian's strength is beyond their ability to deal with. The others were all very nervous, as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in Fang Xian's mind. It was a beautiful woman with silver hair and red eyes. She is tall, wearing a black and red suit, a crown on her head, holding a black sword, and 6 black wings spread out behind her. The beautiful woman's eyes are cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling of being inviolable. The woman was exactly the one on the black card that Fang Xian got from Michael's storage ring when he killed him. The woman sat high on the throne with an indifferent look in her eyes. She opened her mouth slightly, and her voice revealed a noble temperament, with a clear and cold tone without too much emotion. The new generation of 6-winged fallen angel, welcome. Fang Xian looked the woman up and down and spoke calmly. Who are you? I am naturally the god of your fallen angels, Lucifer. Fang Xian frowned slightly. It turned out that it was her who was responsible. It is estimated that Lucifer's true body is in the secret realm, and the girl in front of him is probably just a shadow. But just a shadow was enough to make Fang Xian feel the unfathomable strength. Is this the feeling of oppression from the top and bottom strong? But Fang Xian was fearless. Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth and spoke softly. What do you want from me? There was a hint of appreciation in Lucifer's handsome eyes, and a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. This emperor needs you to continue to collect the power of faith and build a new kingdom of angels. Fang Xian understood one thing from Lucifer's words. It turned out that she was a missionary, and she was going to invade Blue Star. Michael's seraphim blood, seraphim feathers, and other angel items are probably part of Lucifer's plan to collect the so-called power of faith. Fang Xian sneered. He had already regarded Blue Star as his own, so how could he give it to Lucifer? Sorry, please go to another place. Lan Xing doesn't believe in angels. He only believes in me, Fang Xian. Lucifer's eyes were indifferent, and he looked superior. Foolish human, you will never know the gap between you and this emperor. Oh, really? Fang Xian's eyes were full of confidence. He took a step forward, and a powerful mental force burst out and shot towards Lucifer. Go away, you are not welcome on Blue Star. The first time Lucifer showed an expression, it was one of slight surprise and confusion. At this time, Lucifer was just a consciousness left over from thousands of years ago, and he could not withstand Fang Xian's attack at all. Boom! Her body exploded, and the throne fell apart along with it. Foolish human, I underestimated you. Since you are stubborn, I will destroy you. Lucifer used up his last bit of energy, swung his broken arm, and raised a black storm. The storm enveloped Fang Xian, constantly triggering his negative emotions. Fang Xian knew that if his negative emotions were fully activated, he would become a humanoid machine that only knew how to kill. He raised his head and smiled contemptuously. What the hell is this, fallen angel? Do you want to make people fall? Oh, you're dreaming. Fang Xian's eyes focused, and powerful mental force burst out, dispelling all the negative emotions that wanted to control him. Crack. The world he lives in is like a mirror, with cracks constantly appearing. Bang! The whole world cracked and shattered completely. Fang Xian returned to reality and smiled coldly. He looked at his 18 wives who were on edge and instantly withdrew his negative energy. What? Are you going to murder your husband? When the girls heard this, their eyes slightly widened. They knew that Fang Xian had returned to normal. Lin Mengxian cried out, wow, and threw herself into Fang Xian's arms, crying and complaining. Whoa, hubby, I thought you didn't want us anymore. They all came forward and hugged Fang Xian in 3 layers, with Fang Xian as the center. Honey, it's great to have you back. I was so scared, I thought my husband was going to attack us, woo. Fang Xian looked at them who were emotionally broken and decided to comfort them. Okay, babies, stop crying. I, your husband, would rather kill all Americans than hurt my babies. Chen Tingxian wiped her tears and asked curiously with her eyes wide open. Really? Husband? Of course. Woo, I love my husband the most. Fang Xian chuckled and said, no matter how much injustice they had suffered, he would use all his strength to comfort them. Okay, dear babies, let's go up to the 2nd floor. Upon hearing this, the girls happily wiped away their tears and one by one pulled Fang Xian up to the 2nd floor. Fang Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. As expected, the greater the grievance, the more volatile their emotions become. Fortunately, he is very strong and better than the opponent, otherwise he would have been defeated here today. Fang Xian walked up to the 3rd floor carefully and took a comfortable bath. He clicked on his own panel to check his physical condition. Physique, body of a god of war, 6-winged fallen angel. 6-winged fallen angel, top physique. Effect 1. No matter how you die, you can be resurrected on the spot after 2 seconds, and all negative effects on your body will be cleared. The cooling time is 24 hours. Effect 2. Immune to all negative emotional effects, such as taunt, silence, fear, charm, confusion, etc. Effect 3. All skills can carry dark elements, which have a 30% chance of causing confusion, weakness, and slowness, which last for 5 seconds. Active Skill 1. Dark World, with the caster as the center, grants Effect 2 to teammates within a 50-meter radius circular area and also grants the caster a 10% bonus to all attributes. Lasts for 2 minutes, cools down for 5 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active Skill 2. Resurrection of the Dead. With the player as the center, the player applies Resurrection to teammates who died within 10 minutes in a circular area with a radius of 10 meters. Resurrection. The resurrected teammate recovers 50% of his health. Within 2 minutes, if the health is not less than 10%, the teammate can be resurrected 100%. Otherwise, the resurrection fails. Cooldown for 24 hours, consumes 1,000 mana points. Active Skill 3. Angel Field. With the player as the center and within a circular area with a radius of 20 meters, the player can copy as many fallen angels as there are angels for their own use. The copied fallen angel has the same equipment and skills as the copied angel, and its attributes are twice that of the angel. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Hiss. This physique is really. Chapter 154 Red Moon in the Sky. Too strong. Top physique means awesomeness plus lightning. Needless to say, the first resurrection skill is absolutely a magical skill that successfully avoids the threat brought by probability of death skills. You can refresh your resurrection once a day, which gives you a full sense of security. The second, immunity to negative emotion effects, is equivalent to infinite purification, which makes most control skills ineffective. The third one, dark element, is also very good. Adding dark element to each skill is equivalent to adding more control to the output skills. The fourth, dark world, is the group's immunity to negative emotional effects, plus Fang Xian's 10% bonus to all attributes, which is simply ridiculously strong. Just Fang Xian's 10% of all attributes are enough to make most people the strongest on Blue Planet. The fifth one, Resurrection of the Dead, simply means to be resurrected first, and then meet the requirement of no less than 10% health within 2 minutes. Then you can be resurrected. As long as it is used properly, it will be a group resurrection, and everyone will have an extra life. The sixth, Angel Realm, has a high upper limit and a low lower limit. If there is no angel present, this skill is useless. If you are in the angel's lair, casting the angel field can cover an area of 1,256 square meters. One person occupies about 0.6 square meters of space, so 2093 people can stand in 1,256 square meters. Of course, the actual number will not be that large, but at least the number can reach hundreds or thousands. In addition, the strength of the fallen angel is twice that of the angel, so the result is predictable. For others, the lower limit of this skill is extremely low, but for Fang Xian, he can control the lower limit. After all, he can turn all of his contracted objects into 6-winged angels, summon them to his side at any time, and then copy fallen angels, which means doubling the combat power. Especially in the later stages, if Fang Xian has 100 contract objects of level 1000, and has taken tens of thousands of bottles of attribute enhancers, and all of them have a set of artifacts, they can use the Angel Realm. This legion of angels consisting of 200 people is invincible. 5 days later, with the help of a large number of enlightenment pills, Usagi Tsukino, Siko Busujima, Shin Haimi, Ning Renjir, Yung Uni, Zhao Meijing, and Nami have all comprehended exclusive skills and started to strive for level 99. Yoel's level has been raised to 99. The equipment of the three main forces, Yukino, Qinglong, and Suzaku, are all plus 18 artifacts. The cute baby's level has reached 91. The god-level suits of Lin Mengqian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Chun Tingxian, Mu Wanyao, Ran Qing, and Takahashi Mitsuko have all been strengthened, enchanted, inlaid, and refined. After a few days, Fang Xian became the most idle person. Rare red moon appears in many places around the world. Experts say this red moon lasts too long and is very abnormal. Fang Xian put down his phone and rubbed his eyes. The red moon that appeared for 5 consecutive days is also very strange. He called Zhong Shinxiu and asked. Zhong Shinxiu felt that it was not safe to talk on the phone, so he used designated teleportation to come to Fang Xian's door. Fang Xian invited Zhong Shinxiu into the unrenovated villa and discussed in detail the major events that had occurred recently. Zhong Shinxiu sipped his tea with a smile on his face. Fang Xian, I still have to thank you. The supplies you provided are of great help to the country. Logically speaking, if you want to deal with hundreds of thousands of missing people in a short period of time, whether you bury them alive or burn them, it's impossible not to reveal a flaw. Fang Xian suddenly realized and said seriously, "You mean they have something that can just devour and eliminate humans?" Most likely. What would their purpose be then? This is also a problem we are facing at the moment, but the recent Red Moon incident is very likely related to the missing persons. Any clues? Zhong Xinxiu shook his head. It's just our guess at the moment, but whenever a strange phenomenon occurs, a major disaster will most likely befall us. Fang Xian seemed to be thinking about something. According to the reported missing persons, the total number has exceeded 400,000. It is speculated that most of them are dead. More than 400,000 people died silently, and now there is a long period of red moon in the sky. Could it be? Fang Xian's eyes widened and suddenly lit up. I see. Know what? Mr. Zhong, what would happen if the flesh and blood of more than 400,000 people were absorbed by the moon? Zhong Xinxiu's originally calm face was instantly filled with shock, and his mouth opened slightly. The veins on his forehead throbbed slightly, and the muscles in his cheeks tensed unconsciously. I see. I really didn't expect there was such a method. Using the flesh and blood of hundreds of thousands of people to create the red moon. Are they performing some kind of evil ritual? Whatever it is, we can't let it continue. It's time to take action. Good. 3 days later, Fang Xian was very pleased when he looked at the 18 peerless beauties. During these 3 days, all of them have reached level 99, and Meng Bao has also reached level 99, but there has not been much change in appearance. He was wearing a dragon suit, holding a dragon staff in his hand, and sitting upright. Ding dong. The phone rang. Fang Xian opened it and saw only 2 simple words. Action. He put away his phone and looked around. All the women are ready to go, full of fighting spirit. Even the cute baby was grinning and looked ferocious. Fang Xian smiled slightly, turned around, and spoke in a deep voice. Set off. Chapter 155 Global Live Broadcast. P.S. Since the international war is a sensitive topic, I deleted a lot of words before publishing The Small Black Room. The plot in the middle is mainly about Fang Xian's attack on Country M and his final victory. If you don't want to read it, just jump to Chapter 161. Fang Xian's live broadcast room. Fuck. It's amazing. Fang Xian is actually live streaming. Is it true that Fang Xian just received the highest honor, the one with 300 million fans on a certain audio platform? Yeah, I didn't expect he would also live stream. My idol is live streaming. I am so happy. I want to give him gifts first. I will first send 100 rockets to support Fang Xian. I brushed 1,000. Go wash the dishes. Who do you look down on? The one upstairs. What about you? Understand? Stop arguing and watch the live broadcast carefully. What is he doing? Why is there so much wilderness outside? Didn't you read the title? The title is Global Live Broadcast, Shocking Secret. Fuck you. Fang Xian is actually in Africa. It's been less than a minute since the show started, and 5 million people have already watched it online. Well, because he is broadcasting live worldwide, the number of people counted is global. No wonder there are so many comments in different languages. Look, it's Fang Xian, he shows his face. So handsome, even more handsome than the popular idols. Not only handsome, but also invincible. Who on earth owns this kind of man? Look, the camera is pointing downwards. Fuck, Fang Xian is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. I was so scared watching this that I urgently needed a brother who was 180 centimeters tall and tall enough to hug me. My house is 180 square meters, and my height is 180 centimeters. Of course, the 180 centimeters you want the most is also a bit. Fork them out. I have to say, Fang Xian's camera is really amazing. It can capture everything clearly from such a distance. It's just that under this red moon, it's a bit creepy. Damn, it's really easier to get things done when it's dark. Indeed, it is dark under the lamp, and he is a dark-skinned man, so it is impossible to find anything. Look, the black people are placed under the huge pattern. Is that a magic circle? The pattern glows red, just like the red moon in the sky. Evaporated, damn. They are all evaporated. The second batch is here again, so cruel. If it weren't for Fang Xian, we would all still be kept in the dark. Great. The number of online viewers has exceeded 100 million. Well, everyone should record the screen and let the facts speak for themselves. Look, Fang Xian is taking action. Oh my god. So many fireballs. Fang Xian is so handsome, he is simply a god. Rescue was successful, how great. Do you know? Just now, Zhong Xinxiu started a global live broadcast in India, just like Fang Xian. What happened in Zhong Xinqiu's live broadcast room was exactly the same as what happened here. Leading the team is Raphael, one of the strongest fighters. Currently, more than 50 million people are watching Zhong Xinqiu's live broadcast online. What does the international community say about this? They said these were Raphael's private actions and had nothing to do with them. As expected, they started to quibble, but the public has sharp eyes and will not be fooled by them. But intercontinental missiles are useless against high-level awakeners. Indeed, they were intercepted halfway, and the one who attacked was a level 99 awakener. Will the war destroy the copy? Will it let the monsters inside come out? Of course not. Have you given back all the knowledge you learned in school to your teacher? Copies cannot be destroyed from the outside, and this has been proven for thousands of years. Fang Xian is about to go off the air. Fang Xian, who can kill the top awakener in the United States with just one skill, is going. Chapter 156. You all, go to hell. Fang Xian looked at the army coming to rescue, turned off the live broadcast, and used the teleport command to return to the Dragon Kingdom command room. As soon as he returned, the senior officials in the command room applauded him. Fang Xian, well done. Well done. Hong Jintian smiled brightly and walked forward happily. Fang Xian, your plan is so brilliant. Fang Xian smiled slightly and calmly accepted their praise. Thanks. He sat down and held a meeting with them. Before, the Dragon Kingdom had been unable to find the missing people, so in the end, Azure Dragon and Suzaku had to take action. In front of the level 200 strong man, Raphael and others had nowhere to hide and were all detected clearly. Pacific Ocean. Fang Xian, Suzaku, Qinglong and Sueno were fully armed and flew at high speed. He turned on the Beidou satellite navigation system and determined the flight route. The first city they attacked was California, which is close to the Pacific Ocean. The most famous of these is the Thai Group. Although Thai Group is a private enterprise, 90% of the country's strong people come from here. It is the richest awakening company in the world. At the same time, Thai Group gathered 50% of the awakened people and the 5 strongest people in the country. They flew at high speed, and as soon as they entered the country's airspace, more than 10 Minuteman, 300 intercontinental missiles were launched in succession from the shore. Fang Xian raised the black tortoise shield and used the skill, rock. A large transparent shield appeared, blocking them. Boom, boom, boom. The intercontinental missile hit the Aegis, making a loud bang and raising thick smoke. To Fang Xian, more than 10 intercontinental missiles were a joke, and he couldn't even stop them. Call out. They quickly flew out of the smoke and continued flying. Fang Xian looked around and saw hundreds of bright spots flashing in the distance, all of which were Minuteman, 300 intercontinental missiles. He smiled coldly. If 10 pieces aren't enough, then what about 100? Haha, it's all useless work. Fang Xian took the black tortoise shield and used the skill, absolute defense. The transparent light shield spread out with him as the center, covering a circular area within a radius of 5 meters, forming an absolute defense. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions was endless, echoing across the sky. The thick smoke was shocking. Call out. Fang Xian and the other 3 did not slow down at all and continued to fly straight ahead. Flying into the land, he saw the land-based launch platform in front of him and dozens of road mobile launch vehicles. You guys just have fun fighting, right? Fang Xian raised the dragon staff and cast the fire meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. The fire meteor shower fell, destroying all the land-based launch platforms and the road mobile launch vehicles that were urgently dispatched. Fang Xian glanced at it indifferently, without feeling anything at all. In war, either you die or I die, there is no other outcome. They flew at high speed, passing through the city, and the Thai Group headquarters was right in front of them. It is a skyscraper that soars into the sky, 325 meters high, and has 61 floors. The building has a simple and elegant exterior, with straight lines extending upward, which is very majestic. Fang Xian stopped in midair, took out his mobile phone, and used special permissions again to start a global live broadcast. If you want to shock the whole world, let them experience it for themselves. Fang Xian's eyes focused, emitting a powerful pressure, and the sky and the earth changed color. Bang! Strong men kept breaking out of the windows of the Thai building and flying into the sky. The 5 leading men all had angry and murderous looks on their faces. Fuck! Who is making trouble? One of the level 99 awakeners was furious when he saw Fang Xian and started cursing at him. It's you, a bastard, who disturbed me. Bang! The level 99 awakeners had exploded before he could finish his words. Suddenly the whole place was silent, leaving only endless fear. It's so noisy. Fang Xian looked at them indifferently, his voice icy. You. Go to hell. Chapter 157. Mrs. Fang Xian's group, attack. Thousands of powerful awakeners stood quietly. They were dressed in gorgeous equipment that sparkled with metallic luster in the sun, and each of them exuded a powerful aura and was magnificent. This is the Awaken Legion that will go to provide support. There are a total of 5,748 awakeners from level 81 to level 98. There are a total of 5 level 99 awakeners. They are standing on a high platform with proud expressions. A gray-haired admiral named Bruce looked down and was very satisfied with the Lion Army. Admiral Wilson, your country's soldiers are truly mighty and majestic. Thank you for your recognition, Admiral Bruce. Your soldiers are also brave and good at fighting. Wilson laughed and exchanged pleasantries with Bruce. Bruce squinted his eyes and smiled. With such military support, we have nothing to fear. Haha, of course, let's join forces. I am very grateful for the helping hand extended by your country. You're welcome, we're all brothers. Bruce looked at the time, and the time had come. Admiral Wilson, it's almost time. Wilson smiled wickedly, his eyes narrowed slightly. Just when they finished their discussion and were ready to set off, more than 10 beautiful figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of them is stunningly beautiful, wearing armor that shines with mysterious light. Bruce frowned slightly. Judging from their skin color, they should all be Orientals. But why are there only 10 people here? And they are all fair-skinned and beautiful women? Did they come all the way here to die? No, that doesn't make sense. Bruce could think of any possibility, but he would never think that they were here to destroy the Awakening Legion. The more than 10 beautiful women in the sky are none other than Mrs. Fang Xian's group. Mu Wanyao, who was in the lead, was filled with murderous aura and spoke coldly. Sisters, leave no one behind. The girls, okay. Mu Wanyao summoned the demon dragon and swooped down, taking the lead. Ning Renjir held the red tassel spear in her hand, her aura as powerful as a rainbow, turning into a red beam that stabbed down. With such momentum, the originally smiling faces of the Awakened Legion were filled with shock. They shouted, "Enemy attack!" Boom! A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck down, killing several people on the spot. Nami raised her staff high, and traces of lightning power emanated from her body. There was no expression on Ran Qing's cold temperament. He just raised his hand, and the staff caused the meteorite in the sky to fall at a high speed. Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko sang softly, and various buffs were superimposed on the women to increase their combat power. Shinting Xian silently chanted a spell, and a huge vortex appeared behind her. Several extremely huge summoned beasts emerged from it and killed the awakened one. Usagi Tsukino held the crescent-shaped staff, and with a thought, moonlight sprinkled down, obliterating everything. Lin Meiqian was like a god of war, rushing into the crowd, killing each awakener with one punch, and making them flee in disarray. Shin Huimei's hair fluttered as hundreds of wind blades slashed down, and dozens of people were instantly torn apart. Tang Xiaowu and Yu Er had cold eyes, and the daggers in their hands emitted a piercing cold light. They disappeared in an instant, and when they reappeared, the heads of 2 level 99 awakeners were rolled to the ground. Bruce and Wilson no longer dared to hold back, knowing that the awakened would prioritize killing the priest in battle. They looked up at Lu Shishuang and Takahashi Mitsuko in the sky, and suddenly burst out with all their strength, killing the 2 women in an instant. Just as they approached the 2 girls, a beautiful figure with long purple hair blocked their way. This woman is none other than Busuja Masiko. Busuja Masiko leaned forward slightly, dodged, drew her sword, and sheathed it. Pucci. Bruce and Wilson both had large wounds on their chests, and blood gushed out. Their faces were filled with shock and their health was at rock bottom. How is it possible? We were killed in one blow. The 2 of them slowly closed their eyes and fell down unwillingly. Busuja Masiko looked at the battlefield below indifferently, then returned to the air to ensure the safety of the mage and priest. Bruce and Wilson caused the army, which was already on the verge of collapse, to completely lose resistance and flee in all directions. Roar. A terrifying voice sounded, shocking everyone. I saw a long, huge body appear in the sky, extending from one side of the clouds to the other far end, surrounding the entire sky. Every scale on its body sparkles with colorful light and is full of majesty. When the awakened ones saw this scene, they were completely dumbfounded. Fear took over their bodies, and they trembled all over. It's over. It's all over. The entire sky was surrounded by long bodies, and they had nowhere to escape. The huge creature stuck out its big head, and its 2 huge eyes like copper bells were piercing and revealed endless majesty. The dragon horns are like ancient corals, rising into the sky, demonstrating the spirit of a king. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, revealing its sharp teeth. It snorted coldly, and the white smoke that came out of its nostrils directly evaporated the nearest awakener. This cute baby is here. Don't even think about escaping. As soon as these words were spoken, the still trembling awakener was dumbfounded. He looks so dignified, but speaks like a child. The contrast is too great. This dragon is none other than the five-clawed golden dragon, Mengbao. Still want to escape? When Mengbao saw that some people were still running away, he opened his mouth slightly and a terrifying force of thunder and lightning turned into a long rainbow and sprayed out. Boom. The power of thunder and lightning penetrates both people and mountains. The terrifying power made the awakened one stand there in a daze, with hopeless despair. The unwilling person immediately used the teleportation command in an attempt to teleport away, but found that he could only teleport a few meters away. Used it again, it still only teleported a few meters. Mengbao looked at them and laughed innocently. I have sealed off the surrounding space thousands of times, don't even think about escaping. How could it be? The awakened ones were completely in despair and were killed instantly by Mrs. Fang Xian's group. The two people who were the most idle among them were Zheng and I and Zhao Meijing, who were doing the live broadcast. At this moment, the number of people watching the live broadcast online around the world has reached 1 billion. There is not only Fang Xian, but also 18 stunningly beautiful and invincible goddesses. What shocked them the most was the dragon that snaked for thousands of miles. An invincible existence. At this moment, there is no country that is not shocked and trembling. Really rising. No. It's invincible. Chapter 158, The Last Resort. There are vast plains and fertile land here, and agriculture is the main industry. Due to its remote location, inconvenient transportation, weak infrastructure, and remoteness, its economic development is naturally relatively backward. However, it is one of the states with the highest population density, and the World Guild and Raphael have designated it as the most ideal place for sacrifice. But with the actions of Suzaku and Qi Long, their secret base has been completely exposed. Zhang Shenxiu led many powerful men from the Dragon Country to surround the members of the World Guild and Raphael. In order to prevent them from escaping, Zhang Shenxiu and others set up a special formation early on, equipped with special props, and any props within a radius of 10 kilometers would be ineffective. This means that the teleport command cannot be used. Raphael had a head full of white hair and stood with his hands behind his back, looking solemn. Mr. Bond, you can't run away. The only way to survive is to fight to the end. The man named Bond is the vice president of the World Guild. Bond is tall, livid, and thirsty with his axe. Raphael looked at Zhang Shenxiu with cold eyes, stepped out, and his figure disappeared in an instant. A cold light flashed by, and the blade cut his neck. When? Zhang Shenxiu's eyes were cold, and he raised his hand to block Raphael's beheading attack. Raphael sneered, then danced the blade in his hand at high speed, attacking Zhang Shenxiu repeatedly. Dang dang dang. In a flash, the two men had already fought for 100 rounds. Zhang Shenxiu was not in a hurry and took Raphael's attack completely. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared behind Raphael, and his 4 white wings suddenly spread open. As a top assassin, Zhang Shenxiu would naturally not be affected by the dazzling golden light, but he could feel that Raphael's strength was skyrocketing. Raphael radiates with light, like a holy angel. Zhang Shenxiu, are you surprised? Haha, I have to thank you guys. If Michael hadn't died, I wouldn't have gotten the 4-winged angel physique. Zhang Shenxiu, you and I have been fighting for decades, and there has never been a clear winner. To express my gratitude, I will end this feud today and send you to the west. With the blessing of the 4-winged angel physique, Raphael's figure is like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. He burst out with the speed of light and stabbed out with a knife, but Zhang Shenxiu had no reaction. Seeing this, Raphael raised the corners of his mouth. He succeeded. Call out. A knife pierced Zhang Shenxiu's neck, but what was pierced was actually a phantom. How is that possible? You're faster than me? Zhang Shenxiu looked at Raphael coldly and waved his hand. Puff. Raphael's body was torn into pieces and he died with his eyes open. In the past, Zhang Shenxiu would definitely not have been able to kill Raphael with one blow, but after obtaining Fang Xian's attribute enhancer, he is no longer on the same level as Raphael. Old Zhang, you are so slow. Hong Zhentian held Bond's head, looking very proud. Zhang Shenxiu looked at the more than 10 level 99 awakeners from Longwood killing people indiscriminately and smiled slightly. The overall situation has been decided. Now it's up to Fang Xian. Fuck. The president watched Fang Xian's live broadcast with his eyes wide open. Boom. Ah. The live broadcast room was blocked by Fang Xian with something, so the picture could not be seen and only the sound could be heard. But from the incessant screams and explosions, everyone knew that the awakened one in the Tide building was definitely in danger. There were the 5 strongest awakeners at the current stage, as well as 50% of the awakened people, but they were still slaughtered by Fang Xian and his group. It was simply unbelievable. It's over. It's all over. Some high-ranking officials were grief-stricken as they listened to their screams. Shit. Why is Fang Xian so strong? Fuck. It's all because nuclear bombs are basically ineffective against top-level awakeners. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. The president was already annoyed enough, and hearing their incompetent barking made him even more annoyed. Quiet. There was a roar, and the whole place fell silent. Don't worry, we still have allies. He looked at Michael Arthur and asked in a deep voice. Arthur, when will the backup arrive? Michael Arthur sighed softly, his face full of frustration. They can't come. When these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. What? Are they going back on their word? No. Michael Arthur shook his head helplessly and took out the video he had just received to show everyone. In the video, thousands of awakened people were ready to go, and then more than a dozen beautiful Oriental women appeared in the sky. They are all stunningly beautiful. Before the Awakened Legion could react, they were bombarded by their various skills and were completely defeated with heavy casualties. The most important thing is that the Awakened ones have no ability to fight back and are all easily wiped out like chickens and ducks. Especially the dragon in the sky made them even more frightened. Fuck. What on earth is going on? Why did it turn out like this? That dragon. Could it be that it was hatched from the dragon egg that went missing in the genius competition? It is very likely. Fuck. If I had known it was a divine beast of this level, I shouldn't have used it as a prize. Shut up. The president's eyes were bloodshot and his fists were clenched. Michael Arthur sighed again and lowered his head. Vice President Bond and Raphael were both killed, and the rest of the people also died in the battle. Quiet. Deathly silence. The president's face was gloomy, and he looked worse than if he had eaten shit. He looked at everyone fiercely and made the final decision. Activate the sacrificial array of Detroit City. After these words were spoken, everyone present had an unhappy look on their faces, but no one expressed any opinion. Detroit is the largest city in Michigan, with a population of approximately 630,000. A long time ago, the entire city of Detroit was secretly arranged into a huge magic circle in order to deal with the crisis of national destruction. At this moment, the situation has reached a point of life and death. If he does not call upon God, he will surely die. The president's eyes were wide open and murderous. Fang Xian, God will never let you go. Just wait for your demise. Chapter 159. The blue star has become a weird red star. He called Mu Wanyao and confirmed that all the top awakeners had been annihilated. Then he used his exclusive skill, embracing all rivers and seas. Call out. Fang Xian's wives immediately appeared beside Fang Xian. Women, husband. Fang Xian nodded at them and said seriously, go with the plan. Yes. The girls quickly divided into 3 groups, with Suzuku, Mu Wanyao, Ran Xin, Zheng Anai, Tsukino Usagi, and Bisuja Masiko forming the first group. The second group is Xuanai, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, Ning Renjie, Shun Huimei, and Zhao Meijing. The third group is Qinglong, Lin Mingqian, Takahashi Mitsuko, Nami, Yuer, and Shen Tingxian. Qinglong's mind moved, and he summoned the cute baby from his body. The cute baby transformed into a small creature and flew obediently in Qinglong's arms. Mengbao, go follow your dad. Good. The cute baby flew into Fang Xian's arms and happily enjoyed his caress. Fang Xian looked at the girls with a serious expression. Everyone, don't give me face, just focus on the attack. The girls thought Fang Xian would say something like, be careful, but they didn't expect Fang Xian to play by the rules. Lin Mingqian pouted and pretended to be angry. Hubby, you don't care about us? Fang Xian knocked her head unhappily and said with a wicked smile. There is a level 200 being in each group, and you have consumed so many attribute enhancers and life links. How could anything go wrong? I'm worried about you guys, not that you're not killing fast enough. Lin Mingqian stuck out her tongue mischievously and snorted. Then husband, don't you know how to pretend? Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, then you have to be more careful. Hee, that's more like it. Mu Wanyao frowned slightly, stepped forward and said softly with concern. Husband, you should also pay attention to safety and be careful. Tang Xiaowu and the others heard this and said with concern. Although my husband is invincible, I have to be more careful in everything. I wonder if they have any hidden tricks. Yes, husband, you must be careful. We will all be worried about you. Fang Xian smiled slightly and gave them a thumbs up. Don't worry, it can't hurt me at all. They couldn't even break my defense. It's getting late, let's go. Good. The girls waved goodbye with laughter and went to their respective destinations to carry out their missions. Fang Xian looked at their receding figures and patted the cute baby gently. Mengbao, take daddy flying. The cute baby jumped out of Fang Xian's arms and turned into a true god. A five-clawed golden dragon appeared, stretching as far as the eye could see, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Fang Xian flew to Meng Bao's head and slowly sat down. Roar! A dragon's roar shook the sky, and all things gave way. This kind of blitzkrieg can only be accomplished by Fang Xian and his wives. It would be impossible for anyone else. Yes, this is a battle between the top awakeners. We must remember that Fang Xian is not an ungrateful person. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Everyone was talking and laughing, and the atmosphere was cheerful. Until a sudden voice sounded. Look at the big screen. How come there is a red moon in broad daylight? When everyone heard this, they all looked over and were immediately shocked. There was a red moon in the sky, and the whole world was shrouded in an eerie blood red. The red moon was getting redder and more bizarre. The blood-red moonlight poured down, covering the entire world. Chapter 160 God of War? Ha, clown. Sakura Country, Kusanagi family. Boom. The head of the Kusanagi family broke out of the window and flew into the sky. Above the sky, many powerful awakeners were densely packed. The head of the Kusanagi family glared at the people who were besieging their Kusanagi family. He was very familiar with those faces. They were all top warriors from major families, as well as strong military men from the Sakura Country. He gritted his teeth and glared. Is this how Prime Minister Inujiro treats our Kusanagi family? Above the sky, the leader was an old man with gray hair and a mustache. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes cold. Kusanagi Oshir looked at the old man fiercely. This man was the first war god of Sakura Country, Ijetsu Yagami. Yagami and Zuki, it was the country that asked our clan to assassinate Fang Xian. Now you are crossing the river and destroying the bridge. Can you really convince the public? Yagami Ijetsu raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Kusanagi Ushiba playfully. Now we are all here to destroy the Kusanagi family. Do you think we can convince everyone? Kusanagi Usha looked at the major families in the sky and was filled with resentment. He looked angry and urged loudly. Everyone, if Sakura Country can treat my Kusanagi family like this, it will treat you like this sooner or later. Why don't we rebel against Sakura Country? All the major families remained indifferent and turned a deaf ear. Ijetsu Yagami sneered. Kusanagi Oshir, stop wasting time. Fang Xian is now so powerful that no one can defeat him. No one wants to be the first to take action. Besides, it was your Kusanagi family who offended Fang Xian, not us. As soon as Ijetsu Yagami finished speaking, everyone attacked him. Kusanagi Ishiba was heartbroken when he saw the corpses of the Kusanagi family scattered all over the ground. You want to kill me, Kusanagi Ishiba? You're dreaming. Go to hell. When everyone saw the golden light emitting from Kusanagi Ishiba's body, they immediately braked. Oh no, he's going to self-destruct. Retreat quickly. But we left so quickly. How can we just go back like that? Boom. Kusanagi Ishiba used a secret technique to cause a self-explosion, killing many powerful members of the Sakura Country clan who did not have time to retreat. Yagami Ijetsu looked at the place where Kusanagi Ushiba blew himself up in anger. Bakiyalu, you dragged so many strong people with you even to your death. How abominable. He looked at the fleeing Kusanagi people and became furious. Kill all the people of the Kusanagi family, leaving no one alive. With the special formation in place, all tools are ineffective and the Kusanagi family cannot escape at all. A bloody massacre was going on, with corpses scattered all over the ground and blood flowing like a river. It looks even more eerie under the lighting of the eerie red moon. From then on, the Kusanagi family was destroyed. Fang Xian quickly stood up and looked up. What's going on? Why is the red moon brighter than the sun during the day? The red moon continued to shed bloody moonlight, illuminating the surroundings. Fang Xian didn't know whether such a strange red light was harmful, so he immediately took out the black tortoise shield and used the skill, Absolute Defense. The red light shone on Absolute Defense and did not produce any abnormality. Looking down, he felt relieved to see that the cute babies and some surviving humans looked normal. He loudly called back the cute baby, who obediently changed back into his small and cute form and snuggled into Fang Xian's arms. Fang Xian was optimistic about the route provided by the Beidou satellite navigation system and burst out with all his strength. Boom! A sonic boom sounded, shattering the clouds. Fang Xian disappeared in an instant and headed straight for Bai Palace. Not long after, Fang Xian appeared above Bai Palace. There stood a man above the Bai Palace. He was a burly man with a ferocious look. His face was covered with scars, and he stared at Fang Xian viciously. This person is a level 99 awakener, William. He had not shown up before because he wanted to drink up the remaining 3,000 bottles of attribute enhancers before Fang Xian arrived. In addition, Golden God's Gift, Four-Winged Angel Physique, Divine Artifact, and other things that can increase strength were given to William to use, pushing his strength to the peak. William is now the strongest man in the country and the last hope. He folded his hands across his chest, looking intimidating without even getting angry. Many high-ranking officials were standing below, all looking forward to it. There are also various cameras underneath, all broadcasting live around the world. Their purpose this time was simple, to use William to create momentum. As long as William kills Fang Xian in front of the whole world, all the problems encountered can be solved. The live broadcast lasted less than a minute and attracted 2 billion people to watch online. William was dressed in a black suit that covered his entire body, with 4 white wings spread out behind him, looking extremely sacred. He took out a huge battle axe with a glazed sheen, which exuded a terrifying aura that made everyone below shudder. But the more terrifying William was, the more excited they became. They all knew that the equipment and weapons William used were divine artifact. All the property was given to William, creating an unparalleled god of war. Their faces were full of excitement, and their eyes were full of hope. Fang Xian looked down upon the world, not taking William seriously at all, and uttered 2 words with disdain. Clown. Chapter 161 is actually The Devil is Coming. Global live broadcast room. Fuck. Did you hear what the host said? William is wearing a set of divine weapons. Not only the artifact, the host also said that William used the only remaining attribute enhancer. From this point of view, William's strength should not be underestimated. Indeed, if one dares to do this, he must be very confident. It's just a last-ditch effort. I've never seen anyone in this world who can withstand a single blow from me, Brother Xian. Yes, Xian Ge defeated him in 1 second. I think it's not easy to beat William, let alone in seconds. Do you want to take a look at what you were talking about? Is there anything that I, Xian Ge, can't beat? It's hard to say. I think it's quite suspenseful. Shut up, you bastard. I am just discussing the matter at hand. Why are you so excited? Who told you to talk nonsense and stick to the facts? I think you want to be spanked. That's right. If you dare to say anything here, you must have ulterior motives and bad intentions. Get him, da. Fuck. It was a 1-second win. Haha. He didn't even have time to react, but my brother Xian killed him in seconds. As expected of my brother Xian, he is ruthless and doesn't talk too much. He kills in seconds. What final glory? I think it's death. What about that guy upstairs? Isn't it said that winning a fight is a difficult thing? Just asking if your face hurts. He still has the face. Yes. How can a thief have shame? Haha. Look at the host. He's lying on the ground sobbing. Brother Xian flew down. Fang Xian killed William in seconds and fell down slowly. You, tell me what's going on with the Red Moon. Michael Arthur didn't stay because he liked to watch the fun, but because he was surrounded by a barrier filled with cute babies and couldn't leave at all. Mr. Fang Xian, the Red Moon is a ritual for us to summon the gods. Fang Xian nodded. Everything was as they expected, except that they didn't know the specific purpose. What does calling the gods mean? Michael Arthur hesitated, struggled for a moment, sighed softly, and answered honestly. Summon the god means to summon the devil. When these words were spoken, everyone who was watching the live broadcast was shocked. Fang Xian frowned. He had heard the word demon god from Sueno. It was the existence that destroyed Sueno's entire kingdom and was also one of the most powerful races in the secret realm. All those who become demon gods have one thing in common, that is, they are all level 1000. Fang Xian never thought that he could summon a level 1000 demon god. His answer completely left people around the world buzzing. They didn't want to believe it was true, but it was true. One crisis after another has made the already disorderly city even worse. Fang Xian looked up at the red moon that seemed to be dripping blood and frowned slightly. Is there any way to stop it from happening? No. When will the devil come? In what form will it come? Michael Arthur also looked at the bloody moon and muttered to himself. Almost. If nothing unexpected happens, in 7 days. As for what form it will take, he smiled bitterly, as if he had lost his mind. The devil will come in his full glory, and it will become a hell on earth. Quiet. Very quiet. It was as if the entire blue planet was paused at the same time. They were all stunned. Their whole bodies began to be in a trance, and they kept muttering to themselves. It's over. It's all over. Chapter 162, The Devil Among Angels. Fang Xian didn't think that the plan set up 100 years ago was intended to destroy all of humanity, which was not in line with their interests and values. He held Michael Arthur's collar and asked in a deep voice, How do you control the demon? Michael Arthur looked grim and hesitated. There is no way to control the demon, but it will not harm the people of the summoning nation. Fang Xian grabbed Michael Arthur's neck, furious. You have already arranged this hundreds of years ago. You have evil intentions. Now you are throwing the blame on us. We will not take the blame. Seeing that Michael Arthur dared not argue, Fang Xian resisted the urge to strangle him and threw him to the ground. Tell me everything you know about the demon. Michael Arthur coughed twice, supported himself on the ground with his hands, and slowly stood up. He took a deep breath and began to tell everything. Although all demons are level 1000, they are also divided into strong and weak. They are red demon, gray demon, purple demon, sinful demon, and demon king. The devil summoned by the United States at the cost of 1 million lives is a gray devil with extremely strong combat power. When the devil comes, all lives will be destroyed and people will suffer. But the demon does not belong to this plane after all and can only stay for 1 month. After learning the whole story, people all over the world were extremely angry. After Fang Xian learned all the information, he took away William's artifact and storage ring. Naturally, he would not leave the storage ring behind. He tore off Michael Arthur's storage ring and spoke lightly. Where are the remaining awakener supplies? Michael Arthur looked at the storage ring that had accompanied him for half his life being taken away, sighed, and immediately erased the spiritual imprint of the storage ring, making it ownerless. Mr. Fang Xian, please follow me. Fang Xian followed Michael Arthur slowly into the palace. On the way, Fang Xian checked the storage ring and found that William's entire set of artifacts was basically scrapped. Only weapons and shoes were still usable. As for his inventory, it was nothing special, just supplies that Fang Xian didn't like. Michael Arthur and the others' storage rings also did not contain anything that caught his eye. After all, Fang Xian was now at the top of all living beings. The two of them took many twists and turns and soon arrived at the secret office. Michael Arthur pointed to a wall with a painting of the president and said, Mr. Fang Xian, the treasure house is inside, but I need facial recognition to open it. Fang Xian didn't waste any words. He took a step forward and smashed the wall with one punch. Boom! Bang! It turns out that the wall is made of rare defensive materials and can withstand the attacks of most awakeners. But in front of Fang Xian, it was like paper. Fang Xian walked in carrying Michael Arthur, and inside was a very simple secret room. There was only a glass cabinet with a storage ring on it. Fang Xian took out the storage ring and injected mental power into it to check. It seems that just as they said before, William has used up all the attribute enhancers, 4-winged angel physique, golden divine gift, and other things that can increase strength. Now many of the remaining things are confidential documents, photos, recordings, and so on. 3 of them attracted Fang Xian's attention. A somewhat tattered parchment scroll, named Demonic Ritual. Click to view. Demon God Ritual. Construct a magic array and sacrifice human flesh and blood to summon the corresponding demon god. The more people sacrificed, the more powerful the summoned demon god will be. Note, when the array is activated, the world will change. Use with caution. It seems that this is the formation used by the United States to summon the devil. As for the last note, he was a little curious. World changes refers to the disaster brought about by the devil. Or is it the impact of the bloody red moon? There are too few clues at the moment, so Fang Xian doesn't know. The second thing was a small transparent bottle, which contained only a drop of dark red blood. Fang Xian looked at the dark red blood that exuded a strange aura, as if it contained endless evil power. He clicks to view the information. Devil's blood. The user can obtain devil's physique, transform into a demon, or even evolve into the supreme demon god. Note, it will take effect only if more than 10 drops are consumed. The darker the body constitution, the higher the level of the body constitution obtained. I didn't expect it to be the devil's blood that can transform people into devil. The most exaggerated thing is that demon blood can actually make people evolve into one of the most powerful in the secret realm, the devil. The annotation clearly states that more than 10 drops are needed to obtain the demon constitution, which explains why William did not use the demon blood. As for the following content, Fang Xian was a little surprised. It was the first time he saw that the original physical condition could affect the later physical condition. What does it mean? The darker your physical constitution is, the higher the level of physical constitution you will obtain. If his own 6-winged fallen angel uses devil's blood, will it be able to go a step further than before? Or will there be mutation? Half angel, half devil? These can only be known after he returns the demon blood for use. All in all, by acquiring the demon's physique, his strength will be taken to a new level. The only thing we can do now is to keep getting stronger and wait for the next 7 days. The devil is coming. Chapter 163, Next Step. Fang Xian then checked the third item, which was a card as black as ink. The pattern on the card is a hideous devil's face. Its eyes are like burning flames, emitting an evil aura. It has 2 curved horns on its head and sharp teeth that are chilling. On the back of the card is a large hexagram and a pair of black winged hands. Fang Xian could see that this card was similar to the previous 6-winged Lucifer card. Both were extremely mysterious and the information on them could not be viewed. He put the storage ring into the system warehouse. After doing all this, it was time to go back. As for Michael Arthur, Fang Xian took a look at him and then flew out of the house. When Michael Arthur saw Fang Xian leave like that, he collapsed to the ground. He was breathing heavily. It felt so good to have survived the disaster. Just as he was about to leave, a huge, dazzling light fell. This is... Boom! The entire palace was reduced to ashes in an instant. Fang Xian looked coldly at the deep pit below, waved his hand, and greeted the cute baby who had just made a move. The cute baby's body gradually became smaller, and he snuggled into Fang Xian's arms obediently. Fang Xian made a phone call, inquired about the situation of the 3 groups, confirmed that the battle was over, and then hung up. He took out the teleportation command and handed it to Mengbao. Mengbao, click here and we can go home. Okay. The cute baby stretched out his little hand and pressed it lightly, and it disappeared immediately. Fang Xian used the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. He then used his exclusive skill, Ocean of Inclusiveness, to recall all 18 wives. My wives, are you all okay? Nami threw herself directly into Fang Xian's arms, smiling widely. Hee, husband, we are not injured, don't worry. Good. Fang Xian hugged Nami's delicate body and gently stroked her hair. Okay, you guys take a break first. I'm going to the capital. Husband, what are you doing? Go and discuss how to deal with the upcoming demon. Zhong Shinxiu saw Fang Xian walk in and greeted him with a smile. Fang Xian, you're here. When everyone saw Fang Xian, they greeted him happily and expressed their joy. Hello, Mr. Zhong, Mr. Hong, and all the seniors. Fang Xian waved and greeted everyone in front of him. Fang Xian, please sit down. Comrade Fang Xian, due to the current emergency, we can only keep everything simple. After we deal with the devil god, we will give you the highest level of commendation meeting. Fang Xian didn't think too much about it and agreed immediately. Thanks. The chief nodded and slowly sat down. Mr. Mu, let's start today's meeting. Mu Wanyao's grandfather, Mu Lao, nodded and slowly stood up. My dear colleagues, let me first report the current situation to you. First of all, the Sakura country has already wiped out the Kusanagi family and is willing to become a vassal state of our country. What do you think of this incident? Comrade Fang Xian, I would like to hear your opinion on Sakura country. Fang Xian stood up slowly with a serious expression. Commander, I think the Sakura people are very cunning. If we let them be cannon fodder, if they turn against us, it will cause us a lot of trouble. Also, when I have the ability, I really want to do something that will live up to my ancestors and leave no regrets. The above only represents my personal opinion. The final decision is still up to you, the leader. I will absolutely obey the organization's arrangements. Everyone present nodded in satisfaction. Fang Xian's words were very clear. At the same time, he gave the leader enough respect, expressed his sincerity, and did not do anything that exceeded his authority, which is truly rare. The chief could naturally hear the hidden meaning in Fang Xian's words, and it just so happened that he had the same idea, so they hit it off immediately. Okay, then I'll have to trouble Comrade Fang Xian to take action again. Yes. Seeing this, Mr. Mu continued to discuss the next issue. At present, the vast majority of countries have made it clear that they will take the lead in resisting this crisis together. I wonder if my colleagues have any suggestions? For most countries in the world, the strength of Dragon Country is unquestionable. It is absolutely unique, and no one can shake it. Now that the devil is coming, Blue Planet needs a strong backbone to lead all countries to fight against the devil. As for how to fight against the devil, everyone knows it, and only Fang Xian can compete with it. They all looked at Fang Xian, waiting for his opinion. Fang Xian had already expected this to happen, and he spoke slowly. First, we must unite all countries and form an alliance to jointly resist the demon. For those countries that have not yet expressed their views, we will give them 1 day to consider their decision. If it doesn't agree to join, I don't think there's any need for the country to stay. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Since it is a battle to defend the Blue Planet, every country has a responsibility. If you don't want to contribute and just want to keep yourself out of trouble, How can such a good thing happen in this world? It has to be said that Fang Xian's opinions were very much to their liking. A strong country should behave like a strong country, not shirk its responsibilities and dare to take on their responsibilities. Similarly, we must not be soft-hearted and must take action when it is necessary. Seeing that no one had any objection, Fang Xian continued speaking. Secondly, we should. Chapter 164 Tang San changes suddenly. Mu Yunji asks for help. Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Secondly, we need to integrate resources and count the number of awakened people around the world in the shortest possible time. Then we will shuffle the nationalities and form different teams so that we can quickly integrate and fight as one. Fang Xian paused and continued. We don't know where the devil will descend or how many devils and demons will descend. In order to avoid causing too many casualties, we need to relocate the population and appropriately abandon some towns or cities. Move the people to several cities with stronger defense capabilities and send awakened people to garrison them. This way we won't be caught in one fell swoop, and we won't abandon the people in any one place. Everyone nodded, thinking that this plan was feasible. If the demon comes alone, high-level awakeners can deal with it together. If the devil comes and brings a group of demons with him, it is still the high-level awakeners who deal with the devil, and the rest of the awakeners work together to resist the group of demons. Seeing that everyone agreed, Fang Xian continued to give his suggestions. Finally, the main force against the demon god must be me and my wives. In order to increase the chances of winning, the whole world must contribute generously. My suggestion is that every developed country should provide me with 2,000 bottles of attribute enhancers plus a special physique. Backward countries provide 1,000 bottles plus a special physique. If you don't have a special physique, you can use an equivalent item as a substitute. This needs to be done within 2 days. If any country refuses or deliberately delays, please tell them. Fang Xian will come to visit in person. When everyone heard this, they had no objection. After all, Fang Xian is the only one who can fight against the devil. If we don't put all our treasures on him, will we keep them as money for our coffins? Since it is the battle to defend Blue Star, all countries have to bleed some blood. If they don't listen, Fang Xian will take action. The next step was to discuss some details, but Fang Xian was not very interested in participating as he still had 3 vacant contract objects and had to sign the contract as soon as possible to increase the return multiplier. This way he can use demon blood and obtain more attribute enhancers. Having made up his mind, Fang Xian decided not to stay any longer and leave first. After saying hello to everyone, he used the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. When the girls saw Fang Xian coming back, they all came up to him and asked him questions with concern. Honey, how's your discussion going? Well, the general idea has been discussed, and they are waiting for the details to be perfected. We will never be separated. Qingchuan City, Taming. The back mountain that was previously bombed by Fang Xian has become a forbidden area of the Tang clan. The jagged rocks on the mountain looked like a monster with bared fangs and claws, constantly emitting strange black air. There was a pungent smell in the air, an indescribable fishy smell. Under the red moon, it looks even bloodier. The 2 Tang sect disciples who were patrolling the mountain looked at the place from afar, but their view was blocked by the dense vegetation, so they did not dare to get closer. A disciple shuddered and frowned. Why does this forbidden area feel more and more weird? Another disciple also frowned. I still remember that after Fang Xian dealt with the weirdness inside, the sect master practiced alone in the place. What is the sect master practicing here? Why haven't I seen it before? I haven't seen it either. Since then, this place has been designated as a forbidden area and no one can enter. It's strange to say, the sect leader never explained the reason to everyone, and it always feels very abrupt. It's strange. Speaking of coming from red moon in the sky, it seems that I haven't seen the sect master since then. Now that you put it that way, it's true. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go look somewhere else. Good. When the 2 were about to leave, black gas suddenly attacked them and instantly swallowed them up, leaving only bones. The black energy was retracted, passed through the dense vegetation, and returned to the body of a middle-aged man with a middle-parted hairstyle. He sat cross-legged, his eyes were bloodshot, and there was an evil smile on his lips. This person is none other than Tang clan's leader, Fang Xian. I didn't expect that the person who benefited the most from Blood Moon would be me. He slowly stood up and looked up at the moon. Recalling that after Fang Xian wiped out all the weirdness in the place, Fang Xian accidentally discovered that after hundreds of years of evolution, a very rare group of weird. He went forward to check out the weird energy and was shocked. As long as he absorbed the weird energy that had evolved over hundreds of years, he would be able to become the most powerful being in the world. Faced with such temptation, Fang Xian absorbed it directly without any hesitation. As time went by, he absorbed more and more, and his entire personality slowly changed. Fang Xian did not have a strong spirit like Fang Xian to support him and could not resist the negative emotions aroused by Lucifer. He was only possessed by desire and became an agent of weirdness. Especially when the red moon is in the sky, the negative emotions reach their peak, successfully helping him absorb all the weird energy and become a true weird. As long as he can get a steady supply of red moon, he will continue to become stronger. At this moment, whoever wants to stop red moon will be his enemy. Suddenly, he noticed something strange and swung out with his palm. Boom! Anything unusual turned directly into ashes. Call out! A figure rushed out and fled quickly. Fang Xian sneered. Oh, want to escape? He took a step forward and caught up with the fleeing person in the blink of an eye. The one who escaped was Mu Yunji. Mu Yunji covered her injured shoulder and fled with all her might. There were tears in her eyes, and she bit her lower lip tightly. When she saw Fang Xian kill the Tang sect disciples with his own eyes, her thoughts that she had been speculating for months were finally confirmed. The current Fang Xian is no longer the gentle Fang Xian of before, but a devil who kills without blinking an eye. She must escape and tell Fang Xian the news. Only Fang Xian can save her and save the Tang clan. Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 165. The impact of the scarlet blood moon begins to ferment. Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Kangaroo Country, North Ridge. This place is remote, with inconvenient transportation and sparse population. The red soil is vast and boundless, reflecting the red moon in the sky, making everything visible to the naked eye turn red. A towering tree stands in the dense mangroves. It is 100 meters tall and red all over. The tree crown is like a giant open umbrella, stretching out in all directions, layer upon layer. The tree trunks are thick, in various shapes, crisscrossed, and full of life. Golden fruits grew on the branches, and the moonlight shone down, casting a faint red glow. The golden fruit slowly changed, gradually turning into a bloody red, emitting a strange aura. A man was standing under the tree, looking up at the tree in ecstasy. He is tall, with blonde hair combed back, and is about 50 years old. This person is none other than the president of the World Guild, Hannibal. Standing behind Hannibal was a thin man with a pale, sickly look. He is the second in command of the World Guild, Jack. Congratulations, President. With the blessing of the red moon, the world tree has grown stronger and stronger and will soon complete its evolution. Hannibal smiled faintly, his eyes full of joy. Haha, if it weren't for that idiot president, the world tree would have taken another 100 years to look like this. The president is wise and has helped the president step by step, allowing him to successfully initiate the demon god ritual and achieve our success. The president is stupid, but the strength of that kid from Longwa is beyond my expectations. He is a tough nut to crack. Don't worry, President. Once the golden divine gift evolves into the red divine fruit, the world will belong to us. Well, Jack, is the God-hiding array set up properly? Yes, President. It will be completed in a few days. By then, even the demon god will not be able to find us. That's good. Hannibal narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something, and spoke softly. I heard someone was going to assassinate Joel. Jack was stunned at first, then nodded silently. Yes, President. I just learned that the two Tornado sisters wanted to kill Yoel before the God-hidden array was activated. It's stupid. Hannibal's eyes were cold and his face was gloomy. The devil is coming, and Joel will surely die. They actually want to assassinate Joel themselves? This is simply ridiculous. Hey, Tornado and Fubuki are the two sisters who admire Yoel the most. Now they have just returned from their mission, but they learned that Yoel has betrayed them, so he betrayed the organization, and he deserves to die. But Yoel is no longer the same person he was before. Let's just consider the two Tornado sisters dead and activate the God-hiding array as soon as possible. There's no need to wait for them to return. Yes. It's fine if Longwan and the others died outside. If we accidentally reveal the address to Fang Xian, we will really be making things easier for others. Don't worry, President. Tornado and the others have received professional training. They will never reveal our information even if they die. Well, God forbid they die out there. Longwa, Yunjing Villa. Ranqing was holding a cell phone, walking lightly with a cool expression. Hubby, Grandpa asked you to watch the news. Fang Xian took the phone from Ran Qing and hugged her in his arms. Ran Qing lay in Fang Xian's arms as usual, with no waves in his heart. Fang Xian was not polite and stretched out his claws to feel the softness of Ran Qing. He turned on his cell phone, and the news he was reporting was exactly what had just happened. According to incomplete statistics, there have been incidents of vegetation growing wildly, animals becoming ferocious, and livestock attacking people all over the country. Experts analyze that this may be related to the fact that the red moon has become even more scarlet this time. Experts urge people not to bring vegetation and any living creatures such as livestock and pets when going to shelters. Fang Xian frowned slightly. It turned out that this was what the world changes mentioned in the demon god ritual meant. It can be seen that the red moon has an impact on many creatures, but we don't know what impact it will have on humans. He looked at Ran Qing, who had originally had a cold face, but now her face was slightly red, and she looked very beautiful. Fang Xian grinned evilly. No matter if you are a cold goddess who is averse to matters between men and women, you will become his prey. Just then, a plop sound was heard. Fang Xian immediately stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. There was a woman lying in the living room, and he hurried over. The fact that someone could suddenly teleport to his home proved that the woman must have the teleportation command given by Fang Xian. Ran Qing quickly straightened his collar, slowly stood up, and hurried over to check. Fang Xian helped the woman up and was slightly surprised to see her face. The woman turned out to be Tang Xiaowu's mother, Mu Yunji. Looking at her covered in blood, he thought to himself that this was not good. Fang Xian immediately used his exclusive skill, embracing all rivers, to summon back all the girls who were out. The girls were slightly startled, then suddenly realized what was going on when they saw the familiar place. Honey, why did you summon me back? I just bought something and haven't paid for it yet. Tang Xiaowu was holding a bag of apples. She turned around and looked. Her pupils shrank, and all the apples fell to the ground. Mom! She squatted down hurriedly to check on Mu Yunji's condition. Hubby, what's going on? Fang Xian shook his head slightly. I don't know either, Shuanger. Come and heal your wounds. Good. Lu Shishuang quickly took out his staff and cast the healing technique. The warm light fell on Mu Yunji, slowly healing her wounds. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yunji recovered. She opened her beautiful eyes slightly, and the person who came into her sight was Fang Xian. Mu Yunji hurriedly grabbed Fang Xian's hand, extremely excited. Fang Xian, hurry up, save Tang Min, save third brother. Fang Xian looked at Mu Yunji's anxious face and held her slender hand. Good. He didn't ask any more questions and slowly stood up. Xiao Wu, take good care of Andy. I'll go see what's going on. After saying that, Fang Xian used the teleportation command that he had used to set the coordinates at Tang's sect and instantly teleported to Tang's sect. As soon as he appeared in Tangmen, he smelled a pungent smell of blood. Looking around, he saw a raging fire and corpses everywhere. There were also a lot of black gases floating in the air, making sounds such as howling, screaming, and laughing. At this moment, the Tang clan no longer looked like the prominent family it once was, but instead looked like a hell on earth. Fang Xian frowned and flew into the sky in an instant. Looking around, there were ruins everywhere and black gas wandering everywhere. What on earth is going on? Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 166, Strange Aura, Strange Physique? Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. When the black gas passed through the other person's body, that person instantly lost all flesh and blood, leaving only a pile of bones. Fang Xian frowned and immediately put on the dragon god's suit, holding the dragon staff and black tortoise shield in his hands, and spread the white tiger wings behind him to be on guard. He found that the details of the black gas could not be queried, and the Eye of Insight was also unable to obtain information about the black gas, which meant that the black gas was not a copy monster. A ball of black gas discovered Fang Xian and flew towards him rapidly. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed, and the contract master's inherent skill, Soul Attack, was displayed in his eyes. Bang! The black gas exploded directly and turned into several small black dots, all flying towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian couldn't feel anything unusual about the little dots. Instead, they seemed to be experience points and all flew into his body. Strangeness +1. There is actually a growth prompt? What exactly is weird energy? He clicked on Strange Air to check the information. Weird Qi, a unique energy gas of the Weird clan, which can be used to form a weird constitution. Note: only a sufficiently evil constitution can obtain weird Qi. Fang Xian finally understood why there was no record of strange energy in the book. It turned out that only those with a sufficiently evil physique could obtain it. The number of people with so-called evil constitutions in the world is extremely small and may never have existed. Only Fang Xian's six-winged fallen angel physique is the real evil physique. The explosion just now attracted the attention of the black gas, and they swarmed and flew towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked around and continued to launch soul attacks. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions continued, and countless strange spirits rushed into his body frantically. The black constitution seems to have no intelligence and can only fly into a flame like a moth. This actually saved Fang Xian a lot of time. As long as the black gas dared to come, he would accept it all. This huge commotion attracted the Tang sect disciples who were hiding. They stared at Fang Xian's killing spree with wide eyes and were all shocked. You have to know that the black gas has no entity at all, and no matter how they fight, it is difficult to cause any damage to the black gas. But why did Fang Xian cause the black gas to explode with just a glance? What is going on? In fact, they don't know that the black gas is not only immune to physical attacks, but also has an extremely exaggerated magic resistance. The mental attacks of ordinary people cannot have any effect on it at all. Only someone like Fang Xian who hangs on the wall can kill the black gas as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. But no matter what, Fang Xian's appearance brought them hope. Everyone in the Tang clan looked at Fang Xian in the sky with gratitude. It was him last time, and it was him again this time. He is truly the Tang clan's savior. More than an hour later, there was no trace of black gas in the sky. At this time, Fang Xian's strange energy amount also reached 10086. He looked around and confirmed that it was safe before using his exclusive skill, Ocean of All Rivers, to summon Mu Wanyao. Mu Wanyao couldn't help but frown when she saw the miserable state of Tang men. Honey, are you okay? Fine. Fang Xian just felt that the black gas was too strange. If it passed through someone's body, it would cause death. It was very dangerous. So while killing monsters, he told them in a certain group chat not to use the teleport command privately and to wait for his notification. Only after Fang Xian had killed all the black gas and confirmed it was safe did he summon Mu Wanyao over. Wanyao, this is the transmission command for this place. Go back and give it to Auntie, and then I will summon all of you here. Good. Mu Wanyao knew the situation was serious and didn't dare to delay, so she teleported back immediately. A moment later, Mu Yunji appeared beside Fang Xian in a flash. Mu Yunji stared at the Tang sect in front of her with a dull look, her body trembling slightly, her hands clenched into fists. Tears flowed unconsciously and slowly slid down her pale cheeks. Fang Xian stood behind Mu Yunji and comforted her softly. Auntie, my condolences. Mu Yunji tried hard to control her emotions, and her voice was a little hoarse. Fang Xian, have you seen? Third brother. Fang Xian shook his head. No. Mu Yunji was silent for a moment and looked at Fang Xian with pleading eyes. Please save Brother San. He must have been forced to do this. Fang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that this incident was related to Tang San, and Tang San might even be the culprit. Okay, I'll do my best. After saying that, Fang Xian used his exclusive skill, Embracing All Rivers, to summon all the girls. The women were all very distressed when they saw the miserable state of the Tang clan. You help treat the wounded. Auntie, you take me to find clues. After Fang Xian finished giving his instructions, he prepared to go look for clues with Mu Yunji. Tang Xiaowu hurriedly grabbed Fang Xian and pleaded. Hubby, I'm going too. Fang Xian patted Tang Xiaowu's forehead with his slender hand and said softly, just leave it to us. We need your protection here even more. If Tang San was really the culprit, then he didn't want Tang Xiaowu to face all of this. Mu Yunji had the same idea, and she also tried to persuade him in a kind way. Xiaowu, protect everyone. Tang Xiaowu hesitated for a long time and nodded silently. Husband, mother, please be careful. Fang Xian and Mu Yunji nodded, then flew towards the back mountain. Mu Yunji was not sure whether Tang San was still in the back mountain, so she could only go and check first. The two men came to the back mountain and found no trace. Fang Xian saw two skeletons in the distance and suddenly thought of a question. The black gas mainly devours human flesh and blood. Will Tang San also go to crowded places? He secretly thought that it was not good. Tang San might go down the mountain and go to Qingchuan City. If that's the case, then it's a big problem. Fang Xian didn't care about anything else and grabbed Mu Yunji into his arms. Auntie, I'm sorry, we have to hurry. Mu Yunji was slightly stunned when she felt Fang Xian's long-lost embrace. She also knew the priorities of the matter and nodded silently. Good. Fang Xian hugged Mu Yunji tightly, and the white tiger's wings fluttered, and it disappeared into the sky in an instant. Mu Yunji had never experienced such a terrifying speed before, and she was so scared that she hugged Fang Xian tightly. Although Mu Yunji was very soft in his arms, now was not the time to think about such things. If he went too late, many lives would be lost. He flew at full speed, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Call out! Fang Xian saw the black gas in the sky of Qingchuan City from afar, and his heart trembled. He was still too late. The people of Qingchuan City fled in panic, and the whole city was in chaos. Many awakened people rose up in resistance, and the air was filled with smoke of gunpowder everywhere. Fang Xian stopped and immediately joined the battle. His eyes continuously burst out with powerful mental power, continuously bombarding the black gas. Mu Yunji looked at Fang Xian in amazement as he watched him kill the black gas in various ways, and for a moment, she even forgot to let go of Fang Xian's arms. At this moment, in her eyes, Fang Xian is the real savior. Fang Xian's actions not only attracted people's attention, but also made the black gas notice him. The whole city was filled with black gas, blocking out the sunlight in the entire sky. Fang Xian smiled coldly, his fighting spirit high. Good to come. You all should become my experienced babies. Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 167 Weird, Tang San. A woman saw Fang Xian in the sky and shouted excitedly. Look, that's Fang Xian. The crowd, who were originally panicked and trembling, looked up and saw Fang Xian constantly killing the black gas. It's actually Fang Xian. He's here to save us. Great, great. We are finally saved. Unconsciously, people have come to regard Fang Xian as a symbol of invincibility. As soon as I saw him, the fear in my heart completely disappeared. They stood there, cheering and applauding Fang Xian. Various anchors took out their mobile phones and started live broadcasts to let people all over the world know that Fang Xian was fighting to protect them. Many people saw the dense, black gas in the sky and couldn't help but worry about Fang Xian's safety. They began to pray for Fang Xian and wish him safety. Until Fang Xian killed all the black gas, and the sky was bright, they could no longer hold back and cheered and applauded loudly, thanking Fang Xian for saving their lives. The hundreds of millions of people watching the live broadcast were equally excited and left words of gratitude on the screen. This incident immediately became the #1 trending topic, making people all over the world admire and trust Fang Xian even more. Fang Xian is the hero of Dragon Country. Fang Xian looked at the amount of strange energy and found that it had reached a terrifying number, 100,000. This time, we really fought till we were exhausted. Mu Yunji looked at Fang Xian's tired appearance and asked with concern, Are you okay? Fine. Fang Xian took out the super mana recovery pills from the storage ring and used 10 of them in one go to restore his mana to full capacity. In order to avoid wasting time, his hands never left Mu Yunji's slender waist from beginning to end. Let's go. I sense a strong evil aura ahead. Sect Master Tang is probably there. Good. Fang Xian hugged Mu Yunji and flew away quickly, arriving at the destination in the blink of an eye. In a seemingly peaceful valley, a strange and mysterious red cloud formation was faintly emerging. From a distance, one could see the scarlet cloud slowly flowing and surging in the air, covering the entire area. Mu Yunji frowned slightly, realizing that something was amiss, and exclaimed in surprise. This is the red cloud formation. What is the red cloud formation? Fang Xian didn't understand what formation was, but since there was a formation of the Tang clan here, it naturally meant that Tang San was here. Mu Yunji looked at it again and confirmed that this formation was the Tang sect's world-famous poison formation, the red cloud formation. The red cloud formation has 7 layers of curtains, each of which seems to be an independent world, but they are also interconnected and closely overlapped. Once you enter, the layers upon layers, thunder and fire complement each other. It's very powerful. This formation is presided over by Third Brother. It would be difficult for me to pass it. Mu Yunji's eyes were firm, and she was determined. Fang Xian, I'm going to break the formation. You wait outside for support. After saying that, Mu Yunji was about to fly down, but was grabbed by Fang Xian. Auntie, didn't you say this formation is very dangerous? Mu Yunji looked unhappy and said in a deep voice. It is indeed dangerous, but I am the only one who can crack it at the moment, so I must go down. Fang Xian pulled Mu Yunji back and smiled slightly. Why don't I break the formation? Mu Yunji was very surprised. Could it be that Fang Xian also understood the Tang clan's formation? You also know the formation? Fang Xian smiled slyly. I don't know the formation, I just know a little bit about boxing and kicking. Mu Yunji. Fang Xian took out the dragon staff and held it high. He was ready to break all the barriers with his single force. Above the sky, the flaming meteor shower rushed down with blazing flames. Boom, boom, boom. Huge fireballs continuously bombarded the red cloud formation, smashing it to pieces in a moment. Hey, the formation has been broken. Mu Yunji stared at Fang Xian in amazement. Her mouth opened into an O shape in shock. It's actually still possible. If you have the power, you can do whatever you want. Right here, several cold rays suddenly appeared from below and shot towards Fang Xian. Swoosh. Fang Xian casually slapped his hands, and all the poisonous needles were knocked away. The Tang clan is best at poison and hidden weapons. Most people, when faced with the Tang clan's hidden weapons, will choose to avoid them to avoid being poisoned. But the other party said it was totally unnecessary. After all, the poison resistance was 100%. When the first attack failed, several attacks followed. Fang Xian casually swatted away hidden weapons such as rain of pear blossom needles and peacock feather. He raised the dragon staff, and a huge fireball fell from the sky, hitting the person who made the move. The man flew high up to avoid the bombardment of fireballs. When they were in the air, Fang Xian finally saw his true face. This person is none other than Tang clan's leader, Tang San. But now Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, his skin was pale, and there was always a faint, evil smile on the corner of his mouth. Mu Yunji saw Tang San and hurriedly called out his name. Brother San. Tang San glanced at Mu Yunji indifferently, then looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian, your strength has improved again. Fang Xian smiled slightly and used the Eye of Insight on Tang San. Name, Tang San. Age, 48. Gender, male. Race, weird. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 92. Body type, 90. Height, 180. Level, LV 99. Favorability, 0. Fang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that Tang San was no longer a human being, but had completely become a weird race. His situation is different from that of Mitsuko Takahashi. Mitsuko Takahashi's race is human/weird. Tang San's only one is the Weird Clan. This also means that Tang San is not a human, but a real weird creature. No wonder Tang San hurt Mu Yunji, slaughtered the Tang clan, and brought disaster to the entire Qinchuan city. This kind of murderous weirdness will only harm humanity and improve its own strength. Even though he was Tang Xiaowu's father and Mu Yunji's husband, he could do nothing about it. After all, there is no record in history that a strange creature can turn back into a human being. Therefore, Tang San must die. Tang San felt Fang Xian's murderous intent and sneered. Fang Xian, you want to kill me? Why? No, 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 that's not the case. It's just that you can't do it. Tang San opened his arms with a look of contempt. I am now truly weird. Ordinary powers cannot kill me. Oh, you may not know this yet, but I am now immortal. Only the ultimate divine power or the ultimate evil power can harm me. Ordinary humans should not waste their energy. Tang San sneered. Unfortunately, you humans do not have any ultimate holy power or evil power. They are just hypocritical existences. So you can't kill me. Yeah. Fang Xian smiled coldly, stepped out, and 6 ink-black wings grew out behind him, constantly emitting a terrifying aura. At this moment, Fang Xian's face was stern, with a cold line at the corner of his mouth. More evil than me? You. Not yet qualified. Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 168 Tang San Go Die? Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. You. Tang San looked at Fang Xian's 6 outstretched wings, and his body unconsciously stepped back. How is it possible? The evil aura on you is stronger than mine. You are not human. Bang. Fang Xian instantly slapped Tang San in the face and sent him flying. Boom. Tang San was hit so hard that he was smashed into the ground, creating a big hole. This was the case when Fang Xian showed mercy, otherwise Tang San would have definitely died from that slap. Master Tang, watch your mouth. Bang. Tang San shook off the pile of rocks and flew out of the pit, his eyes full of shock. He originally wanted to use 100,000 black gases to absorb qi and blood to help him further improve his strength. He didn't expect to encounter Fang Xian, who had an extremely evil physique, and all his plans were ruined. Hateful. If it weren't for Fang Xian, his 100,000 black gases would definitely be able to kill tens of millions of people in Qinchuan City, and then absorb all humans before the devil arrived. At that time, even if he couldn't defeat the devil, he could still hide. Once this secret realm is opened, you can slip away and go to this secret realm to live a carefree life. But now, All his plans were ruined by Fang Xian. Fang Xian glared at Fang Xian viciously, wishing he could eat him alive. He looked at Mu Yunji with tears in her eyes and felt extremely disgusted. You bitch. If I hadn't been soft-hearted and didn't kill you right away, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Mu Yunji's eyes were full of shock and pain. The hand that was covering her mouth trembled slightly, and tears fell uncontrollably. Brother San, please come back. Xiao Wu and I are willing to wait for you to come back. Look back? Ridiculous. Fang Xian's eyes were cold, and his expression gradually became ferocious. I have endured for so many years just to go to this secret realm, to find the ancestors of the Tang sect, to prove to them that I, Fang Xian, am the most powerful genius in the history of the Tang sect. You asked me to turn back? Impossible. Fang Xian looked at Mu Yunji and became angrier the more he thought about it. If it weren't for Mu Yunji who tipped off the person, the black gas would have already raised his strength to a higher level. At that time, he wouldn't have been afraid of Fang Xian anymore. It's all your fault. Go to hell. Fang Xian shouted loudly, and several strange black hands emerged from behind him and attacked Mu Yunji. Mu Yunji could feel that as long as the strange big hand hit her, she would definitely die. Sure enough, the Tang San in front of him was no longer the Tang San that Mu Yunji loved. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally died. Mu Yunji slowly closed her eyes, waiting for relief. Bang! At this moment, Fang Xian slapped away all the strange hands that were attacking him. Mu Yunji opened her eyes slightly and looked at the tall figure who was protecting her. She seemed to remember something, and tears flowed down. Fang Xian had a cold expression and a low voice. Court death. He flapped his wings and flew high, killing Tang San. Tang San's eyes were filled with madness, and he made a final hysterical struggle. Go to hell, go to hell. Countless strange black hands surged out from behind him and killed Fang Xian. Fang Xian's eyes were determined, and he moved forward courageously, directly piercing through all the darkness and appearing in front of Tang San. Go to hell. Bang! Fang Xian threw a punch, and Tang San's entire body exploded, turning into black blood all over the sky. He looked at Tang San's storage ring in his hand with a complicated expression. Tang San died at his hands. Fang Xian sighed lightly. Tang San's choice was doomed to a dead end, so there was no need for him to worry too much. He turned to look at Mu Yunji, who was in tears, and slowly flew to him and gently held her in his arms. Auntie, cry if you want to. Mu Yunji's body was trembling slightly, her hands tightly grasping Fang Xian's clothes, tears rushing out like a flood, soaking Fang Xian's chest. Fang Xian silently hugged Mu Yunji without saying anything, just quietly accompanying her. It was unknown how much time had passed before Mu Yunji stopped crying and slowly pushed away Fang Xian's arms. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were red and swollen as she looked at the place where Tang Xin died, as if she had made some decision. At this moment, Fang Xian secretly thought that something was wrong. The look on Mu Yunji's face as she begged for death just now was still vivid in my mind. Now she had such a resolute expression on her face, which meant that she didn't want to live anymore. He couldn't let Mu Yunji commit suicide like that. He had to take action. Auntie, I will be the one guarding the Tang sect from now on. Mu Yunji looked at Fang Xian blankly, bowed slightly, and thanked him. Thanks. But I have a condition. Fang Xian didn't wait for Mu Yunji to ask any questions and continued speaking. I want to be the leader of the Tang sect, which requires your support. But to be on the safe side, we have to sign a contract so that I can protect the Tang sect with all my heart and soul. This was the only solution he could think of. After all, he couldn't keep an eye on Mu Yunji all the time. If in a couple of days she became too sad and tried to commit suicide, that would not be the result he wanted to see. Mu Yunji had no objection to Fang Xian's words. As long as Fang Xian was around, the Tang sect would not completely decline. Good. Let's get started now. Fang Xian got Mu Yunji's answer and decisively began to sign the contract. A black magic circle appeared under his feet and connected to the feet of Mu Yunji, also forming a black magic circle. Two big words agreement appeared between the two people. Contract. Mu Yunji simply glanced at the content of the agreement and answered silently. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the two people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian and Mu Yunji both felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 1921st. Fang Xian embraced Mu Yunji again and said solemnly, Yunji, forget about Tang San. Mu Yunji felt the warmth in Fang Xian's arms, and her feelings for Tang San gradually faded. She didn't know what was going on. She just wanted to be with Fang Xian from now on. Fang Xian gently stroked Mu Yunji's fragrant back and said softly, "Call me husband." Oh. Mu Yunji couldn't believe her ears and looked up at Fang Xian in surprise. "Fang Xian, this is not allowed." Before Mu Yunji could finish her words, Fang Xian covered her mouth with his lips to stop her from speaking any further. Mu Yunji widened her beautiful eyes and cooperated with Fang Xian somehow. After a long time, the two separated silently. Fang Xian gently stroked Mu Yunji's pretty face and asked softly again, "Yunji, call me husband." Mu Yunji's pretty face flushed, and she stammered softly, "Husband." Mu Yunji reference picture. Chapter 169, Strange God Physique. Reference picture of Mu Yunji. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Fang Xian checked Tang San's storage ring, which contained many hidden weapons, poisons, etc., basically all things related to the Tang sect, except for one thing that was different. It was a black card that exuded a strange aura. There was a blurry and distorted face on it. The true appearance could not be seen clearly, but it made people feel very creepy. On the back of the card is another hexagram and a few blurry and strange faces. This card is similar to the previous six-winged Lucifer card and Devil card. They are all extremely mysterious and the information cannot be viewed. Fang Xian put the card into the system warehouse and then handed Tang San's storage ring to Mu Yunji. "Yunji, I don't know how to use Tang Sec's things, so you can keep them." Mu Yunji took the storage ring and still felt a little sad. Seeing this, Fang Xian stepped forward and hugged Mu Yunji. "Yunji, let's go back." Mu Yunji hugged Fang Xian, buried her head in his arms, and enjoyed his warmth. Xiangfang hugged Mu Yunji's slender waist tightly and returned to Tangmin at a high speed. During the trip, Mu Yunji passed through Qingchuan City and saw the lights of various ambulances and treatment skills, which made her feel a little scared. If Fang Xian had not taken action, this city with a population of tens of millions would probably have become a ghost town. Fang Xian did not stay for too long and soon returned to Tang's sect. When the girls saw Fang Xian coming back, they hurried forward to ask him, "Honey, what's going on?" Especially Tang Xiaowu. She looked at Fang Xian and Mu Yunji nervously. Mu Yunji let go of Fang Xian's arms, looking gloomy. She wanted to say something but couldn't. Fang Xian held Mu Yunji's shoulders and motioned for him to speak. He looked around and spoke in a loud voice. "Xiaowu, fellow Tang sect brothers and sisters, your leader Tang San has died in battle." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Xiaowu's tears welled up and she burst into tears. Mu Yunji hurriedly hugged Tang Xiaowu in her arms and cried together. Everyone in the Tang sect had complicated expressions and was filled with sadness. After all, what attacked them just now was black gas, and no one knew that it was Tang San's method. Fang Xian raised his voice, and every word he spoke was sonorous and powerful. "Don't cry. Your clan leader is great. Without him fighting desperately against the black gas, Qingchuan City would be devastated and tens of millions of people would be killed or injured. So you have to remember that he is a hero." After hearing the whole story, the Tang sect disciple wiped away the tears from his eyes. Their leader sacrificed himself to save the people of the world. He was a brave warrior and worthy of their respect and learning. Wiping away tears and inheriting the will of the sect leader is the greatest respect for Tang San. Mu Yunji covered her mouth excitedly. She looked at Fang Xian, tears welling up in her eyes, full of gratitude. Tang Xiaowu remembered Tang San's warning to her before he died and slowly stopped crying. Her father died heroically. His life was truly moving and inspiring. Tang Xiaowu looked at Fang Xian, bowed deeply, and thanked Fang Xian solemnly. "Thank you, husband." Fang Xian nodded and accepted Tang Xiaowu's thanks. Although he told a lie, it was worth it to save so many people's hearts. Fang Xian commanded everyone from the Tang sect to head to the designated shelter. The restoration work on the Tang sect did not need to be carried out now. After all, the demon god was about to arrive. Mu Yunji and Tang Xiaowu did not follow the Tang clan members. Instead, they arranged for a Tang clan elder to lead the team, and they followed Fang Xian back to the Yunjing Villa. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. Fang Xian was alone in the bedroom. He did not attack Mu Yunji immediately, but let her and Tang Xiaowu relieve their sadness first. He looked at the 100,000 strange auras on the panel helplessly. If he couldn't take this thing out, it meant he couldn't perform the double return. In this case, I can only use it alone. 100,000 weird chi. Click to synthesize. Synthesis successful. Mysterious god physique. Strange god physique. Top physique. Effect 1. Immune to mind control, tampering, and interference skills. Effect 2. able to keenly perceive the soul state and emotions of others. Effect 3. Issue a danger warning 3 seconds in advance, affected by factors such as the environment and the opponent's strength. Active Skill 1. Void. Agility plus 500 points. Makes the body become illusory, can penetrate objects, and is not affected by physical attacks. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active Skill 2. Mind Interference. Ability to manipulate other people's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, allowing them to act according to one's wishes. Note: the target's ability, spirit, props, equipment, and other factors will affect the effect. Lasts for 1 minute, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active Skill 3. Black Magic Hand. Devours the flesh and blood of anyone it touches, and becomes immune to physical attacks. Note: the Black Chi Demon Hand can improve its own strength by absorbing the flesh and blood of any race. The rarer the flesh and blood, the better the effect. Lasts for 2 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Fang Xian was overjoyed. He originally thought it was a weird physique, but he didn't expect it to become a weird divine physique in the end. The difference of one word can make a world of difference in ability. Effect 1. Immunity to mind control. What a great skill. Fang Xian hadn't realized this problem before. If his thoughts are tampered with, interfered with, or controlled, wouldn't he become someone else's puppet? It's really terrifying when you think about it. In fact, it is not Fang Xian's fault. After all, his mental power is too strong, and no one on Blue Star has such skills that can work on him. When you are used to being invincible, you always overlook a lot of things. But who knows if the demon god has such skills? Fortunately, he has now obtained the weird god physique and can be immune, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Effect 2 is quite interesting, and is somewhat similar to his Eye of Insight, which can distinguish other people's kindness or hostility towards him. Effect 3 is the ability to predict danger, providing advance notice of impending dangers, traps, disasters, etc. This effect is good, but there are too many restrictions, so it may not be very effective. Otherwise, if he had foreseen the danger 3 seconds in advance, he would have been able to kill the enemy without getting hurt. Active Skill 1 Void is a bit like turning yourself into a ghost, being able to ignore objects and move around at will. It is a good skill for saving lives and escaping. Active Skill 2 Mind Interference is a super powerful skill that can cause people to hallucinate, lose their minds, etc. It is very useful for disrupting the enemy, or controlling his behavior. Committing suicide or falling into a trap are also good options. The most important thing is that if Fang Xian interferes with the target's emotions and directly raises the target's favorability to above 90, he can take the opportunity to sign a contract with the target and become his contract object. In this way, he no longer has to coax or deceive beautiful women into signing a contract with him. For him, it is definitely a super enhancement. Active Skill 3, Black Gas Magic Hand, is somewhat similar to Black Gas. It can devour the flesh and blood of living creatures and is immune to physical attacks. It is a very powerful means of attack. Of course, the stronger the opponent, the harder it is for the Black Chi Demon Hand to devour him, otherwise Fang Xian would be helpless against him. This problem is easy to solve. According to the rule that the more the Black Chi Demon Hand devours, the stronger it becomes. All we have to do is keep feeding it. Now he still has a pile of white tiger meat, black tortoise meat, and golden pung meat in his system warehouse. He will take them out to see how much they can improve. Just swallow it first. 10 tons. Chapter 170 Death. Fang Xian had previously donated a lot of white tiger meat and black tortoise meat to the country, and the largest remaining piece was golden rock meat. Although golden rock meat is not as good as white tiger meat and black tortoise meat, it has more in quantity, and 10 tons is more than enough. He took out a ton of golden pung meat from the system warehouse and then used the Black Chi Magic Hand. 9 giant black hands appeared behind Fang Xian, emitting a terrifying evil aura, as if they were living things. As soon as he thought about it, the Black Magic Hand flew over and devoured the golden pung meat. A ton of golden rock meat was devoured in the blink of an eye, leaving only a large skeleton. Fang Xian fed the remaining 9 tons of golden pung meat to the Black Chi Demon Hand. The Black Chi Demon Hand did not undergo any obvious changes, but only became slightly stronger. However, Fang Xian could feel that with the special mechanism of the Black Magic Hand, it was not difficult to kill a level 99 awakener in seconds. There is not much white tiger meat and black tortoise meat left at the moment. Fang Xian plans to save them for his future woman. There is no need to feed them all to the black chi demon hand. At this moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Zhong Shenxiu. Fang Xian answered the phone and chatted with Zhong Shenxiu about a few things. The first thing, what happened in Qingchuan City? Fang Xian roughly explained the strange things and described Tang San as a hero who defended his country so that the Tang sect disciples could regain their confidence. The second thing is that the impact of the scarlet blood moon is expanding, and many animals and poultry are showing abnormal behaviors and are particularly aggressive. The third thing, 80% of the countries have already handed over attribute enhancers or physique materials to Dragon Country, and 20% of the countries are still raising them. The fourth thing, the Dragon Country has consumed all the materials and has set up a special formation. The entire Sakura country is blocked inside, and the teleportation command cannot be used. Cabinet Minister Inuichiro looked solemn. Although we were not able to conduct a close-up detection, from all indications, it is indeed true. We only handed in 1,000 bottles of a tribute enhancer. What does this mean? I'm not sure. Why don't you give me a call and ask? That's the only way. The country's strongest man, Ijetsu Yagami, stroked his mustache and frowned slightly. Mr. Prime Minister, this matter is a bit strange. Why don't you let me investigate it? Mr. Yagami, are you sure you can find out the result without alerting Fang Xian? It's dark now. I'm sure I can get close to them without anyone noticing and find out what's going on. Okay, Mr. Yagami, thank you for your help then. It should be. Izuku Yagami slowly stood up and bowed slightly to everyone. Without further delay, I will set off now. Prime Minister Inujiro and everyone present stood up to see Yagami Ijetsu off. Okay, everything depends on Mr. Yagami. As soon as Ijetsu Yagami left his seat, he felt a terrifying energy descending from the sky. He didn't care to evacuate quickly. Boom! The moment he flew out, a huge fireball blasted everything below into powder. Ijetsu Yagami's eyes widened in shock. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions brought him back to reality. He looked up in horror and saw dense fireballs falling from the sky, destroying everything. Ijetsu Yagami suddenly felt something was wrong. If he was hit by the fireball, he would surely die. He hurriedly took out the teleport command and wanted to teleport away, but found that the teleport command could not be used. Only at this moment did he realize that a special magic array had been set up to catch him in a trap. Bagayula, who are you scolding? A cold voice reached Yagami and Jetsu's ears, and he looked in the direction of the voice in horror. I saw a handsome young man standing in the air, with extraordinary aura, like a god. Fang Xian. Ijetsu Yagami was terrified, with beads of sweat the size of beans constantly sliding down his cheeks. Unexpectedly, the person who made the move was Fang Xian, so he was doomed to die. Fang Xian, why on earth are you doing this? Fang Xian didn't understand what Ijetsu Yagami was saying, but he could feel his despair. Just die in despair. He focused his eyes and launched a soul attack. Bang! Ijetsu Yagami exploded directly and turned into a ball of blood mist. Fang Xian hooked his finger, and the storage ring slowly flew into his hand. After a quick look, nothing caught his interest. He raised the dragon staff and continuously blasted down fire meteor showers, raising the entire island to the ground. After blasting other areas, Suzaku, Qinglong, and Sueno slowly flew towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian looked on indifferently, muttering to himself. Ancestors, the blood feud of the past has been avenged today by the unfilial descendants Fang Xian. Chapter 171 Gold Medal Killer, Tornado, and Blizzard. Tornado reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Yongjiang City, Yunjing Villa. As soon as Fang Xian put on his pants and walked out of the living room, Xuan Noi came forward and asked, "Are they all right?" Fang Xian thought about it and answered truthfully, "I counseled them, and they are fine both physically and mentally." Sueno understood immediately, and her pretty face turned slightly red. "Okay, husband. I'll go take care of them." Fang Xian watched Xuan Noi running away and couldn't help but find it funny. She was still so shy. Shen Huimei came over with 2 bottles of milk, smiling, and handed one to Fang Xian. "Honey, Huimei also wants to experience the feeling of having someone to support her." "What do you mean? Is Huimei injured?" Joel was confused and looked at them curiously with his big watery eyes. Nami and Shin Haimi both smiled softly when they heard this. "Sister Yuer, you are so cute." "That's right, Sister Yoel is so cute." As Yoel listened to Nami and Shin Haimi's praise, a blush appeared on her pretty face. Really? Thank you." A cold female voice suddenly sounded, filled with murderous intent. "Cute. I think it's so cute." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Fang Xian frowned slightly. It was really puzzling that someone would dare to act so wildly in his territory. Did the person who came to his house just get internet access? Did he not know who Fang Xian was? He led the women out and saw two beautiful women floating in the sky. The person who spoke just now was a petite woman with a delicate and lovely face. She is only about 150 centimeters tall, with her signature green curly hair, which highlights the unruly side of her personality. She was wearing a green bodysuit that fit the curves of her body perfectly. This person is none other than the World Guild's gold medal killer, Tornado. With Tornado is a charming and beautiful woman. She is tall, with a curvy and well-proportioned figure. The woman is also the gold medal killer of the World Guild, Fubuki. Fubuki has straight black hair, and her hairstyle is fashionable and elegant. She has a standard oval face with clear contours and smooth lines, exuding the charm of a mature woman. At the same time, she is also Tornado's sister. When Joel saw them, his bright eyes sparkled with joy. "Tornado, Fubuki, why are you here?" Tornado looked at Yoel coldly, crossing his arms across his chest. "Joel, of course we are here to kill you." Fubuki stared at Yoel with a complicated expression, pursed her lips, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Joel couldn't believe what Tornado said. They had always been as close as sisters. "Tornado, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Let's sit down and talk it out. I have nothing to talk about with people who betrayed the organization. Go to hell." Tornado raised his staff, and suddenly there was a strong wind, with sand and rocks flying everywhere. Although Fubuki had her doubts, she had to follow closely after Tornado made a move. She took out her staff, and the space caved in and began to distort. Fang Xian used his Eye of Insight on them. Name, Dragon Scroll. Age, 26. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Value, 92. Body type, 90. Height, 152. Level, LV 91. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Name, Fubuki. Age, 23. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, magician. Talent, SSS. Appearance, 93. Body size, 95. Height, 168. Level, LV 81. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Unexpectedly, they were sisters. This was the first time Fang Xian met them. He knew Joel could defeat both sisters, but he didn't want to waste time. Fang Xian stood in front of Yue and smiled faintly. "You two are going to take action against my wife. Have you ever asked me?" Tornado and Fubuki were slightly surprised and stared at Fang Xian. "Are you Yoel's sister's husband?" "Yes, I am." When they heard Fang Xian admit it, their resentment levels skyrocketed. "Damn it, you're the one who made Sister Yoel a traitor and abandoned us, right? Damn this evil man. He deserves to die. He actually tried to snatch Sister Yoel from us." Fang Xian was a little speechless. After all this time, this is what happened. "Hubby, don't hurt them." Yoel grabbed Fang Xian's arm and looked at him with pleading eyes. Fang Xian gently caressed Yoel's pretty face and kissed her sweet lips lightly. "Don't worry, they were your sisters before, and they will be your sisters in the future." Joel's handsome eyes were full of confusion. "Husband, do you have any idea?" "Certainly." Fang Xian turned around and looked at them silently. Then he fixed his eyes and used mind interference on them. In an instant, Tornado and Blizzard stopped attacking and looked at Fang Xian with admiration. Fang Xian grinned evilly and muttered to himself. Contract. Tornado reference picture. Chapter 172, 440,000 bottles of devil's blood. A black magic circle appeared under Fang Xian's feet, connecting to the feet of Tornado and Fubuki, also forming a black magic circle. Between the three people, two big words, Master, appeared. Contract. Tornado and Fubuki answered happily with love in their eyes. Agree. Agree. The black magic circle connecting the three people shone brightly and merged into a large black magic circle. After a moment, Fang Xian, Tornado, and Fubuki all felt the power of the contract, and the contract was successful. The light dimmed, and the black magic circle disappeared. Contract successful. Current contract object, 21/21. Fang Xian grinned evilly and used his mental power to perform mind interference, which they were completely unable to resist. He opened his arms and motioned them to come over. Joel looked at the two sisters who were fighting against each other just now, and now immediately threw herself into Fang Xian's arms with a bright smile on her pretty face. That's great. We will always be good sisters. Fubuki held Yoel's slender hand, full of joy. Well, Sister Yoel, we will always be together. Tornado raised her head proudly and looked down on him. Humph. If it weren't for my husband, I wouldn't be your sister. Hee hee. Okay. Thank you for your generosity, Sister Tornado. Yoel smiled happily and didn't take Tornado's arrogant words seriously at all. Fang Xian smiled and hugged the slender waists of Tornado and Fubuki, giving each of them a kiss. Fang Xian took out a bottle of ice water and drank it in one gulp, feeling very refreshed. His current contract has been filled, so he can start returning the demon blood to see what kind of physical condition he can get. After resting for a while, he picked up Tornado and Fubuki and flew back to another building. When Yoel saw Fang Xian, he was a little surprised. It was only 2 steps away, so how could he fly back? Honey, why did you fly back? Fang Xian smiled wickedly. Joel, come and hold up Fubuki. Good. Yoel went forward obediently to support Fubuki, only to find that Fubuki could hardly stand. At this moment, Joel finally understood why he had to fly back. I can't move at all. Fang Xian put Tornado on the sofa and began to call the girls over. All the girls came obediently, and Mu Yunji was also present. Fang Xian took out the devil's blood from the system warehouse and handed it to Sueno. Used it. Good. Although Yukino found devil's blood a bit scary, she still clicked to use it obediently. Ding. Yukino consumes 1 bottle of devil's blood and returns 21,000 bottles. As soon as it was used up, Yukino showed a painful expression. Honey, the angel in me seems to be rejecting it. Are you okay? Well, it's all right now. Fang Xian nodded. It seemed that the devil's blood was too evil and was excluded by the sacred 6-winged holy angel. It seems that the demon physique and the 6-winged holy angel physique cannot coexist. Thinking in this way, except for the body of the god of war, the rest of Fang Xian's physique is evil. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, then took out 20 bottles of devil's blood and asked them to click on them to use them. All the girls clicked to use it, and except for Tornado, Fubuki, Mu Yunji, Qinglong, and Suzuku, who did not have the physique of a 6-winged holy angel, the rest of the girls showed signs of rejection. Fang Xian looked at the 440,000 bottles of devil's blood in the system warehouse and decided to take a gamble. Previously, 100,000 drops of strange qi obtained the strange god physique, and 160,000 drops of 6-winged angel blood obtained a different 6-winged fallen angel physique. What kind of physical condition will be obtained from the 440,000 bottles of devil's blood this time? However, he still had to make full preparations first. He took out the attribute enhancer for Tornado, Fubuki, and Mu Yunji to use. Ding! Tornado, Fubuki, and Mu Yunji each consumed a bottle of attribute enhancer, and a total of 63,000 bottles were returned. There are 180,000 bottles of attribute enhancers in the system warehouse from 150 countries, totaling 243,000 bottles. He gave 30,000 bottles of attribute enhancers to the women and asked them to distribute them. In this way, the number of attribute enhancers used by the 21 wives reached 3,000 bottles each. Fang Xian spent 2 full days to finally finish the remaining 210,000 attribute enhancers. Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name, Fang Xian. Talent, SP. Occupation, contractor. Race, human. Age, 20. Gender, male. Height, 182. Level, LV 200, domination. Physique, Wargod's body, level 5. 6-winged fallen angel, trickster physique. God level attribute, energy, LV 5. Elemental attributes, wind element, earth element, water element, poison element, dark element. Poison resistance, highest level 100%. Health, 55,000. Strength, 55,000. Intelligence, 55,000. Spirit, 55,000. Agility, 55,000. Defense, 55,000. Appearance, 99. Body, 99. Free attribute points, 0 points. Skills, attribute switching LV 5, soul attack LV 5, free transfer LV 5, sense sharing LV 5, life link LV 5, temporary contract LV 5, sea of inclusion LV 5, attribute integration LV 5. Passive skill, contract enhancement, enhanced available contract objects, 21, current contract, 21 21st. Fang Xian puts on the dragon god suit and has to be fully prepared when facing 440,000 bottles of devil's blood. 6 black wings spread out on his back, and 9 black hands emerged from his hands, holding the black tortoise shield. Take a deep breath and click use. All 440,000 bottles of devil's blood disappeared and poured into Fang Xian's body. Fang Xian's eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and his whole body curled up in pain. The girls were all very worried and wanted to go up to check, only to see Fang Xian suddenly look up. That look is simply, Blowing Snow Reference Picture. Chapter 173 Shadow Demon. Reference pictures of tornado and blowing snow. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete them. Thank you. An extremely evil and terrifying aura emanated from Fang Xian, oppressing the women so much that they dared not even breathe. At this moment, Fang Xian's eyes were bloodshot, his fangs were protruding, and especially the pair of horns on his forehead, which were even more terrifying. The pair of dark purple horns were as thick as tree trunks, straight and sharp, with complex textures, and emitted a strange, flickering light. A pair of huge black wings grew out from behind Fang Xian, somewhat similar to bat wings, wrapping the wings of the six-winged fallen angel. A long tail slowly appeared, with a hooked end, and was extremely flexible. He was like a terrifying demon, very frightening. But this time, unlike last time, Lucifer did not appear to interfere. Fang Xian quickly regained consciousness and began to check his physical condition. Shadow Demon, top-level physique. Effect 1. Immune to curse skills such as weakness, bleeding, slowdown, poisoning, confusion, and imprisonment. Effect 2. All skills can carry shadow magic, which has a 30% chance of triggering the target's dark side, negative energy, desire, and other effects, lasting for 3 minutes. The same effect can only be stacked 3 times within an hour. Effect 3. When attacked by melee skills, 15% of the damage will be rebounded to the attacker. When attacked by ranged skills, 10% of the damage will be rebounded to the attacker. Active Skill 1. Concealment. All friendly forces within a 5-meter radius circular area centered on the player can hide in the shadows. Lasts for 5 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. Active Skill 2. Soul Control. Can capture and control the souls of the dead to create demon apostles. Currently, it can be made into 100 demon apostles. Note: demon apostles are the most loyal servants of the devil, possessing some of the abilities they had in their lifetime, and can also obtain shadow magic. Active Skill 3. Demon's True Form. Transform into a true shadow demon, increase all attributes by 200%, and activate the shadow realm at the same time. Note: the shadow field absorbs all light within a circular area with a radius of 500 meters centered on itself. All darkness is controlled by the shadow demon. Lasts for 3 minutes, cools down for 10 minutes, and consumes 1,000 mana points. After looking at the physique of the shadow demon, Fang Xian was quite satisfied. The first was the curse immunity skill, which he had not expected. The magician's branch profession, Warlock, has the most curse skills. Warlock mainly focuses on control and continuous damage. Compared to the role of mage on the battlefield, the best thing about Warlock is single combat. The Warlock controls the opponent and stacks up various buffs, so others will die before they even touch him. At the same time, it can also curse and kill enemies remotely, which is a difficult profession. However, there is no such profession as Warlock on Blue Star, so he ignored it. But it does not mean that there is no Warlock in the secret realm. Having this immunity is equivalent to having multiple protections. This was the first time Fang Xian had heard of Effect 2's shadow magic, which could actually trigger other people's dark side, negative energy, and desires. From now on, those upright gentlemen will have to show their true colors in front of him. At the same time, when used on the battlefield, it is very likely that enemies will kill each other. Effect 3 is very simple. It is the anti-armor in the game, commonly known as, I beat myself to death. Active Skill 1 Hide, in simple terms, is group invisibility, which is very effective when escaping, hiding, or ambushing. Active Skill 2 Soul Control is another novel skill that can extract the soul of a corpse for your own use. If the descending demon is killed, can it be turned into Fang Xian's demon apostle? If possible, it would be like having a level 1000 younger brother, which would be really cool. Active Skill 3 Demon's True Form is a real combat skill. It not only increases all attributes by 200%, but also absorbs sunlight nearly the size of 18 international standard football fields, and all the darkness inside can be used by him. He is truly worthy of his name, Shadow Demon. Fang Xian now looks extremely weird, with the depravity of a 6-winged fallen angel, the gloominess of a weird god physique, and the darkness of a shadow demon. He is truly the embodiment of all evil, a pure villain. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, expressing his helplessness. He regained all his physical strength and returned to normal. The women felt relieved when they saw this. Honey, you were so scary just now. Zheng and I covered her chest, which was rising and falling, still feeling frightened. That's right. I almost thought I was going to die here. Zhao Meijing unbuttoned the first button of her collar to relieve her nervousness. It was the same last time when I awakened my angel physique, and it's the same this time. Honey, don't take me with you next time you awaken your physique. I'm really scared. Lu Shishuang pushed up her frameless glasses and put her hand over her heaving chest to calm her violently beating heart. Fang Xian smiled slightly and helped them up one by one. Okay, it's okay. Be careful next time, husband. When he helped Tang Xiaowu up, Tang Xiaowu looked at Fang Xian with a complicated expression, seeming to want to say something, but stopping herself. Fang Xian sensed Tang Xiaowu's doubts and knew what she was thinking. Xiaowu, come to my room tonight. I have something to tell you. Good. When Fang Xian helped Mu Yunji up, he whispered in her ear, come to my room tonight, and we'll have a showdown with Xiaowu. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunji opened her beautiful eyes wide and looked at Tang Xiaowu nervously. Hubby, do you really want to tell me? I'm afraid. It's okay. My husband is here and will definitely put your worries to rest. Good. Tornado and blowing snow reference picture. Chapter 174. Go see if the fruits of the World Guild are ripe. Reference picture of the two sisters Fubuki and Tornado. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Early morning. Mitsuko Takahashi brought breakfast and placed it in front of Fang Xian's dining table with a smile on her face. Honey, you look good today. Fang Xian smiled slightly and sat down slowly. I resolved the knot between Mu Yunji and Tang Xiaowu last night, so I'm naturally in a good mood. Wow. Congratulations, hubby. Mitsuko Takahashi walked behind Fang Xian and happily hugged Fang Xian with her arms. Thank you, babe. Fang Xian turned around and gave Takahashi Mitsuko a kiss. Mitsuko Takahashi reluctantly let go, smiling. What a delicious breakfast. Fubuki and Tatsumaki walked out of the room and came to the dining table excitedly. Tornado picked up a bowl of porridge made from white tiger meat and started eating happily. Wow, this is delicious porridge. Fubuki, you should try it too. Fubuki couldn't wait to take a bite and was immediately overjoyed. Really? It's delicious. What kind of porridge is this? Mitsuko Takahashi leaned against Fang Xian's back and answered Fubuki with a smile. This is porridge made from the meat of the 4 sacred beasts, white tiger. It is very rare in the world. Oh my god, do these legendary 4 sacred beasts really exist? Tornado and Blizzard both exclaimed in surprise, obviously having heard of the title of the 4 sacred beasts. But they never expected that they would be able to eat their meat today. Ahem. Sisters, I am the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 sacred beasts. Qinglong stood with his proud figure and looked at Tornado and Blizzard with a wicked smile. Oh. Tornado and Fubuki were shocked when they heard this. They had eaten the white tiger meat today, and now the Azure Dragon himself is still here? Sister Qinglong, is this true? I thought your name was just Qinglong, but I didn't expect it to be this reason. Zhuke showed a mischievous expression and said cunningly. Hey, then tell me why I'm called Suzaku. Tornado's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my god, is Sister Suzaku really the 4 sacred beasts Suzaku? Guaranteed authenticity. What about Xuanwu? Yoel held a pot of porridge and smiled gently. Sister Tornado, Xuanwu is here. Fubuki and Tornado smelled the fragrance at the same time, turned around, and were surprised. Wow, Sister Iware, is this really porridge made from Xuanwu meat? Yes, my husband killed them all. Wow, my husband is amazing. When Fang Xian saw that the bodies of the 2 sisters, Tornado and Fubuki, had recovered, he couldn't help but think of a question. Tornado, who is the boss of your world guild? Where is he? Our president is called Hannibal, and he has never left Kangaroo Country. What an old fox. Is Kangaroo Country your base? Well, we are in the North Ridge of Kangaroo Country, and all the people there are from our guild. Is there something good there? Why does your president stay there all the time? Tornado frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and looked at Fubuki. Fubuki, tell your husband, I don't remember. Fubuki nodded, put down the Xuanwu porridge, sorted out her thoughts, and began to tell the story. After listening to this, Fang Xian finally understood the reason. It turns out that Hannibal, the president of the World Guild, has been staying in Kangaroo Country and refused to come out because the World Tree. No one knows where the World Tree came from. We only know that it was obtained accidentally by the founder of the World Guild. After his continuous cultivation, the World Tree produced the Golden God's Gift and the Silver God's Gift. He used the Golden God's Gift and Silver God's Gift to attract awakened people, began to expand his power, and step by step created the World Guild. After hundreds of years of accumulation, the World Guild has become the largest guild in the world, with huge funds. This finally allowed them to break through the bottleneck in their research on the World Tree and discover a huge secret. That is, when the scarlet blood moon appears, the world tree will evolve and produce the legendary red divine fruit. Therefore, Hannibal used this secret realm to spread false information to the United States, asking the United States to assassinate Fang Xian, who had SP talent, and provoke disputes between the United States and the Dragon Kingdom. The purpose is to let the United States start the demon ritual, create a scarlet blood moon, and thus evolve the world tree. They didn't know the effect of the red divine fruit. As for the United States, they never knew until their death that it was all the work of the World Guild. The secret realm had no ability to transmit messages before the secret realm was opened. In other words, the forces in this secret realm have no idea about Fang Xian's situation, nor do they know what is currently happening on Blue Star. In this case, it is a good thing that the other party is idle, so that he will not be targeted as soon as he arrives at the secret realm. After thinking this through, he felt it was necessary to go to the land of kangaroos. After drinking the milk, Fang Xian looked at Mu Yunji and Tang Xiaowu coming out together, and couldn't help but smile. They held hands and slowly sat down to eat breakfast together. Fang Xian nodded with satisfaction. The deep friendship that was thicker than blood made Fang Xian very satisfied. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Mu Wanyao looked at the surveillance camera and saw that the person coming was Zhong Shinxiu. She smiled and invited Zhong Shinxiu to come in. Zhong Shinxiu nodded slightly and walked towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian slowly stood up and greeted Zhong Shinxiu. Mr. Zhong, would you like to have some breakfast together? No, I've already eaten. Okay, then please take a seat. Zhong Shinxiu nodded and slowly sat down on the sofa. Fang Xian sat down and spoke first. Mr. Zhong, what happened? Zhong Shinxiu smiled kindly and spoke slowly. Currently, the transfer work is going smoothly and no emergencies have occurred. This time we are here to give you the remaining physical materials given by the country. Thank you, Mr. Zhong. Fang Xian saw that Zhong Shinxiu was trading 10 pieces of physique materials, as well as 20 kinds of rare materials. Zhong Shinxiu and Fang Xian completed the transaction and began to explain. 10 countries gave physique materials, and 20 of them couldn't give out attribute enhancers and physique materials, so they had to use rare materials as a substitute. We have learned that those 20 countries did not lie and are indeed extremely poor. Fang Xian nodded. Since Zhong Shinxiu had said so, there was no need to make things difficult for those 20 countries. Thank you, Mr. Zhong, for taking the trouble to come here in person. It doesn't matter. I have nothing to do now anyway. Mr. Zhong, how are other countries preparing? Currently, the coalition forces have been assembled, everything is going smoothly, and they are in the process of running in. What is the current situation of the mutation brought about by the Scarlet Blood Moon? Is it serious? Mr. Zhong thought about the recent changes in various parts of the world. He always had a feeling that doomsday was coming, especially the Scarlet Blood Moon, which made the world shrouded in a layer of terrifying haze. The problem is not serious at the moment. It's just that some livestock and animals have become more aggressive. We can handle it for now. Fortunately, this world belongs to the awakened. No matter how mutated those animals are, it is difficult for them to survive under the awakened. It's just that there are too many mutations, so it will take some time to deal with them all. I think as long as the Crimson Blood Moon is gone, everything will return to normal. Zhong Shinxiu nodded and then asked with concern. Fang Xian, how are your preparations going? I'm ready, but I'm going to go to Kangaroo Country first. Oh, why are you going there? Fang Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly. Go find the World Guild and see if the fruit of its world tree is ripe. Reference picture of the two sisters Tornado and Blizzard. Chapter 175. All schemes are useless in front of Fang Xian. Reference picture of blowing snow. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Kangaroo Country, North Ridge. A long dragon soared in the sky, flying to its destination. The dragon is none other than the cute, five-clawed golden dragon, and sitting on the dragon's head are Fang Xian and Shueishuo. Shueishuo snuggled in Fang Xian's arms, her pretty face slightly blushing as she enjoyed Fang Xian's gentle touch. Fang Xian looked into the distance and gently stroked Chushue's little head. Fubuki, are we almost at our destination? Woo woo woo. You may speak now. Call. Fubuki let out a long breath and slowly sat up. She took out a bottle of mineral water from her storage ring and drank it down. Honey, the territory of the World Guild is ahead. Fang Xian looked around and saw mountains and forests everywhere, birds singing and flowers blooming, and a peaceful atmosphere. The World Guild's territory really looks like a paradise. Fubuki wiped the corner of her mouth and put the half-drunk bottle of mineral water back into the storage ring, being a civilized person who doesn't litter. Hubby, You don't know that these are all illusions. The real world guild has been hidden. Oh, is this the god-hiding array you mentioned? Before coming here, Fang Xian had already learned the secret of the world guild territory from the two sisters. In order to deal with the coming of the devil, the world guild specially opened the god-hiding array. The god-hiding array is equivalent to a mirror. There is a world outside the mirror and another world inside the mirror. Whether you look from the outside or go inside, you can't see anything unusual. Only with a pass can you enter the other world in the mirror. Fang Xian took out a wooden token from the storage ring, on which was engraved a big word Tong. This is the pass to enter the world guild. Fubuki also took out a pass, while Fang Xian held tornadoes. As for why Fubuki was chosen to lead the way instead of Tornado, it was because Tornado was a person with a poor sense of direction. Mingbao, you set up multiple spaces here to block their escape route. If anyone escapes, kill them without mercy. The cute baby hovers in the sky, setting up multiple spaces. Okay, Dad. Good boy. After Fang Xian finished his instructions, he took the pass and walked into the forest with Chueshua. As soon as the two walked in, the whole world began to turn upside down, and then in an instant there was nothing to feel, as if nothing had happened. Fang Xian nodded. He was very interested in this magic circle and wanted to get it if he had the chance. Looking around, this place has unique tropical scenery, lush vegetation and shady trees. The tall palm trees swayed in the wind, and the sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting spots of light. The most eye-catching thing is the towering tree in the distance, which is hundreds of meters tall and red all over. The treetops look like a giant open umbrella, very spectacular. That's the world tree? Fubuki frowned slightly, a little undecided. Hubby, before we left, the world tree was only 10 meters high. Now, I can't say for sure, but in terms of appearance, it does look very similar to the world tree. Well, let's go and take a look. Fang Xian estimated the distance and didn't want to waste time. Come into my arms. Hee, good husband. Chueshua happily dribbled the ball and bumped into Fang Xian. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly, hugged Chueshua tightly, and flew at high speed towards the world tree. In a moment, Fang Xian and Chueshua appeared at the foot of the world tree. Looking up, there are dozens of red fruits in the towering trees. The fruit is the size of a baby's clenched fist and has an irregular shape, like a wonderful combination of various geometric shapes. The red skin is dotted with fluorescent green spots, flashing a faint and strange light. Fang Xian looked at the fruits on the tree with some curiosity and asked, "Is this the so-called Red God's gift?" Before Fubuki could speak, a hoarse voice answered for her. Yes, it is indeed called Red God's gift. Fubuki looked in the direction of the sound and was slightly startled. President. Fang Xian glanced at the person who came. He was tall, with well-defined features. He was wearing an exquisite black suit, and his expression revealed calmness and elegance. Hello, Mr. Fang Xian. I am Hannibal, the president of the World Guild. Fang Xiansha looked down at Hannibal. He was a little surprised that Hannibal appeared so blatantly and greeted him as if nothing had happened. You have to know that Fang Xian and the World Guild have an irreconcilable relationship. Now that Hannibal has done this, people who don't know would think that they have already made peace. However, there must be something wrong when things are abnormal, and Fang Xian wanted to see what tricks Hannibal was playing. Mr. Hannibal, you appear in front of me so calmly. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Hannibal smiled slightly, with a hint of confidence at the corners of his mouth. Killing me is an easy task with Mr. Fang Xian's strength, but since I took the initiative to show up, I naturally want to resolve our grievances with you. You'll have to pay a heavy price for assassinating me. Of course, I will show my most sincere sincerity. Why don't we go have a drink and talk slowly? No need, just say it directly. Hannibal smiled slightly and looked up at the world tree that blocked out the sky. Mr. Fang Xian, do you know that once the world tree is planted, it cannot leave the soil? Once it leaves, it will wither and die. Fang Xian sneered. Hannibal was telling him not to target the world tree. Get to the point, don't waste my time. Okay, Mr. Fang Xian, I believe you already know something about the Golden God's gift. As for the Red God's gift, it evolved from the Golden God's gift. Golden God's gift can grant people God-level attributes, while Red God's gift can increase lifespan. It keeps people young forever. Fang Xian and Chueshua were both shocked when they heard this. There is actually a treasure that can increase lifespan. No wonder Hannibal was willing to let the devil come to obtain the red gift from God. If it is true that lifespan can be increased, then Hannibal will have countless time to become stronger, and at that time it will not be a problem for him to become the strongest person on Blue Star. You can even rule Blue Star permanently and become an immortal emperor. Hannibal smiled slyly. Anyone who heard the news would be excited. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Mr. Fang Xian, how about we make a deal? Oh, I forgot to remind you that once I die, the God-hiding array will collapse, and this space will collapse as well, and the world tree will immediately wither. If Mr. Fang Xian wants to stay young forever, please think twice. Fang Xian smiled coldly. No wonder Hannibal was so confident. It turned out that everything was within his calculations. He played his cards directly. He was really an old fox. But unfortunately, the person he met was Fang Xian, who possessed the ghostly physique. Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Hannibal jokingly. In the face of absolute strength, all strategies are useless. Trick, mind interference. Blowing snow reference picture. Chapter 176, 441,000, Red God's Gift, Eternal Youth. In the past, in order to prevent others from deceiving him, Fang Xian could only sign the contract to get the real answer. Now that I have the strange god physique, I no longer have to worry about being deceived by others. Fang Xian used trick, mind interference, and Hannibal had no time to react, so he was successfully hit. With only a minute left, he immediately asked the question, can the Red God's Gift really increase lifespan? Are there any side effects? Hannibal immediately replied respectfully. Red God's Gift can indeed extend a person's lifespan. One pill can add 5 years to a person's lifespan. It can be stacked, and there are no side effects. Will the God-hidden formation really collapse due to your death? Meeting. How long will it take to dissolve your relationship with the God of hidden formation? It only takes 1 second. Then you untie it now. Good. Hannibal held the secret in his hand and recited it silently. Untie. The time was right. Hannibal's pupils widened, and he had a bad feeling. You. Bang. Hannibal still wanted to argue, but Fang Xian didn't give him a chance and just smashed his head. Thump. Hannibal's headless body fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Fang Xian beckoned, and Hannibal's storage ring flew into his hand. He didn't check immediately. He just took a step and disappeared in an instant. Then several screams were heard all around, and Fang Xian returned to the foot of the world tree. After dealing with Hannibal's men, he began to check Hannibal's storage ring. There are quite a few good things in the storage ring, including more than 300 copies of Golden God's Blessing, Silver God's Blessing, and a Tribute Enhancer. There are a lot of God-level equipment, gold, and money. However, none of these aroused Fang Xian's interest until he saw a piece of yellowed craft paper. This is it, the magic circle that conceals the gods. God-hiding array. Copy a designated area of 1,000 square kilometers to form another identical hidden space. Fang Xian took a quick look and found that it recorded the rules and usage of the God-hiding array. He collected the spoils, then used his exclusive skill, Ocean of Inclusiveness, to summon all his wives. As soon as Tornado and you were teleported here, they saw a headless corpse lying on the ground. Honey, is he Hannibal? He looks a bit like. Fang Xian nodded and answered the two girls' questions. Yes, he is Hannibal. Okay, now spread out and kill everyone here. When the women heard this, none of them felt any sympathy. In the territory of the World Guild, everyone has many lives on their hands. There is no right or wrong here, only who lives and who dies. The women were divided into several teams and quickly cleared out all the survivors. As long as he kills all the people in the place, he will activate the God-hiding array to hide the world tree, and no one will be able to find this place anymore. Half an hour later, we confirmed everything was correct and killed them all. During this period, Fang Xian studied the God Invisibility Array and unexpectedly found it to be surprisingly simple and successfully opened the God Invisibility Array. In this way, the northern territory of the kangaroo country completely belongs to him. But correspondingly, a very troublesome problem arises. That is, should some people from the Dragon Kingdom be transferred to that place for refuge before the demon god comes? The area here is only 1,000 square kilometers, mostly covered with mountains and forests, with no high-rise buildings, and a relatively backward village structure. In other words, only a few thousand people can live here, and if they squeeze together, it can accommodate tens of thousands of people. It's really a headache. He looked at the Red God's Gift on the world tree and fell into deep thought. The problem now is that he is afraid that if someone lives here, they will miss his red gift from God. Fang Xian looked at the red divine gift on the world tree, and suddenly an idea came to him. If he picked all the Red God's Gift, wouldn't the problem be solved? Without the temptation of the Red God's Gift, it would be a good idea to leave this place to someone trustworthy in the Dragon Kingdom, so that the fire can be preserved. He immediately ordered all his wives to fly up and eat a red gift from God. All the girls flew up obediently, picked one each, and ate it. 21 refund reminder sounds are displayed, totaling 441,000 Red God's Gift. 441,000 Red God's Gift equals 2.205 million years of life. With so many red gifts from God, he and his wives will remain young and immortal. But I don't have that much time right now, so I'm not in a hurry to eat. Fang Xian looked at the world tree without a single fruit and shook his head with a bitter smile. All the fruits had been consumed by them, and there was no telling when it would bear fruit again. Now that the world tree no longer has the red divine gift, we can ask Zhong Xinxiu to arrange people to come over. Fang Xian traded 50,000 teleportation instructions to the women, allowing them to set the coordinates of the location in batches. He took out his cell phone and called Zhong Xinxiu, told him the general situation, and asked him to draw up an evacuation list. Zhong Xinxiu was very happy and immediately started to formulate the Spark plan. As soon as Fang Xian hung up the phone, his parents called him. After answering the call, he found out that Fang Miao and Kai Tsui had already arrived at Yunjing Villa. He hung up the phone, and it was time to pick up his parents. "You guys keep busy. I'll go get my parents over." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere exploded. Ningrenjir, what? Usagi Tsukino, you want to meet the parents? Joel, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Tornado, humph. What's there to be nervous about? Fubuki, sister, you need to change your clothes. Don't wear something so revealing. Shin Haimi, yes, I have to put on some beautiful makeup. Zheng Anaya, uncle and auntie won't dislike my age, right? Mu Yunji, I'm worried too. Zhao Meijing, I believe that as long as we treat our husband well, uncle and aunt will not oppose us. Nami, hee, that's it, don't worry. Qinglong, how do I put on makeup? Can anyone help me? Suzaku, and me. Busujima Siko, then we will teleport back after we finish putting on makeup. Please ask your uncle and aunt to wait for us. We will be there soon. Xuanai, Lin Mengxian, Lu Shishuang, Tang Xiaowu, Shun Tingxian, Mu Wanyao, Ranqing, and Takahashi Mitsuko couldn't help but laugh when they saw their flustered looks, which were exactly the same as when they first met their parents. I just don't know what Fang Miao and Kai Tsui's expressions will be when they see Fang Xian has so many stunningly beautiful wives. Fang Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, expressing his helplessness. Then don't take too long. After saying that, he used the teleport command to return to Yunjing Villa. Call out. Fang Xian returned to the house and opened the door. Dad, Mom. Xiao Fang. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui, who were outside the door, saw Fang Xian and happily went up to hug him. The two elders looked at Fang Xian lovingly, and just as they were about to say something, they realized something was wrong. Hey, where are my daughters-in-law? Fang Xian felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't tell them that he would have to put on makeup for an hour before coming back. When the two elders saw Fang Xian's expression, they felt like they were struck by lightning. Fang Xian, you are not going to do that? You've driven all my 8 beautiful daughters-in-law away. Fang Xian was embarrassed. What kind of train of thought was this? It was too much of an association. What are you talking about? Hurry up, we must return our 8 beautiful daughters-in-law to us today. Mom and Dad, I'm sorry, I can't give you 8 daughters-in-law back. Having said that, Fang Xian smiled slyly. Because now I am. Chapter 177, not 8 daughters-in-law, but 21. I'm really pissed off by you. Fang Miao walked into the living room angrily and sat directly on the sofa. Stinky boy, tell me, how did you make them run away? Fang Xian waited for Kai Tsui to walk in, then slowly closed the door. What a joke this old man is. Why is he getting so angry before he even finishes speaking? He smiled and made a cup of tea for the two elders. Kai Tsui took the teacup with a smile, her face full of kindness. No. Fang Miao's face was full of dissatisfaction. He took out his mobile phone and opened the photo album. Look, a few days ago I was bragging to Lao Li that my Xiao Fang has 8 stunningly beautiful wives. Now one of them is gone. Old Li will definitely laugh his head off. Fang Xian was speechless. This is what the relationship was about. I am really impressed. But think about it. People who are older usually compare themselves with their own children, so it's understandable. It's just that the timing is not appropriate. The world is about to end, so why are they still acting like nothing happened? Mom and Dad, the devil is coming. Are you focusing on the wrong thing? Fang Miao picked up the teacup, took a sip of tea, and said casually, with you here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Once the demon arrives, we'll start feasting. What if I can't beat him? If it doesn't work out, there are people from all over Blue Star who will be buried with me, so I won't be alone. Kai Tsui held Fang Xian's hand and patted the back of his hand gently. Xiao Fang, don't feel too stressed. You have no obligation to save the world. If you can, save it. If you can't, just run away. Fang Miao Miao raised her voice and put on an expression that showed it was as it should be. Right? If you can't defeat him, just run away until the demon leaves. As for the others, whoever they want to love is fine. I can't control them. Fang Xian felt the warmth in Kai Tsuetsue's hands and Fang Miao Miao's casual words, and finally understood that they did it on purpose. The purpose is to reduce his psychological burden and save his life. What will you do if I run away? Us. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsuetsue looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Thanks to you, we were able to fulfill our dreams in the second half of our lives and live a wonderful life as professional awakeners. We have no regrets. Yes, Xiaofang. Without you, Mom and Dad would have to grow old with regrets forever. Thank you. You are our pride. No matter how hard a child works, it is all for the sake of his parents saying, "You are our pride." Fang Xian was deeply moved when he heard their words. Mom and Dad. Fang Xian was still thinking about what to say to express his gratitude and touching words when he was interrupted by Fang Miao Miao, who was dancing and talking excitedly. By the way, you may not know that your dad is super brave. He killed a lot of people in a level 96 dungeon. When that demon god comes, let me, your father, show off my skills and give him 2 slashes. Kai Tsuetsue rolled her eyes at Fang Miao Miao and said unhappily, "Look at how capable you are. Are you so arrogant that you want to kill the demon? With your limited ability, I beg you not to send me off." Fang Miao Miao became unhappy when she heard this. What are you talking about? Do you still remember that I was the one who killed the python last time? How many people gave me admiring looks? Yes, if I hadn't helped you, everyone would have started eating. Fang Xian looked at the 2 elders bickering, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. But I am happy to see that they are as positive and optimistic as ever. Fang Xian thought it had been a long time since he had a good chat with his parents, so he smiled and started talking. Dad, Mom, tell me about your adventures. Good. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsuetsue smiled at each other and told the story of how they became full-time awakeners. An hour later, their story was over. Fang Xian looked at the time and thought it was about time, so she notified everyone in the Mrs. Fang Xian group and asked them to get ready in 5 minutes. Ning Renjier, WW, how come the time is up so quickly? Lu Shishuang and I. Ohakting husband, why did you come to our place? Aren't you going to let us go back? Young Uni, Sigma, that's right, husband, there's nothing here. Why did you come here? Fang Xian, it's okay, let's go have a picnic. I have food here, you can just find a place with nice scenery. Yukino, good husband. Nami, oh, intersection. Oh haha sisters, let's clean up their bodies first, otherwise you will scare your uncles and aunts. Lin Mingxian, carrot, it's okay, our parents are not that pretentious. Tornado, why are you calling Mom and Dad? I want to call Mom and Dad too. Mu Wanyao, nervous face, my husband said that we have to call them Mom and Dad, not Uncle and Aunt. Fubuki, really? P greater than over equal to W less than over equal to Q. Then I want to call you Mom and Dad, too. Y'all. Then I need to practice. Mu Yunji / omega / calling people of similar age as parents. Will I really not be disliked? Tang Xiaowu, Mom, come on. Onaji, degree nabla degree. Qinglong, you two are just similar, but I am over 1,000 years old. Oh. Suzaku, me too. Takahashi Mitsuko, smiley face, haha, don't worry sisters, I'm hundreds of years old too, and my mom doesn't mind at all. Shin Tingxian, you know how to comfort people. Bukuja Masiko, there's no time left. Get ready quickly. Usagi Tsukino, good / amazed face, / Shin Jaime, oh. Ranqing, oh. Fang Xian watched them chatting and smiled slightly. Others chat with their wives privately, but he has to create a group to chat with his wife. Every word from each person was enough for him to read for a long time. He put his phone away and slowly stood up. Mom and Dad, let's go over there. Where are you going? Go meet your daughter-in-law. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsuetsue smiled happily when they heard this. I knew Xiao Fang was teasing us. That's right. How could 8 daughters-in-law just disappear like that? Fang Xian smiled slyly and said seriously, Mom and Dad, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You have not 8 daughters-in-law. 21. Chapter 178, Xianyuan Sword. Xiao Fang, what nonsense are you talking about? How is this possible? Before Fang Miao Miao could finish her words, Fang Xian pressed the teleport command for them. Call out. Xiao Fang, how could you have 21 wives? Don't be ridiculous. Fang Miao Miao was halfway through her words when she saw 21 stunning beauties suddenly appear before her and couldn't help but take a step back. This? Kai Tsui was also shocked and supported Fang Miao. Xiao Fang, what's going on? Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly, looked at Fang Miao and Kai Tsui with a sly smile, and introduced them loudly. Dad, Mom. They are both my wives. Wives, call me Dad and Mom. 21 stunning beauties stood respectfully and shouted in sweet voices. Dad, Mom dash. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui had never seen such a scene before and couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Only when they saw Xuan Nai, Lin Mengxian, and the other 8 did they breathe a sigh of relief. It's Sueno, Mengxian, and the others. I'm not dreaming. I say, kid, next time you make such a big scene, prepare some quick-acting heart pills for me in advance, so as not to scare me to death. Fang Xian smiled slightly and said with a sly smile, Mom and Dad, are you satisfied with your 21 daughters-in-law? Fang Miao and Kai Tsui looked at them. How could they not be satisfied? They were even very satisfied. They all looked at Fang Xian and asked questions impatiently. When can we have grandchildren? When the girls heard this, their pretty faces blushed and they all looked at Fang Xian. Fang Xian was speechless, and Fang Miao's words broke his silence again. Today, I can't continue chatting. Under the tall world tree, the whole family happily enjoyed a wonderful picnic time. Joel, Mom and Dad, this is delicious, you guys try some. Lin Mengxian, Dad, let me give you a back rub. Chun Tingxian, Mom, let me rub your legs for you. Nami, Mom and Dad, come and have some juice. Fang Xian looked at the 21 peerless beauties who were courting his parents in various ways, and shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is the only family that can be filially treated by so many daughters-in-law. He felt very relieved, and then he saw Qinglong shouting, Qinglong, Mom and Dad, I'm going to perform a flying dragon in the sky for you. After saying this, Qinglong transformed into his true form, soared into the sky, and dominated the world. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui were completely dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a performance. Zhuke was unwilling to be left behind and stepped forward immediately. Mom and Dad, let me perform a dance for you called Dancing in the Sky. She turned around and transformed into a huge flaming bird, soaring into the sky and dancing in the sky. Dala. The fruit in Fang Miao's hand fell out of her hand. She stared in amazement at Qinglong and Zhuke, who were human just now, and actually transformed as soon as they said so. Why are people so eager to show off their talents now? Are you going to create dragons and birds? Kai Tsui nodded blankly, then shook her head, feeling like she was dreaming. The other 19 beauties looked at Azure Dragon and Suzuku with hatred. Roll it up. Who can beat you? You guys have stolen the spotlight. They were jealous for a moment, then thought of the physique of the six-winged holy angel. One day, both of them displayed the power of the six-winged holy angel, spread their 6 pure white wings, and danced gracefully in the sky with a divine light. Fang Miao's mouth opened so wide that she couldn't close it. Kai Tsui was completely stunned, her eyes full of envy. What a beautiful angel! Tornado, Fubuki, and Mu Yunji's eyes almost popped out. They neither have the true form of a divine beast nor the physique of a 6-winged holy angel, so they have become mere background members. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui watched the singing and dancing performance in the sky, and subconsciously looked at Longwan, Fubuki, and Mu Yunji. As if to say, what about you? Can't you show your talent? Tornado became angry and humiliated, and his temper flared up when he looked at the women in the sky. She flew into the sky, opened her arms, and 2 tornadoes emerged from her palms, performing a performance in the air, spinning top. Shueishiue and Mu Yunji were stunned. Is this possible? Okay, it's this curly, right? Fubuki stood up angrily, summoned a local blizzard, and immediately built an ice castle. Fang Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Mu Yunji was an assassin. What could she perform? Cutting fruit? Everyone else looked at Mu Yunji. She was the only one who had not yet performed a talent show. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui seemed to see Mu Yunji's embarrassment, and just as they were about to persuade her, they noticed something strange. Mu Yunji lowered her head, her whole body trembling slightly, and her hands clenched into fists. Her face flushed, and she decided to give it a try. I can give birth. Fang Xian. 20 wives. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui. Okay. Night. The God-hiding array is crowded with people. Some of them have set up tents, some have taken out bunk beds, and some sleep on the floor. As long as there is space, everyone makes do and rests without any complaints. Fang Xian looked into the distance and saw that everyone had found a place to rest, so he started to ask, Mr. Zhong, why don't you see the chief and his men? Zhong Xinxiu sighed softly, and then his eyes were filled with admiration. The chiefs, commanders, and senior officials all declined the offer. They said they wanted to advance and retreat together with the people. In fact, they just wanted to give more vacant positions to young people. Fang Xian nodded slightly and admired the leader and others in his heart. As national leaders, they do not abuse their power for personal gain and are not afraid of death. They are hundreds or thousands of times better than the current leaders of Western countries. Zhong Xinxiu looked up at the increasingly scarlet moon, his brows furrowed. This disaster will surely cause great loss of life. Fang Xian looked at Han Yue silently with a firm gaze and spoke in a deep voice. I will definitely protect this pure land. Zhong Xinxiu felt a little melancholy, yet also a little relieved. He took out a sword case from his storage ring and handed it to Fang Xian. Fang Xian, this is our country's most powerful divine weapon. I entrust it to you now. Fang Xian's expression was solemn as he slowly took the sword box. The sword case is made of simple and hard ebony, with mysterious runes and ancient patterns carved on the surface, exuding the breath of time. The edges are inlaid with gold, exuding a majestic aura that guards this legendary sword. There are 4 big characters carved in the middle of the sword box, Xianyuan treasure box. This is... Zhong Xinxiu showed a kind smile. Open it and take a look. Fang Xian looked at the name on the sword box and had already guessed something. Although he does not use a sword, he did not expect that the country would entrust him with the most important weapon of the country, which shows the country's immense trust in him. Fang Xian carefully opened the sword box, and there was a sword inside. The scabbard is very beautifully designed and has the same purpose as the sword box. There were 3 characters engraved on the scabbard. Xianyuan sword. Chapter 179, Red Moon in the Sky, Demon God Arrives. Xianyuan sword. Quality, artifact. Level limit, LV 91. Professional restrictions, none. Enhancement, 20. Inlay, high-level spirit gem, high-level agility gem, high-level strength gem, high-level life gem, high-level intelligence gem. Refinement, all attributes plus 10%. Enchantment, bloodlust. Attribute bonus, strength plus 522, agility plus 522, life plus 333, spirit plus 333. Effect 1, attack speed plus 30%. Effect 2, each time a target is hit, 3 additional basic attack damages will be automatically added. Effect 3, critical hit chance plus 50%, critical hit damage plus 200%. God level effect. All damage is accompanied by true damage of 10% of one's own strength. True damage ignores all of the target's defense attributes, shields, and other damage reduction effects. Active skill 1, charge strike. Charge for 5 seconds, causing 200% of the target's own strength damage. Charge for 10 seconds, causing 500% of the target's own strength damage. No cooldown, consumes 800 mana points. Active skill 2, sword sweeping all directions. Release multiple sword energies in a radius around the self. Each sword energy causes 80% of the self's strength damage to the target. Cooldown 10 seconds, consumes 800 mana points. Active skill 3, Swift Wind Swordsman. Within 7 seconds, agility and attack speed increase by 100%, immune to slowing effects. Cooldown 30 seconds, consumes 1000 mana points. God level active skill, Heaven and Earth Sword. Swing the sword, causing 300% of the target's strength and 200% of its spirit damage to the target within 10,000 meters in a straight line, and causing armor penetration and vulnerability effects. Armor break, reduces target's armor by 50% for 30 seconds. Vulnerability, all damage received by the target within 30 seconds is doubled. Cooldown 40 seconds. Efficiency mana 1000 points. Fang Xian looked at the Xianyuan sword and couldn't let it go. As the treasure of the nation of Dragon Country, naturally Dragon Country has put all its efforts into strengthening the Xianyuan sword to level 20, with the inlaying and refining also being at the best configuration. The enchantment is Bloodthirst, which provides 20% all-around lifesteal. That is, the healing effect caused by the user's normal attacks and skill damage is greatly improved, greatly enhancing the user's endurance. Effect 1 is simple, the faster the attack speed, the more times the damage is caused. Effect 2 combined with Effect 1 is equivalent to speeding up, tripling it. Effect 3 combined with Effects 1 and 2 is both fast and powerful. In addition to the effect brought by Fang Xian's God-level attribute, Energy, he has a critical hit rate of 630% and a critical hit damage of 2,100%. In other words, Fang Xian can inflict terrifying damage numbers just by using the Xianyuan sword to perform a basic attack. The God-level effect comes with 10% true damage, which can be said to be a relatively rare attribute. True damage ignores any defense and will cause damage as long as it hits. It is the most real effect. Active Skill 1 Charge Strike is not that great. First of all, it takes 5 to 10 seconds to charge, and the damage is only 200% to 500%. It can only cause damage to one target, which is really lame. If you have that much free time, you might as well go up and chop for 10 more seconds. The damage will be higher than this. Active Skill 2 Sword Sweeping All Directions is also quite standard, a group attack skill, nothing special. Active Skill 3 Swift Swordsman is the core skill, which increases agility and attack speed by 100% within 7 seconds and ignores deceleration. Combined with effects 1, 2, 3 and God-level effects, it can deal fast and explosive damage. Whether it is a one-on-one fight or a group fight, this skill can handle it with ease. He can truly be called the Swift Wind Sword Immortal. As for the final God-level active skill, Sword of Heaven and Earth, needless to say, the range of 10,000 meters alone is enough to crush many divine weapons. The damage is a rare combination of physical and magical output and can deal with enemies with different defenses. It also comes with armor breaking and vulnerability effects, laying the foundation for subsequent output. This sacred weapon is truly his dream weapon, fully satisfying his childhood dream of becoming a cool and unrestrained swordsman. Master Zhong, do you really want to give me this Xianyuan sword? Zhong Xinxiu smiled kindly and nodded sincerely. The treasury of the country should be used by the pillars of the country. You are our hope and the hope of all mankind. Fang Xian held the Xianyuan sword in his hand, his eyes full of solemnity. He gripped the hilt tightly, took a deep breath, and slowly drew the sword. There was a slight friction sound between the sword and the scabbard, which was particularly clear in the silent space. Under the red moon, the Xianyuan sword was pulled out inch by inch, shining with a cold light. Fang Xian stood tall and straight with a determined look in his eyes, holding high the Xianyuan sword. We are free and will definitely fulfill our mission. His voice was so powerful and resounding that all the silent people looked over. They bowed their heads slightly, closed their eyes, put their hands together, and placed their fingers together in front of their chests, looking focused and pious. At this moment, they were praying for Fang Xian and praying for Long Kingdom. For days later, the red moon was in the sky, casting an enchanting light. The vegetation grew wildly, and the vines twisted and turned like giant pythons crawling on the ground. The animal's eyes flashed with a strange red light, and it let out a terrifying roar as it madly attacked all living things. The whole world is filled with the breath of death. It is completely the end of the world. Low-level professional awakeners work in groups to kill crazy animals and plants in an orderly manner to ensure the safety of designated areas. Senior professional awakeners from various countries floated in the air, gazing up at the sky, and a murderous aura enveloped the sky. Fang Xian is wearing the dragon suit, holding the dragon staff, wearing the Xianyuan sword on his waist, carrying the black tortoise shield, and the white tiger wings behind him are majestic. He opened his eyes slightly, looked up at the sky, and spoke in a deep voice. Here I come. The 21 wives looked solemn, staring at the sky. The sky suddenly darkened, and a haze rose up. The wind was howling and sand and rocks were flying. Suddenly, a deep, dark crack opened silently in the sky, and an intense sense of oppression surged out like a tide, making all things tremble. Immediately afterwards, two huge gray hands stretched out from the crack and expanded the crack, and then a head emitting a terrifying aura stretched out. Its eyes were like two huge blood moons, emitting a cruel and cold light. Under the pointed nose was a pair of thin purple lips, with the corners of the mouth raised, forming a strange smile. It slowly crawled out, its body huge and majestic, like an unshakable gray mountain. The appearance of the devil plunged the whole world into a desperate silence. The air seemed to freeze, time seemed to stop, and only the demon's terrifying smile dominated the world. Chapter 180 Humanity Will Win. Israel, Jerusalem, Bomb Shelter. President Isoaxi stood there in a daze, trembling all over, looking at the surveillance footage in disbelief. How could it be? The place where the demon god descended is here. The other senior officials in the air raid shelter were equally terrified. They looked at the demon god with despair as he opened his fang-filled mouth and looked down at the country of Israel in a playful manner. The first country to face the devil can only blame itself for its bad luck. President Isoaxi's mouth was drooling crazily, and his eyes gradually became crazy. Fuck. Why? Bang. Sizzle. All lights went out, and all electronic equipment stopped working. What's going on? Everyone looked around in confusion and found only darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Go fix it for me. Quick. A general suddenly thought of something and fell into complete despair. Mr. President, it must be the arrival of the devil that caused our area to produce a magnetic field that caused all electronic equipment to malfunction, just like the copy. President Isoaxi rested his hands on the table, his eyes full of resentment. After a moment, all he was left with was despair and a loud explosion. Boom! Zhong Xinxiu looked into the distance with a frown on his face, feeling very worried. I didn't expect the devil to descend upon Israel. We must hurry over to help deal with the demon. Fang Xian nodded. No one could predict where the devil would land. Let's go to Israel now. Zhong Xinxiu did not refute and nodded silently. Okay, let's go. This was the tactic they had discussed before. Wherever the devil descended, the remaining countries would rush to support it as soon as possible and launch the Blue Star Defense War. Fang Xian led everyone and rushed to Yisli at the same time. Among them, other formations of Longhua also rushed there, and Longhua's team instantly became much stronger. As for other countries, they mobilized all their military forces and rushed to Israel. Of course, it's not that Western countries have come to their senses, but that the armies of each country have been disrupted and reorganized, and there are very few troops belonging to their own country. This was the reorganization and integration that Fang Xian had proposed before, in order to prevent those who were too smart from playing tricks. Others are fighting bloody battles, but you are still thinking about sitting back and enjoying the fruits of their labor. If you don't come or deliberately slow down your march, how can others defend your position? If every country was like this, they would be like a pile of loose sand and would be defeated one by the devil. Fang Xian led everyone forward at high speed. On the way, they met many formations from other countries. They flew together and rushed to Israel. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling light appeared in the distance, followed by a deafening noise. Boom! The earth trembled violently with the roar. The air was shaken like a boiling lake, and a huge shock wave roared in with the force of an overwhelming tidal wave. Then a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky, rolling and expanding, and rising straight into the sky. Against the backdrop of the red moon, it looks both terrifying and spectacular. Everyone stopped and looked into the distance. All of them were shocked. Heh, how ridiculous. In front of the demon god, we are just ants. We actually still dream of resisting. Run away, run as long as you can. Zhong Xinxiu looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance and bit his lower lip tightly until it bled. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Even he felt extremely terrified by the scene just now. He looked at everyone's depressed expressions and wanted to say something to encourage them, but he didn't know where to start. At this moment, we need an absolutely strong person to inspire people, and that person is Fang Xian. Just as he was about to call Fang Xian, he saw a dense swarm of humanoid demons flying out from 10,000 meters away. They were scarlet in color, with their wings spread, and were coming towards them at a high speed, emitting an evil aura. The people who had originally wanted to back out became even more determined to retreat after seeing so many demons. Just when everyone wanted to escape, a terrifying aura burst out. Buzz! Fang Xian was seen standing above the sky, holding the Xianyuan sword in his hand. He swung the sword, and a ray of light that was so powerful that it shocked the world and made the ghosts weep, flashed across the sky like lightning. In an instant, a vacuum zone 100 meters wide appeared in the group of demons within 10,000 meters ahead. Wherever the sword energy passes, no one survives. Everyone stared at Fang Xian's back, which looked like a god of war, and stood there in a daze. If the devil's move made them completely despair, then Fang Xian's sword was the dawn that broke through the darkness. Fang Xian suddenly raised his arms and shouted loudly, his voice like a rainbow, echoing in the air. Fight to the end for our homeland. The blood will never stop flowing until it dries up. Humanity will win. Chapter 181 Is the demonic meat delicious? Dragon Country Live Room. Why is the live broadcast room of the Israelite country gone? I don't know. After the demon descended on Israel, their live broadcast room was completely cut off. Maybe there is no signal in their area. Fortunately, we still have a signal, otherwise we wouldn't know what the situation is like on the front line. I just saw the appearance of that demon god. It was really terrifying. Yes, I wonder if the human coalition can defeat the demon. Hey, I hope we can win, otherwise we will really. The coalition forces set out, with Fang Xian leading the way. With Fang Xian here, we still have great hope. I hope so. The official live broadcast is really good, not laggy at all, and the picture quality is very good. I heard that this is a global live broadcast requested by Fang Xian so that we can know the real-time battle situation. It's a bit unexpected that Fang Xian actually likes live streaming. This is a good thing. If we really lose, at least we can know clearly that we lost, and we don't have to worry so much. Look, the country of Israel is destroyed. Such terrifying strength, destroying an entire country with one move. Everyone, look up at the sky. That's the demon. What a huge demon god. How terrifying. What comes out of its mouth? Fuck. Did the demon spit out thousands of troops? There are too many demons. With so many demon gods, the coalition forces are going to be in a tough battle. Fuck. Fang Xian killed so many demons with one sword? Too awesome. With Fang Xian here, the battle won't be difficult at all. I hope Fang Xian can become a hero of mankind and lead us to victory. Fang Xian can definitely become the first person in 1,000 years. Within the borders of Israel. Everyone, follow me and charge. Fang Xian raised his arms and shouted, taking the lead and charging towards the group of demons. The 21 wives followed without any hesitation. Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Lao, Shi Lao and others picked up their weapons and followed decisively. The coalition forces of various countries gritted their teeth, shouted loudly, and charged forward. With the momentum together, no one will retreat. When the two armies were within 2 kilometers of each other, they could clearly see the demons' message. They were completely dumbfounded. They were all level 300 demons. Level 99 versus level 300? Isn't this just like hitting a rock with an egg? The momentum that the coalition forces had just built up was instantly gone, and they all stood there in a daze. Fang Xian had no choice but to lend them a hand. He looked at the group of demons getting closer and closer, calculated the distance, raised the dragon staff, and countless fire meteor showers fell from the sky, causing heavy casualties to the group of demons. The coalition forces were completely dumbfounded when they saw Fang Xian's continuous fire meteor shower. They just couldn't understand how Fang Xian could kill a level 300 demon as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. We are all human beings. Why is Fang Xian so different? Seeing that the demon army was approaching, Fang Xian shouted loudly and used his skill, White Tiger King's Spirit. Increases the agility, strength, and spirit of friendly forces in a 50-meter radius circular area by 200% for 5 minutes, and doubles the effect on humans. The coalition forces suddenly felt that their strength had increased by 400% and were extremely excited. With such strength, they are afraid of nothing and just go up with their weapons and start fighting. The wizard chanted spells silently, and all kinds of gorgeous long-range attacks bombarded the demon army. The priest constantly adds temporary spirit and intelligence to the mage, temporary life to the warrior, and temporary strength to the knight. The knights charged forward bravely and without hesitation. The warriors roared and formed a solid meat shield to stop the demon army from advancing. The assassin moved around flexibly and took the demon's head as easily as taking something from a bag. The summoner dispatches the summoned beasts to fight bravely. Everyone performed their duties and cooperated well. Although Fang Xian's White Tiger King's Spirit only lasted for 5 minutes, it was enough for them to defeat the army of demons. The huge demon in the sky had a playful smile on his face, as if he was watching ants fighting. It slowly opened its mouth, and tens of thousands of demons flew out. But this batch of demons is obviously much stronger than before, and also much more ferocious. They roared, flapped their bat-like wings, and swooped down to kill the human alliance army. The murderous coalition forces saw the approaching demons and rushed forward with swords in hand. Result: puff. The man's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the body torn in half by the demon. If one person dies, people die everywhere. At this time, the coalition forces discovered that the level of these demons was actually level 500. The newly established advantage gradually disintegrated, and people continued to die. Fang Xian frowned slightly and cast the Xuanwu Absolute Defense, which generated an invincible shield for a circular area with a radius of 5 meters with himself as the center, which lasted for 5 minutes. 6 jet black wings sprouted from his back, and he used the skill Resurrection of the Dead, applying Resurrection to teammates who had died within 10 minutes in a circular area with a radius of 10 meters centered on himself. All those who just died have recovered 50% of their health and resurrected. Fang Xian immediately roared and used White Tiger Howl, which shocked, stunned, and frightened enemies in a circular area with a radius of 50 meters for 30 seconds. Everyone, enter the Golden Defense. The man who came back to life was still confused at first, but when he heard Fang Xian shout, he immediately reacted and rushed into the Absolute Defense. Fang Xian used the skill White Tiger Rainstorm, creating a violent storm in the demon army that lasted for 5 minutes, sucking them in and killing them instantly. He swung the sword in another direction, cutting out a natural chasm. 5 minutes was enough time for him to kill all the demon army. Fang Xian burst out at the fastest speed, continuously using the fire meteor shower. In just a blink of an eye, everywhere visible to the naked eye was the fire meteor shower. Everyone in the coalition was completely dumbfounded. Fang Xian's skills were simply too terrifying. 400% group buff, CD-free, fire meteor shower, large-scale invincible defense, group resurrection, etc. Any skill taken alone is top-notch. But all these are concentrated in one person, which is simply exaggerated. Just as they were looking at Fang Xian with envy, the gray demon moved. It looked at Fang Xian with a slightly frown and made a hoarse and low sound. "Human, why do you have the aura of Lucifer? Where did you get this six-winged fallen angel?" Fang Xian killed all the demon army and stopped. He looked towards the gray demon, a faint smile appearing on his stern face. "Before I can answer your question, you have to answer my question first. What's the problem? That is the demon meat delicious?" Chapter 182 Buff Fully Stacked. One sword 8.7 million. The corners of the demon's mouth rose slightly, outlining a mysterious and deep arc. "I am the demon god, overlooking all living things. Everything in this world is under my control. You are such a human child. You are so arrogant." Fang Xian smiled coldly and used the Eye of Insight on the gray demon. Name, Aminos. Level, Demon. Level 1000. HP. Mana. Strength. Spirit. Agile. Defense. Skill. I can't view the data. Is it because the level gap is too big? Since I can't see it, I'll just have to fight back. Fang Xian attached the Xuanwu shield to his left arm and held the dragon staff and Xianyuan's sword in his hands respectively. His eyes were sharp, and he spoke jokingly. "Sorry, what we humans like to do most is decide." While the Xuanwu absolute defense is still within the validity period, he decided to exert all his strength and win with one move. Fang Xian shouted to all the awakened ones. "All priests, give me temporary strength and agility." When everyone heard this, they all understood that they were preparing to go to war with the devil. Immediately, thousands of priests followed Fang Xian's instructions and gave him temporary strength and agility. Fang Xian looked at the ever-increasing attributes and nodded with satisfaction. This is why Fang Xian, even though he could kill the entire demon army by himself, still wanted to form a human alliance and bring them up to fight together. With the support of 1,000 priests, his strength and agility attributes increased by an additional 50,000 respectively. After making sure that all 21 Ys were within Xuanwu absolute defense, he immediately used exclusive skill effect 3 to add 50% of the attributes of all contracted objects to himself. The 21 contract objects can also trigger the characteristics of the dragon suit, increasing the equipment attributes of the dragon suit by 210% in total. Fang Xian shouted loudly and unleashed the White Tiger King's spirit, which increased his agility, strength, and spirit by 400%. Then his eyes turned blood red. Evil power continued to emerge from his body, and black smoke enveloped him completely. In an instant, the black smoke dissipated, revealing Fang Xian's face. He has scarlet eyes, protruding fangs, a pair of straight horns on his forehead, a long tail, and is extremely flexible. The bat-like wings behind him wrapped the wings of the six-winged fallen angel. Fang Xian showed an evil smile, and 9 big black hands floated out of his arms. They flew towards the dead demon at a high speed and madly devoured the demon's corpse. The allied army was shocked when they saw Fang Xian's appearance at this time. When the black six-winged wings first appeared, they all felt an extremely strong sense of evil, but they were in the middle of a battle at that time, and with the help of Fang Xian's resurrection, they ignored this problem. Now calm down, see Fang Xian's 6-winged black wings, then look at Fang Xian's demonic appearance, plus the strange black big hand devouring the demon's corpse. They couldn't tell for a moment who was the devil. The gray demon Aminos was also shocked when he looked at Fang Xian. How is it possible? You can actually fuse the 3 extremely dark physiques of 6-winged fallen angel, demon god, and strange god? You should know that each of these 3 physiques is a top physique, and possessing any one of them can give one the opportunity to become a hegemon. Not to mention how precious the 3 physiques are, it is simply impossible for ordinary people to obtain them. Even if you get it, you cannot awaken the corresponding physique without enough physical materials. Not to mention that the 3 types of extremely dark constitutions are mutually exclusive. How could they be fused? Even it had tried thousands of methods, but still could not integrate itself with the 6-winged fallen angel or strange god physique. But why can a human being combine three kinds of extremely dark physiques? Human, how on earth did you do this? How did you do that? Fang Xian sneered and instantly used Demon's Truth, increasing all attributes by 200%. All the light within a radius of 500 meters was absorbed by Fang Xian's shadow field, and the world became completely dark. He raised the dragon staff and cast the enchantment, Heavenly Thunder. Boom! Countless thunderbolts appeared above the gray demon and struck it, directly deducting 60% of its health. It was shocked, not because the sky thunder knocked off 60% of its health, but because Fang Xian, the true form of the devil. It's actually the shadow demon. After stacking all the buffs, Fang Xian roared and cast White Tiger Tiger Roar, causing shock, dizziness, and fear effects on the gray demon. Right now, he swung his sword, a sword of heaven and earth, and accurately hit the gray demon. The critical hit was successful, and the damage number popped up instantly. 8.63 million. True damage, 70,800. With one move, 8.7 million of the gray demon's health was cut off, which stunned everyone. 8.7 million in damage. Oh my god, how can his damage be so high? Is Fang Xian a human or a ghost? No wonder he was able to destroy the United States and fight all the demons alone. It turns out that he brought us along just to stack up the buffs. No, he actually just wants to take the priest. We are not even qualified to be led by him. It hurts, old man. Don't forget it. The demon god has equipment and resistance. Even a being of its level had 8.7 million HP cut off by a single sword. If it were us, I'm afraid there wouldn't be anything left. You think too highly of us. He doesn't even need a full-strength sword to kill us. A glance can probably kill us in seconds. Be confident and take away the estimates. Brother, can you please stop talking? It hurts my heart. The more outrageous Fang Xian is, the better our chances of winning will be. Yes, I really hope Fang Xian becomes more and more perverted, preferably to the point where he makes me tremble. Brother, why do I feel like you are Fang Xian with inner qualities? But the demon god is too strong, isn't he? He is still alive even after losing 8.7 million HP. How terrifying. If the coalition forces knew that the gray demon survived even after losing 60% of his health due to the heavenly thunder, and then losing another 8.7 million HP, they would probably be shocked. Aminos's face was like a dark night swept by a storm, and his eyes were like burning flames, spewing out endless rage. His voice was like thunder, shaking heaven and earth. Stupid human, you deserve to die. The true form of the demon god. Chapter 183. Swift Wind Sword Immortal, 7 seconds of crazy slashing. A blood-red light emanated from the gray demon's body and shot up into the sky. A sense of oppression that could destroy the world quietly descended. It exudes a strange gray light all over its body, and its body is covered with mysterious and terrifying runes. The sharp horns bent and pointed toward the sky, emitting scorching and violent flames. His body instantly grew larger, like a huge mountain, standing between heaven and earth. The gray demon's health was fully restored, and a chilling cold light flashed on its sharp claws as it pointed at Fang Xian. Just when he was about to say something harsh, he realized that Fang Xian had disappeared long ago. When the gray demon transformed, Fang Xian had already moved at high speed to the back of its neck, which was the best attack distance. He used the fire wave of the dragon staff, and his body continuously emitted area of effect flame attacks. Fang Xian's eyes focused, and he used the Xianyuan sword, active skill Swift Wind Sword Immortal, which instantly increased his agility and attack speed by 100%. The duration is 7 seconds, and not even 0.01 second can be wasted. Fang Xian's eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared at the back of the demon's neck, with the Xianyuan sword in his hand raised high. In an instant, the sword's shadow fell like lightning. Dang, 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 dang. His movements were as fast as the wind, again and again, and his sword moves were so fierce and sharp that it was dazzling. 170 swords per second, plus 3 automatically added basic attacks, that's 510 swords per second. Including critical hits and true damage, the output of each sword is 72,000. That's 36.72 million damages per second. If all of them are typed out in 7 seconds, the output will be 257 million. The gray demon was shocked when he saw the damage numbers floating out. It was about to avoid it, but was horrified to find itself in a state of confusion, weakness, and slowness. Fang Xian sneered. The main purpose of the fire wave he had used before was not to deal damage. This is to trigger the dark elements of the six-winged fallen angel and the shadow magic of the shadow demon to form a control chain. However, These controls have little effect on the gray demon. But as long as he can control it for 1 second, Fang Xian can deal more than 30 million damage. Sure enough, the gray demon was only controlled for a second before it broke free and immediately burst out a gray protective shield covering its entire body. Dang dang dang. Fang Xian did not stop attacking and continued to swing the Xianyuan sword like a storm. In just 1 second, the gray demon's protective shield was completely shattered with a clang. Fang Xian took advantage of the victory and pursued the enemy with sword shadow dancing. The gray demon subconsciously raised his arm to block and then followed up with a 1-second combo from below. Dang dang dang. Although the arm has a high defense, Fang Xian can still deal 27.89 million damage. The gray demon realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. His blood-red eyes emitted several strange rays of light that shot towards Fang Xian. Fang Xian shook his white tiger wings, and his flying speed increased 5 times, dodging them all in an instant. He caught up with the gray demon and used 510 swords in 1 second, dealing more than 30 million damage. 6 seconds have passed. Fang Xian has hit for a total of 4 seconds, with a total output of 128 million. At the last second, Fang Xian was convinced that the gray demon's health would not exceed 150 million. As long as he strikes at the last second, he will be able to kill the gray demon. This is indeed the case. The gray demon's health is actually only 120 million, but it has an automatic blood recovery skill, otherwise it would have been hacked to death by Fang Xian. The gray demon looked at Fang Xian, who was still attacking continuously. If Fang Xian launched another combo attack on him, the consequences would be disastrous. It gritted its teeth and a terrifying gray aura burst out of its body, sweeping around. Fang Xian didn't care what the gray demon was going to do. He only knew that he had to launch the combo in that second, and nothing could stop him. As a result, the huge body of the gray demon shrank instantly, and Fang Xian swung his sword, but it missed. He turned around and saw that the gray demon below had become the same size as a human. At this moment, the gray demon abandoned the demon's true body, with high attack and high blood, and turned into the fastest small demon, in order to avoid Fang Xian's high-speed combo. Fang Xian changed direction and attacked the gray demon. The gray demon burst out with astonishing speed and immediately fled away. It rushed down the battlefield, and with a wave of its big hand, the 9 black hands that were devouring the demon's corpse were blown away. Natural disaster blood refining technique. The gray demon formed seals with his hands, and a strange energy transformed into thousands of thin lines and injected into the demon's corpse. There were 2 flames dancing in its eyes, and it roared loudly. Refine. The corpse emanates strange energy, which continuously provides energy to the gray demon. Fang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He could clearly feel the gray demon's power surging. He brandished the Xianyuan sword, and with one move, sword sweeping all directions, slashed out hundreds of sword energies in all directions, smashing all the corpses connected to the strange energy into pieces. Fang Xian was not sure whether the lines of the gray demon could be cut, so he simply destroyed the corpse and cut off the supply. However, due to this delay, the 7-second effect of Swift Wind Sword Immortal ended and his speed dropped sharply. The gray demon was originally very distressed because his corpse was destroyed by Fang Xian. Now seeing Fang Xian's speed slowing down, an evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fang Xian stopped flying and looked at the gray demon with a joking look. What, Lord Demon, are you not running away with your tail between your legs? But it's boring to think about it. You didn't even take away a drop of my blood. How can you still be so proud? Are you demon gods of the dog type? You can only bark and run away. The gray demon's veins bulged, and he was furious. It was being chased and beaten by Fang Xian just now, and it was a little bit unable to see through Fang Xian's strength. Logically speaking, the highest level on Blue Star is only level 99, but Fang Xian has the ability to kill a level 1000 demon. Moreover, it is a gray demon that is more powerful than the red demon. You can imagine how terrifying Fang Xian is. For safety reasons, the gray demon decided not to fight Fang Xian head-on. He would wait until it absorbed more corpses to increase its strength. He would definitely not be hit by Fang Xian's sword skills anymore. As long as he avoided his sword skills, Fang Xian would not be his opponent. Fang Xian watched coldly as the gray demon released strange lines to connect to the corpse and began to continuously absorb energy to increase its strength. Judging from the current trend, Fang Xian has run out of ideas. He had used up all his buffs, and even with the help of thousands of priests, he still couldn't kill the gray demon. It was really a pity. Even though he was the one chasing the gray demon the whole time, he didn't even get hurt. But if Fang Xian used the same move for the second time, the gray demon would definitely be able to deal with it, and the effect would be greatly reduced. As one gains strength while the other loses, it will be difficult for Fang Xian to win. Of course, you can also try your luck by using the 10% instant kill chance of the dragon staff. However, the spell attack speed of the dragon staff is too slow, and it is difficult to hit the gray demon, let alone trigger the instant kill mechanism. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed. If that was the case, he could only use his last trump card. Chapter 184, Absorbing All Humanity. Global Live Broadcast Room. Why did Fang Xian stop? It should be the skill time. Damn, what a pity. I thought I could kill the demon in one fell swoop. Fang Xian is so powerful. A human chasing after a demon god and slashing at him. Who wouldn't be excited to see this? I am excited, but looking at Fang Xian's appearance, he looks more like a devil than a demon. Can the guy above talk? He is a demon god, not a devil. Our gods Pangu and Gonggong can also be called demon gods. That is, don't slander our heroes. Yes, there is no doubt that Fang Xian is our hero, the hero of all mankind. The situation is a bit bad now. What's wrong? Fang Xian had the upper hand just now. The demon god was indeed somewhat overwhelmed by Fang Xian's series of combined punches just now, but now the demon god's body has become smaller and its speed has obviously increased, so it is difficult to kill it with the same moves. What the above person said makes sense. What happened just now cannot be replicated. And don't forget that the skills of the 1,000 priests have a cooldown period. It is impossible for Fang Xian to reproduce the combat power just now in a short period of time. Speaking of which, why didn't Fang Xian stop the demon from absorbing the corpse? I don't know. Is he thinking of a countermeasure? Maybe. I hope Fang Xian can create another miracle. If Fang Xian has a way to kill the demon god, I'm willing to do anything. Me too. I won't hesitate to ask Fang Xian for anything. Me too. God bless. Fang Xian must defeat the demon. Let's pray for Fang Xian and pray for humanity together. The hope of all mankind lies in Fang Xian's hands. Fang Xian must win. Come on, Fang Xian. The territory is divided into two parts. Sisters, what should we do now? Nami frowned, gripped her staff nervously, and stared at the gray demon who was getting stronger and stronger. Xuanoi looked at Fang Xian anxiously, her heart full of worry. My husband has already used all his forms. The situation is not favorable to him. My auxiliary skill has a 2-minute cooldown. During this 2-minute vacuum period, my husband's strength will be greatly reduced. Lu Shishuang looked at the skill CD anxiously, wishing it would go faster. Yes, this 2-minute vacuum period is the most critical moment. Qinglong clenched his fists and stared at Fang Xian and the demon god's every move. What should I do? I'm so worried about my husband. Tang Xiaowu held Mu Yunji's little hand, and her palms were sweating. Mu Yunji held Tang Xiaowu's slender hand tightly and comforted her. Everyone should believe in my husband. He can always create miracles. Mu Wanyao looked at the girls with a firm gaze. Well, you have to trust your husband, but we also have to be prepared for backup just in case. Lin Mingxian clenched her fists and prepared to die. Okay, even if I die, I will buy time for my husband. The women nodded, preparing for the worst. Zhong Xinxiu, who was not far away, also frowned. Everyone could see that the current situation was not favorable to the other side. The fact that Fang Xian could fight this battle to such an extent is beyond our imagination. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I thought Fang Xian was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be that powerful. Hong Jintian laughed happily and suddenly thought of the past. No wonder he broke me with one punch. It's not unfair for him to lose. Zhong Xinxiu shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this point, only Hong Jintian could still laugh. I really don't know whether I should envy him or hate him. Old Hong, if the situation gets bad later, I'd like to trouble you to use your body to resist the demon's attack. No problem. Hong Jintian's eyes were as sharp as torches, without any fear at all. Old Zhong, what are your plans? The current situation is not favorable to Fang Xian. We must protect Fang Xian at all costs. Only if Fang Xian survives can humans have hope of rebuilding their homeland. The 10th elder smiled slightly and walked forward. Yes, we old bones have to protect Fang Xian even if it costs our lives. The awakened ones of Dragon Country all stepped forward, their eyes sparkling, ready to die. Hong Jintian saw everyone's determination and his face was filled with excitement. Good. All the Dragon Nation warriors are great. Zhong Xinxiu nodded slightly, also very pleased. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the awakened people from other countries. It's still difficult for us to stop the demon god alone. We need to unite everyone present. Yes, but how can we make them willing to sacrifice themselves? Zhong Xinxiu's eyes suddenly became fierce, and he said in a low voice, I will bear all the blame when the time comes. You just need to follow the plan. Fang Xian frowned and suddenly thought of something. Old Zhong, are you planning to use collective possession to control them to resist for a while? When Fang Xian saw that Zhong Xinxiu did not answer, he already agreed. His face looked grim. If Zhong Xinxiu really used that trick, and it was being broadcast live around the world, Zhong Xinxiu's reputation would be ruined. But think about it. When the time really comes, humans will no longer care about these false reputations, and it will even be a question whether they can survive. As for other countries, they all had different expressions and were thinking about something. Human, you won't stop me from absorbing energy? The gray demon aminos looked at Fang Xian provocatively, constantly absorbing the energy from the demon's corpse. A cunning smile appeared on its face, and it spoke jokingly. Or have you already realized the gap between us and given up resistance? Fang Xian looked at the complacent gray demon and smiled slyly. I'll wait for you to suck it slowly, and then I'll kill you after you're done. After he finished speaking, he folded his arms across his chest, sat cross-legged in the air, and looked at the gray demon leisurely. The gray demon looked at Fang Xian's actions and was a little confused about what Fang Xian was doing. It didn't believe that Fang Xian really gave up just like that, but it didn't believe even more that Fang Xian was really waiting for it to absorb the demon's corpse before taking action. It seems that Fang Xian must be plotting something. However, time is on its side. No matter what means Fang Xian uses, as long as it absorbs the demon's corpse, it will be invincible. At that time, killing Fang Xian will be as easy as killing an ant. Thinking of this, the gray demon couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It found Fang Xian's stupidity funny and his arrogance ridiculous. Time passed minute by minute, and Fang Xian really did not make a move against the gray demon. The two sides were like game players waiting for the referee's order. It's done. The gray demon opened his bloodshot eyes wide and laughed out loud. A gray aura, even more terrifying than before, burst out from its body, shaking the heavens and the earth. Ha ha ha. Fang Xian, you have to pay for your arrogance. Fang Xian smiled slightly, slowly stood up, and said casually, You made it. Yes. Are you scared? Are you regretting it? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Congratulations, I've done it too. You made it too? What do you mean? Fang Xian showed a cunning look, opened his arms slightly, and looked like he was looking down on the world. You just absorbed the demon corpses all over the ground, but I absorbed all mankind. Chapter 185. Watch out. This sword is so cool. 3 minutes ago, Fang Xian watched the gray demon grow stronger and stronger, and decided to use his last trick, which was temporary contract plus attribute integration. He had been constantly increasing his popularity and gaining people's trust, all for this moment. Fang Xian looked at the gray demon jokingly. Since it wanted to absorb it, let it absorb it slowly. Fang Xian also needed time for mind communication. He sat cross-legged, cast a temporary contract, and began to speak to all mankind. Hello everyone, I am Fang Xian. I believe many people know me and what I am doing. If anyone doesn't know who I am, please watch the global live broadcast. I need your help. France. It's Fang Xian. Why do I hear Fang Xian's voice? You heard it too? I heard it too. Is he telepathically performing this on all of us? It's possible. He speaks standard French? Fang Xian probably doesn't know the French language. I guess it's automatically translated, right? Oh my god, it's amazing. Does the contract master have such a magical skill? Indeed, it exists, but it's so useless that no one has ever used it. That's right. After all, Fang Xian is the strongest contract master in 1,000 years. No, it should be said that he is the strongest human being. Listen to what he's saying. I believe everyone knows that the devil has arrived. Our global coalition is doing its best to resist the invasion of the demons and protect our common blue planet. But the demon god is a level 1,000 existence. We are a little weak on our own, so I need the help of all mankind. Asian country. Shit. Demon god level 1,000. The highest level of humans is only 99, and the level of the demon god is 10 times that of humans. It's over. How can we fight this? Didn't you see Fang Xian said he needed help from all of humanity? Is Fang Xian reliable? What nonsense are you talking about? If Fang Xian is not reliable, who else can be trusted? Indeed, at present, only Fang Xian can deal with the demon god. We are doing everything we can to help him. How can we help Fang Xian? Don't make any noise. Wait and see what Fang Xian has to say. I am a contract master with SP talent. I have a skill called temporary contract that can temporarily contract all human beings. The temporary contract will last for 10 minutes and will be automatically unlocked after that, so don't worry. As long as everyone agrees to be temporarily contracted by me, I will be able to gain the power to kill the demon. I am now casting a temporary contract. As long as you silently agree, I can gain power. I beg everyone to help me, to save all mankind in our homeland. Kimchi country. I have heard of temporary contract, but that skill doesn't seem that powerful. I know that, it's just a temporary contract. It doesn't increase combat power at all. Is Fang Xian lying to us? It's very likely that if we agree to the contract, we might become his contract object forever. No way, isn't it just a temporary contract? Who knows? Otherwise, why would he do this? He was clearly chasing after the demon god just now, but now he is waiting for the demon god to grow stronger. There must be something fishy going on. It's better to be careful. If we don't help Fang Xian, won't we be destroyed by the demon god? Don't worry. There will always be fools who will fall for it. We, the citizens of the great Kimchi country, cannot be fooled by him. Yes, we must not follow Fang Xian's evil schemes. Dragon country. Great. Fang Xian still has a way to deal with the demon. But I remember this temporary contract was useless. It's indeed a useless skill, but Fang Xian must have a purpose for doing that. Long people don't lie to long people. We should trust Fang Xian. Yes, I believe Fang Xian. I agree to the contract. I agree. I agree. 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 Fang Xian felt very relieved when he felt the agreement to the contract coming from all directions. After planning for so long, the prestige has indeed reached an unprecedented level. In just 1 minute, the number of temporary contract objects had reached 2 billion. 2 minutes, 5 billion. 3 minutes, 6 billion. Thank you all. With your efforts, I will definitely bring peace and tranquility to Blue Star. Fang Xian sincerely thanked everyone who agreed to the contract, as they were a great help. He was very satisfied with the result. Except for the already destroyed Israel, Sakura country, and the United States. Basically, the rest of the human race chose to agree. Of course, there is another country where people are indifferent. Kimchi country. Fang Xian looked at the Korean country data coldly, with murderous intent boiling in his heart. Since they don't lend a helping hand in times of difficulty, there is no need for them to survive in a peaceful world. After killing the devil, he went to destroy the Kimchi kingdom. The validity period of the temporary contract is 10 minutes. There are only 6 minutes left. It's time to end this war. When Fang Xian uses attribute integration, he can temporarily integrate all the attributes of the contract objects and temporary contract objects. All attributes can be allocated by him freely, and the duration is 5 minutes. He divided the attributes of 6 billion people into 6 equal parts, with each attribute exceeding 2 billion. With an attribute of 2 billion, the gray demon can be killed in a snap of a finger. Fang Xian looked at the gray demon that had stopped absorbing the demon's corpse and smiled teasingly. You made it. The gray demon aminos laughed wildly, shaking the ground. Yes. Are you scared? Are you regretting it? Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Congratulations, I've done it too. You made it too? What do you mean? Fang Xian showed a cunning look, opened his arms slightly, and looked like he was looking down on the world. You just absorbed the demon corpses all over the ground, but I absorbed all mankind. The gray demon aminos was full of question marks and didn't understand what Fang Xian was saying at all. Human, is there something wrong with you? And you absorbed all of humanity? Who do you think you are? You are just a small human, but I, Aminus, am the real deal. Gray devil. Fang Xian's eyes were indifferent, and he said calmly, Are you done? After that, you can go die. He stretched out his slender index finger, pointed at the gray demon, and raised it slightly. The gray demon immediately flew into the sky uncontrollably. What's going on? Why can't you break free? This? How is it possible? What on earth did you do? Fang Xian smiled slightly and said lightly, Nothing. I'm just afraid that my next strike will destroy Blue Star. So I'm sorry to have wronged you. Just die in the sky. The gray demon aminos felt the fear of death for the first time. He roared and struggled with all his might, but to no avail. This time it was really scared. I beg you, let me go, Shoo. Fang Xian made a gesture to keep quiet, and slowly drew out the Xianyuan sword. Everyone watch out. This sword. Very handsome. Chapter 186 All of you must. Died. The red moon was in the sky, the wind was howling, and a tense atmosphere filled the air between heaven and earth. All of humanity held their breath and looked at Fang Xian intently. Fang Xian stood proudly, his eyes like swords, and slowly drew his sword. The gray demon god watched with horror as the Xianyuan sword was pulled out inch by inch, as if announcing the countdown to its death. Clang! The sword was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. Fang Xian's eyes were sharp as he locked onto the gray demon. He held the sword in one hand and slowly raised it to the front of his chest. The air around began to solidify, and the silence was suffocating. Fang Xian slowly swung his sword forward, and the sword drew an elegant, one arc in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Buzz. When the sword was swung out, the wind and clouds changed color, and the earth trembled. The sword is 10,000 meters long, the thunder is powerful, and the sky is torn apart. Gray Devil. Die. Shin Haimi widened her eyes and slightly opened her red lips. Win. Busuja Masiko's purple hair fluttered gently in the breeze, and her eyes sparkled brightly. I won. Usagi Tsukino unconsciously covered her mouth with her hands, a surprised smile on her face. We really won. Zhao Meijing's heart was still beating violently, the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised. Her smile was like the brightest flower in spring. That's great. Ning Renjir's eyebrows raised, the corners of her mouth curved, her face full of excitement and excitement. Long live my husband. The joy of the 21 peerless beauties spread in their hearts, and their eyes were full of love for each other. They could no longer contain their joy and flew towards Fang Xian excitedly. Husband. Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird were the fastest and collided directly with Fang Xian. Immediately afterwards, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All the wives threw themselves into Fang Xian's arms. The cute baby was finally released by Qinglong, and he happily squeezed into Fang Xian, creating a very lively atmosphere. The global coalition forces were extremely excited and cheered loudly. We win. We win. Am I dreaming? Did we really win? Fang Xian destroyed a level 1000 demon with just one sword. He is so powerful. This kind of strength, I'm afraid no one will be able to match it in 10,000 years. It will take more than 10,000 years. As long as Blue Star's level remains at level 99, no one will be able to surpass Fang Xian. Then Fang Xian will be the master of Blue Star. Indeed, but the secret realm will be opened in a few months, and a strong man of his level will most likely not stay on Blue Star. Whether Fang Xian stays on Blue Star or not, he is our hero and the savior of Blue Star. Fang Xian pushed away the women who surrounded him with both hands and wiped the lip marks on his face. His face was almost broken by their kisses. I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Nami took Fang Xian's arm and spoke playfully. Hee, are you shy, husband? Takahashi Mitsuko also hugged Fang Xian's arm tightly and said with a smile, I really want to see my husband being shy. You're so shy. Fang Xian tapped the two girls' foreheads lightly and slowly pushed them away. We'll celebrate when we get home later. Now I have some important things to do. When Zhong Xinxiu and others saw Fang Xian flying out from the crowd of beauties, they all expressed their gratitude excitedly. Zhong Xinxiu, Fang Xian, well done. Ning Feng, son-in-law, Blue Star is blessed to have you. Mu Lao, as expected of my grandson-in-law, you are amazing. Ran Lao, grandson-in-law, well done. Hong Jintian, what's going on? Are you guys having a family reunion party? Wouldn't it make us look stupid? Ning Tian, haha, Mr. Hong is joking. My grandson-in-law wouldn't think so. Grandma Qian, that's right, my grandson-in-law is kind-hearted and won't bother with an outsider like you. Hong Jintian, fuck. Still coming? You guys really are addicted to pretending. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Fang Xian smiled slightly, greeted everyone briefly, and went down to work. He extended his sword finger and pointed it at the spot where the gray devil had died. Suddenly a faint light appeared from that place, and a gray smoke floated into his hand. The girls looked at the ghost-like object and asked curiously, Honey, what is this? This is the soul of the gray devil. After saying that, Fang Xian used devil soul control to transform the gray demon's soul into a demon apostle. The devil's apostle is gray all over, with clear facial features, cold lines, and deep and cold eyes. It was 2 meters tall, with gray hair dancing like flames. Fang Xian clicked to view its information. Name, Aminos. Master, Fang Xian. Level, Demon Apostle. Level 1000. HP, 6 million. Mana, 2.1 million. Strength, 100,000. Spirit, 150,000. Agility, 120,000. Defense, 110,000. Skills, Demon Blood Claw, Destruction Ray, Demon God's True Body, Natural Disaster Blood Alchemy. Originally it was just a Devil Apostle, but it turned out to be a Demon Apostle. It seems that this move, Soul Control, will change according to the strength of the soul during life. This is good too, it's a pleasant surprise. However, looking at its attributes, it is definitely not as good as when it was alive, otherwise it would have been killed by Fang Xian with these attributes. He looked at the numerous demon corpses before him and had no intention of wasting them. Soul Control was cast, and 99 level 500 demon souls floated up instantly. Fang Xian waved his hand and turned them all into devil apostles. 1 level 1000 demon apostle and 99 level 500 demon apostles shocked the entire audience. He tapped his sword finger lightly between his eyebrows, and the demon apostle and demon apostle rushed into his eyebrows and disappeared. The remaining tens of thousands of demon corpses could not be wasted, so he used the trickery, black air demonic hand. 9 black hands floated out, all flew down, and began to devour all the demon corpses. Wherever the black magic hand passed, all the demon corpses disappeared, causing shock around the world again. If all these level 300 and level 500 demon corpses were devoured, the strength of the black chi demon hand would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. After doing all this, he looked at the temporary contract, with 2 minutes left, and began to speak to all mankind. Thank you very much for your support. It was because of your trust that I was able to kill the demon. Without your efforts, there would be no future for mankind. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you all for your concerted efforts. Fang Xian bowed slightly and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the humans who supported him. After thanking him, he slowly raised his head with a cold look in his eyes. At the same time, just now when the people of the world united to resist the devil, the people of one country did not lend me a helping hand from beginning to end. Although we do not value the support of their mere 50 million people, they are still such a selfish nation at a time of human crisis. They are not qualified to enjoy the fruits of victory with us. Therefore, we unilaterally announce sanctions against that country. Fang Xian waved his hand casually, and immediately the number of people in each country who had signed temporary contracts appeared in the minds of people all over the world. Basically, people from every country contributed almost all of their country's population. Even India had 1 billion people supporting Fang Xian. Only one country had a temporary contract, with a population of 0. This country is exactly the kimchi country. Fang Xian's eyes were cold and his voice was low as he continued to speak to all mankind. Since you don't lend a helping hand in times of difficulty, a peaceful world doesn't need your existence. I will humanely destroy you. All of you must. Die. Chapter 187 Secret Realm. As Fang Xian finished his words, panic swept through every corner like an invisible storm, and every Korean's eyes were filled with fear. The fear came from deep within, causing everyone to freeze in place. How selfish they were before, how panicked they are now. It's over. It's all over. We will all be killed by Fang Xian. Which bastard told us not to trust Fang Xian? Now he's killing us. I don't want to die yet. Everyone, please think of a way to save us. How can we save him? Fang Xian can even kill the devil, so killing us isn't as easy as drinking water. I'm a member of the top girl group in Korea, Brother Fang Xian, please let me go. Fang Xian, I am the chairman of Sanqing Group. As long as you let me go, I can give you everything I have. Why can't the teleport command be used? Look up in the sky, there is a giant dragon, and on top of the dragon is Fang Xian. It's really Fang Xian. How come he's here so soon? No. With an agility of more than 2 billion, Fang Xian reached his destination in the blink of an eye. He brought the cute baby here just to prevent them from escaping. At this point they were in chaos, with vehicles running rampant on the road and horns honking one after another. Pedestrians fled in all directions, escaping frantically. Everyone fell into confusion and panic, but Fang Xian never heard a single apology from them from beginning to end. Maybe they won't say, sorry. Since you are all dumb, then don't speak again. A dead person's mouth is the best microphone mute. Fang Xian looked at the last 10 seconds of the temporary contract and slowly raised the dragon staff. Suddenly, a fire meteor shower larger than ever before appeared in the sky. It is more like a planetary meteor shower than a flame meteor shower. Boom! The planetary meteor shower that covered the entire territory fell and completely destroyed everything. No one could resist this power. Even the aftermath could kill a level 99 awakener. As for all the aftermath, Fang Xian blocked them with a wave of his hand. As the planetary meteor shower finished falling, it ended completely. From the cold North Pole to the warm South Pole, from the ancient East to the distant West, people all over the world celebrate this great event together. In every city and on every street, people are smiling brightly, wearing festive costumes, singing and dancing. People of different skin colors and languages hugged each other and congratulated each other. Language is no longer a barrier. Joy and pride flow in everyone's heart. Brilliant fireworks bloom, lighting up the entire sky. The sky was no longer blood red. It was a clear and pure blue sky. Humanity is more united than ever before. Laughter, cheers, and singing intertwined into a cheerful symphony that spread across the entire blue planet. And Fang Xian's name is engraved in everyone's heart. Everyone has great respect for him. He is the supreme ruler of Blue Star. God. Cloudview Villa. Lu Shishuang pushed up her frameless glasses and revealed the signature smile of a mature woman. Hubby, the whole world has decided to designate today as Fang Xian Day to commemorate your contribution to Blue Star. Good. Fang Xian leaned back in Lu Shishuang's arms, enjoying the quiet time leisurely. Zhang and I handed Fang Xian a glass of freshly squeezed juice and asked with a smile, "Honey, what are your plans next?" "I know what the plan is." Without waiting for Fang Xian to answer, Tornado flew directly into Fang Xian's arms, opened her big, beautiful eyes, and looked up at Fang Xian with a wicked smile. "Hubby, why don't we rule the world, hee?" When Chun Tingxian heard Longjuan's suggestion, she immediately agreed. "I agree. This way, I can be the queen of the world. It's fun to think about it." Nami smiled as she was wearing a swimsuit and wiping her wet hair with a towel. "Hee, okay." Joel, wearing a towel and a black swimsuit, with water dripping from her hair, asked curiously. He stroked the tornado hair in his arms and spoke softly. "I will definitely rule the world, but..." When he said this, his eyes became stern and ambitious. "There is no point in ruling the human world. You will always be a frog in the well. If I want to rule, I will rule the vast world of the secret realm. That will prove my worth." After these words were spoken, the 21 goddesses all had different expressions, some worried, some excited, some happy, etc., but no one objected. For them, they will go wherever Fang Xian is. The most excited one among them was naturally Yukino, who had the strongest desire to go home. Qinglong and Zhuke also want to return to this secret realm to uncover the secret of their genocide. As for others, they also want to see this secret realm and challenge their own limits. Fang Xian calculated the time and found out that it would take more than 2 months for the secret realm to open, so he might as well take care of the most important thing in his life now. He called everyone over and decided to announce something big. All the girls gathered around curiously, eagerly waiting for Fang Xian's announcement. Chapter 188, They are beautiful and charming. What? Fang Xian is going to hold a wedding today? The senior executive hung up the phone, looked around in shock, and said nervously, "Everyone, the news is confirmed. Fang Xian will hold the wedding tonight. The venue and all the details will be left to us." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference hall exploded. "Why so sudden? Mr. Fang Xian, are you thinking that since today is Fang Xian Day, why not add a wedding anniversary to the celebration? But now there are less than 8 hours left until 1800 hours in the evening. It's really too rushed. No matter what, as long as it is a request from Mr. Fang Xian, we all have to work together to complete the task perfectly and on time. Yes, change the content of the meeting immediately and make sure to do our best to create a wedding that will satisfy Mr. Fang Xian." First bridal shop. The 3-story super large bridal shop has a variety of beautiful wedding dresses and is the bridal shop with the most customers in Beijing. But today the door is closed and not open to the public. There is only one reason, and that is that Fang Xian's wives all choose wedding dresses there. Every clerk in the store was extremely busy, constantly holding several wedding dresses and hurriedly walking towards the fitting rooms to try on wedding dresses for Fang Xian's wives. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm, and their faces had the most sincere smiles as they kept choosing wedding dresses for Fang Xian's wives. The accessories are also carefully selected by them, and the earrings, necklaces, headwear, etc. are all designed to complement the wedding dresses. They shuttled between the shelves with focused and serious eyes, just to create the most perfect looks for the wives of the human hero Fang Xian. The entire bridal shop is filled with a cheerful atmosphere, and every corner is overflowing with a breath of happiness. It's so annoying. This wedding dress can't even cover my upper body. Yukino kept lifting her chest-hugging wedding dress, but it couldn't cover it, and it popped out again. Me too, the waist fits, but the upper body just won't fit. Qinglong tried hard to pull up the chest-hugging wedding dress, but it just couldn't cover it. Look, they all popped out again. Wow, me too. This is Nami's favorite, but no matter how deep she breathes, she can't cover it. Hey, it's hard for me too. Zhang and I reluctantly asked the female clerk to help her unzip the back of her clothes before she breathed a sigh of relief. When the female shop assistants saw this scene, they all couldn't help but shed tears of envy. How come all of Fang Xian's wives have stunning faces and devilish figures? This is so big. It's totally not something that humans can possess. Of course, except that Tornado doesn't have this kind of body shape. But Tornado's wedding dress is also difficult. After all, she is really too petite and delicate. Mu Wanyao reluctantly took off her very tight wedding dress and sighed softly. We were too tight on time and couldn't customize the wedding dress. It was hard for the wedding dress to fit us. Tang Xiao also took off the wedding dress that almost strangled her and sighed helplessly. Mu Yunji frowned as she looked at the various beautiful wedding dresses, secretly thinking it was a pity, and reluctantly took off her very awkward wedding dress. Fortunately, there were no men present. The shop assistants were all women, and any electronic products were blocked by special props and could not be used or turned on. Otherwise, if a man saw such a beautiful scene, she would probably bleed to death. The ladies were at a loss as to what to do when looking at the beautiful wedding dresses filling the room. Sometimes having too good a figure can become a problem. Just when everyone was worried, a door opened in the magic circle surrounding the bridal shop, and dozens of women walked in one after another. There are old and young, local and foreign. The 21 goddesses looked at the sudden woman in surprise and asked softly, "Who are you?" The old lady in the lead had a kind face and spoke with a smile. "We are the lifestyle designers urgently transferred from around the world. Our specialty is making clothes." The 21 goddesses were all delighted when they heard this. The main skill of a life consultant is to serve life, so there are many life consultants who meet regular needs and can live happily in the world. Especially those top fashion designers, they are basically lifestyle designers. Not only can they design fashion-leading clothing, but they can also produce all kinds of clothing in the fastest time. With their presence, the problems that plague the 21 goddesses will be easily solved. "That's great." Fang Xian immediately took off Li Xiong's wedding dress and said happily, "Come and help me design a wedding dress. It has to be really pretty. I want it too." Ning Renjira raised her hands anxiously when she took off half of her wedding dress, fearing that she would be forgotten. Finally, I don't have to wear this strangling wedding dress." Lu Shishuang took off her wedding dress that left red marks on her chest and threw it on the sofa. When the dozens of female life coaches who had just arrived saw this scene, they unconsciously widened their eyes and swallowed their saliva. Originally, they thought it would be very simple, but it seems they were overthinking it. These 21 goddesses are all really hidden talents. The upper body is large, the waist is thin, and the hips are rounded, which makes the making of this wedding dress much more difficult. No matter how difficult it is to make, the more excited they are. After all, it was worn by 21 stunningly beautiful women, and it was the most eye-catching grand wedding in the world. The wedding dresses they made will be remembered forever. Their names will be passed down through the ages and remembered by future generations. Thinking of this, they were filled with excitement and secretly vowed to make a masterpiece that would shock the whole world in the shortest possible time. 21 beautiful wedding dresses. Chapter 189, 21 Beautiful Brides. Beijing, Beihou No. 9. This was originally a golf club with a central lawn of over 10,000 square meters that can accommodate more than 1,000 banquet tables. At this moment, Beihou No. 9 has been decorated as a wedding venue. From afar, a row of white chairs were neatly arranged on the lawn, with the backs of the chairs decorated with pure white ribbons that fluttered gently in the breeze. A gorgeous wedding stage was built in the center of the lawn, and the ground was covered with white carpet, which was extremely holy. There are countless flowers and green vines on the stage background, which weave into a huge and colorful flower wall. A long red carpet stretched from the entrance to the main stage, with white candles and beautiful roses on both sides. As time went by, guests entered in an orderly manner. Lu Qingming, president of Yongjiang First University, Zhu Debiao, president of Yongjiang Second University, and Yu Longming, mayor of Yongjiang City, came together. Lu Qingming looked into the distance, looking at the sacred wedding scene, and felt a lot. "I didn't expect Fang Xian to become the strongest person on Blue Star. A few months ago, he was just a child who had just awakened." Yu Longming thought of Fang Xian and was inspired to write this poem. "Yeah, who would have thought that someone would grow so fast? It's like cheating. It's really outrageous." Thinking of the last sword that Fang Xian used to kill the demon god, I can feel the trembling through the screen. Zhu Debiao folded his arms and pretended to tremble. Yu Longming and Lu Qingming wanted to laugh at Zhu Debiao, but when they thought about how they looked at that time, they couldn't laugh anymore. Who hasn't become a grandchild yet? It's okay not to laugh. This one has our name on it. Zhu Debiao laughed and pointed to a position close to the stage, looking very proud. Fang Xian is a very particular kid. It seems he hasn't forgotten our kindness in helping him. Lu Qingming stood there in a daze, then spoke with a wry smile. "Old Zhu, why does my butt feel a little hot in this position?" "What do you mean? Look at the names of other positions. What's your name? It makes you fuck." When Zhu Debiao saw the other names sitting at the same table with them, he also felt a little embarrassed. The names above are all the commanders of the 4 major military regions of Long Country. It's not over yet. Yu Longming pointed to the names of the seats nearby and couldn't help swallowing. Zhu Debiao and Lu Qingming looked at it and were immediately shocked. What the hell? They are the names of Zhong Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, the 10 elders, and others. The 3 of them wiped their sweat, then looked back and were shocked again. Oh my God, they are actually the leaders of France, India, Germany, and other countries. We are ahead of the leaders of other countries. They unconsciously wiped the sweat from their foreheads, feeling uncomfortable all over. They felt their butts getting hot at the thought of being surrounded by world-class bigwigs. Especially since leaders of other countries are behind them, they feel even more uneasy. Yu Longming took a deep breath and said slowly, "Don't be nervous later. You can't embarrass Fang Xian." Good. The 3 of them had all seen the world, and after a little adjustment, they quickly felt better. Look, the Lin family is here. Walking over not far away were Lin Miqian's parents and brother. They were old acquaintances and were very happy to see each other. The 3 of them praised Lin Langtian a lot, which made him very happy. After all, he was the protagonist of today, and he couldn't stop smiling. Then, Mr. Ran, Mr. Mu, Ning Tian, Ning Feng, and others entered one after another. When Lin Langtian saw them, he greeted them with a smile. Since their daughters or granddaughters had all married Fang Xian, they were naturally relatives. Congratulations! Congratulations, everyone. Everyone, please take your seats. The next people to enter were Fang Miaomiao, Kai Cuecue, Zhang Xinxiu, Hong Jintian, the leaders of Long State and many high-ranking officials of Long State. The chief is here, along with War God Hong and War God Zhou. Are they Fang Xian's parents? They look extraordinary. Of course, who is Fang Xian? How can his parents find out? That's right. A dragon gives birth to a dragon and a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix. I'm so envious. Envy, envy. As all the guests took their seats, the wedding officially began. The band played melodious songs, which echoed in the garden full of flowers. When the host's loud and clear voice fell, everyone turned their heads. Fang Xian was wearing a neat custom-made dress and walking on the long red carpet, looking dignified and imposing. His eyes were full of happiness and confidence, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he waved to the guests. When he walked onto the stage, he looked back along the road he had come from and saw his 21 wives making a stunning appearance. They wore wedding gowns carefully designed by top designers and gorgeous headdresses, looking like a group of fairies descending to the earth. The first to enter was Yukino, wearing a classic strapless wedding dress with folds of her skirt elegantly resting on the ground. She walked towards Fang Xian with light steps. Following closely behind was Lin Mingqian, whose wedding dress was a fishtail style, and the tight design perfectly outlined her figure. Following behind Lin Mingqian was Lu Shishuang, whose dress had a high collar and delicate lace, going for a retro style. The fourth is Tang Xiaowu. Her wedding dress comes with a cape made of white feathers, which is light and flowing. The fifth is Qinting Xian, who is wearing a shoulder-bearing wedding dress with a long vertical tulle on one shoulder, adding a bit of charm. The sixth one is Mu Wanao. She was wearing a short skirt with the hem just above her knees, revealing her straight and long legs. The seventh is Ran Qing. Her wedding dress is not overly decorated, exquisite and simple, giving people a fresh and natural feeling. The eighth is Mitsuko Takahashi, wearing a colorful wedding dress made of light pink, light yellow, and light blue. Ninth place is Zheng Anai. Her wedding dress is short in front and long in the back. The front hem just reaches the knees, while the back has a long train, which is very layered. The 10th is Ning Renjie. The skirt she wears has one side longer than the other. It is an asymmetrical style, very individual and fashionable. The 11th is Usagi Tsukino. Her big skirt is like a princess dress, covered with white rabbit patterns, full of princess style. The 12th is Busujima Siko, whose upper body is a shoulder-bearing design, paired with a long necklace, showing her personality. The 13th is Shin Haimi, wearing a white robe design, simple and elegant. The 14th is Qin Long. There are dragon and phoenix patterns embroidered on the red satin. The skirt is wide and gorgeous. She is dignified and elegant, like an empress. The 15th is Joel. The upper part of her wedding dress is made of white lace, and the hem is covered with layers of lotus edges, which complement each other and are very elegant. The 16th is Nami. The upper part of her wedding dress is made of translucent tulle, with a layer of white silk inside, adding to the mysterious charm. The 17th is Zhao Meijing. Her entire wedding dress is covered with flowers of various colors, making her as beautiful as a flower fairy. The 18th is Suzaku. The hem of her wedding dress is embroidered with countless twinkling stars, and her upper body is black lace, like the stars in the night sky. The 19th is Mu Yunji, whose upper body is made of white lace and the green tulle on the hem of her skirt is embroidered with leaves and flower patterns, showing her vitality. The 20th is Tornado. Her wedding dress is extremely simple and pure white. The 21st is Fubuki, whose skirt is made of purple tulle that sparkles with silver light, making her look like an incredibly beautiful dream goddess. A total of 21 beautiful fairies appeared on the stage, causing countless people to marvel. Flashlights kept lighting up and people were taking photos crazily as if they were free, for fear of missing the peerless beauty of the 21 fairies. They stood in front of Fang Xian, each looking at him with love in their eyes and happiness on their faces. Fang Xian slowly stretched out his right hand, his eyes full of tenderness. Will you marry me? Chapter 190. The explanation is complete. Fang Xian's identity has changed. The next day, night. Fang Xian slowly stood up and looked at the room full of wedding dresses, feeling very satisfied. As soon as he got down to the first floor, the cute baby immediately flew into his arms, looking at Fang Xian with his big eyes open pitifully. Fang Xian was still wondering what was wrong with it, when he heard a gurgling sound coming from the cute baby's stomach. He looked outside and found that a day and a night had passed since he returned home from his wedding. Fang Xian shook his head helplessly. Happy times always pass quickly. But you can't blame him. After all, the temptation under the pure and sacred wedding dress was too great. He couldn't help himself and got a little carried away and had too much fun. He put Mingbao down, took out a few pieces of xuanwu meat, handed them to Mingbao, and went to take a bath. Fang Xian turned on the shower valve and let the bath water splash on him. Looking back over the past few months, it seems like I have come a long way. From awakening to invincibility, from the innocent little turkey to now, it is simply like a dream. He looked at the 441,000 red gods gift in the system warehouse. That's a lifespan of 2.205 million years. Staying young forever is no problem. If it were only on Blue Star, he would always be invincible. If we do that, the revenge of Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinlong will never be avenged. He also wanted to see the so-called big world, how many races there were and what the place was like. And there is the fallen angel queen Lucifer. It would be a shame not to meet her in the god-level multiplied return system. Fang Xian turned off the shower valve and looked at himself in the mirror. The days ahead will definitely be more interesting than they are now. The next day, early morning. The girls finally recovered and walked down from the second floor. Fang Xian took out delicious food from the system warehouse and treated them to it. Ladies, it's time to eat. Tang Xiaowu threw herself into Fang Xian's arms and said weakly. Thank you, husband. Fang Xian gently stroked Tang Xiaowu's head. Xiaowu, you must be exhausted. Come and eat something. Yeah, okay. Fang Xian gave Tang Xiaowu a kiss and told her to have a good breakfast. He thought about it and felt that it would be better to let everyone use the red divine gift as soon as possible. After all, he didn't know if there were any skills in the secret realm that could deduct lifespan. If there is, it will be dangerous if they encounter it without increasing their lifespan. After Fang Xian and the other girls had eaten their fill, each of them traded 10,000 red divine gifts. 10,000 red gods gifts are equivalent to 50,000 years of life, which is enough to deal with many problems. Of course, the cute baby cannot be left behind, and he is also given 10,000 red divine gifts. The girls were delighted when they saw the 10,000 red divine gifts in the storage ring. That is the red gift from God that can keep you young for 50,000 years, and everyone would be tempted by it. What's more, she is a beautiful woman, whose attraction is absolutely irresistible. Thank you, husband. I love you so much. It was another day of being kissed by the girls, and Fang Xian's face was about to rot again. He also took out 10,000 red divine gifts and started clicking to use them. 2 days later, everyone's lifespan was over 50,000 years. Fang Xian gave some comprehension pills and breakthrough pills to Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue Tsue, and also gave them 10,000 red divine gifts to keep them young forever. At the same time, they were each given a set of magic weapons to ensure their safety. Mom and Dad, I plan to go to the secret place in winter. Fang Miao Miao and Kai Tsue Tsue nodded. They both knew that Fang Xian was invincible on Blue Star, and it was time to go out and try his luck. Xiao Xian, when you go out, you must pay attention to safety. Okay, don't worry, Mom and Dad. You should also take care of your health. Don't worry about us. Who dares to touch us? Don't you think so? Fang Xian smiled slightly. As it stands now, no one dares to touch them on Blue Star. And even if we move, we may not win. Kai Tsue Tsue rolled her eyes at Fang Miao Miao and said unhappily. Look how proud you are. Haha, I have such an outstanding son, so what's wrong with being proud? That's true. Fang Xian felt that they should enjoy their lives for now, and if they wanted to go, they could go to the secret realm after a few hundred years. After all, Fang Xian didn't know how long it would take him to gain a foothold in the secret realm, and he didn't want his parents to come with him and suffer. If they don't want to come to the secret realm, Fang Xian won't force them. They can live happily wherever they want. At the same time, they are advised not to build up power, less the greater the power, the greater the desires, and then it is easy to go astray and do things that are harmful to others. That was what he didn't want to see. After giving the instructions, he teleported to the world tree and confiscated everyone's teleportation instructions. He also reissued the teleportation instructions within the Dragon Kingdom and drove them all away without leaving a single one behind. Although the world tree can no longer produce Red God's Gift, it can still produce Golden God's Gift and Silver God's Gift. If they stay here, they may become the next World Guild. After doing all this, he teleported to the capital and found Zhang Xinxiu, Hong Zhentian, and others. After learning more about the situation, Fang Xian found out that they all felt that they were too old and had no plans to go to the secret realm for the time being. As for the Red Divine Gift, Fang Xian did not want to give it to Longhua. Dragon Country is now the most powerful country on Blue Planet. Once the person who holds power is immortal, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not become a dictator. Fang Xian is not a saint, but he also doesn't want Long Kingdom to become synonymous with evil. He handed over the transmission instructions of the World Tree to the leader, hoping that Longhua could use it reasonably and not do anything inhumane. The leader naturally understood, and he would not do such a thing. After everything was done, Fang Xian returned to Yunjing Villa. During this period of waiting, Fang Xian traveled around the world with his 21 wives, parents, and cute babies, enjoying a happy and fulfilling life. 1.5 months later. Hubby, wake up. Fang Xian heard Mu Yunji's soft call and opened his eyes slightly. The 8 beauties, Mu Yunji, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, Mu Wanao, Jing Anai, Ning Renjie, Zhao Meijing, and Shen Huimei all looked at him mysteriously. You guys, what happened? They took out a pregnancy test stick from behind and showed it to Fang Xian with a smile on their faces. Fang Xian rubbed his eyes, took the test one by one, and found 2 red lines on the pregnancy test stick. He had never been so nervous before. He looked at them slowly and spoke in surprise. You are pregnant? Their eyes are full of love and tenderness, and the slightly upturned corners of their mouths reveal their inner joy. They nodded happily. Honey, we're pregnant. You're going to be a father. Chapter 191 Welcome to the Great World. Yongjiang City, Vientiane City. Honey, the baby will look really good in this one. Tang Xiaowu held a piece of children's clothing and couldn't let it go. Sister Xiaowu, this one looks great too. Nami happily picked up a denim jacket and showed it in front of Tang Xiaowu. I'm so envious of you having a baby, Xiaowu. Me too, I'm so jealous. Joel was holding a small suit, his eyes full of envy. Hee, Sister Yue, you are just with your husband, so it's normal to go slow. Ning Renjie looked at the various clothes with great joy. Wow, why my husband and I are so young. Why am I not pregnant yet? Lin Mingxian sat in the corner dejectedly, with a sad face. Sueno squatted down, held Lin Mingxian's small hand, and comforted her softly. Mingxian, I'm the first one with my husband, but I'm not pregnant yet, right? Don't worry, let's work hard together. Yeah, well, we'll take care of our husband tonight. Okay. Fang Xian picked up some children's clothes and was in a very happy mood. The manager standing next to Fang Xian was rubbing his hands, looking very attentive. Mr. Fang, I'll give you whatever you like. Thank you for your kindness. You don't have to give it to me. Just give me a discount. Given Fang Xian's current status, money is just a number to him and has no meaning. Manager, please calculate the amount. The manager glanced at the clothes in Tang Xiaowu's hands and smiled. Mr. Fang, these are just for you. You don't need to pay for them. Fang Xian turned around and looked at him with a wicked smile. I mean all the goods. Are you sure you want to give them to me? All of them. Yes, all of them. I want all the goods in your store. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaowu and the other 8 pregnant women all touched their bellies happily. Baby, Daddy bought you a lot of clothes. Are you happy? Chen Tingxian, like a curious baby, took Tang Xiaowu's arm and asked, Sister Xiaowu, can the baby really hear me now? The baby is still young. Of course he can't hear it. I see. I want a baby too. Then you have to pester your husband more. Good. Fang Xian listened to their words and shook his head with a bitter smile. Then he waved his hand, and all the children's clothing products on the 3 floors were stored in the system warehouse. He looked at the happy mall general manager and children's clothing manager behind him and smiled. You guys remember the prices first. I still need to stock up. Okay. Mr. Fang, I'll go with you. Several managers of the shopping mall followed Fang Xian and his friends respectfully, serving them attentively. Fang Xian walked through every floor, sweeping both the men's and women's floors, leaving nothing behind. The ward for supermarket on the underground first floor was also cleared out by Fang Xian, leaving behind empty shelves and carts. The manager following behind Fang Xian couldn't stop smiling. With such a large order, he was simply too happy. There were also managers of all the stores in the mixed sea, who were following Fang Xian happily, each with a smile brighter than the flowers. Only the dozen or so cashiers were sweating profusely, busy as a whim, and feeling extremely miserable. It is impossible to return items like clothing, so Fang Xian bought a lot of them. As for why I bought so much food that could be returned, it was simply because I was too lazy to choose and just bought them all. In one word, you can do whatever you want if you have money. Fang Xian found the empty Vientiane city a bit funny. This operation was very much like the hero in a post-apocalyptic novel, who came back to life and hoarded supplies crazily. He saw Mu Wanyao coming back from checkout, smiling and waving goodbye to a group of managers. The managers were in tears. All of them were filled with joy and reluctance from the bottom of their hearts. Finally, someone couldn't help but say, "Mr. Fang, come often." More than half a month later. Himalayas. The endless mountain peaks are covered with white snow, sparkling with holy light under the sunlight. This is the junction of Longhua and Asangwo, and also the location of the secret realm. At this time, a dazzling white light emanated from the cave where Qinglong was previously located, and a strange energy was rotating in the air. Fang Xian and his 21 wives had been waiting here for a long time. When they saw the light appear, they all slowly stood up. The secret realm has been opened. Fang Xian looked at the entrance to this secret realm and spoke softly. "We should go now." He turned around slowly and looked with firm eyes at Fang Miao, Kai Tsucui, Yu Longming, Zhu Debiao, Lu Qingming, Ning Tian, Ning Feng, Lin Langtian, Zhong Xinqiu, Hong Jintian, and the 10 elders who had come to see him off. "I will definitely gain a foothold in the secret realm. If you get bored one day, come find me." Zhu Debiao smiled heartily. "Haha, classmate Fang Xian, remember to take me flying when the time comes." "Okay, Principal Zhu. Call me Principal." Everyone smiled knowingly as they listened to their nonsensical conversation, and the atmosphere became less heavy. Fang Miao and Kai Tsui stepped forward and gave repeated instructions. "Xiaofang, there's no rush to find your footing. Safety comes first. The key is to take good care of my daughter-in-law and the baby in her belly." Fang Xian had a complicated expression and nodded heavily. "Okay, Mom and Dad, take care of your health too." Xuanai walked up to Kai Tsui and said goodbye to her reluctantly. The women also came forward to say goodbye to him. "Okay, let's go." Fang Xian waved his hand and slowly walked towards the cave entrance with the girls. They waved goodbye again, turned, and walked into the white light and disappeared. Secret Realm Passage. Level equal to or greater than level 99, eligible to enter. Welcome to the world. Things to know about the world. 1. The languages and scripts of all races are automatically mastered without the need for additional learning. 2. The level is open to level 1000. After upgrading, no skills will be provided, and you need to obtain them by yourself. 3. Everyone's level is increased by 1 level, and a skill bar is unlocked at the same time. 4. Everyone can obtain a skill of random quality. Please check the skills yourself. 5. We will arrive at our destination in 5 minutes. I wish you all a pleasant journey. After everyone received this information in their minds, they came to their senses and found themselves in a high-speed, white channel. All the girls looked outside curiously and saw various images flashing by quickly. Fang Xian had no interest in these things. Instead, random skills attracted him more. First, take a look at the quality of the skills that appear randomly. Upon hearing this, everyone started to check their skills. Fang Xian opened the information bar and checked the skills. White skill, gun shaking technique. After using it, you can urinate absolutely accurately. You can urinate wherever you want. Even when you are old, you don't have to worry about split ends or peeing on your feet. Lasts for 10 seconds. Consumes 80 mana points. Cools down for 3 minutes. Occupies 1 skill slot. Fang Xian. Haha, people really laugh when they're speechless. He asked the girls and found that they basically had the lowest level white skill books. Only a few of them had blue skills, which were 1 level higher than white skills, but they were all garbage skills. Fang Xian was very suspicious that the random skill given was only able to be a yellow skill at best. If not, then it's a real pitfall, and the probability is too low. I don't know if the people who came to this world before were the same. Thinking of this, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Since every newcomer has it, if he has the golden skill at the beginning, will he be able to obtain more resources among the human race in the vast world? After all, now it is just like when you just awakened, golden skills mean better talent and can go further. Fang Xian made up his mind and slowly looked at the pile of black skills in the system warehouse. Those are the skill books dropped by Jinping. Now it's time to combine them. Golden Skill. Chapter 192. Various countries scramble for Fang Xian's people. Fang Xian took out 10,000 copies of the Golden Rock Black Skill book from the system warehouse and looked at Xueno. Yukino, you click on the synthesis. Good. Xueno stepped forward obediently. She already knew about the Golden Rock Black Skill book. She clicked on the 10,000 Golden Rock Black Skill books and combined them all. Ding. Xueno consumes one Golden Rock Black Skill book and returns 21,000 books. 10,000 copies of the Golden Rock Black Skill book instantly emitted golden light, and the fusion was successful. Fang Xian picked up the Jinping Golden Skill book and checked the skills. Golden Skill, Mist, turn the body into mist, immune to all attacks, and increase agility by 50%, lasting for 30 seconds. Consumes 800 mana points and has a cooldown of 3 minutes. Takes up 5 skill slots. The difference between this skill and the original skill is that it increases agility by 50%, and the duration is also increased from 10 seconds to 30 seconds. It is a good escape skill. Yukino, you come and use this golden skill. Good. They have been with Fang Xian for so long that they have already figured out his ways, so naturally they won't be polite to him. Ding. Xueno consumes one Golden Rock Golden Skill book and returns 21,000 books. Fang Xian then took out the Golden Rock Golden Skill book and let them all use it one by one. He looked at the 440,000 Golden Rock Golden Skill books in the system warehouse and clicked to use them. Now they all possess the Golden Rock Golden Skill book. However, the Golden Rock Golden Skill book can no longer be upgraded, which is a pity. It can only be kept for future transactions. Fang Xian looked ahead. They were almost at the finish line, and he couldn't help but become alert. Be prepared to fight, just in case. Good. The shuttle stops and the end is just ahead. Fang Xian walked in front, leading the girls forward, stepped across the white light, and officially entered the world. The scene before them amazed them all. The gorgeous rays of light in the sky interweave, burning like flames, ever-changing. The continuous mountain ranges reach the sky, and the mountains are shrouded in clouds and mist, which is majestic and spectacular. Exotic flowers and plants compete with each other in beauty, exuding charming fragrance and brilliant brilliance. They looked at the magnificent scenery and felt like they had come to a fairyland. Not far in front of them, there were several young people waiting for them with smiles. Fang Xian looked around and could tell from their appearance and clothing that they were all human. When they saw the appearance of Fang Xian and his group, many humans with dark, light brown, and nearly white skin felt disappointed. Only 3 men with yellow skin and black hair were particularly happy. They waved at Fang Xian and others. A handsome young man wearing a high-end suit looked at Fang Xian and others curiously. You are my kimchi countryman, right? A young man wearing a kimono and a mustache said confidently. How is that possible? They must be from our great Sakura Empire. A handsome young man in a robe rolled his eyes at the two of them and started to argue directly. Get out of here, you two idiots. They are obviously from our dragon country. Fang Xian could understand why they had such expressions, because this was the passage to this secret realm of Asia. The countries that choose this place are basically Dragon Country, India Country, Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, North Korea, and other countries. However, naturally no one dared to follow Fang Xian to the place he chose. He glanced at the people from the Korean country and the Sakura country and couldn't help but sneer. What would their expressions be if they knew that the Sakura country and the Korean country on the blue planet were both destroyed? Everyone hadn't seen the woman behind Fang Xian clearly before, but when they saw her clearly now, they were all shocked. Oh my God, how can there be so many beautiful girls? They are much fairer than the girls in our country. Oh my, Dragon Country actually has so many beautiful women? This doesn't make sense. Baga, I don't believe that Dragon Country can produce so many strong and beautiful women. Sawadee Ka, these beautiful women, are you willing to join our Southeast Asian alliance? All of you get out of here. They are the people of my Dragon Country, so they will naturally join our Dragon Alliance. Zhao Yunlong, you have to understand one thing. Now that they have come to the world, it is their freedom to join any faction they want. You have no right to interfere. The Dragon Country man named Zhao Yunlong frowned. He could see through these people's tricks. Fang Xian and the 21 beautiful women have all reached level 99 at such a young age. One can imagine how amazing their talents are, so they naturally want to poach them. But he is not afraid. When people from every country first arrive in the secret realm, they will basically choose their own country's forces. Kusanagi Furusawa, who had a mustache in Sakura country, sneered and began to add insult to injury. Zhao Yunlong, so what if he is from your dragon nation? Aren't there enough people who have rebelled against your dragon alliance? You. Zhao Yunlong clenched his fists and stared at Kusanagi Furusawa with anger. Jin Xianzhong of the Korean country watched Zhao Yunlong and Kusanagi Furusawa competing against each other and immediately tried to make some conditions for them. If all of you join our Kimchi Alliance, we promise that each of you can get a blue skill book. Upon seeing this, the Southeast Asian Association members quickly spoke out. Those beautiful ladies, if you join our Southeast Asian Alliance, we will not only give you the blue skill book, but also make you saints. The people of India were also unwilling to fall behind and immediately put forward their conditions. As long as you join our ASEAN League, we will also give each of you a blue skill book and grant you the right to have the highest surname. When Kusanagi Furusawa of Sakura country saw that someone had spoken first, he shouted, "You join the Sakura Alliance, and each of you will receive a blue skill book and a divine artifact." Zhao Yunlong of Longwa secretly cursed these bastards. Each one was more ruthless than the other, and they acted like they were disgusting even if they couldn't steal the item. If they succeed in poaching these people, they will be directly weakening the strength of the Dragon Alliance, which is a sure-win business. If 22 young geniuses were really poached at once, the Dragon Alliance would not be able to withstand such a blow and would become a laughingstock among the nations. Originally, Zhao Yunlong was certain that Fang Xian would join them, but now the waters have been muddied and nothing can be guaranteed. To be on the safe side, Zhao Yunlong also made an offer and played the emotional card. Citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, welcome home. To welcome you, we have prepared a blue skill book for each of you and designated you as inner disciples. Each country has given its conditions and is waiting for Fang Xian and others to respond. The 21 beautiful women did not answer, but just looked at Fang Xian. At this moment, everyone present understood that it was unbelievable that 21 beautiful women all followed Fang Xian's lead. Fang Xian just glanced at them indifferently, then took a step forward and walked forward. His choices. Chapter 193. Becoming the king and dominating begins here. Needless to say, Fang Xian's choice was naturally Long Kingdom. Zhao Yunlong was overjoyed when he saw this. Fortunately, his country's 22 peerless geniuses were not lost, otherwise he would really not be able to face the Dragon Alliance. The other countries couldn't help but frown when they saw the route Fang Xian chose. It was not until Fang Xian walked in front of Zhao Yunlong that they uttered interjections such as fuck, asiba, and bakialo. Zhao Yunlong smiled heartily and opened his arms to welcome Fang Xian. Welcome, welcome home. Fang Xian smiled slightly and stopped Zhao Yunlong's hug. Thank you. My name is Fang Xian. Hello, Fang Xian. My name is Zhao Yunlong, and I'm here to pick you up. Thanks. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Xian turned around and introduced 21 peerless beauties. Let me introduce them. They are all my wives. 21 peerless beauties smile with such beauty that they are captivating the whole country. After hearing Fang Xian's introduction, not only Zhao Yunlong was stunned, but people from other countries were also completely dumbfounded. One man has 21 extremely beautiful women as wives. Is there no man left on Blue Star? It's totally outrageous beyond all reason. Besides, when did Dragon Country become so open? Is there no one to take care of it? Could it be that Fang Xian is the strongest man in the entire Blue Star? I am really impressed. After a brief moment of surprise, Zhao Yunlong smiled awkwardly and coughed dryly to ease the atmosphere. Well, let's go. Good. The people from the Korean country and the Sakura country were very unhappy with Fang Xian's choice and did not forget to mock him. Oh, you are just a bunch of pretty girls. When the people of the great Sakura Empire come here, I will let you know what the difference is. The Dragon Country is also empty-handed. It's full of good-looking but useless women. When the time comes, the people of my Kimchi country will come up and tell you what masculinity is. Fang Xian couldn't help but sneer when he heard this. He was afraid that they would be disappointed later. People from the Sakura country and the Kimchi country entered this secret realm. They will never see it in their next life. Zhao Yunlong turned around, flew into the sky, and led the way. Fang Xian led the girls and flew up. When they flew up, Fang Xian and the others felt the gravity of the Great Thousand World, which was actually stronger than that of the Blue Planet. However, their attributes are high, so the impact is not that big. But Zhao Yunlong, who was leading the way, was shocked. The gravity of the Great Thousand World is more than 20 times that of the Blue Planet. Fang Xian and others were only level 100, but they didn't feel any discomfort when flying, which really impressed him. He thought of the newcomers he had seen in the Dragon Alliance before. Not only did they fly shakily, but they also flew slowly and with great effort. Unlike Fang Xian and the others, there is no pressure at all. Fang Xian's newcomers this year are definitely the best in history. Fang Xian, we will be members of the Dragon Alliance from now on. Let me give you a brief introduction. Zhao Yunlong's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear it clearly. Then I'll trouble you, brother Zhao. It's just a small matter. Through Zhao Yunlong's explanation, Fang Xian gained a general understanding of the world. The universe is divided into 5 major regions. The Western Purgatory ruled by the Demon King. The Southern Heaven ruled by the Angel God. The Eastern Territory ruled by the Dragon King. The North Forest ruled by the Elf King. A holy place ruled by the Human Emperor. There are many ethnic groups living in the 5 major regions, such as races include angels, dragons, monsters, demons, elves, dwarves, beasts, monsters, humans, etc. The most powerful of these are the areas ruled by the Dragon God King, the Demon God King, and the Angel God. The North Forest of the Elf King is second, and the weakest is the Holy Land in the center of the Human Emperor. The 5 major regions restrict each other and maintain a delicate relationship. The place where they are now is the Holy Land in the middle. The Holy Land in the middle accepts all humans, whether they come from the Blue Star or other planets. The human race on Blue Star is the lowest class in the entire universe and can only be divided into a very small area. This area is called the Blue Star area, and it is specially used to house humans coming from the Blue Star. There is no distinction between countries in the Blue Star region. All are registered under the names of alliances, unions, families, etc., so that they can recruit talents and develop their careers in an open and above-board manner. The Dragon Kingdom calls it here Dragon Alliance. After listening to Zhao Yunlong's words, Fang Xian came to the most intuitive conclusion, that is, the humans on Blue Star are at the bottom of the world. He thought that Dragon Country would not be too strong in the world, but he did not expect it to be one of the worst. In this case, he had to act cautiously. According to the current situation, we must first gain a firm foothold in the Dragon Alliance so as to gain a comprehensive understanding of the world. Once you have enough information, you can gradually build up your own power and become the king. Now he is level 201, has 21 wives, a level 1000 demon apostle, and 99 level 500 demon apostles, but it is still not enough in this world. Only by quickly upgrading your level and contracting more wives can you better build your own power. Fang Xian checked the items in the system warehouse and found that the experience copy summoning ticket and teleportation command had turned gray and could not be used. He expressed his understanding of this, saying that the experience copy summoning ticket cannot be used at level 200, and it is expected that it will become invalid when coming to the Great Thousand World. As for the teleportation instructions, it can be explained that they are invalid in the higher dimensional world. Fortunately, other items such as 5x experience card and attribute enhancer are not affected and can be used normally. With these key items, and by utilizing the God level multiplier return system, Fang Xian can still quickly improve his level and strength. After flying for 10 minutes, they finally saw a huge island floating quietly in the air. The endless islands in the sky are truly shocking. Looking from a distance, the bottom of the island is shrouded in layers of clouds and mist, flashing a mysterious light. The edge of the island meets the sky, making it difficult to tell where the island ends and where the sky begins. As they approached the island, they looked down and saw an astonishingly magnificent landscape. The endless mountain ranges stretch out into the distance, with no end in sight. The vast forest covers a large area of land, and at a glance, there are towering trees hundreds of meters high. From time to time, huge strange creatures fly through the forest, flashing colorful light in the sunlight. They stopped in the air, looking down at the island in the sky, their hearts filled with shock. Zhao Yunlong was secretly delighted when he saw their shocked expressions. No wonder so many people like to come and guide newcomers. This kind of pleasure is really great. He stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be profound. This island is the Blue Star region. It is also where we will live from now on. Fang Xian looked at the island of Noda with sharp eyes and made a secret decision. The journey to become king starts from here. Chapter 194 Dragon Alliance. Zhao Yunlong took out a wooden token and injected spiritual power into it. An entrance gradually appeared above the Blue Star area. Come on, let's go in. Fang Xian had already sensed that there was a terrifying energy enveloping the entire Blue Star area. As soon as he flew in, he saw Zhao Yunlong signaling them to land. After landing, Zhao Yunlong began to explain why he fell. It turns out that high-speed flight is prohibited in the entire Blue Star area, and one can only travel by means of transportation. The means of transportation include teleportation array, DD flying car, and rocket run. Each of the major cities has a teleportation array, and traveling between the major cities is basically based on the teleportation array. The main city where the Dragon Alliance is located is far from the entrance, so they can only choose to use the teleportation array. Zhao Yunlong walked to a rectangular machine called automatic ticket purchasing machine. He selected the destination and number of people on the screen, then with some pain took out 23 small black stones from the storage ring and placed them in the grooves. A bright light came out from the groove of the automatic ticket vending machine, and all 23 small black stones disappeared. Then 23 pieces of paper engraved with mysterious runes appeared in the groove. Zhao Yunlong picked up the paper, and the automatic ticket machine immediately emitted a soft female voice. The 23 teleport tickets to Asia City have been purchased successfully. Please go to the number 3 teleport array and wait. The teleport array will start in 2 minutes. I wish you a pleasant journey. Zhao Yunlong handed the teleportation ticket to Fang Xian and others and led everyone into the number 3 teleportation array. Fang Xian stood in the teleportation array holding the teleportation ticket and asked Zhao Yunlong curiously, "Brother Zhao, what item did you buy the teleport ticket for?" Zhao Yunlong felt a pang of pain when he heard this and explained with a wry smile. This is called the Universal Stone. It is the main currency in the universe. It can not only increase people's experience points, but can also be used for trading, making medicine, refining pills, arranging magic arrays, and increasing the power of magic arrays. Fang Xian never expected that the Universal Stone, which was only the size of his index finger, could have so many functions. If he has one Universal Stone, it means he has 441,000 of them. 441,000 Universal Stones are enough to help him avoid many detours. At this moment, the teleportation array lit up white light and they were teleported away. Asia City. When Fang Xian and others walked out of the teleportation array, all kinds of noisy noises were heard around them. The bustling streets are spacious and clean, with a slight luster under the sunlight. There are shops on both sides of the road with flags fluttering. The street food stalls wafted with tempting aromas, and upon closer inspection, they were all delicacies you had never seen before. The pedestrians were talking and laughing, and their clothes were not much different from those on Blue Star. Judging from their skin color, they are basically all Asians from the Blue Planet, with a few blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people occasionally seen. When pedestrians on the street saw Fang Xian and his group walking out of the teleportation array, they all looked over curiously. When they saw Fang Xian's handsome appearance and the 21 stunning beauties, they were all amazed. Fuck. I forgot how long it has been since I saw so many beautiful human girls. Not only do they all have stunning looks, but they also have amazing bodies. I'm so envious. Look at that little girl. She's so cute. Love her. This kind of divine beauty and superb figure, I'm afraid only the Snake Island, ruled by the Empress, and the Queen can have so many beauties that can rival them. Don't forget that the succubus, angels, and elves are all home to many beautiful women. Indeed, but it is incredible that there are so many extremely beautiful women in the human race at the same time. Which force do they belong to? The one leading the way is Zhao Yunlong. He should be from the Dragon Alliance. The Dragon Alliance has so many new members this time, and they are all so beautiful. It's really rare. Hiki, it's beautiful, but I'm afraid the Dragon Alliance can't keep it. Are you saying that the young city lord who was exiled for 20 years will attack them? According to the time, the young city lord will also be back. By then, the Dragon Alliance will probably be in trouble. The Dragon Alliance has been in a miserable situation recently. It's not enough that so many people were poached by other alliances. Now there are so many new people coming in, and they are all beautiful women. They will definitely be targeted by others. This is not necessarily a bad thing. Think about it. If the people of the Dragon Alliance presented so many beauties to the young city lord, Hiki, then all crises of the Dragon Alliance will be solved. Fang Xian and others followed Zhao Yunlong and broadened their horizons along the way. For example, a woman with cat ears and wearing sexy clothes stood at the door of a shop called Cat Massage Shop to solicit business. There was also a beautiful and charming woman wearing seductive clothes standing in front of a shop called Succubus Inn, holding a Click 1 Get 2 promotion poster to attract customers. Everyone was a little dumbfounded when looking at these stores. How could such an obviously shady business be done? Zhao Yunlong saw their confusion and began to explain. The entire Blue Star region is ruled by a territory lord. There are a total of 10 main cities in the Blue Star region, and each main city is managed by a city lord. In order to develop the economy, the city owner who manages Asia City vigorously develops various industries, so such shops can be seen in many places. Fang Xian nodded when he heard this. No wonder he could see so many women of different races. After some small talk, they finally arrived at the Dragon Alliance. Longming is a castle full of Oriental culture. The gate is majestic and magnificent, and the two heavy wooden doors are inlaid with golden doornails, shining with a majestic atmosphere. There is a huge plaque hanging above the door, on which are written two characters in vigorous calligraphy. Dragon Alliance. Zhao Yunlong smiled brightly and pointed at the building behind him and introduced it. We're here. This is our Dragon Alliance. Fang Xian and the others nodded. It was indeed a decoration style very much like that of Dragon Country, as if they were back on Blue Star. Zhao Yunlong injected his spiritual power into the door knocker, and the door creaked and slowly opened. They walked into the castle, which had a deep courtyard and winding corridors. The buildings with carved beams and painted rafters are arranged in an orderly manner, and every detail shows the exquisite craftsmanship of Oriental architecture. But there was no one in Norda's courtyard, which seemed a bit deserted. Zhao Yunlong saw the confusion of Fang Xian and others, and introduced them as they walked. Recently, there have been a lot of wild monster refreshes, and there are a lot of us going out to kill monsters and level up, so it seems a bit short of people. Upon hearing this, Fang Xian realized that it seemed that the upgrade method in the Great Thousand World was a little different from that in Blue Star. Brother Zhao, does the wild monster spawn point mean that others can also snatch it? Yes, the monsters in the universe are all in the real world, unlike Blue Star, where they all exist in copies. Is there a copy in the universe? Yes, but there are not many, and they are extremely secretive. It is difficult for ordinary people to find them. Even if they find them, they need special props to enter. Through Zhao Yunlong's explanation, Fang Xian finally understood the fundamental reason why the experience copy summoning ticket could not be used. If there were no copies, it would mean that when you fight monsters in the wild to level up, you would not only face attacks from wild monsters, but you might also be ambushed by others, and the degree of danger would be greatly increased. Although Fang Xian has a record of killing a level 1000 Grey Demon, he doesn't want to take the risk of uncertainty. Brother Zhao, do you have items like Blue Star's Experience Dungeon Summoning Ticket or Dungeon Summoning Ticket? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlong gave an affirmative answer. Yes, as long as you become a core disciple, you can get a killing scroll, which can open a copy to kill and quickly gain a lot of experience. However, there are very few killing scrolls. Everyone can only get one when they become a core disciple. There is no other way to obtain it. Fang Xian was delighted when he heard this. As long as it's there, he can return countless copies for everyone. When the time comes, you can use the 5x experience card, and reaching level 1000 will be easy. He had to determine the identity of this core disciple. They walked for 5 minutes, making many turns, and finally arrived at the main hall. The main hall stands majestically, and its vermilion walls are tall and thick, showing its majesty. Walking into the main hall, you will see thick pillars supporting the towering dome, with giant golden dragons coiled on the pillars, bearing their fangs and claws, looking majestic and imposing. In the center of the main hall, a golden dragon throne stands high above, exuding an aura of nobility. And sitting on the dragon throne, which symbolizes supreme power, is actually a stunningly beautiful woman. Chapter 195, The Beautiful Leader, Wu Lingtian. Reference picture of Wu Lingtian. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. The woman sat upright on the dragon throne, her back slightly straightened, looking majestic without even being angry. Her face was stern, and her eyes were slightly narrowed, revealing a wisdom that saw through everything. This woman is the leader of the Dragon Alliance, Wu Lingtian. She was wearing gorgeous clothes made of silk and satin, with wide sleeves and fluttering sleeves. Wu Lingtian placed his slender, fair hands lightly on the armrest of the dragon throne. He raised his chin slightly and glanced at everyone. There were several men and women standing in the main hall. Each of them had an extraordinary aura. Fang Xian used the Eye of Insight on Wu Lingtian. Name, Wu Lingtian. Age, 40. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, mage. Talent, SSS. Value, 96. Body size, 98. Height, 173 centimeters. Level, LV 520. Quality, intact. Constitution, holy cow body. Favorability, 0. When Fang Xian saw that Wu Lingtian was already level 520 at the age of 40, he could infer that Wu Lingtian was born in the Great Thousand World, and not from the Blue Star like him. Many people, after entering the universe, reorganize their families in the universe, and the children they give birth to become the original inhabitants of the universe. They were born in the Great Thousand World, where they can enjoy much more resources than on the Blue Star, and their level can be upgraded relatively quickly. It's like some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. The level of your achievement is basically determined at the moment you were born. Of course, there are also some outstanding people who can defy fate and change their destiny. Strictly speaking, Fang Xian is not a rare talent. He is just an ordinary person. Hang on the wall. As for what Wu Lingtian's cow holy body means, it's a bit easy to think wrongly. When Wu Lingtian saw Zhao Yunlong coming back, he stopped discussing and looked at Fang Xian behind Zhao Yunlong, frowning slightly. Fang Xian is very handsome and is one of the most handsome guys in the world. But what surprised her were the 21 gorgeous women behind Fang Xian, each of whom looked as beautiful as her. The others were all surprised to see the many beauties behind Zhao Yunlong, and even wondered if Blue Star was rich in beauties. Zhao Yunlong bowed slightly and reported softly. Alliance leader, Yunlong has fulfilled his mission. With each country offering a blue skill book per person, he has successfully brought all the new recruits home. Wu Lingtian nodded slightly. She naturally understood what Zhao Yunlong meant. Thank you for your hard work, Yunlong. After saying that, she waved her hand, and 23 blue skill books flew out of the storage ring and fell into the hands of Zhao Yunlong, Fang Xian, and others. Zhao Yunlong happily put the blue skill book into the storage ring and thanked happily. As for Fang Xian and the others, they all have golden skills and have no interest in blue skill books. However, they were all smart people and understood basic etiquette, so they naturally pretended to be happy and thanked Wu Lingtian together. Wu Lingtian nodded and waved again, and 23 embroidered boxes fell into their hands. Here are some universal stones and some props. They are a welcome gift to you to join the Dragon Alliance. Thank you, Lord. Long Lingtian's reward was the same as Fang Xian had expected. As the basic currency, the Dragon Alliance would definitely give them universal stones. As for the other rewards, Fang Xian sensed that there was nothing he wanted. Wu Lingtian looked at him with admiration, his eyes revealing affirmation and expectation. You have reached level 99 at such a young age. Not only are you geniuses on Blue Star, you are also outstanding geniuses in the world. I am looking forward to your next performance. I will now designate you as inner disciples. You will enjoy the treatment of inner disciples from now on. If it were someone else, they would definitely be satisfied, but Fang Xian didn't want to waste time, so he spoke decisively. Thank you, leader. I would like to ask, how can I become a core disciple? Wu Lingtian, Zhao Yunlong, and others were slightly surprised. They didn't expect Fang Xian to be so arrogant. It was a bit beyond their expectations. I know you are all geniuses on Blue Star. It's good to be arrogant, but in this fast world, everything has to be done step by step. Don't rush for quick success. Alliance leader, how can I become a core disciple? It's easy to become a core disciple. You can become a core disciple if you have achieved the required achievements or possess golden skills. After getting Wu Lingtian's reply, Fang Xian decided not to pretend anymore. In a place like this where martial arts is respected, if you want to gain more benefits, you naturally have to show off one or two of your skills. He wants to expose his golden skills in exchange for the status of a core disciple. As for his wives, they cannot be exposed to avoid people knowing that they all have the same golden skills, which would be dangerous. In order not to reveal his level 201 information, he chose to only share the words golden skill, atomization, and he chose to keep the other skill introductions confidential. After all, if you introduce your skills to others, you are just a complete fool. Wu Lingtian and others were wondering what Fang Xian was going to share, but they were all shocked when they saw the skill introduction. How is this possible? It's actually a golden skill. How can I get the golden skill when I'm only level 100? Is it the random skill book I got when I entered the world? No way. 90% of the skills that random skill book opens are white skills. How could it be possible to open the highest level gold skill book? If that's not the case, how do you explain it? After all, there won't be any skill books on Blue Star. Even if there won't be any golden skill books. What they said was correct. The only skill book that could drop on Blue Star was the level 200 golden pink demon. But to reach level 200, you have to kill one of the forsacred beasts, then use the Ascension Scroll to kill Jinping and obtain the skill book. However, the golden pink demon only dropped the black skill book, and it is impossible to synthesize a golden skill book with just one or two skill books. As for the random skill book, everyone in the world knows that there is a 90% chance that a white skill will be opened. Based on this calculation, only the random skill book can explain all this. But they don't know that everything impossible is not a problem in front of hanging on the wall. Fang Xian smiled modestly and began to explain. I'm indeed lucky. I opened the random skill book and got the golden skill. Wu Lingtian and others looked at Fang Xian and laughed. There really is such a lucky guy in the world. He can definitely be called the son of fortune. If you consider that he has reached level 99 at such a young age, and that all the girls follow his lead, perhaps Fang Xian is really the one who is favored by heaven and earth. Son of destiny. If this is true, there will be absolutely no problem for the Dragon Alliance to give Fang Xian the status of a core disciple. Even still in the future. After Wu Lingtian thought it through, he decided to agree to Fang Xian's request. Luck is also a form of strength. I agree that you can become a core disciple. She stretched out her slender white hand, and a golden brocade bag with the word core printed on it flew out and landed in Fang Xian's hand. Fang Xian's mind moved, and he found what he wanted in the brocade bag. Scroll of Killing. Wu Lingtian reference picture. Chapter 196 Fang Xian was almost exposed. Reference picture of Wu Lingtian. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. Thank you, Lord. Fang Xian bowed slightly, expressed his gratitude, and then quietly made one last request. Alliance leader, I have an unwelcome request. You say? My wives are not core disciples. Can you give us a few houses so that we can live together? Can. Wu Lingtian knew that the strong men on Blue Star could have 3 wives and 4 concubines. For a genius like Fang Xian, it was normal to have several wives. Which ones are your wives? I'll let Yunlong arrange them for you. Fang Xian smiled slightly, pointed at the girls, and introduced them with a smile. Alliance leader, all 21 of them are my wives. Zhao Yunlong shook his head and smiled bitterly. All the members were puzzled and thought it was just hallucination. Wu Lingtian narrowed his beautiful eyes slightly and asked again. You said they were all your wives? Yeah. All the women stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke in an affirmative tone. Alliance leader, we are indeed both Fang Xian's wives, and we are legally married. Wu Lingtian frowned slightly. She had never thought that 21 peerless beauties, each of whom was the top female powerhouse on Blue Planet, would be willing to marry the same person. It was simply unbelievable. She couldn't help but look at Fang Xian again, trying to see what Fang Xian's charm was. Fang Xian was neither humble nor arrogant. He looked into Wu Lingtian's eyes with a faint smile on his handsome face. Wu Lingtian looked at Fang Xian, who was looking at him, and couldn't help but admire his courage. Moreover, there was not a trace of greed in Fang Xian's eyes, which made her look at him with admiration. In the past, many men had a hint of greed in their eyes when they saw her, especially the young master of Asia City, who dreamed of possessing her 20 years ago. In comparison, Fang Xian's eyes were much purer. If Fang Xian's acting skills were not superb, it was very likely that he had too many peerless beauties and had reached the state of being unmoved by any beauty. If this was true, Wu Lingtian's inner pride actually began to ripple. She looked at Zhao Yunlong and gave soft instructions. Yunlong, take them to the back hall. They can choose any house there. Yes. When Zhao Yunlong saw that Wu Lingtian agreed, he turned around and took them away. Fang Xian and others bowed slightly and left slowly. Wu Lingtian looked at Fang Xian's back, his brows slightly furrowed, not knowing what he was thinking. Dragon Alliance, back hall. As Zhao Yunlong led Fang Xian and the others to their residence, he joked. Brother Fang Xian, I didn't expect you to be so talented that you even have golden skills. Fang Xian smiled slightly and answered modestly. Brother Zhao, you're joking. It's just good luck. The right time, right place, and right people are all essential. Luck can play a big role at the critical moment. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Zhao. By the way, Brother Zhao, I think my golden skill is not that powerful. Is the golden skill really that important? You are a newcomer here, so naturally you don't know the uniqueness of the golden skill. Zhao Yunlong intended to establish a good relationship with Fang Xian and explained patiently as they walked. Through Zhao Yunlong's explanation, Fang Xian finally understood the reason. After reaching level 100, you will gain a skill bar every 20 levels. If you can reach level 1000, you will have 45 skill bars. When the skill bar is limited, it is necessary to ensure the quality of the skill book, because once learned, it cannot be changed. Those white skills are all weird skills. Blue skill books are considered to be skills that are neither good nor bad, and black skills are the best skills that ordinary people can pursue. As for the golden skills, they are something you can only encounter by chance. And the most important thing is, mastering 10 golden skills can unlock an additional skill that does not occupy the skill bar. Red skills. Red skills are one of the most powerful skills in the world. The stronger the 10 golden skills are, the stronger the unlocked red skills will be. For the top figures in the world, what they pursue are naturally the strongest 10 golden skills. This also led to the destruction of many families or tribes with top-level golden skills. When Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong heard this, they were shocked. The reason why their family was destroyed was most likely because some big shot needed to unlock the top-level red skill, and therefore killed them. Fang Xian sensed their abnormality and immediately transmitted 3 beams of warm, mental power to them to ease their emotions. At this moment, they have a new understanding of the world. The cruelty of the world is far more brutal than they could have imagined. We must be more cautious in the future. Just like before, he was almost exposed because Wu Lingtian reference picture. Chapter 197 Gift Pack for Core Disciples. The reason is that golden skills are actually different, and the golden skills synthesized by Fang Xian have 2 shortcomings. According to Zhao Yunlong's explanation, the lowest level golden skill is synthesized from black skills, and will occupy 5 skill bars. The 10 lowest level golden skills require 50 skill bars. The golden skills formed in this way cannot unlock red skills, because level 1000 can only unlock 45 skill bars, which is not enough for the 10 lowest level golden skills. If Fang Xian had not been cautious and hidden the information about his golden skill, it would have been revealed that his golden skill required 5 skill bars. In this way, Wu Lingtian and the others knew that Fang Xian must be hiding a huge secret. Otherwise, how could he possess the synthetic golden skills on Blue Star? Although Wu Lingtian and his group are descendants of the Dragon Kingdom, many of them were born in the Great Thousand World and may not necessarily have much goodwill towards those who came from Blue Star. Fang Xian was not afraid of Wu Lingtian and the others, but he had just arrived, and it was wrong to put himself in danger because of carelessness. As for the second disadvantage, the synthesized golden skills cannot be advanced. This is why Fang Xian had 440,000 copies of Golden Rock golden skills left gathering dust in the system warehouse. He has not yet learned the Golden Rock golden skill. Otherwise, he will not be able to obtain the most advanced red skill. However, his women have already clicked to learn, and they will automatically learn after reaching the corresponding level and cannot be cancelled. Fang Xian expressed his helplessness. Qinglong had explained the knowledge points related to the golden skill book before, but Qinglong did not know many details, which led to this series of problems. However, you can reuse the non-synthetic golden skill book in the later stage to unlock the red skill. Because the non-synthetic golden skill book only needs to occupy less than 4 grids of the skill bar, it can also be strengthened using the same golden skill book. The higher the level of enhancement, the stronger the golden skills will be, and the red skills, unlocked later, will also be stronger. So this is why so many extremely powerful races have perished. The more powerful a person is, the more he wants to pursue the most perfect red skill. The rule of the jungle is fully reflected in the world. Now, this is the back hall where you live. Zhao Yunlong smiled heartily and pointed to the palace in front. Looking around, the neat rows of palaces give people a strong visual impact. The roofs of the palaces are all paved with golden glazed tiles, and the tiles are carved with exquisite patterns, including auspicious phoenixes, unicorns, auspicious dragons, and other lifelike patterns. The body of each palace is made of solid bricks and stones, and is tall and thick. These are the rooms for core disciples. You can choose any room that doesn't have a house number on it. Thank you, Brother Zhao. We are all family. No need to be polite. I will leave first. Fang Xian said goodbye to Zhao Yunlong and found a row of consecutive rooms as their residence. I can't hug my husband for a whole day. It's really suffocating me. I want to kiss my husband. Fang Xian stretched out his hand to stop them, looked around, and said seriously, "We are in an unfamiliar place now, so we have to be careful to avoid broadcasting a live broadcast to others." Honey, are you saying that someone will be watching us? The women frowned slightly and looked around to see if there was anything suspicious. After carefully examining the situation, Sueno, Qinglong, and Suzuka shook their heads and said, "Honey, we didn't find any suspicious props." Fang Xian nodded. The only ones who knew something about the universe were Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong. Since they didn't find it, there was most likely no surveillance. After all, the Dragon Alliance was still doing this, which chilled the hearts of the core disciples. But to be on the safe side, he cleared out a space in the huge room and did not leave any furniture. He took out the divine artifact, concealment cloth, and set the hiding area over the entire open space, blocking out any prying eyes. Then he took out an extra-large bed from the system warehouse, placed it on the open space, and lay down comfortably. Business is more important. Let me take a look at the brocade box of the core disciple first. He took out 2 brocade boxes, which contained 100 universal stones, 1 killing scroll, 1 Dragon Alliance token, 1 communication phone, 1 blue skill book, 1 city return scroll, 1 points recorder, and 1 Dragon Alliance robe. They had already known about the universal stone before, and it had many uses, but the amount given was a bit small. It seems that the universal stone is still very scarce. Fang Xian asked them all to click to use the universal stone, and then returned 441,000 universal stones. It's not scarce anymore. Dragon Alliance token, a symbol of Dragon Alliance status, allowing free entry and exit of Dragon Alliance locations. Communication phone. It can be activated by injecting spiritual power and can chat with friends, video, locate, and other functions. This is Blue Star's mobile phone. The functions are basically the same, and there are various short videos to watch. I didn't expect that there is such a rich entertainment in the world, but the content is too large and a bit eye-catching. The difference between a communication phone and a Blue Star phone is that it does not require a signal or charging. It only needs to be injected with relative mental power to be used continuously. Killing scroll. Open a special copy. The copy level is the same as the user. There is no limit on the number of people entering. It is a one-time item. This killing scroll is somewhat similar to the previous experience dungeon summoning scroll, both of which are special. The difference between the two lies in the experience points gained and the number of people who can enter. Return to City scroll can only be used in the Blue Star area. After use, you can immediately return to Asia City. This Return to City scroll is pretty useless. Its range is too restricted and it's not very useful. Points Recorder. Used to record the points earned in the Dragon Alliance so as to exchange items. It records many ways to earn points and redeemable items. However, Fang Xian does not plan to go out and take risks at the moment. He decides to stay hidden for a while and then go into research after gaining more information. Dragon Alliance Robe. The uniform of the core disciples of the Dragon Alliance. It will fit you perfectly when you put it on. It increases your defense by 50%. Fang Xian took it out and clicked to put it on. The white robe was automatically put on him, and the size was automatically adjusted to the most suitable state. The snow-white robe worn by Fang Xian added a sense of elegance and grace. It is simply, the man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Chapter 198, Start of the Killing Dungeon. Fortunately, the awakened ones have strong physiques, otherwise Mu Yunji, Tang Xiaowu, Lu Shishuang, Mu Wanyao, Zheng Enai, Ning Renjie, Zhao Meijing, and Shun Huimei, the 8 beauties, would have to stare blankly. Of course, this is only possible for now. After a while, it will only be enough to touch your mouth. Fang Xian woke them up and prepared to go to the dungeon while it was still dark. The 22-person team was successfully formed. Qinglong took the killing scroll and clicked to use it. Ding! Azure Dragon consumes 1 slaughter scroll and returns 21,000. Fang Xian looked at the copy vortex that appeared in front of him and led the girls into it. Welcome to the Killing Dungeon. Dungeon level, special. Level restriction, unlimited. Number of people, unlimited. Clearance requirement, kill all monsters. The sky was shrouded in a strange darkness, giving off a chilling aura. The tall black city walls were covered with mottled lines. Upon closer inspection, they looked like traces left by the struggle of countless tormented souls, appearing particularly hideous in the dim light. The gloomy door was closed tightly, and various terrifying ghost patterns were carved on it. Faint green fires were burning on the stone pillars on both sides. The flames flickered and cast distorted shadows. If an ordinary person saw this scene, he would be terrified. But Fang Xian and others killed countless people without any ripples in their hearts. He pushed the door with one hand, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. What comes into view is a narrow, winding street with dilapidated and gloomy thatched houses on both sides. From time to time, strange lights flashed in the window, as if a pair of eyes were spying on Fang Xian and others. Fang Xian took out the 5x experience card and clicked to use it. Let's all use the 5x experience card. Good. Fang Xian saw that all the women had used it, and then looked at Qinglong. Longer, let Meng bow out to gain experience as well. Okay, husband. Qinglong thought about it, and the cute baby flew out from her chest, happily flying in the air. Fang Xian looked at the cute baby with a smile. It had been feeling depressed for a long time. But in this vast world, it's better not to let others know that you are a cute 5-clawed golden dragon. Who knows what attitude the Dragon God King, who rules the Eastern Territory, has towards the 5-clawed golden dragon. We have to be careful. Come here, adorable baby. When the cute baby heard Fang Xian calling him, he happily snuggled into his arms. Fang Xian caressed Mengbao's cute little head lovingly and took out a 5x experience card for Mengbao. Mengbao took the 5x experience card and clicked it to use it skillfully. Fang Xian smiled slightly, looked at Xueno, and then used Attribute Switch on her. Xueno, who obtained Fang Xian's attributes, didn't say anything and started bombarding the huts on both sides with the artifact staff. Boom, boom, boom. The monsters in the hut had no power to resist at all, and all died and turned into experience fluorescence flying towards them. Experience plus 296125132. The black creatures in the distance all flew out. Name, Ghost. Grade, Ordinary Weird. Level, 200. HP, 357310/357310. Mana, 11,000/11,000. Strength, 1,123. Spirit, 1,352. Agility, 1633. Defense, 1226. Skills, Trickster Attack, Spirit Charge, Ghost Eyes. The ghost was like an elusive black ghost floating in the air. Yukino raised her staff and cast 1,000 miles of ice, freezing hundreds of ghosts. Crack. Bang. The ice cracked and shattered, and the glow of experience continued to float towards Fang Xian and the others. Experience plus 296125876. Let's go and look ahead. Fang Xian and others took snacks and drinks, looked left and right, as if they were on a tour. Many skeleton soldiers with green faces and fangs appeared in front of us. They held steel forks in their hands and patrolled the streets with stiff steps. Name, Skeleton. Grade, Elite Weird. Level, 200. HP, 413055/413055. Mana, 15050/15050. Strength, 1721. Spirit, 1350. Agility, 1011. Defense, 1321. Skills, Bone Claws, Steel Blades, Pile of Bones. The friction sound of the white skeleton's bones was particularly harsh in the silence. Its empty eye sockets looked at Fang Xian and others, making a dull, sound, and rushed towards Fang Xian and others with a steel fork. Crack, crack. Yukino raised her divine staff, and huge icicles fell rapidly from the sky. Boom. The white-boned skeleton was smashed into pieces and turned into countless experience glows that flew into the bodies of Fang Xian and others. Experience plus 351215996. Fang Xian looked towards the sky above the huge main hall and saw a huge figure floating. Its entire body was as pitch black as the night, like a piece of darkness cut out from the void. Name, Ghost King. Level Boss. Level, 230. HP, 633055/633055. Mana, 23050/23050. Strength, 2223. Spirit, 2530. Agility, 2115. Defense, 1932. Skills, Soul Piercing, Possession, Spirit Rush, Ghost Kamikaze Attack. The Ghost King has no fixed form. Sometimes it turns into misty smoke, and sometimes it condenses into a vague human outline. Its two empty eyes are bottomless, like black holes that can swallow all light. The Ghost King moved silently, emitting a terrifying and oppressive feeling. It spoke slowly, its voice ethereal. Those who kill my people will become my people, you. Boom. A huge ice cone released by Yukino pierced through the Ghost King and killed it instantly. Experience plus 5120005. Special copy. Killing copy has been cleared. Time to clear the level. 00:06:11. Rating, SSS. Reward. Each person will receive 2365484 experience points. Fang Xian stepped forward to check out what had exploded. A blue skill book, some ordinary materials, and 15 universal stones are quite shabby. They exited the dungeon and then continued to play it. After repeating this process overnight, Fang Xian reached level 203. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Fang Xian took back the manti-ambu and opened the door. Zhao Yunlong saw the door open and wanted to say something with a smile, but he accidentally saw a huge screen inside, which completely blocked the scene behind. At this moment, he thought of something and patted Fang Xian's shoulder with a wicked smile. When you have time, go buy some kidney tonic to replenish your overdrawn kidneys. Fang Xian was speechless. He walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Brother Zhao, what's the matter with you coming so early? I'm going to go out and kill monsters and level up. You guys are new here and you don't know the place. I'll take you to get familiar with the leveling place. Fang Xian smiled slightly and declined politely. Thank you, Brother Zhao. I don't want to level up for the time being. Zhao Yunlong smiled heartily to show his understanding. But you still have to take advantage of the opportunity to level up. The Dragon Alliance will be testing new members in 10 days. The assessment content is on the points recorder. You can check it out. You can get points by completing the assessment. Fang Xian nodded to express his gratitude. After Zhao Yunlong finished speaking, he left with a smile and went to upgrade. He looked at Zhao Yunlong who was walking away, then clicked on the points recorder, on which the rules of the assessment were clearly written. Simply put, newcomers must upgrade their level to 110 after 10 days, otherwise they will be punished accordingly. Fang Xian smiled slyly. Reach level 110 in 10 days? At his current rate of upgrading, it won't be long before he'll be higher than Alliance leader Wu Lingtian. At that time, He wouldn't mind becoming the leader of the Dragon Alliance to enhance his own prestige. After all, this is the Big Thousand world, and he can no longer sense the humans on Blue Star. This means that it is impossible to make a temporary contract and integrate attributes with the humans on Blue Planet. Only by re-establishing enough prestige in the world can he have enough confidence to face all unknown challenges. Fang Xian set a goal to take down the Dragon Alliance in the shortest time possible. Take down the leader. Wu Lingtian. Chapter 199. Some women are not yours to touch. Fang Xian returned to the room and covered the entire bedsheet with the heaven-concealing cloth again. He lay on Qinglong's chest, and after Zhao Yunlong's reminder, he decided to take a good look at the points recorder. There are many ways to obtain points: passing assessments, contributing to the Dragon Alliance, receiving rewards outside, entering the genius list, etc. There are also many props that can be exchanged, such as items and materials such as Universal Stone, Attribute Enhancer, Double Experience Card, God-level equipment, Sanctuary Map, and Skill Book. However, precious props and materials are relatively rare, and a lot of points are required to redeem them, so it is not very meaningful. However, you can exchange maps of various places for one copy, and then ask Yukino, Suzaku, and Qinglong to point out the location of their hometown. When you are strong enough, you can help them get revenge. As for now, we have to improve our strength quickly. 5 days later, late at night, Fang Xian opens his own properties panel. Name: Fang Xian. Talent: SP. Occupation: contractor. Race: human. Age: 20. Gender: male. Height: 182. Level: LV 380, Great Lord. Physique: War God's Body, Level 5, Six-Winged Fallen Angel, Trickster Physique, Shadow Demon. God Level Attribute: Energy, LV 5. Elemental Attributes: Wind Element, Earth Element, Water Element, Poison Element, Dark Element. Poison Resistance, Highest Level 100%. Life: 55205. Strength: 55205. Intelligence: 55205. Spirit: 55205. Agility: 55205. Defense: 55205. Appearance: 99. Body: 99. Free attribute points: 0 points. Skills: Attribute Switching LV 5, Soul Attack LV 5, Free Transfer LV 5, Sense Sharing LV 5, Life Link LV 5, Temporary Contract LV 5, Sea of Inclusion LV 5, Attribute Integration LV 5. Passive Skill: Contract Enhancement, Enhance Possible Contract Objects, 39, Current Contract, 21/39. Fang Xian looked at his own panel and was quite satisfied. The crazy upgrades in the past 5 days had produced significant results. Upgrade to level 380 to unlock 19 contract object positions. As for the Dragon Alliance, they don't have any requirements for them. They haven't looked for them in the past 5 days and are completely letting them go. But it's better this way, as it won't affect their upgrade. But for the level test in 5 days, to be on the safe side, they still have to go out alone and pretend to go out to upgrade. It would be more reasonable to come back and test the level then. Having made up his mind, he took out his communication phone and began to search for the pattern of monster spawning. It turns out that in this vast world, many monster spawning points are fixed. After killing a wave, they will reappear after a period of time. The larger monster spawning points are under the control of various forces, and you need to pay a certain amount of universal stones to enter. Within the specified time, you can kill monsters at will in the designated area. The advantage is that the area is vast, and there are many monsters, so you can kill them quickly. There is only one disadvantage, which is that there is no order and no one cares about any fights that arise inside. Murder and robbery are common. Fang Xian decided to go to a monster spawning area controlled by the Dragon Alliance, show his face there, and let the people of the Dragon Alliance know that they had been there. Then find a secluded place, use the cover-up cloth to hide and brush the killing copy. This makes the upgrade reasonable and won't arouse too much suspicion. When testing, use the Hide the Sky to change the level to level 110. Then test them one by one to ensure that they are all level 110. Of course, Fang Xian and others now have the killing copy, so they don't have to go through so much trouble to stay in the Dragon Alliance. As long as you find a remote place to retreat and upgrade yourself, you can reach level 1000 by spending some time. But no matter in his past life or this life, Fang Xian is a dragon citizen. He wants to wait and see whether the Dragon Alliance is worth his protection. If possible, he still wants to use the Dragon Alliance as a base to preserve the bloodline of the dragon people. Just as Fang Xian was thinking about the next step, Usagi Tsukino hugged Fang Xian from behind, feeling his warm back. Husband, what are you thinking about? Fang Xian felt the warmth behind him, reached out, and touched Usagi Tsukino's delicate face, and smiled wickedly. I wonder when you'll get pregnant. Hee, Shadow wants to get pregnant now. Hey, okay. Fang Xian turned his head slightly, felt Usagi Tsukino's red lips, and slowly lay down. The next day, early morning, Fang Xian led the girls to the Dragon Alliance's monster spawning ground. Along the way they attracted a lot of attention and received many malicious looks. His wives, in particular, received the most glaring stares, and many even followed them. Fang Xian sneered, murderous intent rising in his heart. They soon arrived at the Dragon Alliance monster spawning ground, which was a very large forest area. There were not the most monsters, but the large area attracted many awakened people who could not compete with others to come here to spawn monsters. When Fang Xian and others appeared, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Especially in the rear, there were already dozens of people following. Private fighting is strictly prohibited in the city, but in the monster farm, there are no rules at all. Fang Xian knew their intentions very well. It would just depend on who would kill whom. It takes 5,500 universal stones for 22 people to kill monsters in 5 days. Fang Xian didn't want to reveal that he had so many universal stones and chose to pay in installments. You can choose to pay in installments at each monster farm, but Fang Xian is a core disciple of the Dragon Alliance and can choose more amounts than others. After completing the formalities, Fang Xian led the girls inside. Sure enough, dozens of people completed their procedures at other windows and followed closely behind. Fang Xian looked at them coldly and deliberately walked slowly towards a sparsely populated area. Chapter 200 Tifa and Asuna. Tifa reference picture. If there is any infringement, please contact us to delete it. Thank you. The sunlight struggled to shine through the layers of branches, forming patches of mottled light and shadows. The shadows flickered, and from time to time strange noises could be heard coming from afar. Fang Xian led the girls and walked deeper into the forest. The deeper you go, the heavier the energy becomes, and the higher the level of the monsters. Busuja Masiko glanced coldly at the people following behind her and clenched the tang sword in her hand. Hubby, they're all here. Fang Xian looked ahead and saw a huge sign hanging on the tree. The monster level in the area ahead is 200. Let's go. The cave ahead is good and suitable for their burial. Fang Xian walked straight towards the cave and heard the sound of fighting coming from the cave. He frowned slightly, not wanting to waste any more time on them, and decided to go in to see what was going on and ask the people inside to make room for him. Not long after entering the cave, I saw a dozen burly men surrounding 2 beautiful women, and there were more than 10 corpses lying around them. It seems to be a drama of murder and robbery and snatching beautiful women. He used his eye of insight to check on the 2 women. Name, Tifa. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, warrior. Talent, SSS. Value, 94. Body size, 96. Height, 167. Level, LV211. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Tifa has long, silky black hair, a delicate oval face, and soft lines. The skin is as white as mutton fat jade, delicate and shiny. She wore a black bodysuit that highlighted her perfect curves. The big, beautiful, deep eyes were glaring at the surroundings. The other woman with Tifa is named Asuna. Name, Asuna. Age, 22. Gender, female. Race, human. Occupation, knight. Talent, SSS. Value, 94. Body size, 92. Height, 166. Level, LV208. Quality, intact. Favorability, 0. Asuna has long, smooth chestnut hair that falls naturally on her shoulders. Her eyes are like sparkling sapphires, bright and lively. Her face is delicate and sweet, and her skin is white and delicate, as smooth as a baby's. She has a tall and graceful figure with straight and long legs. Asuna was wearing silver armor and holding a rapier, looking heroic. The burly men surrounding them had lewd smiles on their faces and kept looking at Tifa and Asuna's figures. One of the men, with a lewd look on his face, held his chin with his hand and laughed evilly. Tifa, Asuna, just obey us and avoid physical pain. When these words were spoken, the big men all burst into laughter. That's right. I promise, I will treat you gently. Haha, if you're too gentle, she'll say you're not capable. Fuck you, you can't. Tifa and Asuna glared at them, furious. Crod, you traitor. The wretched man named Kraid gave a wicked smile. Tifa, do you really think we came to Asia City with you out of kindness to look for materials? Ha ha, don't be naive. We just want to imprison the most beautiful and second most beautiful woman in European and American city and love them well. Asuna raised her rapier and pointed it at Crad. Crad, aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Union? Revenge? Ha ha ha. Crade covered his face and laughed, and the others followed suit and laughed. It's really naive to say that you are naive. Without the instruction of your President Elizabeth, would we dare to do that? Tifa and Asuna's faces changed drastically when they heard this, and they looked in disbelief. What do you mean? Think about it. Ever since you joined the Union, Elizabeth's daughter's title of the most beautiful woman has been taken away by you, and she has been directly relegated to third place. As the president, what would she think? Tifa and Asuna widened their eyes, and when they thought of some of Elizabeth's actions, they suddenly felt dizzy. Before, they were puzzled by Elizabeth's abnormal behavior, but after hearing Claude's explanation, they instantly understood that it was all a plan by Elizabeth to eliminate them. Crade couldn't help but feel proud when he saw their lost looks. You weak and beautiful people think that Elizabeth is your safe haven? You are totally wrong. Submit to us, and that is where you will ultimately belong. He opened his arms, waiting for them to throw themselves into his arms, as if he was determined to win them over. Come, throw yourself into my arms, and you will be protected. Asuna and Tifa were feeling a little depressed. They hated Elizabeth and they hated Crad as well. Tifa clenched her fists and stared at Crade fiercely. Crad, even if I die, I will never do as you wish. Asuna didn't say anything else. Her fighting stance said it all. Clad's eyes turned fierce, and he spoke jokingly. You can't defeat us at all. You are just putting up a futile resistance. But it's good this way. The more you resist, the more excited we are. Asuna and Tifa were ready for a fight to the death. Even if it meant death, they would never let Crad succeed. Just as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, you guys go out and fight. I need to borrow this place. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the people coming were Fang Xian and his group. When Claude and others saw the girls behind Fang Xian, their eyes suddenly widened and they were overjoyed. Oh my God, so many beautiful ladies are here. Each of them is no worse than Tifa and Asuna, and many of them are even prettier than them. It's a good deal. Fang Xian was very dissatisfied with their words and actions, and his eyes narrowed. Bang, 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 bang. Their heads exploded like balloons, and they all became headless corpses. Asuna and Tifa frowned. They never expected that Fang Xian, who was with a group of beauties, would kill someone over a disagreement. Moreover, he killed a group of awakened people over level 200 with just a glance. It was really terrifying. Claude wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy, but it was too late. He had just looked at Fang Xian's woman greedily, so he had to die too. Bang! Claude's head exploded instantly, and he fell to his knees with a plop. When Tifa and Asuna saw Crade being killed in an instant, their fear disappeared, and they were filled with relief. This way, they could comfort their friends who were killed by Crade. Seeing that Fang Xian had no intention of attacking them, Tifa and Asuna spoke first. You guys, we'll leave right away. We'll give this place to you. Etc. When they heard Fang Xian's voice, they stopped and looked at him vigilantly. Fang Xian turned around, looked towards the cave entrance, and said calmly, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Just then, dozens of footsteps were heard outside the cave, getting closer and closer. He's right, you can't leave. Tifa reference picture.